Traversing the realm of Transformers, the notorious rebel known as Starscream takes the lead, and Nie Tian expresses no concern. When the boss fights, he'll remain idle. When the boss is defeated, he'll vanish. Starscream's betrayal of Megatron. I shall betray Starscream. Following Starscream means enduring hunger 3 days out of 9. It is high time to establish my own domain. Chapter 1. Transcendence into the Decepticon. Information chip has been loaded. Loading. Information chip loading complete. Where does that voice come from? In a state of confusion, Nie Tian attempts to open his eyes, but finds them utterly unyielding. It is akin to a dreamer realizing they are within a dream. His thoughts can barely function while his senses remain submerged in the depths of darkness. Wasn't I just watching a movie? How did I inadvertently fall asleep? The last fragments of memory linger. Fried chicken and cola on the table, alongside a computer screen displaying Transformers, before the imagery gradually faded. Indeed, working overtime for an entire month has its toll. I never imagined I could doze off, even while watching a movie. Nie Tian assumed his exhaustion was the culprit behind his slumber. After a few internal complaints, he began to attempt to rouse his body. However, a terrifying reality struck him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not perceive his physical form. Could it be? I'm still so young. Must I make headlines? Lord Starscream, you have arrived. A sudden voice captured Nie Tian's attention. Forgetting his panic, he focused intently on the sound. The voice was not far, speaking in a garbled manner with a strangely awkward tone. Nie Tian was certain it was not a human language. Strangely, he comprehended the meaning behind the words, even sensing the flattery and fear embedded within. Starscream? Nie Tian's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that from the movie I just watched? Could it be that I am truly dreaming? Thoughts by day, dreams by night? Before he could ponder further, the conversation resumed. Enough, tentacle bug, get away from me. Where's the scalpel? Lord Starscream, the master is inside. The scalpel? Nie Tian mused. Isn't that the chief medical officer of the Decepticons from Transformers? Transformers, a classic film that once dominated the box office. He had watched countless times, and he was intimately familiar with the two factions, the Autobots and Decepticons. The principal characters from both factions were not just recognizable, they were etched into his memory. A heavy thud of footsteps approached. Nie Tian sensed the footsteps drawing nearer, and the dialogue grew clearer. Scalpel, you know why I am here. After such a lengthy wait, I am losing patience. Tell me you have fulfilled my request. Ha ha ha, rest assured, Starscream. I have successfully uploaded the information chip you requested into this batch of Decepticon brain modules. Once they have a spark or energy source, they will be activated, becoming your most loyal warriors. Excellent, Scalpel, you have not disappointed me. Behold this, an energy core I modified using Cybertronian energy storage technology. It should serve as a substitute for the spark. Understood, Starscream, leave the rest to me. Following the conclusion of this dialogue, a cacophony of metallic clanging erupted, growing increasingly louder. In the depths of his consciousness, Nie Tian felt something drawing closer to him. Brain module? Energy core? What on earth is happening? The term information chip sounds somewhat familiar, yet why does it feel off? Beep. A sharp, piercing alarm blared in his mind. Ugh, this is unbearable. Nie Tian could not help but emit a groan of discomfort, as if his consciousness had been jolted awake, akin to being pricked by a needle. Fortunately, the sound came swiftly and departed even quicker. Before he could regain composure, a mechanical voice abruptly materialized in his mind, stiff and devoid of emotion. Energy core has been loaded. Loading. Energy core, loading complete. What on earth? Nie Tian felt bewildered, his mind swirling with questions, and a hint of irritation simmered within him. Is this merely a dream, or will I never wake? One announcement after another, an unending stream. Energy conduction system under construction. Energy conduction system construction complete. Energy transmission path opening. Energy transmission path opening complete. Energy transmission in progress. Mechanism activation in progress. Brain module activation in progress. Brain module activation complete. Weapon module activation in progress. Weapon module activation complete. Transformation gears activation in progress. Transformation gears activation complete. Mechanical structure connection in progress. Mechanical structure connection complete. Amidst a flurry of dazzling alerts, Nie Tian felt as though he had suddenly awakened. Like one abruptly roused from a deep slumber, his body regained tactile and auditory sensations, experiencing the tangible world, free from the dreamlike haze. Ah, this mechanical and metallic sensation, my body. Fully aware of his physical presence, Nie Tian awoke completely. Before he could explore further, Another mechanical prompt resounded. Model T-22 has been activated, commencing automatic reading of the information chip. Reading data from the information chip. Simultaneously, Nie Tian felt something being forcibly inserted into his mind. If one were to articulate it, it would be akin to an unexpected addition of foreign memories within his consciousness. These memories did not belong to him, nor to humanity. They were a peculiar amalgamation of symbols, encapsulating complex information. However, the totality of this memory was relatively minor, easily overshadowed by Nie Tian's 20-plus years of life experience. Thus, this segment of memory bore no significant impact on him. Though it did not influence him, this data-driven memory conveyed essential information, illuminating a pivotal realization. He was in a state of transcendence. He had crossed over. He had entered the world of Transformers. The data automatically retrieved from the information chip revealed that aside from the most trivial directive, be loyal to Starscream, the rest comprised information about the Cybertronians, including intelligence on both Autobots and Decepticons. I never anticipated that merely staying up late to watch a movie during my day off would lead to my transcendence, and in such a muddled manner, I find myself within the film's universe, transformed into a warrior of the Decepticon faction. Thanks to the information just gleaned, Nie Tian not only recognized his transcendence, but also comprehended his current identity, a warrior of the Decepticon faction that in his previous life. Nie Tian was an ordinary office worker. Before his unexpected journey, he had been working tirelessly for a month to meet a project deadline, eagerly anticipating a well-deserved day of rest to indulge in classic films. Little did he know, this day would transport him into the realm of cinema. Well, since I've arrived, I might as well make the most of it, he mused. There's nothing wrong with being a diligent worker, but the prospect of being a Decepticon, engaging in battles, is far more exhilarating. Nie Tian soon adapted to his new mindset, harboring a flicker of doubt that he had initially dismissed. After all, he had dreamt before, yet never had he felt so vividly immersed in such an experience. The specifics of his transition remained a mystery, but he chose not to dwell on it. Since I am here, I shall embrace it, and this world is undoubtedly more captivating than I had imagined. Having grown weary of online games, Nie Tian felt unburdened by attachments in his former life. Moreover, being a Decepticon was hardly a disadvantage. They were certainly superior to humans in this universe. He felt no regret in forsaking his humanity. In fact, he found solace in this newfound reality. The human world within the Transformers universe could be aptly described as fraught with calamity, especially when considering the incessant clashes between Autobots and Decepticons, often erupting into large-scale battles. Were he to have transformed into an ordinary human, he would likely find himself as an ant crushed beneath the feet of battling titans, utterly powerless to shape his own destiny. Yet, despite his relief, a sense of urgency welled within him. He had crossed over to the Decepticon side, a faction portrayed as villains in the films. While he could not ascertain whether Autobots would retain their protagonist status in this parallel reality, he was unwilling to gamble with his life. Even in a world devoid of narrative armor or plot-driven deaths, caution was paramount. Currently, he was merely an intermediate Decepticon warrior, stronger than the average foot soldier, yet still a synthetic creation. In simpler terms, his status as an intermediate warrior was somewhat inflated. As for the architect of his existence, through snippets of conversation he had overheard, he had formed a hypothesis. Presumably, his creation was the work of Starscream and Scalpel, with Starscream providing a substance known as the energy core, which Scalpel utilized to activate his form. A voice soon echoed, confirming his suspicions. Look at these little ones, how adorable. Awaken, Decepticons. I am your master, Starscream. Upon hearing the brash and triumphant voice, Nie Tian focused his consciousness, gaining control of his body, and opened his eyes wide. Chapter 2, Starscream's Wrath. In a secret base hidden deep within an unknown desert, a spacious room gleamed with a silvery metallic sheen, housing a row of towering, menacing humanoid metal robots. Their bodies appeared to be forged from steel and alloy, cloaked in a dark hue that emitted a chilling luminescence. The surface bore intricate and elaborate patterns, suggesting an enigmatic power that radiated mystery. Though these imposing robots varied in appearance, they shared a common feature, a distinctive head adorned with a unique object on the jawline, imparting an air of arrogance and disdain. At that moment, a previously dormant robot suddenly illuminated its eyes with two crimson dots, as if awakening from a deep slumber. This awakening rippled through the room, causing more robots to stir from their stillness. The metallic chamber resonated with the hum of electricity and the sounds of machinery, resembling an assembly line in full operation. Is that Starscream? Upon opening his eyes, Nie Tian beheld a towering metallic figure standing not far from him. With slender, unique limbs, a triangular head reminiscent of a samurai helmet, and that unmistakable inverted triangular torso, he instantly recognized Starscream, the second-in-command of the Decepticons. At that moment, Starscream seemed to be either observing something or awaiting a signal, standing still and silent. Nie Tian refrained from probing into Starscream's intentions and instead scrutinized the formidable being before him. Indeed, it is fitting for a Decepticon their design remains as fearsome as ever. I wonder if following the notorious Starscream will be a boon or a bane for me. Nie Tian pondered his circumstances. Given the snippets of dialogue he had intercepted and the data extracted from the information chip, he understood that his existence was undoubtedly a product of Starscream's machinations. Consequently, he became Starscream's subordinate, a role from which he could not easily extricate himself. As the second-in-command of the Decepticons, Starscream was not only powerful, but also held the position of Air Commander, overseeing most of the flying Transformers. However, beyond his formidable strength, Starscream was notorious for his unabashed ambition. All members of the Decepticons were acutely aware that Starscream harbored aspirations to usurp Megatron and claim leadership of the Decepticons. Yet, knowing the storyline, Nie Tian comprehended that Starscream's ambition was ultimately a fool's errand exercise in futility. A delusion of grandeur. Little one, what are you staring at? In the room, Starscream, who had been observing his new subordinate with satisfaction, suddenly detected an unsettling gaze directed at him. Turning to face Nie Tian, he found a freshly awakened Decepticon regarding him with a distinctly disrespectful expression. No response. Are you still not fully awake? Seeing no reaction, Starscream's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he approached. What? As Nie Tian realized Starscream was advancing towards him, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. He belatedly understood that he had made a critical error immersed in thoughts of Starscream. He had neglected to avert his scrutinizing gaze. His prolonged stare had evidently invited unwanted trouble. Little one, tell me, why were you looking at me? Reaching Nie Tian, Starscream directly inquired. As a being who had existed for countless eons, Starscream deemed it fitting to address this newly birthed Decepticon as Little One. Starscream's tone dripped with malice, causing Nie Tian to feel increasingly tense. If he still had a heartbeat, he imagined it would be racing uncontrollably. Lord Starscream. He bowed his head, fully aware that silence was the best form of explanation. Let us hope Starscream does not perceive the anomalies within me. Before he could complete his silent prayer, a sharp pain coursed through his neck, followed by a wave of dizziness as he felt himself lift off the ground. The red spider seized Nie Tian by the neck, lifting him into the air before forcefully slamming his body against the wall behind him. The abrupt sound of metal grinding erupted, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. Under attack! Under attack! Nie Tian's battle mask automatically closed, and a sci-fi display materialized, akin to a first-person perspective in a virtual game. The screen flickered with crimson words indicating he was under assault. A mechanical arm on his right transformed into a hefty hand cannon, and Nie Tian instinctively raised his hand to retaliate. However, upon meeting the cold, emotionless gaze of the red spider, he instantly suppressed this instinct. In the ranks of the Decepticons, where violence and chaos reigned, mercy and compassion were non-existent. Any attempt at retaliation would only enrage the red spider further. Seeing that Nie Tian dared not fight back, the red spider displayed a satisfied grin. As the commander who strictly adhered to the hierarchy of respect, he would not tolerate any challenge to his authority. Little one, do you know? Your gaze just now was quite displeasing. Nie Tian remained silent, striving to adopt a submissive demeanor. He had just crossed over and had no desire for an untimely demise. By the way, the grip of the red spider tightened around Nie Tian's neck, drawing closer. You still haven't answered Mui, were you staring at me? Nie Tian's head drooped, the red lights at his eyes flickering erratically. Now he comprehended why the Autobots and Decepticons emitted agonized groans after sustaining injuries in the original narrative. Their bodies, to some extent, were akin to human forms, capable of feeling pain when struck or harmed. Gazing into the red spider's face, mere inches away, Nie Tian felt his breath catch. He understood that a careless answer could lead to a gruesome fate. In this dire moment, a spark of inspiration struck Nie Tian. I apologize, Lord Red Spider. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Do not comprehend? A cruel smile crept onto the red spider's lips. Little one, I hope you are not deceiving me. Lord Red Spider, I truly do not understand your words. The red spider scrutinized him from head to toe, eventually lingering at Nie Tian's chest before gradually retracting his head. Best to keep it that way, otherwise, you know the consequences. Nie Tian exhaled in relief. He was not gambling, but had a certain confidence that warranted his act of feigning ignorance. Based on his previous knowledge, while the artificial Decepticons bore an outward resemblance to their genuine counterparts, they remained fundamentally artificial. Though synthetic transformers possessed learning capabilities, their intelligence was likely limited due to the constraints of their information chips at inception. Thus, as long as he remained silent, they would not discern his cleverness. Perhaps his ruse proved effective, for the red spider finally released his grip, allowing Nie Tian to slide down from the metallic wall, though sparks still erupted around him. However, before Nie Tian could fully relax, he heard the familiar voice once again. "Little one, how do you suppose I should deal with you?" "What?" Nie Tian exclaimed, suddenly lifting his head. Accompanied by an involuntary scream, he found himself airborne. What puzzled him was that he distinctly remembered not transforming into a flying vehicle. Ultimately, after a dizzying spin, Nie Tian plummeted into a corner of the room. Body lightly damaged. Body lightly damaged. Initiating self-repair in progress. Curse you, Red Spider, I. Reeling from the impact, Nie Tian did not immediately assess the extent of his damage, but instead directed a stream of invectives at the Red Spider and his kin. After a moment, he sheathed his weapon and struggled to rise. The floors and walls of the room were constructed from an unknown metal, incredibly sturdy, leaving no marks despite his fall, while his body sustained minor damage. Life among the Decepticons is certainly no easy feat. I never anticipated that merely gazing would provoke the unreasonable ire of the Red Spider. Nie Tian had not expected to be schooled so swiftly. Rather, he had learned what it meant to be a Decepticon, experiencing firsthand the nature of a villain. Simultaneously, he gained an intuitive and authentic understanding of the Decepticons' brutality and irrationality. Even a mere glance could warrant punishment. The flicker of relief he had felt moments ago vanished without a trace. Nie Tian now realized that while surveying the Red Spider, he had retained the mindset of his previous life, viewing things from a so-called God's perspective, failing to recognize he had entered a new realm of reality. Thus, while assessing the Red Spider, familiarity had led him to adopt a slightly superior attitude. It was no wonder the Red Spider had erupted in anger. A subordinate he had created, upon awakening, failed to greet his leader and instead stared at him, as if he were an exhibit in a zoo who wouldn't be incensed. Sigh, it seems I must exercise caution moving forward. Nie Tian understood he needed to adjust his mindset, shedding the lofty perspective imbued by his knowledge of the plot. Otherwise, even if he had escaped this time by sheer luck, future misfortunes were inevitable. Chapter 3. 7 Levels of Combat Power Scalpel. Are you certain that the batch of information chips you loaded contains no issues? The sudden inquiry caused Nie Tian's thoughts to momentarily falter. Surely not again? The last encounter with the Red Spider had already left him feeling quite unsettled. He had yet to fully acclimate to his new body, and another complication might very well disrupt his cerebral module. Fortunately, it appeared that Nie Tian's apprehensions were unfounded. Shortly after the Red Spider's words were spoken, a mini Decepticon resembling a crawling spider, with eyes akin to light bulbs, spoke up. "Caw-caw. Rest assured, Red Spider. There will be no problems." This mini Decepticon, known as Scalpel, served as the chief medical officer of the Decepticons. Its size was comparable to that of a basketball, and it was currently scuttling over a fallen Decepticon body with an air of nonchalance. These information chips were all designed and programmed by me. Do you doubt my expertise? Well, that is true, Red Spider conceded with a nod. The bodies of 18 to 25 were fabricated using materials from this planet, and the transformation gears are from previous stock. There should be no issues. With his doubts alleviated and dismissing his earlier concerns as mere hallucinations, Red Spider began to vent his frustrations. Damn it. Ever since I followed the signal of Lord Megatron to this wretched planet, I have felt like a solitary wanderer, having to manage everything myself. Thankfully, this dreary existence is finally coming to an end, with 18 and the others. I will no longer have to endure hearing Red Spider's incessant grumbling daily. Nie Tian felt a weight lift from his heart. It must be said that in the original narrative, Red Spider was indeed portrayed as cunning, treacherous, and arrogantly proud. The recent display he exhibited was remarkably consistent with the memory etched in Nie Tian's mind, suspicious and capricious. Thankfully, he had managed to navigate through this ordeal without difficulty. With the proverbial sword of Damocles lifted, Nie Tian began to assess the condition of his body. The The damage inflicted by Red Spider's attack was not severe, and it had mostly undergone self-repair by now. To be candid, the Cybertronians, as mechanical beings, were truly remarkable. Their ability to utilize energy to mend bodily injuries left him in awe. He placed his hand over his chest, where he found not a spark, but rather an energy device called an energy core. As his body continued to repair itself, he sensed a noticeable decrease in the energy within the core. If he had awoken with an energy level of 100, it now rested at 98. One unit had been expended in repair, while another was used to maintain normal bodily functions. The energy core was a concept entirely unfamiliar to him in his previous life. Initially perplexed, he had now come to terms with it. What is ultimately presented in the original series is merely content that propels the plot forward or grand scenes of combat. Beyond these spectacles and narratives, the Decepticons, including Starscream, as well as the Autobots, undoubtedly engage in activities behind the scenes. Establishing secret bases on Blue Planet and mass-producing Decepticons is a perfectly normal endeavor. Starscream continues his incessant chatter, while Nie Tian adjusts his recently restored neck and glances over. A gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years. Indeed, his primary desire is to exact vengeance immediately, yet circumstances do not permit it. Currently, he is merely a mid-tier Decepticon warrior, his strength lingering in the lower ranks. Still 3 combat levels below the commander-level warrior that Starscream embodies. Thanks to the data on the information chip, a question that had plagued Nie Tian in his previous life has finally found its answer today. The classification of Decepticon combat power levels, or the distinction of Cybertronian strength levels. Optimus Prime's ascension to the leadership of the Autobots and Megatron's dominance over the Decepticons are not merely due to their leadership abilities. Rather, it is their tangible leader-level combat prowess that sets them apart. The combat power levels of Cybertronians can be categorized into 7 distinct tiers, ranging from low to high: novice warriors, intermediate warriors, advanced warriors, elite warriors, commander-level warriors, leader-level warriors, and the most formidable, the supreme warriors. The first 2 tiers, namely novice and intermediate warriors, are undoubtedly considered low-tier Cybertronian warriors. One must at least be promoted to the rank of advanced warrior to officially enter the ranks of high-tier Cybertronians. Of course, these 7 combat power levels pertain to the authentic Cybertronians. Mining or engineering robots, even when equipped with weapons, are not included in this classification. After all, those intelligent operational robots could easily be outmatched by even the most basic novice Cybertronian warriors. Indeed, in the combat hierarchy of Cybertronians, cannon fodder are all classified as novice warriors, such as mass-produced Decepticons or clone-type Decepticons. However, the fact that cannon fodder are novice warriors does not imply that all novice warriors are mere cannon fodder. For instance, the cassette troop led by Soundwave. Some mini Decepticons within the cassette troop, adept at intelligence gathering, hold a status significantly superior to that of the novice Decepticons. While they may not surpass even the weakest novice warrior in direct combat within the Decepticon ranks, no one would regard them as mere cannon fodder. In addition to the 7 conventional combat power levels from novice to supreme warriors, Cybertronians also possess a unique entity with fluctuating combat power, the Combiners. Such as the Devastator formed by the Constructicons in the original series, here exists a true parallel world devoid of budget constraints. Due to their ability to combine, individual combiner components may not boast great strength. Yet when united as a combiner, their power can rival even that of leader-level warriors. At the very least, they can achieve commander-level strength. Red Spider is one of the 3 commander-level warriors of the Decepticons. The other 2 commander-level warriors are Soundwave, the intelligence officer and chief strategist, and Shockwave, the chief scientist and military operations commander. As for the leader-level warrior of the Decepticons, there is currently but one, the formidable Megatron. Correspondingly, the leader-level warrior among the Autobots is undoubtedly Optimus Prime. This illustrates that, regardless of the planet, the development of power follows a pyramid effect. In battles between different power levels, such as a commander-level warrior against an elite-level warrior, it is evident that while the commander may not be able to eliminate the elite in an instant, they maintain an overwhelming advantage. To put it differently, if Nie Tian were to turn against Red Spider now, he would only have the opportunity to exchange 3 moves, and those would require him to initiate the attack. Should Red Spider strike first, the likelihood of Nie Tian even managing to land 3 blows becomes uncertain. A difference of 1 power level may lead to being crushed. It allows for a few exchanges without immediate annihilation. However, a disparity of 3 power levels would render the encounter trivial for Red Spider. Otherwise, given Nie Tian's past of exacting revenge without delay, it is inconceivable that he would stand here patiently listening to Red Spider's grievances. He would have undoubtedly settled the score long ago. Regarding the supreme-level Cybertronians, although the data on the information chip does not specify names, Nie Tian surmises that this level refers to the 13 original primes from ancient Cybertron. For instance, the Fallen, known as Megatronus among the 13, is one of the most powerful among them. This is evident from the battles depicted in the original series, where 6 primes collaborated to besiege the Fallen yet failed to vanquish him. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, he was only gravely injured and managed to escape. However, it was precisely due to his injuries that Optimus Prime ultimately defeated him. In full strength, or even lightly wounded, a leader-level warrior attempting to confront a supreme level 1, even with a temporary surge in power, would be akin to chasing illusions. One wonders if the Fallen is currently recuperating on some planet in the Milky Way. Should I seek to align myself with him? Reflecting on the Fallen, a villain even more formidable than Megatron, Nie Tian cannot help but recall certain pieces of information about him. Unlike most, he possesses a profound understanding of the Transformers universe and remembers many stories from the original series quite well. Yet, it seems best to set aside thoughts of the Fallen for now, as these high-level Decepticons are exceedingly perilous. With Red Spider as a precedent, after much contemplation, Nie Tian ultimately dispelled the notion of seeking the Fallen's allegiance. Even at this moment, there may still be considerable advantages to be gained. With his current intermediate-level Decepticon warrior strength, he could seek allegiance from a supreme-level Transformer. Even if the counterpart were a severely wounded Supreme, they would still be a genuine Supreme being. Whether or not they would find him worthy is a different matter altogether. He may be willing to offer his allegiance, yet they might not even be inclined to accept him. Does he truly believe that anyone can qualify as a subordinate to a top-tier overlord? Should things turn awry, he could easily meet his demise at the hands of a fallen Decepticon, which would be rather unfortunate. Chapter 4. The fearsome new form setting the fallen Decepticon momentarily aside. Nie Tian began to observe his surroundings. He found himself in a room radiating a metallic sheen, vast in size, at least 1,000 square meters, entirely constructed of metal. Not far away stood Starscream alongside a row of Decepticons resembling him. Further still lay a Decepticon-S body, collapsed on the ground, seemingly having failed to awaken, while a mini-Decepticon scurried about, appearing to examine and probe for repairs. Upon casting a glance, Nie Tian recognized the identity of the mini-Decepticon, Scalpel. In the original narrative, Scalpel had limited appearances, and Nie Tian was not well acquainted with him, only aware that he was the chief medical officer of the Decepticons. Besides these few Decepticons, the room housed an array of devices and instruments evidently intended for research. Various buttons and displays were scattered about, with some encased in large glass domes, inside which mechanical arms held unknown objects. As Nie Tian surveyed the laboratory, he could not shake the feeling of familiarity. Eventually, he discerned that the contents appeared to be body parts of Cybertronians and other organisms, many of which were from the Blue Planet. With the conversations he had overheard earlier, Nie Tian surmised that this place must be Scalpel-S laboratory. The realms of medicine and science are often intertwined, particularly for Cybertronians, who possess extraordinarily long lifespans. While Scalpel aided injured Decepticons in their physical rehabilitation, he undoubtedly engaged in relevant scientific research as well. However, the materials used in constructing the laboratory struck Nie Tian as peculiar, not resembling the alloys commonly found in the human world. In the course of observing the laboratory, Nie Tian inevitably caught sight of his new visage. The silver-white walls gleamed brilliantly, reflecting like a mirror, presenting a complete image of himself, a towering, fearsome humanoid form radiating an intimidating aura. The surface of the body exhibited a profound darkness, while the features of the head could only be described with 2 words: menacing. Particularly striking were the semi-illuminated crimson eyes, evoking an impression of a demon's arrival. The entire form was sharply defined, exuding a sense of power and aggression. lacking only the characteristics of a vehicle. It was no wonder that the Decepticons were characterized as the antagonists in the narrative. As he scrutinized his current appearance, Nie Tian found himself at a loss for words. Admittedly, he harbored no expectations from the outset, nor was he a person whose values were swayed by his superficial appearances. Nevertheless, he felt that, given his current visage, it was highly probable, indeed, a certainty, that others would associate him, at first glance, with a villain intent on world destruction. In simple terms, he bore an unmistakable countenance of a nefarious character. This appearance, which starkly contrasted with that of heroic figures, was far removed from the iconic red and blue of the legendary hero. Despite these thoughts, Nie Tian found himself not entirely dissatisfied. After all, one could not exercise choice when traversing realms. One simply resided where fate dictated. What more could one desire? Moreover, despite the lack of a heroic aesthetic, this formidable physique bore its own merits. Standing at an impressive height, perhaps 9 meters, it instilled a significant sense of intimidation, even if it fell short of the grandeur of the heroic archetypes. In the context of the Transformers universe, the size of a Cybertronian's frame is not directly correlated with their strength. Larger stature does not equate to greater power. For instance, in the original series, there existed elders of a stature akin to that of an adult human. When confronted by the Autobot Crosshairs, one elder effortlessly snapped Crosshair's finger with a mere flick of the wrist, despite Crosshair's being dozens of times larger. It is essential to note that the elder was a leader warrior, inherently a powerful Cybertronian in essence. Thus, the formidable prowess of the elder could not be dismissed, influenced as it was by the strength of its original form. While the elder's example may not be flawless, one must not overlook the 13 original primes from the ancient era of Cybertron. Among them was a Minicon, known as Micronus Prime, heralded as the progenitor of all Minicons. His size might well have been less than the thickness of the thighs of other primes. Would one, therefore, deem his supreme combat ability to be false simply because of his diminutive stature? Clearly, that notion is untenable. Thus, it is evident that the size of a Cybertronian's frame does not intrinsically determine their strength. However, the majority of Cybertronians are naturally tall, and those with larger physiques often possess considerable power, leading to a widespread but misleading perception. Nie Tian gleaned this understanding from the data within the information chip. While size and strength may not be directly linked, a larger frame does confer certain advantages, particularly when confronting humans. Regardless of what the Cybertronians might think, a towering physique undoubtedly intimidates humans more effectively. Unlike many of his compatriots, Nie Tian never underestimated the protagonists of this planet. After all, he had once precariously counted himself among their ranks and was acutely aware of their formidable nature. Even beyond humanity, Nie Tian harbored suspicions that this planet possessed an inherent weakening force. Otherwise, how could the unbelievably powerful Cybertronians, be they Autobots or Decepticons, arrive here and seem as though there might have been diminished, falling one after another? The formidable Megatron and Optimus Prime, who had endured 7 millennia of civil war without perishing, each met their demise shortly after their revival, rendering this place akin to a Cybertronian graveyard. 22. What are you standing there for? A sudden reprimand jolted Nie Tian from his reverie. With no time to linger on his own machine, he hastily suppressed his thoughts and turned towards the source of the voice. There stood Starscream, directing him to approach. 22. Nie Tian silently mulled over this designation, quickly recalling that amidst the activation alerts of his machine, there was indeed a notification stating, Unit 22 has been activated. So, I'm not even worthy of name. Merely a number? This certainly smacks of a disposable status. Despite his inner lamentations, upon hearing Starscream's summons, Nie Tian obediently advanced. He surmised that, to a figure of Starscream's stature, a mid-tier warrior like himself might not differ much from the lowly grunts. It was likely that only high-ranking warriors would catch the attention of such commanding Decepticons. As he repositioned himself, Nie Tian took his place at the site of his awakening. To his sides stood 3 mid-tier Decepticons, numbered 19 to 21 on the left, and 23 to 25 on the right. The 6 Decepticons, while slightly varying in details and stature, shared an overall rugged and fierce aesthetic. As for the missing 18, there it lay on the ground, with a scalpel still resting atop that machine, occasionally tapping with its metallic limbs. Nie Tian harbored a foreboding feeling regarding this unseen comrade. His fate appeared grim. Casting a glance at the nearby Decepticons, he subtly shook his head. This did not resemble the typical demeanor of their kind. The 6 mid-tier Decepticons stood in complete silence, behaving obediently like well-trained soldiers. He understood that these comrades had, as the scalpel had indicated, become Starscream's most loyal warriors. No wonder the Decepticon cannon fodder rushed into battle against the Autobots. In truth, witnessing the conduct of these mid-tier Decepticons led Nie Tian to grasp a crucial realization. It explained why certain Decepticons, evidently mere grunts, would still choose to charge into combat against the Autobots, despite knowing they were outmatched. The artificial Decepticons had been indoctrinated from their inception with an unwavering commitment to execute the commands of their creator. High-ranking Decepticons had always regarded lower-tier ones as inconsequential beings. Casualties? Who cared? Just numbers. It was no surprise that in the Cybertronian Civil War, the Autobots ultimately succumbed to the Decepticons. The Civil War raged for a staggering 7 millennia, compounded by the loss of the Allspark. The Autobots and Decepticons on the planet Cybertron faced a grim reality, with each battle claiming lives. Nie Tian speculated that by the latter stages of the Cybertronian Civil War, both factions inevitably confronted a pressing dilemma: a shortage of troops. The prolonged conflict had decimated the Cybertronian population, leaving many dead and others wounded. In a bid to compensate for this deficit, certain Decepticons, hailing from scientific backgrounds, devised alternative methods to create artificial Decepticons devoid of the Allspark's influence. Through their ingenuity in manufacturing, the Decepticons expanded their ranks at a frenzied pace, ultimately securing victory in the Civil War. Nie Tian even conjectured that the method of creating artificial Decepticons, mastered by Starscream, likely extended beyond just their own creation. As an ancient Decepticon who had lived for countless millennia, Starscream, even lacking innate scientific talent, could have amassed knowledge through sheer passage of time. To put it candidly, if a hierarchy of disdain existed among the Cybertronian race, Nie Tian believed that these artificial Decepticons, born without the Allspark, would surely occupy the lowest tier. In other words, it was fortunate that the outbreak of civil war on Cybertron had tainted the purity of Cybertronian's origins. Nowadays, regardless of the method of creation, no Cybertronian would be deemed illegitimate. Otherwise, in times of peace, the fate of artificial Cybertronians would be all too predictable upon their birth. They would be relegated to the assembly line as mere laborers, receiving the same treatment as newly emerged Optimus Prime. Chapter 5. Dismantle the body in the laboratory. Starscream approached the scalpel and looked at the figure on the ground. Inquiring directly, Scalpel, was the activation failure of Unit 18 due to the energy core being incompatible? Or is there an issue with the modules within the body? Clearly, Starscream was well-versed in the mechanics of Decepticon physiology. There's no rush, Starscream. I'm still conducting my examination. The tentacle bug has already been deployed, and we will know the results shortly, Scalpel replied with a nonchalant demeanor, continuing to inspect with measured taps and glances, seemingly dismissive of Starscream's presence. Nie Tian tilted his head, intrigued by the scene unfolding before him. Starscream had not issued any new orders, and Nie Tian dared not act independently, remaining rooted in place. He observed that Scalpel, a minicon he scarcely knew, appeared to hold considerable status among the Decepticons, addressing Starscream by name and even exhibiting a hint of impatience, while Starscream remained largely unfazed. Amidst his confusion, Nie Tian sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. Could it be that Scalpel was a hidden powerhouse? Aside from being the Decepticon doctor, did he possess other identities unknown to him? Nie Tian harbored no prejudice against the diminutive Scalpel, holding the belief that the strength and stature of a Cybertronian were not intrinsically linked. Even as he engaged in a mental brainstorming session, contemplating the surgical Scalpel as a leaderly warrior akin to an elder, he found himself entrenched in a haze of uncertainty, relying solely on guesswork driven by instinct. Perhaps growing impatient, Nie Tian suddenly noticed the red spider meandering about the laboratory, inspecting various instruments and occasionally pausing before certain devices. At one fleeting moment, as the red spider turned, Nie Tian inadvertently caught a glimpse of a small red light pulsating at a high frequency on the upper left side of its chest. Just as he attempted to discern it more clearly, the Scalpel unexpectedly relayed its findings. The red spider had succeeded. A minuscule Decepticon, resembling a scorpion in both size and shape, emerged from the body of Unit 18, scuttling towards the scalpel. Recognizing it as the assistant tentacle bug of the scalpel, Nie Tian realized the surgical value had evaporated. Upon receiving the tentacle bug's information, the scalpel shook its head and stated, according to the data gathered by the tentacle bug, Unit 18 experienced an energy overload while reading the information chip, resulting in a conflict with certain modules within the body, including the brain module, leading to extensive damage. Nie Tian paused. Not being a specialized Decepticon medic, he did not grasp the implications of a damaged brain module. However, it soon became evident to him. With the brain rendered inoperative, it was time to dismantle the remaining functional body parts. The components within the unit were painstakingly gathered and should not go to waste. The red spider, with its menacing teeth bared, coldly offered its opinion. One subordinate's activation failure elicited no semblance of sympathy from him. The scalpel cackled in agreement. Excellent. While I am most adept at neurosurgery, I am also quite proficient in disassembly. Dismantle? Nie Tian felt a chill run down his spine. It was crucial to remember that he was currently a living Decepticon, and the prospect of witnessing Unit 18's body being dismantled before him struck a nerve of empathy. The first time he encountered Unit 18, it was in this very state of collapse on the ground, clearly indicating that 18 was the inaugural Decepticon activated by the energy core. Initially, Nie Tian had regarded the creation of artificial Decepticons as a remarkable technological advancement, a perfect solution to the prevailing lack of energy sources. Yet, upon discovering the potential for unforeseen malfunctions, his perspective shifted dramatically. A success rate that was not 100%? Who would dare to engage in such a gamble? Was there not a unique constitution that existed in this world? For those who possessed such a physique, even a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of failure could, in certain respects, become infinitely significant. Nie Tian pondered the notion that his own traversal into this realm could be attributed to such a peculiar constitution. He shuddered to think that if he had encountered a similar mishap during the activation of the unit, the outcome could have been dire. I fear it may not surpass the current state of 18 by much, will it? 19, 20, come over and dismantle him. Yes, Master Red Spider. You two imbeciles. Exercise caution. Do not damage the components of the body. Precisely, cut here, ensuring the transformation gears and weapon modules are preserved intact. They may prove useful in the future. The scalpel was wielded over 18's body, directing the efforts of the two mid-level Decepticons. Fortunately, he was not only adept in cranial surgery, but also possessed considerable knowledge of Cybertronian anatomy. Otherwise, given the brutish dismantling by these two fools, a multitude of parts would have been irreparably damaged. Red Spider observed quietly from the sidelines. Such trivial matters required no intervention from him. As he watched 18 being ruthlessly disassembled, Nie Tian could not help but feel a pang of reflection. The Decepticons were indeed devoid of mercy. The events that transpired within mere hours laid bare the chaos and malevolence of the Decepticon faction before him. Nie Tian's yearning for strength intensified. To avoid an untimely and confused demise, he must adopt a different approach to life. After paying a brief homage to his fallen comrade, the failed awakening of 18, Nie Tian steadied his thoughts and contemplated the path ahead. The question of how to thrive in this world was one he must confront, whether he wished to or not. Setting aside the Autobots, an inevitable adversary, the internal strife among the Decepticons posed a perilous threat. Who knows when a formidable Decepticon warrior might take offense and tear him apart without a second thought. The urgency to enhance his power was palpable. If memory served, the Allspark was currently concealed within the Black Canyon Dam. Nie Tian contemplated the Allspark, which, akin to Megatron in the original narrative, was hidden within the 7th district of the Black Canyon Dam. Fragments of the Allspark could revive leader-class warriors. As a divine artifact of Cybertron, the Allspark could undoubtedly aid Cybertronians in fortifying and even evolving their forms. Upon grasping the current timeline, this notion took root in Nie Tian's mind. He had distinctly heard Red Spider's grievances a short while ago. Although much of Red Spider's lamentations were mere soliloquies, a few statements contained two critical pieces of information. First, Megatron had yet to be located. Second, Red Spider currently had no subordinates at his disposal. Both points unequivocally indicated that they remained in a narrative phase that had not yet formally commenced. Nie Tian recalled that in the original series, when Red Spider first appeared, He flew directly to the Black Canyon Dam, notifying the likes of Roadblock, Stun, and Bonecrusher and other Decepticon warriors along the way. Now, with Red Spider lacking subordinates, did this not starkly suggest that Roadblock and his fellow Decepticons had yet to reach Blue Star? After all, Red Spider was Megatron's lieutenant, the second in command of the Decepticons. Regardless of the defiance exhibited by the Decepticons, or their reluctance to acknowledge one another, the formidable prowess of the commander, Red Spider, combined with his exalted status, instills a sense of compliance in them. Tasking them with the procurement of materials for the creation of Decepticons is hardly a challenge. Based on the previous dialogue between Red Spider and Scalpel, it is evident that only the information chip was crafted with Scalpel's assistance. This suggests that on Blue Star, only Red Spider and Scalpel hold significant rank among the Decepticons. The real conundrum lies in how to infiltrate the base in Zone 7 without leaving a trace. To harness the power of the Matrix to enhance one's form, one must first gain access to it, which necessitates a covert incursion into the Black Gorge Dam Zone 7. Furthermore, the operation must remain discreet. Otherwise, one risks becoming the target of universal animosity the moment they make contact with the Matrix. Humans would not spare them, and Red Spider would surely question how they acquired knowledge of the Matrix's whereabouts. As for the aftermath of engaging with the Matrix, that is a concern for another time. Perhaps, if fortune favors them, the Matrix could elevate their form by several tiers. In that case, why ponder further? While Nie Tian was preoccupied with strategizing a clandestine entry into Zone 7, the 18th form had already been nearly dismantled by the 19th and 20th Decepticons. What once was a formidable form now lay in disarray, with only a solitary head remaining intact amidst a plethora of scattered components. Under Scalpel's meticulous guidance, the newly birthed Decepticons showed no mercy towards their failed counterpart. In fact, the satisfaction of their violent impulses manifested as a notably pleasant mechanical signal emanating from the 19th and 20th forms. Nie Tian, having adopted a more detached perspective, merely observed this unfolding scene with indifference. Chapter 6. What you fear will come to pass, splendid, just as it should be, without any waste. Observing the dismantled form, Scalpel swayed joyfully, caught in a moment of exhilaration. Whether due to the disassembly itself or the absence of wasted parts remained unclear. Red Spider, your energy core, Scalpel declared, gesturing toward a rounded blue orb on the floor. Nie Tian's gaze shifted in accordance with Scalpel's movements, discreetly scrutinizing the orb. The blue sphere was modest in size, easily held within a single hand, its material crystalline and its surface remarkably smooth, radiating a profound and enigmatic azure hue. Occasional flashes of deep blue light danced across its surface, reminiscent of lightning. Is this the energy core that can serve as a substitute for the Matrix? The prospect of an energy device capable of replacing the Matrix intrigued Nie Tian. Lord Red Spider, your possession. As Nie Tian stealthily observed, 19 proactively picked up the energy core and handed it to Red Spider. Upon receiving the energy core, Red Spider first held it above his head to inspect it, then smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Excellent, it remains undamaged. In due time, I shall forge a new body and make use of it once more." For a Decepticon of Red Spider's caliber, warriors below the rank of high-ranking soldiers are mere cannon fodder, mere expendables. The only distinction lies in the size of the cannon fodder. A mid-level Decepticon holds less significance in his eyes than the energy core itself. I shall take the energy core. As for the components of this disassembled body, casting a glance at the scattered mechanical parts on the ground, Red Spider bent down and picked up a palm-sized gear. The surgical knife, aside from the transformation gear, I shall generously allow you to keep the rest for your research. He added, the transformation gear still has its uses for me. Haha, Red Spider, I understand. Although the pile of components was largely damaged, the surgical knife could hardly conceal his excitement. This is perfect. I also wish to compare the metals of this planet with those of Cybertron. Now I have the opportunity to conduct my tests. Noticing the surgical knife's exuberance, Red Spider suddenly snorted coldly. Surgical knife. Do not forget that you owe me an information chip. In the face of Red Spider's somewhat ungracious reminder, the surgical knife remained unfazed. Haha, Red Spider, rest assured. Just give me 3 days on Blue Star, and I will certainly rewrite a new information chip for you. The compensation you previously provided still has a bit left. which will be just enough to create an information chip. An information chip? Nie Tian suddenly realized. He pondered how there could exist a surgical knife who selflessly assists others within the selfish ranks of the Decepticons. It turned out to be a transaction for which payment had already been rendered. Very well, I shall await your good news. Surgical knife. In 3 days, I will arrive punctually at your laboratory, and I hope by then you will have prepared the information chip. With that, Red Spider turned to leave. Now that he had secured his first batch of Decepticons, he no longer needed to remain at the base every day. Are we finally leaving? Nie Tian discerned the farewell in Red Spider's words, and anticipation surged within him. Although he had long suspected this place to be Red Spider's secret base, and this room likely a laboratory within it, he was still somewhat curious about what lay beyond the laboratory. Moreover, only by departing from this place, leaving this base, could he have the opportunity to scheme for the spark source. However, the next word from the surgical knife instantly extinguished Nie Tian's excitement. Ah, Red Spider. You will surely see a brand new information chip in 3 days, but I have a small request. A request? As the Scarlet Spider approached the laboratory door, their steps faltered momentarily, and an intense crimson glow ignited in their eyes. What mischief are you up to now, Scalpel? Nie Tian discerned a palpable discontent within the Scarlet Spider, as if they were restraining their true feelings. I require an assistant, Scalpel declared without preamble, articulating their demand. The structural layout of the information chip. I neglected to back it up previously. The original chip, which was embedded in the 18 brain module, has been irreparably damaged and cannot serve as a viable reference. I need them to leave one behind, utilizing the chip data from the brain module to assist me in the reconstruction. Otherwise, it will be impossible for me to complete this task within 3 days. While speaking, Scalpel turned to glance at Nie Tian and the others, their bulbous eyes scrutinizing them with an unmistakable glimmer of intent. At least, that is how it appeared to Nie Tian. Assisting in the reconstruction of an information chip? That sounded like an arduous and time-consuming endeavor, fraught with the potential for unforeseen incidents, such as an explosion during the process. Technical tasks had never been his forte. He had spent more than enough time in the laboratory in his past life. He yearned to escape this laboratory swiftly and pledge his allegiance to his esteemed Scarlet Spider, ideally being assigned an external mission post-haste. This way, he could enjoy a leisurely reprieve while executing his duties. I warn you, Scalpel, do not attempt any tricks. The Scarlet Spider fixed a penetrating gaze upon Scalpel for several seconds, and upon detecting no anomalies, continued, Speak. Which one do you require to remain and assist you? Lacking expertise in matters related to the brain module, he had no choice but to trust Scalpel's assertions. After all, if he could manage the writing himself, he would have no need to seek Scalpel in the first place. Upon hearing the Scarlet Spider acquiesce to Scalpel's request, Nie Tian internally sighed in relief, fervently hoping, Please, do not select me. However, as the saying goes, the more one fears something, the more it materializes. Scalpel's bulbous eyes glimmered with an intense yellow light as they raised a forelimb and pointed decisively at Nie Tian. 22. I need 22 to remain and assist me. You may take the rest of the Decepticons with you. Nie Tian now harbored grave doubts about being one of those fabled individuals with extraordinary luck. Or perhaps his fortune from the previous life had inexplicably traversed into this one. He silently cursed, yet his expression remained stoic as he turned to the Scarlet Spider, his gaze imbued with inquiry. Very well, the Scarlet Spider addressed Nie Tian. 22. You shall stay here to assist Scalpel. After 3 days, I will assign you additional tasks. As the Scarlet Spider issued the command, they reiterated the importance of the 3-day time frame. Understood, my lord. Regardless of his reluctance, faced with the inexorable reality, Nie Tian could only acquiesce with resignation. At least for now, or rather in the short term, he is still unable to act entirely according to his own volition. With a heavy sliding sound, the laboratory door slowly opened, and Red Spider, accompanied by 6 mid-level Decepticons, emerged in an orderly fashion. From the corner of his eye, Nie Tian caught a glimpse of a long metallic corridor outside the laboratory, its design reminiscent of the lab's metallic walls. However, he found himself devoid of interest in the external scenery, as a moment ago, when Red Spider departed, his cerebral module, or rather his consciousness, unexpectedly emitted a silent text communication. 22. This is Red Spider. Keep an eye on Scalpel. If he exhibits any unusual behavior within 3 days, report it to me immediately. The emergence of this communication took Nie Tian completely by surprise, which was the primary reason for the grim expression on his lowered face. Anyone faced with such an abrupt situation would undoubtedly find their mood soured. Red Spider, however, appeared unfazed, as if merely issuing a trivial instruction. Yet Nie Tian's mind was racing with implications. Was this communication, which could not be refused and seemed to resonate in his ears, one of the methods left behind by Red Spider during the creation of his body? Nie Tian, known for harboring the most malevolent suspicions about others, especially someone as notorious as Red Spider, wondered why he was being instructed to monitor the scalpel for 3 days. Did Red Spider have a premonition that the scalpel would engage in actions detrimental to him? Or was there some other occurrence that Red Spider wished to avert? As his thoughts spiraled, he found himself constrained by the scant information at his disposal, unable to draw any conclusions. Nevertheless, he understood that whatever compelled Red Spider to resort to such indirect communication was evidently no trivial matter. The arrival of the roadblock should still be some time away. After all, it was merely 3 days, which he could consider a period for familiarizing himself with the body. Resolving himself to this notion, Nie Tian firmly decided that within these 3 days, as long as the scalpel did not undertake any actions threatening his safety or the world's existence, he would feign ignorance. As for surveillance, after all, Red Spider had not defined what constituted unusual behavior. Would it not be up to him to judge? Being a Cybertronian, a little oddity was to be expected. After all, they had lived for tens of thousands of years. Who could claim to be without their own secrets? With this resolution in mind, Nie Tian approached the scalpel, his demeanor polite yet respectful. Master Scalpel, is there anything I can assist you with? Exercising caution, he subtly elevated the scalpel to a status on par with Red Spider, for one must always be prepared for the unexpected. If the other party truly is a hidden powerhouse, it would be prudent to at least avoid inadvertently offending them, if not to foster a good relationship. Chapter 7. The Scalpel's Research Assistance. Upon hearing Nie Tian's words, the scalpel paused its task of tidying up parts, its bulbous eyes darting up and down in apparent surprise at Nie Tian's initiative. Caw, since you have such intentions, follow me. Yes, esteemed scalpel. Curiously, Nie Tian trailed behind the scalpel until they arrived at a square metallic platform within the laboratory. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Cybertronians are mechanical beings that they prefer to dwell in metallic surroundings, compounded by the reality that their home planet, Cybertron, is a metal planet. Most of the instruments and apparatus in this laboratory were similarly composed of metal. The scalpel approached the metallic platform and, after a flurry of adjustments, proclaimed loudly, "Tentacle bug." "Yes, master." "Unfold the surgical bed." "At once, master." Moments later, accompanied by a dull, creaking sound, the square metallic platform gradually unfolded from the center, ultimately assembling into a broad, elongated metallic bed. Various mechanical tentacles extended from beneath the bed. This seems to be a bed, Nie Tian thought as he gazed at the metallic structure, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. "Lie down, little one." The scalpel, while adjusting the mechanical tentacles beneath the surgical bed, casually instructed, "Since my laboratory has been established, this surgical bed has never been used. Little one, I must say, you are quite fortunate to be the first Decepticon to employ it." The scalpel's malicious jest caused Nie Tian's lips to twitch involuntarily at that moment. He merely wished to inquire if he could forego such luck. Sighing, he had initially thought he would be an assistant, aiding the scalpel in crafting information chips. He never anticipated that the reality would manifest in such a manner. Lying on the surgical bed, watching the scalpel scuttling about his chest, Nie Tian wore an expression of existential despair. He imagined that 3 days hence, when recounting his experiences in the scalpel's laboratory to the other 6 Decepticons, the dialogue would likely unfold as follows. "I have a research role in the esteemed scalpel's laboratory. Wow, I envy you. Indeed, how fortunate. By the way, what are you researching with the scalpel?" "I am being researched by the scalpel." "Yes, being researched." After the scalpel's explanation, Nie Tian now comprehended that its request for Red Spider to leave a Decepticon to assist was not to serve as an aid in crafting information chips, but rather to act as a research subject, aiding in the completion of a test. The object of this test was the energy core developed by Red Spider. In truth, when he first heard the scalpel's request, Nie Tian had outright rejected it without a moment's thought. What if the scalpel were to uncover his secret? Even if the secret of time travel remained concealed, The prospect of being subjected to research sounds perilously hazardous, does it not? To put it plainly, being researched equates to serving as a test subject. Based on Nie Tian's experiences in his previous life, how many test subjects emerge from such studies unscathed? They either perish or undergo mutations. Only the impoverished Cybertronians rely on mutations. Given the wealth of prophetic insights and information disparities in this world, would it not be more advantageous to rely on technology? Nevertheless, all of Nie Tian's reluctance dissipated in an instant when the Scalpel proposed a complimentary upgrade to his mechanical armor as compensation. This was, of course, further assuaged by the Scalpel's assurance that only the energy core within his chest would be examined, with no scrutiny directed elsewhere. Within the base, Red Spider strode down the main corridor accompanied by his 6 mid-tier Decepticons. The main corridor serves as a thoroughfare connecting various functional areas of the base, resembling a serpentine hallway flanked by numerous constructed rooms. Occasionally, intelligent robots could be seen diligently traversing in and out of storage-like chambers. The entire base lay concealed beneath the earth, a clandestine construction initiated by Red Spider upon his arrival on Blue Star. Red Spider moved purposefully along the corridor, his pace brisk and intentions clear. Before long, he and the 6 Decepticons, ranging from ranks 19 to 25, reached the end of the corridor. There, an enigmatic chamber awaited them. After inputting a password to unlock the grand door, Red Spider led the way inside, with the 6 mid-tier Decepticons closely following. Through the closing door and the narrow gaps between the hulking forms of the Decepticons, one could faintly discern that the room was filled with what appeared to be shelf-like structures. In a short while, the chamber door reopened. Unlike before, only Red Spider emerged, while the 6 Decepticons vanished from sight. Inside the laboratory, Nie Tian lay quietly on the surgical table. His chest was connected to 2 thick data cables, which extended to a bizarrely shaped machine not far away. To recount the events leading up to this moment, it all began 2 hours prior. After the Scalpel had tinkered with something in his chest, it connected the 2 data transmission lines and informed him that the testing of the energy core was officially underway. In truth, there was little difference in outcome between reclining and standing. The position bore no impact on the results. Nie Tian surmised that the Scalpel preferred not to traverse up and down repeatedly, thus opting for him to lie on the surgical table. At that moment, not far from the surgical table, the Scalpel was busy tapping away at the machine's display, occasionally leaning in close, as if scrutinizing something intently. Unexpectedly, Red Spider had indeed managed to produce results. The Scalpel, operating the machine, felt a sense of unease. The output efficiency and energy power were noticeably inferior, yet the energy intensity was indeed comparable to that of a mid-tier Spark. No wonder it could successfully activate these Decepticons' forms. The surgical blade flickered with an erratic gleam, presenting a perplexing challenge. A fortnight ago, the Red Spider unexpectedly approached him, requesting assistance in crafting 8 intermediate Decepticon information chips. At that time, he harbored doubts. However, it now appeared that the Red Spider had been confident from the outset. Consequently, the movements of those intermediate Decepticons would remain elusive. Prior to this, he had promised Soundwave to keep a vigilant eye on the Red Spider. While it was not imperative to ascertain the exact locations the Red Spider frequented, at the very least, he ought to have a general understanding of the adversary's activities. Yet, given that the Red Spider was a commander-class Decepticon, monitoring him would prove to be a formidable task, especially with a cadre of Decepticons now under his command. Moreover, the whereabouts of Black Widow remained uncertain. He had been confined within the Red Spider's base, necessitating assistance to escape. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his gaze shifted towards the figure lying on the surgical table, and an idea quietly surfaced. What was amiss? Nie Tian, reclining on the table, suddenly sensed a chilling breeze sweep over him. He lifted his head, scanning his surroundings with caution, but unfortunately, he found nothing amiss. Only the surgical blade remained, busily tapping away at the monitor, which displayed a holographic projection above. At the center of the image was a pale blue sphere, surrounded by a dense array of data analyses. Nie Tian glanced at it momentarily before diverting his gaze. He could not comprehend it. Warning! Warning! Energy depletion detected. Energy depletion detected. Please sever unknown energy transmission channel. Please sever unknown energy transmission channel. Here it came again. Shaking his head, Nie Tian dismissed the warning. Ever since the 2 data cables had been inserted into his chest 2 hours prior, such alerts had frequently emerged, and he had become somewhat desensitized to them. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of weakness that had suddenly overtaken him. It was difficult to fathom that a mechanical life form could experience such a sensation. Yet Nie Tian was acutely aware of it. Pondering this, he turned his head towards the surgical blade nearby. Master Surgical Blade. I feel an unexpected wave of weakness surging through my body, as if the energy within my core is dwindling. Dwindling energy? The surgical blade initially expressed skepticism, followed by a flurry of tapping. Let me check. The machine's display switched interfaces, and the holographic projection above transformed accordingly. To his astonishment, it revealed that less than 30% remained. Goodness, the energy core provided by the Red Spider is hardly impressive. 30%? A wave of alarm washed over Nie Tian, compelling him to exclaim, Master Surgical Blade, could you possibly replenish my energy first? Do not fret, little one. The surgical blade waved its metallic forelimbs, signaling Nie Tian to remain calm. I will replenish your energy immediately. After all, how can I continue with the tests if the energy core is depleted? Nie Tian fell silent at these words. The scalpel deactivated the holographic projection above the monitor, subsequently paused the machine, and then leapt onto Nie Tian's chest, detaching the 2 data transmission cables. All right, rise. Upon the severance of the cables, Nie Tian felt an immediate lightness envelop his entire being. Gaga, once you have replenished your energy, please assist me in completing the subsequent tests. As you command, Master. Satisfied, the scalpel nodded and shouted towards the air beside it. Tentacle Bug. Yes, Master. Fetch the 2 energy blocks from the storage cabinet. Understood, Master. Nie Tian found the scalpel's assistant, Tentacle Bug, to be somewhat elusive. When not needed, its presence was always unknown, and its activities were a mystery. Yet, the moment the scalpel called within 3 seconds, Tentacle Bug would materialize within sight. Nie Tian was tempted to inquire how such a diligent and capable assistant, so adept at aiding in research, was brought into existence. Chapter 8. The Alluring Energy Blocks Master. The energy blocks have arrived. Shortly thereafter, Tentacle Bug hurried in, dragging a small cart behind it, which bore 2 cubic crystals. Tentacle Bug, no larger than a scorpion, could not physically lift energy blocks many times its size. However, the hallmark of intelligent life lies in its ability to wield tools. Is this what the energy blocks look like? As Tentacle Bug approached, Nie Tian was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful thirst. It was akin to a famished individual unexpectedly encountering food. The small cubic energy blocks, scarcely larger than his palm, appeared to him as a sumptuous feast. His body instinctively urged him to absorb these 2 energy blocks immediately. Unable to resist, he rose from the operating table, bent down, and grasped one of the energy blocks, holding it before him for a closer inspection. Just as a hungry human requires a meal, a Cybertronian seeks energy blocks to satiate their hunger. However, to describe the consumption of energy blocks as eating seems somewhat inaccurate. It would be more fitting to liken it to drinking. Though the energy block appears solid, this is merely due to its outer container. Cybertronians have the advanced capability to extract and gather energy from high-energy materials in the universe, including but not limited to the mineral resources found on Blue Planet: coal, oil, various ores, and so forth. The distinction lies primarily in the quantity of energy contained. The harvested energy is compressed into a form with extremely high energy density, either as a liquid or a slurry, and then encapsulated within a specialized cubic crystal container capable of holding the energy slurry, thus forming the energy block. Shaking the energy block in his hand, Nie Tian observed the flow of energy slurry through the transparent cubic crystal container. To be candid, upon comprehending the principles behind the creation of energy blocks, Nie Tian pondered another question. What was the nature of the liquid that spurted forth when the Autobots or Decepticons sustained injuries, such as having an arm severed? It appears that those liquids of varying hues are essentially energy fluids imbued with vitality. To draw a parallel with humans, one might liken it to blood. After all, blood not only maintains pressure, but also supplies the body with essential oxygen and various nutrients, while the energy fluid provides the indispensable energy for Cybertronians. Converging in a similar purpose, the daily activities of Cybertronians necessitate energy consumption, even during a dormant state of inactivity. The energy fluid manifests different colors depending on its energy content, ranging from pale blue to colorless. This explains the varied hues of liquid emitted from Cybertronians. Once the liquid turns colorless, it signifies a depletion of energy within the Cybertronian. The energy block in Nie Tian's possession radiated a gentle pale blue light, indicating that its energy reserves were still quite ample. This block, converted from geothermal energy since his arrival on this planet, was one of only two he currently held. Conserve it. Just ensure the energy core is replenished to over 50%, said the surgeon, a hint of concern crossing his features. Clearly, the energy crisis stemming from the civil war on Cybertron and the loss of the Allspark posed a significant dilemma for him as the chief medical officer of the Decepticons. Thank you, Master Surgeon, Nie Tian replied, acknowledging the instruction with respect. Without further prompting, he eagerly opened the energy block's lid, cradling the block in both hands. He tilted his head back and gulped it down voraciously, heedless of any moderation. His priority was to satiate his own needs first. Should the energy core lack energy, the surgeon might be unable to continue his tests, but Nie Tian could face dire consequences. Even the legitimate Cybertronians who possess the Allspark require regular energy replenishment, let alone the artificial Decepticons devoid of it. A Cybertronian lacking energy could find many of its internal systems rendered inoperative, or worse, plunge into a state of dormancy. Embracing the mindset of seizing the moment, Nie Tian continued to pour the energy fluid into himself until he heard the surgeon's admonishing voice, reluctantly pulling the energy block away from his lips. Stop! Immediately cease that, the surgeon exclaimed. Put my energy block down at once. Nie Tian, following the surgeon's gaze, glanced at the energy block in his hands, which had once been brimming with fluid, now reduced to a mere thin layer of energy substance, with the bottom of the container barely visible. Indeed, he had consumed most of it. Curse it, you fool. Was it not my instruction to replenish energy to over 50%? Who permitted you to consume so much? The scalpel is now poised to strike down this Decepticon before us, and one must remember, he is no mere Red Spider. These two energy blocks were surreptitiously crafted by him, while Red Spider vacated the base. Observing the scalpel's furious demeanor, Nie Tian offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, esteemed scalpel. During my first attempt at energy replenishment, I inadvertently lost control. Apologies may be acceptable, yet acknowledging one's fault is out of the question. After all, you cannot best me. How could you compel me to regurgitate it? The energy core had already registered a full 100%, and overflow was indeed inevitable. Yet Nie Tian felt no remorse for what he deemed a waste. What one consumes is truly one's own. The unconsumed remains uncertain for future encounters. Strangely enough, the energy fluid appeared unassuming, yet its taste was unexpectedly delightful. The earlier gulp of energy block brought to mind the refreshing sensation of sipping chilled beverages on a scorching summer day, leaving him feeling utterly rejuvenated. After savoring the moment, Nie Tian's gaze inadvertently fell upon the remaining energy block at his feet. The scalpel, witnessing this action, erupted in another fit of rage. Damn it! Do you intend to consume this energy block as well? No, esteemed scalpel, Nie Tian replied with an awkward smile. The previous energy block has already filled the energy core completely. Humph! Tentacle bug, I command you to remove this energy block and conceal it at once. No one shall be informed of its existence besides myself. As you wish, Master. The tentacle bug cast a disdainful glance at Nie Tian before dragging the energy block away. Nie Tian, witnessing this, could not help but internally scoff. Was it truly necessary to react so vehemently over a mere excess of energy liquid? Little did he know that the high-energy substances on Blue Star yield limited extractable energy. These two energy blocks had taken the scalpel and tentacle bug over half a month of arduous collection to create. Naturally, losing one so swiftly would incite frustration. Perhaps out of sight, out of mind, after the tentacle bug departed with the last remaining energy block, the scalpel's ire seemed to dissipate. He ascended to an instrument that matched Nie Tian's height, his bulbous eyes flickering with a yellow glow as he scrutinized Nie Tian. You are quite clever, little one. An adept at disguise. Disguise? Upon hearing this, Nie Tian assumed that the scalpel had discerned his deliberate consumption of the energy block against orders. Bowing his head slightly, he reiterated his apology. I am sorry, esteemed Scalpel. Oh. The Scalpel shook his head vigorously before leaping from the instrument onto Nie Tian's frame. Little one, that is not what I meant. The Scalpel climbed onto Nie Tian's shoulder and, leaning close to his ear, said meaningfully, Little one, you may deceive the Red Spider, but you cannot fool me. I am aware that you're not like the others, those Decepticons with 19. What? Nie Tian's pupils trembled, and anxiety gripped his heart. Could it be that his true identity had been discerned by the Scalpel? It seemed implausible. Surely a mere energy block couldn't reveal his secrets. Was it perhaps the recent examination of the energy core on the operating table? In an instant, countless thoughts flooded Nie Tian's mind. Despite his mounting tension, he maintained his composure, considering the possibility that the Scalpel was merely attempting to bait him. After a moment's hesitation, he queried with a hint of confusion in his tone. Lord Scalpel, what do you mean? Why do you say that I am different from 19? I find it rather perplexing. With a chuckle, the Scalpel seemed either to avoid eavesdropping or simply wish to draw closer for conversation as it hopped onto Nie Tian's mechanical form, settling comfortably on his shoulder. The clarity of its voice was evident, yet Nie Tian felt a twinge of discomfort. Was there truly any difference between this and having a spider perched on his shoulder in a past life? Of course you're not like 19. The newly awakened Decepticons would never dare to look at their master with such eyes. The Scalpel wore a teasing smile, entirely devoid of the earlier anger. Nie Tian's lips twitched. He quickly grasped the Scalpel's implication. Upon awakening, he had been preoccupied with assessing the popular Red Spider, neglecting to pay much attention to the Scalpel, let alone noticing that it had been observing him. Chapter 9. The Scalpel's misunderstanding. Lord Scalpel, I believe you have misunderstood. At that time, I did not recall my identity. Enough, little one. You claim to be adept at disguise, yet you continue to play this charade. Nie Tian intended to clarify further, but was abruptly interrupted by the Scalpel. It scuttled across Nie Tian's head to perch on his other shoulder. Fine, ishall'indure. Given the uncertainty of the situation, Nie Tian resolved to remain steadfast. Lord Scalpel, I still do not comprehend your meaning. The Scalpel, initially believing the young one to have acquiesced, felt a swell of pride until it was suddenly confronted with a denial. In an instant, it felt an urge to retort. You know? Suddenly, the Scalpel slapped its own head. Curse it, I completely forgot. I have yet to reveal the truth to you. It is only natural that you do not understand. Nie Tian, somewhat speechless at this revelation, instantly adopted an attentive posture. Lord Scalpel, I implore you to elucidate. He was genuinely curious about what the Scalpel had to say, for he did not believe it could truly unveil his hidden truths. Haha, little one. You should know that the information chips for you and 19 were all programmed by me, correct? Indeed, Master Scalpel. Nie Tian nodded, for he had been aware of this even before his awakening. However, what you and the Red Spider are oblivious to is that among the information chips implanted in your cerebral module, one is distinctly different from the other 7. As he spoke, a cunning smile crept across Scalpel's face. The 8 information chips requested by the Red Spider contained one that I tampered with. The data on that particular chip will not relay the Red Spider's commands nor be influenced by them. The Decepticon housing that chip is indistinguishable from a normal one. Little one, do you comprehend my meaning now? So that is how it is. Nie Tian's face registered a dawning realization as he began to grasp Scalpel's intention. He had initially assumed that his immunity to the influence stemmed from his transdimensional journey and over 20 years of life experience in his previous existence. After much contemplation, it turned out that everything was merely a covert arrangement by another. Scalpel had not inscribed the Red Spider-esque commands onto the chip. Wait, not inscribed? That seems a bit off. Nie Tian's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, and he tentatively inquired, Master Scalpel, do you believe that the tampered information chip is within my cerebral module? Of course, were it not for the missing commands on the information chip. How could you have dared to defy the Red Spider? Huh, yet it is precisely because of your audacity that I became convinced that your chip is the one I altered. It seems you suffered a lesson at the hands of the Red Spider for nothing. Despite Scalpel's schadenfreude, Nie Tian remained unfazed. Master Scalpel, may I pose a question? Speak. You mentioned that the altered chip does not allow me to receive the Red Spider's commands. Indeed, did I not clarify that sufficiently? Scalpel's face contorted with contempt, doubting that this young one had been damaged in the head by the Red Spider. Did you not observe the other Decepticons activated alongside you, like 19 and the others, who show utmost reverence toward the Red Spider? Unlike you, who dares to brazenly meet the Red Spider's gaze. Nie Tian remained silent, his expression increasingly peculiar. He had not anticipated that there would be another exception aside from himself. He now firmly believed that the information chip within his cerebral module was not the one from which Scalpel had deleted the Red Spider's commands. For upon awakening, he indeed received the directive to remain loyal to the Red Spider. He now understood why Scalpel had specifically chosen him to assist in the programming of the information chip. Every coincidence conceals an inevitable truth, often unrecognized by those constrained by informational disparities. Earlier, Nie Tian found himself puzzled. Did Scalpel not fear that he might eventually reveal the testing of his core energy to the Red Spider? It turns out he had been waiting here all along. This dialogue commenced with the Scalpel discussing the status of the information chips and soon veered into peculiar territory. There were moments of alarm and misunderstandings. Nevertheless, Nie Tian still needed to confirm one thing. Master Scalpel, since you authored the information chips, you must have known when you loaded them into our brain modules. I understand your point. Little one, the Scalpel interjected, returning to the instruments, although his voice remained soft. Are you foolish, or is the Red Spider foolish as well? Huh? Nie Tian was somewhat perplexed. The 8 information chips had been scrutinized countless times by the Red Spider after their creation. To prevent any anomalies from being detected, these chips were identical, leaving me unable to mark any of them. Thus, when it came time to load them, I had no way of knowing which one had been tampered with. Moreover, if matters were that straightforward, why would I not simply embed my own commands within the chips instead of merely erasing the Red Spider's directives? Upon finishing, the Scalpel regarded Nie Tian with an expression that suggested he was viewing a simpleton, yet Nie Tian gleaned an understanding from it. All right, it seems the Red Spider's arrogance is indeed evident, but he retains a necessary vigilance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left contingencies on the machinery aside from the most crucial information chip. Suddenly, a thought struck Nie Tian, causing him to exclaim, Master Scalpel, will our discussion here attract the attention of the Red Spider? Haha, do not worry. The Scalpel exhibited no hint of panic. Comprehending Nie Tian's implication, if my laboratory were not secure, then no place within this base could be deemed safe. Moreover, if it were unsafe here, why would I divulge so much to you? That makes sense, Nie Tian conceded, realizing that no one would willingly gamble with their life. If the Red Spider were to learn of their conversation, Nie Tian could envision his grim fate, a complete reboot, bidding farewell to this world. Yet the Scalpel's fate would likely not fare much better, even as the chief medical officer of the Decepticons. From his previous life, Nie Tian had the perspective of a deity, looking down upon this and that, but only in this tangible parallel world, confronted by a commander-level Decepticon like the Red Spider. Did he comprehend how ludicrous his past thoughts had been? With clarity on the matter of the information chips, Nie Tian was then struck by a new inquiry regarding the text communication that had emerged from the brain module when the Red Spider left the laboratory. Unable to unravel it alone, he decided to ask. For now, he and the Scalpel were somewhat bound by circumstance. The Scalpel was aware of his true situation, while he understood the covert maneuvers behind the Scalpel. The most effective means of fostering relationships in the world is undoubtedly through the mutual revelation of secrets. Although the secrets held by the Scalpel may be mere illusions, as long as they remain unexposed, the Scalpel remains oblivious to them, does it not? In any case, Nie Tian has discerned that both the Scalpel and the Red Spider, 2 Decepticons, are seasoned schemers. He believes that, even with his eyes closed, the Scalpel could never guess that the Red Spider would clandestinely issue commands for surveillance against him. Ah, my little friend, you need not worry about this, he reassured. Perhaps due to Nie Tian's candor, he garnered a modicum of goodwill from the Scalpel, who, after expressing that there was no cause for concern, astonishingly began to elaborate. What you are experiencing is likely the brainwave communication of the Red Spider, which poses no danger. This is a method employed by superior Decepticons to convey information directly to the consciousness of their subordinates. Its advantages lie in its rapidity and discretion, as it does not emit electromagnetic signals. However, its drawback is the extremely limited communication range. It can only be utilized face-to-face. With a chuckle, the Scalpel added, perhaps it is precisely because the Red Spider fears detection that he has resorted to this mode of communication. After hearing the Scalpel's explanation, Nie Tian felt that brainwave communication resembled a form of whispered transmission in a certain sense, yet he also felt a sense of relief. In truth, After processing the data from the information chip, Nie Tian was aware that the Cybertronians possess two primary methods for transmitting commands and intelligence. The first is ultra-high-frequency electromagnetic wave communication, capable of sending and receiving information across vast cosmic expanses and diverse planetary environments. Through specially modulated frequency channels, multiple Cybertronians can engage in simultaneous communication, akin to online group chats from a previous era. The second method is quantum encryption communication, primarily utilized during conflicts. Based on the principles of quantum mechanics, this mode ensures a high degree of security and confidentiality. Should a third party attempt to eavesdrop, both parties can immediately detect the intrusion. If one were to seek a comparable analogy on Blue Star, email communication would undoubtedly serve as the most fitting metaphor. Despite their distinct differences, both communication methods fundamentally rely on the communication modules within Cybertronian bodies, which is fundamentally different from the brainwave communication that occurs directly within the cranial modules. Chapter 10. The Past of the Red Spider, my little friend. In truth, before the Red Spider arrived at my laboratory, I had already conducted an examination of your bodies. I found no evidence of any machinations laid by the Red Spider, so you may rest assured. Although I may not rival the Red Spider in combat prowess, when it comes to the study of Cybertronian physiology, I have no ulterior motives. Nie Tian's expression turned to one of surprise, quickly followed by a sense of relaxation. The credibility of the chief medical officer of the Decepticons is assured, and there was no necessity for the scalpel to deceive him in this matter. It seems I was overly concerned. Having resolved this worry, Nie Tian's spirits lifted, for no one enjoys the feeling of having their body controlled by another. Lord Scalpel, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude to you. Since you have chosen to disguise yourself, let us commit to the ruse entirely. Upon hearing Nie Tian's thanks, Scalpel's expression transformed into one of astonishment. You little one are quite remarkable. Other Decepticons do not possess your sense of gratitude. A pang of anxiety gripped Nie Tian as he realized he may have been overly courteous. Typically, Decepticons do not concern themselves with expressions of gratitude. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he hastily shifted the topic. Lord Scalpel, do you think my current state will be discovered by Lord Red Spider? Discovered? Huh. Scalpel scoffed dismissively. Little one, you're being overly cautious regarding Red Spider. Ultimately, you are merely a mid-tier Decepticon warrior. The fact that Red Spider chose to consult me on crafting information chips for you speaks volumes about his regard for your kind. If he were to expend further effort monitoring your actions, he would be unfit for his role as commander of the Decepticons. Overly cautious? Nie Tian did not concur. He was not a native of Cybertron, and his mannerisms were bound to differ from those of the majority of Cybertronians. Moreover, the two Decepticons, each harboring their own hidden agendas, one laying traps for the subordinates of others, and the other advising him to watch discreetly, had the audacity to call him overly cautious. Was that fair? Lord Scalpel, I have a question, if you don't mind. Speak, and refrain from being so verbose in the future. I understand, Lord Scalpel. Choked momentarily, Nie Tian gathered himself and continued. May I inquire why you have tampered with the information chips? Despite not being the fortunate recipient, Nie Tian was nonetheless curious about Scalpel's motives. Scalpel regarded him with an enigmatic gaze, delaying his response. Little one, do you know why Red Spider has come to this planet? Why? Nie Tian hesitated briefly before tentatively suggesting. Isn't Lord Red Spider here to seek out Lord Megatron? Yes, and yet no. Huh. This statement left Nie Tian somewhat perplexed, as both Red Spider's earlier inadvertently revealed information and the narrative from the original series indicated that Red Spider was pursuing the signal left by Megatron, which had emanated to Blue Star. The tale dates back over a century. Scalpel adjusted his position, distancing himself slightly from Nie Tian. Over a century ago? Why not begin with the events preceding the Cybertronian Civil War? He silently lamented. Nevertheless, Nie Tian maintained a facade of earnest attentiveness. Following the loss of the Allspark, after the conclusion of the Cybertronian Civil War, Megatron had set off in pursuit of the Allspark signal, leaving Cybertron behind. Over a century ago, on an unremarkable day, Megatron abruptly ceased to transmit his location to the Decepticons. It was then that Shockwave and Starscream realized something had befallen him. As Nie Tian listened to the narrative of the Scalpel, he contrasted it with the memories etched in his mind. Megatron's descent to Earth in pursuit of the Allspark aligned perfectly with his recollections. The precise manner of Megatron's fall to Earth, however, remained a mystery known only to him. Perhaps, akin to the original saga, he was ensnared by the magnetic interference of Earth's poles. Or perhaps, during his relentless chase for the Allspark, he encountered a meteor that propelled him from the cosmos to Earth. It was also conceivable that after a fierce battle with Optimus Prime, he was vanquished and fled to Earth. The enigma surrounding the loss of the Allspark, though Scalpel refrained from detailing the circumstances of its disappearance, was crystal clear to Nie Tian. At the heart of this mystery lay an unavoidable figure, the former leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime's mentor, Unicron. As the Cybertronian Civil War neared its conclusion, Unicron, witnessing the inevitable downfall of the Autobots at the hands of the Decepticons, stealthily absconded with the Allspark, concealing it aboard his spacecraft. Subsequently, he clandestinely approached Megatron, and they forged a secret pact. The terms dictated that Megatron would deliberately breach a Decepticon defense line during the final confrontation, allowing Unicron to pilot his ship away from Cybertron. In return, Megatron would receive the relinquishment of the Autobot leadership by Unicron. Unicron's intention was to carry the Allspark to a suitable new planet, to rebuild the home of the Cybertronians. However, whether it was Megatron who later reneged on their agreement or whether his subordinates had never received his command, Unicron faced fierce artillery fire while fleeing Cybertron, resulting in his ship being struck. Ultimately, it lost its course and plummeted to the moon. Why did the Allspark ultimately end up on Earth? Nie Tian surmised that during the emergency landing of Unicron's vessel on the moon, the tremendous impact caused a partial disintegration of the ship, coincidentally affecting the section that housed the Allspark. Thus, the debris of the disintegrated ship, along with the Allspark, drifted into space, only to be ensnared by Earth's gravitational pull. Hey, little one, are you even listening to my tale? Noticing Nie Tian's apparent distraction, Scalpel expressed his displeasure. Of course, my esteemed Scalpel, Nie Tian replied, raising an eyebrow. How could I possibly neglect to pay heed to matters concerning Lord Megatron? While Scalpel could utter Megatron's name freely, Nie Tian knew he could not, nor would he dare. In truth, Nie Tian was unperturbed by Scalpel's casual demeanor, understanding that many formidable Decepticon warriors within their ranks shared this familiarity. The Decepticon warriors follow Megatron not only because they largely resonate with his ideology, but more importantly, because they derive sheer delight from the chaos and carnage that the Decepticon faction engenders. In essence, they're not virtuous beings. The Autobots would undoubtedly never permit such chaotic individuals to join their ranks, leaving them no choice but to align with the Decepticons. As for those who neither join the Autobots nor the Decepticons, such Cybertronians do exist, albeit in scarce numbers, and if they lack sufficient strength, they must live in hiding. Otherwise, if discovered, Megatron and the Decepticons, in their tyrannical manner, typically offer these wayward Cybertronian warriors only two options: to join the Decepticons or face death. After basking in the admiration from Nie Tian, the Scalpel continued, "There's a saying on this planet. When the tiger is away, the monkeys will play king." Nie Tian opened his mouth to correct him, but thought better of it. Upon their arrival on this blue planet, both Starscream and Scalpel likely absorbed human culture and common knowledge through the internet at the first opportunity. During Megatron's years of absence, Starscream had already begun to consider himself the true leader of the Decepticons, even audaciously aspiring to ascend to power while still on Cybertron. As for Scalpel, he displayed an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about who led the Decepticons. However, Starscream's treachery and ambition were as transparent as glass. A commander-level Decepticon warrior, he foolishly coveted the position of leader. Even in Megatron's absence, the leadership role was not one he could covet. He ought to weigh his own capabilities. As there were other commander-level Decepticons besides him, Nie Tian felt no surprise at Scalpel's assessment of Starscream. It was the usual rebellious behavior. Starscream was either plotting a coup or scheming how to execute one. It would be abnormal for him not to stab someone in the back eventually. After decades of struggle, Starscream's rise to power was ultimately thwarted by the combined efforts of Shockwave and Soundwave. Under their duress, Starscream reluctantly arrived on this planet. For Megatron's last known location was in close proximity. After finishing his statement, Scalpel turned to Nie Tian with a knowing smile. As for why I followed Starscream to this planet and tampered with the information chip he required, you shall soon discover. Nie Tian acknowledged that Scalpel had piqued his curiosity. Though curiosity can lead to peril, what could he do, being a Decepticon? Scalpel pressed a few buttons on his chest, and a brilliant blue light shot forth, forming a holographic projection. What is this? The holographic image depicted a rapidly rotating pale blue sphere, its surface adorned with irregular yellow patterns. Nie Tian focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, it was indeed the very planet beneath his feet. Chapter 11. The Decepticon spaceship. As the spherical body rotated, the Scalpel in the projection suddenly spoke. Little one, I require your assistance with a task. A task? Nie Tian mused internally, realizing the truth. He understood that in this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. The Scalpel had provided him with an abundance of information, likely as a prelude to the impending request. Esteemed Scalpel, may I inquire what you wish of me? He asked. You are aware that I am merely a mid-level warrior. Should your request prove too critical, I might inadvertently jeopardize your endeavors. Nie Tian attempted to hedge his way out, though he knew it would be futile. Haha, fret not. Little one, the Scalpel detected the hesitation in Nie Tian's words. However, having finally found a suitable candidate, it was not about to relinquish its opportunity easily. It is not a perilous task. You need not worry about your safety. After a brief pause, the Scalpel continued. I need you to search for a Decepticon on this planet. To be precise, a Decepticon spaceship. Decepticon? Spaceship? Nie Tian furrowed his brow, instinctively conjecturing. Could it be a dormant Decepticon? In the past, Blue Star had witnessed numerous visits from Cybertronians, dating back to the dawn of humanity 2 million years ago, during the ancient era of Cybertron. According to the former subordinate of the Fallen, Jetfire, they had arrived on Blue Star 1 million years prior. This extensive time span of 1 million years surely saw many Cybertronians gracing Blue Star, with some potentially choosing to remain after their arrival. As he gazed at the holographic projection of the aquamarine sphere, Nie Tian anticipated the Scalpel would highlight several suspicious locations for search. However, before he could discern anything, the image transformed into something else entirely. The aquamarine sphere morphed into a small purple spider, with 4 symmetrical jointed limbs on both its upper and lower halves. The Scalpel's voice resonated once more. This small spacecraft, piloted by the Decepticon, bears not only the Decepticon insignia, but also this emblem. Is that a spider emblem? Were it not for the head, being noticeably smaller than the body, Nie Tian might not have recognized it as a purple spider. He had no recollection whatsoever. After a thorough contemplation, he found no corresponding information in his memory. Fortunately, after encountering the energy core, he had mentally prepared himself. Esteemed Scalpel, will locating this spaceship lead me to the Decepticon? Indeed, however, the traces of this spaceship will require your personal investigation. Is that so? Nie Tian pondered, nodding thoughtfully. It seems the transformer that the surgeon sought was indeed a dormant titan. Otherwise, given the advanced communication technology of the Cybertronians, the surgeon would have established contact long ago, making it implausible for him to request assistance in locating the spacecraft. Of course, the surgeon suddenly shifted his focus. There's also the possibility that the spacecraft has been concealed by humans. Months. Nie Tian's expression darkened momentarily. He had been so preoccupied with his thoughts that he overlooked this most troublesome possibility. He yearned to ask the surgeon if he could refuse. Although Nie Tian felt that his individual prowess surpassed that of humans, and that he could transform into a flying vehicle with ease, he lacked the certainty of victory against a human military force. The armor of a mid-tier body could only withstand ordinary bullets and could manage against heavy weaponry like machine guns. Even a few rounds from standard rocket launchers were bearable. However, encountering armor-piercing or explosive ordnance would be a different story altogether, not to mention the threat posed by missiles. In fact, if the spacecraft were discovered by a nation, it might not necessarily be a dire situation. By infiltrating some classified networks, pertinent information could likely be uncovered. With this thought, Nie Tian suddenly found the notion of the spacecraft being in human hands somewhat acceptable. At least it was preferable to it sinking into the ocean or being buried in the desert. If it were to plunge into the sea, compounded by countless years of geological movement, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps it was Nie Tian's delayed response that led the surgeon to mistakenly assume his reluctance. After all, despite the task's manageable difficulty, it was undeniably tedious and would demand considerable time and effort, a challenge for a titan known for its impatience with solitude. After waiting in vain for Nie Tian's reply, the surgeon could no longer restrain himself and suggested, "How about this, little one? I want to pose a time constraint on you. You simply need to keep an eye out while executing your missions under Red Spider." No time constraint? Nie Tian's eyes lit up. This was excellent news, as time was currently a significant concern for him. He was eager to devise a plan for the source of sparks after leaving the surgeoness laboratory and had no inclination to waste effort searching for the Cybertronian spacecraft. He could keep an eye out casually while attending to other matters, and thus, he decided with a sense of ease. Moreover, the surgeon had not set any additional requirements. Finding the spacecraft was the main objective. Should the spacecraft indeed be hidden within a secret base on Blue Star, and the surgeon require him to rescue the Titan aboard, it would undoubtedly warrant additional remuneration. Though curiosity piqued within him regarding the identity of the Titan mentioned by the surgeon, Nie Tian wisely refrained from pressing further. Nor did he inquire if the surgeon possessed more detailed information. Setting aside any deliberate concealment, Scalpel occupies the role of a physician among the Decepticons, distinct from others whose power is directly linked to their might. Scalpel's alternate form is that of a medical microscope, cumbersome in mobility, making it unlikely for him to infiltrate the networks on Blue Star to gather potential intelligence like his espionage counterparts. Master Scalpel, given my current capabilities on this planet, it is challenging to ensure my safety, he remarked. In the event of an unforeseen incident, the task of locating your spacecraft would become perilous. One cannot rise early without the promise of reward. Having finally found a suitable pretext, how could Nie Tian forego the opportunity to negotiate some benefits for himself? The upgrade of the Body S armor was merely a reward for conducting tests and bore no relation to the search for the spacecraft. Upon observing Nie Tian's expression, Scalpel discerned the young one's intentions. I did not bring much with me to this planet, and the materials in the laboratory can only assist you in upgrading your weapon module. Thank you, Master Scalpel, Nie Tian exclaimed immediately, fearing a change of heart from Scalpel. Very well, Scalpel paused momentarily before acquiescing. When I assist you in upgrading your body armor, I shall also upgrade your weapon module. After this, Scalpel fell silent, and after a considerable interval, he spoke again. Aside from this matter, I require your assistance with another task. Really? Another one? Nie Tian was taken aback, and a sense of resignation welled up within him. It seemed he was the sole target of Scalpel's requests. This was not an appropriate method of exploiting someone. Before he could conjure a suitable excuse to refuse, Scalpel's next words seized his complete attention. This task pertains to the alterations I made to the information chip. Nie Tian perked up, aware that the main event was unfolding. Scalpel had risked exposure to the Red Spider while modifying the information chip, hinting at a significant secret behind his actions. I tampered with the information chip because I wished to uncover what the Red Spider was truly up to behind the scenes. As Scalpel spoke, the holographic projection from his chest shifted once more, reverting to a pale blue sphere, upon which red coordinates resembling location markers began to materialize. These represent the movements of the Red Spider since his arrival on this planet. Scalpel indicated a specific area on Blue Star. Recently, his activities have been concentrated within this country. Nie Tian, captivated by the implications, followed Scalpel's metallic limb to the indicated location. This is the Pharaoh Nation. A densely marked area in red appeared on the map, precisely within the African continent's Pharaoh Nation, while other locations bore sparse markings, lacking any discernible pattern. The Pharaoh Nation showcased a clear concentration of movements, indicating that the Red Spider was circling a particular area, with most activity confined to a fixed range. The red lines representing the activity route crisscrossed back and forth, resembling a search for something elusive. If memory serves correctly, this should be located in the southwestern part of the Pharaoh's realm. What peculiarities lie in that southwestern corner? As Nie Tian observed the magnified hologram of the Pharaoh's kingdom, he fell into a deep contemplation. In his previous life, he had studied biology in university. While he wasn't entirely ignorant of geographical knowledge, much of it had been forgotten. The region where the Red Spider was active boasted the largest pyramid complex in the nation. Intriguingly, after cross-referencing my data, it appeared highly probable that these pyramids were constructed by our Cybertronian ancestors. Could it be? Nie Tian gasped in realization, suddenly recalling a particular machine from the original narrative. Although numerous wonders built by Cybertronians still remained on Blue Star, if one were to inquire about what the Pharaoh's realm possessed, there would undoubtedly be only one answer. The Star Extraction Tower of the Fallen Primes. Chapter 12. Two Methods of Evolution. The Star Extraction Tower is a machine capable of harnessing stellar energy by annihilating stars to obtain a high-quality energy source that replenishes the matrix of leadership. The one in the Pharaoh's domain was constructed by the Fallen Primes in the original storyline. The divine artifact, known as the Matrix of Leadership on Cybertron, is not an inexhaustible resource. To ensure a consistent supply of energy, the original Cybertronians, the 13 Primes, devised the self-serving colossal machine known as the Star Extraction Tower during their voyages through the cosmos in search of energy for the Matrix. They agreed to spare the stars of living systems, a pact famously known as the Primal Accord. However, the fallen Prime, Unicron, brazenly betrayed this accord, constructing a Star Extraction Tower on Blue Star 1 million years ago. At that time, prehistoric humans already inhabited Blue Star, and to thwart the fallen Primes, the 6 original Primes, accompanied by their minions, engaged in a fierce battle against them. The outcome was that the fallen Primes managed to escape grievously wounded, while the 6 original Primes also sustained serious injuries. To activate the Star Extraction Tower, one must utilize the soul key, the Matrix of Leadership. To prevent the fallen Primes from returning, the 6 original Primes ultimately chose to sacrifice themselves, sealing the stolen Matrix with their lives. It is plausible that the Red Spider's expedition to the southwestern pyramids of the Pharaoh's capital was indeed in pursuit of the Star Extraction Tower, or more accurately, the key to it, the Matrix of Leadership. Nie Tian's mind raced as he pieced together this information with his recollections from the original storyline. If the Red Spider was seeking the Star Extraction Tower, it would not be making such frequent and erratic journeys to the Pharaoh's realm. After all, it was the Matrix that was sealed, not the Star Extraction Tower itself. In the original narrative, the Star Extraction Tower was concealed atop one of the pyramids, and the Red Spider would undoubtedly discover it with minimal effort. It is currently certain that the Red Spider has ventured to the land of pharaohs in search of the leadership module. However, this inevitably gives rise to a new quandary. Is the Red Spider independently seeking the leadership module, or is it assisting the Fallen in locating it? In the original narrative, it appears that following the demise of Megatron, the Red Spider fled to the Fallen's vessel and even aided in nurturing the Decepticons. Pondering this conundrum may seem daunting, yet approaching the question with an answer often proves remarkably simple. With the knowledge that the Red Spider immediately escaped to the Fallen's ship after Megatron's death, it is true that Nie Tian lacks direct evidence, but his intuition suggests that the Red Spider has likely already colluded with the Fallen. The only uncertainty lies in the timing of their connection. Did the Fallen proactively send out communications that the Red Spider inadvertently intercepted? Or did the Red Spider stumble upon the Fallen's ship during its aimless wanderings in space? After a moment of futile speculation, Nie Tian silently shook his head. Never mind. It is of little importance, at least not for the time being. The Fallen's arrival on Blue Star occurred after Megatron's resurrection, and it remains unknown when Megatron was located. Moreover, according to the original storyline, Megatron languished in the ocean trench for 2 years before his revival. In summary, Nie Tian believes it is unnecessary to concern himself with the Red Spider's actions, treating it as if he knows nothing. As for the leadership module, that is certainly not his domain of concern. The seals crafted by the 6 original Primes are not a trivial matter. This is also the primary reason why Nie Tian has only contemplated the Allspark and has never given the leadership module a second thought. Although, in a sense, the leadership module is not only the key to the stellar extractor, but also an artifact of equal significance to the Allspark. Nie Tian does not perceive himself as a chosen one capable of entering that sealed space without harm. Indeed, even determining the specific location of the sealed space remains an enigma. Hasn't the Red Spider been loitering in that area for quite some time, embracing an attitude of detachment? When confronted with the scalpel, Nie Tian exhibited no unusual behavior and refrained from sharing his speculations. He simply listened intently to the scalpel's account. In truth, even without knowing the Red Spider's purpose in that land, I can surmise certain elements. A flicker of yellow light danced in the scalpel's eyes as it spoke. The Red Spider always travels to that land in secrecy, wary of exposing its whereabouts to humanity. Within those pyramids, it is highly likely that artifacts left by ancient Cybertronians lie buried, though the source of this intelligence remains a mystery to the Red Spider. Furthermore, the buried items must be exceedingly valuable, Otherwise, the red spider would not have pursued them for so long without yielding. A chill ran through Nie Tian. Indeed, the Decepticons are not fools. Although the conjecture regarding the scalpel may be somewhat off the mark, it undeniably approaches the truth with remarkable proximity. From a broader perspective, is not the leadership module merely a remnant of the ancient Cybertronians? Admittedly, it may be a tad too distant, tracing back to the origins of the first-generation Cybertronians. Yet, there exists another possibility, as the scalpel suddenly smirks with satisfaction. That Megatron or the Allspark lies buried within those pyramids. My dear friend, what do you think of my analysis? I believe it is quite astute. At least as a starting point, it holds merit, though it regrettably remains merely that, a starting point. Though he harbored similar thoughts, Nie Tian dared not respond so candidly. Master Scalpel, I believe your assertion is not without merit. Thanks to the inspiration from a scalpel, Nie Tian contemplated another possibility. Perhaps the tarantulas had not discovered the leadership module, but it is conceivable that he may have gleaned information regarding Megatron's whereabouts. Unlike the scalpel, Tarantulas is an authentic commander-class Decepticon. Although devoid of a spy module, his sheer prowess would make infiltrating certain military networks on Blue Planet rather effortless. There are high-security areas on Blue Planet that are overtly abnormal, which tarantulas could not possibly overlook, unless the opposing party deliberately refrains from investigation. It would not take long to trace the clues leading to the Black Gorge Dam. Given the overwhelming superiority of Cybertronian technology over human advancements, how could one take so long to locate their own leader? They are not mere strays. In the original series, when a loyal Soundwave arrived on Blue Planet, he dispatched merely a mini Decepticon from the Tape Legion to acquire intelligence regarding Zone 7. While one could argue that specialization plays a role, Nie Tian felt that tarantulas likely had already pursued certain leads, only to have deliberately overlooked them. Tarantulas has never desired to seek out Megatron. His arrival on Blue Planet was compelled by the pressures of Shockwave and Soundwave. With newfound allies among the fallen Autobots, he naturally places less importance on the search for Megatron. Indeed, who would wish to be a subordinate when one could be a leader? Not to mention, Tarantulas has always aspired to be the Decepticon leader, while he may not have attained that pinnacle. Being one of the top leaders with no oversight from above is exceedingly appealing. Should Megatron return, the dynamics would undoubtedly shift. Ultimately, Nie Tian acquiesced to the scalpel's request, promising to keep an eye on tarantulas' movements. Herding one sheep is challenging enough. Herding two is no less so. Such matters cannot be approached with utmost seriousness. And Nie Tian had long since resolved to contribute without exerting himself. Uncertain whether he now straddles both sides, he lay upon the operating table, reflecting on his predicament. After agreeing to the two matters with the scalpel, he reclined once more upon the operating table, continuing the unfinished tests. The machinations of the scalpel and tarantulas were undoubtedly a web of espionage. With him caught in the midst of it all, quite bewildered, Nie Tian gradually comprehended that the surgical blade was constrained by certain reasons, unable to depart from the laboratory, or rather, unable to leave this clandestine base. Hence, it had entrusted him with the tasks of locating the spacecraft and monitoring the Red Spider, a decision born out of necessity. Nie Tian believed that even if the individual designated by the surgical blade were not himself, but any one of the 6 Decepticons, it would have made the same choice. Contemplating, Nie Tian turned his head to gaze at the surgical blade, which had returned to the machine, intending to seize the opportunity to glean some insights. Following their previous exchange, he felt quite at ease with the surgical blade, harboring no fear of any covert schemes. Speak. Nie Tian refrained from unnecessary preamble this time and directly addressed the matter at hand. Esteemed surgical blade, how might I evolve the energy core within my chest into a spark? This query had been on his mind for some time. After all, the artificial Decepticons were, in essence, normal Cybertronian mechanical beings, endowed with curiosity and independent thought. The desire to grow stronger was hardly surprising. Ah, you seek to elevate your mechanical level? The surgical blade, upon hearing this, discerned the young one's intentions. Yes, Nie Tian nodded in acknowledgement, then added with a hint of resignation, esteemed surgical blade. May I propose a request? Would you refrain from calling me little one? I have a name and a designation. I assure you, regardless of my past or present, I am far from small. Oh, the surgical blade slowly turned its head, casting a puzzled glance at Nie Tian, yet ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Very well, 22. As you wish. Thank you, esteemed surgical blade. The surgical blade resumed operating the machine to analyze data, casually remarking, in truth, my understanding of spark research is not particularly profound. As far as I know, there are 2 methods to replace an energy core with a spark. 2 methods? Nie Tian's spirits lifted. He had presumed that sparks could only arise from a spark source, unaware of any alternative he had yet to learn. Indeed, longevity brought wisdom. Chapter 13. Brain Module and Energy Device. The first method, naturally, involves birthing a spark from a spark source or coming into contact with a spark source, allowing its energy to evolve the energy device into a spark. For instance, the energy core within your chest. Nie Tian nodded, acknowledging that he was familiar with this method, which he intended to pursue. As for the second method, the surgical blade's tone shifted to a peculiar cadence. The second involves the surgical procedure to implant an intact spark into the Cybertronian's body. An intact spark? Initially perplexed, Nie Tian soon understood, well, this method seems even more challenging for me than seeking out a spark source. Upon reflection, he realized that the most daunting aspect of the second method lay not in finding a trusted individual to assist with the surgery, but rather in acquiring an intact spark. How could a mere mid-level warrior hope to contend with the Autobots and Decepticons, who possess the coveted sparks, among the Cybertronians who have survived a millennium of civil war, who could be deemed ordinary? As for those Cybertronians on Earth, like Jetfire, who lie in a dormant state within a space museum, Nie Tian would not even dare to entertain the thought of them. They merely slumber, not truly deceased. The concept of the Allspark seems more practical. While the method of spark transplantation appears rather unreliable, Nie Tian holds little interest in it, perhaps reserving it for a future opportunity to explore. Setting aside this topic, Nie Tian turned his attention back to the surgical knife, inquiring about new matters. As the saying goes, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Having encountered a Decepticon who has lived for tens of thousands of years and is currently allied with him, Nie Tian was not about to let this chance slip away easily. Thus, for the next 3 days, apart from cooperating with the surgical knife for tests, he transformed into an inquisitive child, relentlessly questioning the knife about various topics. This thorough investigation yielded a wealth of valuable information regarding energy devices and brain modules. With the knowledge acquired from the surgical knife, combined with the memories in his mind, Nie Tian has developed a relatively accurate understanding of Cybertronian physiology. According to his comprehension, these mechanical beings possess 2 essential components, an energy device and a brain module. The brain module encompasses elements such as information chips, memory crystals, quantum neural networks, and sensor arrays. If we were to draw a comparison to computers, the brain module functions similarly to a computer processor, responsible for logical operations, memory storage, and decision-making. In comparison to humans, the brain module is akin to the human brain, encompassing memory, thought, emotion, and cognition. When these components are integrated, they form a cohesive conceptual consciousness. In the original series, both Autobots and Decepticons often experience resurrection after death. As long as the information chip and memory crystal within the brain module remain intact, a new body can be constructed, allowing for the reloading of these components, thus achieving a form of resurrection. Nie Tian believes that Megatron's frequent body changes in the series are based on this principle. However, despite changing bodies, the essence of the individual remains unchanged. In essence, Cybertronians identify one another not by the exterior of their bodies, but through other means, such as spark frequencies and carrier signals. Each Cybertronian's spark possesses a unique and unreplicable energy wavelength, serving as the fundamental identity marker, much like a human's identity. Additionally, each Cybertronian's communication module emits a unique infrasound carrier frequency, akin to biometric identification, enabling identity verification during communication. In summary, Cybertronians employ a variety of methods for identity recognition, ensuring they can swiftly discern friend from foe. Otherwise, would Megatron not face rebellion from the Decepticons every time he changes his body? Of course, if the information chip and memory crystal were to be accidentally damaged, it would not pose a problem. The damage to these 2 components can be repaired through surgical procedures, which is precisely why both the Decepticons and Autobots have a chief medical officer in their ranks. These elements are truly life-saving. As for the other indispensable energy source, The Allspark, it serves as the lifeblood and source of energy for the Cybertronians, akin to the human soul. In the original series, Optimus Prime rebukes Megatron upon encountering him, branding him as a soulless monster. Megatron, being a creation of mankind, lacks an Allspark within him and instead possesses a high-temperature turbine shredder. Aside from the energy source and the cerebral module, Nie Tian also took the opportunity to inquire about the energy core embedded within his chest. When a counterfeit replaces a genuine article, certain flaws are inevitably present, and the energy core is no exception. Firstly, the energy of the core is finite. It cannot sustain the most fundamental life signs of a Cybertronian for millennia, like the Allspark. In simpler terms, the energy core lacks longevity and necessitates frequent energy replenishment. Nie Tian had anticipated this, knowing that even the legitimate Cybertronians with an Allspark must consume energy cubes, let alone his unorthodox self. Secondly, the energy core cannot be enhanced or upgraded. This implies that if Nie Tian does not devise a means to evolve the energy core into an Allspark, his combat capability will remain stagnant indefinitely. To put it plainly, he is destined to be a middle-tier Decepticon for all eternity. This is simply unacceptable. Whether it is the lack of durability or the inability to grow stronger, as a young man of the 21st century, Nie Tian cannot acquiesce to such limitations. Moreover, should he find himself in a dire situation like Ultraman, suddenly flashing a warning signal while battling the Autobots, what then? He does not possess a signature move that would annihilate Autobots upon displaying a warning signal. 3 days passed, and the surgeon duly upgraded Nie Tian's body armor. Alright, Unit 22, your current body armor strength should rank among the highest for mid-tier warriors. Take some time to acclimate. I will procure a suitable weapon module for you. The surgeon stated before leaping off the operating table and summoning a tentacle creature to retrieve the weapon module. Once the surgeon departed, Nie Tian promptly sat up on the operating table and focused his thoughts. Unit 22 body armor, titanium alloy, bulletproof armor weapon module, throwing grenade launcher, right arm. 126mm heavy triple barrel machine gun, chest, energy source, energy core, 86, body level, mid-tier body combat level, mid-tier warrior. A data panel brimming with a sense of science fiction gradually materialized before his eyes. The surgeon remained true to his word, commencing the armor upgrade as soon as the tests concluded. As he observed the panel transform to titanium alloy armor, Nie Tian silently nodded in approval. His previous armor was made of manganese alloy, the same material as the body itself. This data panel was a recent creation of his own design, with the entries meticulously selected to better monitor the condition of his machine. For the Cybertronians, aside from the essential energy apparatus and cerebral modules, the most crucial components were the various modules within their bodies, while the machine's overall structure, despite its size, was comparatively less significant. Of course, this less significant designation was relative. Should a leg be severed, its importance would undoubtedly be highlighted. Although manganese alloy was not a Cybertronian metal, Nie Tian felt sufficiently satisfied. Blue Star was not Cybertron, and he could not afford to be overly demanding. After inspecting the armor, his gaze shifted to the energy core. The energy within the core was expected to maintain over 80% capacity even 3 days from now, solely relying on energy blocks. Indeed, one of the energy blocks from the scalpel had ultimately found its way into his own system. However, this time, he reciprocated the gesture, not depleting it entirely as he had done previously, but instead replenishing the energy core to 86% before returning the energy block to the scalpel. Tentacle Bug, please retrieve the modules, he commanded. Yes, Master, came the reply. Just as he closed the data panel, he noticed the scalpel returning with the Tentacle Bug. The scalpel directed the Tentacle Bug to present 3 weapon modules before Nie Tian, stating, "There are 3 intermediate weapon modules suitable for your machine. Please choose one." Can I really choose? Nie Tian was taken aback, then lowered his gaze. If not for the scalpel's seemingly benevolent actions being purposeful, he might have mistaken it for a familial figure. The 3 weapon modules, arranged by the Tentacle Bug, were smaller than the scalpel itself, 2 resembling individual firearms and 1 resembling a large rifle. Despite their varied appearances and sizes, they were fundamentally all weapons. It was the application of Cybertronian spatial compression technology that rendered these weapon modules seemingly compact. As the name suggests, Cybertronian spatial compression technology is a method that compresses the volume of objects, and it has been integrated into the Cybertronian bodies. The Cybertronians possess three supreme technologies, succinctly summarized in 8 words: capable of expansion and contraction, freely adaptable. In addition to spatial compression, the other 2 supreme technologies are spatial teleportation and mass conversion. The mass conversion technology can, to some extent, be referred to as transformation technology. Unlike the transformation abilities provided by transformation gears, mass conversion technology is not limited to living entities. It is not confined to the Cybertronian bodies. The Cybertronians achieve their morphological transformations through the synergistic operation of energy devices and transformation gears, necessitating the activation of the transformation gear scanning function to store the transform states. Then the energy device releases energy, activating the morphological data of the transformation gears, ultimately completing the transformation. To alter the transformation form, one must either rescan or replace the transformation gear. Chapter 14. Selecting weapon modules. Nie Tian understood that the transformation gears could scan forms beyond mere vehicle shapes. The primary reason most Cybertronians in the original series opted to transform into vehicles was simply for the convenience of combat. 2 legs, no matter how swiftly they run, cannot rival the swiftness of 4 wheels. Generally speaking, a Cybertronian can only equip a single transformation gear, and each transformation gear can only store the morphological data for one transformation type. Therefore, Cybertronians typically refrain from hastily scanning new transformation forms, arbitrarily switching forms, particularly from terrestrial vehicle transformations to aerial vehicle transformations, often leads to conflicts within the weapon modules of their bodies. Despite the adoption of Cybertronian mass conversion technology, there remains an irreducible disparity between those that soar and those that race across the ground. This likely explains why most Cybertronians in the original series consistently maintain a singular transformation form. Even when rescanning, they only scan for vehicles of the same type. Take, for instance, the 2 leader-class warriors, Optimus Prime and Megatron. Optimus Prime exclusively scans trucks, while Megatron solely scans aircraft, possessing but a single transformation form. It is evident that the number of transformation forms among Cybertronians does not directly correlate with their strength. As for those Cybertronians who are triple changers, their prowess is indeed formidable, yet it bears little relation to their transformation forms. The triple changer warriors are a product of Shockwave's research project, a modified breed of Decepticon warriors. Not only do they possess 2 transformation forms, but they also boast a remarkable transformation characteristic, enabling them to transform at an extraordinarily rapid pace. The transformation speed of the triple changer warriors exceeds that of other Cybertronian warriors by more than double. This might be the reason for the formidable nature of the triple changer warriors. While one is merely halfway transformed, the other has already drawn their weapon. How could they not be powerful? Scalpel. Do you happen to know what these 3 weapon modules are? After observing for a while and coming up empty, Nie Tian had no choice but to seek Scalpel's assistance. Forget about these 3 weapon modules. I'll transmit the information to you directly. Scalpel was not in the habit of clarifying matters for others, and the recollection of the past 3 days filled him with a sense of unease and stress. All right. No sooner had Scalpel's words left his lips than Nie Tian noticed that his communication module had received a message. Instinctively, he opened it, instantly reading a flood of information. 22. Take a look for yourself, and let me know what you decide. With that, Scalpel turned and hurried to an apparatus, seemingly tinkering with something, anxious that Nie Tian might have further inquiries. Paying no mind to Scalpel's departure, Nie Tian immersed himself in examining the data regarding the 3 weapon modules. Arm-mounted heavy rifle. Capable of firing large-caliber armor-piercing rounds, it can effectively inflict damage on armored adversaries. However, it suffers from a low firing rate and lacks explosive damage. Arm-mounted heavy cannon. This weapon can launch explosive projectiles, capable of delivering maximum bombardment on enemy structures and striking living forces. Its drawbacks include a slow rate of fire and poor accuracy. Shoulder-mounted multi-launch rocket launcher. It is designed to fire tracking rockets, allowing for precise hits on multiple targets at long ranges. Nonetheless, its explosive damage is moderate and its overall power is relatively modest. Weighing the advantages and disadvantages, the choice is quite perplexing. Nie Tian murmured, shaking his head. His right arm could morph into a hand cannon or a howitzer. Setting aside the howitzer's power for the moment, its accuracy was so dismal that even dogs would shake their heads at it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to agree when he heard that the scalpel could upgrade the weapon modules. The heavy rifle's armor-piercing capability was excellent, making it suitable for combat against Autobots, while the multi-launch rocket launcher, despite its lower damage, could autonomously track enemies. Nie Tian promptly dismissed the heavy cannon. No matter how formidable a weapon might be, it would be futile if it could not hit its target. With the Autobots yet to descend, he decided to forego the immensely powerful heavy rifle, considering the current timeline. Ultimately, through the process of elimination, he selected the shoulder-mounted multi-launch rocket launcher as his weapon module. Although he desired all three, he understood the impracticality of such a wish. It wasn't that the scalpel would refuse, but rather that he could not accommodate them all. Just as a small pony cannot pull a heavy cart. If we were to compare the Cybertronians' bodies to automobiles, then the energy source would be akin to an engine, while various modules, including weaponry, would resemble passengers or modifications on a vehicle. Having too many passengers would merely increase fuel consumption. But an excess of weapon modules could lead to energy overload, resulting in black smoke, or in severe cases, catastrophic failure upon firing. This is the one. Grasping the shoulder-mounted multi-launch rocket launcher, Nie Tian examined it closely. Indeed, this weapon module was compact, barely the size of half his palm. Yet once integrated with his body and linked to the neural module, it could transform into a complete weapon many times larger. Moreover, it could be altered at will, anytime and anywhere. Much like the blaster of the character Lockdown in the original series, which was nearly as thick as an arm. Once the weapon module was integrated into the body, it remained inconspicuous in a dormant state, but during combat, it could instantly materialize. In the original series, Autobots not only could manifest weapons from their bodies, but often wielded them as well. This was not only due to the weapon modules reaching their maximum capacity, but also because of their origins. The Autobots can trace their lineage back to civilian robots from the ancient era of Cybertron, in stark contrast to the Decepticons, who were military constructs. The Autobots were born with virtually no weapon modules within their frames. In contemporary times, the weapon modules integrated within the Autobots are predominantly enhancements from the Cybertronian Civil War era. Given that these augmentations are not innate, it is only natural that some Autobots are reluctant to incorporate weapon modules. Consequently, there arise instances where certain Autobots resort to wielding external weaponry during combat. External weapons, which are mounted armaments, do not impede the Autobots' transformation capabilities. However, they are affixed to the surface of their bodies. Nie Tian recalls the Autobot detective from the original series, who frequently bore a massive Gatling gun and a multi-barreled shotgun on his back, accompanied by an array of firearms and ammunition, creating a veritable mobile armory. Nevertheless, in comparison to weapon modules, external weapons possess an inherent disadvantage. Their ammunition must be replenished from external sources. The ammunition for such armaments is not infinite nor spontaneously generated. It must be manufactured in the tangible world. In contrast, the ammunition consumed by weapon modules is generated through a unique energy conversion mechanism within the body. As long as the energy reserves remain intact, ammunition can be produced in a seemingly inexhaustible supply, theoretically providing limitless bullets. Prior to firing, the ammunition from weapon modules typically exists in the form of energy orbs, with a specific type of ammunition determined by the installed weapon module. Currently, Nie Tian is equipped with a heavy machine gun at his chest, which naturally converts into machine gun rounds, and the energy expended for this transformation is negligible, essentially trivial. However, the grenade launcher affixed to his right arm proves to be somewhat taxing. He contemplates relocating the heavy machine gun from his chest to his arm and subsequently mounting a multi-launch rocket system on his shoulder, thereby enhancing both his endurance and explosive capacity in battle. Nie Tian considers that the 126mm heavy machine gun is essential, which is why he opted for only one weapon module. One cannot expect a formidable attack to function as a mere standard strike. Unlike humans, Cybertronians do not require anesthesia for surgical procedures. Once he hands over the selected weapon module to the surgical instrument, Nie Tian obediently reclines on the operating table once more. The surgical instrument does not engage in idle chatter, but promptly commences the procedure as per Nie Tian's specifications, first dismantling the heavy machine gun module from his chest, followed by the grenade launcher module from his arm. During the operation, Nie Tian experiences no particular sensations, as he has temporarily disabled the transmission pathways of the sensor array, rendering him imperceptive to external stimuli. 30 minutes later, a mechanical sound signals the completion of the procedure. All done, announces the surgical instrument, prompting Nie Tian to open his eyes abruptly. ID 22 body armor, titanium alloy bulletproof armor weapon modules, 126mm heavy machine gun, right hand, shoulder-mounted multi-rocket launcher, left shoulder, energy source, energy core, 86, body level, intermediate body combat level, intermediate warrior, excellent. My current combat prowess should place me among the elite within the ranks of intermediate warriors. Nie Tian clenched his fists, lost in contemplation. The combat prowess of the Cybertronians is categorized into tiers, and even those within the same tier are further distinguished by their rank. Due to the variance in materials used for their bodies, some Cybertronians wield inferior weaponry, yet possess formidable armor strength, while others are just the opposite. Following the enhancement of his armor and weaponry, Nie Tian undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of the mid-tier warriors, though he is not at his absolute limit, as the energy device within his chest remains a mere substitute. Nevertheless, he feels significantly stronger than the 19 others who were born alongside him. Regrettably, upgrading his armor and weaponry merely reinforces his physical form. He sighed internally. Upgrading is merely a means of enhancement, not evolution. Evolution equates to an elevation in the tier of one's body, a true augmentation of combat prowess, which cannot be achieved solely through the enhancement of certain components. Setting aside combat skills, practical experience, and willpower, soft strengths, the classification of the 7 tiers of Cybertronian combat power largely hinges on the hard strength of their physical form. Chapter 15. Departing the laboratory, the concept of the body encompasses a holistic view, including but not limited to the strength of its armor, the grade of its spark or energy source, the quantity and potency of its weapon modules, and the quality of the metals used in its construction. To evolve one's form, aside from some unreliable methods, such as artificial fabrication, one can only depend on divine artifacts akin to the spark source. Even though the acquisition of new weaponry and armor stirred a faint sense of joy within Nie Tian, he quickly suppressed it and prepared to familiarize himself with his new armaments. With a mere thought, his neural module instantaneously issued commands. From the once empty right hand of his towering, fearsome form, 3 robust gun barrels, gleaming with a chilling light, rapidly emerged. Simultaneously, the armor on his left shoulder split open, revealing 4 aligned black launch ports, capable of firing 4 tracking missiles in a single volley. Oh, damn it. 22. What are you doing summoning weapons here? The scalpel, crawling over with an information chip, was taken aback by Nie Tian's poised stance, erupting into a flurry of exclamations. I warn you, 22. This laboratory has consumed much of my effort. If you accidentally discharge a weapon, I will not let you off lightly. Apologies, Master Scalpel. I merely wish to familiarize myself with my new weapon, Nie Tian retorted, rolling his eyes but ultimately retracting the weapon. With a series of mechanical clicks, he transitioned from combat mode back to his everyday state, only to be drawn to the object that the scalpel had brought. Master Scalpel, is this the information chip you compiled? What else would it be? Ah, well, Nie Tian fell silent, gazing at the information chip before him, which was larger than a laptop. Indeed, the scalpel had come prepared. Throughout the past 3 days, he had not seen the scalpel compiling an information chip. Yet now, it was presented to him, fully prepared. As you depart shortly, please take this information chip and deliver it to Red Spider. Just as Sho was about to respond, a sudden commotion emerged from the direction of the laboratory door. Turning to look, he saw the laboratory door, which had remained closed for 3 days, gradually swing open. A familiar figure appeared in the corridor outside. Red Spider, you have arrived, exclaimed Chao Chu, emerging from an unknown hiding place. Hearing the voice, Sho quickly bowed his head. It seems I no longer need to deliver the information chip to Red Spider. Red Spider appeared to have arrived precisely on schedule, entering the laboratory without any pleasantries and demanding, the time has come. Where are the scalpel and the information chip? Sho casually gestured. Here they are, calmly adding, please do check, Red Spider. Red Spider picked up the information chip, bringing it closer to his eyes, and then emitted a beam of red light towards it. After a moment, he tucked the information chip away, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Excellent, Sho. You have indeed not disappointed me. He then cast a glance at the bowed head Sho, Let us go, 22. With that, Red Spider turned and left, appearing to be in a great hurry. Yes, Master Red Spider, having been playing the role of an ostrich. Sho quickly exchanged a wink with Sho when Red Spider's back was turned. Sho tapped its metallic forelimb against its head, responding to Sho. Do not worry. Sho gave Sho a knowing look, then hastily followed in Red Spider's footsteps. He understood that Sho was reminding him not to forget the two matters he had promised to address. Trailing behind Red Spider, Sho felt a sense of accomplishment akin to leaving a novice village, though that feeling was tempered by the looming presence of the formidable Red Spider ahead. Master Red Spider. As soon as he stepped out of the laboratory, Sho noticed a Decepticon waiting at the entrance, and to his surprise, it was one of his old acquaintances, 19. 22. Follow 19. He will instruct you on what to do, Red Spider commanded without breaking stride. Sho was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, Understood, Master Red Spider. Red Spider nodded and, without further comment, departed with the information chip in hand. Standing there, Sho felt somewhat disoriented. What has happened? Was that all? He had anticipated that Red Spider would inquire about any discoveries he had made during his 3 days in the laboratory. Yet Red Spider left without even a single question. This was unexpected. Sho's mind began to swirl with doubt. Could it be that Red Spider had sensed something amiss? Or perhaps Red Spider had never expected him to uncover anything? Maybe Red Spider had simply acted on a whim. Sho felt as though all his preparations had been in vain. He had been concerned about the possibility of being seen through by Red Spider. During these 3 days, Red Spider had not initiated any communication, and naturally, Sho could not bring himself to contact Red Spider first. Nie Tian sensed that Red Spider must have noticed the peculiarities surrounding the scalpel long ago. However, lacking insight into Scalpel's clandestine machinations, he opted to keep a watchful eye over the ensuing 3 days. With Megatron absent, Red Spider lacked the authority to arbitrarily deal with Scalpel, who, as the chief medical officer of the Decepticons, held a significant position. After all, if the morale of the troops dwindled, how could they be effectively led? Yet, if Red Spider were to uncover any incriminating evidence against Scalpel, the situation would undoubtedly take a different turn. Come with me, 22. A voice suddenly broke through his contemplation. Upon glancing up, Nie Tian found 19 gazing at him with an impassive expression. A slight smile graced Nie Tian's lips as he replied, Sure. Perhaps it was the bond of their shared origin, or perhaps it was simply that they were both intermediate Decepticons under Red Spider's command. 19's demeanor towards Nie Tian could not be described as amiable, yet it was far from hostile. Although 19 did not deliberately guide Nie Tian through the base, he slowed his pace, granting Nie Tian ample opportunity to observe his surroundings. Remarkably vast, Nie Tian marveled as he surveyed the environment and layout of the base. The Cybertronians were inherently towering beings, and it was no surprise that a facility capable of accommodating them would be equally grand. If Cybertronians were tasked with infrastructure, they would undoubtedly excel. After all, it had taken Red Spider only a brief time since arriving on Blue Star to establish such an expansive base single-handedly. Particularly striking was the wide, elongated metallic corridor, which surpassed even some dual-direction, 6-lane highways in its breadth. Nie Tian found no astonishment in the fact that the entirety of Red Spider's base was constructed from metallic materials. Cybertronians, being mechanical life forms, were naturally inclined towards metal. And their home planet, Cybertron, was a sphere composed entirely of pure metal. As he continued onward, Nie Tian passed by a room labeled Material Extraction Chamber. At the entrance, numerous intelligent operational robots, equipped with wheels or tracks, were bustling in and out, creating a scene of industrious activity. Each robot carried a full basket of stones upon entering, only to emerge with their baskets entirely empty. Noticing Nie Tian's curiosity, 19 slowed his pace to offer an explanation. These are ores extracted from this planet, capable of being refined into high-energy materials for the energy blocks we require. The ores are mined by the excavation robots from the depths of the base, transported via conveyor belts to the mining site, and subsequently delivered to the material extraction chamber by these operational robots. As 19 spoke, he suddenly shook his head with a sigh, his tone tinged with regret. Unfortunately, the energy contained within these ores is exceedingly low. It often takes several tons of, or to produce a single energy block. I see. Nie Tian nodded thoughtfully. He was well aware that these ores were extracted from underground. However, 19's words illuminated a new understanding for him. The red spider established its base in a vast desert basin, perhaps not solely for its concealment, but also due to the rich mineral deposits lying beneath the surface. Thanks to the plethora of intelligence gathered from the scalpel, Nie Tian is now acutely aware of his current location, Silver State, in the western part of the United States, specifically the Konas Canyon of the Diller Mountains. Whether by coincidence or design, the Black Canyon Dam, which conceals the formidable Megatron, is situated precisely at the confluence of Silver State and 3 other states, a mere 400 kilometers from Konas Canyon. The name Silver State itself hints at its wealth of mineral resources, particularly silver, while over half of its expanse falls within the bounds of the vast desert basin, rendering it a largely uninhabited region. Nie Tian perceives that while the red spider may be arrogant, he is not devoid of intellect. There exist weapons on this planet capable of threatening their kind, the Cybertronians. If the red spider could catch a tactical missile barehanded and emerge unscathed, he would willingly swear fealty. As long as you do not reject me, I shall pledge my allegiance, O elder brother. Should the red spider choose to nominate a leader for the Decepticons, he would wholeheartedly support him. Anyone opposing the red spider's ascension to leadership would be seen as an adversary to him. As Nie Tian and 19 traversed the material extraction chamber, all the industrious robotic workers ceased their tasks, aligning themselves against the walls of the main corridor, seemingly wary of disturbing Nie Tian's passage. For Nie Tian and his companion, the red spider is a figure of great significance. Yet for these robots, which do not even qualify as Cybertronians and can merely be classified as intelligent tools, Nie Tian and his companion are equally formidable figures. Chapter 16. The cultivation room. Arriving at the designated location, 19 halted before a room at the corridor's end. He relayed a brief message to Nie Tian before bowing his head to input a password. With a mechanical sound, the door slowly creaked open. All right, let us proceed. He beckoned. Nie Tian nodded in agreement. His gaze mingled with curiosity as he followed 19 into the unknown chamber. Upon stepping inside, an overwhelming visual impact assailed them. The room was filled with an array of irregular sacks, resembling balloons, meticulously arranged upon racks akin to cultivation stands. Through the thin membranes, one could faintly discern movement within. To Nie Tian's surprise, the 5 Decepticons were present as well. They ambled about, occasionally dripping substances onto the sacks, merely casting a glance towards Nie Tian's arrival. They recognized 22, a fortunate individual who had once been retained in the laboratory by Lord Scalpel to assist in crafting information chips. This is the cultivation chamber of Lord Red Spider, the most crucial part of the entire base. Before Nie Tian could comprehend what they were doing, 19 pointed at the sack-like pods and began to explain. These are the nests capable of hatching Predacons. We have been nurturing them for some time, and they require a bit longer before they can hatch. The cultivation chamber? The nests? Nie Tian gazed intently, observing the writhing forms within the sacks, strange and grotesque. Dark and menacing were indeed the Predacons. However, they were merely young Predacons, not yet fully developed, their size only slightly larger than 19's head. The Predacons within the nest were created by Lord Red Spider through the infusion of our genes into a batch of primordial beings. As 19 spoke, a hint of pride seeped into his tone. Clearly, the we here did not include Nie Tian. We are responsible for regularly feeding these little creatures. Otherwise, they would swiftly perish from hunger, 19 remarked, shaking an energy tube resembling a syringe. Having spent 3 days here, 19 understood the purpose behind the Surgeon's decision to send 22 along with him. Hence he felt compelled to provide a thorough introduction. It became clear to Nie Tian in an instant. This familiar scene finally triggered a recollection of why it felt so recognizable. Was this not precisely the method employed by the fallen Autobots to cultivate Predacons in the original narrative? The slimy, somewhat unsettling nests adhered to the surface, closely resembling the myriad sacks scattered throughout the fallen Autobot spacecraft. Indeed, it explained why Red Spider was tasked by the fallen Autobots to cultivate the Predacons. Clearly, he possessed the expertise. Perhaps this entire process was something Red Spider had learned from the fallen Autobots. To ensure the horses run, one must provide them with fodder. The severely injured fallen Autobots undoubtedly grasped this truth. 22 here, this is for you. Nie Tian was about to approach and scrutinize the so-called nest when a pale blue energy tube suddenly appeared before him. Turning his head, He saw 19 gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Reluctantly, albeit with a hint of willingness, Nie Tian extended his hand to accept it, already surmising what his impending task would entail. 19 led Nie Tian to a cultivation rack with only a few vacant positions. 22. You will be responsible for feeding the energy liquid. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Nie Tian replied, All right, no problem. It was evident that 19 had brought him here at Red Spider's behest, and he could not possibly refuse. Once Nie Tian's responsibilities were arranged, 19 departed, as there were also cultivation racks that he was responsible for within the chamber. Unexpectedly, having just exited the laboratory, concluding his research duties, he found himself swiftly engaged in caretaker responsibilities. Observing the energy tube in his hand, Nie Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. It seemed the portrayals in films were misleading. There was far less of the incessant fighting and killing than one might expect. The daily life of a low-ranking Predacon was simply about assisting the higher-ups with menial tasks, running errands, and even searching for items. If a confrontation were to arise, one could scarcely imagine that they would not be summoned, destined to become mere cannon fodder. Let the caretakers fulfill their roles. It presents an opportune moment to study the intricate process of nurturing these nests. Nurturing his spirit, Nie Tian infused energy fluid into one of the nests, meticulously scrutinizing its structure. The exterior of the nest resembled a repugnant pouch, yet within it lay a world of wonders. Through the thinnest membrane, he discerned the presence of the Decepticons, their forms connected by mechanical conduits akin to veins. Were these nests not comparable to the placentas of fetuses? It was unexpected that the robust and lively Cybertronians engaged in such biological endeavors. Nie Tian assessed the number of nests within the incubation chamber at a glance. There were at least several dozen. On the very rack he was responsible for, there were as many as 9. According to the information provided by 19, the Decepticons within these nests were produced by the Red Spider utilizing primordial entities. Nie Tian had some understanding of the primordial entities that 19 had mentioned earlier. These entities represented a primitive state of Cybertronians, characterized by a simplistic mechanical structure akin to the biological growth of carbon-based life forms. Unlike the direct creation of machines, primordial entities could naturally develop, ultimately evolving into Cybertronians, although this development necessitated the consumption of substantial amounts of energy fluid. Moreover, in order for the primordial entities to transform into Decepticons, an initial infusion of Decepticon genes was imperative. Due to the genetic infusion, the Decepticons that emerged from the primordial entities were referred to as clone-type Decepticons. Once fully developed, these entities bore striking resemblances to the genetic donors in terms of appearance, physical characteristics, and even cognitive traits. Nie Tian felt a sense of relief upon hearing from 19 that their genes were being injected into the primordial entities. Fortunately, he had remained in the vicinity of the surgical instruments for the past 3 days. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a position akin to 19 and the others, unwittingly contributing his own genetic material, rooted in the notions and habits from his previous life. He found it easier to accept the concept that no two leaves in this world are alike. In the western expanse of the United States lies the Great Basin Desert, a vast desert encompassing several states and recognized as the largest desert on this land. Spanning over 500,000 square kilometers, it boasts diverse terrains, including mountains, basins, sand dunes, and canyons. At this moment, deep within the boundless reaches of the Great Basin Desert, within a secluded canyon, a slight tremor stirred the atmosphere. Suddenly, the seemingly unremarkable stone wall on one side of the canyon began to slowly crack open, revealing an elongated metallic corridor. Following this revelation, a towering humanoid robot stepped forth, delegating the task of cultivating clone-type Decepticons to the 7 under 19's leadership. He contemplated that once they hatched, they could be dispatched to seek out the mighty Megatron and the Allspark. At this juncture, he resolved to search for the primordial matrix as instructed by the Fallen. 2 days later, within the incubation chamber, once again, failure had struck. Observing the slowly cracking cocoon on the cultivation rack, Nie Tian felt a twinge of speechlessness. He had not anticipated that this method of nurturing the Decepticons would also harbor the risk of failure. Is it true that any human endeavor inevitably bears flaws? This thought led Nie Tian to reflect on himself. Why did their batch of Decepticons begin numbering from 18? Logically, Starting from 1 would be far more convenient, wouldn't it? Or perhaps there existed Decepticons numbered 1 to 17, all of whom, like 18, had awakened unsuccessfully, thus necessitating the continuation of numbering from 18. This realization suddenly made Nie Tian feel that the success of his and 19's emergence was somewhat a blessing from the goddess of fortune. And what of that information chip manipulated by the scalpel? Who could it be? Stealing a glance at the 6 Decepticons in the cultivation chamber, Nie Tian had been observant in recent days, yet regrettably had discovered nothing. It seemed as though they were all unwaveringly loyal warriors of the Red Spider. With no fruitful observations, Nie Tian shook his head and withdrew his gaze. He had never been one to meddle in others' affairs. His heightened attention to this matter stemmed solely from the fear that the Decepticon might expose him. His current relationship with the scalpel arose entirely from a misunderstanding regarding the information chip, a misunderstanding that might one day be resolved. If given the chance, he would certainly wish for that day to never arrive. The cocoon on the cultivation rack continued to crack, its outer membrane gradually splitting, the crevice widening under Nie Tian's gaze. The Decepticon within seemed to sense impending danger, struggling frantically like a drowning person. Yet, as often happens, good intentions led to disastrous outcomes. The Decepticon's struggles not only proved futile, but hastened its demise. With a sound akin to an egg being crushed, the incomplete Decepticon fell to the ground. It struggled briefly before falling silent. Sighing, Nie Tian shook his head and skillfully picked up the underdeveloped Decepticon's body. Over the past days, he had overseen this cultivation rack, and including the recent failure, for cocoons had already failed. The situation with 19 and the others was not much better. Each had experienced at least a few failures. When the first failure occurred, Nie Tian had initially suspected a misstep in the procedure led to the mishap, but it was only after 19's explanation that he learned it was a normal occurrence. According to the guidance they received from the Red Spider, cultivation failures were attributed to genetic conflicts. In essence, this batch of protoforms were second-hand protoforms, seized by the Red Spider from the Autobots. Chapter 17, Clone Decepticons. These second-hand protoforms likely had already been infused with Autobot genes. However, the circumstances that followed remained unknown, resulting in the Autobots' inability to cultivate the protoforms. Now, when infused with Decepticon genes, conflicts were bound to arise. The intricacies of technology may be manageable, yet the challenge lies within the materials. This encapsulates Nie Tian's reflection on the brood cultivation method. At times, he cannot help but admire the cerebral modules of the Cybertronians. Akin to a superbrain, their capabilities for information gathering and analysis proving immensely effective. Utilizing the ocular visual module, he swiftly scanned the structure of the brood, and before long, he deciphered its underlying principles. However, understanding the principles is one matter. Actualizing them is an entirely different endeavor. Without the primordial entities, it is akin to a skilled cook lacking the ingredients for a meal. He pondered whether the dormant Cybertronians on Blue Star possessed such resources. In contemplation, Nie Tian casually discarded the recently fallen Decepticon into the designated area of the cultivation chamber meant for housing Decepticon bodies. Despite the failure, certain components of the body should not go to waste. Just as he prepared to return to the cultivation rack, the door of the chamber abruptly creaked open. Top, top, top. His puzzled expression swiftly transformed into one of deference. Lady Blackarachnia. Indeed, the visitor was Blackarachnia. Upon entering, she acknowledged Nie Tian's greeting with a nonchalant murmur before turning her attention to the various cultivation racks. Lady Blackarachnia, it is a pleasure to see you. The 6 remaining Decepticons, upon witnessing her arrival, gathered around her. Blackarachnia paid little heed to their flattery, focusing instead on inspecting the racks. How many viable broods remain? The Decepticons exchanged uneasy glances at her inquiry, a tension palpable among them. Even Nie Tian felt a pang of apprehension. Could it be that Blackarachnia was dissatisfied with their feeding efforts over the past 2 days? Ultimately, it was the Decepticon designated as 19 who, mustering courage, spoke first. Report. Lady Blackarachnia, the cultivation rack under my supervision still contains 6 intact broods. Report. Lady Blackarachnia, the 2 racks I oversee. With this initial response, the others followed suit, reporting their counts, Nie Tian included. When tallied, the total of surviving broods amounted to a mere 28. Only 28 remaining? You have performed adequately. Black Arachnia's expression remained inscrutable as she offered her praise, leaving her thoughts ambiguous. This failure rate exceeds 50%, Nie Tian calculated internally. 28, including himself, meant an average of 4 per Decepticon, with a survival rate of less than 50%, truly a harsh reality. With merely a day remaining, the little creatures within these broods would reach maturity. Black Arachnia surveyed Nie Tian and the other 6 Decepticons, her tone leaving no room for dissent. You must ensure their care and strive to guarantee their survival. One day, Nie Tian had initially feared that the time frame suggested by 19 would be extensive, yet it appeared the conclusion loomed near. I do not wish to witness any failed broods again. Understood? Yes, Lady Black Arachnia. Despite the Red Spider not articulating any guarantees regarding the survival rate nor providing any secret weapons, the assembly of individuals felt compelled to respond in unison without the slightest hesitation. Did we not hear the esteemed Lord Red Spider state the importance of ensuring survival numbers? If one fails to meet these expectations, is it not a reflection of one's lack of effort? It remains uncertain whether the Red Spider's recent visit bestowed a fortuitous blessing upon everyone or if the failing nests had already met their demise prior to his arrival. In the ensuing final day, not only did Nie Tian's cultivation rack see no instances of nest cultivation failures, but the entire nurturing chamber remained devoid of such occurrences. A day later, within a metallic hall of the base, one finds themselves in a vast and cavernous space. The smooth, metallic walls reflect a stark, silvery luminescence. This hall is devoid of any apparatus or operational robots traversing its expanse. If one were to discern a distinction between this metallic hall and the other chambers within the base, it would be the presence of 2 grand doors, each requiring special identification for access, one leading to the main corridor of the base and the other descending to the depths of the Kona's Valley. Indeed, this is the stronghold of the Red Spider, a crucial passageway to the outside world, aptly referred to as the connection corridor. At this moment, Nie Tian lounges lazily against the wall of the connection corridor. Accompanying him, aside from the 6 intermediate behemoths known as 19, are over 20 dark and menacing junior behemoths. Specifically, there are exactly 28 of these junior behemoths, all of which have survived from the nests and emerged newly hatched. Upon closer inspection, one might observe that these 28 behemoths share certain resemblances in both visage and physique with the 6 members of Group 19. Standing in the corner, Nie Tian adjusts his stance for comfort, casually surveying the newly birthed behemoths. Not long ago, during the hatching process within the Red Spider's nurturing chamber, he was present and witnessed the entire spectacle. The hatching of the nests resembles the emergence of oviparous creatures, yet it is not entirely analogous. While oviparous animals experience minimal change in size upon breaking free from their eggs, the clone behemoths, upon rupturing their sac-like nests, undergo immediate and complete development. This transformation is visually evident as the clone behemoths, upon touching the ground, transition from their original elliptical forms to robust figures measuring approximately 4 meters in height, leaving Nie Tian utterly astounded. Suddenly, an uproar ensues, drawing Nie Tian's attention and captivating all behemoths present. Wow, look at this. Come quickly, everyone. There's a commotion. 2 foolish individuals are brawling. Here he comes. Don't crowd me. Leave some space for these 2 fellows. Nie Tian turned his gaze in the direction of the noise and noticed 2 junior Decepticons engaged in a fierce brawl not far away, surrounded by a throng of onlookers who were fervently cheering for both combatants. Yes, strike him. With all you might. Don't hold back. Come on, rip his head off. No, I would suggest dismantling his arms first. Nie Tian watched this scene with great interest. These clone-type Decepticons, perhaps due to their developmental information chips, rather than being specifically programmed, exhibited rather unpleasant personalities. He mused that if it weren't for him and the 6 others present, these ill-tempered clone Decepticons would have long since demolished the base of the Red Spider. They were practically replicas of his companions, the 19 of them. As for the 2 fighters, Nie Tian could hardly distinguish one from the other, if it weren't for his lack of face blindness coupled with the significant height difference. He might have accidentally mistaken one for the other. Regardless, he was oblivious to what the others, including the 19, might think. They were so akin to substitutes, yet seemed to take some pride in it. Fight on, fight on. When the Red Spider arrives, you'll have a taste of his wrath. After observing for a while, Nie Tian lost interest. The hand-to-hand combat between the two clone-type Decepticons was lacking in strength and speed compared to the intermediate Decepticons. It was akin to a primary school student watching a kindergarten brawl, and naturally, it became tedious. Although the two clone-type Decepticons had been fighting for some time, they were still holding back from deploying their weapons. Perhaps they understood that brandishing blades and firearms here would be tantamount to courting disaster. Nie Tian had no intention of intervening. Such brawls were a cherished tradition among Decepticons and did not warrant his attention. As long as they refrained from using weapons and did not damage the Red Spider's base, there was no need for the 7 intermediate Decepticons to step in. What if they accidentally marred the flooring or walls of this hall? But that would be of little consequence. Lord Red Spider was known for his magnanimity. They could simply be more cautious in their next life. 22. HM. Just as he shifted his gaze away from the spectacle, Nie Tian heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw a tall figure approaching slowly. What is the matter, 24? He responded, perplexed, as the figure drew nearer. He had sought refuge in a corner, wishing for a moment of solitude, and now someone had inexplicably come to him. It's nothing. I happened to see you here and thought I'd come over to see what you were up to, 24 said with a cheerful smile, as if casually stopping by to chat out of boredom. Oh, nothing? A trace of disdain flickered in Nie Tian's eyes. You come over when most are engrossed in the commotion, and you say it's nothing? By the way, 22, standing beside Nie Tian, 24 suddenly inquired. Do you know why Lord Red Spider has instructed us to wait here? Nie Tian cast a curious glance at 24, pondering what Lord Red Spider intended. However, the boy's incessant questions made him wonder if he was the very information chip that had undergone surgical alterations. What Lord Red Spider plans to do? How could I possibly know? Nie Tian retorted. Upon hearing his words, 24 appeared visibly surprised, as if such ignorance were unwarranted. Turning his head, Nie Tian thought, should I really be privy to that? Chapter 18. Lord Red Spider's mission since the successful hatching of the clone-type Decepticons in the nurturing chamber. Lord Red Spider had tasked the 7 intermediate Decepticons with leading this new batch of Decepticons to the connecting passage for waiting. They had been waiting for nearly half a day. Not only 24 and the others, but even Nie Tian was beginning to grow impatient. Otherwise, those two clone-type Decepticons would not have resorted to quarreling and ultimately fighting. Patience was not lacking among the Decepticons, but it was certainly not in abundance, especially at a time that was not meant for ambushing prey. 22. What do you think Lord Red Spider intends for us to do next? Noticing Nie Tian is disinterested de mine, 24 began to muse aloud. Are we to search for the whereabouts of Lord Megatron? Or perhaps seek our sacred artifact, the spark source? Nie Tian shook his head once more. I have no idea. As long as we can leave this base, I'm open to whatever task awaits us. Except confronting the Autobots. Alas, since our inception, we have remained in Lord Red Spider's nurturing chamber, aiding him in cultivating these little ones. And we have yet to step outside this base. I long to venture out and witness what this planet is like. And our home planet, Cybertron. 22's tone suddenly grew somber. I wonder if we, the newly birthed Decepticons, will ever have the opportunity to return to Cybertron, to our original homeland. Nie Tian's expression shifted slightly, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. As a Cybertronian of Lord Red Spider's caliber, he likely had never cast a glance at 24 and the others, nor had he paid heed to these Decepticons he had single-handedly created. Yet, these Decepticons were indeed living beings, endowed with thoughts and emotions. Just as the figures chronicled in history, if viewed from a broader perspective, their lives were filled with ups and downs, rich in experiences. It was not solely the renowned historical figures who led remarkable lives. However, Nie Tian felt no sense of nostalgia for the metallic planet of Cybertron, and he had grown somewhat weary of Lord Red Spider's base. It was not just the omnipresent metal. The lack of color made it all the more monotonous, leaving him yearning for the vibrant hues he had become accustomed to in his previous life. Nie Tian could now surmise why 24 believed he should be privy to the next scheme of the Red Spider. The 3 days he spent in the surgical laboratory evidently led 24 to some misunderstanding. In truth, among the 6 of them, the intermediate Decepticons, it was difficult to determine who possessed a stronger presence, nor could one claim that any of them held a closer affinity to the Red Spider. Ultimately, they had only been born for less than a week. Compared to the Cybertronians who could live for tens of thousands of years, they were barely more than infants. Additionally, It is noteworthy that Nie Tian had not closed his eyes for nearly a week, not in the literal sense. Despite a week without rest or sleep, he felt no trace of weariness or fatigue. In astonishment, he couldn't help but reflect that the lower-tier Decepticons were indeed formidable beasts of burden. After a moment of self-reflection, 24 shifted the conversation to other topics. To be honest, while Nie Tian had spent 3.5 days working alongside 24 and the others in the cultivation chamber, their relationship could hardly be described as intimate. Naturally, there were few subjects to discuss. Yet, to say there were none would be an exaggeration. Cybertronians, having lived for so many years, even if much of it was spent in conflict, still had topics to converse about during idle chatter. For instance, the perennial subject of the Autobots. Who knows if the Autobots have arrived on this planet? 22. If you ever uncover their whereabouts, you must inform me without delay. I want to be the first to tear them to shreds. Life is complex and ever-changing. One moment one might be engulfed in sorrow, and the next, eager for combat. A peculiar expression crossed Nie Tian's face as he regarded 24 with a mix of incredulity and astonishment, as if to say, "Are you serious?" Before even contemplating the possibility of locating the Autobots, he ought to first assess his own capabilities to determine if he could withstand their second strike. Such a bizarre request was something Nie Tian had never encountered in 2 lifetimes. What did he do? He might as well indulge him. All right, 24, rest assured. Nie Tian nodded earnestly and promised, "If I discover the Autobots on this planet, I will notify you immediately." "Thank you, 22. 24's face lit up with gratitude, a glint of eager anticipation in his demeanor. No need for thanks. Nie Tian's lips twitched as he averted his gaze from 24. He feared being infected by such fervor. If memory served him correctly, the formidable Bumblebee was currently concealed on Blue Planet, but alas, he had no inkling of Bumblebee's hiding place. Otherwise, he could have introduced him to 24. As Nie Tian engaged in casual banter with 24, the door near the base of the connection corridor finally creaked open. A powerful Decepticon, exuding a menacing aura, stepped into the corridor. The first action of the Red Spider upon arrival was to separate 2 junior Decepticons who were locked in a fierce struggle, administering a stern reprimand to each. "Lord Red Spider, I beg your pardon. You 2 wretched fellows, silence yourselves." Lord Red Spider, with the ease of lifting chicks, seized each of the 2 cloned Decepticons by their scruffs and, without remorse, dispatched them with a swift kick, sending them tumbling aside. "Fortunately, my floor remains unscathed. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to twist your heads from your shoulders." As he spoke, Red Spider cast a glance towards the 2 struggling clone Decepticons nearby. He understood that such infighting was an inevitable manifestation of the Decepticons' chaotic nature. Thus he refrained from inflicting further harm. Upon Lord Red Spider's arrival, Nie Tian and the others hastily approached him, while the 2 newly slapped junior Decepticons were of no concern to anyone. Lord Red Spider was immensely pleased with the reverence displayed by the 7 Decepticons. He was a being who valued power and status, particularly the attitudes of his subordinates. However, the absence of news regarding Lord Megatron, coupled with the imminent threat of Soundwave personally arriving on this planet, swiftly extinguished the flicker of good humor that had momentarily graced him, casting a shadow upon his countenance. He had just engaged in an interstellar communication with Soundwave, who had the audacity to reproach him for failing to locate Lord Megatron, even threatening to come to this planet himself. With the task of retrieving the desired item for Lord Fallen still incomplete, Soundwave's impending visit was decidedly unwelcome. It appeared that the immediate course of action was to create some commotion to placate that troublesome individual. Red Spider surveyed the Decepticons in the connecting corridor, and a plan took shape within his mind. "You, gather the Decepticons together." "Yes, Lord Red Spider." Nie Tian and his companions dispersed to summon the junior Decepticons from the connecting corridor. Soon, over 30 Decepticons of varying heights, yet uniformly fierce in appearance, formed a somewhat disordered square formation. At the forefront stood Nie Tian and his 6 companions. "Very well, Decepticons." A mysterious smile graced Red Spider's face, exuding an aura of ferocity even without deliberate display. "Now is the time for you to pledge your loyalty." Nie Tian sensed that Red Spider seemed to relish this opportunity to showcase his authority, even if the audience comprised lower-tier Decepticons. Perhaps this was the very reason he aspired to lead the Decepticons. A grander stage would certainly satisfy a greater vanity. I require you to move throughout this planet with a singular purpose. That is to secretly seek out any news regarding Lord Megatron. Is it finally commencing? Nie Tian's spirits lifted. He had previously suspected that Red Spider gathered all the Decepticons here for an important announcement. 19. Red Spider first turned his gaze toward 19. Then pointed to the 4 cloned Decepticons, stating, 1 to 4, I assign them to you. Henceforth, you shall lead them. Your squad, designated as the first flight team, shall have you as its captain. Upon hearing these words, joy immediately illuminated the face of the individual known as 19, who would not feel elated at a promotion. Thank you, Lord Red Spider. I shall not betray your trust. 20. After assigning 19, Red Spider turned his gaze towards another intermediate Decepticon. Yes, Lord Red Spider. Following this, Red Spider, employing the same method, allocated the remaining 20 cloned Decepticons, each to be commanded by 4, distributing them among the 5 remaining intermediate Decepticons, including Nie Tian. Ultimately, 7 flight teams were established in sequential order of their numbers. As the aerial commander of the Decepticons, Red Spider was already well-versed in forming units and strategizing operations. With the establishment of the flight teams, Nie Tian transitioned from a mere subordinate to one who now commanded subordinates. Chapter 19. Establishing authority, gazing at the 4 junior Decepticons lined up before him, Nie Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Red Spider was indeed quite generous, providing not only sustenance and shelter, but also assigning him subordinates. If only his salary could be added, it would be enough to bring him to tears of joy. Where could one find such a splendid leader? My lord, shouldn't we be departing now? Noticing that Nie Tian remained silent and merely stared at them, an impatient clone Decepticon could no longer restrain himself from speaking out. His inquiry echoed the sentiments of the other 3 Decepticons, all of whom had grown quite restless. At this moment, the metallic hall connecting the passageway was left with only Nie Tian's flight team, as the other 6 teams had gradually departed. As for Red Spider, he had promptly left the base after assigning each team their respective mission areas. Departing? I did not expect someone would be so eager to jump the gun. Nie Tian narrowed his eyes. Having lingered here for so long without departing was not due to distraction, but rather an intentional ploy to assert his authority over these Decepticons. My lord, what do you think? Observing the 4 Decepticons gazing at him with anticipation, Nie Tian took a few steps forward and retorted with an enigmatic tone. Are you calling upon me to take action? The 4 cloned Decepticons exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. While their strength was indeed lacking, they were not devoid of intelligence. We dare not, my lord. We merely wish to remind you of Lord Red Spider's earlier instructions. Bang! Before the Decepticon could finish his sentence, Nie Tian abruptly seized him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Dare you speak again? Nie Tian brandished the heavy machine gun in his hand, aiming it at the other 3 Decepticons, who were still in a state of shock. I do not require your reminders on how to conduct my duties. With a fierce crimson glint in his eyes, Nie Tian fixed a menacing gaze upon the Decepticon he had seized before him. I do not concern myself with the nature of other flight squads. In the 4th flight squad, I require you to remember but one phrase. He slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the 3 other Decepticons, while the 3 substantial gun barrels in his right hand began to rotate slowly. It was as if any hint of movement from them would prompt him to unleash a merciless barrage. In the 4th flight squad, my rules are absolute. Do you comprehend? The 3 cloned Decepticons looked up at their airborne companion, swallowing hard as they hastily responded, Yes, my lord, I understand. And you? Nie Tian turned his gaze back to the one who had initially spoken. Yes, my lord, I too comprehend. Nie Tian scoffed coldly, casually tossing the Decepticon to the ground. Thud! The metallic body crashed onto the floor, producing a jarring sound of metal scraping. Since you all comprehend, I expect that what transpired earlier is the first and, I hope, the last occurrence. He paused, his voice growing ominously stern. Is that understood? Yes, my lord. The 4 cloned Decepticons quickly bowed their heads, suddenly docile and obedient, shedding their previous defiance. Should there be a next time, it will not be so easily resolved. Nie Tian lowered his heavy machine gun, his expression returning to calm as though he were not the same individual who had just erupted in fury. However, this stark contrast only caused the 4 Decepticons to bow their heads even lower, branding Nie Tian in their minds as a capricious leader. Unbeknownst to them, Nie Tian had intentionally instigated the confrontation, merely feigning that he had inadvertently offended their captain. Seeing the four novice Decepticons assume a posture of utmost respect, Nie Tian stated coolly, "Let us depart." With that, he strode towards the door on the canyon side that connected the passageway. The four Decepticons finally lifted their heads and followed closely in his wake. Nie Tian was aware that he had successfully established his authority. Unlike the other 6 intermediate Decepticons, Nie Tian harbored the secrets. With secrets, one cannot afford to adopt a laissez-faire approach with subordinates. While he did not rely on these novice Decepticons for anything significant, he at least needed to ensure their compliance, preventing any disturbances. Moreover, within the ranks of the Decepticons, does one require justification to discipline their subordinates? Even if the Red Spider were to discover this incident, Nie Tian could maintain his stance without hesitation. Punishment? He would not even receive the slightest rebuke. Such is the nature of the Decepticon faction. Weakness is the original sin, while all else may be forgiven. The choice between a novice expendable and a loyal intermediate warrior is clear to the Red Spider. Needless to say, these rudimentary Decepticons are utterly incapable of establishing contact with the Red Spider. They lack the necessary conditions to report any grievances or issues. Once assigned to Nie Tian's command, these clone-type Decepticons became inextricably linked to their captain, their fates intertwined in both triumph and downfall. Unless Nie Tian meets his demise, they will have no opportunity to transfer to another unit. However, the notion of transferring merely implies serving under the command of another flight team leader, destined once again to be mere fodder. Nie Tian leads the 4th flight team, comprised of members numbered from 13 to 16. Even Nie Tian and his fellow mid-level Decepticons lack proper names, let alone these clone Decepticons, whose combat prowess is merely that of novice warriors. In truth, Nie Tian does not place much importance on names. After all, even the formidable Megatron was initially designated by a mere number, 16, upon his creation. It is entirely natural for these newly birthed Decepticons to still exist within the ranks of mere numerical identification. In Silver State, within the Diller Mountain Range, lies the Konas Canyon. At dusk, a gentle drizzle descends upon the vast, desolate basin of the desert. Raindrops softly patter against the sand dunes of the Konas Canyon, producing a delicate sound, as if weaving a beautiful symphony. At this moment, in the flat expanse at the canyon's base, a desert iguana, its back adorned with a network of light brown patterns, rests atop a stout, conical plant, savoring its meal with great delight. Its large eyes, capable of rotating beyond 180 degrees, dart rapidly, ever vigilant for potential predators. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanates from the canyon wall nearby, followed by a slight tremor in the earth. The desert iguana, startled, scurries away on its short legs, disappearing in the blink of an eye. From the newly exposed metallic passage within the cracked rock face, a tall humanoid robot slowly emerges, trailed by 4 slightly shorter humanoid robots. How tall? Surveying the surroundings of the canyon floor, Nie Tian gazes upward towards the sky. Above him lies a broad fissure, resembling a sliver of heaven. The canyon, chosen by the Red Spider, boasts a vast floor area and considerable depth. In such a concealed location, it is no wonder that as long as the Decepticons do not reveal themselves, they remain largely undetected by humanity. "Master, where do we go now?" inquired a clone Decepticon who lagged half a body length behind Nie Tian, speaking cautiously. There was no option. The presence of the imposing figure before him was intimidating. Yet he dared not disregard the mission assigned by the Red Spider. "Where to?" Nie Tian cast a brief glance, not particularly concerned with the Decepticon's question. In fact, not long ago, the Red Spider had already delineated specific operational areas for each flight team within the connecting passage. In summary, the 7 newly established flight teams each possess designated mission locations. Reflecting on the assigned mission, Nie Tian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. It remains uncertain whether Red Spider has uncovered something significant, as it seems to believe that Megatron is currently concealed within the borders of the United States. The operational range of the 7 flight squads has been entirely orchestrated by Red Spider within this nation. Nevertheless, this does not imply that these Decepticons are restricted from venturing to other locations on Blue Planet. Rules are rigid, but humans are dynamic. In this regard, Red Spider has not imposed any stringent regulations. Even the search for Megatron's whereabouts lacks a definitive timeline, creating an air of casualness. Let us proceed to the mission area of our fourth squad. Nie Tian commanded, his thoughts returning to focus as he issued his first order as captain. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to deploy his fellow clone Decepticons to the designated mission zone. Yes, my lord. Casting one last glance at the now pristine rock wall behind him, Nie Tian hesitated no longer. Upon reaching an open space, he leaped into the air. Accompanied by the crisp sound of gears interlocking and metal colliding, he transformed into an oddly designed jet fighter. The roar of the jet's engines followed, propelling it forward with two long flames erupting from its rear. The four junior Decepticons of the 4th Flight Squad, undeterred, transformed from their humanoid forms into various uniquely designed fighter jets as well. With their noses raised, they ascended along the fissures of the canyon. Chapter 20. The Sunshine State of Miami in the United States. The Sunshine State, Miami. A roaring wave of air sliced through the dark clouds above Miami, leaving behind two trails of condensed steam. How swiftly we have arrived! Nie Tian exclaimed as he gazed upon the brightly lit cityscape ahead, intentionally reducing his flight speed. Guided by the navigation system, he had traversed from the Silver State's Kona's Canyon to the second largest city in the Sunshine State, Miami, in less than 3 hours. The Sunshine State, home to the beautiful coastal city of Miami, is renowned not only for its vacation and tourism industry, but also carries a long-standing adage: no idlers allowed. Nie Tian activated the map scan to search for a suitable landing spot. His initial experience transforming into a flying vehicle was neither particularly poor nor exceptionally delightful. Once the novelty wore off, Nie Tian found it to be rather mundane. Although the aspiration to soar through the skies without any aid is a lifelong dream for every being, prolonged flight can become somewhat tedious. Were it not for the occasional opportunity to admire the urban beauty beneath the night sky, he would have sought to rescan for a faster aircraft by now. Currently, Nie Tian's flying speed was not impressive. The maximum speed achieved in his jet fighter form was approximately 1 Mach. At this velocity, traversing a significant portion of the United States in just 3 hours was evidently an unattainable feat. The rapid arrival of Miami was largely attributable to another remarkable feature of his aircraft: stealth. In the transformed state of his flight apparatus, Nie Tian possessed not merely radar invisibility, but an even more astonishing form of concealment: physical invisibility. The jet fighter he had morphed into was not merely a model from Blue Star. It was a Cybertronian warplane. This explained why he could seamlessly transform into a fighter jet after departing the Red Spider's base without ever scanning any aerial vehicles. The transformation gears within the aircraft had already stored the data pertaining to its form upon being integrated into the body. These transformation gears were not merely second-hand. They were battle-hardened. They were trophies from the Red Spider, including components from fallen Decepticons during the Cybertronian Civil War. The parts of Autobots and Decepticons were interchangeable, and, as one of the 3 supreme commanders of the Decepticons, the Red Spider had claimed the lives of Autobots in no lesser numbers than Megatron. In a desolate factory on the outskirts of Miami, the dilapidated roof of a warehouse suddenly shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground below. The entire warehouse seemed to have been struck by an invisible hand. Accompanied by the resounding thud of a heavy object hitting the floor, the cement surface cracked, creating 2 small depressions. A towering, menacing figure emerged abruptly from the air, as if forcibly squeezed into existence within the warehouse. To his astonishment, Nie Tian realized that the stealth module could also be applied to the armor of his body. He gazed in wonder at his form gradually revealing itself to the air, filled with delight. He had initially believed that physical invisibility was an exclusive feature of the Cybertronian jet form, thinking that once he reverted to human shape, the stealth would cease to function. However, he was surprised to discover that as long as the stealth module remained activated, it continued to operate even in humanoid form. The energy consumption, however, was somewhat substantial. With a thought, Nie Tian summoned the data panel he had created. ID: 22 body armor, titanium alloy, bulletproof armor weapon modules, 126mm heavy machine gun, right hand, shoulder-mounted multi-rocket launcher, left shoulder, energy device, energy core, 84, body level, intermediate combat level, intermediate warrior. In the 4 days since departing from the Scalpel Laboratory until this evening's exit from the Red Spider's base, he had only consumed 1% of his energy. Yet, during the recent flight of less than 3 hours, The activation of the stealth module had consumed an entire percentage of energy. Nevertheless, he reasoned that he could always return to replenish his energy, despite the considerable consumption. Nie Tian felt it was worth the cost. Physical invisibility. Even though this physical invisibility was not entirely perfect, essentially, it was not genuine disappearance, but rather an optical camouflage. It merely renders one invisible, yet the individual remains present. If one were to employ specialized equipment for detection, subtle anomalies could be discerned. Furthermore, the cloaking module conflicts with other systems. Once any other module's function is activated, such as weapon transformation, the stealth function of the cloaking module will instantly dissipate. Consequently, this stealth capability is of little use to Cybertronians, rendering them incapable of becoming true shadows. No matter how well concealed, abnormalities are readily apparent, and a single shot could easily expose them. It is hardly plausible to knowingly approach a suspicious location without caution. In Nie Tian's perspective, while the cloaking feature may be ineffective against Cybertronians, it serves as a safeguard for clandestine operations within the human realm. Moreover, when the energy core's power dwindles, one can always return to the Red Spider's base to replenish energy, thus alleviating concerns regarding energy consumption to some extent. The provisions at Red Spider are genuinely comprehensive, offering full accommodations without any deductions. Unlike a solitary scalpel, Red Spider is surrounded by numerous mining and intelligent operation robots, yielding an immeasurable quantity of energy blocks daily. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! My lord! As Nie Tian examined his panel, his 4 teammates arrived. The 4 clone Decepticons powered down and hovered in low altitude, reverting to their humanoid forms before descending around Nie Tian. Thud! Splash! The already precarious factory warehouse was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Let's proceed, Nie Tian gestured, dispersing the dust and smoke that had been stirred up. Yes, my lord. Exiting the warehouse, he was met with a scene of utter desolation. The factory's entrance was rife with rust, and the walls of the building were mottled and faded, with many areas overrun by weeds. Only the various corroded machines, scattered haphazardly, could attest to the fact that this site had once been a chemical plant, and one constructed in the last century at that. After a moment of observation, Nie Tian turned his gaze towards the sole office building within the factory. Aiken Chemical Plant? The severely faded sign barely allowed him to discern the original name of the factory. Such relics of the past yielded no profit upon liquidation and were abandoned after bankruptcy. Remember, this will henceforth be our base of operations. Assessing the factory's interior, Nie Tian casually instructed the 4 Decepticons who closely followed him. The 4 clone Decepticons paused for a moment, then promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. Nie Tian was certainly not idly wandering when he descended upon this abandoned factory. Its location, neither too close nor too far from Miami, made it a fitting temporary refuge. When selecting a landing site for the 4th Flight Squadron, he was well aware that bustling cities were to be avoided, but equally so were the remote and sparsely populated towns. Their mission on this outing is to seek the whereabouts of Megatron, which necessitates starting from the human world, or rather, extracting relevant intelligence from humanity. Without my permission, you are to remain confined to this factory when not engaged in missions. Should anyone defy my orders, there will be no need for the intervention of Lord Starscream. I shall be the first to extract the energy source from their chest. Although Nie Tian's tone is rather calm, his seriousness is unmistakable to all. The 4 Decepticon members of the 4th Flight Team trembled slightly, and without hesitation, they responded loudly. Yes, my lord, we understand. In other factions, establishing authority might jeopardize harmony, but within the Decepticon ranks, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. It must be said that the secret search ordered by Starscream in the afternoon aligns perfectly with Nie Tian's intentions. He does not wish for the Cybertronians to appear ostentatiously before humanity too soon, lest the butterfly effect disrupt many things he could have anticipated. The operational area for the 4th Flight Team includes several states in the southern region of the United States, including the Sunshine State, while the other states are designated for 6 additional flight teams. As for why Nie Tian chose Miami in the Sunshine State as their base, it is conveniently located near the coastline and the border of the United States, allowing for a quick escape should anything go awry. The abandoned factory, named Aiken Chemical Plant, is not particularly large. The Cybertronian bodies are inherently massive, each step equivalent to several human strides. Within minutes, Nie Tian, accompanied by the four of them, meticulously explored the factory inside and out. Bang! With a resounding crash, he kicked open a heavily locked iron door leading to a large workshop, and while stepping inside, he earnestly instructed, "Listen closely. If any humans approach the factory, you must immediately hide here, ensuring that your existence remains undiscovered, despite the factory's somewhat dilapidated appearance. Reminiscent of a long-abandoned site, certain protocols must still be adhered to." "Understood, my lord," the four Decepticons promptly affirmed, having grown accustomed to Nie Tian's modus operandi. Chapter 21. A night probe at Black Canyon Dam. After contemplating if anything was overlooked, Nie Tian paused briefly before continuing. "By the way, if anyone enters the factory and you are inadvertently discovered, you must immediately subdue them, ensuring they have no opportunity to relay information to the outside world. Understood?" "Understood, my lord." The large workshop is filled with numerous devices and instruments, and the four of them transformed into vehicle forms, concealing themselves within the workshop. As long as they do not act out, an untrained observer is unlikely to detect them. For these four junior Decepticons under his command, Nie Tian has but one requirement: do not allow yourselves to be discovered by humans and create trouble for him. Having relayed everything of importance, Nie Tian prepared to depart. "All right, let's each carry out our tasks," he instructed. "During idle times, adhere to my directives and do not step outside this factory." The four of them were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting bewilderment. Given this gentleman's meticulous approach, was this truly the end? Were there no further instructions on how to seek out Lord Megatron? Ignoring their reactions, Nie Tian exited the workshop first. "Sir, some Decepticons seem hesitant to speak." One of them ventured. Yet, Nie Tian remained unresponsive. Once outside, he leapt high into the air, swiftly transforming into a Cybertronian aircraft. Adjusting his nose, he soared back in the direction from whence he came. The four watched the lingering exhaust trails above, exchanging silent glances. After a flurry of animated exchanges, they too transformed into Cybertronian jets, each aiming for a distinct direction before dispersing. The Decepticons, having existed for many years and benefiting from advanced technology, had established a fixed protocol for executing tasks. Unless specifically directed by superior Decepticons or direct commanders, lower-ranking Decepticons would autonomously follow this established mechanism. This was precisely why Nie Tian had refrained from assigning tasks to the four. They instinctively knew what to do, making further instruction redundant. Moreover, when it came to indulging in leisure, it was an endeavor best undertaken in secrecy. Who among good superiors would indulge their subordinates in such activities? Departing from the Aiken chemical plant, Nie Tian flew back towards Silver State. However, he did not intend to return to the base of the Black Widow. Rather, his flight path veered significantly southward, away from the direction of the Kona's Canyon. 2 hours later, Nie Tian's spirits lifted upon reaching his destination. A long river bathed in moonlight came into view. From a lofty vantage point, the river resembled a silver ribbon entwined across the earth, majestic and grand. Yet, he had little time for admiration, his gaze fixated on a towering structure, the Black Gorge Dam, which intercepted the river's flow. The Radola River, where the Black Gorge Dam was situated, flowed through a canyon flanked by low mountains, with the peaks growing taller downstream. With a crack, Nie Tian approached a mountain near the Black Gorge Dam and transformed back into his humanoid form, landing on a roughly flat boulder at the summit. The stone, unable to bear the weight of several tons, shattered into fragments, sending debris tumbling down the slope. Casting a casual glance, he lifted his gaze towards the Black Gorge Dam not far below. Despite the late hour, he employed his visual module's magnification and night vision capabilities to survey the dam's exterior. As anticipated, nothing revealed itself from the outside. An age-old adage held true: the darkness beneath the light is universal. The Black Gorge Dam appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary concrete structure with no distinguishing features. Even during the day, the dam welcomes visitors from various regions, openly revealing its internal environment to those who come to explore. Who could have imagined that beneath this renowned attraction lies not only a national-level special department, but also a secret of paramount importance to humanity? Everything appears normal, yet therein lies the greatest abnormality. Nie Tian turned his gaze towards a power generation area not far from the Black Canyon Dam. Fortunately, he possessed foresight, enabling him to seek answers to the questions at hand. The dam itself harnesses the gravitational potential of falling water to convert it into electrical energy. However, the power towers in this area function solely as terminals. In modern society, the fundamental requirements for establishing a base include access to water and electricity. Nie Tian was aware that the researchers in Zone 7 employed extremely low-temperature gases daily to freeze the being known as Megatron, preventing its awakening. The electricity supplied to Zone 7 from this power generation area was undoubtedly largely consumed for this purpose. While it was certain that Zone 7 possessed backup generators, the destruction of this power area would likely allow Megatron to awaken momentarily, even without deliberate attempts to thaw it. After surveying the power generation area, Nie Tian averted his gaze. He had no inclination to selflessly assist others, especially not in rescuing Megatron at such a time, which would be purely altruistic. He could accept actions that benefited both parties, but he had always remained distant from those that offered no personal gain. Perhaps tracking the electrical currents could lead him to the location of the Allspark. By disabling certain functions of the visual module, Nie Tian scanned the Black Canyon Dam once more. The base of Zone 7 was constructed underground within the dam, yet this did not imply a small footprint. As a secret department responsible for monitoring and researching extraterrestrial life, technology, and phenomena, Zone 7's very title exudes an air of distinction. The depiction of the Zone 7 base in the original narrative likely represents only a minuscule portion relevant to the plot. To accurately locate the Allspark within such an expansive base would require considerable effort, even for the Cybertronians. Moreover, the signal from the Allspark was currently imperceptible. In the original storyline, researchers in Zone 7 utilized a specialized shielding device to block the energy radiated by the Allspark. Changing perspectives, the scene remained tranquil, with only a few security personnel occasionally traversing the observation path of the dam, attesting to the presence of life. At this moment, the Black Canyon Dam appeared serene and peaceful, devoid of any apparent danger. Yet, Nie Tian understood that should he dare to intrude, he would inevitably be met with fierce artillery fire, not to mention the formidable firepower already equipped in Zone 7. A military base lay not far from the Black Canyon Dam. While humanity had indeed faced overwhelming oppression at the hands of the Cybertronians, it was certainly not devoid of the ability to retaliate. In the original narrative, even the formidable Decepticon warrior, known for his overwhelming might, ultimately succumbed to the concentrated fire of humanity. Should he dare to charge in recklessly, the outcome would be predictable. First, he needed to ascertain the composition of personnel within Sector 7, then reconfigure a vehicle form, devising a means to infiltrate the Sector 7 base. Gazing at the sole two-way lane leading to the Black Gorge Dam, Nie Tian contemplated his strategy. He recalled that in the original story, Sector 7 appeared to be populated by numerous agents dedicated to tracking extraterrestrial phenomena, often leading operatives on missions. His plan was to utilize the transformation capabilities of the transformation gear to disguise himself as a base-access vehicle, thereby infiltrating Sector 7. Once he could silently enter the sector, the remaining tasks would become considerably simpler. This time, it was merely a reconnaissance mission. Casting a final glance at the Black Gorge Dam, Nie Tian turned and melted into the shadows. Rushvi, also known as the Gambling City, is a metropolis birthed by the Black Gorge Dam. Not only is Rushvi dubbed the City of Entertainment and the largest in the snowy state of the United States, but it is also a world-renowned resort city centered around the gaming industry, encompassing tourism, shopping, vacationing, and leisure. At this moment, atop a towering commercial building in Rushvi, a figure of imposing and sinister stature slowly materialized, as if the air itself were twisted by flames. Truly, it is a city where beauty and sin coexist. Strolling to the edge of the rooftop, Nie Tian surveyed the illustrious city that never sleeps. Although it was late at night, the streets remained bustling, filled with an array of luxury vehicles. Neon-lit shops flickered vibrantly along the thoroughfare, with numerous pedestrians entering and exiting. The allure of wealth and indulgence could scarcely encapsulate the dreamlike opulence of this city. After departing from the Black Gorge Dam, Nie Tian had flown to Rushvi, the largest city near the dam. Cloaked in a thick veil of night and positioned high above, he felt secure from detection. The rooftop breeze was brisk, causing nearby billboards to flap and crackle. Gazing down at the street scene, Nie Tian found himself momentarily entranced. Many elegantly dressed women, adorned in revealing attire, laughed coyly with men in tailored suits, and even the air seemed infused with the intoxicating scent of desire and wealth. With a sudden scoff, Nie Tian remarked, humanity is so pretentious. In his past life, he had felt utterly exhausted, devoid of any sense of experience. Now he found himself oddly nostalgic for those moments. Shaking off his musings, Nie Tian refocused on the task at hand. He made his way to the center of the rooftop, where a communication tower resembling an iron spire stood tall. With a swift motion, he struck the communication tower, bringing it crashing down. With a resounding thud, the fallen tower sparked as its cables and data lines were severed. Paying no mind to the potential for fire, Nie Tian opened the armor on his chest, revealing a linear interface, and casually seized a fiber optic cable, forcefully inserting it. As the body's automatic response engaged, Nie Tian's eyes swiftly flickered with a series of images. If one were to decelerate the pace of these images by 100-fold, they would reveal a collection of news reports and significant events from Blue Star. Chapter 22. The entertainment capital of Rush V. 10 minutes later, Nie Tian yanked the cable from his chest and casually discarded it onto the ground. Indeed, there was no information regarding the 7th District. Shaking his head, he felt little disappointment. The lack of findings was entirely within his expectations. He had not anticipated acquiring relevant information about the 7th District from the external network. His actions had two purposes: to ascertain the approximate timeline and to gauge the developmental progress of this world. Ultimately, hearing is but a shadow of reality. Seeing is believing. The portrayal within the script had always been too one-sided. The true state of affairs required personal investigation. Through his recent perusal of public information, Nie Tian had gained a clearer understanding of the basic circumstances of this world. Similar to his previous life, this parallel world had only progressed to the year 2007, with many technologies still yet to emerge. Although there were minor discrepancies, the overall situation remained consistent. After some contemplation, Nie Tian picked up another data cable and inserted it into his chest. Sparks flew at the point of contact, yet he paid it no mind, even pushing it further inside with determination. Simultaneously, information about various banks began to materialize before his eyes. Moments later, the imagery abruptly halted. This one will do. Observing a bank located right in Rush V, Nie Tian wore an expression that conveyed the fortune of being chosen. He intended to establish a bank account and, in the process, deposit some funds. Although these paper notes held little value for him, a certain species deemed them exceedingly rare. Who knows when this currency might prove useful, yielding unexpected results. Having selected the bank, Nie Tian focused his thoughts and began to manipulate the Cybertron data stream within his body, infiltrating the bank's network server. The Cybertronian's dominance over human technology was not confined to a single domain, but rather encompassed all aspects, even the most formidable banking servers, which posed challenges to the world's top hackers, were breached by Nie Tian in less than a minute. After traversing through numerous firewalls, the data stream silently infiltrated the core of the bank. To gauge an appropriate amount of money to acquire, Nie Tian conducted a cursory examination of all data within the server, including certain encrypted files. This inadvertent action unveiled several discrepancies. Initially surprised, he quickly came to terms with the revelations. What kind of city was he standing in? As the saying goes, the more resplendent the exterior, the more sordid the interior. However, this peculiar situation conveniently aided Nie Tian, who initially intended to acquire only a modest sum, suddenly found himself elevated to a staggering 100 million. Indeed, precisely 100 million US dollars. The account holder's name? Let us refer to him as Archibald Witwicky. In a moment of whimsical inspiration, Nie Tian whimsically named the account holder Archibald Witwicky, drawing a connection to the original protagonist, Sam Witwicky's great-grandfather, the very first to discover Megatron. Of course, this Archibald is entirely fictional, bearing no relation to Sam's ancestor. Remember the name of the bank, Fudong Bank. Nie Tian detached the cable from his chest interface and sealed his armor. The $100 million was the maximum sum he had calculated. It wasn't that he wished to acquire more, but surpassing this amount might leave traces, risking exposure. Gazing at the plethora of zeros in his account balance, Nie Tian felt a sense of disorientation. The figure he would not have dared to dream of in his previous life was now effortlessly within his grasp. merely by the flick of a hand. Who would not be dazzled by such a sight? It was time to depart. Casting a glance at the chaos he had left behind, Nie Tian prepared to leave. He knew that, besides the communications hub on the rooftop, several computers in the building below had likely been compromised due to his recent incursion into the bank servers. 1 o'clock was the perfect time. Checking the hour, Nie Tian leaped from the rooftop, swiftly vanishing from sight. Only the swaying billboards in the wind and the littered ground bore witness to the events that had transpired here. Leaving Rashvi, Nie Tian flew southward, reaching his new destination, a military base situated approximately 100 kilometers south of Rashvi, within mere minutes. Since he had gleaned nothing from the public network, he now had no choice but to target the military network. Yet, Nie Tian underestimated the situation. The defenses at such a critical military installation were far more stringent than he had anticipated. By the high-tension barbed wire surrounding the Ansno Air Force Base, Nie Tian activated his cloaking mode, quietly observing the activities within the base. It was now a little past 1 in the deep of night. The entire base was illuminated, with armed patrols frequently visible. The notion of a clandestine infiltration was rendered utterly impossible. It appeared this method would not suffice, and, after careful observation, Nie Tian reluctantly abandoned the idea. With the capabilities of his cloaking module, he could indeed slip into the military base unnoticed, but his primary objective was to extract intelligence. The moment he activated any other module, the effects of cloaking would dissipate, leaving him no different from a firefly in the night. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, the character Stun opted for a direct assault on an overseas military base in pursuit of intelligence. Nie Tian surmised that Stun's choice to aggressively attack the military installation was likely influenced by this very reason. Fortunately, he was not devoid of alternative methods. When one path proved impassable, he resolved to adopt the simplest approach, to lie in wait like a hunter awaiting its prey. It appeared that his only recourse was to stake out the Black Gorge Dam. Casting a final glance at the impenetrable Anson Air Force Base, Nie Tian arrived at a decisive conclusion. He understood that even aside from the drawbacks of the stealth module, his chances of successfully obtaining intelligence were slim. The security level of military network servers far surpassed that of the banking servers recently breached in Rushville. He was merely a combat-oriented Decepticon, not one adept at infiltrating network systems or pilfering classified documents. Specialization is paramount, a truth that applies equally to the Cybertronians. Among the Decepticons, there existed not only combat types, but also medical and espionage types. The former excelled in surgical procedures and mechanical repairs, like the Decepticon's chief medical officer, Scalpel. The latter specialized in intelligence gathering and information reconnaissance, exemplified by Soundwave and his legion of tape minions. However, before venturing to the Black Gorge Dam, one task awaited him in Golden State, Los Angeles. At 5 in the morning, while most of the city's inhabitants remained ensconced in slumber, a sleek, pitch-black sports car, devoid of headlights, glided silently along a deserted street. The car boasted a pristine coat of paint and a streamlined body, reminiscent of a poised cheetah, brimming with muscular elegance. Yet, should anyone chance to pass by the car at that moment, they would be met with a chilling sight. The 2 windows of the black sports car were wide open, revealing an empty interior. Bathed in the faint glow of the streetlights, the vehicle appeared both luxurious and eerie. The car meandered along the street, pausing intermittently as if it were observing or searching for something. Ultimately, it executed a sharp turn, coming to a halt in the center of the road, directly facing a residence. 217 Crescent Avenue. This must be the place. Gazing ahead at the house, Nie Tian compared its appearance with the memories etched in his mind. Indeed, it was a quintessential example of rustic architecture. This self-driving black sports car was none other than Nie Tian himself, showcasing a new form he had just scanned. After departing from the Anson Air Force Base, he had swiftly made his way to Los Angeles, known as the City of Angels. Los Angeles is not only the second largest city in the western United States, but also the home of Sam, the protagonist from the original narrative. Nie Tian recalled this detail with clarity. It was the very reason for his visit. However, he did not seek to become acquainted with his future Autobot representative, nor did he wish to catch a glimpse of the individual's visage. His purpose lay in acquiring a pair of glasses once belonging to Sam's great-grandfather, Archibald Witwicky. Those glasses contained the coordinates of the Allspark. Nie Tian's objective in obtaining those glasses was to ascertain the precise location of the Allspark. He certainly did not wish to infiltrate the base of Sector 7 only to flounder about like a headless chicken. Although with considerable effort, he might eventually locate the source of the spark. Why turn a blind eye to methods that could preemptively mitigate risks? Indeed, with a confirmed address in hand, Nie Tian promptly redirected the vehicle, parking it in a space not far from Sam's residence. The address of Sam's home was something he had procured during a special trip to Masher High School, the very institution Sam attended. Otherwise, given the flight speed of the Cybertronian jet form, it would not have taken him more than 3 hours to cover the distance to Los Angeles, less than 500 kilometers from the Ansno Air Force Base. The original narrative provided a rather vague introduction to Sam's family, and Nie Tian could only recall a rough outline of the information, thus resorting to last-minute efforts. Chapter 23. First encounter with Sam. It was early summer, and daylight lingered longer. Although it was still some time before 6 o'clock, the horizon had already begun to glow with a hint of fiery crimson. After maneuvering into the parking space, Nie Tian turned off the engine and closed the windows, disguising the vehicle as an ordinary supercar. The Cybertronian in jet form bore no significant difference from its humanoid counterpart aside from appearance. The means of perceiving the external environment remained unchanged. Thus, despite adopting the form of a sports car, Nie Tian remained vigilant, observing his surroundings keenly. As for why he was scanning a terrestrial vehicle's transformation form, it was a matter of necessity. No matter how ostentatious a ground vehicle may be, it is far more discreet than one soaring through the skies. While the Cybertronian jet was indeed agile, the prospect of brazenly entering a human-inhabited city in that form was utterly unfathomable. Frankly speaking, Nie Tian felt that given the size of the Cybertronians, navigating the human world without being detected posed quite the challenge. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, the majority of Soundwave's cassette army consisted of minicons. Though small, they possessed a natural advantage in stealth. In truth, had he not been able to scan for new transformation forms at will, and considering how conspicuous the jet form was, Nie Tian would have been loath to adopt the guise of supercar. His choice of a sports car as a terrestrial vehicle was not merely an impulsive decision driven by aesthetics. Rather, it was the swiftness of the sports car that appealed to him. The transformation of a Cybertronian into a vehicle is akin to a one-to-one reproduction, encompassing the intricate workings of the internal drive systems. If he were to transform into an ordinary car, say one with a maximum speed of only 120 kilometers per hour, even though he remained a Cybertronian, the vehicle would struggle to exceed that speed, regardless of how much he pushed the engine. Nie Tian surmised that this was perhaps the reason why so many Cybertronians in the original narrative chose to transform into sports cars. Simply put, a powerful engine allows for greater speed. As dawn broke, pedestrians began to appear along Crescent Avenue, one by one. The morning scene is bustling with individuals engaged in their routines, some jogging, others hurrying to their early shifts. Yet, amidst this flurry of activity, a shared trait emerges among these busy souls. They instinctively slow their pace upon passing a sleek black sports car, casting envious glances at it multiple times. Some even approach, caressing its surface with an almost reverent touch before reluctantly turning away. Little do they realize the extraordinary vehicle they admire and even touch has been transformed by an alien presence. As another passerby approaches, a flicker of regret stirs within Nie Tian. He had perhaps underestimated his allure. He reflects that he ought not to manifest as such an ostentatious sports car, but rather as an unassuming garbage truck overflowing with refuse. While he can tolerate the attention, the act of touching is another matter entirely. If only the circumstances allowed, Nie Tian would be tempted to transform back and deliver a stinging rebuke to the chubby boy who had just devoured a sandwich, scolding him for smudging the pristine black paint with greasy fingerprints. However, as the sun ascends, his focus shifts to the door that has finally swung open. A somewhat youthful boy, adorned with a backpack, steps out of the house. As he walks away, he glances back, waving. "All right, I understand. I will return home punctually after finishing my classes this afternoon." The boy waves in the direction of a middle-aged Caucasian couple who are also bidding farewell. Sam, scrutinizing the familiar visage of the boy, stirs a fleeting ripple of recognition within Nie Tian, though it swiftly dissipates. Since his arrival in this world, Nie Tian has shed certain illusions. In simpler terms, he has dispelled the glamour. This is a realm of authenticity, where no one is the true protagonist. nor is anyone destined for greatness by fate. The reality of life dictates that even an encounter with a figure like Brother Zhu would no longer evoke the same sense of familiarity from his past life. At this moment, Sam is a high school student navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence, characterized by rebellion and the awakening of youthful affection. Having just placated his parents, he mounts his bicycle, preparing for school, when suddenly he appears struck by an extraordinary revelation, coming to a halt. Wow, oh my, look at this. His pupils dilate, and he carelessly tilts his bicycle to the ground, excitement radiating from him as he strides towards the roadside black sports car. Having recently turned 18, Sam's father has promised him that if he can amass a fund of $2,000 for a car and excel in his studies this semester, he will receive his very first vehicle. This promise ignites Sam's burgeoning fascination with cars. Behold the stunning exterior and flawless lines. It's simply exhilarating. As Sam approaches the black sports car, he eagerly examines it, his lips spilling forth praises of admiration. No boy could possibly resist such a magnificent and stylish toy. How delightful it would be to possess one. Oh, for heaven's sake. Immersed in a sea of longing, Sam suddenly noticed a palm-sized oil stain on the hood of the sports car. What on earth is this oil smudge doing here? He muttered a curse under his breath, promptly unzipped his backpack, and took out a tissue, carefully beginning to wipe it away. Patience, patience, it will be spotless soon. Observing Sam, who seemed to be in a trance, as he muttered to himself, Nie Tian felt a wave of exasperation mixed with a touch of nostalgia. This lad appeared just like an ordinary high school student, utterly unremarkable. Who would have thought that in the future he would possess the courage to vanquish Megatron and repeatedly accomplish feats of saving humanity? Sam, why aren't you heading to school? What are you doing there? Before Sam could finish wiping the oil stain, he heard a familiar voice roaring from behind. He turned to see his father emerging from the house. The sudden sound also captured Nie Tian's attention. Following the voice, he spotted a slightly portly middle-aged man, neatly dressed and carrying a briefcase, stepping out of Sam's home. Instantly, Nie Tian recognized the man as Ronald Witwicky, Sam's father. Sam, I think I need to remind you, if you don't leave now, you'll surely be late today. All right, I'm on my way, Sam replied, hastening his actions. After cleaning the stain, he left, glancing back several times as he returned to the yard to retrieve his bicycle. He had already resolved that he would return early this afternoon to fully appreciate this rare and exquisite sports car. Goodbye, Dad. Take it slow, kid. Watching his son's diminishing figure, Ronald pondered for a moment before approaching the spot where Sam had been crouching. Wow! Upon seeing the beautiful sports car, Ronald couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, finally understanding what his son had been up to. What a remarkable toy it is. But whose car is this? I don't recall anyone in our neighborhood owning such a high-end vehicle. Ronald murmured to himself in confusion before heading off to work with his briefcase in hand. By 10 o'clock, with Sam's mother leaving the house, cradling a pet dog, the Witwicky residence was finally empty. Nie Tian sensed that the moment had arrived. The ignition roared to life, and the hood trembled slightly. He treaded across Sam's lawn and made his way to the garden at the back of the house. A glance at a surveillance camera nestled beneath the eaves went unnoticed by him. He had activated the electromagnetic interference function of his device, and, at this moment, not only would Sam's surveillance be ineffective, but the entire area encompassing Crescent Avenue would be devoid of any signal. For the electronic devices on the Blue Planet, the inhabitants of Cybertron themselves serve as a colossal source of signal interference, even without the deliberate activation of electromagnetic disruption. Capturing a clear image proves to be quite a challenge. In Sam's room, which is situated beneath several windows at the rear of the house, Nie Tian directly transformed into his humanoid form. This new humanoid shape, while still imposing and fierce, has undergone subtle changes compared to his previous forms. Though he remains tall and formidable, the angularity reminiscent of Cybertronian aircraft has softened, imparting a more streamlined appearance akin to that of a sports car. Notably, certain features retain the essence of automotive design, such as the pair of aerodynamic headlights resembling eyes on his chest and the tires adorning his calves. Perhaps these alterations in his transformation form may eventually influence his humanoid shape as well. Nie Tian is not particularly troubled by this. The current sports car form is merely a transitional state. Sooner or later, he will need to scan a new aircraft to adopt as his transformation mode. After all, who would prefer to run when they could fly? The windows of Sam's room are of a modest size, just wide enough to allow an arm to reach through. Prior to arriving, Nie Tian had taken the time to browse the shopping website featured in the original narrative, where Sam sold glasses. Thus, he is now confident that the glasses remain within Sam's home. Initiating a scan, he activates the ocular module's detection feature and begins scanning the house. He soon locates the glasses belonging to Sam's great-grandfather, inscribed with Cybertronian text, which glows like a beacon in the night, making them easy to find. Chapter 24. Unexpected discovery with the glasses. The good news is that the glasses, as he suspected, are indeed in Sam's room. The bad news is that they are stored within a cluttered cabinet. Extending his arm through the window, disregarding the clattering of miscellaneous items, Nie Tian grasps the cabinet that holds the glasses and begins to shake it vigorously. Before long, a somewhat antiquated pair of round glasses emerges from the chaos of clutter. Upon seeing this, Nie Tian halts his movements, delicately pinching the glasses between his fingers before retracting his arm. Is this the very pair of glasses that have sparked fierce rivalry between the Decepticons and the Autobots? The round glasses appear utterly unremarkable, of a style that is quite commonplace, save for a peculiar crack adorning one of the lenses. Nie Tian examines it closely before activating the scanning function of his ocular module once more. A narrow beam of red light emanates from his eyes, focusing on the unusual crack on the left lens. Special information detected. Coordinates being read. Unknown information code being read. 2 minutes later, the red light dissipates, and a look of realization and barely contained excitement spreads across Nie Tian's face. To his astonishment, he discovers an entire set of source code. It turns out that the information inscribed on the lens encompasses not only the coordinates of the Allspark, but also a method for utilizing this source code, a technique for enhancing and evolving the Cybertronian form. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of exhilaration, Nie Tian felt an immense sense of gratitude for having made the journey here to mitigate risks and enhance efficiency. The Cybertronians' direct interaction with the Allspark through their mechanical forms is the most straightforward, albeit crude and foolish, method of utilization. The Allspark itself is a colossal cubic structure, hundreds of times larger than a Cybertronian body, adorned with ancient symbols and hieroglyphs from Cybertron's primordial era. The internal space of the Allspark, due to its curvature and folding, brims with innumerable cosmic energies and source codes. These source codes serve as the keys to unlocking specific functionalities of the Allspark. Should a Cybertronian input a particular arrangement of source codes into the Allspark, these codes will be read and transcribed by it. Ultimately, the Allspark will execute the functions corresponding to the input codes, akin to how Bumblebee was able to shrink and conceal the Allspark in the original narrative. In essence, the source codes are directives, while the Allspark reads and executes these instructions. However, it is crucial that the source codes are arranged correctly. Arbitrary inputs will not suffice. Furthermore, the functionality associated with the source codes must be operational as well. After all, the Allspark does not possess infinite energy if the internal cosmic energy is depleted. Even the correct source codes may fail to yield the desired functionalities. It is thus plausible that the legendary 13 primes of Cybertron tirelessly roamed to replenish the Allspark's energy for this very reason. Moreover, the very existence of the Cybertronians may have been a result of a function linked to a group of source codes. Otherwise, the ancient legends of Cybertron would not proclaim the Allspark as the origin of all life and the ultimate end of all things. Committing to memory the sequence of source codes capable of activating the Allspark's enhanced functions, Nie Tian diligently entered the coordinates of the Allspark into his navigation system. Gazing down at the glasses in his hand, Nie Tian contemplated returning them to Sam. Indeed, he was resolved to return the eyewear, unless absolutely necessary. He had no desire to alter the original trajectory of the storyline. Beyond his understanding of this world, he was left with only a prophetic awareness of the plot. Nie Tian was untroubled by the thought that his scanning of the glasses might be discovered by other Decepticons or Autobots. The Cybertronian script inscribed on the glasses merely conveyed a piece of information, much like the newspapers one encounters on the streets. Do newspapers record who has perused them? Furthermore, the information inscribed upon the glasses was a result of Sam's great-grandfather inadvertently triggering Megatron's navigation system, which was automatically burned onto the lenses. At that time, Megatron was in a dormant state, and thus was unaware of his actions, alleviating any concerns about it being a trap set by the adversary. Nie Tian estimated that the source code associated with the ignition source was likely an unconscious operation during the dormant state of Megatron. It was precisely for this reason that he recorded the source code without the slightest hesitation, dismissing the possibility that it had been intentionally left behind by Megatron. One could hardly blame Nie Tian for his cautious demeanor. He had been thoroughly intimidated by the Red Spider and the Scalpel. These ancient Decepticons, having existed for millennia, were notoriously cunning, and he had no desire to fall prey to their machinations. In the afternoon, not far from Crescent Avenue, a bicycle, propelled at speeds reminiscent of an automobile, sped down the street. Sam, drenched in sweat, pedaled furiously. However, after making yet another turn, he abruptly halted his bicycle, letting out a despairing wail, "No!" Gazing at the familiar yet vacant parking space, Sam realized he had arrived too late. Yet, his disappointment was premature. Upon returning home, he soon emitted an even more mournful cry. "No, my room." Who did this? 2 days later, in Silver State, at the Kona's Grand Canyon, the sound of engines roaring grew ever closer. A sleek, futuristic black, supersonic fighter jet plummeted swiftly from a crevice at the top of the canyon. Just before it could touch the ground, the aircraft suddenly braked and hovered, transforming with a series of crisp mechanical sounds into a towering, fearsome humanoid robot. "Damn it," Red Spider cursed as he received an interstellar communication request at that very moment. I had finally uncovered a hint of the original energy matrix. He angrily opened the metallic door in the rock wall and strode inside. As he made his way to the base's communication room, Red Spider's countenance darkened ominously. Any operational drones that inadvertently obstructed his path were swiftly crushed under his grasp. Even several cloned Decepticons returning to recharge were not spared from his wrath. Thus, amidst a trail of unwarranted calamities, Red Spider ultimately arrived at the entrance of the communication room. This chamber was the second most crucial area within the Red Spider's base. Following the incubation chamber, long-range communication, especially interstellar communication, not only required vast amounts of energy, but also specialized transmission devices. The Cybertronians alone could not achieve such cross-galactic communication with their inherent capabilities. After venting his frustrations, Red Spider's demeanor visibly improved. He input the password and opened the door to the communication room. The layout of the room was straightforward, featuring a massive sci-fi screen embedded in the metallic wall, serving as a communication display, alongside a control panel adorned with buttons of various colors, anchored by a pale blue crystalline column. Approaching the control panel, Red Spider deftly manipulated it with his sharp fingers. Moments later, ripples began to appear on the screen, flickering gently. The Red Spider, upon witnessing the situation, halted his actions and retreated to a position directly facing the display screen. The crimson light in his eyes flickered, revealing the tumult of thoughts within. Moments later, the screen emitted new activity. Suddenly, a menacing visage of a Decepticon's head appeared on the communication device's display, its ferocity rivaling that of the Red Spider himself. Upon seeing the image, the Red Spider lifted his head and, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Soundwave, it has been quite some time. It is I, the Red Spider. Have you reached out to me with urgency regarding some pressing matter?" Amidst a series of glitches, the Decepticon's head slowly began to speak. "Red Spider, have your Decepticons managed to locate Lord Megatron?" At this inquiry, the Red Spider's pupils constricted, and a signature insincere smile graced his face. With a cheerful tone, he replied, "No need to rush, Soundwave. I have dispatched my Decepticons to search diligently. I am equally concerned about the whereabouts of Lord Megatron." As he spoke, he raised his hands in a gesture of feigned despair, saying, "You know how vast this planet is. My Decepticons are few, and the threat posed by the humans here is considerable. I instructed my Decepticons to search discreetly. Surely, they require some time, don't you think? Rest assured, I shall notify you immediately upon receiving any news of Lord Megatron." The head of the Decepticon on the screen fixed its gaze on the Red Spider, remaining silent for a considerable time before responding, 3 days. Red Spider, Shockwave and I grant you 3 days. If, after 3 days, you have no news of Lord Megatron, I shall personally visit that planet." "No, Soundwave, what jest is this? 3 days is utterly insufficient." The Red Spider's protest was abruptly cut off as the communication device's display suddenly went dark, and the Decepticon's head vanished from view. Damn it! Faced with this turn of events, the Red Spider could hardly contain his fury. Curse Soundwave and Shockwave. He realized that Soundwave had severed the communication, leaving him no opportunity to refuse. Chapter 25. The uninvited guest of the chemical plant back on Cybertron. You opposed me, and now you continue to harass me here. The Red Spider's eyes glinted with a mad fervor, his visage contorted with unbridled hatred. His aspirations to become the leader of the Decepticons on Cybertron had been thwarted by Soundwave and Shockwave. After arriving on this planet, he had scarcely enjoyed a few days of freedom before Soundwave relentlessly pressed him for news about Lord Megatron. Now, there was no room for discussion. A final ultimatum had been issued. 3 days is utterly impossible. The Red Spider was acutely aware of the limitations of his lower-ranking Decepticons. 3 days? Do not speak of 3 days. Even 30 days may not suffice for them to locate the whereabouts of Lord Megatron. His decision to dispatch these Decepticons is primarily to obfuscate the truth of his quest for the Allspark. If he could create some commotion to keep Soundwave at bay, it would be all the more advantageous. Yet, it appears his plans have once again fallen flat. In truth, as a fellow commander among the Decepticons, Starscream ought not to hold such trepidation toward Soundwave. However, having recently failed in his coup on Cybertron, Starscream finds himself desperate for redemption, his influence waning. Moreover, Soundwave, serving as the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, has clandestinely gathered an abundance of intelligence, much of which documents Starscream's dark past and secrets. Certain covert actions and hidden truths must never reach Megatron's ears. It seems imperative to devise a means of relaying the impending news to Lord Galvatron. Surely, given the circumstances, Lord Galvatron would not hold my shortcomings against me. Starscream is acutely aware that he has less than 3 days remaining to locate the Allspark for Lord Galvatron. He harbors no confidence in his ability to achieve this within a time frame. As for personally seeking out Lord Megatron's whereabouts during these 3 days, it would be wiser to let Soundwave undertake that task. Furthermore, it has barely been a few days. How could Soundwave possibly know that I had produced a new batch of Decepticons? Starscream murmured as he gazed toward a particular direction, the laboratory of Scalpel, Silver State, Black Canyon Dam. At midday, the sun blazed high in the sky. Under the oppressive heat, a red-tailed hawk, driven by the sweltering temperatures, desperately sought refuge. Suddenly, the hawk emitted a jubilant cry, as if it had discovered an ideal resting place. Following the trajectory of the hawk's descent, one could see a sleek black sports car, quietly parked in the shade by the roadside. The hawk flapped its wings, approaching the black vehicle. However, before it could alight upon the car's roof, a piercing sound of electrical static erupted from within the vehicle. Zzzzzt. Click click. Startled, the hawk let out a sharp, short cry, then frantically flapped its wings, hastily altering its landing direction. Watching the flustered hawk retreat into the sky, Nie Tian could only smile wryly before redirecting his gaze back to the distant Black Canyon Dam. Alas, it has been 2 whole days without a single development. Observing the stagnant state of the dam, Nie Tian could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Ever since he acquired the precise coordinates of the Allspark in Los Angeles 2 days prior, he had arrived at Black Canyon Dam to initiate his plan of substitution. However, for the scheme to succeed, the prince must first make an appearance. During these 2 days of vigil, he has awaited the prince in vain. While an array of small creatures has come to pass, the United States is currently swarming with Decepticons. This is truly unacceptable. Amidst his frustration, Nie Tian was also engulfed by a sense of perplexity. Logically speaking, the Black Gorge Dam should not be so tranquil at this moment. Including him, the Red Spider has dispatched a total of 7 aerial teams to fervently scour the territory of the United States in pursuit of the whereabouts of Megatron. Even with his constraints, the 4 members of the 4th aerial team, known as 13, would hardly provoke any disturbances. However, he does not harbor such trust in the inherently unruly Decepticons of the other teams. One of the responsibilities of Sector 7 is to monitor any suspected extraterrestrial activities. With 6 aerial teams frolicking outside for such an extended period, it seems improbable that not even a single operative team from Sector 7 would be drawn out. Were it not for Nie Tian's concern about leaking information that might alert the Red Spider to irregularities, he would have considered using the 13 from his team as bait to lure the enemy out of their hiding. Patience is key. Waiting idly is currently the most prudent strategy. Nie Tian retreated slightly against the rugged wall behind him, shielding himself from the slanting rays of the sun. He then multitasked, surfing the internet while remaining vigilant for any movements at the Black Gorge Dam, quietly biding his time once more. Indeed, for the past 2 days, much of Nie Tian's time has been spent navigating the web. Thanks to the unique structure of the Cybertronian mechanical beings and the technological disparity, as long as there is a communication signal, whether it be wired, wireless, or satellite, Nie Tian can trace the electromagnetic waves to infiltrate the networks corresponding to those signals. Despite being a long-lived Cybertronian, Nie Tian's patience has not necessarily increased with age, at least not to the extent of remaining motionless for hours on end. Thus, his ability to wait here for such a lengthy period stems from a good habit he cultivated in his previous life. As long as there is internet access, he is content. Meanwhile, as Nie Tian lay in wait outside the Black Gorge Dam, a sudden arrival of unexpected guests graced the temporary refuge he had selected for the 4th Aerial Team at the Aiken Chemical Plant in the suburbs of Miami. In the afternoon, 2 somewhat aged vehicles slowly approached along the road adjacent to the Aiken Chemical Plant. The leading vehicle, a white SUV, abruptly turned at the T-junction leading to the plant and headed directly towards it. The low hum of the engine brought a long-forgotten vitality to the desolate, abandoned factory. With a jarring sound, the 2 urban SUVs came to a halt in front of the large iron gate of the Aiken Chemical Plant. From each vehicle emerged a young man and 2 young women, totaling 6 individuals. Despite their varied attire, anyone could easily discern the vivaciousness and youthful essence emanating from them. Bang! After one of the boys closed the car door, he surveyed the factory before calling out, "Hey, Sean, is this the place you mentioned?" "Of course, Carl." A boy clad in a floral shirt descended from the first off-road vehicle, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Here lies the abandoned factory rumored to be haunted. I wager the inside will be quite exhilarating. Just ensure you don't frighten yourself into a state of disarray." He scoffed. "What a jest. The one likely to be scared into submission is undoubtedly you," retorted the boy who had initially posed the question, clearly unwilling to lose face in front of the 4 girls. All right, you 2 always bicker at the slightest provocation," a girl interjected, stepping forward to mediate. "Moreover, Carl, today is your birthday, and Sean has brought us here to fulfill your request. He claims it will be thrilling, so let us venture inside. If it fails to meet his description, then you needn't worry," Sean chimed in, a confident expression gracing his features. Carl shot Sean a cold glance, but ultimately said nothing, striding purposefully toward the factory entrance. From their preceding dialogue, it was evident that they sought adventure, and the object of their thrill-seeking was none other than the dilapidated factory before them. Indeed, Sean and Carl, along with 4 others, were students from an elite high school in Miami. Today marked not only a day of leisure, but also Carl's 17th birthday. After concluding their birthday celebration, the group, under Sean's suggestion, had arrived at this suburban abandoned chemical plant, euphemistically termed an expedition, but in truth, merely a quest for excitement. The choice of this location stemmed from recent rumors circulating about the factory. It was true that Nie Tian had repeatedly cautioned his subordinates, the 4 Decepticons, before his departure. However, as time elapsed, and Nie Tian failed to return, the Decepticons gradually revealed their true nature. While being unable to leave was acceptable, causing mischief within the factory was deemed permissible. One fateful night, a truck driver passing through Miami stopped to rest near the Aiken Chemical Plant, only to be startled by the sounds of crackling electricity and various crashing noises emanating from the factory. The driver, initially engaged in a scuffle, found his eyelids wide open in shock, subsequently starting his truck and achieving what would be the fastest speed of his life. Due to humanity's intrinsic penchant for gossip, rumors spread rapidly. Coincidentally, Sean's father was a truck driver well acquainted in the transportation industry. Upon hearing this tantalizing gossip from his father, Sean eagerly shared it with his companions. Ignorance breeds courage. For boys of Sean and Carl's age, curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, coupled with audacity, were among their defining traits. Chapter 26. The Soundwave's approach. Observing Carl charging ahead, Sean, unwilling to be outdone, quickly followed suit. The remaining 4 girls shrugged, their faces reflecting a sense of resignation, evidently accustomed to the ongoing rivalry between Sean and Carl. "Let us proceed, shall we?" At Elia's invitation, 4 girls began to move, and though they were female, it did not imply that they lacked courage. After all, it was broad daylight, merely the exploration of an abandoned factory. What peril could there be? As the four girls caught up with Sean, Carl happened to pry open the factory's imposing iron gate. Haha, thank you, Carl. Ladies first, Carl exclaimed, blocking Sean's attempt to pass, heedless of Sean's disgruntled expression. He then placed a hand on his chest and bowed, performing a somewhat unrefined, gentlemanly gesture. Addressing Elia and the others, please, ladies. The four girls exchanged glances and, in unison, giggled before cheerfully stepping through the factory's entrance. Wow, it's so spacious inside, one girl exclaimed upon entering. Indeed, but it feels desolate, another replied. These plants are so lush, and look, there are butterflies, how beautiful. The four girls dispersed, each expressing their awe. Oomph! A sudden, untimely scoff interrupted the moment. Throughout history, an intriguing law has persisted when female animals are present. Male animals often engage in perplexing behaviors, particularly those of mating age. Upon witnessing the girl's admiration, Carl immediately interjected, what use is beauty? Let's not forget why we are here. They had come due to the rumors of the factory being haunted, seeking adventure and thrill, not merely to enjoy the scenery. After scolding the girls, Carl shifted his focus to Sean. Sean, how reliable is the information you heard? This place hardly seems haunted. Could it be that the rumors were merely a fabrication of yours? As Carl spoke, the group had already traversed the initial thicket of plants and entered the factory's interior. Faced with Carl's skepticism, Sean was taken aback, visibly flustered. Carl, do not. But his words were abruptly cut off. He stared ahead in disbelief, his expression mirroring the astonishment of the other five. One girl even covered her mouth with her small hand in sheer incredulity. Before them lay the factory's interior, marred by extensive signs of destruction. The concrete floor was riddled with craters, as if subjected to countless violent impacts. Machinery and equipment lay in disarray, various parts strewn across the ground. Several warehouses and buildings had collapsed into ruins, presenting a scene of shattered walls and debris. Most critically, the signs of destruction were strikingly recent, immediately apparent to the eye as having occurred within the past few days. Sean's initial irritation at Carl's skepticism dissipated almost instantaneously. I have a premonition, he murmured, his gaze fixed on a large hole in the distant wall. Unconsciously swallowing, he continued, I believe this journey will prove worthwhile. Let us proceed deeper. After overcoming their initial shock, Sean and the other five embarked on an exploration of the factory. However, much of the facility had been reduced to ruins, and even the structures that remained standing resembled precarious shanties, deterring them from venturing inside. Consequently, after spending nearly half an hour surveying the factory, the group arrived at the only building still standing relatively intact, a large workshop. Sean, wait, Carl called out, halting Sean's motion to push open the workshop door. Allow me. Sean, with a slight grimace, conceded his position, considering it was Carl's birthday. Huh. Carl rubbed his hands together, summoning his strength as he pushed against the workshop door. The rusty door emitted a loud, grating sound as he exerted force. Unbeknownst to Carl, as he strained, a peculiar aircraft deep within the workshop suddenly emitted two beams of red light. What? Captured 6 humans? Nie Tian felt utterly perplexed upon receiving a communication through his module. Moments before, he had been joyfully surfing the internet when he unexpectedly received a message from 15, a member of his subordinate 4th Flying Team. Nie Tian had anticipated that the communication would inquire about his return, yet upon checking, he found it was a rather alarming report. This shouldn't be. How could anyone be at that abandoned factory? Nie Tian pondered, uncertain whether he should return. The message from 15 did not elaborate on the details, but merely indicated that 6 individuals had entered the factory and had been apprehended. The purpose of the communication was to seek guidance on the next steps to take. First, let 15 interrogate those 6 individuals to ascertain their identities, and then determine whether their presence was intentional or accidental. Within half a minute, Nie Tian had formulated a plan. He needed to ascertain whether those captured were official personnel or not. If they were not officials, the situation could be managed more easily. Although Nie Tian considered the likelihood of them being officials to be low, he realized that if they were indeed special agents sent to investigate 15's team, then the chance of 15 being able to send him a communication would be severely diminished. If they are from a special department, I will have to instruct 15 to make a swift escape and leave the rest to chance. Before Nie Tian could convey his orders to 15, another communication arrived on the module. Another one? Nie Tian was momentarily taken aback as he checked the communication. Was this a communication request from the Scalpel? He had initially thought that there were still matters to report from Unit 15, but to his surprise, it was an unexpected individual. After some contemplation, Nie Tian decided not to decline Scalpel's request for communication. "Greetings, Scalpel. It has been quite some time," he responded. Having previously established a specific frequency communication channel with Scalpel in the laboratory, it was quite convenient to reach out. If his correspondence with Unit 15 resembled the exchange of emails, then his interaction with Scalpel was akin to an online chat. Of course, with sufficient energy, voice and video calls could also be achieved. "Nie Tian, this is Scalpel. Are you currently at the base of the Red Spider?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Nie Tian ultimately replied truthfully, "Scalpel, I'm not at the base at the moment. I am currently executing a task assigned by the Red Spider." Scalpel had not contacted him for several days, and Nie Tian was momentarily at a loss regarding the purpose of this communication. "Surely, it cannot be to urge him to search for the Decepticon spaceship? I need you to return to the Red Spider's base immediately." "What happened?" Nie Tian exclaimed in surprise. "Scalpel, do not ask. Contact me immediately upon your return, and I will inform you," Scalpel interrupted. "Remember, be discreet in your actions and do not raise any suspicions among the other Decepticons." Before Nie Tian could inquire further about any useful information, Scalpel abruptly severed the communication link. Staring at the disconnected communication, Nie Tian felt a mix of confusion and concern. Although he was unsure of the urgency behind Scalpel's request to return, he sensed that it was likely a matter of significant importance. He hoped that it would not take too long. Reluctantly glancing at the distant Black Canyon Dam, Nie Tian made a decisive choice. He could not ignore Scalpel's urgency and would have to temporarily abandon his surveillance. He sent a message back to Unit 15, then ignited his vehicle and sped along the road toward the Konas Canyon. The sound wave was approaching. Upon returning to the Red Spider's base, the first piece of news he received from Scalpel was staggering. Nie Tian understood that Scalpel's urgency indicated something extraordinary was afoot. Yet he had not anticipated it to be of such critical importance. Had it not been for his repeated confirmations with Scalpel, he would scarcely have believed that the plot was about to unfold. Amidst his astonishment, Nie Tian remained perplexed. "Scalpel, you summoned me back because Soundwave is about to arrive on this planet? I am under surveillance by the Red Spider and cannot leave the laboratory," Scalpel replied. "I need you to help me transport the coordinates of the space bridge out of the base and establish it at a specific location on this planet. Otherwise, Soundwave will be unable to arrive here in the near future." "What? The coordinates of the space bridge?" Upon receiving the communication from Scalpel, Nie Tian's expression turned solemn, and his demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. The brief message from the Scalpel conveyed a wealth of significant information. Firstly, it revealed why the Scalpel had come under the surveillance of the Red Spider. Secondly, it elucidated the presence of coordinates for a space bridge on the Scalpel, coordinates that could facilitate direct transmission via sound waves, and now there was an urgent request for him to establish this coordinate discreetly. Chapter 27. The Space Bridge. Nie Tian was well aware of the concept of the Space Bridge. It serves as a rapid transit passage that transcends the notions of space and time. Fundamentally a technological marvel derived from one of the three supreme technologies of Cybertron, the Cybertronian spatial transmission technology, which has been meticulously improved and developed. In theory, as long as the energy is sufficient, one can reach any destination in an instant, regardless of distance. However, the prerequisite for this is knowing the coordinates of the target location, which is essential for establishing what is known as a transmission portal. In contrast to the long-range capabilities of the Space Bridge, there exists a short-range transmission technology referred to as the land bridge. While the Space Bridge is primarily designed for the transportation of objects over vast distances, the land bridge focuses on the transportation of objects across shorter distances. The maximum transmission range of a land bridge is confined to intergalactic travel. Moreover, unlike the Space Bridge, which necessitates a complex preparatory process, the land bridge can be operated by a single individual provided they have the transmission device and energy column. Nonetheless, both the land bridge and space bridge require the coordinates of the transmission site. Without such coordinates, a transmission is akin to a train without a destination. No one knows where it will lead. It appears that from the very beginning, the Scalpel has maintained a connection with sound waves. Many realizations dawned on Nie Tian only at this moment. especially regarding the Scalpel's reasons for tracking the Red Spider's activities and urging him to keep a discreet watch on its movements. It seems likely that one of the Scalpel's primary objectives for covertly following the Red Spider to Blue Star was to monitor its activities and report back to Soundwave. Furthermore, the matter of the transmission coordinates was likely a prearranged agreement between the Scalpel and Soundwave during their time on Cybertron. Now, it remains unclear what events transpired within the Red Spider's base that rendered the Scalpel unable to depart from the laboratory, leading it to seek Nie Tian's assistance in establishing the coordinates for the space bridge. Although the Cybertronians possess spaceships capable of interstellar travel, the convenience of a space bridge that allows for instantaneous arrival at the target location is unmatched. Having grasped the general outline of the situation, Nie Tian pondered for a moment, choosing not to immediately acquiesce to the Scalpel's request. Instead, he proceeded toward the Scalpel's laboratory, adhering to principles of caution and obedience. Upon returning to the Red Spider's base, he did not directly approach the Scalpel's laboratory. Following the Scalpel's instructions, he first made contact with the party involved. "What is this?" As he turned into the corridor leading directly to the Scalpel's laboratory, Nie Tian was met with a scene that left him astonished. At the entrance of the laboratory, a mysterious mid-level Decepticon stood before the surgical knife. After a moment's contemplation, Nie Tian approached the Decepticon. Introducing himself, "I'm the captain of the 4th Flight Squad under Lord Red Spider. And you are?" The mid-level Decepticon glanced at Nie Tian, his expression devoid of emotion. "I am Decepticon 26, assigned by Lord Red Spider to safeguard Lord's surgical knife." With a nod, Nie Tian turned away. As long as he did not enter the laboratory, there would be no cause for suspicion. A mere exchange of pleasantries among colleagues was entirely reasonable. Only after he had distanced himself from the laboratory did he slow his pace. Pondering the situation, this must be a mid-level Decepticon recently manufactured using the information chip previously compiled by Red Spider and the undamaged energy core. Clearly, this Decepticon was a recent creation, as all flight squads were on missions outside, rendering it improbable for the captain to be summoned to guard the entrance. Inside the laboratory, Lord Surgical Knife paced anxiously, unaware that Nie Tian, whom he had been longing for, had not only traversed the main corridor of the base, but had also recently loitered at the entrance of his laboratory. "Damn it! That scoundrel Red Spider sent someone to spy on me." Surgical Knife glared at the laboratory door, fully cognizant that the mid-level Decepticon outside was specifically dispatched by Red Spider to surveil him. Protection? As if I could leave the base. What need have I for protection? Moreover, what was 22 up to? Surely he wasn't trying to extort benefits once more? That insatiable fiend. Perhaps Nie Tian's previous demands had led Surgical Knife to misconstrue the situation. As communication remained silent, Surgical Knife muttered obscenities before succumbing to the urge to send another message. 22, if you assist me in establishing the teleportation coordinates for the space bridge, I will persuade Soundwave to help elevate your chassis to a higher form. As Nie Tian walked along the main corridor, he suddenly halted, a silent smile gracing his face. "Lord Surgical Knife, payment upon delivery?" "Payment upon delivery." The smile on Nie Tian's face brightened further. "At your service." "Lord Surgical Knife, how may I assist you in establishing the teleportation coordinates?" "In 20 minutes, proceed to the energy block storage room. The tendril worm will be waiting for you there. He will provide you with an item and instruct you on its usage. After acquiring the item, head to this location, 335, to establish the teleportation coordinates." Nie Tian reviewed Surgical Knife's message several times before inputting the coordinates into the navigation system. "Understood, Lord Surgical Knife. I shall comply." Upon concluding his communication with the Scalpel, Nie Tian contemplated for a moment before summoning the data panel. ID 22, body armor, titanium alloy bulletproof armor. Weapon module, 126mm heavy machine gun, right hand, shoulder-mounted multi-barrel rocket launcher, left shoulder. Energy source, energy core, 58, body level, intermediate, combat level, intermediate warrior. After spending so many days outside, the energy within the core had dwindled below the acceptable threshold, necessitating a replenishment. With a swift motion, he deactivated the panel and redirected his steps towards the energy block storage room. To be frank, it was only natural for a lower-tier Decepticon to assist a higher-tier one. It was a matter of course. What was the benefit? Would a single shot not suffice as a reward? Nie Tian mused that if it were not for his status as the only trustworthy Decepticon within the Red Spider's base. Alongside the burden of possessing too much knowledge and the mission to locate the Decepticon ship, Scalpel might not have been so generous in compensating him for his services. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Although compelled to assist Scalpel with certain tasks, the benefits were undeniably tangible. 40 minutes later, at the Kona's Canyon, with a metallic creak, a formidable gate swung open, revealing a deep metallic passage within the canyon's rocky depths. A towering, fearsome silhouette emerged. Toying with an egg-shaped metallic sphere, it was indeed Nie Tian. The faint red glow emanating from the eye sockets of his mechanized visage indicated that his focus was clearly not on the metallic sphere in his grasp. In truth, he was still absorbed in the methodology imparted to him by the tentacled creature. He had initially presumed that establishing the coordinates for the space bridge would be a complex endeavor. It turned out that it merely required him to bring this metallic sphere to a specific location to activate it. After that, there were no further steps required. According to the creature's instructions, once the sphere was activated, he need not concern himself further. The sound waves would handle the rest, facilitating the space bridge's transport. Surprised by the simplicity, Nie Tian shook his head while glancing at the metallic sphere. He then opened a segment of his chest armor, revealing a compartment akin to a storage bay. It mattered little if he misplaced it, but should the metallic sphere be lost, the promise of the advanced body from Scalpel would surely dissipate. Each Cybertronian possesses a micro-storage space, known as subspace, created through an energy field situated in their chest. Subspace is an independent folded space, allowing objects placed within to reduce in size to 1% or even less of their original volume, thus enabling Cybertronians to carry essential items with them. After carefully stowing the metallic sphere in the subspace within his chest, Nie Tian prepared to depart. First, he scanned a flying form, and then returned to the abandoned factory in the suburbs of Miami to check on the 6 unfortunate high school students. Indeed, at this moment, Nie Tian was already aware that the 6 individuals apprehended by 15 were merely adventurous high schoolers who had inadvertently trespassed into the Aiken chemical plant. While en route back to the Kona's Grand Canyon, he received a communication from 15 detailing the interrogation of these 6 students. Although he was unaware of the exact methods employed during the interrogation, the exhaustive nature of the questioning suggested that the youths must have been thoroughly intimidated. It was unclear which unfortunate family had a child who, out of sheer boredom, ventured into an abandoned factory for exploration. Nie Tian gazed up at the towering canyon, seeking an angle for his ascent. Despite the pressing importance of the surgical procedure, he resolved to make a detour back to Miami, as a location for activating the metallic sphere also required passing through Miami. Moments later, with a resounding ignition, flames erupted from his palms. Subsequently, propelled by the reaction force generated from the high-temperature gases, his massive structure began to ascend slowly. Indeed, in his current transformation as a sports car, Nie Tian could only resort to this cumbersome method to leave the canyon. Although the ascent was not swift, it was certainly more efficient than climbing by hand. In under 5 minutes, he soared out of the several hundred meters deep Kona's Grand Canyon. Thud! Upon landing, Nie Tian transformed back into a sleek black sports car and swiftly set his sights on a particular direction, accelerating away. However, he failed to notice that shortly after his departure from the Kona's Grand Canyon, a uniquely designed Cybertronian aircraft, remarkably similar to his previous transformation, soared skyward from the canyon. Chapter 28. Silver Fox Interceptor. An hour later, in Denton City, Shanzhou, a sleek black sports car zipped past the wide and pristine Iverson Avenue in Denton City, prompting many pedestrians to glance back in awe. If one were to consider where the most flying vehicles could be found, aside from various Air Force bases, the aerospace museums dedicated to showcasing aircraft would undoubtedly rank second. Coincidentally, Denton City boasted such an establishment known as the National Air Force Museum. Nie Tian's visit was precisely for this museum. Unlike the stringent security of military bases, the Air Force Museum offered a meticulously curated array of aircraft models, making it the first place that came to mind for Nie Tian, who sought to rescan his transformation form. Situated in the northern part of Silver State, Shanzhou is adjacent to Silver State and lies in close proximity to the Kona's Grand Canyon, allowing Nie Tian to reach his destination in just an hour. The Air Force Museum is located not within the urban area of Denton City, but rather beside a military base on the outskirts. Despite the nearby military installation, the museum's defenses were not overly stringent. Upon arriving at the exhibition hall's rear helipad, Nie Tian activated his cloaking mechanism. So many. Gazing at the helipad filled with various aircraft, Nie Tian couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The Aviation Museum, aside from serving as a showcase for aircraft, is colloquially referred to as the graveyard of planes. However, this so-called plane graveyard pales in comparison to the renowned aircraft boneyard at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, which harbors over 6,000 retired aircraft, truly an endless sight. As for why Nie Tian chose the Air Force Museum in Denon City over the Davis-Monthan base, the reasoning is quite straightforward. Even to the untrained eye, the choice between an active aircraft and a retired one is evident, given the sheer size of the aircraft. The exhibition halls within the museum are expansive. Furthermore, due to it being a holiday, only a scant few staff members are present. Consequently, Nie Tian found himself wandering through the museum as if in a deserted realm. Upon encountering a Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft on display, he paused, reminiscing about a character from the original series, the Decepticon Skyfire. In that narrative, Skyfire's alternate form resembles a Blackbird reconnaissance plane, and his resting place also happens to be an aviation exhibition hall, seemingly located in the Hua district, which Nie Tian vaguely recalls. In the original story, Skyfire entered a state of dormancy due to a lack of energy and was ultimately awakened by Sam after the arrival of the Fallen on Earth. Essentially, dormancy and silence share a fundamental similarity. If one were to distinguish between the two, one could argue that dormancy is voluntary, while silence is involuntary. One succumbs to slumber. The other is rendered inert by injury. Shaking his head, Nie Tian dismissed thoughts of Skyfire. Although he was aware of Skyfire's current whereabouts, he had no intention of awakening him, nor did he dare entertain any notion of engaging with him, fearing the repercussions. Skyfire epitomizes the quintessential figure caught between two allegiances. Indeed, while he is a Decepticon, he is one with a heart inclined toward the light. Even his former master, the Fallen, a supreme transformer, betrayed him. So one can only imagine the fate of lesser Decepticons. Nie Tian surmised that should he appear before Skyfire, he would swiftly meet a grim end at the hands of the avenging Decepticon. If one were to humorously refer to Optimus Prime as the traitor, then Skyfire, a Decepticon, would undoubtedly share a similar fate. The matter of Skyfire was merely a fleeting thought. After casting a glance at the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, Nie Tian quickly located his desired transformation form, an experimental prototype, designated 22, nicknamed Silver Fox, which harmonizes well with his current identification number. The Silver Fox bears a striking resemblance to the Blackbird, featuring a long fuselage, a twin-engine layout, and a swept-wing design. With a length exceeding 30 meters and a wingspan surpassing 15 meters, the only distinction lies in the broader, more streamlined nose of the Silver Fox. Nie Tian chose this fighter jet for its remarkable capabilities as a high-altitude, high-speed interceptor, boasting a maximum speed of Mach 3.5, surpassing even the fastest vehicle form of Red Spider from the original narrative. Indeed, with every virtue comes a corresponding vice. The remarkable speed of flight is accompanied by a deficiency in firepower. If we were to liken a typical fighter jet to a versatile warrior adept in both offense and defense, then the Silver Fox Interceptor resembles a fragile, yet fiercely aggressive assassin. However, in contrast to its lackluster defensive capabilities, Nie Tian firmly believes in the adage that speed is the ultimate weapon. During the transformation Gear S scanning of the Silver Fox Interceptor, the energy levels within its core plummeted by 5%. Nie Tian remained unfazed, having encountered a similar situation during a previous scan of a sports car. He surmised that aside from the propensity for weapon modules to clash, energy consumption was another reason why most Cybertronians refrained from casually scanning newly transformed forms. Through these two transformations, he had begun to feel a slight discomfort. Perhaps the more formidable the Cybertronian warrior, or the more weapon modules equipped, the more pronounced the weapon conflicts would be. When selecting weapon modules, Cybertronians must also consider how compatible they are with their own forms. A weapon module cannot simply be affixed wherever desired, as some can only be mounted in specific locations. Ultimately, the transformation of a Cybertronian is executed under the guidance of the transformation gear. As the gear scans the data for the transformed shape, it meticulously charts the most efficient transformation route, rather than allowing the Cybertronian to alter their form at will. It appears that the jet form suits me best. Upon reverting to the jet configuration, Nie Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him, his humanoid form reverting to its awakened state. It was time to depart. After hovering momentarily in midair, he recorded the coordinates of the museum below into his navigation system. A premonition stirred within him. He sensed a strong likelihood that he would return to this place in the future. Having left Anton City, Nie Tian set a direct course towards Miami. The Silver Fox Interceptor boasts a maximum flight speed of 35 Mach, and with reckless abandon, he covered the distance to the Aiken chemical plant in the suburbs of Miami in just under an hour. Thud, my lord, you have returned. As the Silver Fox Interceptor touched down, a Decepticon awaited his arrival. This is ignoring the Decepticon before him. Nie Tian furrowed his brow, surveying the internal environment of the factory. It had appeared in good condition when he left. How had it devolved into such a dismal state in just a few days? Never mind, I'll have them relocate soon enough. Ultimately, he refrained from reprimanding them. He was already quite satisfied that the 4 Decepticons of the 4th Flight Squadron had not caused any major disturbances. As for the rest, he had never held high expectations. Moreover, this location had been exposed to human scrutiny. It was imperative that they could not remain here any longer. After a cursory examination of the factory, Nie Tian glanced down at his awaiting companion. Where are the 6 humans? My lord, they are in the workshop, being supervised by 13. Take me to them. Yes, my lord. Under the guidance of a number 15, Nie Tian arrived at the hideout he had once selected for the 4 Decepticons. Although 15 and his companions were somewhat raucous, they at least maintained a level of decorum, refraining from dismantling the workshop where they had taken refuge. Sir, this way. They beckoned. As Nie Tian entered the workshop, he soon encountered his intended targets, the 6 audacious high school students. Curled up beside a massive chemical machine were 6 ragged youths. Their attire varied, yet unified in their disheveled appearance. They bore the countenance of despair. Before them stood 3 menacing Decepticons, those being 13 and his companions. Upon a cursory examination, Nie Tian noted that while the 6 high schoolers looked utterly wretched, they bore no visible wounds, merely exhibiting signs of fatigue. It seemed they had come to terms with their capture by extraterrestrial beings, each now hanging their heads in silence. Of course, it was equally plausible that they had endured enough torment to render them mute. Nie Tian found it hard to believe that a person could remain motionless upon encountering a sentient machine, unless, of course, they were paralyzed by fear. Sir, you've arrived? Upon seeing Nie Tian, the other 3 Decepticons of the 4th Flight Squad instantly transformed their former lethargy into alertness. Nie Tian nodded affirmatively and instructed the 4 Decepticons. You may step outside. The Decepticons were momentarily taken aback, but quickly complied. Yes, sir. The sudden turn of events also captured the attention of Sean and his companions. Initially resigned to their fate, they were startled to see a robot exiting the workshop, leading them to believe that their circumstances might be changing. However, to their dismay, the departing robot soon returned, accompanied by an even larger alien automaton. In truth, Sean and his companions were initially oblivious to the true nature of the 4 junior Decepticons, assuming these moving machines were merely some secret weapon developed by the military. After all, the prospect of a military secret weapon seemed far more credible than the ethereal notion of alien robots. However, during subsequent interrogations, they would come to realize that these were anything but military creations. Chapter 29. A strategic move ahead after 13 and his companions exited. Nie Tian scrutinized the 6 high school students. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze stirred agitation among Sean and his peers. Do you think? Are we about to be silenced? One girl quavered, her eyes fixed on the towering, menacing robot, articulating her deepest fears that now seemed poised to materialize. Her words ignited a chorus of lamentations. Wah! Sean, it's all your fault. Who told you to bring us here? Now we haven't seen a ghost, but we've certainly encountered aliens, and we've been captured by them. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. Enough with the tears. Sean suddenly raised his voice, attempting to overpower the clamor of the crowd. He forced a semblance of calm and urged, please do not panic. Allow me to analyze the situation. If these robots, no, these extraterrestrial beings, truly intended to eliminate us, they would have acted when we attempted to flee this afternoon. Why exert the effort to capture us repeatedly? Is it merely to confine us here? Nonetheless, the tremor of fear and anxiety in Sean's tone was unmistakable. Sean, though your reasoning bears merit, what does it matter? We remain trapped here, Carl retorted, his lips curling in disdain as he surveyed the surroundings before whispering. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity, with only one of them present, to escape separately. Surely he cannot. Carl's suggestion was abruptly interrupted by Elia, who wore a serious expression. She shot him a glare before explaining. How can you be certain that the 4 robots who departed are not lurking outside the workshop? They might be waiting to ambush us as we attempt to flee. Sean's earlier point was astute. I suspect they have ulterior motives. And they certainly do not intend to silence us. Carl opened his mouth, instinctively ready to counter her arguments. Yet he found himself at a loss for a suitable retort. Ignoring Carl, Elia continued, have you not noticed? When the largest robot entered, those smaller than him treated him with utmost deference, even bowing and muttering something in Cybertronian. Although I do not understand the language, I observed the respectful demeanor they displayed towards him. A girl interjected hesitantly, followed by a look of confusion. But what does that signify? Elia, this indicates that this robot holds a higher rank than the others. Elia interjected before the girl could finish her thought. From his size alone, it is evident that he possesses greater power. Greater power? Then we have no hope of escape, another lamented, as Elia sighed in exasperation and asserted. That is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that this robot is likely their leader. With the leader now present, it signifies, in the workshop, Nie Tian observed the scene unfolding among the 6 high school students, their murmurs captured by his keen ears. He mentally commended the girl's earlier deduction. Amidst such chaos, she maintained a commendable level of composure and rational analysis, arriving at a fairly accurate conclusion. Her insight and bravery surpassed that of a typical high school student, especially compared to her peers who could only express their fears. Among the 6, only Sean and Elia caught his attention, earning his respect. Who claims that this place is solely about joyful education? Are there not intelligent individuals present? With just a few words, it became apparent that I would not impose any harm upon them. Indeed, from the very beginning, Nie Tian had no intention of causing any distress to the 6 high school students who had inadvertently wandered into the factory. While he was certainly not a paragon of virtue, he was no bloodthirsty fiend either. He had always been quite magnanimous towards those who did not obstruct him. There was, however, another reason that compelled him to adopt such a stance, or more accurately, it was primarily this reason that guided his decision. The plotline of Transformers was about to commence in earnest. Deep within his mind, yet Tian harbored a nebulous notion. If the Autobots could collaborate with humanity, why could he not do the same? He did not possess the archaic, elitist beliefs held by other Decepticons, nor did he harbor any contempt for humankind. He contemplated that when the opportune moment arose, he would devise a means for mutual success with humanity. The foremost issue in forging such a partnership was how to initiate contact. A poorly executed approach could lead to a failed collaboration, or worse, jeopardize lives, which would certainly be undesirable. After all, having once been one of them, Nie Tian was acutely aware of their ways. Imagine if one day, a visitor from a distant planet suddenly appeared before the masses, proclaiming a desire for cooperation. Would anyone readily acquiesce? The answer is, of course, negative. Cooperation? Don't be foolish. The priority would be to capture and study the stranger. True cooperation occurs only when both parties possess equivalent strength. Otherwise, one risks being consumed whole. Lacking sufficient power, Nie Tian would not entertain the notion of collaboration, yet this did not preclude him from sowing a few seeds of potential partnership. Moreover, such mutually beneficial endeavors necessitate that both sides harbor a relatively amicable impression of one another. They could not afford to be perceived as the Decepticons, who were often met with hostility upon their arrival. After all, the prevailing perception of the Decepticons on this planet was akin to that of a rat scurrying through the streets. At present, Nie Tian held little influence and could not alter the chaotic and disorderly conduct within the Decepticon ranks, nor did he aspire to do so. The Decepticon faction was powerless to effect change, but he could still tend to his own affairs. Nie Tian did not wish to find himself in a position of hiding and evading after Megatron made his appearance. Ultimately, in this rather unsafe world, he lacked any means to disregard danger, so he had developed a habit of proceeding cautiously, always considering 3 steps ahead. These preliminary moves might never bear fruit. Yet as long as there existed even a remote possibility of utility, he was willing to invest time and effort. Perhaps the 13 individuals were simply too disdainful to engage with Sean and his companions, or perhaps they communicated solely in Cybertronian during interrogations. Until now, Sean and his 5 companions were aware only that they were confronting extraterrestrial robots, yet they remained utterly oblivious to any details regarding them, including their origin. Faced with the futility of escape, the group began to deliberate on the origins of these alien machines. As their conversation meandered into trivialities, Nie Tian resolved to intervene. "Young lady, might your name be Aaliyah?" he inquired, gazing down at the golden-haired girl at his feet. It must be noted that these 6 high school students possessed remarkable appearances, particularly the one named Aaliyah. Her captivating sapphire blue eyes sparkled enchantingly, and even in a disheveled state, her striking features and fair complexion were undeniable. Her flowing, lustrous golden hair, cascading past her shoulders, added an air of doll-like elegance to her beauty. Although Nie Tian now identified as a Cybertronian, his aesthetic appreciation had been firmly established in his previous life, allowing him to admire the beauty of the golden-haired girl. "Why, yes, I am Aaliyah," she stammered, looking up at the robotic figure before her voice tinged with palpable trepidation. Despite her earlier confidence, Aaliyah harbored doubts about her own conjectures. "Am I truly that frightening?" Observing Aaliyah trembling, on the verge of tears, Nie Tian could not help but frown. He had initially regarded her with a degree of esteem, yet now she presented such a timid demeanor. "Young lady, perhaps it is best you take it easy," he remarked, suddenly feeling a sense of disinterest, followed by amusement. What was he doing, squabbling with a group of 17 or 18-year-olds? He was now a Cybertronian, renowned for the ruthless demeanor of the Decepticons, and certainly did not need to explain himself to a high school student, nor should he belittle himself by adopting the communicative attitude of his former life. With this shift in mindset, Nie Tian found himself devoid of any desire for further dialogue with Aaliyah and her companions. His sole wish was to expedite their departure. "I trust you have comprehended your current predicament. You need not concern yourselves with my identity or that of my companions." Pausing for effect, a beguiling smile graced his lips. "I can allow you to leave, however, I understand. Before he could finish, a voice from the crowd interjected eagerly. "Aliens, sir. We promised not to speak of this afternoon's events." "Yes, we one team mentioned a thing. We saw nothing this afternoon. Indeed, rest assured, even if the police inquire, I shall remain silent." Aaliyah hastily covered one girl's mouth, exasperated. "Are you foolish? As long as we don't disclose anything, why would the police come looking for us? We merely ventured into this factory for exploration, having witnessed nothing at all. Our current appearance is simply the result of our own clumsiness." Chapter 30, The Uninhabited Isle. Excellent. Gazing at the 6 individuals whose desire for survival was palpable, Nie Tian nodded with satisfaction. "I'm delighted that you all think this way." Amidst the expressions of relief on the faces of Aaliyah and her companions, Nie Tian offered a faint smile. "Moreover, as today marks our first encounter, I kindly ask you to accept this modest gift." No sooner had his words fallen than 6 small slips of paper gracefully descended from above. "What is this?" Carl inquired, curiously picking up one of the slips. Before he could examine it closely, a voice echoed from above once more. "These are 6 bank checks, each worth $10,000. You may exchange them for cash at Fudong Bank or any bank affiliated with it. A gentle reminder, this money has been acquired through my endeavors." Upon hearing this, Aaliyah and her companions exchanged incredulous glances at the checks in their hands, their expressions varying widely. "If you reveal my existence, not only will you forfeit this $10,000, but you may also find yourselves implicated due to your association with me." At that moment, Nie Tian's gentle tone resonated like that of a devil luring them into temptation. The most unreliable promises in this world are those made without evidence. Rather than placing faith in their solemn assurances, Nie Tian preferred to believe they would fear the consequences of imprisonment. As for the notion of refusing the offer, he chuckled, recognizing that his benevolence had its limits. Who would have thought that the modest fortune I casually acquired would be put to use so swiftly? Watching the 2 city SUVs gradually recede into the distance outside the factory, Nie Tian diverted his gaze. Ultimately, Aaliyah and her companions accepted the 6 checks of $10,000 each. $10,000 is never a trivial sum, especially for 6 high school students. Offering too much could easily lead to complications. Human nature is inherently greedy, Even if some among them contemplated whistleblowing, they would be outnumbered by those genuinely accepting the money, who would swiftly oppose any such actions. My lord, the 4 Decepticons approached him, although they did not comprehend their leader's decision to release the 6 humans. They wisely refrained from probing further. We cannot remain here. You should seek a new refuge. Nie Tian cast a glance at the 4 of them, pondering that had they not caused such a commotion, they would never have attracted 6 high school adventurers to the factory. Search for a new refuge? One of them, reluctant to part with the Aiken chemical factory, queried, My lord, will you not join us? No, I have a secret mission entrusted to me by Lord Red Spider. You may act on your own. Nie Tian waved his hand, withholding the truth from them, with the sound waves approaching. Who had the time to involve this group of novices? Wait until I ascend to a higher rank among the Decepticons before considering your inclusion. Indeed, Nie Tian was preparing to establish the transmission coordinates for the space bridge. The matter concerning Alia and her companions had already been relegated to the recesses of his mind. Establishing the teleportation coordinates is the most pressing matter at hand. Upon hearing Nie Tian's words, the 4 members of the Batian Tigers exchanged glances, and in unison, they reluctantly affirmed, Yes, my lord. With a captain who scarcely intervenes, they felt a sense of freedom, yet an unsettling unease lingered in their hearts. Once a new refuge is found, relay the location to me. Additionally, maintain the communication link. I shall contact you should any matters arise. Yes, my lord. Nie Tian nodded slightly, his gaze suddenly turning stern as he scrutinized each of the Batian Tigers. Moreover, the refuge must be situated far from human cities. We cannot attract their attention again. To expect the Batian Tigers to restrain their destructive impulses was impractical. It was far more sensible to instruct them to select a remote location. After all, he held little hope that they would accomplish anything remarkable. The Batian Tigers typically enjoyed considerable autonomy when executing tasks devoid of specific objectives. The fact that the Red Spider had not convened the leaders of their 7 flight teams during this period was indicative of this. After issuing a few more instructions, Nie Tian transformed into a silver fox interceptor and departed from the Aiken chemical plant, heading towards a designated coordinate within the navigation system. Meanwhile, 2 urban SUVs, having left the Aiken chemical plant, sped back to the heart of Miami under the vigorous acceleration of Sean and Carl. It was only upon the sight of the school gates in the distance that the 6, still shaken, finally exhaled in relief. After parking the vehicle on the school grounds, the 6 approached a small lake within the campus. On a lush green lawn by the water's edge, they sat in a circle on the ground. After a moment of silence, Aaliyah took the lead in sharing her thoughts. I believe it is best if we refrain from discussing this afternoon's events. The astonishment they had expressed during their capture at the factory had already been voiced countless times, so she cut straight to the point. Aaliyah wore a serious expression, seemingly apprehensive that her companions might not grasp the gravity of the situation. Those extraterrestrial robots are aware of where we reside. If we do not comply with their directives, they may very well pay us a visit. At her words, a chill ran through the group. Indeed, during their interrogation, they had divulged everything in great detail. The thought of being confronted by those robots was too terrifying to contemplate. They could not fathom how their fragile forms could withstand beings towering several stories high. Sean grasped the check he had placed in his pocket, his gaze wavering for a moment before he resolved firmly, I concur. I assure you that I will not speak of this afternoon's events voluntarily. Voluntarily? Carl questioned, perplexed. Yes, Sean replied earnestly, nodding. I will not disclose anything to anyone unless approached by the police, in which case I will recount everything that transpired this afternoon, without reservation. After listening to the words of Alia and Sean, the remaining 4 exchanged glances, silently communicating among themselves before they unanimously agreed. All right, let us proceed as Sean suggested. If the police do come looking for us, we can always explain later. Indeed, those extraterrestrial robots are exceedingly perilous. It is best we leave them be and allow those self-important individuals to deal with it. Absolutely. I have no desire to be roused in the middle of the night by aliens knocking on my door. Furthermore, it is quite possible that others have also discovered these extraterrestrial robots. The government has likely been aware of their existence for quite some time, and it is not our burden to bear. The group continued to express their reasons, seemingly finding solace in such justifications, as no one mentioned the matter of the check, as if the small piece of paper in their pockets did not exist at all. Ultimately, the 6 of them reached a tacit agreement regarding whether to disclose their encounter from that afternoon. to neither actively share nor outright refuse. Of course, only they themselves knew who feared the extraterrestrial robots and who coveted the still warm $10,000. After less than half an hour of flight, Nie Tian arrived at his destination, a deserted island deep in the Atlantic Ocean. The location for establishing the teleportation coordinates, as indicated by the scalpel, was not within the borders of any nation, but rather on this uninhabited island. Just how desolate was this island? It was so unrecorded that even the official maps bore no mention of it. Had it not been for the precise coordinates provided by the scalpel, he would have struggled to locate this island. Nie Tian was unaware of why the scalpel had instructed him to establish the coordinates here. He speculated it might have been a strategy put in place when the scalpel first arrived on Blue Star. As he soared above the deserted island, dusk was approaching, painting the horizon with fiery red hues that reflected upon the sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. The view was akin to a magnificent and boundless canvas. However, Nie Tian did not spare even a glance at such beauty. Upon landing in a relatively open area of the island, he swiftly transformed into his human form and retrieved the concealed oval metallic sphere from his chest. After a moment's contemplation, Nie Tian chose not to activate the metallic sphere immediately, but instead sent a communication to the scalpel. Dear Scalpel, I have arrived at the location for establishing the teleportation coordinates. Should I proceed with the establishment of the space bridge coordinates now? That was quick. Please hold on. The scalpel replied, seemingly astonished by Nie Tian's speed, before abruptly becoming unresponsive. A faint smile tugged at Nie Tian's lips upon witnessing this. He had specifically selected his transformation form for this very moment of swiftness. At my current speed, I could likely circle this planet in less than 10 hours, he mused. The Cybertronian's vehicle forms do not necessitate consideration of a pilot's condition like real vehicles. As long as sufficient energy is supplied, they can perpetually soar at maximum speed. Currently, Nie Tian's top flying velocity exceeds 4,000 kilometers per hour, allowing him to theoretically circumnavigate the blue planet in less than 10 hours. Such swiftness not only grants agility, but also conserves time. While awaiting communication from the surgical blade, which had yet to respond, Nie Tian diverted most of his attention to the small island before him. This uncharted bore resemblance to any typical island, characterized by a central mountain surrounded by jungles and beaches. The location where he had landed constituted the largest expanse of sand on the entire island. Chapter 31. Cleverness leading to misfortune. Now, let us begin establishing the teleportation coordinates. Just after surveying the island surroundings, Nie Tian received a communication from the surgical blade, surmising that it had been contacting the sonar to prepare for the upcoming task. Understood, esteemed surgical blade. After replying to the message, he raised his gaze and assessed the vast sandy beach before him, deeming it suitable for his purpose. Extending his palm revealed a metallic sphere, seemingly unremarkable, its surface smooth and seamless, resembling a solid block of metal. Yet, Nie Tian was aware that this was merely its faade. After executing a few activation maneuvers as instructed by the tentacled creature, the metallic sphere promptly split apart, transforming into a small tower composed of multiple segments, resembling a receiving and transmitting device. Once the transformation ceased, Nie Tian positioned the now towering metallic structure onto the beach and retreated while observing the tower begin to emit a radiant glow. Next, he awaited further developments. Suddenly, he paused mid-step, his gaze drawn skyward. In the distance, a dark speck appeared on the horizon, akin to a bird in flight. However, to his astonishment, it was an aircraft, specifically one that was heading directly toward him. As the thunderous roar grew increasingly pronounced, the small got magnified, taking on a more discernible form. A Cybertronian fighter jet? The unexpected arrival was indeed a uniquely designed Cybertronian warplane. A frown creased Nie Tian's brow, an unsettling premonition surfacing within him. The Cybertronian fighter jet soared directly above the uninhabited island, circling momentarily before diving straight toward Nie Tian. Instinctively glancing at the metallic tower, he noted that it had fully activated. It was too late to retract it, and the tentacled creature had not imparted any method for doing so. With a resounding crack, the Cybertronian fighter jet transformed above Nie Tian's head into a towering and fearsome Decepticon, landing forcefully and leaving two deep footprints in the sand. Nie Tian swiftly recognized the identity of the individual before him, concealing his right arm behind his back, puzzled as to why 24 would appear in this location. Could it be that 24 had been tracking him all along? What brings you here? Upon landing, 24 inquired of Nie Tian. The familiar tone of greeting instantly reminded Nie Tian of their conversation at the Red Spider base. 24, with a curious gaze, began scanning the surroundings, soon captivated by the metallic tower on the beach. What is this? As you can see, it is a signal device. I am executing a clandestine mission for Lord Red Spider. Noticing 24's intense focus on the teleportation coordinates of the space bridge, Nie Tian maintained his composure, drawing closer as he spoke. A secret mission? A look of confusion crossed 24's face. He had followed 22 from the Kona's Gorge all the way to this point, knowing that Lord Red Spider was not at the base. How could there be any secret orders for 22? Perhaps it was a prior arrangement by Lord Red Spider? Where is your flight squadron? Nie Tian casually inquired as he approached 24's side. 24's gaze remained fixed on the enigmatic metal tower not far away, eager to glean further information. They are still searching for the whereabouts of Lord Megatron. Searching for Megatron? So he is still in the United States? A sense of relief washed over Nie Tian as his concealed right hand gradually manifested a 126mm heavy machine gun, its barrel stealthily shifting towards the back of 24's frame. By the way, 24, how did you come to be here? Was it Lord Red Spider who sent you to assist me? No, I secretly followed you here. Before 24 could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by the thunderous sound of gunfire. The heavy machine gun that Nie Tian had conjured spun its 3 barrels at an alarming speed, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the back of 24's frame. 24 let out a cry of anguish, the force of the bullets knocking him onto the sand. He was caught off guard, enduring a barrage of gunfire. 22, what are you doing? How dare you shoot at me? Ignoring his injuries, 24 propped himself up on the beach, turning to glare at Nie Tian with a mixture of shock and fury. He could hardly fathom that 22, another Decepticon under Lord Red Spider, would turn against him. Confronted with 24's accusations, Nie Tian's expression remained devoid of emotion, his eyes betraying no hint of disturbance. The sudden onslaught had inflicted significant harm upon 24, and Nie Tian showed no concern for the possibility of his escape. Do not blame me, 24, if blame must be assigned. Let it fall upon your folly for idly following me. Shaking his head, Nie Tian revealed that, if it were possible, he would have preferred a different course of action. However, 24 had already glimpsed the teleportation coordinates of the space bridge. There was no way he could let him go. Otherwise, even if he managed to evade the situation now, it would pose considerable trouble later if 24 reported back to Lord Red Spider. The armor on the shoulder slowly cracked open, revealing 4 ominous black launch ports. Nie Tian raised his right arm once more and stepped forward. The choice was starkly simple: die as a poor Taoist or die as a comrade in arms. Facing the gun's muzzle aimed squarely at his forehead, the anger within 24 overwhelmed his panic. Seizing the moment when the barrel began to rotate before a bullet could be fired, he swiftly transformed his arm into a grenade launcher and fired without hesitation. Boom! Caught off guard by 24's sudden counterattack, Nie Tian felt the force of a direct hit to his chest, staggering him momentarily. A desperate struggle. The pain ignited a fierce glint in Nie Tian's eyes. Fortunately, the armor upgraded by the scalpel was sufficiently sturdy where that shot would have inflicted serious harm. Flames erupted from his left shoulder as 4 rockets ascended. Nie Tian resolved to conclude matters swiftly. What? Just as 24 regained his footing, 2 rockets surged towards him, prompting an instinctive reaction to shield his face with his hands. Whoosh! Boom! 4 rockets detonated, 2 striking 24's chest and 2 his head, erupting in a dazzling display of light. This time, 24 collapsed entirely. 22, you wretched scoundrel. 24's voice faltered, likely due to the explosion's impact on his vocal apparatus. How dare you betray Lord Red Spider? At the mention of the Red Spider, an involuntary jolt coursed through Nie Tian as he recalled something he had overlooked. Communication. At this moment, 24 lay on the ground, his chest armor shattered, revealing a faint glimpse of the energy core within. His left arm, which had shielded against the rockets, was severed, lying on the nearby beach with crackling electricity at the torn edge. 22, you will pay for this. Lord Red Spider will not let you escape. Ignoring 24's threats, Nie Tian approached him, bent down, and grasped 24's head firmly. with a sudden exertion of strength. 22. Despite being reduced to just a head, 24 did not succumb immediately. It was only when Nie Tian applied further force that the red light in 24's eyes finally extinguished. Manipulating the shattered mechanical cranium in his hands, Nie Tian soon discovered the component he sought, a nearly colorless, irregularly shaped memory crystal. The memory crystal resembled a transparent agate, roughly the size of a soccer ball. A mechanical recess formed in his left arm as Nie Tian carefully inserted the memory crystal within. As the memory crystal was accessed, a beam of blue light shot from his chest, coalescing into an image in midair. Moments later, the scenes depicted began to unfold rapidly, akin to a carousel of vivid imagery. The red glow in Nie Tian's eyes intensified as he focused intently on the unfolding visuals. At a certain juncture, the flickering images abruptly halted, and Nie Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew! Fortunately, 24 did not send any communication to the Red Spider. The vulnerable parts of a Cybertronian-esque body are the chest and head. Fortunate indeed that 24 had momentarily shielded himself with his arm against the rockets. He had just overheard 24 mention the Red Spider, and fearing that 24 might report the events occurring here to the Red Spider, he hastily dealt with 24 and examined the memory crystal. To his surprise, the groove on his arm reappeared, and Nie Tian casually extracted the memory crystal. Through his recent reading of the crystal, he uncovered an unexpected yet logical revelation. The information chip of 24 had indeed been tampered with by a scalpel. Previously, while traversing the connection passage at the Red Spider base, Nie Tian had harbored suspicions, but at that time, it was merely a passing thought. Little did he know that it would come to fruition. Moreover, there was another matter that left Nie Tian utterly speechless. 24 had not realized anything amiss. His compliance with the Red Spider's command stemmed entirely from a lower Decepticon's instinctual obedience to a superior, believing that everyone was the same. Glancing down at the headless body of 24, Nie Tian exerted force with his right hand, crushing the memory crystal. Having obtained the desired information, there was no need for the crystal any longer. Furthermore, should it remain, any other Cybertronians who discovered it could easily deduce that he had killed 24. The reason 24 had followed him to this desolate island was simple. He mistakenly believed he had uncovered traces of Megatron, and thus tracked him here after departing from the Kona's Gorge. Nie Tian mused that, in a certain sense, 24 was indeed a creature of imagination, previously concocting narratives about his relationship with the Red Spider, and now fabricating tales of discovering Megatron's whereabouts. Now it seemed that his cleverness had backfired. Chapter 32. Kaon City in the Cygnus constellation of the Milky Way, among the 50-plus stellar systems. The Centaurus constellation is relatively close to the solar system. However, this neighbor remains largely unknown to the solar system. Not only is it unaware that a massive metallic planet has existed in the orbit of one of Centaurus's stars for countless years, but it also remains oblivious to the fact that this metallic planet has harbored a powerful mechanical life form since its inception. Indeed, this metallic planet is none other than Cybertron. Due to the Civil War, the entirety of Cybertron appears from space as a vast black hole, nearly engulfed in darkness, save for a few scattered points of light. Once a land of abundance, the ongoing civil strife has depleted 99% of its resources, rendering the current state of Cybertron a landscape of devastation. Yet today, a persistent point of light on Cybertron, which has never dimmed since the end of the Civil War, is on the verge of a transformation capable of altering the current circumstances of the planet. Kaon City, as the largest city-state on Cybertron aside from Iacon, is also the earliest stronghold meticulously constructed by the Decepticons. Nestled within Kaon City are countless formidable Decepticon warriors, making it the true bastion of the Decepticons. Even though Iron Fortress, the emblem of power on Cybertron, has now been seized by the Decepticons, the city of Kaon still remains under the vigilant watch of a formidable commander-class Decepticon, Soundwave. The administrative divisions of Cybertron are organized into provinces. However, each city functions as a province in its own right. Except for a few exceptional locations, each city-state boasts its own lord and council, along with a measure of autonomy. While they govern themselves, each city-state adheres to the leadership of Iron Fortress, the central capital. Yet, this order began to unravel long before the onset of the Cybertronian Civil War, where the law of the jungle prevailed and the strong ruled over the weak. In the vast assembly square of Kaon, numerous lower-tier Decepticons busily transported supplies back and forth. A few higher-ranking Decepticons were inspecting equipment, evidently preparing for some forthcoming mission. Amidst this flurry of activity, they occasionally cast furtive glances at a silver-gray Decepticon, whose stature may not be imposing, yet exudes an undeniable aura of authority. And their eyes occasionally betrayed a sense of reverence. A few Decepticons, newly emerged since the end of the Civil War, whispered amongst themselves about the figure. Isn't Lord Soundwave usually stationed at the Bone Fortress? He hasn't appeared in over a decade. What brings him out today? I haven't heard of any recent operations against the Autobots. I'm not certain, but it seems that Lord Soundwave is awaiting someone. Who among us Decepticons could warrant such a personal reception from Lord Soundwave? Indeed, yet matters concerning these high-ranking figures are not for us to ponder. We should focus on delivering these munitions to Lord Barricade. Fool, how could you still refer to Lord Barricade by his former name? Don't you know that since his revival by Lord Soundwave, he has developed a strong aversion to it? I advise you to refrain from mentioning his old name in his presence. Is that so? Thank you for the warning. I previously served under Lord Blur, and ever since my emergence, I have been stationed at the Mithril Sea, guarding the mines. I was only just reassigned to the Bone Fortress today, so I was unaware of this. The Mithril Sea? That is a harsh place. Soundwave, standing silently, heard their idle chatter without so much as a flicker of expression, as if nothing had transpired. As the Chief Intelligence Officer, he is privy to countless pieces of information and intelligence regarding the inner workings of the Decepticons. He has witnessed far more egregious acts, and as long as they do not betray Megatron or compromise the Decepticons' interests, he often turns a blind eye. Merely gossiping behind his back, he deemed it unnecessary to engage with a group of oblivious minor players. He stood silently until a Cybertronian spacecraft descended from the horizon, at which point he slowly lifted his gaze. A modestly sized yet peculiarly shaped Cybertronian spacecraft soared rapidly above the assembly square, accompanied by a series of mechanical clicks. The vessel transformed into a towering Decepticon, characterized by a prominent single eye. Shockwave, you have arrived. The identity of the newcomer was unmistakable, for few Decepticons held the stature necessary to warrant his personal attendance. Coincidentally, the visitor was indeed among that select few, the military operations commander of the Decepticons, Shockwave, who commanded a substantial portion of their forces. Soundwave, why the urgency in summoning me? Could this not have been conveyed through communication? Shockwave inquired, his tone frigid and questioning. Yet, this chill seemed less a reflection of displeasure and more an inherent trait. Come inside, Soundwave responded, disregarding Shockwave's inquiry and inviting him into the fortress known as the Necropolis. After a brief glance at the bustling Decepticons in the square, Shockwave nodded in assent. The Necropolis, a grand edifice situated at the heart of Kaon, loomed as an imposing castle, dark and fearsome, yet exuding an air of solemnity. It resembled a colossal beast slumbering in the city's core. However, the name Necropolis might seem incongruous on a metallic planet, yet a deeper understanding of its origins dispels such doubts. The Necropolis was constructed by Megatron using captured Autobots. Here, the Autobots were not merely enslaved laborers, but rather repurposed as raw materials. At the deepest recesses of the Necropolis lies the most terrifying product of tyranny in Cybertronian history, a smelting pool. Originally intended for material decomposition, capable of breaking down various objects into construction materials, it eventually became a site for the public execution of the most heinous criminals, leading to its prohibition by the Iron Fortress. It was only after the Decepticons seized Kaon that the smelting pool resurfaced, subsequently repurposed by Megatron for the disposal of various captives. Thus, the Necropolis was born amidst this grim backdrop. It stands as a microcosm and product of the Cybertronian Civil War, and upon its completion, it was designated as the Decepticon headquarters. Within this stronghold, a high-level discussion was underway among the upper echelons of the Decepticons. As two of the highest-ranking members of the Decepticon faction, Soundwave and Shockwave shared several similarities, not least their shared status as commander-class warriors, alongside their mutual reticence. If Soundwave's silence stemmed from the unique nature of his intelligence-gathering role, Shockwave's was purely a matter of inherent disposition. The ruthlessness of Shockwave is renowned among the Decepticons. His demeanor is marked by an unyielding coldness. In commanding battles against the Autobots, he issues orders with an almost merciless precision to annihilate the greatest number of enemies with the least expenditure of resources. However, when this taciturn Decepticon learned of Soundwave's intention to depart from Cybertron, he surprisingly engaged in more dialogue than usual. Soundwave, are you truly set on venturing to that planet? Soundwave nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. That rogue Starscream has been acting suspiciously. According to reports from Laserbeak, he seems to be preoccupied with some clandestine endeavors. Oof. Shockwave scoffed. If he were not behaving so, he would not be Starscream. Unlike Shockwave, who was visibly irked, Soundwave wore a knowing smile thus. I plan to discreetly observe what Starscream is truly up to. He had informed Starscream that he would depart in 3 days. Yet the truth was he would set forth much sooner, awaiting only the establishment of the space bridge coordinates from Laserbeak before leading his advance team. The rhetoric used during their interstellar communication had merely been a ruse to mislead Starscream. Shockwave remained oblivious to Soundwave's intentions, and even if he were aware, it would not invoke his concern. During Megatron's reign, the three commanders tended to their respective domains, and now, in his absence, the Decepticons exhibited an inherently indifferent and self-serving nature. No one would take an interest in others unless it directly affected their own interests. You summoned me merely to inform me of your impending departure? Shockwave approached the window, standing beside Soundwave. From this vantage point, the scene in the Assembly Square and a substantial portion of Kaon City was laid bare before them. Certainly not. Soundwave shook his head. I also intend to relinquish Kaon City and transfer all Decepticon forces stationed there to your command. Without a commanding officer in Kaon City after my departure, it will be unable to withstand the Autobots' guerrilla tactics. The protracted civil war on Cybertron, though ultimately resulting in a Pyrrhic victory for the Decepticons, did not equate to the total eradication of the Autobots. On the contrary, the Autobots had not only survived, but had become an even more formidable nuisance. Chapter 33. Soundwave and Shockwave, those Autobots who survived the Civil War, fragmented into smaller guerrilla units, frequently ambushing their supply convoys, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. In contrast to the former Autobots who maintained fixed territories, these elusive guerrilla squads proved to be a far greater challenge. Constrained by their limited manpower and resources, the Decepticons could not enact a sweeping purge across Cybertron. They were compelled to adopt a strategy of passive defense, feeling rather helpless in the face of the situation. Shockwave clearly comprehended the current predicament. After a moment of silence, he decisively replied, "Very well, let us consolidate our forces at Iron Fortress. I shall oversee its defense. You need not worry." Soundwave was not surprised by the news. It was true that the Decepticons often engaged in infighting, yet they remained remarkably united when facing the Autobots, especially considering his long-standing amicable relationship with Soundwave. By the way, I will retain most of the members of the Cassette Army. I have already instructed them, and they will heed your commands when the time comes. The Cassette Army? A look of evident astonishment crossed Shockwave's face, who among the Decepticons was unaware that the Cassette Army was Soundwave's personal battalion. In the past, not only had they never been loaned out, but even attempts by others to interfere were met with staunch resistance. Reflecting on this, he could not help but inquire, "Soundwave, are you so certain that Megatron is on that planet?" Shockwave's relationship with Megatron was more akin to partnership than hierarchy, which is why he addressed him by name. "That planet is no ordinary place," Soundwave replied, an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes. He glanced at Shockwave and continued, "My research indicates that this planet has been documented since the ancient times of Cybertron. You should grasp the implications of this." Shockwave's expression hardened. "Are you suggesting that the Primes have visited that planet?" "Not only that," Soundwave nodded, then shook his head. "I even suspect that the planet itself may possess some undisclosed connection to our Cybertron." Regrettably, due to time constraints, he was unable to gather more information. "If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in investigating this matter while you are there." Thoughtfully, Shockwave nodded. "Very well, I will." He understood that the location Soundwave referred to was the archives of Iron Fortress. The archives were a vital institution responsible for preserving historical records and technological research, housing all existing historical documents of Cybertron. Previously, there was a dedicated chamber for the Allspark, but it had been abandoned for many years due to its disappearance. By the way, Soundwave seemed to suddenly remember, "I have yet to inform the Decepticons in Kaon of my impending departure. I will need your assistance with that. I require you to escort them out of Kaon 3 days hence. To err on the side of caution, Soundwave refrained from publicizing his plans. Although Starscream was absent from Cybertron, his loyal followers remained. It was possible that one might leak information. All right, no problem. You can count on me for matters concerning Cybertron, Shockwave replied, his demeanor still as stoic as ever. With Optimus Prime absent, it is merely a minor inconvenience that I can manage. Good. Then I shall. Soundwave intended to add more, but suddenly his expression froze, and a crimson glint flashed in his optics. Shockwave, I must take my leave. With that, he turned without hesitation and released a mechanical bird from his chest. The mechanical bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky, a compact, Gatling-like gun suspended beneath its belly. Laserbeak, summon the barricades, he commanded. Yes, master. At the skeleton fortress in the assembly square. In the square, the diligent Decepticons busily transported supplies, unaware that their fervent efforts were in vain. As the city beneath their feet was on the brink of abandonment, they merely assumed that they were engaged in a highly confidential and significant operation targeting the Autobots. In stark contrast to the bustling scene in the square, a corner lay desolate, where 4 Decepticons idly toyed with their weapons. Strangely, passing Decepticons did not scold them for their apparent laziness. Rather, they deliberately avoided the area, treading softly as if fearful of disturbing them. Such caution among the typically chaotic and aggressive Decepticons was warranted, for among the 4, 2 were the elite warriors, Barricade and Stun, renowned as the most formidable fighters in Kaon, second only to Soundwave. Barricade, originally known as Streetwise, had once served as a police officer on Cybertron, only to perish in battle against the Autobots. He was resurrected by Soundwave a few years ago. Before his revival, Barricade had been a reconnaissance officer for the Decepticons, an exceptional hunter and tracker. Remarkably, his combat abilities had not diminished after his resurrection. Instead, they had subtly intensified. Stun, formerly a member of the Cybertronian Defense Force's Special Operations Team, had joined the Decepticons in a fit of rage after facing ostracism within his unit, becoming a loyal and formidable enforcer under Megatron's command. He now served as a key member of the Decepticon Air Defense Command, a true aerial warrior. The remaining 2 Decepticons in the corner were a member of the Combat Vehicle Squad, Ruckus, and the Decepticon Bone Crusher, acquired through Soundwave's replication attacks. Although they ranked among the elite warriors, they paled in comparison to Stun and Barricade. The quartet lingered there at Soundwave's behest, oblivious to the purpose of their presence. As time passed, boredom crept in. Observing Barricade's relentless wielding of his new weapons, Stun could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Barricade, is it the new weapon you fashioned for yourself? A pair of melee morning stars? Barricade glanced at Stun, but chose silence, only intensifying the speed of his weapon's motions, creating a fierce wind. Incensed by Barricade's disregard, Stun retorted mockingly, Barricade, can your morning stars withstand my high-explosive missiles? For someone who favored ambush tactics and ranged weaponry, Stun had always looked down upon melee weapons. Witnessing Stun's disdain for his new weapon, Barricade's expression darkened. He understood that since his revival, there had been whispers of doubt regarding his prowess, with some believing he was no longer the formidable Decepticon scout he once was. He had crafted these morning stars to seize an opportunity to demonstrate to his doubters that he remained the powerful warrior he had always been. Now, it seemed that opportunity had arrived. Barricade narrowed his eyes, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across his face. Stun, would you care to test its might? I assure you it will shatter your skull before your missile even leaves the launch pad. What did you say? Upon encountering the Barricade, one dared to provoke, and at that instant, weapons manifested upon his being. A formidable space cannon gradually took shape behind him. Barricade, I hope you do not disappoint me, for otherwise, the vast resources expended by Lord Soundwave to revive you shall go to waste. Barricade, undeterred, lowered his combat visor, gripping the iron chain of his meteor hammer tightly. Poised for action, the air grew thick with the scent of gunpowder, while the Bonebreaker and the Noisy One exchanged glances of exasperation. Both were seasoned warriors, hesitant to intervene lest they incite the displeasure of the 2 lords and perhaps find themselves caught in the ensuing conflict. Fortunately, before they could utter a word, Salvation soared from above. The Master has commanded your presence. The Laserbeak glanced down at the 4 Decepticons below, disregarding the impending clash between the Dazed One and Barricade. As one of the 3 commander-level warriors among the Decepticons, Laserbeak felt no fear of Barricade and his ilk. Upon hearing Laserbeak's proclamation, Barricade and the Dazed One faced off momentarily before each huffed dismissively and sheathed their weapons. This time, Lord Soundwave has saved you. Next time, your fortune may not hold. That sentiment ought to be directed at you, for had it not been for Lord Soundwave, your head would now be resting upon ground. On a deserted isle, Nie Tian stood beside a large pit on the beach, in which lay the remnants of Unit 24. The value of a mid-tier unit to Nie Tian was evident, yet he dared not return it to the Red Spider's base. To prevent any possibility of Unit 24's revival, he obliterated its energy source and data chip. Murder and concealment. How familiar this scenario feels, he mused, shaking his head as he gazed at a small dent in his chest, beginning to cover it with sand. Enduring a direct hit from Unit 24's grenade launcher had indeed caused slight damage to his armor. Having traversed this realm for some time, Nie Tian had long since adapted to his identity, feeling no particular emotion in that moment. The battle with Unit 24 marked his inaugural engagement with the Cybertronians. Fortunately, their skirmishes did not resemble the intricate duels of martial arts masters, which could involve countless moves. Rather, he had initiated a surprise attack, allowing him to dispatch Unit 24 in such a brief span. Of course, the upgraded weapons and armor bestowed upon him by the Scalpel were equally indispensable. Once the pit was filled and rendered indistinguishable, Nie Tian stamped his foot upon the ground above it and turned to depart. The Cybertronians were merely mechanical beings with advanced technological development and a high level of planetary civilization. They were not immortal beings capable of foreseeing foes from kilometers away. Had he sensed Unit 24 lingering behind him from the outset, he would have done everything in his power to distance himself before arriving at this location. Chapter 34. The Decepticon squad, upon returning to the sandy beach where the teleportation coordinates lay, Nie Tian noticed unusual activity emanating from a metallic tower. A low hum emanated from the metallic tower, which had remained silent since its activation, suddenly erupting into a brilliant beam of light that pierced the heavens. Is this the beginning? Nie Tian momentarily froze, inwardly exhaling a sigh of relief, grateful for his swift actions. The metallic tower began to radiate an ever-expanding glow. Were it not for the fact that this locale was a desolate, forgotten island, by dawn, the world might witness yet another headline news story. Although termed a portal, its manifestation need not necessarily resemble a door. It could take the form of a beam of light, a passageway, or perhaps even lack any discernible shape at all. Under Nie Tian's watchful gaze, the brilliance surrounding the metallic tower intensified until at a certain moment it seemed to reach a critical threshold, erupting in a dazzling luminescence that eclipsed the very heavens. Soon after, several imposing figures of the Decepticons materialized abruptly upon the beach, gradually revealing themselves as the radiance dimmed. The arrival of the Decepticons instilled a sense of dread upon this planet. He. I sense the dampness. Let me ascertain our location. What is this place? It's all water. Bone Crusher, you fool, this is the ocean. Did you not comprehend the information transmitted by Lord Soundwave? These disgusting grains of sand have infiltrated my body. I shall incinerate them. Observing this scene from a distance, Nie Tian's lips twitched. Indeed, every Decepticon squad seemed to have 1 or 2 members with less than stellar intellect. Not daring to linger any longer, he swiftly dashed out from behind the rocks and approached the leader of the Decepticons with utmost respect, saying, "Lord Soundwave, we welcome your arrival on this planet." Yes. Nie Tian recognized the leader among the Decepticons. The familiar visage was none other than Soundwave. His voice captured Soundwave's attention. After acclimatizing to the discomfort brought on by the spatial transmission, Soundwave surveyed this intermediate Decepticon with scrutiny, aware that this particular transfer via the space bridge had required his assistance. "Decepticons, stand down. I shall summon you shortly," Soundwave commanded. Nie Tian was taken aback, quickly responding, "Yes, Lord Soundwave." In truth, he was quite eager to distance himself, feeling as though he were sheep among wolves in the presence of these Decepticons, each at least a high-ranking warrior. He feared that should any Decepticon take offense, he might bear the brunt of their ire. The realm of low-tier Decepticons was not merely a matter of words. They were truly vulnerable to oppression, with no recourse for grievance. With a whoosh, transforming into a jet. Nie Tian soared to the mountain at the center of the island. He surmised that Soundwave had some task to assign to the Decepticons who had arrived with him. Thus, he prudently distanced himself while ensuring he remained within Soundwave's line of sight. After Nie Tian departed, Soundwave turned his attention to the 4 carefully selected Decepticons. Proceed according to the established plan. Remember, do not reveal your whereabouts until you locate Lord Megatron. Do not let the Red Spider discover your presence. Understood? Yes, Master Soundwave. The Decepticons, led by Barricade, bore serious expressions. Before activating the space bridge for their transport, they were already aware of the mission at hand: to discreetly locate the whereabouts of Lord Megatron while avoiding the conspicuous Red Spider, whom Master Soundwave did not trust. Among the 4 Decepticons, only Bonecrusher scratched his head, displaying a reluctant demeanor. Observing Bonecrusher's awkwardness, Soundwave sighed inwardly. If given a choice, who would not prefer to select more powerful and more temperamentally stable Decepticons? Barricade and his companions were indeed the most suitable candidates. Perhaps their overall strength was not the most formidable, but their loyalty was undoubtedly the most assured. Soundwave decided to alter the plan on the fly. Noisy? Yes, Master Soundwave. You and Bonecrusher will not carry out the original mission. Instead, you will find a place to lie low on this planet. The task of locating Lord Megatron is temporarily entrusted to Barricade and Stun, as they should suffice. I will notify you of any developments, and you must keep a close watch on Bonecrusher to prevent him from causing any disturbances. Noisy glanced at Bonecrusher beside him, realizing the 2 of them were now partners in this endeavor. Yes, Master Soundwave, I will ensure Bonecrusher behaves. That must be Barricade and the others. On the summit of the small island, Nie Tian gazed at the unfamiliar Decepticons beside Soundwave, memories beginning to surge. In the original narrative, there were not many Decepticons that appeared before Megatron was discovered. Including the earliest arrival on Earth, the Red Spider, there were only 7 or 8 in total. The Decepticon squad, led by Soundwave, was evidently those who appeared at the very beginning, although they had yet to scan Earth vehicles. Preventing Nie Tian from distinguishing their exact identities, his familiarity with the plot allowed him to recall the names of the 4 Decepticons: Barricade, Stun, Noisy, and Bonecrusher, along with Soundwave, perfectly forming a Decepticon team. Given that the combined Transformers of the Decepticons and Autobots typically consisted of 5 members, this tradition of 5-member teams was influenced by the combiners. The appearances of Bonecrusher and the other Decepticons at this moment were quite different from how Nie Tian remembered them. Yet he felt no surprise. He understood that Barricade and the others had not yet scanned for vehicles, and their current forms remained in a primordial state. Much like in the original series, when Optimus Prime first descended to Earth as a silver metallic robot, Barricade and his companions bore a resemblance to Optimus Prime's initial arrival on Earth. Was that confusion? Lost in thought, Nie Tian suddenly noticed a small Decepticon emerging from Soundwave's chest, climbing onto another Decepticon's back. In the original series, the character Frenzy acted in unison with Soundwave, indicating that this was a plan meticulously crafted from the outset. Moreover, he gazed enviously at the Decepticon known as Barricade, who belonged to the Tape Army. Frenzy, as a skilled hacker and espionage Decepticon, excelled in infiltrating computer systems and stealing confidential documents. His pivotal role in uncovering Megatron's whereabouts was undeniable. Unfortunately, Frenzy was part of Soundwave's direct unit, the Tape Army, and thus was not available for others. In fact, the original series depicted at least 3 members of the Tape Army accompanying Soundwave to Earth, distinguishing them from other Decepticon factions, as the Tape Army seemed more like Soundwave's personal property. Even when acting alongside other Decepticons, they did so solely under Soundwave's command. This entirely privatized intelligence unit was indeed a source of envy for the protagonist, Nie Tian. The capabilities of the espionage Decepticons and the very essence of the Tape Army reaffirmed the timeless adage, information is power. Nie Tian mused that Soundwave's position as the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons was largely bolstered by the Tape Army's contributions. Upon witnessing the departure of the last Decepticon from the island, apart from Soundwave, Nie Tian swiftly descended the mountain, exclaiming, "Lord Soundwave." "Ah, you arrived just in time," Soundwave replied. Perhaps due to the influence of the scalpel, Soundwave's demeanor towards Nie Tian was neither overtly cordial nor unfriendly, but certainly more favorable than that towards unfamiliar Decepticons. Scalpel has already informed me. You performed admirably in this matter. Nie Tian's mind raced at the thought, pondering how much Scalpel had divulged to Soundwave, and whether his secrets had also been laid bare. However, this concern dissipated with the unexpected emergence of 24, which had alleviated his worries regarding the information chip. He now appeared as Scalpel envisioned him, maintaining a facade of gratitude. Nie Tian expressed, "Thank you for your commendation, Lord Soundwave. It is merely the duty of subordinate." After a brief pause to gauge Soundwave's expression, he continued, "With your presence, I feel assured. It won't be long before we can welcome Lord Megatron's return." Acknowledging the type of individual Soundwave it was prudent to utter words that would resonate with him. In terms of combat prowess, Soundwave may not have been the strongest among the three chief commanders of the Decepticons, yet his loyalty to Megatron was undoubtedly paramount. As for Starscream, he was a notorious traitor, perpetually dreaming of usurping the Decepticon leadership. Meanwhile, Shockwave, as depicted in the original series, shared a more equal partnership with Megatron, akin to like-minded allies. Perhaps it was Nie Tian's timely deference that pleased Soundwave, along with the heartfelt sentiments he expressed. The Soundwave scrutinized Nie Tian once more and remarked directly, "I hear the surgical knife say you wish to evolve into a higher-tier warrior?" A chill coursed through Nie Tian's heart as the pivotal moment arrived. He had lingered here solely for the reward promised by the surgical knife. Although he had been anxious before, he refrained from broaching the topic himself. After all, if the Soundwave were to renege on the promise, he would find himself at a loss. The absence of initiative on the other's part clearly indicated reluctance to offer anything, and he had no desire to create discomfort. However, now that the Soundwave had brought it up, he replied with calm assurance, "Indeed, esteemed Soundwave. Should I ascend to the rank of a higher-tier warrior, I believe I could alleviate some of your burdens, as well as those of His Majesty, the mighty Shockwave. It is only fitting to proclaim such sentiments. One cannot merely say it is for oneself, can one?" Chapter 35. The source of fire energy in response to Nie Tian's candidness. The Soundwave did not affirm or deny, but rather countered with a question. "Is the energy core within your body?" Nie Tian paused. "Yes, esteemed Soundwave." The Soundwave continued. "Then you must realize that the energy core within you corresponds to an intermediate fire seed, which cannot withstand a higher-tier body." Nie Tian nodded, comprehending the Soundwave's implication. If the intermediate warrior is likened to the chassis of a small car and its engine, then a higher-tier body is akin to that of a large truck. To attempt to power a truck with a small car's engine would inevitably lead to catastrophic failure. To elevate one's body tier, both soul and body must undergo evolution together, or one must first enhance the soul before replacing the body. Nie Tian understood that the Soundwave referred to the fire seed when mentioning the soul, which could also be interpreted as the energy device. While the body consists of numerous modules and mechanical components, the energy core within your chest was manufactured by the Red Spider. In the short term, I cannot assist in upgrading it. If you wish to evolve into a higher-tier warrior, you must replace it with a more advanced energy device or possess a fire seed. At this, Nie Tian's face fell in disappointment. He grasped the Soundwave's meaning. While the Soundwave could forge a high-tier body for him, it could not procure a fire seed. The loss of the source of fire was a well-known fact on Cybertron, with the leaders of the two major factions having vanished for over a century in search of it. This not only underscored the significance of the fire seed source, but also reflected the formidable challenge of acquiring a fire seed in its absence. The birth and evolution of Cybertronians can broadly be categorized into divine forging and cold forging. Divine forging refers to the use of godly artifacts akin to the fire seed source to create and evolve bodies, such as the legendary artifacts wielded by the 13 original primes during Cybertron's ancient era. Although most of these artifacts have since been lost, records indicate that many possess the ability to create and enhance life. For instance, the prime known as the Life Creator, Unicron, wielded the artifact known as the Ash Stone, which could generate life through a method entirely distinct from that of the fire seed source. Regarding cold forging, it can be understood as an artificial method that emerged during the modern era of Cybertron, specifically during the Cybertronian Civil War. With the loss and destruction of the Allspark and the 13 Primes, both for the sake of the survival of their races and the victory in the Civil War, the scientists of the Autobots and Decepticons unwittingly embarked on an alternative path. Along this path, a plethora of innovative life creation methods flourished. Cold forging was born in this context. In simple terms, cold forging can be encapsulated in 4 words: artificially manufactured. In terms of origin, divine forging is referred to as natural birth, while cold forging is regarded as artificial creation. In terms of evolution, divine forging requires the assistance of artifacts or relics, whereas cold forging is considerably simpler. To create a more powerful body, one merely needs to implant an information chip akin to consciousness and a memory crystal representative of memory into the new body. Finally, the new body is activated using an energy device commensurate with its level. However, the drawbacks of this method are evident. It necessitates a completely trustworthy individual to assist. During the transplantation of the information chip, the body must enter a dormant state, relying solely on external forces for the operation. Currently, Nie Tian evidently lacks someone to entrust such an important task to. Don't be disheartened, little one. Noticing Nie Tian's gloomy demeanor, Soundwave exhibited a hint of inexplicable amusement. In fact, given the current condition of your body, there are alternatives. Lord Soundwave, do you mean? Nie Tian looked at Soundwave in astonishment. He had already mentally prepared himself for a futile endeavor, but just as he had finished comforting himself, Soundwave introduced a significant twist. It's quite simple. The smile on Soundwave's face broadened. I can grant you a true spark. A true spark? Nie Tian's expression faltered with hesitation. But Lord Soundwave, hasn't the Allspark been lost? Could it be that in such a brief time since Soundwave's arrival on Earth, he had already discovered the Black Canyon Dam? Surely, that would be too efficient. Indeed, Soundwave nodded, explaining, the Allspark is lost, but the residual energy from the Allspark wells still exists on our home planet in considerable amounts. Otherwise, neither we nor the Autobots could have endured until now. The Allspark wells? Residual energy? A spark of realization flickered in Nie Tian's mind as he grasped something elusive. Yes, in the ancient times of Cybertron, there was not merely a singular Allspark, but rather the Allspark wells. During the flourishing era of ancient Cybertron, the cosmic energy emitted from the Allspark wells liquefied and enveloped the entirety of the Cybertron planet. It wasn't until the 13 Primes fell victim to the betrayal of the Fallen that they faced death, injury, and disappearance. Eventually, the Allspark wells began to deplete due to the lack of energy replenishment, ultimately revealing the Allspark itself. Subsequently, for the sake of convenience, the Allspark was extracted from the well of all sparks by the Cybertronians and placed in the capital of Cybertron, Iacon. During this period, due to the presence of the Allspark, no one paid attention to the now desolate well of Allsparks. It was only when the Allspark went missing that the well regained the focus of the Cybertronians, leading to a final search. Eventually, a well-preserved fragment of Allspark energy fell into the hands of Soundwave, a commander-level Decepticon, which was quite ordinary. Tian's intuition suggested that the cube before him, resembling a Rubik's Cube, contained a portion of the Allspark energy from the well. Indeed, after explaining, Soundwave produced from his chest a transparent cube filled with fiery red liquid and placed it before him. Gulping, Tian gazed at the Allspark energy in Soundwave's hand. It was impossible for any Cybertronian to remain indifferent to such proximity. This was a far cry from his initial encounter with the energy cube at the surgical blade. Little one, are you satisfied with this reward? Soundwave suddenly tossed the Allspark energy towards Tian. He promptly extended his hands, cautiously receiving it. Thank you, Lord Soundwave. Satisfied? How could he merely be satisfied? He was utterly elated, were it not for the overwhelming strength of the Cybertronians and their disdain for unnecessary formalities. Tian would have pledged allegiance to Soundwave without hesitation. Was this truly the Allspark energy? The sense of loss in his heart was swiftly replaced by exhilaration. In his delight, Tian couldn't help but reflect on his 2 days of waiting patiently outside the Black Canyon Dam. What was he hoping for if not to evolve his body with the Allspark? After 2 days of waiting, he was now presented with a reward that surpassed his expectations. Indeed, the commander-level Decepticons possessed not only formidable combat prowess, but also a wealth of resources and heritage. This Allspark energy should be sufficient for your ascent to a higher warrior rank. Celebrate your achievement after I depart. Noting Tian's excitement, Soundwave slowly interjected, reminding him that there were matters yet to be addressed. I apologize, Lord Soundwave, Tian replied, regaining focus from Soundwave's words, offering an awkward smile. His earlier enthusiasm was partly genuine, but mostly feigned. After all, he still held the true ace in the hole, the allspark, preventing him from becoming overly ecstatic. Such a display was merely the reaction expected of a Decepticon eager for advancement. Failing to do so might arouse Soundwave's suspicion. As the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, Soundwave's powers of observation were extraordinarily astute. What has Black Arachnia been up to lately? Have you gathered any useful intelligence? Upon hearing Soundwave's inquiry, a flicker of surprise crossed Tian's eyes, quickly replaced by a look of difficulty. I'm sorry, Lord Soundwave. Recently, I have been executing tasks assigned by Lord Red Spider, and my knowledge of his activities remains quite limited. Nie Tian had intended to share the intelligence he gathered from the scalpel, but considering the scalpel's established connection with Soundwave, it was plausible that they had already exchanged information. After a moment's hesitation, he settled on mentioning only what Soundwave might be unaware of. Lord Soundwave, during this period, I have been investigating news regarding Lord Megatron, alongside the other 6 intermediate Decepticons under Lord Red Spider, in a nation on this planet, with infrequent returns to the base. I am aware that Lord Red Spider has not been present at the base lately, but I do not know his whereabouts. Though Nie Tian's words remained unfinished, Soundwave had grasped the implication of his forthcoming statement. Soundwave felt no disappointment, as he had not harbored any expectations. His inquiry merely served as a pretext for future matters. Little one, you are aware that I am here in search of Lord Megatron. The title Nie Tian had painstakingly altered with the scalpel had once again resurfaced in Soundwave's presence. So, what news have you uncovered regarding Lord Megatron? Nie Tian's expression faltered. He had been too preoccupied to gather any intelligence. Moreover, he already possessed knowledge without the need for further investigation, though he could not disclose that to Soundwave. Not surprised by Nie Tian's apparent ignorance, Soundwave remarked, in that case, you shall continue to lie in wait beside Lord Red Spider. You will return to Red Spider's base in 3 days, at which point I will explain the situation to him. Chapter 36. Promotion to Advanced Warrior Lie in Wait? The term struck Nie Tian as peculiar. He could not discern what the scalpel had conveyed to Soundwave, as it seemed absurd that he, a Decepticon created by Red Spider, had now been transformed into a hidden operative beside him. He found himself increasingly uncertain of his allegiance. However, one aspect puzzled him. Lord Soundwave, did you just instruct me to return to Lord Red Spider's base in 3 days? Soundwave nodded, choosing not to reveal that he was meant to arrive in 3 days himself. Instead, offering a different rationale. Your sudden promotion to Advanced Warrior might arouse suspicion in Lord Red Spider. 3 days hence, I will provide a suitable explanation, stating that this is a reward I have bestowed upon you, contingent upon your assistance in locating Lord Megatron. A reward? How delightful! Nie Tian's heart soared with joy. Initially, he had feared that his abrupt ascension to Advanced Warrior would prompt inquiries from Lord Red Spider, but with Soundwave's cover, he could finally abandon the mental strain of concocting excuses. Thank you, Lord Soundwave. Soundwave nodded, a flicker of inscrutable meaning crossing his gaze. In truth, his earlier words were not entirely mere pretext. He deemed an expendable intermediate Decepticon beneath his notice. However, a high-ranking Decepticon, particularly one well-acquainted with the environmental intricacies of this planet, warrants considerable attention, especially at this critical juncture, with the tumultuous presence of the Bone Crusher lurking. The execution of the original mission is rendered impossible. Only barricade and stun can be of any use. A high-ranking Decepticon could significantly alleviate the pressing manpower shortage he faces. For the next 3 days, you shall focus on upgrading your form. After that, I will reach out to you, at which point several tasks will require your execution. Tasks. This familiar phrase sent a wave of apprehension through Nie Tian. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, for one who accepts favors must also show gratitude. Yes, Lord Soundwave. Sensing Nie Tian's reluctance, Soundwave suddenly interjected, rest assured, I am not the stingy type like Starscream. Assisting me will certainly yield benefits for you. Once you have completed your upgrade, you may return to Starscream's base to consult with Ratchet, and I will ensure he assists you in outfitting an advanced weapon module. Were it not for the current dire shortage of personnel, Soundwave would not have been inclined to provide such extensive explanations. Very well. Thank you, Lord Soundwave, Nie Tian replied, somewhat numbly expressing his gratitude once more. He began to discern that Soundwave and Ratchet were indeed allies, frequently supporting one another while also sharing the spoils with others. It seemed plausible Nie Tian recalled the scene from the original series where Megatron was resurrected. After Megatron's demise, Starscream had promptly abandoned ship, leaving the Decepticons on Earth to face a massive onslaught from the Autobots and humans. One could argue that under such circumstances, Megatron's successful resurrection was entirely due to Soundwave's efforts. Although Soundwave remained in space due to Optimus Prime's threat, he was certainly not idle. Soundwave had been persistently infiltrating satellites to gather intelligence and was actively mobilizing troops upon receiving news of the Allspark fragments. Among the Decepticons who descended into the depths of the ocean to resurrect Megatron was Ratchet, who had emerged from the chest of a mechanical canine, one of the members of the Cassette Army and Soundwave's most loyal subordinate. Analyzing this further, it became evident that the relationship between Ratchet and Soundwave was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. By the way, ensure that our connection remains concealed, Soundwave stated with a serious expression, his gaze fixed on Nie Tian with a hint of warning. Aside from myself and Ratchet, you must not divulge a single detail in the presence of Barricade and Stun. Always remember that you are a subordinate of Starscream. Understood? A subordinate of Starscream? This truly felt like being used as a spy or an undercover agent. Ah, right, I had forgotten that Soundwave is, after all, the head of intelligence for the Decepticon faction. Engaging in espionage is simply part of the job. After silently grumbling for a moment, Nie Tian ultimately nodded in agreement. I understand, Lord Soundwave. Alas, let the undercover agent be just that. After all, one cannot remain in this state indefinitely. Engaging with the powerful is undoubtedly perilous, yet the rewards far surpass the ordinary, as exemplified by the source of energy from the fire seed. Subsequently, the Soundwave imparted a few more instructions to Nie Tian before issuing a dismissal. Understanding the subtext, Nie Tian refrained from inquiring whether Soundwave intended to venture into outer space. Transforming into a silver fox interceptor, he soared away from the deserted island. In the depths of night, over the waters of the Atlas Ocean, a fighter jet approached a solitary isle. The aircraft circled above briefly before descending upon the highest peak of the island. Given its desolate nature, it sufficed. After scanning for signs of life, Nie Tian nodded in satisfaction. With dreams often plagued by uncertainty, he prepared to absorb the energy of the fire seed, aspiring to ascend to a higher warrior rank. Since Soundwave had instructed him to refrain from returning to the Red Spider base for 3 days, he decided against returning to the United States as well, to avoid any encounters with the other 5 squads of Decepticons. With number 24 absent, the remaining 5 intermediate Decepticons remained intact, adding the number 26 stationed at the Red Spider base. That made 6 in total. After some exploration, Nie Tian successfully discovered a natural cave atop the island's central mountain. The space was ample. After a moment's consideration, he entered the cave and moved a large stone to block the entrance. Though the evolution of his machine would not create significant commotion, he instinctively sought refuge in seclusion. After all, one could never be too cautious. A satellite might inadvertently drift into a trajectory that captured the island. Within the cave, seeking a spacious area, Nie Tian retrieved a cube containing the energy of the fire seed from his chest. The residual liquid energy of the fire seed, well, essentially originated from the cosmic energy of the fire seed itself, making the usage of the cube straightforward. Simply open and make contact. The energy of the fire seed inherently possesses radiative properties, continuously emanating. In the original narrative, to suppress the radiation of the fire seed's energy, District 7 had fortified the hull where the fire seed was stored with special materials, achieving unexpectedly effective isolation. Shaking the cube in his grasp, Nie Tian hesitated to open it immediately, instead attempting to input the source code he had memorized. Moments later, his eyes widened slightly. It was not that there was no reaction, but rather that he was unable to input the code at all. Well, it was as expected. Nie Tian felt little disappointment. This had been within his anticipations, for it was merely the energy of the fire seed, not the fire seed itself. Nie Tian was uncertain whether the cosmic energy within the fire seed also existed in a liquid form like that within the container. However, he speculated that this was not the case. One represented energy left in a full state, while the other revealed its true form only in a depleted state. They were not directly comparable. Moving his hand, which held the fire seed energy, to his chest, the armor there gradually cracked open, unveiling the energy core nestled deep within his machine. The energy core, radiating a soft glow, remained oblivious to the challenges that lay ahead. With a crisp crack, a fiery essence surged into Nie Tian's chest, only to vanish in an instant. There was no cataclysmic upheaval, no resplendent radiance. Everything appeared as if nothing had transpired. Was this truly the end? There seemed to be no alteration whatsoever. As he pondered, Nie Tian suddenly felt a tremor within his being. The energy core in his chest began to pulsate, while his entire form became enveloped in a searing heat, as if undergoing a mysterious metamorphosis. If one were to apply contemporary understanding, it could be described as the fundamental metallic elements constituting his form being restructured and evolving into Cybertronian metal. Nie Tian's intermediate body had been crafted from materials found on Blue Star by the Red Spider. Although it employed Cybertronian technology, resulting in commendable strength, it ultimately paled in comparison to true Cybertronian metal. This extraordinary metal not only possessed self-repairing capabilities and adaptive transformation, but also exhibited a degree of memory, facilitating rapid acclimatization to new forms and enhancing transformation speed. In terms of other attributes such as strength, resilience, and energy conductivity, it far surpassed any metal found on Blue Star. While these latent qualities may not have been overtly apparent in ordinary circumstances, they would undoubtedly reveal a significant disparity during combat or when recuperating from injuries. Cybertronian metal specifically refers to a primordial base metal that has been transformed by the essence of the fire source, rather than a blanket term for all metals found on the planet Cybertron. As a metallic planet, Cybertron is home to countless metal veins. Even if their numbers have dwindled due to civil war, one cannot encapsulate the entirety of Cybertronian metal with a singular example. The ascent to advanced warrior status occurred more swiftly than Nie Tian had anticipated, within merely half an hour of absorbing the essence of the fire source. The transformation was complete. Was this the power of the fire source? Nie Tian clenched his fist, quietly attuning himself to his new form. Though it may be somewhat inaccurate to state that he could now defeat 10 versions of his former self, he undeniably felt the formidable strength of his advanced body. Particularly, the core within his chest, akin to a miniature furnace, continuously emanated energy, seemingly containing boundless reserves. Nie Tian sensed that even without replenishing energy blocks, he could sustain his life for a century solely on the essence of the fire source, provided he remained in a dormant state. Chapter 37. The Fangs of Megatron. This was merely an advanced fire source. It was difficult to fathom the magnitude of power that leader class or even supreme class fire sources possessed. Such elevated forms of essence, barring death or serious injury, would likely find it challenging to perish naturally. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, the fire of heaven lay dormant in a museum for countless years without extinguishing. From the portrayal of the fire of heaven in the original tale, it appeared that its combat prowess began at least at the commander level, with the potential to reach leader status not being out of the question. Subsequently, Nie Tian ventured into various other aspects, such as transformation speed and weapon modules. The speed of transformation had significantly improved compared to the past, and the weapon modules had evolved into advanced weapon modules. The evolution of the body was a holistic concept. All modules, including weapon systems and mechanical components, ascended to the echelon of advanced machinery. Although the weapon remained the same type, its potency was undeniably unmatched. As for the armor of the body, Nie Tian refrained from testing it, as he had no intention of deliberately bombarding himself for the sake of experimentation. The only source of dissatisfaction for Nie Tian was the height of the body. Before advancing to the rank of an advanced warrior, the height of the body stood at approximately 9 meters. Now, upon becoming an advanced warrior, the body had not only failed to grow taller, but had actually diminished in stature by at least a meter. Was it true that less is more? Nie Tian mused, shaking his head. Fortunately, he was not overly concerned about this. With his current height of 8 meters, he's still classified as a formidable presence among the Decepticons, even surpassing Soundwave and Barricade in stature. Being a meter shorter was hardly a matter of significance. After acclimating to the radical transformation of his body, Nie Tian concentrated and summoned the data panel, which materialized before him. A D-22 body armor, Cybertronian steel weapon module, 126mm heavy machine gun, right hand, shoulder-mounted multi-barrel rocket launcher, left shoulder, energy source, spark, 100, body level, Advanced Machinery Combat Level, Advanced Warrior. In the past, when Nie Tian invoked the data panel, it was predominantly to check the remaining energy of his body. It had been a considerable time since he had examined the changes within his body. Gazing at the glaring designation of Advanced Warrior, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After traversing this realm for so long, he had finally taken the first step towards enhancing his combat prowess. Although being an Advanced Warrior merely represented the threshold to the higher echelons of the Decepticons, it at least signified his departure from the ranks of mere cannon fodder. In other words, he was now a recognized Decepticon, no longer a hapless minion subject to arbitrary commands. The gap between an Advanced Warrior and a Commander-level warrior was merely 1 combat level, while the distance to a Leader-level warrior was 2 combat levels. However, the numbers of Leader-level and Commander-level warriors were exceedingly scarce, with only 4 currently within the entire Decepticon faction. Moreover, given their elevated status, it was impractical for them to engage in every task personally. Thus, Elite Decepticons and Advanced Decepticons constituted the backbone of the faction and were the primary executors of missions. The Commander-level Decepticons primarily served in a capacity of oversight and command. Yet, that body identification number was rather irksome. It was high time for a name change. The alphanumeric designation at the top of the panel was glaringly conspicuous to Nie Tian. As an Advanced Warrior and a legitimate Cybertronian possessing a spark, how could he still be associated with the past? It is indeed peculiar that, while most civilizations are born with names, the highly advanced Cybertronians stand as an exception. The lower-tier Cybertronians are deemed unworthy of possessing names, being relegated to mere designations. As for whether he is a true Cybertronian, Nie Tian remains indifferent, for he is not a native of Cybertron. What occupies his thoughts is the enhancement brought forth by the Allspark. Cybertronian warriors who possess the Allspark are not necessarily formidable, but every powerful Cybertronian is undeniably endowed with it. After some contemplation, Nie Tian made adjustments to the data panel. Type, Combat Type Decepticon. Armor, Cybertronian Steel. Weapons, 126mm heavy machine gun, right hand, shoulder-mounted multi-launch rocket pod, left shoulder, Allspark, 100, frame, advanced frame, combat power, Advanced Warrior. This configuration appeared much more pleasing to him. A satisfied smile graced Nie Tian's face. Perhaps when he upgrades his frame later, he would add or remove certain attributes. Once the frame material was reconstructed into Cybertronian metal, the armor transformed into Cybertronian steel. In truth, it was not merely the armor. Nie Tian was aware that his frame and skeletal structure had also been altered to this resilient metal. Cybertronian steel is a native foundational metal on Cybertron, and nearly all Cybertronians who come into contact with Allspark energy find their bodies transformed into this substance. This metal is significantly stronger than those found on Blue Planet, yet it pales in comparison to some of the rarer metals on Cybertron, such as reinforced metal and functional metal. As Nie Tian understood, many powerful Cybertronian warriors utilize these rare metals to augment their abilities, crafting armor, forging melee weapons, or even constructing entirely new frames from these materials. Regrettably, Cybertron lies too far from him. Shaking his head, he cast aside thoughts of those rare metals. Setting aside the question of how many resources could still be mined on Cybertron, the very journey to reach the planet presented a colossal challenge. While Soundwave possesses the technology for space bridges, he does not. Moreover, the space bridge is not without its limitations. One must have an energy pillar to activate it. He had yet to master the technology for manufacturing energy blocks, let alone sustain an energy pillar. At times, the monopoly of knowledge serves as a means for the powerful Cybertronians to exert control over their weaker counterparts. In due course, he could venture to the moon and see if there were any treasures to be found. The thought of the energy pillar prompted Nie Tian to remember the unyielding enemy on the moon. If memory served him correctly, the ship of the unyielding enemy carried a considerable number of energy pillars. Generally, even an ordinary individual would know to gather their possessions when fleeing, not to mention a former leader of a faction. Nie Tian surmised that even in the absence of energy pillars, there must be other valuable items, and the ship itself would be an exceedingly worthwhile asset for him. Thus, a delightful decision was made to embark on a treasure hunt upon the moon. With this thought in mind, Nie Tian sheathed his weapon and, having adapted to his new state, prepared to depart. As for why he did not set off for the moon at this moment, Simply put, he feared missing the commencement of the unfolding narrative. Given the flight speed of the Silver Fox Interceptor, the journey from Blue Star to the moon would require at least 10 days to 2 weeks. He had been preoccupied with the seed of fire, and now that the plot was about to begin in earnest, he found himself unable to leave. 2 days after Nie Tian discreetly departed from the Atlas Ocean, the Decepticons, dispatched by Soundwave to execute their mission, finally revealed their menacing fangs on this planet. Dizzy, this is Soundwave. Coordinates have been transmitted. Dizzy acknowledged. A Super Stallion helicopter, which should have crashed 3 months prior, unexpectedly appeared over a desert expanse. After a series of electrical crackles, the helicopter adjusted its trajectory and headed toward Cattle. At the Sangsun base, 2 Ospreys gently descended onto the helipad, carrying a special operations unit that had just completed its mission as the headquarters of the United States Special Operations Command in Cattle. The prowess of the Sangsun base was beyond question. However, today, it was about to face an overwhelming calamity. When a pilotless military Super Stallion helicopter transformed into a towering 10-meter mechanical giant, the base officer in front of the helicopter could no longer maintain his composure. Fire. Open fire immediately. The officer bellowed his command, and the surrounding armored vehicles and soldiers, faces filled with panic, squeezed their triggers. The cacophony of gunfire was akin to mere tickling. Apart from a shower of sparks, it inflicted no harm upon the mechanical giant. In contrast, with a mere flick of its hand, the mechanical giant unleashed an electromagnetic disruption projectile, obliterating the base's communication network. Following this, several high-explosive shells rained down, sending the soldiers within the base scurrying for cover. Ultimately, having decimated the majority of the base's living forces, the mechanical giant released a mechanical scorpion from its chest to pursue a fleeing special operations team. Next, the mechanical giant strode into the command center at the heart of the Sangsun base, extracting an information storage device and perusing it with an air of indifference. However, the mechanical giant seemed oblivious to the fact that, while it was engrossed in reading the documents, a small, seemingly insignificant ant was fervently wielding a fire axe, ruthlessly hacking at a power line connecting to the information storage device. Nie Tian received word of the obliteration of the Sangsun base by Dizzy a day later. Not from external news, but from Soundwave himself. Lord Soundwave, are you suggesting that Lord Dizzy was thwarted while attempting to read the documents? In an ancient ruin, Nie Tian contemplated his response to Soundwave's communication. The 3-day period had elapsed, and, as anticipated, Soundwave had reached out to him. The narrative of Dizzy's assault on the military base was still vividly etched in Nie Tian's memory. The anticipated failure of Dizzy was also on schedule. The failure of the stunning maneuver was undeniable, yet he dared not openly acknowledge it. The stunning was indeed an elite Decepticon warrior, and word could easily reach the enemy's ears. Chapter 38. Returning to base as he pondered, a communication came through from Soundwave. The stunning maneuver has failed. No intelligence was obtained. Fortunately, there are already leads from Confusion. I require you to assist Barricade and Confusion, ensuring no further mishaps occur. Assist Barricade and Confusion? A jolt ran through Nie Tian's heart. According to the unfolding narrative, Barricade should be infiltrating human networks alongside Confusion to gather intelligence on Megatron. He was uncertain how far along the plot had progressed and whether Confusion had discovered any information regarding Sector 7. Shaking his head, Nie Tian resolved to first inquire where to find Barricade and Confusion. He understood that, for now, he could not resist Soundwave, the commanding Decepticon. Lord Soundwave, where should I search for Lord Barricade? I will have him wait for you here, but before you proceed, it would be prudent to return to the base of Black Widow. Lord Soundwave, have you already contacted Lord Black Widow? Indeed, he has consented to send you to assist me. You may return. Furthermore, I have come to realize that Black Widow seems to be aiding a formidable Cybertronian warrior. I need you to ascertain the identity of this Cybertronian. A Cybertronian warrior? Nie Tian felt a shiver run down his spine, quickly coming to a realization. It was evident that Soundwave, as the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, had deduced more in 3 days than the surgical precision of the others had in a prolonged period. Observing the British-style relics before him, Nie Tian silently resolved to be more cautious. With a satellite overhead capable of detecting his presence, his situation was indeed precarious. It was no wonder Soundwave was unpopular among the Decepticons. Such an ability to easily uncover other secrets would surely evoke resentment. In the United States, Silver State, Kona's Gorge. Upon returning here, Nie Tian fortuitously encountered a flying squadron returning to replenish their energy, led by an old acquaintance, 19. 22. How have you been promoted to a higher warrior? Gazing at Nie Tian, whose frame was now only slightly shorter than before, 19 stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Nie Tian offered a faint smile, refraining from divulging the reasons for his transformation. Soundwave would explain to Black Widow. But Black Widow would not provide explanations to these mid-ranking Decepticons. Every Cybertronian S-frame corresponds to a specific energy level, akin to a biological pheromone mechanical signal. Thus, 19 immediately recognized that Nie Tian had attained the status of a higher warrior, though Nie Tian felt no surprise. Certainly, the energy level merely indicated frame rank. True strength could only be discerned through combat. Indeed, the outcome of battles is often influenced by a multitude of factors, not merely the level of combat prowess. Their flight squad, it seems, has vanished without a trace. Their appearance is tattered, with only the leader, designated as 19, appearing somewhat presentable. Nie Tian surveyed them for a moment before casually stating, "It has been a while, 19. I now go by the name Tian Nie. Tian Nie." A name bestowed upon him by Nie Tian within the ranks of the Decepticons was chosen to replace the cumbersome designation of 22, which not only lacked elegance, but also resonated with mediocrity, failing to convey any sense of grandeur. Previously, his insufficient strength had deterred him from aspiring to a more formidable name. However, having now crossed into the realm of advanced Decepticon warriors, it was only fitting to discard such an unwieldy moniker. As for the significance of the name Tian Nie, in truth, it bore no deeper meaning. It was simply an inversion of his original name, altered slightly. Nie Tian had always struggled with naming, adhering to the principle that functionality sufficed. Under Nie Tian's calm gaze, 19 visibly faltered, ultimately biting his lip and bowing his head in deference. Lord Tian Nie. Acknowledging him with a nod, Nie Tian's expression remained unchanged. As an advanced Decepticon warrior, he was no longer comparable to 19. In the Decepticon hierarchy, strength dictated status. Barring exceptional circumstances, combat level equated to rank. It was a pragmatic reality, vital for the advancement of one's power. Otherwise, the toil invested in elevating combat capabilities would be rendered futile. A Decepticon who could not assert their status would struggle to thrive, as camaraderie and benevolence were the paths of the Autobots. Having matured in his previous life, Nie Tian no longer relied on mere passion. He understood that maximizing benefits should be his primary focus. Lord Tian Nie. As the rock face parted, 19 instinctively stepped aside, waiting until Nie Tian's figure had vanished before lifting his gaze. 19 stood in a daze, watching the slowly closing base doors, his expression vacant, seemingly grappling with the bewilderment of why a once equal peer had ascended to a higher rank in just a few days. Just as 3 days prior, the entire base was tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the disappearance of 24. Lord Red Spider, I have arrived. Entering the cultivation chamber, Nie Tian greeted Red Spider, as usual. 22. Oh no, wait. I believe you should now be called Tian Nie, Red Spider exclaimed, tossing a handful of metallic scraps toward a group of young Decepticons. His tone laced with mockery. Hearing this, Nie Tian inclined his head slightly. You may call me either 22 or Tian Nie, as you wish, Lord Red Spider. Despite his promotion to Advanced Warrior, he remained acutely aware that in the eyes of a commander like Red Spider, he was still deemed inconsequential, and a mere elevation in rank would not erase the essence of his identity. Just remember who your master is. The Red Spider coldly snorted, finally ceasing the act of feeding and turning to face Nie Tian. A few beast-like baby Decepticons, realizing that no food was forthcoming from above, clung to the Red Spider's legs, only to be mercilessly kicked away. That's enough, little ones. Nie Tian was captivated by the baby Decepticons in mid-exercise, noticing that the Red Spider seemed particularly fond of nurturing them. The few young Decepticons being fed were evidently not the product of the previous breeding method used, leaving Nie Tian to ponder the extent of knowledge and technology stored within the minds of these elder Decepticons. Since you have now ascended to the rank of a high-level warrior, you ought to possess a name of your own. Whether it was merely an illusion or a consequence of his promotion, Nie Tian sensed a marked improvement in the Red Spider's demeanor towards him. If previously it had been indifference, now there was a hint of recognition. You're fortunate to have crossed paths with Soundwave, who was recently transported here. The Red Spider appraised Nie Tian's advanced form, then continued, given that Soundwave has utilized the energy of the spark source to elevate your being, and specifically requested your assistance in locating Lord Megatron, you should spend a few days with him. A triumphant smile spread across the Red Spider's face. Huh. Soundwave has inadvertently helped me cultivate a high-level warrior. I ought to express my gratitude. Nie Tian stood silently, absorbing this information. He had keenly discerned a crucial detail. While the Red Spider claimed Soundwave had just arrived, Soundwave had actually reached Blue Star 3 days prior. The only conclusion was that Soundwave was deliberately concealing this from the Red Spider, presumably to conduct a covert investigation without the latter's awareness. It seemed the instruction to return to the base after 3 days was not without its reasoning. 3 days, an unguarded span of time, would certainly provide ample opportunity for the Red Spider to reveal much. By the way, the Red Spider suddenly recalled, Tianchi, once you reach Soundwave, I trust you know what to do. I understand, Lord Red Spider, Nie Tian replied, grasping the underlying intent. I shall report to you immediately upon receiving any news regarding Lord Megatron. Thanks to the information chip, Nie Tian recognized that the Red Spider still held trust in him at this moment. Excellent. The Red Spider's expression turned to one of satisfaction. He increasingly appreciated this Decepticon who had once dared to offend him. Not only had his strength unexpectedly risen to that of a high-level warrior, but he also demonstrated an understanding of the Red Spider's thoughts, far surpassing the dull-wittedness of the others. With a soft hiss, the door behind him slowly closed as Nie Tian stepped out of the nurturing chamber. Indeed, Soundwave's comments about the Red Spider's miserly nature are not without merit. Regardless of whether Soundwave's promised benefits will ultimately materialize, at the very least, he is willing to present a vision of hope. Whereas the Red Spider seems unwilling to even do that. After some internal musings, Nie Tian resolved to make his way to the laboratory of the surgical blade, located at the opposite end of the main corridor facing the cultivation chamber. He intended to request the advanced weapon module that Soundwave had promised him. Given that he was set to assist Barricade and Frenzy, he was uncertain about the challenges that lay ahead, and thus, it was imperative to augment his strength as much as possible. Although, according to the original narrative, there was only Bumblebee among the Autobots on Blue Star at this time. One could never be too sure if there were other Autobots that had not yet made an appearance. Moreover, even if Bumblebee were the sole Autobot present, he was certainly not one to underestimate. If Bumblebee could easily subdue Barricade, an elite warrior, it was evident that Nie Tian, as a mere advanced warrior, should tread carefully. Chapter 39. Encounter with the Red Spider. Nie Tian believed that the current circumstances on Blue Star were most advantageous for him. At present, the Autobots had not yet descended in large numbers, and he had just ascended to the rank of advanced warrior, granting him a measure of self-preservation against even the human forces. While engaging in activities outside, he felt relatively secure. However, should the Autobots arrive, the situation would undoubtedly change. Once Optimus Prime made his entrance, any attempts at evasion would likely result in swift demise. Unsurprisingly, the intermediate Decepticon guarding the entrance to the surgical blade laboratory had vanished. With Soundwave's arrival, the Red Spider saw no need to monitor the surgical blade any longer. Although the surgical blade had not disclosed the reasons for being under the Red Spider's surveillance, Nie Tian surmised that it was primarily due to Soundwave's influence. He hoped for a melee weapon module. Yearning for the new weapon, Nie Tian approached the entrance of the surgical blade laboratory. Since the ambush that resulted in the demise of 3 days prior on the island, he had developed a desire for a melee weapon. Had he possessed such a weapon at that moment, he could have likely pierced through 24's chassis with a single strike, delivering a swift end, which would have proven far more efficient than relying on both machine guns and rocket launchers. It was you, the gluttonous Decepticon. Before he could send a communication to the surgical blade, the laboratory door opened automatically, and a scorpion-like figure emerged. As Nie Tian glanced down, he couldn't help but smile. He feigned ignorance of the tentacle bug and proceeded into the laboratory, though his steps inadvertently landed directly atop the creature's head. Hey, watch where you're going. At present, Nie Tian's form stood at 8 meters tall. Although he was approximately a meter shorter than before, he still loomed as a colossal figure to the tentacle bug. Hurry. Move faster. The tentacle bug scurried with its 4 short legs, narrowly escaping just as Nie Tian's foot was about to descend. Thud! Oh, it's you, tentacle bug. My apologies for not noticing you earlier, Nie Tian shrugged, adopting an expression of innocent nonchalance. With the prior clandestine connection established in the energy block storage room, his rapport with the tentacle worm was, on the whole, rather amicable. However, due to his previous indulgence in consuming an entire energy block in the laboratory, the tentacle worm often chided him as a gluttonous behemoth. Out of respect for the surgeon, he never held this against the tentacle worm. I see you're doing this on purpose. I shall inform the surgeon about it shortly. Suddenly, the tentacle worm exclaimed, You've been promoted to a senior warrior. Indeed, Nie Tian replied, half squatting as he regarded the tentacle worm with a bemused expression. Thus, you would do well to treat me with courtesy from now on. Otherwise, even the surgeon won't be able to protect you. I understand. The tentacle worm's tone diminished, losing its earlier arrogance. Although the distinction between a senior warrior and a mid-level warrior was merely one rank, the implications extended far beyond a mere difference in combat capability. One had formally ascended to the ranks of senior behemoths, while the other remained at the rudimentary level, having just escaped the realm of cannon fodder. The disparity was evident. Seeing the tentacle worm bowing its head in submission brought a smile to Nie Tian's face as he sauntered into the surgeon's laboratory. Surgeon! His voice heralded his approach before he even arrived, revealing a scene so familiar it was almost nostalgic. The surgeon stood at a laboratory table, tinkering with an array of instruments. Curiosity piqued, Nie Tian approached, intending to discern the nature of the surgeon's research. Surgeon, what are you working on? Get away. Go wait somewhere else, and don't break my things. The surgeon immediately responded with disdain upon noticing Nie Tian's proximity. Even when Nie Tian had initially lingered at the laboratory entrance, the surgeon had been acutely aware. However, he had been engrossed in a critical phase of his experiment and could not afford any distractions. In the surgeon's eyes, behemoths were merely clumsy oafs, and he was reluctant to allow anyone near the carefully crafted energy apparatus he had painstakingly replicated. After being rebuffed, Nie Tian resigned himself to maintaining a distance from the workstation. Yet his peripheral vision caught sight of what appeared to be an energy sphere emanating a soft blue glow resting on the table. Please wait a moment. I have instructed the tentacle worm to retrieve the weapon modules. Very well, surgeon. Nie Tian was not surprised by the surgeon's direct revelation of his purpose for visiting. In contrast to his previous visit, the laboratory now boasted a plethora of mechanical components, many of which were the failed clones of behemoths cultivated through the brood cell method. It was unexpected that these unsuccessful behemoths had ended up in the surgeon's possession. This was indeed a case of resourceful repurposing. The surgeon, a behemoth doctor, had not significantly engaged in his medical duties since arriving on Blue Star, instead immersing himself in research with the potential to rival the Shockwave's level of study. The surgeon concluded his tasks swiftly. Nie Tian did not have to wait long before observing the surgeon approaching, cradling 2 weapon modules. It was uncertain whether the tentacle worm had been startled earlier, as it was now nowhere to be seen. The advanced weapon modules are but 2 in my possession. Choose one. The scalpel tossed the weapon modules before Nie Tian, then observed his frame with indifference. What do you think? The advanced frame is quite impressive. I assent it? Indeed, it is exceptional, truly unparalleled. Nie Tian expressed his heartfelt gratitude, knowing that without the scalpel, the Sonic Master would never have regarded him with such favor. Although the overall demeanor was somewhat aloof, given the disparity in their strengths and statuses, it was a rare and commendable gesture. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. Just remember to assist me in locating that Decepticon spaceship promptly. The scalpel shook his head, readily accepting Nie Tian's gratitude. Of course, esteemed scalpel. I shall inform you at the very first instance of any discovery. Nie Tian offered a casual reply, yet inwardly prioritized this matter. With the scalpel's close connection to the Sonic Master, he could no longer afford to treat the situation with nonchalance as he once did. Fortunately, the scalpel had not imposed a time constraint. Setting this matter aside for the moment, Nie Tian picked up the 2 advanced weapon modules, only to reveal his disappointment the next second. Esteemed scalpel, do you not possess any melee weapon modules? Weapon modules, by their very nature, are categorized into ranged and melee types. Melee weapon modules? The scalpel glared at Nie Tian, sneering none. Do you think weapon modules are cabbages by the roadside, available at your whim? Currently, I possess only these two advanced weapon modules. Take them or leave them. Nie Tian forced a smile, confessing inwardly that he was not particularly eager for them, as the two modules bore little distinction from the weapons he already wielded. Air compression cannon. It generates powerful shock projectiles through compressed air. The drawback is that it requires charging time. Flame gun, capable of firing ceramic bullets containing highly explosive and flammable materials at a rate of 100 rounds per minute, which explode upon impact, producing intense flames. The drawback is the brittleness of the bullets, lacking armor-piercing capabilities. While these options appeared extravagant, air compression and flame projectiles, Nie Tian found them rather unimpressive. The armor strength of an advanced frame could easily withstand armor-piercing rounds, let alone ceramic bullets lacking such properties. As for the intense flames, did one truly expect flames to melt the frame? Moreover, the air compression cannon's need for charging was rendered obsolete in the chaotic battlefield, where circumstances could shift in an instant. Who had the luxury of time to charge? Furthermore, enemies would not patiently await one's preparation, unless they were utterly defenseless. Yet again, if one faced such a powerless foe, was the use of a compression cannon truly warranted? How many antagonists have been turned over when executing the protagonist? Nie Tian had no desire to commit such a blunder. In a moment of contemplation, Nie Tian unexpectedly thought of the diminutive yet remarkably potent mini Decepticons from the Soundwave's tape army. After a brief reflection, he tentatively inquired of the surgeon knife. Might you be able to create a Decepticon? The surgeon knife paused for a moment, then broke into a grin. Are you seeking a weapon module? Or do you desire a Decepticon pet? With a fervent nod, Nie Tian acknowledged, although his idea seemed slightly misinterpreted by the surgeon knife. The essence was not far from the truth. What he sought was not a clone-like Decepticon akin to those of the 13, but rather a loyal companion, akin to the bond share between Soundwave and his minions. To call it a pet would not be entirely erroneous. Very well, the surgeon knife replied. Glancing back at the experimental table from earlier, I have just replicated the energy core of the Red Spider and created an energy device. I was pondering where to test it. Now, I shall utilize it to forge your Decepticon companion. Replicated? Following the surgeon knife's gaze, Nie Tian beheld a pale blue sphere, strikingly familiar, resembling a miniature version of an energy core. It was precisely the object he had encountered upon entering the laboratory moments earlier. Realization dawned upon him. The tests the surgeon knife had conducted on him were evidently far more intricate than mere examinations. Chapter 40. The secret meeting before Nie Tian had even warmed the two advanced weapon modules in his grasp. He returned them to the surgeon knife, who requested his assistance. Thus he became a laborer, aiding the surgeon knife in the process. As this was for the creation of his own companion, Nie Tian harbored no grievances. Rather, he engaged eagerly. During this interval, he conveyed all his demands regarding the new weapon to the surgeon knife, who responded that certain functionalities could be realized while others could not. In the United States, within the Huazone region, at the Defense Department building in Fayette County, stood an expansive pentagonal structure with a vast internal space capable of accommodating over 30,000 personnel concurrently. At that moment, within a conference hall of this building, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. In the front row, military officials whispered among themselves, exchanging intelligence. At the rear of the hall, various young individuals filled the seats, with staff members occasionally hurrying past. All signs indicated that a highly confidential meeting was about to commence. Amidst this flurry of anticipation, the defense minister, John Keller, quietly entered through a side door of the hall. "Good evening, Minister," greeted a soldier. "Good evening." John Keller casually nodded in reply, surveying the assembly, and after a moment's appraisal, frowned. They seemed rather youthful. Upon hearing this, an accompanying official immediately interjected, "Sir, these individuals have been selected according to your specifications. They are the finest information specialists. The Security Bureau has been recruiting directly from high schools in recent years, resulting in a somewhat youthful appearance among the staff." John Keller's face lit up with understanding. As a high-ranking minister, he typically did not concern himself with decisions that could be made by subordinate departments. While an official was explaining the situation to John, several young individuals engaged in casual conversation at the conference table inadvertently noticed commotion at the side door of the hall. "Guys!" exclaimed a slightly plump young man with glasses, fixating intently on a particular direction. Look, the Minister of Defense. What? His two companions were startled and immediately followed his gaze. There, on one side of the conference hall, stood an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a somewhat aged visage, surrounded by a throng of uniformed officials. That familiar face was none other than the prominent figure often seen on television. My goodness, I can hardly believe it. Yes, right in front of us. One of the boys murmured, glancing down at his attire. This outfit is truly inappropriate for this occasion. A few minutes later, after John Keller had grasped the situation, he glanced at the time and instructed the meeting to commence. It's about time. Let us begin the meeting. Understood, Mr. Minister. Upon receiving John Keller's command, the meeting host promptly took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the Minister of Defense, Mr. John Keller. With a rustle of applause as everyone stood in respect, John Keller slowly approached the podium at the front of the conference hall. Please be seated. Without further ado, John Keller delved straight into the matter at hand. I am John Keller, and you must be eager to understand why you are here. The fact is, yesterday at 7 p.m. local time, our base in Sangsun was attacked. What? Surely I misheard. Our base was attacked? Upon hearing John Keller's words, the crowd at the conference table erupted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that anyone would dare assault their base on Blue Star. In truth, news of the Sangsun base's devastation had reached John Keller and his team immediately, but they had been preoccupied with tracking down the perpetrators, hence the delay in public disclosure. Silence. Once the commotion subsided and tranquility returned to the hall, John Keller continued. Current intelligence suggests there were no survivors. The objective of the attack was to infiltrate the military's computer network. We do not know their intentions, but we are aware that their intrusion was thwarted. Therefore, we believe they will attempt another assault. As he spoke, a grave expression crossed John Keller's face. At present, no one has claimed responsibility for this attack. Our only lead is this sound. John Keller turned to the large screen behind him, which instantly displayed a segment of signal wave frequencies. A peculiar, jarring noise echoed, reminiscent of a demon whispering. If Nie Tian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize at once that this is a signal unique to the Decepticons. Once the sound concluded, John Keller surveyed the young experts at the conference table, their brows furrowed in concern, and despite their grave expressions, he boldly declared, "That is a signal indicating an intrusion into our system. The Security Bureau is analyzing it with utmost urgency. You all possess formidable signal analysis capabilities, and I require you to identify the mastermind behind this. The situation is critical, and relevant teams have already been assigned. Let's commence our work. Best of luck to you all." With the laboratory of the Scalpel now housing numerous failed Decepticon prototypes, the materials and components were readily available, coupled with Nie Tian's assistance. Within a mere 2 hours, a Decepticon resembling a leopard began to take shape. In truth, apart from the beast form, Nie Tian had contemplated employing other transformation modes. Yet his companion, in the strictest sense, was a mini-Optimus and thus was ill-suited for a vehicle transformation. Under Scalpel's guidance, and not wishing to forfeit mobility, Nie Tian opted for a beastly transformation gear. This beast form is a transformation of a creature indigenous to Cybertron, known as the Mechanical Panther. As a metallic life planet, Cybertron is home to more than just the Cybertronians. It hosts various life forms, including the offspring of the Allspark autonomously evolved machines and hybrid beings of mechanical energy. Among them are energy-absorbing jellyfish, devouring insects that feast on Cybertron steel, data mayflies that thrive on discarded data streams, as well as electroplated toads, lava lizards, energy leeches, malfunctioning rodents, filter birds, and Allspark bats. Over a dozen diverse species. While not as diverse as the species on Blue Planet, it is certainly vibrant. The Mechanical Panther represents one of the more formidable offspring of the Allspark, capable of extracting the energy needed for survival from metal and radiation. Its beast form bears a striking resemblance to the cheetahs of Blue Planet, albeit larger in size and equipped with a primary weapon module on its back. Indeed, the combat rating of the Mechanical Panther is classified as a junior warrior. Although Nie Tian yearned to match the Mechanical Panther against the dazzling pet Scorponok, the limitations of materials in Scalpel's lab constrained him to the creation of a basic model. The original Scorponok in the series was at least a mid-tier Decepticon warrior, capable of subterranean operations and possessing immense combat prowess, able to engage a special forces team without faltering. Haha, it is complete. We just need the information chip. Within the laboratory, Scalpel erupted in laughter, and Nie Tian also smiled, remarking, "It is finally coming to an end." The mechanical panther structure had been fully perfected. Only the implantation of an information chip remained before it could be activated with an energy device. Crafting the information chip was Scalpel's forte. Thus, the birth of a junior Decepticon pet was imminent. Observing the surgical blade meticulously crafting an information chip beside him, Nie Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. The dragon-slaying warrior had ultimately transformed into a malevolent dragon. This information chip, intricately designed by the surgical blade, was entirely in accordance with his intentions. Alas, loyalty is never absolute. A lack of complete fidelity equates to utter disloyalty. An uncontrolled, rudimentary Decepticon is worse than having none at all. This scene felt oddly familiar. Perhaps, among the artificial Cybertronian warriors birthed in recent times, very few were entirely ungoverned, for unless they were deemed utterly worthless, even the slightest semblance of value would warrant some form of control. With prior experience in crafting information chips for Red Spider, the surgical blade worked with remarkable ease, completing the rudimentary chip in no time. "Tian, please retrieve the chassis," he called, now addressing Nie Tian by his newfound title as he ascended to the rank of a higher-tier warrior. "My lord Surgical Blade, you've finished so swiftly?" Nie Tian inquired, astonished as he grasped the mechanical panther's chassis. "Indeed, I've recently developed a method for rapid chip creation, which has significantly expedited the process," replied the surgical blade. Nie Tian was even more astonished. "My lord Surgical Blade, your technical prowess must now rival that of Lord Shockwave." This was not mere flattery. His admiration was genuine. The surgical blade was primarily a medic for the Decepticons, specializing in the treatment and repair of machinery. Much like a physician who heals and prescribes, he excelled in his domain. However, mastering both medical and scientific disciplines posed an extraordinary challenge. It was likely that only beings like the Cybertronians, with their extended lifespans, could achieve proficiency across multiple fields. A scoff escaped the surgical blade's lips at the mention of Shockwave, revealing either a personal grievance or a simple disdain for him. Recognizing the intricacies of the relationships among the veteran Decepticons, Nie Tian wisely chose not to delve further into the topic, preferring to avoid becoming unwittingly entangled in their complex dynamics, lest he meet an unforeseen demise. Chapter 41. The Pet Panther placing the mechanical panther's chassis upon the experimental table. Nie Tian proceeded to follow the surgical blade's directives, methodically installing the information chip and energy device into the mechanical panther's body. This hands-on experience alongside the surgical blade offered Nie Tian a wealth of knowledge. "Now, let's await its reading of the data from the information chip," the surgical blade said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the chassis on the table. Deep down, he too was uncertain whether the energy device would succeed or fail. Nie Tian, equally captivated, found himself staring wide-eyed at the mechanical panther, his first true loyal subordinate, albeit a mere pet, evoking a sense of concern within him. Not long passed before, under their eager watch, the previously motionless mechanical panther suddenly illuminated its head with two crimson dots. In the next moment, it bowed its head before Nie Tian, proclaiming, "Master, your most loyal servant, the panther, reports for duty." "The panther?" Nie Tian furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. "Indeed, from now on, you shall bear this name." "Yes, master." The artificial Black Panther, upon its inception, lacked complex emotions, possessing only basic cognitive and learning abilities. Its temperament was cultivated through subsequent experiences. At this moment, the Black Panther stood silently after reporting to Nie Tian, mirroring the behavior of the others when they first awakened. Disregarding the Black Panther's demeanor, Nie Tian observed with keen interest. The Black Panther's physique was considerably larger than that of the cheetahs on Blue Star, measuring 2 meters in length and approximately 1 meter in height. Its appearance adhered to the traditional rugged and fierce aesthetic of the Decepticons, powerful limbs, equipped with razor-sharp claws resembling daggers, a tail resembling a steel whip with a glistening metallic spike at its tip, and a formidable head adorned with a wide maw filled with serrated alloy teeth. These retractable weapons rendered the Black Panther less a mere pet and more a merciless killing machine. Yet, the Black Panther's back appeared relatively unremarkable. However, Nie Tian was aware that beneath this mundane exterior lay a formidable laser cannon capable of delivering precise and rapid strikes against adversaries. True to its name, the Black Panther was indeed armed to the teeth. Satisfied with the beastly form of the Black Panther, Nie Tian contemplated and commanded, "Black Panther, transform into humanoid form." "Yes, Master." With its reply, the Black Panther morphed into a humanoid shape. With a click, a scaled-down clone of the Decepticon emerged. In its humanoid state, the Black Panther stood just under 2 meters tall, comparable to an adult human. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the failed clone Decepticons, as most of its components originated from them. Observing the humanoid Black Panther, Nie Tian nodded in satisfaction. The Black Panther's size was intentional. Given his current height of 8 meters, even with the stealth module, navigating the human world would be exceedingly inconvenient. In scenarios where his presence was impractical, the Black Panther would become indispensable. This was precisely why he had opted for the beastly form, capable of exceeding speeds of 100 kilometers per hour. As the foundation for the Black Panther's transformation, he required a companion capable of independent action under special circumstances, rather than a cumbersome pet that must be carried at all times. In addition to its reconnaissance capabilities, the Black Panther was equipped with a spy module. This module's primary functions included Trojan intrusion, electronic paralysis, data theft, and electronic interference, enabling swift infiltration of computer networks and acquisition of confidential documents. In a sense, the Black Panther now also served as a spy-type Decepticon, albeit not as formidable as Soundwave's tape army. Regardless of their prowess in intelligence gathering or their skills in stealth and disguise, the Tape Legion stands unparalleled among the Decepticons. As Nie Tian observed Black Panther, Scalpel was also diligently at work. He first crafted a mass displacement device for Black Panther, then eagerly began testing its various parameters. The successful creation of Black Panther revealed to Scalpel a new avenue for manufacturing energy devices. The mass displacement device allows Cybertronians to temporarily transfer excess mass to a subspace within their chests during form transitions, retaining only the spark and essential components. Due to the compression of other components, activating the mass displacement device enables a Cybertronian's body to shrink to merely 1/10 of its original size. Within the confines of the chest lies an army. This was Nie Tian's assessment of the mass displacement device, and he was astonished that such technology existed within Cybertron's scientific repertoire. As he toyed with the cube in his hand, Nie Tian couldn't help but dream. Perhaps one day, they could employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers against the enemy, releasing a multitude of Decepticons directly from their chests to charge forth. However, he soon dismissed this notion, realizing that such tactics would only be effective against weaker foes. They would have little impact on formidable Cybertronian warriors. Although the probability of ants defeating an elephant is not zero, it hinges on having a sufficiently large number of ants. Cybertronians typically prioritize individual strength, while teamwork exists. It is often confined to small squads. Most Cybertronian warriors carry only 1 or 2 aides who assist with minor tasks. For instance, in the original series, the Scorpionok often aided the Stunicon in capturing stragglers, and Scorpionok also possessed a mass displacement device. As for Soundwave, who can simultaneously carry more than 10 members of the Tape Legion, he employs a technology that rivals the mass displacement device. Members of the Tape Legion, aside from the spy Decepticons, are also known as Tape Warriors. Soundwave's chest contains a quantum resonator, capable of transforming Tape Warriors into high-density energy data streams, a unique form referred to as Tape Mode. Soundwave compresses the energy data streams of the Tape Warriors into the subspace within his chest. When the time comes to deploy them for a mission, he releases energy pulses through the quantum resonator, decompressing and reassembling the data streams to restore the Tape Warriors to their combat forms. The tape technology is exclusive to Soundwave, beyond the grasp of other Decepticons. Naturally, Nie Tian had no intention of adopting it. The current mass displacement device was already quite impressive. In Gold State, Los Angeles, at Mahir High School, a classroom filled with students was currently engaged in a character introduction presentation. At the podium, it was Sam's turn to speak. However, as Sam just took the stage and had yet to unpack the contents of his backpack, he was unexpectedly met with a rubber band launched from the audience. Ouch! The rubber band struck Sam on the neck, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Who did that? Who was responsible? A bespectacled teacher, with thinning hair atop his head, leapt to his feet, fuming. Such behavior is intolerable in my classroom. Students, you must demonstrate responsibility. After reprimanding the class with a pointed finger and failing to identify the culprit, Theodore resorted to casting a stern glare around the room before taking his seat again. Signaling Sam to commence. Feeling immensely nervous since stepping onto the stage, Sam took a moment to steady his nerves, momentarily setting aside the earlier incident. He rubbed his hands together and began, "Well, regarding family history, I intend to speak about my great-grandfather, a renowned figure, Archibald Vetvich, a famous explorer." What followed was a tale of twists and turns about his great-grandfather, Archibald Vetvich. However, just as the story reached its conclusion, the atmosphere at the podium abruptly shifted. That concludes my story. Here, I have some items he left behind. This is a sextant used by sailors in the 19th century. For just $80, you can acquire a sextant for $50. What a bargain. And this is the coolest of all. As Sam held up a pair of somewhat antiquated round-frame glasses, he continued, "These were my great-grandfather's glasses. They have witnessed many events. I have yet to appraise them, but I believe they are worth at least. Are you also going to sell your great-grandfather's socks?" Theodore interjected, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. "This is an 11th grade classroom, not a flea market. I doubt your great-grandfather would take pride in your actions." Sam, chastised, appeared momentarily at a loss. Yet his resolve quickly returned. "I apologize, Mr. Theodore. I know this is inappropriate, but I am doing it for my car fund. You can inform others at school that I'm also selling on PayPal, accepting both PayPal currency and cash." "That is enough, Sam. Do you wish for me to interrupt you once more?" Undeterred, Sam persisted despite Theodore's admonition, once again retrieving an old, yellowed newspaper from a lectern. Although my great-grandfather was quite intelligent, he later went blind and mad, confined to a mental institution, where he often drew strange symbols and spoke of colossal ice beings he had discovered. Chapter 42. Sam's first car among the dozens of students in the audience. Only one rather attractive girl displayed any interest in Sam, while the others were expressions of drowsiness. Fortunately, they were spared from enduring his presentation for long. As the school bell rang, ding, 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 "All right, class dismissed," Theodore immediately rose to his feet, proclaiming, "Moreover, there may be an examination tomorrow, or perhaps not. Thus, let us all retire tonight in trepidation." As the crowd began to disperse, Sam, eager to make one last effort, hastily donned his glasses and called out to his departing classmates, "Is no one interested? How about it? $50, 40, 30, 20 if absolutely necessary." "Hey Sam, stop shouting. They've all left," Theodore retorted, plopping down behind the desk at the front of the classroom. "Just a moment, Mr. Theodore," Sam replied. It was only when the classroom was reduced to the two of them that Sam approached Theodore, forcing a polite smile onto his face. "Mr. Theodore, it wasn't so bad, was it?" "Well," Theodore nodded thoughtfully, "I believe it might yield a satisfactory result." "What?" Sam's expression darkened. "A passing grade?" Theodore shrugged. "You shared some rather tedious anecdotes about your great-grandfather in my class." "No, everyone enjoyed that story. Sam interjected eagerly, attempting to clarify." But Theodore had already pulled out the grade sheet to record the scores. Realizing that his explanations were futile, Sam abruptly pointed outside, his demeanor unusually serious. "Mr. Theodore, may I ask a favor?" Theodore lifted his gaze, adjusting his glasses as he followed the direction of Sam's finger. On the tree-lined path, a green convertible was parked quietly, occupied by a slightly portly middle-aged man at the wheel. "Do you see my father? The one in the green convertible?" "So?" Sam leaned forward, resting his hands on the desk, his expression grave. A man promised that boy, if he could provide him with $2,000 and 3 items, he would grant him a vehicle, his very first car. "I currently possess $2,000 and 2 items, but now, due to your actions, my dreams have been dashed." "Mr. Theodore, ask yourself, if you were that boy, what would you do?" Theodore remained silent, reclining back in his chair with his arms crossed, chin resting on one hand, impassively observing Sam's performance. 10 minutes later, Sam exited the classroom with an exuberant expression. He had ultimately succeeded in persuading Theodore, transforming the original score into a more favorable one. Upon leaving the classroom, Sam eagerly sought out his father, who had been waiting outside. After reviewing the grade sheet, Ronald did not disappoint Sam. He pressed the accelerator and whisked him away to the Porsche dealership, or rather, to the used car market adjacent to it. What Sam and his father failed to notice was that, as they arrived at the used car market and engaged in conversation with the proprietor, a solitary, dilapidated yellow sports car, adorned with black racing stripes on its hood and trunk, silently glided into the parking lot of the market. A day later, in Silver State, at the Kona's Grand Canyon, a piercing sound sliced through the air as 4 oddly shaped fighter jets descended from the heavens. Before they even touched down, these aircraft transformed mid-air into 4 towering Decepticons, each approximately 4 meters in height. Finally, we've arrived. I wonder what prompted Lord Megatron to summon us back. One of the Decepticons remarked, his eagerness palpable as they landed. I have no idea. Perhaps we were to undertake a new mission, another responded, shaking his head as he opened the metallic gates of their base. Indeed, Lord Megatron is now a high-ranking warrior. It is possible that he has been assigned a new task by Lord Starscream, which necessitates our presence. If anyone were to take delight in Nie Tian's promotion to a high-ranking warrior, it would undoubtedly be the 4 of them. Since Nie Tian returned to the Red Spider's base yesterday, news of his ascension had spread throughout the Decepticon ranks, particularly within the confines of their base. This elevation in status had also lifted the standing of the 4 Decepticons, subtly placing them above the standard clone Decepticons of other flight teams. In the Decepticon faction, aligning oneself with the right individuals can be crucial. A favorable association can lead to shared rewards during moments of advancement, while an ill-fated connection often results in being nothing more than a sacrificial pawn. Nie Tian's newfound prowess, coupled with his tendency to overlook their direct superior, undoubtedly endeared him to the 4 Decepticons. It is unfortunate that the gathering point we painstakingly sought will have to be abandoned after such a brief stay. Lamented the Decepticon, known as 16, his face reflecting sorrow. Bah, was so great about a gathering point. Staying there day in and day out is nearly unbearable, retorted 14, visibly displeased and expressing dissatisfaction with their recent conduct. Now that Soundwave has arrived on this planet, it won't be long before we locate Lord Megatron. At that point, we can operate openly without the need to hide as we do now, confined to that wretched gathering point. Noticing 14's discontent with their methods, 13 felt compelled to defend their approach. Concealing ourselves from human eyes is an order from Lord Megatron. Are you questioning his commands? Questioning Lord Megatron? 14 paused, taken aback. Of course, I am not questioning him. Who dares to question me? Before 14 could finish his retort, a calm voice interrupted. The footsteps of several Decepticons faltered as they beheld a towering, menacing figure standing at the corner of the main corridor, shrouded in an air of authority. It was none other than their captain, Lord Tian, who had just ascended to the rank of senior warrior. The 4 Decepticons were taken aback. Lowering their heads in reverence, Lord Tian, Nie Tian regarded them in silence, for he had been lurking at the corner of the corridor moments earlier, remaining undetected due to his stillness. He was not surprised by the various thoughts occupying the minds of the Decepticons. However, as a senior warrior now, such trivial matters were hardly worth his concern. During his tenure as a mid-level warrior, establishing authority was essential, yet as a senior warrior, such actions would seem rather superfluous. After a brief pause, as the machinery around them began to tremble slightly, Nie Tian spoke with a calm demeanor. Go replenish the energy cells. We shall embark on a new mission shortly. Yes, Lord Tian, the 4 Decepticons replied in unison, hastening towards the energy cell storage room within the base. It was only after their figures had completely disappeared from sight that Nie Tian leisurely made his way outside the base. The 4 Decepticons of the 4th Flight Team were summoned by him earlier that day when he was at the laboratory of the Scalpel. The purpose, of course, was to accompany him to assist Roadblock. Indeed, Nie Tian intended to bring the 4th Flight Team to aid Roadblock and Chaos. Although Soundwave had mentioned in yesterday's communication that Chaos had uncovered some leads, Nie Tian could not ascertain the exact progress of the situation. Furthermore, the original script offered scant information on this matter, leaving him uncertain about how long Roadblock had been pursuing the investigation alongside Chaos before reaching Sam. To err on the side of caution and to prepare for any potential dangers during their assistance to Roadblock, he figured that if they were to encounter the Autobot Bumblebee, the 4 of them could buy him some time to escape or call for help. After all, since Red Spider had not issued any directives regarding his flight team in the breeding chamber yesterday, the 4th Flight Team naturally remained under his command. Had it not been for the prolonged experimentation with the Scalpel, Nie Tian would have sent a communication to them much earlier. He had not anticipated that the data testing would consume such an extensive amount of time. In Los City, at 217 Crescent Avenue. All right, Magic Ball. Now that I have a car, it's time to find a girlfriend. Upon returning home from school, Sam tossed his backpack aside and hurried to his computer. A chihuahua, slumped over a chair nearby, stirred slightly at the call of its name. I need a girlfriend, and I also need money to take her out. As Sam muttered to himself, he logged on to PayPal. Mr. Heartthrob 217, my PayPal. 0 bids. Wonderful, completely broke. His spirits plummeted upon seeing that no one had placed a bid on his great-grandfather's old glasses. Shutting down the computer, Sam approached the mirror, prying his mouth open to inspect his teeth, still not fully developed, but that is of little consequence. He sprayed a few puffs of breath freshener into his mouth and rehearsed how to respond if he encountered a police officer while driving. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, I am of age, and here's my driver's license. It's nothing serious. I was merely driving my car. Chapter 43. Roadblocks and confusion in the yard of Sam's home. His mother, Judy, and father, Ronald, were busy repairing the damaged lawn. At the entrance of the yard stood a somewhat dilapidated yellow sports car, adorned with 2 black spray-painted stripes running from front to back. Donning white gloves and holding a bouquet, Judy paced back and forth on the stone path. Dear, this area is uneven. Ronald, who was squatting on the lawn, digging with a spade, replied without turning. Yes, perhaps. Judy shifted her footing. This stone is loose. Ronald responded. Yes, I will take care of it. Can't we hire a professional? It always falls to you to handle it. And soon enough, there are problems again. At that moment, Sam emerged from the house, looking distinctly well-groomed. There was an outdoor party in his afternoon class, and he had heard that the girl he had secretly admired would be attending, so he was eager to make an impression, perhaps by offering her a ride home after the festivities. Sam raised the car keys in his hand, waving them at his parents to signal his intention to leave. Oh, Sam, Ronald said, disappointment etched on his face as he shook his head. What is the matter? Sam was puzzled, thinking his father was reluctant to let him go out. I do not wish to see footprints on my lawn. That is why I am fixing the path. Ronald gestured toward the entrance path in front of the house. Why not move from the grass onto the path? What, no footprints? And the lawn belongs to the whole family. Sam retorted defiantly, but ultimately retreated to the path. When you have your own lawn, you will understand. Judy chimed in at an opportune moment. Sam, listen to your father. Those mysterious tire tracks from a few days ago have already angered him. He hasn't finished repairing the lawn, and there's no need for you to oppose him on this matter. Damn it, don't let me find out who did this. Ronald's expression darkened at Judy's words. A few days prior, upon returning home from work, he had discovered his cherished lawn marred by several tire tracks. Unfortunately, all cameras in the vicinity, including his own, had malfunctioned that morning, leaving the culprit unidentified, which had left him simmering in frustration for the past 2 days. All right, Mom. Noticing the lingering annoyance on his father's face, Sam abandoned any further rebuttals and made his way toward the sports car at the yard's entrance. Time was of the essence. He needed to set off. Upon witnessing Sam's departure, Judy anxiously cautioned, Sam, be sure to return home before 11. Ronald also paused in his actions, advising, buckle up and drive carefully. No problem. 11 o'clock. With a decisive thud, the car door shut, yet Sam did not immediately start the engine. Instead, he instinctively caressed a distinctive emblem at the center of the steering wheel, a geometric figure composed of 3 triangles, encasing a pentagonal shield shape, reminiscent of an imposing mechanical visage. This automobile was a gift from his father, purchased the previous afternoon for the sum of $4,000. Sam was drawn to this vehicle not only for its appealing exterior, but also for the unique emblem that resonated with him. Moments later, he turned the key, and the engine roared to life. With a resounding puff from the exhaust, the yard was engulfed in a haze akin to a smoke-filled scene. Wow, dear, your taste is always so discerning, Judy remarked, her tone ambiguous, oscillating between praise and sarcasm as she beheld the swirling black and yellow smoke. Ronald, however, appeared unfazed, gazing at the blurry silhouette of a yellow sports car receding into the distance, nonchalantly stating, you don't understand. That is his first car, and ought to be just like this. In the southern state of Star State, the second largest in the entire United States, a fervent desire for independence resonates throughout the nation. Damn it, where's that Decepticon sent by Lord Soundwave? A thunderous roar erupted from an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Austin. A menacing mechanical giant, towering at approximately 5 meters, was furiously pounding its fists against the wall. Through the dim light filtering into the factory, one could faintly discern an inscription in English on the giant's right arm that read oppression of the weak. The target is nearing Austin. If that Decepticon does not arrive soon, we shall have to proceed without it, echoed a humanoid robot, approximately 2 meters tall, with 4 glowing blue eyes, standing not far from the mechanical giant. Its emaciated frame appeared to be constructed from metal scaffolding, with 4 antenna-like eyes swaying freely like tendrils. No more waiting. We shall move now. The mechanical giant's sentence was abruptly interrupted as it lifted its gaze skyward, mimicking the action of the nearby robot. Something is approaching. It is the Decepticon. Suddenly, 5 waves of air sliced through the sky above the abandoned factory, revealing a silver Fox interceptor accompanied by 4 uniquely shaped fighter jets. In an instant, the 5 aircraft transformed into 5 humanoid robots. A thunderous cacophony of heavy thuds resonated as they landed, shaking the dilapidated walls of the factory and adding several new cracks. Upon their descent, 2 Decepticons, one large and one small, came into view, their ferocious and fearsome visages entirely in line with the memories etched in Nie Tian's mind. Amidst the barriers and chaos, after confirming his identity, Nie Tian took the lead in announcing his affiliation. Lord Barricade, I am the Decepticon Skybite, serving under the esteemed Red Widow, here to assist you in locating Lord Megatron. Skybite, you are the Decepticon from that island? Barricade inquired, recognizing the newcomer. You have been promoted to a higher rank? The recognition sparked a flicker of surprise within Nie Tian. He recalled that their previous encounter on the island had been fleeting, yet among the Cybertronians. Such brief interactions often left an indelible mark. Indeed, Lord Barricade, it is I. Nie Tian was not taken aback by Barricade's recollection. Despite their singular meeting, the essence of Cybertronians rendered even the briefest of encounters unforgettable. Nearby, the Chaosbringer, Frenzy, spotted Nie Tian and his entourage. Upon noticing the congregation of Decepticons, he exclaimed with fervor, "Wow, how exhilarating! So many Decepticons! Let us embark on a grand venture. Quickly now, let us seize Federation 1 and show those feeble humans our might." Unbeknownst to him, his words struck a chord with Nie Tian, who instinctively recalled a narrative where Frenzy infiltrated Federation 1 to procure intelligence. In the original tale, Barricade and Frenzy had orchestrated a scheme to extract information about Megatron, which had even stirred the Defense Department of the United States. Enough, Frenzy! Barricade silenced him with a piercing gaze before approaching Nie Tian, his tone icy. Skybite, do you comprehend that you are late? Moreover, are you not aware that we are conducting a covert investigation into Lord Megatron's whereabouts? You dare bring so many Decepticons along? Late? Nie Tian narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of danger. Barricade's reaction seemed somewhat excessive. His recollection of Barricade did not align with the temperament of a volatile Decepticon. Rather, he had always been one to linger in the shadows, retreating at the first sign of trouble. Was it possible that he had not yet evolved into a cowardly state due to the absence of Bumblebee's relentless assaults? Nie Tian pondered, recalling that Barricade had once been bold enough to confront Bumblebee directly while attempting to protect Sam, albeit to disastrous ends. Ultimately, not only did he fail to capture Sam, but he also suffered a severe beating, leaving his chest emblem shattered. It was from that moment that Barricade had embraced a more cowardly approach, often disappearing when danger loomed, epitomizing the archetype of a bystander during battles. As the situation unfolded, Nie Tian discreetly stepped back, gesturing to the 13 behind him. The 4 Decepticons instantly understood, leaping into the air to transform into Cybertronian aircraft. The Clash of Titans was not a realm for their interference. Sky Eater, answer my query. Barricade pressed on, unfazed by the departure of the few junior Decepticons. My Lord Barricade, this is merely a command from Lord Blackarachnia. I am but an executor of orders. A perplexed expression crossed Nie Tian's face, yet he invoked Blackarachnia's name. When it is time to leverage authority, one must do so. Could Barricade truly dare to seek verification from Blackarachnia? As anticipated, upon hearing her name once more, Barricade involuntarily halted. Could it truly be so? Barricade had intended to show this high-ranking Decepticon named Sky Eater a lesson, but the mention of Lord Blackarachnia once again restrained him. Caught in a dilemma, he pondered whether his forceful action would reach Blackarachnia's ears. It is well known that among the three commanders, Black Arachnia does not forgive easily. Any actions that might cause her to lose face must be navigated with utmost caution. Chapter 44. Michaela seeing Barricade come to a halt, Nie Tian exhaled in relief. He had no desire to engage in conflict with Barricade unless absolutely necessary. Even though he was secretly entrusted with significant responsibilities by Soundwave and had the public backing of Black Arachnia, a crazed Decepticon would not concern themselves with one's standing among the elite. Strength is paramount, unable to contend. For he was merely a high-ranking warrior while Barricade was an elite combatant, he determined that fleeing was still a viable option. Having failed to intimidate, Barricade's expression darkened visibly, and his impatience with Frenzy grew. Frenzy, inform Sky Eater of our forthcoming operational plans. Time is of the essence. We must depart. Disappointed that the anticipated excitement had dissipated, Frenzy, suddenly invigorated by Barricade's words, exclaimed, "Leave it to me, Barricade." With that, Frenzy dashed to Nie Tian's side with an oddly contorted but remarkably swift gait. Sky Eater. This is our target for the forthcoming operation. Gazing at the presidential aircraft projected from Frenzy's chest, Nie Tian mused that it was indeed as he suspected. Next, Frenzy would relay the information acquired from Sam's great-grandfather, Archibald, from Federation 1. He wondered if Sam had managed to bring Bumblebee home. Sky Eater, what is your transformation form? Barricade inquired from distance. Nie Tian lowered his gaze slightly, regarding Barricade, who stood significantly shorter than himself. My Lord Barricade, I am capable of transforming into a fighter jet from this planet. Fortunately, in terms of stature, Cybertronians do not share humanity's sensibilities regarding height, allowing him to confidently look down upon Barricade. Indeed, this sensation was rather enjoyable. Very well, you shall operate independently. Understood, my Lord Barricade. Nie Tian comprehended Barricade's intentions. While his jet form could provide rapid assistance, it was ill-suited for urban environments. In truth, assisting with such missions was inherently nebulous. Nie Tian could surmise the intent behind Soundwave summons, primarily serving as a means to identify gaps and deficiencies. Furthermore, it was a FA-odd-A for the Red Spider, as the justification for his elevation to a higher mech was to assist Soundwave in locating Megatron. It was implausible for Soundwave to leave him entirely unprepared. Approximately 10 kilometers from the heart of Oxington, Burgess International Airport suddenly found itself under an unexpected state of martial law. What was happening? Why the delay? Was there an unforeseen incident? A flight attendant gazed anxiously at an empty runway, hurriedly inquiring with a nearby colleague about the situation. I have no idea, replied another attendant. Equally perplexed, she had just returned from the restroom after freshening up her makeup, only to be informed by the captain of the flight's indefinite delay. Was there a sudden emergency? Before the two attendants could unravel the mystery, a multitude of security vehicles and several trucks laden with supplies surged onto the runway. Shortly thereafter, a significantly modified large passenger aircraft descended gracefully onto the cleared runway. The two attendants stood speechless, their mouths agape. The movements of Air Force One, even without its esteemed occupant, were beyond the comprehension of such a modest airport, let alone two ordinary flight attendants. As Air Force One decelerated to a halt, the vehicle stationed to the runways sprang into action. Quick, we must hurry. Important figures, escorted by security personnel, boarded in succession, while crates of essential supplies were meticulously loaded into the cabin by the crew, all conducted in an orderly fashion. However, amidst the bustling crowd, few noticed a device being carried by two staff members, conspicuously adorned with a blue and white radio, exuding a sense of advanced technology. The radio's slot featured two antennae resembling tentacles, with a small blue light at their tips flickering as if manipulated by unseen hands. Air Force One, often referred to as the Airborne White House, boasted facilities akin to those found within the White House itself. Any task feasible in the White House or the Pentagon could also be executed aboard Air Force One. With an urgent schedule to reach a military base in another state to welcome the most significant guest, the esteemed president, Air Force One swiftly stocked its essential supplies and prepared for departure from Burgess International Airport. On the ground, Air Force One requested engine start and taxiing to runway 15. Air Force One, you're cleared for start. Taxi via taxiway to 15. Burgess Tower, Air Force One is holding at 15, requesting takeoff. Air Force One, enter runway 15. Wind direction 250 degrees at 18 knots, 1013, you are cleared for takeoff. Much like its arrival, the massive aircraft glided smoothly into the sky, witnessed by the bewildered and astonished expressions of the two flight attendants in the terminal. On a hillside not far from Burgess International Airport, two pairs of eyes, akin to those of the flight attendants, were intently fixed upon the gradually ascending Air Force One. The barrier master had successfully infiltrated the scene, while Nie Tian gazed at the aircraft, which was slowly diminishing into a mere point of light. After departing from the factory in the suburbs of Oxton, he had followed the barrier master to the airport. Typically, an aircraft of Air Force One's caliber would never land at a civilian airport. It is designated for military airfields, adhering to a fixed takeoff and landing route, exclusively at Air Force bases. It was unclear why Air Force One had chosen to make a brief stop at Burgess Airport, but the news had reached both the barrier master and the intruder, providing the latter with an excellent opportunity to infiltrate. Upon arrival at the airport, the intruder had separated from the barrier master, only to relay communication moments ago. Unbeknownst to Nie Tian, the aircraft's landing at Burgess Airport was not entirely coincidental. It was intricately linked to the Decepticons. The annihilation of an overseas military base was a momentous event for the United States, stirring concern not only within the Department of Defense, but also among the nominal leaders of the nation. Consequently, Air Force One's itinerary had become rather congested in recent days, necessitating an unscheduled stop at Burgess Airport for resupply. In Los Angeles, on South Tucson Street, a mere 2 blocks away from Crescent Avenue, the street's condition was markedly inferior. The thoroughfare was exceptionally narrow, and the surroundings were in disarray. Vehicles were haphazardly parked. Litter was strewn about, presenting a stark contrast to the notion of cleanliness. Even in a cosmopolitan city like Los Angeles, pockets of squalor existed, and Tucson Street happened to lie at the intersection of a slum and an affluent district. The residents of this street were predominantly those struggling to make ends meet, with many possessing criminal records. As dusk descended, an old yellow sports car rolled onto Tucson Street, eventually coming to a gentle halt in front of a 2-story white building. The exterior walls of the white building's first floor were adorned with graffiti, resembling a converted garage serving as an auto repair shop, cluttered with tools and car parts. The second floor, an addition constructed from wood, stood in stark contrast with its pristine white walls, reflecting an order absent from the chaos below. Arriving at their destination, Sam parked the car and, feeling somewhat awkward, addressed the attractive girl in the passenger seat. The girl, Michaela, wore a crop top that revealed her midriff and denim shorts that accentuated her alluring figure, her beauty rivaling her physique. Sam's outing this afternoon had been entirely for her sake, as he had long harbored a crush on her, his classmate. Sam's initial intention was to personally escort Michaela home after the outdoor party, even if it meant abandoning his companion, Miles, who had accompanied him to the lakeside gathering. Although several minor incidents occurred along the way, such as Michaela initially refusing to enter his vehicle, the car inexplicably breaking down midway, only to miraculously repair itself, and his inadvertent missteps in conversation that prompted Michaela to angrily exit the car. Ultimately, he succeeded in fulfilling his desire to return Michaela home. Inside the car, as Michaela listened to Sam's words, she glanced out the window at her house. "Sam, I had a wonderful time this afternoon. Thank you for driving me home and for listening to my grievances." "Oh, it was nothing," Sam stammered, feeling a mix of awkwardness and shyness at her gratitude. Yet Michaela did not underestimate him. Through their interactions that afternoon, she had already discerned the essence of this boy-esque character. "Sam, do you think I'm superficial?" Facing Michaela's direct gaze, Sam's eyes darted away as he responded, "I don't think no. I believe you are, not merely skin deep." After a prolonged deliberation, Sam managed to articulate a compliment that felt woefully inadequate. Unexpectedly, Michaela broke into a radiant smile, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth, clearly delighted by his assessment. With her enchanting large eyes fixed on Sam, a flicker of affection began to blossom within her. She was not as frivolous as she appeared. Although she maintained good relationships with many boys, they rarely ventured beyond platonic contact, typically limited to hugs and embraces, far from the rumors circulating about her. In truth, Michaela had only formally met Sam that afternoon. It was only after sitting in the car that she recalled him as the boy who had previously shared tales of his great-grandfather's adventures in class. Chapter 45. Confusion in action. After a considerable pause, Michaela bid farewell. "Thank you for your compliment, Sam. I suppose I must be going now. See you at school tomorrow." With that, she opened the door and exited, leaving Sam, who had not yet managed to say goodbye, momentarily speechless. It was not until the door slammed shut that Sam regained his senses, staring blankly at her departing figure, berating himself for his earlier performance. How foolish, such silly words. With so many flattering adjectives at my disposal, I ended up saying she is not merely skin deep. Just then, Sam caught sight of Michaela, who had just reached the second floor, waving goodbye to him. "Oh my," he exclaimed, quickly leaning out of the driver's window to wave back at her. Despite the fact that she had already entered her home, her silhouette vanished. With a sigh of relief, he retracted into the car, a smile spreading across his face. Reveling in the moment, after a fit of silly laughter, Sam tightened his grip on the steering wheel and explored the distinctive emblem at its center. "I adore this car. Federal One, the presidential suite." At that moment, Mitchell Carter, the President of the United States, reclined languidly on the plush bed of the presidential suite, his feet clad in bright red socks, rhythmically swaying up and down. It was evident to all that he was relishing this moment of leisure. For Mitchell, opportunities for such respite were scarce, particularly since the annihilation of the Cater's Sanxon base by an unknown force just 2 days prior. In fact, his schedule over the last 2 days had been more hectic than the entirety of the first half of the year combined. He was constantly convening various meetings, traversing to bolster the morale of the military, and deliberating with the armed forces on where to deploy troops on Blue Star to preempt any potential attacks. His days were indeed filled to the brim. Rubbing his brow, Mitchell slightly elevated himself to gaze at the television in the bedroom. The screen displayed a news report featuring his old acquaintance, Secretary of Defense John Keller. "As of now, we cannot confirm the existence of any survivors. I hereby declare that we are entering Defense Level 4, the highest state of alert. What we are facing is an unprecedentedly formidable weapon system. Yet regardless of who the true culprits may be, we shall not retreat. We will pray for those brave soldiers." Once the press briefing concluded, Mitchell clicked off the television with a decisive snap and pressed a button on the bedside. Within moments, the door to the presidential suite swung open, revealing a striking flight attendant. "Mr. President, how may I assist you?" "Beautiful lady, could you please fetch me some snacks?" "Certainly, Mr. President. Please hold on for a moment." The flight attendant bowed slightly and departed. After she left, Mitchell reclined once more, savoring this rare moment of respite. Despite being at an altitude of 10,000 meters, he felt as if he were on solid ground, with even the coffee on the bedside table remaining undisturbed. In the aircraft's working area, the flight attendant who had just exited the presidential suite couldn't help but confide in a close colleague. "You wouldn't believe the assignment I've been given. I passed rigorous assessments to join Federal One, only to fetch him snacks?" Her colleague remained silent, merely shrugging in a gesture of helplessness. The flight attendant pouted, but refrained from further complaints. "I must head to the lower deck's storage room. Otherwise, our Mr. President will be displeased." Passing through the passenger area filled with various dignitaries, she entered the elevator leading directly to the lower deck. Upon entering, she noticed a blue and white, technologically sophisticated radio nestled in the corner of the elevator. The flight attendant, without a second thought, assumed that the radio was inadvertently left behind by the aircraft staff. She bent down to pick it up, and after the elevator reached the lower deck, she carelessly placed the radio in an arbitrary spot. Yet, unbeknownst to her, at the very moment she turned to leave, the radio abruptly transformed into an unusual robot over a meter tall and then vanished without a trace. In Fayette County, within the Defense Department building, the Information Analysis Hall, filled with an array of high-tech equipment, buzzed with activity as numerous signal analysts worked diligently to identify signals resembling those associated with the intrusion at the Sanxon base. Before a row of oscilloscopes, signal analyst Maggie, adorned with headphones, attentively listened to the various sounds of electrical currents. Although Maggie was a woman of striking appearance, her prowess in signal analysis was equally remarkable. Suddenly, an unusual noise emanated from her headphones, causing Maggie to instinctively hold her breath and focus intently. Moments later, she whispered, "Did you hear that?" The people around her looked at Maggie with perplexity, uncertain of what she meant. Undeterred by their reactions, she tightened her grip on her headphones. "Didn't you hear it? Listen, it's happening again. I believe they're intruding on our network once more." As soon as Maggie finished speaking, a warning flashed across the screens before them. "Foreign signal detected." Nearby, a man with golden curls immediately began operating the equipment, amplifying the detected foreign signal on the oscilloscope. Before long, the oscilloscope, capable of converting invisible electrical signals into visual graphs, displayed a segment of a signal wave. The crackling sound and familiar waveform prompted an involuntary gasp from Maggie. Goodness, this is identical to the signal from Kydale. Her gaze fixed intently on the signal wave on the oscilloscope. She turned to the curly-haired man and inquired, "Have you amplified and analyzed this signal? Do you need me to?" "Absolutely. This is a rare opportunity. We must seize it." "I'll take care of it right away," he replied, fetching a laptop to connect to the oscilloscope. However, before he could commence his operations, another warning flashed on the screen. "Virus detected. Source, Federal One." The incessantly flickering crimson text left Maggie utterly unsettled. Quickly, someone is infiltrating the network of Federal One. "I need a senior virus analyst." Her urgent call drew the immediate attention of everyone in the hall, including their direct supervisor, the head of the signal analysis hall. "What's going on?" The supervisor cut straight to the point as he approached, his expression grave as he observed the words transmitting on the screen. "They have implanted a virus within Federal One, siphoning off vast amounts of information from our system, and it is still ongoing," Maggie succinctly explained. "A virus?" The supervisor was momentarily taken aback, seemingly perplexed by the notion that any virus could penetrate their formidable defenses and infiltrate their system. Nevertheless, he hastily contacted Air Force One, announcing, "This is a call to Air Force One. We are under a red alert. Our network has been compromised." Air Force One acknowledges. Air Force One acknowledges. "Attention! We are experiencing a network breach. Please dispatch security to investigate the server host in the lower cargo hold." Only upon receiving confirmation that Air Force One had initiated action did the supervisor turn to Maggie, inquiring, "Is there any way to halt this?" "Sever all server connections." "What?" The supervisor gasped, glancing back at an elderly man behind him. Clearly, such a decision was beyond his authority. Believing the supervisor was unaware of the gravity of the situation, Maggie punctuated her urgency by jabbing the screen displaying in transmission, emphasizing whatever their intentions, they are succeeding. "Sir?" The supervisor addressed the elderly gentleman, prompting Maggie to swiftly turn around and discover an imposing figure had arrived. John Keller, the Secretary of Defense. Keller pressed his lips together, fully aware of the immense repercussions that would ensue from the decision to sever all networks. Disconnecting servers was not akin to flicking a light switch. Each transition would incur a loss of electrical flow, let alone the continuous operation of the servers. Disconnecting the servers could render many operational devices inoperative, resulting in substantial data and information loss. However, time was of the essence, and after a moment of deliberation, Keller ultimately declared, "Cut off the defense network. Sever all server connections." In the cargo hold of Air Force One, connection interrupted. "Damn it!" Watching the file transfer on the main display abruptly cease, he cursed in frustration as he realized his intrusion had been exposed. Although he was a skilled hacker among the Tape Legion, this physical disconnection posed a significant challenge. With no other options, he manually began to sift through the remaining files in the system. Polar Explorer claims discovery of Iceman. Discoverer Captain Archibald Witwicky. Terminal stopped. Before he could fully examine the current files, the display content vanished entirely, leaving behind a barren blue screen. A solitary message indicating the terminal had ceased flickered ominously, as if mocking his intrusion. Repulsive creature. Infuriated, he slammed his head against the display. Crash. The screen shattered with a spark, emitting smoke. Chapter 46. Trembler Airport. Just as he vented his frustration toward the server host, the door to the cargo hold quietly opened, and two armed guards in black attire entered. As the chaos unfolded, the bewildered figure realized it was too late to transform and conceal himself upon noticing the guards. With no other choice, he leaped upward, suspending himself from the ceiling of the cargo hold. Two guards clad in black entered, adopting a back-to-back tactical stance as they cautiously surveyed the environment within the hold. Before long, the crackling sound of electricity resonated, and a shattered main server was discovered by one of the guards. "This is the cargo hold. Someone has tampered with the main system." Before the guard could report his findings, an unforeseen event transpired. From a distance, an indistinct robot swiftly ascended towards him from the ceiling. "Enemies!" the guard bellowed, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. His companion turned as well, and together they unleashed a barrage of fire towards the robot. However, the figure on the ceiling exhibited remarkable agility, evading most of their bullets. In no time, He descended directly in front of the two guards, leaping from the ceiling while simultaneously launching two circular shurikens mid-air. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed as blood erupted from the heart regions of the two guards. As the black-clad bodyguards in the cargo hold fired the first shot, chaos erupted upstairs on Federal One. Shots fired in the cargo hold. Repeat. Shots fired in the cargo hold. Crew prepare for emergency landing. All passengers, please brace yourselves. The aircraft's announcement further intensified the already grave atmosphere. Trained black-clad guards drew their weapons, disengaged safeties, and, under the direction of their superiors, proceeded methodically towards the cargo hold. No one knew who the enemy was, how many there were, or if they possessed weapons of mass destruction. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, Mitchell, still drowsy, was abruptly awakened. "What is happening?" he asked, gazing at the several alert agents from the security bureau before him, confusion evident on his face, his expression betraying his lack of rest. "Mr. President, there has been an infiltration. A gunfight has erupted in the cargo hold." "What?" Mitchell exclaimed, his groggy mind instantly sharpening. His first thought was of a traitor within. Yet, there was no time to ponder this issue. With the agent's assistance, he hastily donned his attire, urgently instructing, "Quick, escort me to the safe room." Indeed, even aloft in this airborne fortress, there existed a safe room, albeit one of a different nature than the conventional understanding. It served as a secret parachuting location, essentially a means to abandon the aircraft when the situation became untenable. After all, preserving one's life took precedence. There was no rationale for perishing alongside the aircraft. As for the passengers in the cabin, Mitchell simply declared he would personally pay his respects to them every year. In the cargo hold, the disarrayed figure prodded two black-clad guards to confirm their lifelessness before commencing the retrieval of the darts. However, just as he prepared to reclaim the second dart, footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Bang, bang, bang. One of the guards, upon spotting the seemingly robotic chaos, wasted no time emptying his magazine. Damn it, caught off guard. The figure swiftly rotated his claws to form an impenetrable barrier against the bullets, while seizing the moment to hurl another dart. Whoosh! Thud! The gunfire faltered, and the guard collapsed. This time, the figure did not dare approach to assess the situation, hastily retreating deeper into the cargo hold amidst the equipment, transforming into a radio to conceal himself. It soon became evident that this choice was astute within moments. A multitude of armed guards surged into the scene of the earlier gunfight. Upon realizing the assailant had vacated the premises, they immediately scattered to search the area. Regrettably, none of these exceptionally keen-eyed guards noticed the blue and white radio perched upon the shelf. In Fayette County, at the Department of Defense building, despite the late hour, the edifice remained brightly lit, with staff members intermittently entering and exiting while clutching files. In a corridor leading to the Operations Command Center, John Keller led a group of officials in haste. "I want Mr. Mitchell to enter the underground bunker immediately. We shall discuss the network breach only after he is thoroughly secure. This is our paramount objective and indeed our sole focus at present." Upon arriving at the command center, John Keller was greeted with good news. "Minister, Federal One has successfully landed in Haijo, and Mr. Mitchell is preparing to disembark." "Excellent." John Keller raised a fist in triumph. The scenario he had most dreaded had ultimately not transpired. In Haijo, Rose City, at Tramber International Airport, the largest and busiest dual-use airport in the region, it handled 90% of Haijo's air passenger services. It could be said that every minute of operational downtime incurred immeasurable economic loss. However, Tramber Airport, which should not have been easily placed under martial law, faced a complete lockdown that night, with a significant influx of heavily armed soldiers and police cordoning off the entire facility. Fortunately, as it was already past 1 a.m, the number of passengers was minimal and the darkness rendered visibility poor. Otherwise, it would surely have made headlines the next day. On one of Tramber Airport's runways, a massive passenger aircraft sat quietly. Surrounding the aircraft were numerous vigilant soldiers, fully equipped and serious in demeanor. Further afield was a convoy escorted by a military and police detail, ushering away the departing vehicles. At this moment, the most significant individual aboard Federal One had exited, and other key personnel followed suit, leading to a reduction in defensive measures compared to the initial phase. As the crowd dwindled to a mere handful, a peculiar gap appeared in the cargo hold above the aircraft's tire, through which emerged the oddly shaped visage of a robot. Peering cautiously from the opening, it scanned the surroundings and, upon confirming that no one was paying attention, swiftly leaped down, evading the soldiers' gaze. It darted left and right towards a police car that had been patiently waiting beside the aircraft. This classic black and white patrol vehicle bore the number 643 emblazoned on its side. Upon reaching the car, the robot hastily opened the door and climbed inside. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut behind it. The figure in the driver's seat cast a brief glance at the newcomer before vanishing abruptly, as if caught in a frame freeze. Suddenly, the roar of an engine shattered the night, and at that moment, a Silver Fox interceptor swooped in from the horizon, transforming into a tall, menacing humanoid robot. From a distance, Nie Tian observed the patrol car approaching, aware that it was a blockade facilitating the return of the robot. Earlier, when the blockade had gone to retrieve the robot from Trembler Airport, he had been present, albeit from a distance. The police car raced forward, screeching to a halt in front of Nie Tian. The passenger door swung open, and out sprang a silver humanoid robot, none other than the robot itself. Upon disembarking, it exuberantly proclaimed, "I, the Misfit, have successfully completed my mission. Those foolish beings dared to fire upon me, only to meet their demise. Their bodies were utterly feeble, unable to withstand even my darts. How laughable! Had I not been concerned about exposing our Decepticon presence, not a single individual aboard that aircraft would have escaped." Watching the overzealous misfit, who flailed about in excitement, Nie Tian felt a tinge of exasperation. In his past life, he had found a misfit to be quite the chatterbox. And this instance confirmed his suspicions. Not only did it ramble incessantly, but it also reveled in boasting. Here was a miniature Decepticon, whose combat prowess was inferior even to that of a basic Decepticon, yet it fancied itself capable of eliminating everyone aboard the aircraft. Even now, as an advanced warrior, he would not dare make such bold claims. The Federal One, though seemingly unremarkable, a slightly larger, specialized passenger aircraft, was, in truth, a vessel that had been extensively modified, earning the moniker of air battleship among those privy to its true nature. The Misfit had hardly basked in its triumph before the blockade intervened, not out of concern for Nie Tian's impatience, but rather to administer correction. Transforming into its robotic form, the blockade delivered a swift kick that sent the Misfit flying, exclaiming, "Enough, Misfit! Cease your ceaseless boasting and tell me what intelligence you have gathered." Despite the sonic waves granting the Tape Legion a relatively high standing within the Decepticon ranks, the blockade showed no reluctance in reprimanding the Misfit. It was common for superior Decepticons to correct their subordinates within their ranks. Disregarding its anger after being kicked, the Misfit rose and operated its systems, declaring, "I have discovered clues regarding Lord Megatron and the Allspark." As soon as the words fell, a projection burst forth from the chaotic heart. Displaying the content, Polar Explorer discovers Iceman. A certain Archibald had perused our writings. Those writings detailed the coordinates of the Allspark, albeit incomplete, and I surmised they were obtained from Lord Megatron. Amidst the confusion, the figure operated swiftly, and soon the projection revealed an online shopping website. Nie Tian focused intently and instantly recognized it as the PayPal site he had visited before. On the items page was a pair of vintage round-frame glasses he had once personally handled. Above the description of the glasses was a somewhat hastily taken profile picture. The individual in the photograph was a slightly befuddled youth, none other than Sam. To his astonishment, just as in the original narrative, Sam had listed these glasses for sale on the website. One might wonder if this was a case of self-entrapment. Nevertheless, Nie Tian understood that whether or not the glasses were listed for sale would not deter the Decepticons from visiting Sam. Perhaps the connection between Sam and the Cybertronians was destined the moment his great-grandfather discovered Megatron over a century ago. Sam's ties to the Cybertronians were not a matter of choice. They stemmed from his identity. This was evident from Sam's demeanor in the original story. He was reluctant to assume the role of a world-saving protagonist and even more resistant to engaging with extraterrestrial beings. All he desired was a life of normalcy. The image of the glasses in the projection was magnified, and the figure initiated a scan of the peculiar crack on the lens. Before long, an exhilarated exclamation escaped. This pair of glasses bears Cybertronian inscriptions. It may very well record the coordinates of the Allspark. Subsequently, the figure enlarged Sam's photograph, We must locate Mr. Charming 217. Upon hearing this, Nie Tian glanced at Bumblebee, fully aware of his role as an assistant. All actions would be determined by Bumblebee. Sensing the two gazes upon him, Bumblebee, having analyzed the intelligence, smiled cruelly. Then let us set off immediately to pay a visit to our Mr. Charming 217 in the early hours in Los Angeles at 217 Crescent Avenue. A dilapidated yellow sports car parked at the gate suddenly emitted a crackling sound, followed by the lights inside, illuminating brightly. In the White House, facing the rear of the sports car, a slumbering Sam was abruptly awakened. Blinking his eyes, he stared groggily at the ceiling of his bedroom, an instinctive feeling that something ominous was about to transpire. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a car starting reverberated from downstairs. No! With a quick movement, Sam sprang up, disregarding his shoes, and dashed toward the second-floor balcony, not far from his bedroom. Oh no, no, no. Upon reaching the balcony, Sam caught sight of the yellow sports car, receding into the distance. That's my car, he shouted in fury, hastily returning to his room to get dressed before grabbing his phone and rushing downstairs. Before leaving, he could not help but shout at the top of his lungs, "Mom and Dad, someone has stolen my car." Without hesitation, Sam dashed into the garage, pushing his bike, which had been neglected ever since he acquired the sports car. Ignoring the damage to the lawn, he pedaled furiously in pursuit of the fleeing vehicle. Along the way, filled with urgency, Sam dialed the police. "I need to report a theft. My car has been stolen. I'm chasing the thief. Everyone needs to act. Please hurry and call everyone." "Why?" "No, please don't ask why. My father is the head of security in this community." The pedals of his bicycle were almost worn out from the frantic pedaling. But fortunately, Sam noticed that the thief was not driving particularly fast, and within moments, he caught sight of the sports car's rear. "I caught up to you. Where do you think you're taking my car?" Ahead lay a recycling station near the community, and a sports car barreled through the large iron gates without slowing down. Sam slammed on the brakes just in time, halting in front of the recycling station. Gazing at the dark, uncharted territory of the recycling station, Sam felt a flutter of trepidation. However, the thought of his beloved car, which he had only driven for a couple of days, rekindled his resolve. He tilted his bike and followed the tire tracks left by the sports car into the station. Once inside, the trail of the car vanished completely, and Sam had to crouch low to search quietly, careful not to alert the thief. "Oh my God!" As he approached a wrecked, white pickup truck, Sam gasped and immediately crouched down as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Not far away, atop a pile of debris, stood a colossal yellow robot, towering at least 5 meters high. A dazzling beam of light shot from the robot's chest towards the sky, and within that light, strange, familiar symbols danced, reminding Sam of something he had seen before. In disbelief, he stared at the scene before him. The robot's distinctive paint job made it evident that it was, in fact, his beloved car. He could hardly believe that his vehicle had transformed into such a colossal being. Sam retrieved his phone and activated the video function. "My name is Sam Witwicky. To anyone who sees this, I must tell you that my car is alive." He raised the phone above his head and waved it in the direction of the robot. "Do you see this?" Lowering the phone, Sam turned the camera towards himself and continued, "This is my last testament, as I cannot be certain I will return safely. You know, those who unveil secrets often meet unfortunate fates. Mom, Dad, I love you. If you find any peculiar magazines under my bed, they are not mine. I am merely keeping them for Miles. No, wait, those magazines were actually given to me by Uncle Charles. In any case, I did not purchase them myself. This is what I wish to convey. I hope to provide you with some information. Now, I shall go and discover what manner of being that robot truly is. Wish me luck. By the way, there is also the Magic Ball. I adore you, Magic Ball." Clap, closing the flip phone. Sam resolutely stood up and emerged from behind the concealed pickup truck. What? However, at that moment, Sam realized that the robot he had seen moments ago had vanished, as if everything had merely been a figment of his imagination. In Feggy County, within the Defense Department building, after confirming the president's safety, John Keller promptly convened an emergency meeting regarding the recent breach of their network. As he took his seat in the conference room, he inquired, "What is the situation?" An official relevant to the matter stood up to report they ultimately breached our defense network. They previously attempted to infiltrate the Sankerson base without success, but evidently, this time they have succeeded. "What have they obtained?" John pressed. The official, awkwardly smiling, replied, At present, we do not know. Do not know? John Keller's brow furrowed in frustration. Such an answer would hardly appease Mr. Mitchell. After this significant incident, it was rumored that Mr. Mitchell was currently venting his anger in the underground fortifications of Rose City. As the Secretary of Defense and the primary guardian of the President's safety, John had yet to make a contrite phone call to Mr. Mitchell. Instead, he was here convening a meeting. Was it merely to avoid a few harsh words over the phone? Exhaling deeply, John turned his thoughts to another matter. What of the virus? Inform me of the status regarding the implanted virus. This time, he was not left disappointed, as an official within the conference room promptly addressed him. It is a novel virus resembling a spider-like structure. We have yet to fully comprehend its effects. However, it is highly likely that this virus may harm our systems. Can we stop it? John inquired. The familiar look of awkwardness returned. I fear we cannot at this moment. Each time we attempt to eradicate it, it seems to evade us through mutations. It appears to have evolved beyond being merely a virus, transforming into something systemic. Upon hearing this, John Keller helplessly rubbed his forehead. It was clear that he would ultimately have to face the music. It was evident that this was a large-scale attack, one that no single nation could orchestrate alone. I suspect they have united, preparing to retaliate. I'm afraid things are not as you suggest, interrupted Maggie from the corner of the conference room, having stealthily entered. She had been following the head of the analysis team to their new work location when she noticed the secretary was present and seized the opportunity to slip inside. The interrupted official initially appeared taken aback, then regarded Maggie with evident displeasure. I apologize, madam. I did not notice your presence. May I ask who you are? As he spoke, he gestured, prompting the security personnel in the conference room to approach and verify Maggie's identity. John Keller recognized Maggie and stood up, gesturing for silence. Wait a moment. I know her. She was the first to detect the virus attack. The expressions of the others in the conference room turned to astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the prowess of the young woman before them. Share your thoughts, Maggie, John Keller urged her. Minister, I merely wish to emphasize one point, Maggie replied. Unperturbed, they breached our firewall in under 10 seconds. Based on existing data, even the most advanced and aggressive computers would require at least 20 years to accomplish such a feat. Hearing this, an official chuckled in disbelief. Then I presume this lady, who first identified the virus attack, could provide a reasonable explanation. Has a national secret bolstered their defenses? Perhaps this is merely their passive defensive measure, much like ours? Maggie shrugged, maintaining her composure. The official shook his head, choosing not to press further, while most others appeared indifferent. Sensing their skepticism, Maggie raised her voice earnestly. The signal patterns are continuously evolving. They possess autonomous, evolutionary capabilities. This surpasses linear transformation and has ascended to the realm of quantum mechanics. Ma'am, such complexity does not exist on this planet. What about organisms? Living organisms? Maggie persisted. For instance, the very computers that constitute this system? I know this may sound far-fetched, but enough. At that moment, even John Keller grew weary of the discourse. Initially, he had merely sought to observe the person who first uncovered the virus attack, but he found her assertions increasingly implausible. Chapter 48. The surviving Special Forces team. John Keller approached Maggie, his gaze stern. That is enough, madam. We have colleagues on 6 floors diligently analyzing this matter. If you can provide evidence to support your claims, I would be eager to hear your perspective. However, if you continue to speak without substantiation, I must ask you to leave. Do you understand? Maggie pressed her lips together, her eyes flickering. I understand, Minister. Night fell over a scrapyard on the outskirts of Los Angeles. Woof, woof. The fierce barks of dogs shattered the tranquility of the scrapyard. A frantic figure dashed through the yard, pursued by 2 guard dogs dragging long chains. No, you're not bad dogs. You're good dogs, good dogs. Sam shouted back at the 2 guard dogs, hoping to calm them while exerting every ounce of strength to flee. He hadn't anticipated encountering 2 ferocious-looking guard dogs, far more intimidating than the playful pup he had at home. Unfamiliar with the layout of the scrapyard, Sam, in his frantic escape, found himself cornered in a dead end. By the time he realized he needed to escape, it was already too late. No. Confronted by the 2 ferocious dogs rapidly approaching from behind, Sam hastily climbed atop a pile of debris at the end of the alley. Woof, woof. The guard dogs soon arrived, barking furiously at his feet, occasionally leaping in an attempt to bite him. Hey, I didn't mean to intrude. Nor did I intend for you to see me. Just then, a powerful gust resonated throughout the recycling station. Whimpering, the two guard dogs, frightened, tucked their tails and fled. Sam looked up to see a yellow sports car approaching in the distance. Upon spotting his beloved vehicle, his face bore no trace of joy. He would have preferred to face the dogs rather than the unknown robotic threat. Seizing the moment before the car arrived, Sam hurriedly descended from the debris. Sorry. Don't kill me. I didn't mean to follow you. Here are the car keys. You can have the car, I don't want it anymore. He extracted a set of keys from his pocket and hurled them towards the sports car, then dashed away without looking back. For reasons unknown, the car capable of transforming into a robot did not pursue him, remaining motionless at the spot. This time, Sam successfully found a right path, sprinting breathlessly to the entrance of the recycling station. However, before he could catch his breath, he narrowly avoided being struck by a police car that had just arrived. Squealing to a stop, the police vehicle barely halted in front of him. Instead of feeling frightened, Sam was filled with excitement. Finally, you're here. Listen, my car is inside. You must hurry, or it will drive off by itself. As he spoke, the police car's doors swung open, and two officers emerged. The moment they stepped out, they chambered their firearms and aimed them at Sam. Put your hands up. Let me see them. Sam was taken aback, attempting to explain. No, it's not me. I'm not the car thief. That person is still inside. Be quiet. Put your hands on your head and walk towards the police car. Put your forehead on the hood. The officers disregarded Sam's explanation, insisting he raise his hands. Realizing communication was futile, Sam reluctantly complied. He placed his hands behind his head and approached the police car, only to hear a loud thud as his forehead collided with the hood. Across the ocean, in Cardale, while it was the dark hours of the night in the land of opportunity, the sun blazed brightly here. In the vast expanse of the desert, a small special forces team of barely a dozen trudged forward, each face etched with exhaustion. They were the survivors of the Sancsun base. Indeed, the only survivors. 2 days prior, during the assault on the Sancsun base by unknown robots, they had escaped under the leadership of Captain William and had wandered here since. Due to the damage inflicted upon their communication devices during the assault, they had been wandering in the desert for a full 2 days. Fortunately, according to the local guide within their ranks, they were not far from the nearest market. With the sound of crunching sand underfoot, the special operations team pressed onward and, upon cresting a dune, were greeted by the sight of a water well and a telephone signal tower. The mere appearance of the well invigorated the weary soldiers, who hastened towards it with renewed strength. Having gone over 12 hours without water, their survival was a testament to their rigorous training and resolute will. The well not only promised to replenish their much-needed energy, but also signified that they were nearing the edge of the desert, approaching a place where civilization might exist. However, the soldiers, focused on the well below, remained oblivious to the ominous bulge forming on the dune behind them, as though something was crawling beneath the sand, drawing closer. Captain William, rather than rushing to the well, took the opportunity to approach the telephone tower and retrieve the phone while a few of his soldiers enthusiastically gathered water. He silently prayed that the line would still be operational. He yearned to report the events that transpired at the Sancsun base to the homeland, to inform those in charge of the true nature of the assailants they faced. Alas, that mysterious robotic entity seemed to wield electromagnetic interference, rendering all communication devices inoperative. And even a photograph taken by his sergeant, Robert, had vanished after the robot merely glanced at it. Hey, Captain, be careful. Just as William awaited a connection, a tremendous noise erupted. A cloud of dust suddenly billowed around the telephone tower, followed by the catastrophic collapse of the structure. The falling tower narrowly missed William's military boot, landing just inches away. He coughed lightly and waved his hand, stepping back from the wreckage. What bad luck! He had not anticipated that the tower would collapse before he could even make the call. Captain, are you all right? Robert inquired, holding his water container by the well. I'm fine, no injuries. Just the phone. Just as William attempted to say more, a massive metallic scorpion leapt from the dune behind him, brandishing its pincers as it charged forward. Wow, what on earth? Startled, William instinctively raised his weapon and stepped back. Robert, witnessing the scene, dropped his water container in shock. Enemies. Without needing further instruction, every member of the special operations team raised their weapons and opened fire on the metallic scorpion. Take care. As they drew near, the command rang out, open fire. The soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The metallic scorpion momentarily caught off guard, struggling to advance towards William. However, the cunning creature swiftly retreated underground to evade capture. Cease fire! Cease fire! The cacophony of gunshots abruptly ceased, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Where has it gone? Damn it, what was that creature? The soldiers, filled with trepidation, aimed their weapons at the sand dunes beneath their feet, bracing for the unknown. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the metallic scorpion emerged once more. This time, the soldiers of the Special Forces were not as fortunate. One soldier was ambushed from behind, impaled by the creature, and lifted into the air with a piercing scream. Fire! Fire! Yet, after sustaining a few gunshot wounds, the scorpion once again leapt and burrowed beneath the sand, seemingly aware that their tactics posed no threat. As the surrounding dunes continued to rise ominously, William felt an overwhelming urgency. He realized they could not linger any longer. Retreat. We must withdraw to the market 3 kilometers away. Run quickly. Upon receiving the order, the remaining members of the Special Forces swiftly adjusted their strategy. They alternated fire to suppress threats while hastily retreating towards their objective. After enduring further casualties, the market town finally came into view for the beleaguered team. Within the market town, local residents who were merrily engaged in trade with their livestock were suddenly startled by the sight of armed soldiers rushing towards them, scattering in fright. Bang! Head! Halt! The town's militia fired warning shots, suspecting an invasion. However, as they approached the town's edge, they realized these soldiers resembled desperate fugitives fleeing from some unseen terror. Turning back, they beheld the metallic giant scorpion intermittently leaping from the sand, only to vanish again. Without time to ascertain the situation, the town's militia promptly opened fire on the monstrous creature. With the militia's assistance, the beleaguered Special Forces finally managed to enter the market town. Suppressing fire, protect the rear. Seek cover and establish a defensive formation, William ordered, as he immediately instructed the squad to fortify their position, while he sought out the young guide to find his father. After a frantic search, upon arriving at the guide's home, William gasped for breath and made his urgent request. Sir, I need a mobile phone. Chapter 49. The Embattled Scorpion at the Department of Defense Building, the Operations Liaison Room. The door swung open as John Keller hurried in, his expression grave. Disregarding the salutes from the officers along his path, John Keller strode directly before the highest commander of the Operations Liaison Room. Report the situation, he demanded. Minister, we have tracked a Special Forces unit under attack in Cater. They claim to be survivors from the Sancsun base, and they urgently require assistance. Survivors from Sancsun base? Indeed, Minister, it has been verified. The call was indeed made from Cater. Upon receiving this confirmation, John Keller no longer harbored doubts. Connect their call, he ordered. Yes, Minister. Moments later, the sound of a speakerphone echoed in the liaison room. I've never seen anything like this in my life. We need support from armed helicopters. Hearing the special team's desperate plea for assistance, John Keller turned to an officer. The officer promptly reported, the Predator is en route. We are contacting the nearest airborne early warning aircraft. Excellent. John Keller nodded, seizing the microphone. Who is attacking you? What enemy are you encountering? The voice on the other end, clearly unaware of the interrogator's identity, responded with exasperation. I don't know, man. If you could see this thing, I doubt you would be asking such a ridiculous question. Just as John Keller was about to inquire further, a report interrupted him. Report. The Predator has arrived at the target coordinates. At this, John Keller set down the microphone and gazed up at the several large screens on the operational information wall. Simultaneously, above an unknown market town in Cater, an unmanned warning aircraft rapidly traversed the sky, capturing clear footage of a metallic scorpion engaged in combat with Team William. The metallic scorpion pursuing Team William was a disorienting creature known as the sack scorpion. As the Special Forces unit fled into the market town, the sack scorpion ceased its concealment, emerging to confront the special team head-on. In an instant, the town was engulfed in smoke and chaos. My God, what is this? Watching the images transmitted back by the Predator, John Keller slowly rose to his feet, incredulity etched upon his face. The enlarged photograph revealed a metallic scorpion he had never encountered before. Massive, dark, and menacing, capable of launching projectiles from its pincers. John Keller's questions were destined to remain unanswered, as the others in the operations liaison room also wore expressions of shock. Many were compelled to pray. staring blankly at the image that nearly transcended their comprehension. Had it not been captured by their own aircraft, they would scarcely have dared to believe such a weapon could exist on this planet. We must acquire it. Regaining his composure, John Keller immediately issued a series of operational commands. We require aerial support at once. I want the Air Force to launch a lethal strike against that unidentified weapon. It must be neutralized on the spot. Then bring that thing back to me. Yes, Minister. The colossal war machine began to operate, with the nearest airbase, Decatur, being the first to mobilize. The hangar doors swung open, and several fighter jets, laden with munitions, taxied onto the runway under the guidance of ground personnel, followed by a thunderous roar. As the flags were lowered, several of the jets soared into the sky from the end of the runway, swiftly disappearing from sight. Enemy identification code 0023. Repeat. Enemy identification code 0023. All flying units, be advised, this is a high-risk close-range attack mission. Your target is Decatur, the market town. The battle raged on, with explosions echoing in succession, and buildings collapsing in fragments. After this fierce engagement, the Special Forces team had suffered further casualties, leaving only 7 members remaining. As for the local militia, they had long since vanished. Upon receiving the news that aerial support was en route, William felt a surge of exhilaration. Handing the phone he had borrowed from the guide's home to Robert. Robert, a technical sergeant in the Air Force, was the liaison coordinating the air assault with the team, responsible for directing air strikes on the target. After taking the call, Robert wasted no time. The target is on the ground. The orange marking in the south indicates our 7-member team. With that, he pulled the pin from an orange smoke grenade and tossed it near the team. Then, risking being shot, he carefully observed the position of the metal scorpion. Attacking from the west of the town, the target was unmistakable. In the sky, 2 attack aircraft from the formation arrived first. Upon reaching the designated area, they requested to initiate the attack. Acknowledged, permission granted to attack. Understood, Dark Star 1 commences attack. Understood, Dark Star 2 commences attack. William, the Air Force missiles are on their way. Quickly guide them. Guide the target. All right, leave it to me. William activated the laser designator on his rifle and, with a few remaining team members, darted out from the buildings within the town towards the distant metal scorpion. Our team is ready to launch laser-guided missiles. Let us direct them. The scorpion, seeing these humans daring to emerge from their hiding places, swiftly transformed its pincers into another weapon and fired 2 shells. Whoosh, boom. At the town's edge, a soldier caught off guard was instantly blown away. Damn it. William cursed under his breath, turning to pull the trigger fiercely. The situation on the ground was grim, and the circumstances in the sky were no better. It was only upon flying directly above the Scorpion that the 2 attack aircraft discovered their radar was severely jammed, rendering many of their munitions inoperable. With no other option, the pilots of the 2 attack aircraft manually fired a few successful guided missiles before turning their aircraft away from the town. Several missiles detonated near the Scorpion. It remains unclear whether the attack missed its target or if the Scorpion endured the assault, but it continued to thrive with vitality. At that moment, the Scorpion was engulfed in fury, having been dispatched by the Stun Master to hunt down a few feeble human soldiers. What was presumed to be an effortless task had unexpectedly become a formidable challenge. The desire to revel in slaughter was dashed, and now there loomed the peril of failure. Contemplating this, the Scorpion intensified its assault, aiming to eradicate the group of human soldiers once and for all. The brutal onslaught from the Scorpion left William and his companions, who had burst from the town, in dire straits. Having already abandoned their cover, they now faced an even fiercer barrage of firepower, leading to the swift downfall of the remaining soldiers. Meanwhile, Robert, still within the town, seethed with rage. Was there truly no way to eliminate this monstrosity? In a fit of fury, Robert seized his phone once more. If the attack aircraft proved ineffective, then it was time to deploy the bombers. Ghost 1, employ 105mm armor-piercing shells for concentrated bombardment. In the sky, following the 2 attack planes, a bomber received the command. Ground forces request the use of 105mm artillery. Received. Permission to engage granted. Understood. 105mm artillery prepared. In less than a minute, a massive bomber soared above the Scorpion, unleashing a torrent of fiery destruction upon it. The bombardment persisted for a full half-minute, shrouding the Scorpion's location in clouds of dust, with debris flying in all directions. Once the onslaught ceased, William and Robert cautiously emerged from their shelter. As the smoke dissipated, they were met with the stark absence of the metallic scorpion, leaving behind only a charred crater. A segment of what appeared to be the scorpion's severed tail lay in the pit, swaying gently. In the Defense Department building, the Operations Liaison Room, John Keller gazed intently at the screen, displaying a scene devoid of activity. Had that creature been eliminated? The wireless communication device within the liaison room soon crackled with a report. Dark Star 1 is currently investigating. The target has been confirmed as vanished. Upon hearing that the enigmatic metallic scorpion had not been left behind, John Keller felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and instructed, "Bring the surviving Special Forces team back home. Ensure they report to me immediately upon arrival. I must know what transpired at the Sunkerson base." "Yes, Minister." Once he was assured that his subordinates understood his directives, John Keller turned and departed. He could no longer endure. Rest was imperative. At his age, one would expect John Keller to prioritize his health, especially given his high-ranking position, which necessitated even greater attention to his well-being. However, the events of this evening have indeed been rather overwhelming. First, Federal One was infiltrated, leading to a breach of the defense network and the theft of numerous confidential documents. Subsequently, a meeting was convened regarding the intrusion, and finally, an unexpected distress signal was received from surviving Special Forces team, led by Kadali. Each of these occurrences is significant, necessitating his personal attention and directives. Consequently, he has been exceedingly occupied this evening, and only now, as dawn approaches, does it seem to reach a temporary conclusion. Chapter 50. The alarm Sam. The following morning, in Low City, the sun shone brightly over Roddy Street. A police car, its lights flashing and emblazoned with the number 643, sped past a red traffic light, heedless of the law. Ignoring the disapproving gazes of pedestrians, the vehicle continued unabated. While onlookers were captivated by the rushing police car, none noticed the Silver Fox Interceptor gliding low through the sky above. As he surveyed the cityscape below, Nie Tian was filled with nostalgia. After just a few days, he had returned to this illustrious city of Gold State. This time, however, it was destined to be anything but tranquil. In fact, before dawn broke, Nie Tian had already arrived in Low City. The roadblock required ground traversal, but he had no such need. Moreover, given that Haizhou is adjacent to Gold State and Rose City lies a mere 1,000 miles from Low City, he could reach his destination in less than half an hour with full-speed flight. Within a scrap recycling station in the southern district of Low City, Nie Tian awaited in silence as his fighter jet transformed into humanoid form. Shortly thereafter, the heavy iron gate of the recycling station was rammed open by a police car. With a series of mechanical clicks, the police vehicle morphed into a towering robot approximately 5 meters tall, from which a humanoid robot, slightly over a meter in height, emerged. It was none other than Roadblock and Chaos. "How? Iterex. Tian, what is this place? Have you been stuck here for hours?" Chaos exclaimed upon landing, betraying his usual loquacious nature. Nie Tian twitched the corner of his mouth, but remained silent. The recycling station was filled with heaps of scrap, or one might even call it a garbage dump, and the odor, once illuminated by the sun, was quite discernible. Thus, he had already disabled his olfactory module. It can only be said that this location was the nearest and most suitable place to Sam's home. Did they really think aircraft could just land on the streets? Yet, there was something about this recycling station that felt oddly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he could not quite place it. Roadblock seemed unfazed by the environment of the recycling station. He had endured far worse conditions while battling the Decepticons on Cybertron. "Tian, report on the intelligence you have gathered." "Yes, Roadblock." Nie Tian's expression turned serious. Having arrived in Low City ahead of Roadblock, he certainly had some intelligence to share. He activated the communication module and sent all the information regarding Sam to Roadblock in one go. "Roadblock, this is the true information of Mr. Heartthrob residing at 217 Crescent Avenue. The owner, Nie Tian, has not informed Roadblock that Bumblebee may currently be near Sam. In the original narrative, Bumblebee's ability to severely injure Roadblock indicates that he is at least an elite warrior. When a high-ranking fighter encounters a rival elite warrior in a one-on-one scenario, survival becomes exceedingly tenuous. At the Pentagon's Information Analysis Hall, under the guise of invisibility, Maggie discreetly extracted a small box from her handbag, opened it, and retrieved a storage card, inserting it into the computer before her. In this world, there exists only one hacker capable of deciphering the codes within such signals. Maggie copied the unknown signal from her previous incursions into the National Military Security Defense Network onto the storage card. After receiving a warning from John Keller the previous night, Maggie was unwilling to concede. She did not believe her conjectures to be mere fantasy. She intended to seek assistance in decoding this signal, hoping to gather sufficient evidence to substantiate her claims. Conveniently, she happened to know a hacker of unparalleled skill, one who could undoubtedly aid her. As the progress bar on the screen vanished, Maggie withdrew the storage card and, nonchalantly, retrieved the small box containing it from her pocket. She feigned that her hands held a makeup case, which she opened and pretended to use as a mirror, and as she closed it, she discreetly slipped the storage card inside. It was not until she had placed the small box back in her bag that she let out a sigh of relief. She was acutely aware that if her actions were discovered, the repercussions could lead to a lifetime behind bars, leaving no room for carelessness. Now, all that remained was waiting for the workday to conclude. As dusk fell over 217 Crescent Avenue, Sam sat slouched on the couch, his eyes vacant, seemingly lost in the astonishing thought that his beloved car could transform into a robot. The television in the living room was broadcasting news. An hour ago, over 40 transport planes took off from this base, an impressive sight indeed. However, as of now, their destination remains unknown, and both the military and government remain tight-lipped about the unfolding events. The articulate broadcast jolted Sam from his reverie. No, he could not let this matter rest. He had to inform Miles. Rising, he donned his jacket, grabbed his backpack, and made his way to the kitchen, dialing his friend Miles' number while preparing a cup of coffee to invigorate himself. He had been interrogated by 2 officers at the police station until dawn before finally returning home. And despite catching up on sleep, he still felt overwhelmingly fatigued. Fortunately, it was the weekend, sparing him from school. Otherwise, Sam feared he would certainly face Mr. Theodore's reprimand. Curled upon a stool by the kitchen counter was a chihuahua with its left front leg bandaged. After Sam entered, a chihuahua limped to the sink and perched its front legs on the windowsill, barking at the garden outside. Woof, woof, woof. Sam turned his head at the sound, exclaiming in exasperation, "Mogul, could you refrain from barking while I'm on the phone? I need you, Buzz." Before Sam could finish his sentence, a low rumble echoed through the yard. With a crash, the familiar sound made Sam's heart race, causing him to accidentally drop the coffee maker onto the floor. He hurried to the window, peering outside, only to see an old yellow sports car slowly rolling across the lawn and into the yard. His premonition had come true. The car that could transform into a robot had returned on its own. Glancing quickly, Sam was so frightened that he crouched down and hid behind the sink. Gripping his phone tightly, he whispered, "Hello, Miles, it's me, Sam. Listen, Miles, listen. My car ran away by itself, and now it's back." On the other end of the line, Miles sounded utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about, buddy? Are you still half asleep?" "No, Miles, I'm wide awake. That car is right in my yard. It's chasing me." "What? What's chasing you?" "Damn it." Frustrated, seeing that Miles comprehended nothing, Sam abruptly hung up the phone. Risking another glance outside, Sam pushed a lady's bicycle in the living room and stealthily approached the back door. Noticing that the car had remained still, he opened the back door, grabbed the bicycle, and bolted outside. Buzz. Just a few steps into his escape, Sam heard the sound of an engine revving behind him. The sports car had followed him out, right on his tail. "Oh my goodness. Stop. Don't chase me. I already gave you the keys. What more do you want?" Without time to call for help, Sam hastily mounted the bicycle, arbitrarily choosing a direction and pedaling furiously. However, in his panic, he failed to notice that a police car, stationed at the end of Crescent Avenue, had suddenly activated its sirens the moment he left his home. As he turned off Crescent Avenue onto Tucson Street, Sam, distracted, inadvertently collided with a decorative tree by the roadside. Bang! The bicycle flipped, and Sam was sent sprawling onto the ground. "Ha ha ha, Sam!" Dazed, Sam heard a few giggles from the roadside, accompanied by a familiar voice calling out to him. Turning his head, he spotted Michaela sitting on the curb, looking astonished, flanked by several fashionably dressed girls, presumably her friends. "Hey, Michaela." Observing Sam's predicament, Michaela shook her head, saying, "Sam, well, you look quite stylish like this." Sam casually replied, "Yeah, it looks cool," as he propped up his bicycle. No boy wishes to lose face in front of the girl he secretly admires. Yet at this moment, Sam felt far too flustered to care. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Michaela asked with concern, "Sam, are you okay?" What happened? Not okay at all. I feel utterly terrible. And I'm about to go insane. My bike is chasing me. Sam glanced back and muttered as he mounted his bicycle, I need to keep running. Watching Sam's retreating figure, Michaela pondered for a moment before turning to her friends who were enjoying the breeze with her, saying, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll be back shortly. In the sky above, Nie Tian, cloaked in invisibility, observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. It was a rare sight to witness an elite Cybertronian warrior pursuing an ordinary human. Indeed, Nie Tian had already recognized that the dilapidated yellow Camaro relentlessly chasing Sam was none other than Bumblebee, the Autobot warrior famed for his prowess in battle. In fact, due to the communication of Roadblock, he had trailed Sam from the moment he stepped out of his home. Following the narrative of the original series, a direct confrontation between Roadblock and Bumblebee was imminent. Nie Tian heightened his vigilance, ascending slightly to avoid detection by Bumblebee. Before long, he noticed that Bumblebee and Sam were heading in two distinctly different directions, one speeding down the highway while the other rode into an abandoned, semi-open parking lot. Chapter 51. The abandoned parking lot. As twilight descended, a frantic Sam was oblivious to how long he had been riding, only to realize he seemed to have shaken off the relentless vehicle. Gasping for breath, he brought his bicycle to a halt, but before he could catch his breath, a loud siren pierced the air not far away. Awesome. It's the police. A police car, flashing its lights, slowly entered the abandoned parking lot and approached Sam. Without pausing to ponder who had summoned help, Sam hurried toward the police vehicle, never before having yearned for the sight of an officer so desperately. Hey, officer, listen to me. Reaching the police car, Sam threw himself against its hood, exclaiming, Thank God you're here. I've never been in such a dire situation. I was riding my mom's bicycle and was chased all the way here by my car. It was relentless, and I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Sam babbled about his recent ordeal, yet it seemed as if the occupants of the police car were oblivious to his words, showing no reaction whatsoever. Frustrated by the lack of response, Sam could not help but slap the hood of the engine, shouting, Hey, get out. However, to his astonishment, the police car did not yield. Instead, it suddenly surged forward, knocking Sam to the ground. No, stop. As Sam stared at the incessantly colliding bumper before him, a look of panic washed over his face. He braced himself with his arms, desperately retreating. Please, don't do this, stop. I didn't mean to hit your car. Just then, a sudden crash echoed through the abandoned parking lot, accompanied by the sound of something being crushed. Drawn by the unexpected noise, Sam instinctively turned his head, and within less than a second, his expression shifted from panic to sheer terror. A grotesque black robot, towering at least 2 or 3 stories high, emerged in the derelict parking lot, even more imposing than the one he had encountered earlier that morning. The vehicle beneath him was crushed, emitting a piercing, creaking sound. Yet Nie Tian remained unfazed, surveying his surroundings. The semi-open parking lot beneath the bridge appeared to have been abandoned for years, cluttered with numerous junk cars and industrial waste like gasoline barrels. Still reeling from shock, Sam noticed the police car that had been ramming into him, its headlights now extending 2 elongated metal claws. Oh no! Sam immediately comprehended that the police car before him was also a transformed robot. Not far away, Nie Tian observed the scene quietly, fully aware that the barricade was deliberately toying with or terrorizing Sam. Much like an ancient magistrate might intimidate a suspect before an interrogation with a few resounding slaps. Suddenly, the figure in the driver's seat of the police car vanished. In the blink of an eye, the barricade morphed into a humanoid form. To Sam's eyes, the once seemingly ordinary police vehicle had abruptly transformed into a fearsome robot. Damn it! With his pupils wildly trembling and adrenaline surging, Sam shouted and scrambled to his feet, turning to flee. Cursed, cursed! Gasping for breath, he thought that if it weren't for the lingering pain from his earlier bike fall, he might believe this was all a mere dream. Ever since acquiring that yellow sports car, his life had spiraled into madness. Seeing Sam attempt to escape, the barricade lunged forward, mercilessly swinging a massive arm. Bam! Ugh! Crack! Sam plummeted onto the hood of a red sedan, shattering its windshield and leaving a dent in the engine cover. This was truly a nightmare, Sam groaned, rubbing his now-numb back, which had endured 2 injuries that day. Tell me, human. The barricade approached the red car, crouching down to glare menacingly at Sam, who was slumped against the front. Is your username on PayPal, mister? Heartthrob, 217 foot? What? I can't hear you, I don't know. Sam shouted anxiously. Is your username on PayPal, Mr. Heartthrob 217 foot? This time, Sam understood clearly. Yes, that's me. Where is auction item number 236 on PayPal? Where are the glasses? Glasses? What glasses? Sam momentarily found himself at a loss for response. The barricade, growing increasingly impatient, clenched a fist marked with the inscription evil against the good and slammed it down onto the engine hood beneath Sam. Tell me, where are those glasses? The instinct for survival overpowered his innate fear. Seizing the opportunity as the car's front tilted under the force of the barricade's blow, Sam deftly slid forward, slipping through the barricade's legs. Damnomans. The repeated attempts to flee had thoroughly exhausted the barricade's patience, compelling it to teach this ungrateful human boy a lesson. It overturned cars that stood in its path, roaring in pursuit of Sam. On the sidelines, Jetfire watched with great interest, showing no inclination to intervene. He had not forgotten about the elusive Bumblebee. Curiously, it seemed improbable that Bumblebee would lose track of an ordinary human. Yet he had clearly seen Bumblebee and Sam part ways in the sky moments ago. Dismissing the minuscule chance that Bumblebee had been outmaneuvered by Sam, the truth remained singular. Bumblebee had become aware of his presence and that of the barricade, deliberately choosing not to follow Sam any longer. On the highway, a somewhat dilapidated Camaro sped past, darting swiftly ahead of the obstructing vehicles. It was evident to anyone that this Camaro was in a hurry. Meanwhile, Bumblebee was filled with anxiety. He had initially thought that the two Decepticons that suddenly appeared were after him. Without a second thought, he had chosen to abandon his protective pursuit of Sam midway, steering in a different direction in hopes of diverting the Decepticons. However, it was only when the Decepticon that had been hovering above him departed that Bumblebee realized he had made a grave mistake. No Guardian should ever stray even a step away from their charge. The leader Optimus Prime's words echoed in his mind. Even at the cost of sacrifice, one must protect their charge. In desperation, Bumblebee accelerated further, only to be met with a few fading curses carried away by the wind. The parking lot, filled with numerous vehicles, naturally provided ample opportunity for concealment and escape. Utilizing this advantage, Sam successfully navigated from the depths of the parking lot to its entrance. Outside lay a sparsely populated road, and as soon as he emerged, he spotted a blue motorcycle approaching. As it drew closer, he recognized the rider to be Michaela. Without the luxury of pondering her unexpected presence, Sam immediately raised his arm, waving vigorously. Back away. Don't come closer, run. Unbeknownst to him, either Michaela did not hear his warning or misinterpreted it as an invitation to approach. Instead of turning back, she accelerated towards him. As Sam realized that shouting was futile, he relinquished his cries. When Michaela's motorcycle passed by him, he lunged forward, forcefully bringing her down to the ground. The motorcycle, now devoid of its rider, wobbled ahead for a short distance before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Michaela, suspended in the air for 2 seconds, finally made contact with the cement surface, leaving her momentarily dazed. Shaking her arms, she felt as though her backside had been shattered into several pieces. "What are you doing, Sam?" she exclaimed. Sam quickly pulled Michaela up, hurriedly explaining, "There's a monster over there." He pointed behind him, exclaiming, "That one. It just attacked me and is still chasing me." "What?" Following the direction of Sam's finger, Michaela's eyes widened in disbelief as she spotted an enormous robot hurtling towards them. "What is that?" she gasped, her confusion dissipating as her mind sharpened. Though she had never encountered such a colossal robot, she instinctively knew it was anything but ordinary. "It's coming." As the robot drew nearer, Sam shouted in excitement, grabbing Michaela's hand. "Run." In the parking lot behind them, Nie Tian, who was just about to confront a barricade, suddenly heard a familiar roar. "Is that Bumblebee?" He turned towards the sound, and a yellow Camaro sped into view, racing towards him. "What?" Nie Tian exclaimed in shock. Shouldn't Bumblebee have rushed to rescue Sam first? Why was it coming for him instead? Did the Autobots' battle strategy involve targeting the weakest link? Without time to ponder Bumblebee's motives, Nie Tian quickly donned his combat mask and transformed his right arm into a heavy machine gun, aiming it at the approaching Camaro. Simultaneously, his shoulder armor opened, revealing 4 ominous launch ports. "Target locked, fire." In the next moment, 4 tracking missiles shot forth from the launch ports, trailing long white tails as they soared towards the locked-on Camaro. The 3 gleaming barrels of the machine gun began to rotate, unleashing a torrent of fire towards the front. Chapter 52. Confrontation with Bumblebee. Whoosh. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Taken by surprise by Nie Tian's sudden assault, Bumblebee found himself momentarily at a loss. He dodged left and right, his speed inevitably diminishing. Noticing that he had yet to halt Bumblebee's advance, Nie Tian furrowed his brow and fired another set of 4 missiles. In the abandoned parking lot, several derelict vehicles bore the brunt of the onslaught, either struck by Nie Tian's missiles or sent flying by Bumblebee's collision. The continuous explosions drew the attention of another individual, the barricade positioned outside the parking lot. Hearing the commotion behind him, the barricade glanced back momentarily but continued to pursue the 2 humans ahead. The detestable Decepticon, despite Bumblebee's relentless attempts to evade, several rockets ultimately caught him in their explosive wake. After enduring a barrage of gunfire, a flicker of fury ignited within Bumblebee, compelling him to transform into his humanoid form. Realizing that he was still a considerable distance from the Decepticon, Bumblebee had no choice but to deploy the long-range weapon mounted on his arm for retaliation. The weapon module on his arm was a formidable plasma cannon, capable of immense destruction. As he unleashed a volley of bullets, Nie Tian awaited the transformation of energy within his mechanism into ammunition, only to witness Bumblebee suddenly raise his arm and aim at him. Alarm surged through Nie Tian, prompting an instinctive tactical dodge that narrowly spared him from Bumblebee's energy blast. However, before he could counterattack, Bumblebee fired several more rounds, forcing him to evade once again. An energy blast detonated nearby, obliterating a small car into smithereens. Nie Tian managed to escape this perilous situation, but soon 4 tracking rockets ascended from his shoulder once more. What a joke! He looked down in disbelief, realizing that merely the residual force of the energy blast had damaged the armor on his legs. Witnessing the potency of Bumblebee's weaponry, Nie Tian felt a surge of trepidation. He disregarded his injuries and hastily intensified his firepower to suppress Bumblebee while retreating to a more open area. His initial aggression towards Bumblebee was merely a test of his current combat capabilities. He had no intention of engaging in a protracted struggle. Given the formidable nature of Bumblebee's long-range weaponry, the prospect of close combat was even more daunting. In terms of raw power and speed, advanced mechs were inherently superior to elite-level ones, but if Bumblebee were to close the distance, it would spell certain doom for him. Strictly speaking, this confrontation with Bumblebee marked Nie Tian's second battle since his arrival in this world and his first as an advanced warrior. Fortunately, the skirmishes among Cybertronians were typically straightforward and brutish, favoring sheer strength over finesse. In other words, it was more about numerical values than tactical prowess, and more about the mech's tier than combat experience. Thus, in this second bout, Nie Tian could appear to hold his own against Bumblebee. Yet, only Nie Tian was aware of the immense risk involved. His attacks were virtually disregarded by Bumblebee, whose heavy machine gun bullets seemed to bounce harmlessly off his frame. Should he take a direct hit from Bumblebee, he would likely be left with little more than a fraction of his life. It was time to retreat. With Bumblebee only a few dozen steps away, Nie Tian knew he had to withdraw. He rapidly fired the remaining dozen rockets from his shoulder launcher without a second glance, swiftly transforming into his Silver Fox interceptor and soaring into the sky. The rockets screamed towards Bumblebee, detonating before he could even assume a defensive stance. With a thunderous roar, a Camaro sports car emerged from the dissipating smoke of an explosion. Compared to before the battle, Bumblebee had only suffered minor paint scratches. In a bid to conserve time, Bumblebee had activated his energy shield, braving a barrage of over a dozen rockets. The consequence was a significant depletion of energy from his reserves. However, given the urgency of the situation, he could not dwell on that. Bumblebee's initial plan was to swiftly eliminate a Decepticon before rushing to Sam's aid. Alone, he would struggle to protect Sam against 2 Decepticons. To his surprise, the unfamiliar high-ranking Decepticon abruptly retreated mid-battle, unlike any he had encountered on Cybertron. While Nefarious engaged Bumblebee, Barricade successfully captured Sam and Michaela. Cornered in a dilapidated parking lot, Sam desperately urged Michaela, "Michaela, listen to me. You need to run. Get away from here. Its target is me. It won't pursue you." Michaela remained silent, gripping Sam's arm tightly, retreating alongside him. What a poignant scene it was. With a derisive snicker, Barricade approached the 2 who dared to toy with him. He intended to teach them a lesson, perhaps by breaking their legs to prevent any further escape. Pathetic, wretched beings. Suddenly, before Barricade could enact his cruel intentions, a Camaro burst forth from nowhere, slamming into him with tremendous force. After sending Barricade flying, the driverless Camaro made a sharp turn, halting before Sam and Michaela, and its doors swung open automatically. Seeing the car that had relentlessly pursued him, Sam clenched his teeth and urged Michaela, "Get in the car. We need to go now." "What is this?" "Sam, I don't want to." Before Michaela could finish, Sam pulled her into the vehicle. With a resounding thud, the doors shut, the steering wheel spun rapidly, and the gear shift engaged automatically. The Camaro executed a graceful drift and sped away, leaving Barricade to choke on the noxious fumes as he struggled to rise. Damn it, who was that? The first thing Barricade did upon standing was to compare the energy wave signal he had just collected with the identity marker stored in his memory crystal. "It's you, Bumblebee." In an instant, Barricade recognized the true identity of the Camaro. Old grudges and new animosities ignited a fierce rage within him. Both he and Bumblebee were scouts in their respective factions. Barricade had been deceived by Bumblebee when he was still a street Barricade and had met his demise at Optimus Prime's hands during the Cybertronian Civil War. Now, on this new planet, his mission had been thwarted by Bumblebee once more. How could he not be enraged? At that moment, Nie Tian, having circled the skies twice, finally ascertained the location of the formidable roadblock. As he transformed and landed, he beheld Roadblock's visage, contorted with rage, as if his ancestral grave had been desecrated. "Damn it. Thundercrash. It's the Autobots. It's Bumblebee. Summon your aerial squadron and unleash the Decepticons to capture them." Roadblock, blinded by hatred upon spotting Nie Tian, bellowed his orders. Without waiting for Nie Tian's reaction, he swiftly transformed into a police car and pursued the direction in which Bumblebee had departed. In the outskirts of Los Angeles, twilight was about to envelop the land entirely. Within the Camaro, Sam frequently glanced back at the rapidly approaching police car. "Hurry, it's gaining on us." He was unaware of the intentions of the Camaro, which could morph into a yellow robot, but the pursuing police vehicle clearly bore an ominous demeanor. He did not wish to be captured by that robot again. In the passenger seat, Michaela clutched the armrest tightly, her hair disheveled and beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "Oh my God, we're going to die. We're going to die." Startled by Michaela's shrill cries, Sam turned his gaze forward. To their shock, they had unwittingly arrived at an oil refinery, where the open road had been replaced by a formidable brick wall ahead. Sam gripped the roof's handhold, attempting to reassure Michaela. "No, we won't die. It's formidable. Trust me, it's powerful. Sam, we're going to crash. We're going to crash." The Camaro showed no signs of slowing down, and amidst their screams, it violently collided with the wall of a factory within the refinery. With a resounding crash, the brick wall yielded, creating a substantial opening as the Camaro leaped through. Observing Bumblebee dart into a warehouse-like structure, Roadblock followed suit without hesitation. Inside the vehicle, Sam and Michaela rejoiced in their survival, unaware that this was merely the beginning. In a bid to shake off the relentless Decepticon tailing them, Bumblebee began to showcase his agility within the factory. Executing drifting maneuvers and sharp turns, he adeptly navigated the refinery's equipment, leaving Sam and Michaela utterly disoriented. Should professional racers witness Bumblebee's driving prowess, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. Yet, despite the impressive display, the police car remained steadfast in pursuit. With the distance between them diminishing, the tires screeched against the ground, and after narrowly evading another obstacle, Bumblebee resolved to alter his strategy. He recognized that prolonging this chase was futile. The high-ranking Decepticon, capable of transforming into a fighter jet, could arrive at any moment. He must swiftly lead his charge, Sam, to safety. To definitively elude his pursuer, the only viable solution was to neutralize the Decepticon behind them. Chapter 53: The Battle at the Oil Refinery. Upon reaching a vast expanse where oil tanks were stored, Bumblebee swung open the car door and executed a sharp turn, unceremoniously ejecting Sam and Michaela from the vehicle. Sam and Michaela were momentarily disoriented, reeling from the dizzying motion, only to realize that they were no longer seated within the car. They then beheld the Camaro, which had been their escape vehicle, transforming into a colossal metallic giant. The mechanical behemoth raised its arms, adopting a combat stance, presenting its back to them. Bumblebee, his expression stoic, fixated on the police car approaching him, crouching slightly. Despite his usual penchant for whimsy, when confronted by foes, particularly the Decepticons, he exhibited no mercy. Meanwhile, the pursuing Barricade, having finally caught up, was taken aback to find Bumblebee no longer fleeing, but instead poised for battle. Fury surged within him. "Bumblebee," he bellowed, and without waiting to close the distance, Barricade transformed into his humanoid form, launching himself towards Bumblebee with the momentum of his vehicle state. With a thunderous crash, sparks flew as Barricade and Bumblebee collided, both tumbling to the ground in a fierce struggle. Several stacked gasoline barrels erupted in a fiery explosion. Boom! The sight horrified Sam, who quickly grabbed Michaela and darted aside, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of the mechanical duel. After rolling several times, Bumblebee seized the opportunity and forcefully kicked Barricade away. "Bumblebee!" Barricade roared as he regained his footing, conjuring a newly crafted weapon, a flail, with seething rage. He vowed that today, Bumblebee would pay dearly for the past betrayal that had led to his demise. "It's you, Streetwise, you have been resurrected." The familiar voice, now so close, allowed Bumblebee to finally recognize Barricade's identity, astonished to discover that the Decepticon pursuing him was an old acquaintance. "Streetwise?" Barricade's eyes flickered with nostalgia, quickly overshadowed by a resurgence of hatred. "Thanks to you, Bumblebee, that is all in the past. Now, my name is Barricade." "Barricade," Bumblebee echoed, unperturbed. The Decepticons frequently resurrected powerful warriors of notable merit, and the Autobots were no different. "I never expected you to appear here. Indeed, I too did not foresee that the opportunity for vengeance would come so swiftly." Barricade sneered, his tone brimming with impatience, as if the moment of retribution was imminent. Since his resurrection, Barricade had relentlessly sought information on Bumblebee, yearning for the chance to exact revenge. Although it was Optimus Prime who had directly ended his life, it was Bumblebee who had ignited the chain of events leading to his downfall. Furthermore, Barricade knew that his solitary might was insufficient to confront Optimus. Hence, Bumblebee naturally became the prime target for his vengeance. Bumblebee assumed a confrontational stance, broadcasting a voice intermingled with various tones from the speakers on Blue Star. "Lockdown. Inform me of the reason the Decepticons have appeared on this planet." The cacophony of mixed sounds elicited a smirk from Lockdown, who retorted, "Bumblebee, I never imagined that after centuries, your vocalizer remains unfixed. What a pitiable creature you are." In response to Lockdown's derision, Bumblebee snorted disdainfully, "Humph. Even if my vocalizer is broken, it won't hinder me from extracting the spark from your chest. Then let us see you try." Lockdown's eyes ignited with fierce intent as he brandished his meteor hammer. The reminiscing was at an end. He had no desire to engage in further banter with Bumblebee. Unfazed, Bumblebee countered, his arm transforming to reveal a laser blade resembling a hand knife, showing no sign of retreat. Perhaps for humans, a gun is swift beyond 7 paces, accurate and rapid within 7 paces. Yet for the Cybertronians, within 7 paces, one might not even have the chance to fire. After a moment of tension, Lockdown launched the first strike. He somersaulted, channeling energy into his meteor hammer, aimed directly at Bumblebee's head. As he attacked, a diminutive humanoid robot, Frenzy, sprang forth from his chest. Upon landing, Frenzy began to whirl his claws, babbling incomprehensible Cybertronian phrases, eagerly charging towards Sam and Michaela, who were concealed behind cover. Seeing Sam in peril, Bumblebee aimed to neutralize Frenzy first. However, Lockdown's meteor hammer was already upon him, forcing him to evade the vicious blow. Although he did not fear Lockdown, a fellow elite warrior, it did not grant him the liberty to disregard him. Lockdown's timing in releasing Frenzy was impeccable. Any earlier or later, and Bumblebee might have cleaved Frenzy in two. Indeed, this was also the reason Lockdown initiated the attack. His thirst for vengeance was undeniable. Yet he had not forgotten the mission entrusted to him by Soundwave. A resounding whoosh filled the air as Bumblebee ducked and sought to charge forward. Lockdown's meteor hammer had a longer reach, necessitating Bumblebee to close the distance to leverage the advantage of his laser blade. The meteor hammer, wielded by Lockdown, functioned like an impenetrable shield, creating a flurry of afterimages. Suddenly, Bumblebee, caught off guard, was struck by Lockdown's other meteor hammer. Thud! His massive form was sent flying, crashing onto a nearby fuel tank. The tank bore a significant dent from the impact. Fortunately, its robust material endured, or an explosion would have ensued by now. "Bumblebee, my meteor hammers are specifically crafted to counter your laser blades." Lockdown's voice brimmed with triumph, clearly relishing Bumblebee's predicament. Just as Lockdown prepared to press his advantage, The seemingly incapacitated Bumblebee abruptly turned, raising his arm, and the plasma cannon's muzzle erupted with dazzling brilliance. The energy cannon struck the chest of the Decepticon roadblock with a resounding impact, sending him flying this time. Damn it! The armor on his chest shattered, only to be urgently repaired by the energy from the sparks. Before Roadblock could react, Bumblebee raised his laser blade and lunged at him. Roadblock swiftly rolled away and resumed swinging his flail, attempting to increase the distance between them. However, Bumblebee was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. He immediately closed in, and the two robots became entangled in combat. Viewed from above, they resembled two colossal titans, trading blows and sending each other crashing into the oil tanks in this dimly lit storage area. Meanwhile, Sam, pursued by frenzy and lost in the chaos, could hardly fathom that he would be taken down by such a diminutive robot. It has got me. Oh my God, it's going to kill me. Screaming, Sam scrambled forward, desperately kicking at the peculiar robot that had seized his pant leg. In a struggle to break free, Sam's pants were torn away. Instinctively, he kicked backward. Boom! Frenzy was launched into the air. Unencumbered now, Sam, clad only in his shorts, sprang up and fled. The grotesque creature stood up, shaking its head in disdain as it discarded the pants it had captured. Seeing that its target had gotten away, it quickly launched two throwing darts. Whoosh! The darts zipped past Sam, striking an oil pipeline with a sharp clang. Startled, Sam ran even faster. In truth, as a minicon, Frenzy was primarily known for its hacking skills and was not particularly powerful. Yet, Sam was utterly terrified by the events of the day, behaving like a frightened bird. Now, all he wanted was to escape, with no inclination to retaliate. Fortunately for him, while he lacked resolve, Michaela did not. Having separated from Sam, Michaela successfully located a formidable weapon, a power drill, in a tool shed. Excellent. It is still operational. Grasping the drill and testing its function, she hastily exited the shed in search of Sam. At that moment, Sam found himself cornered against a metal fence, grappling with Frenzy, now unarmed. Come on, come on. After yet another kick sent the robot flying, Sam awkwardly assumed a boxing stance, shifting his feet back and forth. He realized that this bizarre robot, which was only slightly taller than his thigh, was not as fearsome as he had imagined. Perhaps he could take it on. In response to Sam's provocation, Frenzy transformed its hands into two blade-like weapons with a sharp snap. Wow! Sam's bouncing footwork came to a halt. With weapons now manifested, Frenzy dashed toward Sam. Leaping onto him. "Oh, get off!" Sam flailed his arms wildly, attempting to dislodge the robot from his body. At that moment, Sam's peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow approaching from his side. The ominous whir of a power drill pierced the air in the next instant. Sam beheld his robot severed in twain. "Michaela, is that you? How splendid!" Discarding the severed arm of the robot, it dawned upon Sam that the newcomer was indeed Michaela. Ignoring Sam entirely, Michaela swung the drill with relentless fury, mercilessly attacking the disarrayed robotic entity on the ground. Within mere seconds, she had dismantled the chaotic machine into several fragments, leaving only a head that emitted incomprehensible groans. The pinnacle of terror often begets an equal measure of rage. Witnessing the head, now in pieces yet still animated, Sam, in a fit of anger, delivered a swift kick, sending the dismembered head flying. Aha, without a head, you are rendered helpless. Unbeknownst to Sam, the head he had sent careening fortuitously landed beside Michaela's backpack. Chapter 54. The beaten barricade above the oil refinery. A Silver Fox interceptor led a formation of 4 Cybertronian jets, roaring through the sky. Nie Tian, having assembled the 4th Flight Squadron, arrived tardily. Even before touching down, he observed from afar that Barricade was being soundly thrashed by Bumblebee. Not only was most of Barricade's armor shattered, but even the prominent light on his chest had ceased to shine. The scene was so harrowing that even as a bystander, Nie Tian felt a chill of dread. The sudden roar of the aircraft overhead captured the attention of both Bumblebee and Barricade below. Upon glancing up, Bumblebee's expression darkened. He recognized the lead jet as the high-ranking Decepticon he had battled in the abandoned parking lot. In stark contrast, Barricade's countenance brightened. He was on the brink of collapse, and the only thing sustaining him was his body forged from rare metals. Barricade had not anticipated that this quest for vengeance would devolve into such a predicament. He was unable to best Bumblebee. Bang! After being hurled again by Bumblebee, Barricade, disregarding his defenses, bellowed skyward, "Tianchi, come to my aid." The unfamiliar high-ranking Decepticon, Tian, echoed in Bumblebee's mind as he committed the name to memory. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, Bumblebee escalated his offensive, intent on neutralizing Barricade before the high-ranking Decepticon could arrive for assistance. Contrary to Barricade's plea for help, Nie Tian remained unperturbed. He first circled the refinery before descending with his companions to a suitable structure within the facility. Lord Tian, shall we not assist Lord Barricade? One Decepticon could not contain his curiosity upon landing. Of course we shall assist, Nie Tian replied, dismissively, surveying the location that had previously featured in the original narrative. Reminiscing about the unfolding events. Support was indeed inevitable. Barricade could be defeated or soundly beaten, but he must not perish beneath his very eyes. Otherwise, if the sound waves pursued further inquiries, he would find it difficult to provide an explanation. Assuming all goes as expected, the sound waves should currently be hovering in the sky, and the battle occurring here is unlikely to have escaped their scrutiny. However, Nie Tian believed that assistance comes in various forms. Confronting the Bumblebee head-on is not a task suited for a mere advanced warrior accompanied by a few foot soldiers. Not to mention the Bumblebee's formidable combat prowess, which becomes even more pronounced in the face of adversity. Its true strength remains uncertain. The superficial combat capability alone is beyond what an advanced warrior could contend with. Bringing the 4th Flight Squad along would only serve to provide a meager distraction for the Bumblebee, lacking any substantial benefit. In the original narrative, Sam should be right here. A thought crossed Nie Tian's mind, leading him to devise a plan. My lord, the obstacles have been addressed. He heard a particularly obstinate Decepticon speak up. Unable to restrain himself, he shot a glare at the one speaking, wishing he could seize the heads of this group of Decepticons and inquire. Do you understand the concept of surrounding way to rescue Zhao? Do you grasp the principles of warfare? Yet, such an endeavor would be akin to preaching to the uninitiated, merely a fleeting thought. Ignoring the confusion among the Decepticons, Nie Tian issued his orders. There are 2 humans in this oil refinery. Locate them. In comparison to confronting the Bumblebee directly, Nie Tian deemed this approach to be far more prudent. Behind a distillation tower within the refinery, Sam clutched Michaela's arm, bending slightly as they advanced. Under ordinary circumstances, Sam would not only lack the courage to hold Michaela's arm, but would also blush at the mere thought of speaking with her. Where are we going now? Michaela panted, still grappling with the emotional aftermath of having killed a robot, her grip tightening around the chaotic cutting drill. We are searching for my car, for that robot, Sam replied, his steps slow and cautious, his gaze darting around. Suddenly, as if he had stumbled upon something dreadful, Sam recoiled sharply, pressing himself tightly against the exhaust pipe beneath the distillation tower. What's wrong? Michaela instinctively inquired, but before she could finish her question, Sam covered her mouth with his hand. Chill. He gestured for silence, and once he saw Michaela had quieted down, he gradually released his grip. The robot, the larger one, is right ahead. I've seen it before. It's allied with the police car that was chasing us. Sam's voice dropped to a whisper, his face etched with fear. His words ignited Michaela's curiosity. She had assumed there were only 2 robots, unaware of the presence of a larger one. Sam, I promise. Just one glance. With the steam from the exhaust pipe providing concealment, Michaela cautiously peeked out. Before her stood a towering black robot atop what appeared to be an oil storage facility. The towering figure appeared to be at least 7 or 8 meters high, its menacing visage accentuated by its glaring crimson eyes, scanning the surroundings with an unsettling intensity. Suddenly, as it fixated on the 4 individuals, including Nie Tian, who were scouring the oil refinery, he felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched. Following the direction of his instinct, he spotted a massive plume of steam billowing from exhaust pipe. Shaking his head to dismiss the illusion, Nie Tian redirected his gaze toward several clone-type Decepticons. The task of searching for individuals was certainly not one meant for him to undertake. These clone-type Decepticons, armed and prowling through the refinery, might easily be mistaken for engaging in training exercises. It was evident that these lower-tier Decepticons possessed no remarkable talents. Beyond serving as mere cannon fodder, they were incapable even of executing such meticulous tasks as locating someone. Fortunately, he held no genuine expectation that the group would successfully find Sam. Sometimes, a show of strength could serve as an alternative strategy to divert attention. Phew, that was close. Behind the distillation tower, Michaela, still shaken, patted her chest. Just moments after she glanced over, the robot's head had turned toward her, nearly exposing her presence. Where are you, Sam? In the oil storage area. Barricade let out a piercing roar, reminiscent of a creature in its final throes. His condition was dire. His armor lay shattered. Countless components scattered around him. He was even missing a piece of his head. Bumblebee, intensifying his assault, left Barricade in a state of torment, having struck his spark during their earlier skirmish, rendering him temporarily immobile. The opportunity to eliminate Barricade was right before Bumblebee, yet he found no joy in it. An inexplicable unease gnawed at him. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from afar. Bumblebee's expression shifted dramatically as he jolted awake. No, Sam. He had long assumed that the high-ranking Decepticon named Tripticon was delayed in providing support due to fear instilled by their previous encounter. After all, the Decepticons were notorious for their reluctance to aid others in peril. Yet, he instinctively overlooked the paramount importance of safeguarding Sam. Run, Michaela! Within the refinery, Sam and Michaela dashed for their lives, pursued relentlessly by a clone-type Decepticon. Witnessing this from the crude oil reserve, Nie Tian was momentarily taken aback. His initial intention had merely been to rattle the adversaries, yet he inadvertently led the group into an unexpected encounter. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to personally pursue Sam, a distant roar of an engine pierced the air. A yellow Camaro sped toward them. Nie Tian's eyes narrowed, and he promptly commanded the approaching group, 4th Flight Squad, retreat. With that, he transformed into a Silver Fox intercept fighter and soared toward the battlefield where Barricade and Bumblebee clashed. His objective had been achieved, and lingering any longer would inevitably lead him to confront Bumblebee. Upon hearing Nie Tian's command, 3 cloned Decepticons immediately transformed into Cybertronian aircraft and soared away, leaving only the hesitant 14, who was pursuing Sam and Michaela. However, recalling the last incident where he was reprimanded for discussing Lord Timey behind his back, 14 swiftly halted his steps. He cast a final glance at the 2 humans ahead, who were still some distance away. As Sam and Michaela sprinted, they suddenly noticed that the robot trailing them had come to a stop and, to their astonishment, transformed into an airplane. Initially, they assumed the robot intended to pursue them in its aircraft form, prompting them to prepare for concealment. To their surprise, the airplane simply took off into the sky. Before they could comprehend what had just transpired, a Camaro sports car approached in the distance. It was the very vehicle that those transforming robots feared. As the Camaro drew nearer, Sam experienced a moment of clarity. "What are you saying, Sam?" He refrained from explaining to Michaela, feeling he had grasped a crucial insight. It seemed he possessed something that the robots desired. Otherwise, why would they relentlessly pursue him? With this hypothesis in mind, Sam ceased fleeing with Michaela and instead anxiously awaited the arrival of the sports car. The engine of the Camaro emitted a low hum, indicating possible mechanical issues. Compared to before, Bumblebee's paint was more chipped, and the vehicle appeared battered, with evident dents scattered across its frame. Clearly, the recent confrontation with Barricade had taken its toll, and Bumblebee bore significant damage from the fierce retaliation. Chapter 55. Retreat from the oil refinery in the crude oil tank area. Nie Tian descended with 13 and the others. The scene before them was one of devastation. Several towering oil tanks were toppled, and many had ruptured, spilling crude oil that ignited upon contact with the ground's debris, creating a roaring inferno accompanied by crackling sounds. The sheer magnitude of destruction illustrated the fierce battle between Barricade and Bumblebee, 2 elite Cybertronian warriors. Yet, despite the chaos and the time elapsed, not a single individual had come to investigate. Even if the refinery's vast expanse muffled the noise from reaching the outside world, it was peculiar that not even the refinery staff were alerted. Dismissing these thoughts, Nie Tian resolved to locate Barricade first. It was imperative to retreat before Bumblebee made a sudden return. Their escape would then be uncertain. While he might evade capture, Barricade would undoubtedly not be so fortunate. Navigating through the maze of oil tanks in the storage area, Nie Tian soon heard a faint groan that piqued his interest. Beneath a fallen oil tank lay Barricade, incapacitated on the ground, while small, mantis-like robots scuttled over him, seemingly engaged in repairing his damaged form. The Bumblebee ultimately spared the life of Barricade. Upon hearing a piercing scream, Bumblebee departed without a backward glance, leaving Barricade to linger in a state of despair. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, and Barricade, struggling to regain mobility, propped himself up with his arm. Tian, I have arrived, he declared. Observing Barricade's current state, Tian felt a pang of shock. Fortunately, he had refrained from allowing Bumblebee to close in on him during their encounter at the abandoned parking lot, opting instead for a distant exchange of fire before retreating. Had he not done so, he would surely have been in a condition even worse than Barricade's. Faced with Tian's unabashed scrutiny, Barricade felt a flicker of anger. It was eclipsed by a profound sense of despondency. Not only was he gravely injured, but he was also overwhelmed by self-doubt. He began to question the validity of his thirst for vengeance. After all, he had only just been revived by Soundwave. And yet his first attempt at revenge nearly ended in his own demise. Even the specially crafted meteor hammers designed to combat Bumblebee had been obliterated. Was it wise to continue this reckless pursuit? Without blaming Tian for his tardiness, Barricade staggered to his feet and transformed into a battered police car, then wobbled away. Watching the police car's slow retreat, Tian shook his head. He understood that after this night, the infamous survivor from the original saga would soon emerge. Just as one appreciates life more profoundly after experiencing death or brushes with it, Barricade now resembled a young person who had suddenly been battered by the harshness of life. His passion and ideals eroded, leaving him filled with disappointment and confusion. Tian could empathize. Let us depart, he suggested, casting a glance in the direction they had come from, and noting that Bumblebee showed no signs of returning. Tian soared into the sky with his companions. Although the mission had experienced some complications, it inevitably ended in failure, mirroring the outcome of the original narrative. Ultimately, the influence of a high-ranking warrior was limited and could not sway the battle between two elite combatants. During their retreat, Tian sent a communication to Soundwave, reporting the events that had transpired at the refinery. Barricade, appearing as though he had thrown in the towel, had vanished to recover from his injuries, leaving this trivial matter to Tian. As the speed of the Camaro gradually decreased, Bumblebee felt a sense of relief wash over him upon seeing that their target was unharmed. He had rushed over at full speed, and from a distance he had observed several Decepticons transforming into aircraft. Relieved that Sam had not been captured and that he had fulfilled the mission entrusted to him by Leader Optimus Prime. When Bumblebee was still some distance away from Sam and Michaela, he transformed into his humanoid form. What was he planning to do? Michaela gazed at the approaching robot in a daze, anxiously swallowing hard. The immense presence of the robot enveloped her with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sam, standing nearby, was not in a much better state. Despite having encountered such machines several times before and even sitting in one during his escape, barely experiencing life within a robotic shell, he found it hard to maintain his composure. It seems like a highly intelligent robot, he murmured, almost as if responding to himself, but it resembles a different kind of robot. Yes, a much more advanced type indeed. A super advanced robot, likely manufactured by another nation. Indeed, it must be from another country. I probably possess some state secrets, which is why they dispatched that police car robot along with those aircraft robots to apprehend me. Sam's explanation did not alleviate Michaela's apprehension. Her chest heaved with anxiety as she spoke urgently. It's coming closer. What should we do now? Bumblebee approached, positioning itself not far from Sam and Michaela. Hands on its hips, standing silently. This time, Sam chose not to retreat. I believe it won't harm us. If it intended to do so, it would have acted long ago, instead of leading us away from that police car. Really? Michaela questioned, somewhat skeptical. Can you speak robot language? Because just a moment ago, you heard it converse with another robot before their life and death duel. It seemed to exchange a few words. If possible, I suggest we refrain from disturbing it recklessly. Trust me. Believe in me. Sam reassured himself. I think I have something they desire. That robot, which can transform into a police car, mentioned my PayPal username and a particular item I'm selling on there. What? Michaela's eyes widened in disbelief. At a time like this, you're actually bringing up your PayPal account? Sam, you're truly the most absurd person I've ever met. Ignoring Michaela's sarcasm, Sam took a couple of steps forward, quietly observing the robot he had inadvertently brought home. It possessed an incredibly vivid human-like face with distinctly visible features. Its eyes were a striking bluish-green, and its overall appearance was remarkably gentle, even somewhat childlike. It bore no resemblance to the intimidating police car robot that sought to capture him, nor to the towering aircraft transforming robot. In fact, its yellow exterior was far more appealing than those two. as the thought struck him that while those menacing robots aimed to seize him, this one seemed intent on his rescue. Sam mustered his courage and asked, "Can you speak?" A voice akin to that of a radio host emanated from Bumblebee, a clear American accent resonating through its internal digital broadcasting system. Upon hearing this, Sam began to comprehend, pointing towards the sky. "So, you communicate through the broadcast?" "Thank you. You are absolutely correct. You are remarkable," Bumblebee exclaimed, bouncing joyfully and clapping its hands in appreciation. With the threat of the Decepticons now vanquished, Bumblebee's personality has reverted to its usual playful demeanor. Observing that this robot seemingly harbors no malice, Sam instinctively lowers his guard. Reflecting on the earlier events and the occurrences of the early morning, he queries once more, "What transpired earlier, and what about last night at the junkyard?" The message from the commander of the Starfleet hinted at celestial visitors arriving en masse like angels. "What? Celestial visitors?" Michaela interjects suddenly, noticing that Sam appears to have successfully communicated with the robot and joins in. "Were you aliens?" Bumblebee does not respond to Michaela's inquiry, but instead transforms into his car form, opening the door and asking, "Are there any further questions?" In an instant, Sam comprehends the invitation to enter the vehicle. However, Michaela's curiosity surfaces as she wonders, "But where are we going?" She hesitates, feeling a reluctance to board this vehicle that can transform into a robot. Yet, Sam's next words prompt her to reconsider. 50 years from now, when you reflect on this life, will you regret not having the courage to ride in this car? Michaela meets Sam's gaze, and at that moment, he looks back at her. They exchange no words. Instead, they hold each other's gaze for a few seconds before stepping forward together. Inside an oil refinery, beside a patch of weeds, a woman's backpack lies carelessly on the ground, its contents scattered about. Not far from the backpack, a mechanical head is laboriously crawling. This mechanical head, known as Frenzy, had been kicked away by Sam. After some time apart, Frenzy successfully sprouts 3 antennae from the remaining head and drags himself toward the woman's backpack. He recognizes the backpack as belonging to the girl who had been near the target, surmising that she would return to retrieve it. Thus he resolves to take action. A mobile phone. Approaching the backpack, Frenzy becomes excited. He discovers an electronic device from this planet, which undoubtedly saves him considerable effort. Once the data scan of the device is complete, Frenzy carelessly discards the original phone and transforms into a phone, waiting quietly. Before long, the woman's backpack is illuminated by the headlights of a Camaro. The car gradually comes to a stop beside the backpack, and the passenger door swings open, revealing a striking figure stepping out. Chapter 56. The new command of Soundwave in the Who District, Aliaki County, Maggie, having just finished work, eagerly knocks on the door of a residence. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" "It's me, Glenn." The door creaks open to reveal a slightly plump African-American man with black curly hair, dressed in a green short-sleeve shirt. This man, named Glenn, is a retired hacker who has previously assisted Maggie with certain technical matters, serving as a sort of half-friend to her. "Glenn, I apologize for disturbing you." Maggie burst into the house, burdened with bags, having taken a taxi straight from work, barely finding time for dinner. "Maggie, what brings you here?" Glenn asked, gripping the doorknob. Perplexed. "Listen, Glenn, I need your help," Maggie interjected, diving straight to the point. "No, absolutely not. This is my private space, my sanctuary. You have no right to enter." Glenn firmly rejected her, well aware that every time Maggie sought him out, it meant trouble, either a technical dilemma requiring his expertise or a request to break into something. It was always time-consuming and laborious, with no reward in sight. "Please, just this once, Glenn. This is different. It's about the Defense Department building in Feggy County." John Keller had just ended a call with Mr. Mitchell when he received an unexpected report. The weapon systems that attacked the Sanksun base had been photographed by a surviving Special Forces team, although the camera was damaged. The crew aboard the aircraft was attempting to repair it, but a sudden security threat had emerged. John Keller looked up at the reporting officer, asking, "What security threat?" The records indicated that an analyst had copied the intrusion signal earlier that afternoon. "Copied? For where did you obtain this?" "In his bedroom." Glenn curiously examined the storage card in his hand. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Maggie's request, even going so far as to evict his brother, who was engrossed in a video game. "This is classified." "How classified?" Maggie instinctively glanced around, whispering, "The kind of secret that would see me spending the rest of my life in prison if I divulged it." "Yes, perhaps it is human nature to pursue secrets." Instead of being intimidated by Maggie's warning, Glenn felt a surge of excitement. Just let me take a peek. He inserted the storage card into the computer's card reader, and soon, a signal image appeared on the screen. Wow, the energy of this signal is astonishing. After a moment, Glenn couldn't help but don his glasses, turning back to Maggie, asking again, "Are you really not going to tell me where you got this?" Maggie shook her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "You know what, Glenn? It successfully infiltrated the National Military Security Defense System in under a minute." "What? Impossible." Glenn's expression shifted dramatically. "Yes, exactly as you think." Seeing Maggie's confident nod, Glenn's interest peaked. "This signal seems to harbor additional information. I can finally showcase my skills. Let me see what this truly is." After some manipulation, the purple signal image on the computer screen magnified, revealing bizarre characters, which were then translated into English words forming a coherent language. The Iceman Project? A colossal cubic energy entity? What is the organization of the 7th District? Who is Captain Archibald Vetvich? Maggie and Glenn repeated the translated information in confusion, grappling with their bewilderment. Just then, a loud crash reverberated outside. With a thunderous bang, several fully armed SWAT officers burst through the door, rifles drawn, shouting, "FBI? Hands on your heads, get down." Glenn, still grappling with the situation, was abruptly illuminated by the tactical light of a carbine. In the next moment, he was pinned down by the weapon's owner, his glasses flying off to the side. Maggie, too, was not spared, as the intruding officers ruthlessly shoved her down onto the sofa. Above the Who district, a Silver Fox interceptor glided silently through the skies, evading any alarms from air defense radars. As if the region reputed to have the most stringent defenses on the entire blue planet possessed mere decorations in terms of air protection. Upon arriving in Ariake County, Nie Tian received 2 communications sent via soundwave. "Tianjia, Stun is en route to your country and will take over the mission from Barricade. I need you to assist Stun in acquiring the human boy from Autobot Bumblebee." "Stun?" Nie Tian paused momentarily, then comprehension dawned upon him. It seemed that the part of the storyline not presented in the original narrative was Stun being dispatched by Soundwave to capture Sam after Barricade's failure. However, before Stun could even approach Bumblebee, the Autobots had already descended. Initially surprised by Soundwave's command to collaborate with Stun, Nie Tian soon realized the implications. Only a handful of Decepticons were transmitted from the space bridge, and given Barricade's grievous injuries, Soundwave could not engage personally. The Commotion and the Bone Crusher were both elite Decepticon warriors, clearly not a match for Bumblebee. Moreover, even as the situation escalated, Soundwave showed no inclination to involve Starscream, indicating his distrust towards him. Tianjia received. Reflecting on this, Nie Tian responded to Soundwave, only to receive another communication shortly thereafter. Additionally, Frenzy is not dead. He has infiltrated the vicinity of a human girl and is with that human boy. A girl? Michaela? Upon reading this message from Soundwave, Nie Tian suddenly recalled. During the refinery incident, when Sam was being pursued by the Decepticon 14, there indeed was a girl by his side. At the time, he had overlooked it, but now it seemed that she must have been Michaela. Unexpectedly, Frenzy's fate mirrored that of the original storyline. When Nie Tian left the refinery, he had not detected Frenzy's presence. Barricade had been so gravely wounded that his spark was nearly exposed, let alone hiding Frenzy. In the original narrative, Frenzy did not perish during Barricade's confrontation with Bumblebee, though his outcome was not particularly favorable either, as he appeared to be left with little more than a head. By a twist of fate, the phone disguised as Michaela was inadvertently brought along by her. Ultimately, it followed her into the 7th District of the Black Gorge Dam, where the source of the spark and Megatron were discovered. With this, a sense of urgency surged within Nie Tian, a feeling long forgotten. If all went according to the original storyline, tomorrow, the chaos would accompany Michaela to the Black Gorge Dam. The countdown to Megatron's official awakening had already begun. Above the Elatras Ocean, a colossal military transport plane soared through the clouds. Inside the cargo hold, William was collaborating with specialized technicians to examine their spoils captured in Cadle, a severed tail from Metallic Scorpion. After the Metallic Scorpion had been driven away and vanished from the marketplace in Cadle, they boarded this specially dispatched global titan with the severed tail in hand. Upon hearing they were returning to their homeland to meet a significant figure, William speculated it likely related to the Metallic Scorpion they had encountered. This was nothing short of an armor capable of self-repair. A researcher holding an analytical instrument marveled at the severed tail on the experimental table. Intrigued, William leaned in and asked, "What have you discovered?" The researcher pointed to a specific area on the severed tail. "Look at the bullet hole created by the armor-piercing round. It penetrated right through." Upon closer inspection, William seemed to comprehend something, turning to Robert, who stood at the end of the table. "Could the armor-piercing round generate temperatures of 6,000 degrees?" Robert nodded affirmatively. "Very close. It can melt the armor of a tank." During the previous battle, Robert had been directing airstrikes from within the town and had suffered no injuries, allowing him to accompany William in this investigation. "That it!" William exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands. "This metal disregards our bullets, but is vulnerable to high temperatures. Request a high-temperature laboratory from the ground. I believe the surface of this metal will react at extreme temperatures." "Understood, sir. I must report this information immediately to prevent further attacks on our bases," William stated, preparing to head to the cockpit. However, before he could rise, the severed tail on the table suddenly curved, propelling its stinger toward the back of the table. "Whoa, watch out!" The people gathered around the experimental table gasped in alarm, scrambling to avoid the impending danger. Bang! The stinger struck the rear of the experimental table, creating a large hole in the nylon covering the severed tail. Robert, nearly hit, was filled with both shock and anger. "William, didn't you say this damn thing was dead?" Fortunately, the tail's attack seemed to be an instinctive reaction. After delivering the strike, it slowly returned to its original state. Seeing this, William quickly directed everyone to restrain it. "Come on, bind it, bind it. This thing is truly sinister." Bending over the table, William pressed down on his severed tail and instructed Robert, "Please reach out to the local command center. Inform them that the effective weapon against this entity is high-temperature armor-piercing ammunition. I recommend that all fighter jets be equipped with such munitions." Off you go. Chapter 57. The meteorite strikes Fiji County, NASA, the Space Science Division, Planetary Observation Center. Alarms blared, and the crackle of intercom communications filled the air as staff hurriedly rushed to their stations. Even those unaware of the situation would instantly grasp that something significant had transpired. Indeed, this was the case. 30 minutes prior, the on-duty personnel at the observation center abruptly detected the emergence of 4 meteorites outside the blue planet. These meteorites seemed to have materialized out of thin air with no prior warning. Trajectory analysis revealed that the impact site was none other than their beloved nation. This unforeseen occurrence was the very reason for the flurry of activity within the observation center, a situation they had never encountered since its inception. Where are the meteorites now? How much time remains before impact? Can we confirm they are headed towards us? The highest-ranking official of the observation center rushed in, bombarding the monitoring staff with a barrage of questions. He had been enjoying a candlelit dinner at a hotel when this unexpected incident unfolded. Word had it that even the head of the Space Science Division had been alerted, and he sought to grasp the necessary details before the higher-ups arrived. One of the monitoring technicians, initially miffed at the interruption, turned around to see the center's highest official and quickly stood to respond. "Sir, these 4 meteorites are traveling at high speeds. They are expected to enter the atmosphere in approximately 20 minutes, although the exact time of impact remains uncertain. What are their sizes? Where will they strike?" Based on the meteorites' flight paths, the predicted impact site is Los Angeles in Golden State. The 4 meteorites are medium-sized, each measuring several meters in diameter, with the largest being approximately 7 meters across. Upon hearing that the impact site was Los Angeles, the highest-ranking official nearly gasped in relief, only to exhale once more upon learning that they were merely medium-sized meteorites. He sighed, "Continue monitoring. I will report this matter upwards." With that, he turned and departed, having fulfilled his duty, leaving the subsequent concerns to the higher echelons to ponder. Whether to intercept or to disregard the situation was beyond his purview. Simultaneously, other nations on the blue planet had also detected the imminent meteorite impact, their gazes converging on the United States. A swarm of 4 medium-sized meteorites was not to be trifled with. A meteorite exceeding 5 meters in diameter, disintegrating and exploding at high altitudes due to air resistance, carried a force equivalent to tens of thousands of tons, even if it does not cause severe damage to the ground. The shockwave from the explosion may still affect certain facilities on the surface. Moreover, If the 4 meteors happen to be dense metallic ones that do not disintegrate, the situation could become quite dire. Recently, it seems as though the United States has been beset by a series of unfortunate events. And now, even extraterrestrial phenomena appear intent on troubling them. In outer space, above a cerulean planet, 4 meteors trail long tails as they traverse the side not illuminated by the sun. Following their passage, a massive satellite nearby suddenly emits 2 beams of red light. Should there happen to be an astronaut drifting in space at that moment, they might discern a fearsome visage reminiscent of a human face, faintly visible at the location of the satellite's red emission. This face, directed towards the meteor's descent, seems to be intently watching their fall. Only after the meteors vanish into the atmosphere does the red glow on the face return to silence. Inside the planetary monitoring center of the space agency, chaos reigns. Sir, the meteor's velocity has decreased. The astonishing scene leaves the reporting staff member in disbelief. As the meteors approach the atmosphere, he and his colleagues had initiated real-time monitoring. However, they were taken aback to find that the meteors had inexplicably slowed down upon entering the atmosphere. It was as if the meteors possessed a reverse propulsion, reducing their speed further. If this deceleration continues, it remains uncertain whether the 4 meteors will disintegrate or potentially land intact. Moreover, given the significantly reduced speed, it is highly unlikely that the meteors will generate substantial impact force. In other words, it would be akin to a small airplane falling from the sky, causing minimal damage to the ground. I will call the director immediately. An official from the Space Science Department hurriedly departed to ascertain the current situation from his subordinates. The research value of an intact meteor compared to a pile of shattered fragments is unquestionable. The necessity of an interception operation is now debatable. In Los Angeles, at the Cater Mountain Tunnel, a yellow Camaro glides through the passage. Inside the vehicle, Michaela is squeezed into the cramped back seat, her arm resting against the back of the passenger seat due to the limited space. The faint sounds of breathing prompt Sam to inquire, "Michaela, why don't you sit in the driver's seat?" "No, I refuse to sit there. He is driving." Ever since she learned that the car beneath her could potentially be an extraterrestrial robot, Michaela can no longer approach the situation with her previous nonchalance. "You make a valid point." Sam concurs, then hesitates before suggesting, "Why not sit on my lap?" "Why?" Sam pats the seatbelt of the passenger seat, saying, "There's only one seatbelt here. Safety comes first." With the autonomous driving of the extraterrestrial robot, Sam's justification for safety appears somewhat unconvincing. However, as the adage goes, interesting individuals can be easily swayed, while those devoid of ideas remain impervious to influence. After sharing such extraordinary experiences tonight, particularly being pursued by alien robots, an encounter unlike any other, Michaela has begun to develop a distinct affection for Sam. Adjusting her posture for comfort, she turned her head and exhaled softly. "Your safety belt scheme is rather clever, isn't it?" "Thank you," Sam replied, his face flushed from the warmth of her breath. Logically, in this prime moment of seclusion, Sam should have seized the opportunity. Yet the stark contrast between this situation and their previous encounter with the alien robots had utterly extinguished his courage to take Michaela's hand. Sensing the atmosphere within the car turning intimate, Michaela licked her lips and posed a question that had long piqued her curiosity. "Sam, I just don't understand. If it's such an advanced robot, why does it need to revert to such an inferior vehicle?" No sooner had she spoken than the steering wheel abruptly twisted, and the brakes slammed to the floor. "Whoa, what is happening?" The Camaro screeched to a halt on the roadside of the tunnel, the doors flinging open automatically, while the car radio blared a rather irate announcement. "Get lost, you jerk." Reluctantly, Sam and Michaela exited the vehicle. "Michaela, you shouldn't have said that. It was inappropriate." Sam lamented. "Now look, it's kicked us out." Watching the Camaro drive away, Sam clutched his head in despair, tugging at his hair. "Fantastic. Not only did it throw us out, but you also managed to scare it off. Just like that, my $4,000 have vanished. It's a sensitive car. You really shouldn't have said that." Michaela, arms crossed and silent, was uncertain whether she had indeed erred in her words. Bumblebee, having abandoned Sam and Michaela, sped through the tunnel, slightly miffed by Michaela's disdain. It resolved to demonstrate its prowess to both its guardian and the girl beside him. As they passed a brand-new Camaro, Bumblebee emitted an imperceptible scanning signal. The next moment, a blue light enveloped Bumblebee, and it transformed its appearance to mirror that of the latest Camaro precisely. As Sam and Michaela stood bewildered, a familiar roar echoed in their ears. A sleek, new Camaro approached them and came to a stop before them. What? Staring at the freshly transformed Camaro by the roadside, Sam and Michaela gaped in astonishment, then exchanged delighted glances. I love this robot. So do I. In Los Angeles, one of the most renowned landmarks, the Art Museum, had its doors flung open with great force as a brand new Camaro sports car entered. The vehicle advanced steadily, ultimately coming to a halt in the plaza of the museum. Sam and Michaela alighted from the car, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Before they could inquire about the extraterrestrial robot that had brought them to this location, for small lights appeared in the sky, hurtling towards them like shooting stars. Against the backdrop of the night sky, these lights appeared both sacred and luminous. Sam and Michaela, unable to resist the allure, moved to the front of the car and stood side by side, silently admiring the breathtaking spectacle. As the lights drew nearer, the distance between their hands diminished, until, in an unspoken moment of connection, they clasped each other's hands tightly. It was only when the fiery orbs were almost overhead that Sam and Michaela realized these four lights were, in fact, meteors forming a blazing fireball. The brilliant orange-red fireball, accompanied by the distorted air it scorched, whizzed past them overhead. Chapter 58. The vanishing meteor within a shop on a bustling street in Los Angeles. A chubby young boy with curly golden hair, holding a camcorder and dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, was boasting to his friends about his recording device. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted outside. Boom! Crash! The shop's glass shattered instantly, and vehicles outside were overturned by the shockwave of the blast. Oh my goodness! The boy's friend, terrified, dove under the table, clutching his head in trembling fear. However, the curly-haired boy exhibited no fear whatsoever. He activated the recording function of his camcorder, his face alight with excitement as he rushed outside, eager to capture what he perceived as a monumental story. It's on fire. Someone come quickly. On the street, chaos ensued as cars screeched to a halt and pedestrians scrambled in disarray, shrieking as they dodged debris falling from the explosion. Some attempted to call for help, but their phones yielded no signal, as if the explosion had obliterated all communication. Make way, everyone! Clear the path! The boy shouted as he sprinted towards the center of the explosion, camcorder in hand, exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly the most explosive event I have ever witnessed. 100 times more thrilling than the apocalypse. I swear. There are explosions everywhere." The site of the explosion was not far from where the curly-haired boy had initially stood. In no time, he arrived at a shop that had been struck, leaving a deep crater in its facade. A gaping hole marred the front of the establishment, with a neon sign shattered in two. A crowd had gathered nearby, murmuring in astonishment. What? You say it fell from the sky? No, I've told you countless times. It didn't fall, it flew down. It was a meteorite. Moments ago, I witnessed a curly-haired, chubby fellow brandishing a camcorder approach the large crater in front of the shop, gleefully mocking, "Wow, what an event, folks. Behold this unprecedented surprise, a meteorite crater. It's so dark I can't see anything. I truly hope this shopkeeper had meteorite insurance. Otherwise, he might end up losing his shirt." For meteorites struck Los Angeles. Aside from the one that landed on the commercial street, another hit the Los Angeles Stadium, one landed in the swimming pool of a private mansion, and the last fell behind the Los Angeles Art Museum. "Come up here, Michaela." Inside the museum, Sam urged Michaela to climb a slope located behind the art establishment. There, they beheld a long gash stretching across the barren ground below the slope, as if carved by the meteorite sliding along its path. At the end of the gash lay an object resembling a survival pod from a sci-fi film, not merely a stone. The pod was modest in size, approximately several meters long and 2 meters wide, emanating an ancient bronze hue, clearly metallic, inscribed with unintelligible runes, exuding both mystery and a sense of advanced technology. "What is that?" Sam asked, staring at the enormous metallic pod less than 30 meters away, bewildered. "I don't know," Michaela replied, shaking her head, as she too had never encountered such a thing. However, she had an inkling that it might be related to extraterrestrial robots. While Sam and Michaela observed the meteorite, Bumblebee stealthily approached from behind. Beep! The horn sounded, startling both Sam and Michaela. "He wants us to get in." They exchanged glances as the Camaro opened its door once more. "Let us go." Just as Sam and Michaela settled into the sports car, a sudden, Crisp sound echoed from the previously silent metallic survival pod at the end of the gash. As the Camaro turned to leave, the sounds from within the pod intensified, as if something were attempting to break free. It was not until the Camaro had completely departed that the pod cracked open, gradually unfolding to reveal a towering silver robot. Approximately 10 meters tall, the silver robot first examined its limbs, then raised its head, surveying its surroundings. After a considerable pause, it began to walk toward the opposite side of the slope, away from the museum. Meanwhile, on the road, as night deepened, no driver noticed the colossal silver robot crouched in the barren land beside them. After a blue and red heavy long-nosed truck passed by, the silver robot vanished. Replaced by an identical long-nosed truck, its paint seemingly renewed. Meanwhile, from the depths of a private mansion's swimming pool in Los Angeles emerged a dark gray robot. Not far from the mansion, a towering 3.5-meter robot shattered the glass door of a nearby automobile dealership. It seemed that an unforeseen incident had transpired on the commercial street. What could it be? A curly-haired, chubby boy hurriedly ran in a particular direction, clutching a video camera, and then perched himself on an iron railing. Something appeared to be amiss with the tree inside. "Are you certain?" questioned a cap-wearing young man who rushed over. A newly acquainted friend of the curly-haired boy. "Of course I am." The boy raised the camera high, hoping to capture something noteworthy. However, before he could find the perfect angle, several yellow pickup trucks, flashing their emergency lights, arrived at the shop struck by the meteorite. The local emergency management personnel had arrived. A group of rescue workers clad in firefighting gear began to clear the area, extinguishing the curly-haired boy's hopes of continuing his filming. Why? Why did you arrive so quickly this time? Unbeknownst to him, the local emergency management bureau had received news the moment the meteorite was detected by the space agency. The rescue team was always on standby, enabling them to reach the scene shortly after the meteorite impact occurred. "Sir, this area is dangerous. Please vacate." A rescue worker politely urged the curly-haired boy. "All right, you win," he replied, reluctantly pouting and glancing back as he walked away. "By the way, could you give me a piece of meteorite?" "I'm sorry, sir, but that's not possible." After the area was secured, the director of the Los Angeles Emergency Management Bureau, Kane, stepped out of his vehicle. The other 3 meteorite impact sites were situated in relatively less bustling areas of Los Angeles, making this incident in the city center significant enough for him to personally oversee the operation. Before he reached the entrance of the shop, Kane noticed one of his captains rushing towards him in haste. Curiously, Kane inquired, "What is it, Anderson?" The captain, named Anderson, was drenched in sweat and appeared anxious. "Director Kane, we have a serious problem. You must see for yourself. The meteorite in the crater seems to have vanished." "What?" "The meteorite is missing." A roar suddenly erupted from the guest house of a military base in Rose City, accompanied by the sound of documents being slammed onto the desk. In an office within the guest house, Mitchell rubbed his temples, his expression grim. He had just received a report from his secretary that the 4 meteorites that struck Los Angeles had inexplicably disappeared, literally vanished without a trace, leaving only a few large craters as evidence of their visitation. Mitchell felt that his recent fortunes had decidedly soured. Fortune had not favored the Stars and Stripes. Firstly, the overseas base was obliterated by an unknown formidable weapon system. Next, his own vehicle, Air Force One, was breached by unidentified individuals. Now, even meteors falling from the sky seemed to vanish into thin air. Bad news continues to cascade, surpassing the incidents that transpired during his 2.5 years in office. With such an avalanche of negative reports, his prospects for re-election next year have become an uncertain enigma. The mere contemplation of re-election amidst these recent occurrences causes Mitchell's blood pressure to surge. Noticing Mitchell suddenly close his eyes and press his forehead, his aide hastily rummaged through the desk drawer for a bottle of pills. After swallowing the medication, Mitchell leaned back in his chair, taking a moment to recover. He finally felt the darkness before his eyes recede somewhat. What progress has been made regarding the investigation of Air Force One? Have they identified the spy? Once he regained his composure, Mitchell's thoughts shifted to another pressing matter. The security protocols for Air Force One are so stringent that, without insider assistance, it is virtually impossible for an outsider to board the aircraft. In fact, the individual who pilfered the documents was very likely one of the personnel on the plane. Upon landing at Tramber International Airport last night, Mitchell dispatched his protective Secret Service detail to investigate everyone aboard Air Force One. This is why he currently resides at the military base, without definitive results. He dares not board that aircraft again. If someone truly harbors ill intentions, the military serves as his greatest safeguard. Hearing Mitchell's words, the office secretary displayed a hesitant expression. I apologize, Mr. Mitchell, but there has been no word from Director Evanson yet. Humph. Mitchell's face darkened with displeasure. It has already been a full 20 hours, and yet there is still no progress. Inform Evanson that by tomorrow, I expect a satisfactory outcome. The meteor's disappearance is clearly just the beginning. The repercussions have not yet subsided. In the expanse of space, a colossal satellite has entered an operational orbit directly facing Los Angeles. In Silver State, armed helicopters set forth under the cloak of night. Above the Alertes Ocean, a Super Stallion helicopter, tail number 4500, gradually approaches the land. In the Washington area, a Silver Fox interceptor prowls the skies of Alakia County. Everything appears to be unfolding, yet simultaneously, it feels as if nothing is happening at all. Chapter 59, The Auto Squad in Los Angeles Old District, a brand new Camaro slowly approaches. Just as the sports car comes to a halt, Sam and Michaela have yet to disembark when a truck with its high beams blazing comes into view. The truck features a protruding hood, an elongated front, and two vertical smokestacks on either side, adorned in a striking red and blue color scheme. The vehicle's body is further enhanced by flame decals, exuding a sense of muscularity and modernity. As Sam and Michaela step out of the car, they gaze in astonishment at the rare sight of a Peterbilt long-nosed truck. Although the long-nosed truck bore no cargo in its rear, it could not conceal its immense size. Sam, do you think this long-nosed truck could also be an alien robot? Before Michaela could finish her sentence, the roar of an engine interrupted her. Sam turned abruptly, discovering three vehicles approaching from behind. As they drew nearer, he discerned a silver convertible, a black pickup truck, and a Hummer rescue vehicle flashing its sirens. The Peterbilt long-nosed truck drove directly to the front of Sam and Michaela, and with a hiss, two chimneys released a puff of steam as it came to a halt within a meter of them. Whoa, be careful. Sam was startled and took a step back, but his attention was soon captivated by a peculiar emblem on the chrome grille of the truck's front. It depicted a mechanical face composed of three triangles enclosing a pentagon. Gazing at the emblem for 2 seconds, Sam began to comprehend something. The four distinct vehicles encircled Sam and Michaela, and in the next moment, the front of the long-nosed truck split open, transforming into a towering robot nearly 10 meters high. The robot's visage was both imposing and gentle, with a resolute gaze that suggested a natural leader. It was none other than Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots. Simultaneously, the other three vehicles began their transformations, becoming three Autobots ranging in height from 3.5 to 7 meters. Jazz, Ironhide, and Ratchet. Including Bumblebee, these four Autobots constituted a squad personally led by Optimus Prime. Among them, Jazz served as Prime's lieutenant, Ironhide was the team's weapons specialist, and Ratchet acted as the team's medic, also holding the title of Chief Medical Officer for the Autobots. Bumblebee's role was that of scout, often the first to engage in combat, tasked with gathering intelligence and executing precision assassinations. Since the defeat in the Cybertron Civil War and the disappearance of the Allspark, Optimus had led this team of Autobots into the cosmos in search of the Allspark. To enhance efficiency, he had dispersed the squad across nearby star systems in Centaurus, only calling the remaining members together upon receiving Bumblebee's coordinates early this morning, leading them to descend upon Earth. Optimus extended his form and leaned down to regard the human boy below. Are you Sam Witwicky, descendant of Archibald Witwicky? Sam looked up, assessing the largest alien robot he had ever encountered. Yes, I am Sam Witwicky. Confirming Sam's identity, Optimus began to introduce himself. I am Optimus Prime. We are mechanical life forms from the planet Cybertron. Mechanical life forms? Samekod, Basalt. You may refer to us as Autobots, which translates to bots in your human language. Autobots? Sam clearly struggled to grasp the meaning. What does super spicy hot girl mean? Jazz executed a somersault, crashing resoundingly against a nearby trash bin, which succumbed to the impact and crumpled under his weight. Among the Cybertronians, Jazz was not particularly tall, standing at just under 4 meters, making him the shortest Autobot in his squad. However, his prowess as an elite warrior was undeniable, a testament to why he served as Optimus Prime's second-in-command. With one arm crossed over his chest and the other stroking his chin, he struck a cool pose, remarking, "This place has a certain flair." Observing this, Optimus Prime gestured towards Jazz, introducing him. "This is my second-in-command, Jazz." Sam looked at Jazz, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "Jazz, where did you pick up that lingo?" "On the internet," Optimus Prime provided the answer. "We have learned your language and knowledge from your human internet." He then indicated the imposing figure of Ironhide. "This is my weapons specialist, Ironhide." Ironhide's appearance was a blend of coldness and menace. Clearly not a creature to be trifled with. Upon hearing Optimus's introduction, Ironhide morphed his arms into two cannons, aiming down at Sam and Michaela. "Surprised to see us, human boy? Don't intimidate our human friends, Ironhide." "Just a jest," Optimus replied. Ironhide retracted his weapons with a sheepish grin, saying, "I merely wish to showcase my cannons." After all, he may have never encountered such a sight. Originally a Decepticon, Ironhide had later allied with the Autobots. His dual cannons were capable of firing high-temperature lead projectiles and liquid nitrogen bullets, truly an expert in armaments. "This is our medical expert, Ratchet," Optimus continued, pointing to Ratchet. Ratchet bore the appearance of a wise elder, exuding warmth. Yet his greeting to Sam was anything but conventional for one of his demeanor. "Human boy, your hormone levels are beyond normal parameters. My analysis indicates you wish to engage intimately with the lady beside you." "What?" Sam's eyes widened in shock. Caught off guard by Ratchet's words, he cast a furtive glance at Michaela, who, at that moment, also turned to him. Their eyes met, and they instinctively recoiled from each other, as if jolted by an electric shock. Ratchet's statement had undoubtedly pierced a veil, leaving Sam and Michaela momentarily flustered. After introducing Ratchet, Optimus pointed to the final member of the squad, who had been the first to interact with Sam, Bumblebee. "Sam Witwicky, this is your guardian, whom you have presumably met. His name is Bumblebee." At that moment, Bumblebee transformed into his humanoid form for the first time that evening after battling Barricade. "Bumblebee, you are named Bumblebee, and you are my guardian, specifically tasked with protecting me, correct?" Sam inquired. "Indeed, to ensure your safety." Bumblebee's internal speakers resonated, accompanied by a captivating background melody. The ambulance beside them raised its arm and emitted a crimson beam towards Bumblebee's neck, as his vocal system had been damaged in battle, leaving him capable of only this form of communication. "I'm seeking a way to heal him. The Autobots, having suffered defeat, possess no resources." Had this been before the Civil War, Bumblebee could have easily replaced such injuries with spare parts. Understanding their identities, Michaela posed a question she had longed to ask since her first glimpse of Optimus Prime. "Why are you Autobots here?" "I believe you comprehend my meaning," she added. "Indeed. Ido, Optimus naded sademri. We have come in search of the Allspark, and we must secure it before Megatron does. He may not acquire the Allspark, but we cannot allow Megatron to possess it. Otherwise, with the Allspark, he will undoubtedly forge an army of Decepticons and wreak havoc across the universe." "The Allspark?" Michaela's face revealed her confusion. "What is that? And who is this Megatron? Is he one of your kind?" Optimus pressed a button on his chest, and a beam of light shot forth. In the next moment, the ground beneath Sam and Michaela began to crumble, revealing fissures filled with molten lava, while colossal, oddly shaped metallic structures rose around them. At the center stood a castle-like edifice, crowned by a terrifying figure exuding an aura of malevolence. Sam and Michaela instinctively stepped back, only to realize that what lay before them was an extraordinarily lifelike holographic projection. The sinister figure within the hologram hurled a spear, igniting the surrounding structures in flames. Amidst this chaotic imagery, Optimus began to recount their tale. "Our planet was once a formidable cosmic empire, living in tranquility and harmony, until one day, Megatron betrayed us. He is the leader of the Decepticons, seeking to unify our planet under his rule. Those who resisted him were annihilated, prompting us Autobots to rise against him, initiating a protracted war with the Decepticons. Unfortunately, we ultimately succumbed. Our planet's resources were depleted in the conflict, and the Allspark vanished." "The Allspark? What is that?" Sam inquired. Curiosity piqued upon hearing the name once more. "The Allspark is the source of energy and life for us Cybertronians. It is crucial to our existence," Optimus explained, though he remained somewhat skeptical of this high school boy. Yet, indulging in further discourse would be futile. Their immediate priority was to secure those glasses. "Currently, we have discovered that the Allspark resides on this planet, and Megatron has also arrived here, subsequently discovered by Captain Archibald Witwicky. My great-grandfather? Sam murmured, as understanding dawned upon him. It was an unforeseen event that entwined our fates. While searching for the Allspark, Megatron fell beneath the icy glaciers of this planet, where your great-grandfather discovered him and inadvertently activated his navigation system. Thus, the coordinates of the Allspark were inscribed upon your great-grandfather's spectacles. Chapter 60, Belcos Joint Base, the Autobots have arrived. Identity confirmed. It is Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, accompanied by his elite team. As the communication from Soundwave reached him, Nie Tian was meandering near a military base. To describe it as merely wandering would be a misnomer. He was seeking an opportunity to infiltrate the premises. The sudden communication from Soundwave did not catch him off guard. The Autobots had arrived, stirring a slight tumult of thoughts within Nie Tian. In the original narrative, the Autobots, led by Optimus Prime, descended on the very night following the battle between Bumblebee and Barricade, and their arrival was notably early. This was another reason he had distanced himself from Los Angeles immediately after his exodus from the oil refinery. The original storyline did not specify the exact time of Optimus Prime's arrival, only that it occurred at night. Should he inadvertently cross paths with them, it would indeed be akin to sheep entering a tiger's den. As for their presence in Aaliyah County, it was undoubtedly a bid to hitch a ride and infiltrate Sector 7 of the Black Canyon Dam. Nie Tian had never relinquished his aspirations regarding the Allspark. While he had already ascended to a higher warrior status through the energy of the Allspark, who would ever find it excessive to grow stronger? Nie Tian recalled that when Sam and Michaela infiltrated the Black Canyon Dam, they were not alone. Aboard their helicopter were two others, one a hacker and the other a Department of Defense employee. Moreover, the employee appeared to be a female analyst, who was apprehended for unlawfully copying documents from the Department of Defense building. For reasons unknown, she had caught the attention of the Secretary of Defense, who took her along to Sector 7 of the Black Canyon Dam. From this information, it could be inferred that tomorrow, the individuals heading to the Black Canyon Dam would not be limited to just Sam and his companions. Secretary John Keller from the Department of Defense would also be among them. The whereabouts of the female analyst and the hacker were currently elusive, but tracking Secretary Keller's movements would prove considerably easier. This explains why Nie Tian found himself here, outside the military installation known as Belcos Joint Base, where he had been waiting for quite some time. In the original narrative, Sam traveled via a military helicopter, and before him stood the Belcos Joint Base, the sole military installation in the entire Hua Zone with Air Force capabilities, as well as being the permanent base for Federal One. In the original story, after Megatron's awakening, he could directly fly out from the base within Sector 7 of the Black Canyon Dam, indicating that Sector 7 undoubtedly housed a covert Air Force base. For Nie Tian, this was the most opportune moment, perhaps his final chance. The plan of waiting passively for an opportunity has been utterly dismissed by him. Having missed this chance, it is likely that the source of the spark may cease to exist after tomorrow. After meticulously sifting through the memories in his mind, Nie Tian once again directed his gaze towards the Burko's Union base, not far off. Through this period of observation, he has discovered a flaw within the base. In Fayji County, at the Ministry of Defense building, a questioning room holds Maggie and Glenn, recently apprehended by the Investigation Bureau. On the interrogation table, a plate of donuts lies before them, with Glenn voraciously devouring them. His fervent consumption suggests he is relishing a final meal, intent on indulging himself to the fullest. Only when half a donut remains does Glenn recall the presence of another individual in the room. Hey, Maggie, would you like this piece? Maggie, who has been lost in contemplation, silently shakes her head. She is still pondering the mysterious information obtained by deciphering an unknown signal from Glenn's computer. Seeing Maggie's refusal, Glenn becomes less courteous, seizing the last half of the donut and shoving it into his mouth, smacking his fingers to savor the remaining jam. With a contented burp, Glenn prepares to impart his wisdom. Maggie, listen to me. I'll tell you what will happen next. When they come in, one will play the good cop while the other plays the bad cop, and they will question us. My advice is, no matter what they ask, we must not respond. Let's not fall into their trap, all right? As he gestures with the plate, he continues, just like this plate of donuts. They place things on this table to test if you feel guilty. If you don't eat, it shows you are guilty. That's why I've eaten so thoroughly. The entire plate, as long as we say nothing. Bang! A loud thud interrupts Glenn, Glen's monologue as the door to the interrogation room is kicked open, revealing two guards and an interrogator. The guards immediately position themselves behind Maggie and Glenn, standing close to prevent any dangerous actions during the interrogation. The interrogator slams down two files onto the table and takes a seat. Yet before he can utter a word, Glen's mouth twists downward as he raises his arm. Pointing at Maggie, "It was her. She's the one you want. I was at home watching cartoons and playing games with my brother when she suddenly barged in." Glen's attempt to shift blame leaves Maggie momentarily stunned, followed by an expression of exasperation. "Glenn, you are such a complete jerk. I'm merely stating my situation. Maggie, I would never go to prison because of you or anyone else. I have never done anything wrong in my life." Upon concluding his statement, Glenn rose to his feet, agitated, and turned to the guard behind him, exclaiming, "Can you believe it? I have remained virtuous until now." The guard showed no mercy, firmly pressing Glenn back into his seat. "Glenn, be silent and refrain from further commentary." Unable to endure the scene, Maggie interjected to the interrogators. "This situation is not Glenn's fault. You heard that, right? It has nothing to do with me. Can I go home now?" Her words prompted Glenn to rise once more, only to be ruthlessly restrained again. "Oh, my backside. And the donuts. I seem to be a bit dazed from the sugar. May I see a doctor?" Maggie rolled her eyes in exasperation and continued addressing the interrogators. "Please, listen to me. Regardless of who compromised our defense system and stole the documents, it must be linked to an individual named Archibald Vedovich, as well as a government organization known as the 7th District. This information had just coalesced in her mind, and she believed that the characters she had translated must bear relevance to reality. Please relay this report to Mr. John Keller. If possible, I would like to speak with him directly. I previously shared my insights with him, and he should remember me. Otherwise, there's a high likelihood that you're targeting the wrong enemy and waging war against the incorrect party." Within the Belco's joint base, a soldier stood guard at the observation post at the end of the airstrip. Suddenly, he felt a ripple in the air before him, as if something had flashed by. Rubbing his eyes, he turned his head to look around, but found nothing, as if the entire occurrence had been a mere illusion. His perception was notably acute. Not far away, Nie Tian, who had just passed the observation post, glanced back, then slowed his pace to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Utilizing the previously discovered vulnerability, he activated his cloaking module and successfully infiltrated the joint base. Of course, this vulnerability was only significant for him, a Cybertronian warrior endowed with cloaking abilities. For an average person, this location remained impenetrable, unlike the earlier incident at the Ansno Air Force Base, where it felt somewhat useless due to the need to employ other module functions for intelligence gathering. This time, the cloaking module proved invaluable. Steering clear of armed patrols, Nie Tian adeptly made his way to a row of semi-open large hangars beside the airstrip. Selecting one at random, he entered and then deactivated his cloaking feature. Inside the hangar, a mere handful of aircraft were parked, far inferior to those housed in the Danton City Air Force Museum. "You shall do," he decided, surveying the surroundings before settling on a multi-purpose military helicopter and activating his scanning function. The limited number of aircraft made his selection process effortless. Soon, the morphological data of the deformed gears within the body transformed into the Cloud Eagle helicopter before him. Fortunately, the weapon modules inside only numbered 2. Otherwise, Nie Tian would have genuinely feared the onset of conflict. The next step involved the abrupt splitting of the armor on his chest, from which a metallic sphere ejected. Before it could touch the ground, the sphere unfurled mid-air, metamorphosing into a mechanical panther. The mechanical panther's appearance was rugged and fierce, with robust limbs embodying the essence of Nie Tian's pet Black Panther. It was unexpected that it would be summoned into action so swiftly. The Black Panther, having been born merely 3 days prior, was now poised to undertake its inaugural mission. At this moment, the daggers on its claws and the steel spikes on its tail were retracted, presenting a less menacing visage, and apart from its gaping maw lined with alloy teeth, it bore a semblance of a cherished pet. Satisfied with the sight of the Black Panther, Nie Tian nodded. "Go." "Yes, master," the Black Panther replied, its eyes flashing a crimson light as it instantly comprehended its master's intent. It surveyed its surroundings briefly before vanishing into the shadows. After the Black Panther departed, Nie Tian transformed with a click into the recently scanned Cloud Eagle helicopter, subsequently awaiting in silence. Chapter 61, District 7 Night, Luocheng. 217, Clesson Avenue. In the living room, the local channel on television was broadcasting news about an unidentified object that had fallen in Luocheng 2 hours prior. The authorities have yet to issue any statements. Whatever fell from the sky landed in the shop behind me, which has already been sealed off. Numerous eyewitnesses were present at the scene. As the reporter continued, a plump boy with curly blonde hair interrupted. "It's a meteorite. I captured it on video." But then they claimed it wasn't, stating no meteorite was found. On the sofa, Judy was savoring snacks while Ronald was on the phone with a friend from the Emergency Management Bureau. "What did Jack say?" Judy inquired, taking a bite of her treat. The object that had descended from the sky had struck not far from their home on a commercial street that Judy frequently visited. Moreover, she had heard that multiple objects had fallen, making it impossible for her not to be concerned. "Didn't you just hear?" Ronald replied, holding the phone in confusion, then elaborated. "Jack mentioned it was an accidental military experiment, but I think he's talking nonsense. I believe it must have been a plane that encountered trouble. They always conceal the truth, don't they?" While Ronald and Judy pondered the incident of the unidentified object falling in Luocheng, unbeknownst to them, the fallen entity was racing toward their home. On the deserted Clesson Avenue, an oddly assembled convoy sped forth. Leading the procession was a red and blue Peterbilt long-nosed truck, followed by 2 sports cars, one yellow and one silver. Behind them trailed a Hummer rescue vehicle and a pickup truck. If someone were to witness this motley crew of vehicles at that moment, they would likely be utterly perplexed, unable to discern the purpose of such an eclectic gathering. In truth, this convoy was none other than Optimus Prime and his band of Autobots. After elucidating their intentions to Sam in the Old Town, Optimus and Ironhide were escorted back home by Sam to evade detection by his parents. Sam instructed Optimus and the others to remain in a narrow alleyway several dozen meters from his doorstep. Sam then prepared to return home to retrieve a certain pair of glasses, which he intended to hand over to these extraterrestrial mechanical beings known as Autobots. Upon exiting the vehicle, Sam turned to Michaela and said, "Hey, Michaela, keep an eye on them while I grab the glasses. Just 5 minutes, all right?" All right. Michaela replied instinctively, noticing Sam's anxious demeanor. 5 minutes. Sam turned and sprinted toward home, and before reaching the door, he spotted his father waiting by the entrance. "Sam, you're not on the pathway again." Ronald sighed in disappointment, shaking his head as he observed his son trampling on the lawn. Soda. "I'll clean it up right away," Sam exclaimed, fully aware that Ronald had resolved to have a serious conversation about his son's recent inattentiveness. "Sam, I bought you that car you've been dreaming of, and I even bailed you out of jail late at night. I plan to take care of your chores, and yet you've returned home a full 8 minutes late." 8 minutes? Sam questioned. "Yes, Sam. Now, I'm going to take out the trash, okay? Now, not tomorrow. Yes, right now. Fine, Dad, I'll be back soon. Wait for good news." After much persuasion, Sam finally managed to convince his father to return inside. However, just as he turned to enter through the side door, he was met with a sight that sent a chill down his spine. 2 Autobots had transformed into their robotic forms and followed him into the yard. "Please watch the pathway, and be careful of the fountain on the lawn. Don't step on it." Sam, momentarily forgetting about the glasses, rushed to Michaela, who was trailing behind him. "What happened? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on them? How could you not manage for even 5 minutes?" "Well, Sam," Michaela panted, clearly having sprinted to catch up. "You know they're quite large, and they tend to be a bit impatient. How could they possibly listen to me?" "Great," Sam exclaimed in frustration, turning back to the 2 Autobots in the yard. Oh no, Sam suddenly noticed his pet dog, Mojo, relieving himself by Ironhide's feet. "Mojo, don't go near the Autobots." Ironhide, while surveying the surroundings, suddenly felt a warm wetness at his feet. Instinctively, he kicked the small dog away, raising his foot to bring it down. Upon witnessing the scene, Sam exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards Ironhide. No. Calm down. Stop. This is the magic ball, my pet." "Magic ball?" Ironhide inquired, lowering himself and brandishing a weapon. "Is it a rodent? Shall I assist you in eliminating it?" No. Sam shook his head vigorously. "It is not a rodent. It is a chihuahua, but it just urinated on my foot. I apologize. It merely wished to assert its territory. Allow me to facilitate its apology." Sam picked up the magic ball and, pressing its head, bowed 3 times before Ironhide, saying, "Naughty magic ball, you are a naughty magic ball. Quickly say you are sorry." "Very well, I accept." Remembering the command from their leader, Optimus Prime, not to harm humans indiscriminately, Ironhide slowly sheathed his weapon. Let's hope my foot does not rust. Autobots, conceal yourselves. At that moment, Optimus Prime arrived with the rest of the Autobots. Understanding the gravity of their situation, he immediately issued the command to hide. Oh, splendid. Sam sighed in relief, hurriedly taking the magic ball and dashing into the house, making his way to the second-floor bedroom. He needed to retrieve his glasses and send these Autobots on their way. I recall placing the glasses in a bag. Yes, the bag. It's in my backpack. As Sam searched for his glasses in his room, not far from his home, a convoy sped along a nearby thoroughfare. The convoy comprised 4 vehicles, all identical black SUVs. Inside sat a cadre of men clad in black suits, alongside several researchers in white lab coats. The men in black exuded an air of severity, their demeanor sharp, with bulging waistlines clearly concealing something. They were secret agents from Sector 7, led by Simon, their commander. Simon, an agent and one of the overseers of Sector 7, was tasked with leading his team to track any suspected extraterrestrial activity while investigating individuals believed to have had contact with alien life. Earlier that morning, Simon received an alert from the Los Angeles Police Department, which, after analysis by the technical department, was deemed a probable case of unidentified life contact. Thus, 2 hours prior, he had led a dozen agents via helicopter from Black Canyon Dam to the nearest military base in Quinville, close to Los Angeles. After turning onto Crescent Avenue and traveling for a while, the convoy finally came to a halt beside a house. The 4 black vehicles lined up in formation, exuding an imposing presence. Is this the place? Simon asked, glancing at the house from the passenger seat of the lead vehicle. Indeed, sir. All right, proceed. Oh, splendid. In the kitchen on the ground floor, Sam, just retrieving his glasses from his backpack, let out a jubilant cheer, with Michaela standing beside him. Michaela was brought in by Optimus Prime, and, after Sam's fruitless search in his room, she was sent to Sam's bedroom. Although she was ultimately discovered by Sam's parents, and a few rather embarrassing incidents transpired, the outcome was still quite favorable. Holding his glasses, Sam turned to Michaela and said, "You distract my parents while I step out to deliver these glasses to those Autobots, shall we?" "All right, leave it to me," she replied. "Let us go then, and hopefully they won't be too upset about the wait. I believe they will understand you. By the way, Sam, to be honest, your mother is quite a lovely person." As Michaela and Sam chatted while heading outside, behind them, a lady's handbag that Michaela had placed on the kitchen table quietly revealed 2 tentacle-like blue eyes. Ding dong. In the living room, Ronald, who was about to head to the kitchen to see what Sam and Michaela were up to, was suddenly startled by the sound of the doorbell. Peering through the peephole, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing outside. After a moment's hesitation, Ronald opened the door. Upon seeing the man was the father of his target, Simon spoke up. "Ronald Witwicky?" "I am. And you are?" Ronald replied. Simon swiftly displayed his credentials, stating, "Government Agency, Sector 7. "I've never heard of it," Ronald remarked, a look of confusion crossing his face. "That's all right. You will after today." Simon tucked away his credentials and glanced past Ronald, asking, "Your son is Sam Witwicky, the great-grandson of Archibald, correct?" "Uh-huh. What is going on?" Ronald inquired. "Exactly." After verifying his identity, Simon wasted no time, brusquely pushing past Ronald as agents filed in behind him. Chapter 62, Brooklyn Bridge in the Yard. Surrounding the entire house, Simon's agents and researchers began their work. Many wielded flashlights, scanning the area, while others dug through flowers and weeds, collecting soil and plants into transparent evidence bags. This scene incensed Judy, who had been watching television in the living room. "Darling, who are these people? And why have they invaded our home? There are so many in the front yard. Oh my goodness. Stop them. They're pulling up my roses." Ignoring Judy's complaints, Simon casually observed the interior decor and stated, "Your son reported last night, or rather early this morning, that someone stole his car, and we believe this is a matter of national security." "National security? What happened?" Just then, Sam entered the living room, followed closely by Michaela. Upon seeing Sam, a bright smile spread across Simon's face. "Hello there, young man. You must be Sam Witwicky, correct?" Sam, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the men in black suits, nodded in confusion. "Yes, I am. Thank you for your honesty, but young man, you must accompany us at once." "No," Ronald interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Sam. "You cannot simply take my son away, especially without any valid reason." The magical creature, with its front limb bandaged, also rushed to Sam's side and crouched down, letting out a few fierce growls at Simon, embodying a spirit of solidarity. "Oh, You wish to confront us directly? Simon sighed, shaking his head, and then waved his hand dismissively. Sir, please step aside. We have already been quite courteous. No, I will call the police. This situation is exceedingly suspicious. Indeed. Something is amiss here. Simon gestured, prompting the agents to retreat momentarily. You, along with your son and your entire family, not to mention this dog on the ground wearing a lady's necklace, are all highly suspect. As Simon reprimanded Sam's family, the deputy leader of the agent team, Ryan, hurriedly entered from outside the house. Chief, we have an emergency. Upon reaching Simon, Ryan leaned close to his ear. The research department suspects direct contact. What? Simon's face reflected disbelief, but he took the detection device from Ryan's confirming gaze. Boy, please step forward. Simon approached Sam, raising the detection device. Remain still. The readings on the device widened Simon's eyes in astonishment. After confirming the results twice, he could no longer maintain his composure. We've found the right individuals. Label them and take them away. Los Angeles, Brooklyn Bridge. A convoy of 4 cars sped in a single file line across the bridge. In the lead vehicle, Simon, seated in the front passenger seat, picked up an evidence bag containing a phone. Sam, the charming Mr. 217? From the back seat, Michaela turned to Sam. Her curiosity piqued. What is that? PayPal, my PayPal username. Sam replied casually, though both his and Michaela's hand were bound behind them, rendering them unable to escape. Much to their discomfort. Can you explain this to me? Simon raised Sam's flip phone towards him and Michaela, pressing play on a recorded video. I am Sam Witwicky. To anyone who sees this, I want to tell you that my car is alive. Once the video concluded, Simon shook the phone. This is you, right? When Sam remained silent, Simon continued. And last night at the police station, you claimed your car had transformed. Can you clarify that? Lisantome, Sammy Klimt. Suddenly lifting his head, his tone earnest. My car was stolen, including this video. It's all a misunderstanding. Is that so? Simon clearly found it hard to believe. The world is vast, and strange occurrences abound. The reports received by the 7th District each day are numerous, had there not been a certain level of assurance. How could they have traversed the 400 kilometers from the Black Gorge Dam to Low City? The vehicle I purchased had slipped from my grasp, not from my home. However, all is well now, for it has returned. Indeed, it has returned on its own. Wait, Michaela suddenly interrupted Sam, correcting him. The car did not return on its own. For it is impossible for a car to return by itself. Of course not. Sam quickly realized the car certainly did not come back on its own, right? Otherwise, that would be utterly absurd. As he exchanged a glance with Michaela, they both shared an awkward chuckle. Haha, that's quite amusing. Indeed, quite amusing. Simon joined in with a laugh. For a moment, the car was filled with 3 distinct sounds of laughter, each reflecting different emotions. Suddenly, Simon's smile faded. How much do you two know about aliens? What? Aliens? Sam's grin vanished abruptly. Are you referring to Martians? That's merely a legend. Is it not? Noticing Sam's feigned ignorance, Simon pulled out his badge from his pocket and waved it in front of Sam. Do you know what this is, kid? This is a badge of authority. If you remain silent, I might just have to lock you away. He paused, adding ominously, forever. Hey, Sam, let me tell you. Don't listen to him. He is trying to scare you because if he comes back empty-handed, he'll be fired. Michaela chimed in. Who knows? One day we might see him while shopping, since he'll then be a security guard. Michaela's words drew Simon's attention towards her. Little girl, I advise you not to provoke me, especially since your father's parole is approaching. What? Father? Sam displayed a look of surprise, clearly unaware of Michaela's background. Well, it's not a big deal. A fleeting unease crossed Michaela's face. Stealing a car is no minor issue. A juvenile record is nothing to scoff at. Kid, make no mistake, she is a criminal, Simon remarked, eyeing Michaela up and down. A sexy criminal. If your reluctance to cooperate leads to this kid spending the rest of his life in prison, then you are indeed. Simon failed to notice that. With his words, Michaela's expression grew increasingly grim. He also overlooked that on the dashboard of the car, a detection device's needle was wildly oscillating. 42 units. Bang! The car window shattered suddenly, seized by a mechanical hand, and amidst the screams of the occupants, the vehicle was lifted into the air. The passengers felt a disorienting spin that lasted several seconds before the car thudded back to the ground. Before they could catch their breath, the roof was crumpled by the relentless grip of that mechanical hand. A moment later, they realized they could see the moon directly above them. Until this moment, They had not realized that they were no longer on the bridge, but rather had arrived at a clearing beside the riverbank beneath it, where a towering robot, nearly 10 meters tall, stood before them. You lot are in trouble. In stark contrast to Simon and the driver's expressions, Sam's face beamed with excitement. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce my friend, Optimus Prime. Simon slowly tilted his head back, gazing in awe at the colossal mechanical giant before him. Humans, you should not have taken these two children. Optimus Prime leaned down, his chest lights illuminating Simon. He had been lurking near Sam's home when he discovered Sam had been abducted, subsequently leading the Autobots on a chase and lying in wait at the side of the bridge, with the glasses still out of reach. It was imperative that Sam and the girl beside him remain unharmed for the time being. Stop. On the Brooklyn Bridge, the three other vehicles, witnessing the one carrying their leader being snatched away by a swiftly moving mechanical hand, screeched to a halt. Quickly, everyone move. Hurry up and gather your weapons. Load your ammunition. Ryan methodically issued commands, taking over the leadership of the task force in Simon's absence. Sitting in the passenger seat of the second vehicle in the convoy, he had the clearest view of the sudden appearance of the mechanical hand, which resembled the robot that had been frozen in their base. First, call for support from the Quinville Army base. Have our helicopters rush over. You three vehicles take the target's parents away and wait for backup. The rest of you follow me to assist Leader Simon. Soon, a dozen agents in black suits, armed with submachine guns, rapidly advanced under Ryan's command towards the underside of the bridge. After a brief moment of shock, they aimed their loaded weapons at Optimus Prime, shouting, "Don't move." Well done, Ryan. Simon couldn't help but cheer for his capable subordinate, but the next moment, his smile faded. Autobots, confiscate their weapons. Bumblebee and Ironhide, who had remained hidden until now, slowly emerged from their concealed positions beneath the bridge, transforming their weapons to encircle the dozen agents. The situation had flipped dramatically. Chapter 63. Bumblebee captured Jazz, transformed into a claw-like appendage with magnetic capabilities, composed of 3 fingers and with a swift motion. The claw drew the submachine guns from the agents' hands. Stripped of their weapons, the agents were left in disarray. Even though they were agents from Sector 7 and were well aware of the existence of extraterrestrial mechanical life, they could not suppress a wave of panic. Seeing that their side had no means of resistance left, Simon managed to force a smile and stood up to greet them. Hello, human, you are their leader. Why are you not afraid of us? A flicker of confusion crossed Optimus Prime's eyes as he pondered the peculiarity of the situation. Shouldn't you be astonished upon seeing us for the first time? Simon shook his head, grinning as he said, There are regulations in Zone 7, you know? My authority does not permit me to engage with you. Well, aside from informing you that I cannot communicate with you. Zone 7? What is that? Sorry, I cannot disclose that information. Seeing that no further inquiries would yield results, Optimus Prime decided not to waste any more time. Get out. Huh? Oh, all right. I will disembark now. By the way, Simon gestured towards Sam and Michaela. Do they need to get out too? Get out. Okay, I'm getting out. This time, Simon dared not delay further and hurriedly descended from the still half-full Gaddy and released their handcuffs. Understood. As Ryan unlocked Michaela's handcuffs, she snatched the key from him. Get lost. Michaela then approached Sam from behind with the key, but Sam was not particularly grateful. You seem quite adept at handling handcuffs, don't you? Michaela shook her head, her hands still in motion. Sam, you really shouldn't know about that. Indeed, I shouldn't. Sam flicked his somewhat numb wrist and turned to leave. Unfortunately, now not only do I know, but it is all true. Sam, Michaela called out, unable to contain herself, and stepped in front of him with a relieved smile. My prior offense was due to my refusal to betray my father. Sam, in your many years of life, have you ever had to make a sacrifice? Michaela's words rendered Sam speechless, stirring a sense of hesitation within him. However, he soon found himself preoccupied with other matters. As Optimus Prime inquired about his glasses. Sam, where are your glasses? Right here, Optimus. Sam retrieved the glasses from his pocket, having casually stowed them there back in the living room. Handing the glasses to Optimus, Sam approached Simon, who was surrounded by Bumblebee and the others. What is Zone 7? Where is it? How do you know about the aliens? Where are my parents? Answer me. Some is accusatory demeanor provoked Simonisa. Kid, I have no authority to divulge such information. The one entitled to ask questions here is me, not you. Do not think that just because you have these aliens backing you, you can act with impunity. I swear I will have you handcuffed again. Mark my words. At that moment, Simon remained oblivious to how the situation had escalated, all stemming from a pair of glasses. Had he known, he might have regretted not allowing his agents to search Sam. Seeing that no useful information could be extracted, Michaela prepared to retaliate. Strip off all the clothes you're wearing. Michaela directed Simon to stand beneath a street lamp by the riverbank and commanded him to disrobe. Why? Because you just threatened my father, Michaela enunciated each word, refusing to allow anyone to threaten her father. That was her breaking point. All right, you win. Simon first cast a glance at the nearby alien mechanical beings before turning his attention to his subordinate, Ryan. After Ryan imperceptibly nodded, he began to grumble while removing his clothing. You, the criminal, are indeed a reflection of your corrupt superior. I assure you, I will capture you once more. Ryan chimed in from the side. Young man, you and that boy are unaware of the multitude of crimes you have committed. Silence. You step aside as well. Ryan was commanded by Michaela to stand opposite Simon. Michaela then used the handcuffs she had removed from Sam to cuff Simon, who was left in only a white tank top and flowery shorts, to Ryan. From a distance, it appeared as though the two were holding hands around a lamppost. Having completed this, Michaela called to Sam, "We must depart, Sam." Just as Michaela and Sam were preparing to leave, the distant sound of police sirens suddenly echoed. 3 vehicles, flashing their lights, sped towards them, while several armed helicopters circled above, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Autobots. Enemies are approaching. Prepare for defense. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's command, the Autobot team immediately formed a defensive formation, with Ironhide leading the charge at the forefront. Ironhide's body, constructed from a rare metal alloy known as triple alloy steel from Cybertron, exhibited remarkable resilience, often tasked with shielding the Autobots from potential large-scale attacks. Target detected ahead. Caution. Target detected ahead. The commander on one of the armed helicopters was alerting all units to prepare for action. However, before he could finish his sentence, the alien robot standing at the front unleashed a shockwave beneath its feet. Boom! The tires of the 3 vehicles on the riverbank burst instantaneously, causing them to sway and halt unsteadily. Observing the enemies on the ground being neutralized, Optimus Prime issued a retreat order. Retreat, Autobots. A human-armed squad, which the Autobots could easily eliminate, was not something Optimus wished to engage. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to harm any life on this planet. If they acted recklessly with their immense power, what would set them apart from Megatron? Sam, come here. Optimus placed his glasses against his chest and lifted both Sam and Michaela onto his shoulders, then leaped beneath the bridge, using its supports as cover to evade detection. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the helicopter squad, now lacking ground troops, pursued relentlessly, and even Sam and Michaela, perched upon Optimus's shoulders, could distinctly feel the rush of air from the overhead rotors. Target is located slightly to the left ahead. Alert. Target is located slightly to the left ahead. Locking on, locking on. Other target signals lost, other target signals lost. Ironhide, transformed into vehicle form, along with Bumblebee and others, swiftly escaped from beneath the watchful eyes of the armed helicopters. Thud! The bridge's piers resounded with thudding as Optimus Prime dashed, glancing back intermittently. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Signal lost. Where has he gone? Signal lost, signal lost. Received. All aerial units. Return to the Brooklyn Bridge immediately. Repeat, all aerial units. Return to the Brooklyn Bridge. Sam, hold on to me. Beneath the Brooklyn Bridge, Optimus supported himself between the main girders while helicopters equipped with searchlights buzzed overhead. The helicopters flitted back and forth, passing under Optimus once more. However, this time, the proximity of the rotor wash caused Michaela to be blown off balance, and she inadvertently slipped from Optimus's shoulder. "Hey, Michaela, be careful," Sam exclaimed, catching her just in time, hanging precariously from Optimus's shoulder with one hand. "Sam, don't let go. I am slipping. No, I can't hold on." As a typical, unathletic high school student, Sam struggled momentarily before he succumbed to Michaela's weight. With a slip of his grip, they both plummeted downward. At that very moment, Bumblebee rushed back from distance. Just a second before Sam and Michaela were about to hit the ground, Bumblebee transformed into his humanoid form and leaped, catching each of them in one hand. He himself was sent crashing down, sparks flying. Bumblebee's arrival finally alerted the hovering armed helicopters to their presence. "I've located them. The targets are on the riverbank. Prepare the grappling hooks. We must not let the targets escape this time." The river's surface rippled as the armed helicopters pivoted, heading towards Bumblebee. Simultaneously, the harpoon launchers on each helicopter began to load, awaiting their firing range. Entering firing range. Commence launch. Launch. Capture him. Just as Bumblebee regained his footing, a grappling hook struck his back. Before he could react, successive massive hooks ensnared his limbs. No, stop. Wait, you can't do this. Sam shouted in desperation, roaring at the helicopters above. He and Michaela had been well protected by Bumblebee, and they had emerged unscathed from their perilous fall from such a height. The helicopters that had fired the grappling hooks flew in unison, the steel cables tautening suddenly. Bumblebee was yanked to the ground, unable to rise. Although he wished to break free violently, the fear of causing an accident and Optimus's directive to avoid harming humans compelled him to surrender. At that moment, several vehicles approached from the opposite bank, where Simon and his crew, recently rescued, rushed forward. Get down, stay low. Several vehicles arrived, encircling Sam and Michaela, and armed agents swiftly subdued them. Additional operatives, equipped with liquid nitrogen devices, rushed towards Bumblebee, unleashing freezing gas upon the incapacitated Autobot. Freeze it, freeze it. Chapter 64. The misfortune diverted thud. As Sam's cheek met the ground, he struggled frantically, exclaiming, "Look, did you see that? He never fought back. He was friendly. You shouldn't harm him." It was only at this moment that Sam comprehended the truth. Bumblebee and the mechanical beings known as Autobots harbored no malice towards him or humanity. Witnessing Bumblebee's prowess in the confrontation with the police car robot that night, Sam recognized that if Bumblebee had chosen to resist, the agents present would have been utterly insufficient. Michaela, too, shared in the anguish and indignation, yet their words fell painfully flat. Bound by the agents, they were escorted before Simon. Simon regarded Sam with an inscrutable expression, commanding, "Put him and his criminal companion in the vehicle, and freeze that thing for transport." "Yes, sir." Recapturing Sam, Simon appeared less than pleased, for they had only captured one alien robot, while 4 remained missing. As the vehicles and helicopters departed, Optimus Prime leaped from his hiding place beneath the bridge, gazing towards the direction where Bumblebee had been taken. Moments later, 3 vehicles approached the bridge. Ironhide, Jazz, and an ambulance returned. Upon meeting, Jazz questioned, "Bumblebee has been captured. Optimus, are we to remain here doing nothing?" The Autobots shared a camaraderie akin to that of comrades, unlike the Decepticons, who adhered to a strict hierarchy, addressing one another more by name. Noting the discontent in Jazz's tone, Optimus explained, "We cannot rescue Bumblebee without endangering humans. But shall we simply stand by and do nothing?" Jazz retorted. Optimus fell silent for a long moment before finally responding, "Let them go." He retrieved his glasses from his chest, inspecting them thoughtfully. "Our immediate priority is to locate the Allspark before the Decepticons do. Bumblebee's encounter with the revived barricade suggests that not only we, but other Decepticons are aware of Megatron's presence on this planet. We lack interstellar communication devices to contact Sentinel, and we do not know who among the Decepticons has departed Cybertron. Sentinel is a warrior among the Autobots, second only to Optimus in strength, and the sole commander among them. Optimus entrusted all Autobots on Cybertron to Sentinel-S leadership when departing. Optimus' reluctance to harm humans may appear somewhat antiquated, yet perhaps it is this seemingly foolish adherence to principle that renders him a true leader among the Autobots. A unique charm exclusive to leaders. Belco's Base Airport. A colossal global hawk gradually descends from the horizon, touching down on the runway illuminated by night lights. As the global hawk comes to a halt, soldiers at the end of the runway swiftly surround it, accompanied by several researchers clad in white lab coats, before the side-mounted ladder can extend. The tail door of the cargo hold swings open. With a thud, the heavy door strikes the ground as an eager foot steps forth. "Step aside, soldiers. Clear the way for me. I must enter first. Where is the unknown metallic material?" Materials scientist Ksev, brimming with enthusiasm, rushes up the loading ramp into the cargo hold. He is a recently invited expert by the military, tasked with assisting in the testing of a novel metallic substance. It is well known that the military always possesses an abundance of peculiar and valuable items, so upon receiving the invitation to participate in the experiment, Ksev agreed without a moment's hesitation. Inside the cargo hold, William, who is organizing equipment with Robert, observes an elderly man with graying hair and beard, clad in a white lab coat, hurrying in. Noticing the man's intent to uncover the nylon cloth concealing the severed tail, William promptly intervenes. "Careful now, old man. This object is quite dangerous." Following an incident involving the severed tail striking the table, William and the technical team aboard had secured the tail to the experimental table. In a bid to prevent any unforeseen occurrences with the possibly living severed tail, they had not only ceased research but also covered it with nylon. Undeterred by William's obstruction, Kasev attempts to push past him. "Step aside. I am an expert specifically studying this." However, the aging Kasev cannot hope to outmaneuver the robust William. Fortunately, at that moment, an officer enters the cargo hold. Coming to Kasev's aid, Captain William Belco's Joint Base, "Colonel Jefferson welcomes you back home." Faced with the extended hand, William manages a weak smile. "Thank you, sir." After a grueling 17-hour journey, William has finally returned from the distant Cadale, yet his heart feels burdened. Among the Special Forces team, apart from the severely injured Fig, only he and Robert remain unscathed. The others have forever been left behind on that foreign soil. With William no longer in his way, Kasev prepares to lift the nylon cloth, only to find a towering African-American man looming before him. Robert grins at the elderly man, whose height barely reaches his shoulders, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. "Handle with care. This object might still be alive. Do not provoke it." On the runway, William and Jefferson stand at the rear door of the Global Hawk, observing soldiers loading the severed tail, along with the experimental table, onto a vehicle. "You should rest at the base for the night. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet Secretary John Keller." "Secretary John Keller? He wishes to meet with me?" William displayed a look of astonishment, clearly caught off guard by the revelation that the eminent figure he was to meet was, in fact, his superior. "Indeed," Jefferson smiled and nodded. "Allow me to extend my early congratulations, Captain William. I fear that after tomorrow, you shall no longer be addressed as captain." William shook his head, devoid of any trace of elation. "Sir, you may be unaware of the tribulations we faced in that desert. Given the chance to relive those moments, I would prefer that my squad and I had never been dispatched there." Reassured by William's words, Jefferson's expression turned grave. "Minister John Keller is currently mobilizing personnel to thoroughly investigate this matter. Retribution for your squad and the Sancsun base will surely be exacted." As William and Jefferson engage in conversation, not far behind them, a mechanical leopard, its eyes aglow with a crimson light, lay concealed in the underbrush, quietly observing the scene. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this leopard was, in fact, a machine, its body emanating a chilling metallic sheen. Within its eyes, fleeting images flickered, depicting the very dialogue between William and Jefferson. The severed tail of the sock scorpion? In the hangar, as he reviewed the footage transmitted by the Black Panther, Nie Tian felt a mix of surprise and realization. During the earlier scene where a disorienting attack struck the Sancsun base, a special operations team had escaped, only for the sock scorpion to be dispatched in pursuit. Yet the sock scorpion ultimately failed to eliminate that team, suffering the loss of a portion of its tail instead. It appeared that the severed segment had indeed been transported here. Nie Tian had initially suspected that the sudden influx of individuals on the runway indicated that his infiltration had been discovered, prompting him to send the Black Panther to investigate. However, dismissing the severed tail as of little value, he concluded that a component resembling that of a mid-level warrior held no interest for him, now that he had ascended to the status of a high-level warrior. Having averted a false alarm, Nie Tian prepared to sever the visual link with the Black Panther. As a pet-class Decepticon, the Black Panther possessed the capability of visual sharing. In its beast form, it was only slightly larger than a cheetah from Earth, and even without activating its stealth function, it was quite adept at concealment. Coupled with visual sharing, it served as an extension of Nie Tian, assisting him with tasks he found inconvenient to undertake himself. Just as he disconnected the visual link, Nie Tian's communication module received several remote quantum encrypted messages. Unsurprisingly, they were from Soundwave. Since the evening's discovery of the Autobot's presence, Soundwave had automatically switched to quantum encrypted communications. On the other hand, it remained uncertain whether the Red Spider was lying low or simply spectating, as there had been no contact from that quarter in recent days. Nie Tian found it implausible that Soundwave would not inform the Red Spider of the Autobot arrival. Indeed, while there was infighting among the Decepticons, they were ultimately one faction, especially in the face of an external adversary like the Autobots. Otherwise, the Decepticon brand would falter and life would not be easy for any of them. In the midst of chaos, I am Soundwave. Optimus Prime has acquired the glasses and is preparing for an all-out war against the Autobots. Dizziness has arrived. Your mission with Dizziness has been temporarily suspended. The Autobot Bumblebee has been captured by humans. I intend to first incapacitate their network and devise a way to incite a war between humans and Autobots. This devious scheme to divert trouble caught Nie Tian by surprise as he perused Soundwave's communication, prompting him to contemplate seriously. Soundwave, true to his character in the original series, remains the most loyal to Megatron, and even in such dire circumstances, he shows no inclination to relent. Unable to confront them directly, he opts for cunning tactics. This method is not without its merits. Currently, humans are oblivious to the existence of the Decepticons, with only the Autobots exposed to their scrutiny. Given humanity's inherently suspicious nature, coupled with their instinctive hostility towards the unknown, if executed skillfully, success is indeed plausible. After all, Optimus Prime's unwavering principle in the original series is to refrain from harming any life, even if provoked, even if intentional. Unfortunately, with a sigh, Nie Tian sent a perfunctory response to Soundwave. Lord Soundwave, Tianji acknowledges your message. Chapter 65, Network Paralysis in Feiji County at the Department of Defense Building. Upon alighting from his vehicle, John Keller hurriedly approached the building, his demeanor reflecting urgency. In truth, he was compelled to act swiftly, as the department's network was once again facing issues, and this time, the situation was even more severe than before. Arriving at the Information Warfare Command Center, he was met with screens displaying static, flickering with erratic black and white stripes. Numerous technicians were seen roaming about with laptops in hand, striving to resolve the crisis. After scanning the room, John Keller called out, "Where is the situation report officer? Step forward and explain what is happening." Upon seeing John Keller, a report officer immediately stood up. "Sir, we have been infected with a virus, causing a complete disruption of operations in the command center." Disruption of operations? What does that entail? An officer quickly provided the answer. Someone has exploited our network to disseminate the virus. Now the global network, including our satellite communications, has been interrupted. What? John Keller was taken aback, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. He approached a nearby phone, lifting the receiver. "Are you saying I cannot use this phone to call my home?" "It appears so, sir." Unwilling to accept this, John Keller dialed the number, only to find silence on the line. In disbelief, he retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, discovering the same disappointing result. With a frustrated clatter, he slammed the phone onto the table, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, neglecting even to straighten his askew tie. Yet, misfortune compounded as a subordinate approached with further bad news. "Sir, we have a report regarding shortwave communications. Other nations' task forces have encroached within 600 miles of our aircraft carrier battle group, reaching the striking range of cruise missiles. The entire Blue Planet's network has collapsed, and satellites have become blind, leading many countries to suspect the involvement of the United States. Given that only the United States possesses such capabilities at present, decisive action must be taken." "Damn it!" John Keller exclaimed in frustration. "Inform the fleet commander that we shall not initiate any attacks unless they fire first." "Yes, sir." After dismissing his subordinate, John Keller prepared to address the satellite issue. Without satellites, only shortwave radio is operational, significantly diminishing communication efficiency. However, before he could devise a strategy, he was informed that someone wished to see him. "Good day, Minister," greeted a middle-aged man, chewing gum, sporting a bushy mustache, and carrying a silver briefcase, as he seemed to confirm his identity before John Keller. "Who are you?" John Keller asked, tugging at his tie, puzzled. The mustached man continued chewing gum unperturbed, his expression neutral as he replied, "I am Tom Banner, affiliated with the research division of Sector 7. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." "Sector 7? John Keller repeated, then nonchalantly shook his head. "I'm afraid I've never heard of it. And as you can see, Mr. Banner, I am currently quite occupied." "Yes, I am aware," Tom Banner nodded, undeterred by the lack of respect. "In fact, that is precisely why I am here." After a pause, he added, "Mr. Mitchell sent me." Upon hearing the president's name, John Keller finally took him seriously, scrutinizing this previously unknown departmental official. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Very well, please follow me." In a conference room within the Department of Defense building, Tom Banner and John Keller sat adjacent to one another. At Tom Banner's request, they were alone in the room. Placing the briefcase he had been carrying onto the table, Tom Banner input a code and said earnestly, "Minister, I am here to show you the contents of this case. There are matters you may not be fully aware of. Our Sector 7 is a special department unknown to the outside world. It was established 80 years ago under the secret directive of the then president." After hearing Tom Banner's account, John Keller looked down at the open briefcase on the table. The briefcase housed a fortified portable computer, and on its screen was a document that had yet to be opened. Tom Banner did not disclose the nature of the document to John Keller, but continued his narrative. "You may recall the former National Aeronautics and Space Administration and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which launched the Hound Dog robotic probe to Mars, only to later announce a landing failure a few days afterward. In truth, the Hound machine probe not only successfully landed on Mars, but also transmitted a precious 13 seconds of footage. Such a treasure." Tom Banner, while operating the computer, opened a file on the screen, a segment of video more confidential than the highest state secrets. With a click from Tom Banner, the footage began to play. The first 10 seconds appeared normal, showcasing the probe's preparations after landing, with clear views of the Martian surface's ravines and soil. However, at the 10th second, the probe suddenly began to shake, followed by an abrupt lift-off, as if being hoisted by some unseen force, with a dramatic 180-degree turn in the footage. The final second concluded with an image of what seemed to be a humanoid robot. Despite the image's slight blurriness, the robot's vividly anthropomorphic features were unmistakable. Any individual not inherently obtuse would surely grasp the implications after viewing this video. As the Minister of Defense, John Keller was certainly no fool. Therefore, after the video concluded, he furrowed his brow and remained silent. In fact, since entering this conference room, John Keller had not uttered a single word. Even after years in a high-ranking position, he could scarcely fathom the existence of such secrets within his country. Allowing John Keller a moment to process, Tom Banner presented 2 photographs, one of which captured the final second of the aforementioned video. "This is a photograph taken by one of your Special Forces teams, depicting the unknown weapon system that attacked the Sangsun base. Our analysis from the 7th District Research Department leads us to confidently assert that they share the same exoskeletal structure. To put it plainly, they are one and the same, and it is evident that this is not technology available to any other nation." John Keller took the 2 photographs, examining them closely before murmuring, "Are you implying that we are being invaded by extraterrestrials?" If Nie Tian were present, he would certainly recognize the figure in the photograph held in John Keller's left hand, who is none other than Dizziness, the surviving Special Forces team, while transmitting messages back to you aboard a transport aircraft, was intercepted by us. Those beings knew we could inflict harm upon them, prompting them to incapacitate our military command systems with a virus. Moreover, there is one more matter I have not disclosed to you, Minister." "What matter?" John Keller continued to gaze at the photograph in his hand. "Just now, a field operative team from our 7th District captured one of them." Pausing, Tom Banner's tone turned grave. "Alive." John Keller suddenly looked up. "Alive?" "Indeed, they're transporting it back to our 7th District base. This attack could very well be a warning from them, or perhaps an attempt to rescue the individual we captured." Tom Banner was unaware of the distinction between Autobots and Decepticons. After all, who could have anticipated that such technologically advanced extraterrestrials would engage in internal conflict? "Minister, I wager my salary that the next wave of attacks will swiftly follow. Currently, due to malfunctions in satellite and network systems, we are incapable of orchestrating an effective defense. You must prepare the Information Warfare Command Center without delay." John Keller hurried in once again. Upon entering, he requested the withdrawal of his earlier order. "Utilize our Department of Defense's secure channel to inform the aircraft carrier fleet commanders to cease their aimless drifting in that cursed sea. Command them to immediately alter course and return. Today, as foremost adversary is not the other nations of our own kind, but rather the extraterrestrial beings that may strike once more." Following his conversation with Banner Jack, John Keller had resolved to accompany him to the base in Zone 7. To untie the knot, one must identify the source of the problem. To address the network paralysis and satellite failures, it is essential to confront the instigators of these issues. Inside the interrogation room, a glass of milk and a glass of water rested on the table. Maggie perched her leg on the adjacent empty chair, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk. Glenn lay sprawled across the table, sound asleep, occasionally emitting a snore that caused Maggie to frown. Since the interrogators posed their initial inquiries, no one had returned to check on the two of them. "Minister, she is inside." Suddenly, a guard's voice echoed from outside the interrogation room, followed by the opening of the door. "What is happening?" Glenn, abruptly awakened from his deep slumber, was startled, and Maggie shifted her long legs, clad in high heels, off the chair. John Keller entered, glanced at Maggie, and pointed at her, saying, "You will accompany me. I require your counsel." "What about me? Am I to go too?" Glenn asked, still groggy. "Who is he?" John Keller turned to Glenn, who was now fully dressed, no longer exhibiting the earlier impatience of having torn off his tie, clearly ready for departure. Uncertain of what was transpiring, Maggie instinctively replied, Glenn is my advisor. "Then he shall join as well." "Wow," Glenn exclaimed joyfully, rising and not forgetting to drink the glass of milk from the table as they left. Chapter 66, Cloud Eagle Helicopter, Ariake County, Belco's Joint Base. Inside the base's guest house, William had just settled down for a rest when there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound hinted that this night would not be tranquil. "Hello, may I ask?" William inquired, puzzled, as he gazed at the messenger outside. "Lieutenant William, please accompany me along with your subordinate, Sergeant Robert." "Now." "Yes, immediately." The soldier's duty is to obey orders. Disregarding any inquiries about the late hour, William quickly returned to rouse Robert. Once both were dressed, they followed the messenger down to the jeep. The vehicle roared to life, speeding towards the airport of the joint base. Upon arriving at the airport, William was struck by the brilliance of the lights illuminating the space, resembling broad daylight. Numerous ground crew members and airport staff were bustling in and out of the hangar. Inside one hangar, Colonel of Equipment Management from the Belco's Joint Base was in a furious uproar. "What on earth is the standard of your routine maintenance? How is it that a perfectly operational aircraft has suddenly malfunctioned? Can anyone provide me with an explanation? What am I supposed to do about this urgent task?" Just an hour prior, the base had unexpectedly received orders from higher command to prepare several helicopters. However, upon his arrival at the hangar to oversee the takeoff preparations, he discovered that most of the aircraft were out of commission. Not only were they unable to start the engines, but even if the cause of the malfunctions could be identified, the time left for repairs was insufficient. As the colonel ranted, the mechanic responsible for the aircraft's daily maintenance, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Everything was fine yesterday, and there were no issues during the day. Who could have foreseen this?" Just then, a pilot entered the hangar. The colonel looked at the pilot he had sent to assess the situation with anticipation. "What is the status?" The pilot's expression was grim as he shook his head. "Only 2 of the versatile Cloud Eagle helicopters are operational, the rest." Although the pilot's words remained unfinished, both the colonel and the mechanic grasped the implication. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, the pilot hesitated before adding, "The global dominator that landed tonight is not an option." The colonel decisively countered, "The orders specify helicopters. That global dominator does not meet the criteria, as it cannot land at the intended destination." He then turned to the mechanic. "Take your team and conduct a thorough inspection of those 2 Cloud Eagles. If no issues are found, tow them to the tarmac." His gaze then sharpened. "This matter must remain confidential for now. People tend to seek advantage and avoid harm, especially at such a critical moment. If anyone discovers that we have poorly managed the aircraft, we will certainly face dire repercussions." The mechanic and pilot, understanding the principle of shared fate, exchanged a glance and affirmed, "Yes, sir." Once the mechanic and pilot departed, the colonel exhaled in relief. Fortunately, they still had 2 Cloud Eagle helicopters that were operational. In truth, the colonel was unaware that his concealment had inadvertently aided someone significantly. The travel of prominent figures is typically shrouded in secrecy, leaving no room for error. If it were known that the aircraft within the base had inexplicably malfunctioned, it would raise substantial doubts about their choice to fly from this location. Meanwhile, on the runway adjacent to the hangar, William, seated in a jeep, suddenly beheld an opulent motorcade approaching the airport. The convoy halted a short distance from 2 already operational Cloud Eagle helicopters, followed by a dozen bodyguards clad in black. A group of individuals donned in various military uniforms, evidently officers from the base, approached. In the presence of the base officers, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, yet an imposing presence, emerged from the luxurious car at the center of the convoy. Witnessing this scene, the orderly at the driver's seat started the vehicle. "Lieutenant William, we should proceed." As they drove the jeep closer to the convoy, William recognized the elderly man to be none other than John Keller, the Minister of Defense the very individual Jefferson had mentioned he wished to meet. Minister, Lieutenant William and his team have arrived, a nearby officer quietly informed Keller. Attention, salute. Only William and Robert's special team stood at attention, offering a solemn salute to John Keller. Lieutenant, Sergeant, at ease, Keller said, placing a hand on William's shoulder before patting Robert. You have all done exceptionally well. The Ministry of Defense will remember your contributions. I have already received your message and notified the respective command offices. Thank you, William replied, lowering his arm, unflinchingly asking, Minister, what about the armor-piercing rounds? Compared to the terror of life and death, the aura of the high-ranking officials was not so intimidating. All available aircraft were loaded with armor-piercing rounds, ready to deliver a surprise should they launch another attack. However, without restoring the network and satellites, our communications would face significant challenges. You are the only officer who has survived direct combat with them. I need your assistance. In the future, I will ensure your team is reinforced. But that is a matter for later. We must board the aircraft promptly, John Keller stated, glancing at his watch. Time is of the essence, Lieutenant. Any issues can be discussed aboard. Yes, Minister. All right, gentlemen, we must be on our way. Reluctant to engage in further pleasantries with the officers of the joint base, John Keller led his close security detail toward the two Cloud Eagle helicopters on the tarmac. Take off. Permission to depart. The rotors of the two Cloud Eagle helicopters began to spin, ascending into the sky. An hour later, the pilot of one helicopter, puzzled, remarked to the co-pilot, Hey, strange, why has it been flying for so long, yet the fuel tank still appears so full? No sooner had the pilot spoken than the fuel gauge icon on the primary flight display suddenly dropped a notch. The co-pilot adjusted his headset, turning to ask, What did you just say? The pilot opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately shook his head. Nothing, I must have misread it. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. After a lengthy flight of 10 hours, two Cloud Eagle helicopters finally arrived at the Convale Army Base, located over 4,000 kilometers from the Belco's Joint Base. The purpose of their journey was to retrieve two individuals, Sam and Michaela. When the Bumblebee was captured by Simon, Sam and Michaela were also taken to the Convale base. Subsequently, Simon personally escorted the Bumblebee back to the Black Canyon Dam overnight, while the two remained detained. The 7th District is an exceptionally confidential establishment, and two ordinary individuals naturally lack the clearance to access its base. The landing gear of the two helicopters barely touched the ground for half a minute before ascending once more. On board, Glenn curiously scrutinized the two new passengers. He glanced at Sam, seated across from him, and then at the black-suited agents flanking Sam and Michaela, unable to restrain himself from asking, So, what should I call you? Sam Witwicky, came the reply. All right, Sam, what do they want from you? I don't know, Sam sighed. What do you mean? Well, how should I put it? I bought a car, and it turned out to be an alien, and now here we are. Wow, Glenn exclaimed, visibly astonished. As the conversation flowed, the helicopter sped through the skies. An hour later, after navigating around a towering mountain that obscured their view, a broad, meandering river came into sight below. At the center of the river stood a magnificent dam, the Black Canyon Dam. It was only when they soared above the dam that they noticed a crowd gathered below. The two Cloud Eagle helicopters, producing a tremendous din, gradually descended onto a conspicuously marked helipad. At that moment, Sam spotted Simon among the throng, standing at the forefront, the very person who had captured the Bumblebee. As soon as he disembarked, Sam eagerly approached Simon. Where's my car? Kid, I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us. You must be hungry, right? Would you like some coffee for you and this lady beside you? Or perhaps 2 oversized desserts? Our base chef is quite talented. I assure you, the flavor will be unforgettable, Simon replied with a warm demeanor. No longer referring to Michaela as a criminal, and even extending a friendly gesture towards Sam. This sudden change in attitude might have been influenced by Tom Banner's prior communication with him, as every individual who has encountered extraterrestrial life is of utmost importance during critical moments. However, Sam was not swayed by Simon's politeness. He persistently pressed, Where is my car? I just want to know where my car is. Michaela, who had followed closely behind, placed her backpack on the guardrail of the dam's observation path and stood beside Sam, ready to stand by him in solidarity. Unbeknownst to her, as she set down her backpack, her phone inadvertently slipped out and fell to the ground. The discarded phone fell against the protective wall, tumbling down the sloped embankment. Chapter 67, Entering the 7th District. as Sam and Simon engaged in a heated argument. Tom Banner approached from behind. "Hey, kid," he said, pulling a pair of oversized sunglasses from his pocket and donning them. "Listen closely. Everyone on this planet is in grave danger. I am not exaggerating, nor am I attempting to frighten you. You must immediately divulge everything you know." "Sure, no problem," Sam readily replied, but then shifted the conversation. "However, you must return my car and my parents, and I require a written guarantee for both." "Oh," and Sam continued, casting a glance at Michaela. "Her prior offenses must also be annulled permanently." "Thank you, Sam." Michaela beamed with gratitude. Upon hearing Sam's demands, Tom Banner nodded toward Simon. "Kid, you are practically extorting us," Simon retorted, his expression unchanging, before turning to leave. "Come with me. We need to discuss your car and these conditions." Sam's face lit up with joy as he pulled Michaela along, who promptly slung her backpack back over her shoulder. Once all passengers disembarked, the main rotors of the two Eagle helicopters folded, activating the auxiliary power unit. The wheel chocks were removed, and the helicopter's nose was connected to a dolly. Guided by two ground crew members wielding laser range finders, an electric tug began to tow the helicopters forward. Soon, the two helicopters were drawn into a hangar concealed at the base of the Black Gorge Dam. "Let's take a break first," called out the pilot disembarking from the Eagle helicopter, beckoning his colleagues from the other aircraft to leave. They had been in the air for over 10 hours and required ample rest before flying again. Additionally, the aircraft needed maintenance and refueling, leaving them with plenty of time to recuperate. Within minutes, the ground crew in the hangar also departed. The heavy hangar doors were shut, leaving only the two Eagle helicopters in a profound silence. As time passed, the hangar remained eerily quiet. Suddenly, one of the Eagle helicopters emitted a sharp sound, as if testing something. In the next moment, the rotor blades of the helicopter violently split apart, transforming into an 8-meter-tall mechanical giant. "Finally, we are in," came a voice, tinged with relief. A peculiar red light flickered in Nie Tian's eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. Since transforming into the Eagle helicopter, he had been quietly waiting at the Belco's joint base, and the subsequent events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. As for the malfunctioning planes at the Belco's base, they too were his doing, executed by none other than his pet panther. Compared to the nebulous realm of probability, such certainty was evidently far more effective. This marks the first transformation of Nie Tian from a vehicle form into a humanoid shape after scanning the new morphological data. Perhaps due to the nature of the flying vehicle, the appearance bears little difference from the previous Silver Fox Interceptor. Apart from the addition of two exceptionally sharp straight blades at the waist, everything else remains almost identical. The two blades closely resemble the melee weapons wielded by Drift in the original series. Yet only Nie Tian is aware that these blades serve merely as decorative elements in humanoid form, aside from functioning as propellers during the transformation into a helicopter. This distinction sets them apart from the weapons in the original series. As a tri-transform warrior, Drift has been unable to revert to a flying vehicle since losing one of his blades. While surveying the surroundings, Nie Tian received electromagnetic waves emitted by the machine, resulting in a holographic image, similar to a detection radar that requires close proximity. Nie Tian utilized a function from a module within the machine to visualize the construction layout of the 7th District base, which appeared as a clear image in his mind. To his surprise, there was only a single layer of building. Observing the structure of the 7th District, Nie Tian was taken aback. He had always believed that the base would be at least 3 or 4 stories tall, comprising multiple levels with various functional areas. Unexpectedly, while there was indeed a height of 3 or 4 stories, it comprised only one expansive structure. This singular building spanned an area equivalent to over a dozen standard football fields, and the hangar beneath him represented merely a fraction of the 7th District base. The entire 7th District resembled a massive, irregular quadrilateral, primarily formed by the mountainous terrain surrounding the Black Gorge Dam, complemented by the hollow base of the dam, creating an enormous semi-underground facility. After examining the general structure of the 7th District, Nie Tian activated the navigation system to lock onto the coordinates of the energy source. Shortly thereafter, the most efficient route was plotted. 600 meters. After a moment's contemplation, Nie Tian released the Black Panther. The chest compartment opened, and the Black Panther leaped silently to the ground, seemingly aware that its master required tranquility at this moment. Deep within the hangar lay a vast passage leading directly into the interior of the 7th District, typically used for personnel traveling by aircraft. Accompanied by the Black Panther, Nie Tian approached the passage and activated the cloaking module. Without needing further instruction, the Black Panther surged ahead into the corridor. As they traversed the passage, Nie Tian made an effort to slow his pace. The base of the 7th District bore a striking resemblance to the secret facility constructed by the Red Spider in the Conus Canyon, with extensive corridors connecting various functional zones. Bases built within mountains or underground cannot be organized as neatly as those on the surface, thus inevitably sharing certain similarities. The corridor was tall and spacious, capable of accommodating a large truck transporting a bumblebee, so Nie Tian felt no sense of crowding. After a brief walk, they reached the end of the passage, where a tunnel resembling a roadway appeared, wider and taller than the previous corridor. Suddenly, Nie Tian halted his steps and leaned against the wall in silence. Before long, several researchers donned in masks and white lab coats approached, engaging in casual conversation as they wandered away. Unbeknownst to them, at the very spot they had just passed, stood an invisible extraterrestrial mechanical life form. Thus, Nie Tian ambled on, gradually closing in on the coordinates of the source of ignition. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is as follows. At the base of the Black Gorge Dam, Simon led a group towards the base of Sector 7. Among this group were John Keller, Sam, Maggie, William, and several officers from Sector 7. Each area within Sector 7 is governed by stringent access levels. Had it not been for the necessity of John Keller and his companions accompanying them, these officers would not have been permitted to be present. Simon guided the group to a grand door, which began to open slowly, revealing staff already waiting within. Step inside, everyone. Several of you have had prior encounters, so wait. Maggie interjected, what is that? Turning to glance at Maggie, Simon replied, non-biological extraterrestrial life. All right, Maggie nodded, her surprise minimal. The others beside her mirrored her calmness. They had already thoroughly familiarized themselves with the necessary intelligence during their journey here. Now, what you are about to witness is classified information of the highest order. As he spoke, Simon led them into a cryogenic chamber filled with an array of equipment. The room was densely populated with instruments, while numerous researchers in white coats moved about. At the center, a towering robot stood, nearly 10 meters tall. Atop the robot was a colossal cooling apparatus, from which frigid gas cascaded down like a swirling mist, coating the robot in a thick layer of frost. At the base, several staff members clad in helmets and thermal suits meticulously sprayed something onto the robot surface. Upon entering, the group was struck with awe by the spectacle within the cryogenic chamber, particularly by the presence of the massive robot. Knowing about it was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was another. John Keller, experiencing the true visage of this mechanical life for the first time, gasped in astonishment. My goodness, what is that? Except for Sam and Michaela, who had become somewhat immune to such wonders, the others were equally taken aback. Sam, doesn't it resemble? As most were immersed in their astonishment at the robot, Michaela discreetly tugged at Sam's sleeve. Sam nodded, scrutinizing the figure once more before affirmatively stating, indeed, it is him. The enormous extraterrestrial robot bore an uncanny resemblance to the silhouette Optimus Prime had shown him the previous night. The reactions of the crowd pleased Simon immensely. Just as one might boast to a friend about their girlfriend, only to have the friend inevitably taken aback by her beauty. We surmise that when he traversed the northernmost pole, the gravitational forces of our planet disrupted his navigation system, leading him to lose his way, after which his propulsion system froze and malfunctioned, causing him to plummet beneath the ice. This incident occurred over a century ago, and in 1934, we transported him here. We refer to him as one, the first gentleman discovered. Pardon me, Sam interjected, interrupting Simon's discourse. I do not intend to correct your error, but his name is Megatron. Not one. Megatron? Indeed, he is the leader of the Decepticons. Decepticons, what is that? Simon inquired, realizing that this young man possessed far more knowledge than he had anticipated. Sam shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. He had negotiated all other terms with Simon, yet Bumblebee remained unreleased. Chapter 68. The Allspark Isolation Chamber. Tom Banner took over Simon's explanation. Since he was returned, he has remained in a frozen state, as we were uncertain whether he would awaken upon thawing. Much like a hibernating bear, to ensure his continued slumber, we had to perpetually create the illusion that winter still reigned outside. As he spoke, Tom looked at Sam. He was discovered by your great-grandfather, a milestone in human history. In truth, what you see before you is not merely an extraterrestrial mechanical being. He is also the source of our modern civilization. The technologies for automobiles, chips, radar, rockets, and satellites were all derived from our reverse engineering of him. Upon hearing this, John Keller became displeased. If he were merely an ordinary extraterrestrial being, it would be one thing. However, if such a highly valuable entity were entrusted to the military for research, they might have long since developed far more formidable weaponry. Hey, I ask you, do you not think our Department of Defense and military ought to be informed of your stashing an alien robot beneath the Earth? In response to John Keller's inquiry, Tom Banner shrugged. In fact, before the attack on the Sunkerson base, we did not believe it posed a threat to national security. That was in the past. Now the stakes are considerably higher. Why has this fellow named Megatron come here? William, who had remained silent, finally asked. The Allspark, it is for the Allspark. Sam willingly provided an answer. He was reluctant to elaborate to Simon, but he was more than willing to share with the others. The Allspark, what is that? They are searching for something cubical in shape, quite large. Sam gestured with his hands. Megatron, or One, is tracking the Allspark to our planet. Oh, by the way, Megatron is the name they call him, not one I fabricated. Are you certain, lad? Of course. Do you know where the Allspark is? Tom Banner and Simon exchanged a glance, as if they had made a silent pact, and nodded, saying, yes, follow me. Within the expansive tunnel, Nie Tian continued to advance cautiously. The distance of 600 meters, if traversed outside, would take but a few steps. Yet, within the confines of the base in Sector 7, each step proved to be a Herculean effort for Nie Tian. After nearly half an hour at last, the grand entrance to the Spark Source Isolation Hall came into view. The door was a composite structure, towering over 10 meters, with an alloy-coated entrance at the bottom capable of accommodating only 2 individuals side by side. It appeared robust and formidable, once again evading several personnel within the base. Nie Tian felt a surge of vitality, a slight smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, Black Panther had seized the opportunity presented by the opening and closing of the coated door to slip in behind those workers, entering the sanctum where the spark source was secured. Given Black Panther's physique, such maneuvers were indeed effortless. Nie Tian couldn't help but feel increasingly vindicated in his earlier decision. Well done, Black Panther, he praised, quickly activating visual sharing. Moments later, a distinctive research area unfolded before him. At the center of this space stood a colossal bronze-hued metallic cube positioned at an angle. The surface of the cube was etched with an array of peculiar characters and an abundance of irregular patterns. Undeniably, the divine relic of the Cybertronians, the Spark Source. On the opposite side, in the observation room of the Spark Source Isolation Hall, Tom Banner entered with a group, declaring, "What you are about to witness is an unparalleled treasure." The observation chamber, modest in size, was flanked by glass walls on 3 sides, with a concrete wall on the side of the entrance bearing 7 gray photographs from top to bottom. These depicted the 7 elders who founded Sector 7, the very first to uncover the spark source. Thus, the 7 in Sector 7 derives from them. Upon entering, John Keller and Sam, along with their companions, were immediately captivated by the scene below, pressing their faces against the glass walls in astonishment. Below lay an immense space, filled with familiar apparatus and instruments, including a multitude of lab coats. Dominating the center was a metallic cube that towered higher than 30 stories. Sam, if I'm not mistaken, this is indeed the spark source you spoke of. As the group observed, Tom Banner began to narrate, based on carbon dating estimates. This artifact arrived on our planet long before us, though the exact time remains unknown. The 7 elders discovered it in 1913. Those 7 you see depicted behind you. At his words, the onlookers instinctively glanced at the photographs on the wall, which portrayed the 7 elderly figures, their monochrome visages indicating they had long since passed. In the early years, they had been unaware that this object was of extraterrestrial origin, until they discerned that the patterns on it bore a striking resemblance to certain engravings on the artifact itself. Under the command of the then president, they deliberately constructed the Black Canyon Dam to conceal it. Tom Banner proudly pointed upward, declaring, "The concrete above us is thicker than 2 football fields." Including the ground, several other surfaces were fortified with specialized radiation-resistant materials, while the surroundings were equipped with the most advanced energy shielding devices. I would wager that no one, not even those extraterrestrial beings, could detect the energy it emits. Suddenly, a deafening crash interrupted Tom Banner's confident expression, causing it to vanish in an instant. What was that noise? Upon hearing the sound, the expressions of the crowd shifted to one of tension, as they looked quizzically towards Tom Banner and Simon in the observation room. Maggie, too, swallowed the question that had been on the tip of her tongue, which was to inquire about the energy Tom had mentioned. It seemed now that an emergency had arisen. Tom Banner's Adam's apple bobbed as he strained to listen, eventually turning to face a particular direction. It seems to be coming from the isolation hall's door. The crowd's gaze immediately followed his. Could it be that the door is malfunctioning? Someone speculated. Another thunderous crash resounded. In the next moment, to the disbelief of all present, the towering doors of the isolation hall, standing several meters high, collapsed with a resounding thud. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a tall figure strode in. As the dust settled, the silhouette became increasingly clear. It was an extraterrestrial robot. It's him. Michaela screamed upon her first glimpse. If any alien robot had left a lasting impression on her, aside from the formidable Megatron she had just encountered, this robot, standing at least 8 meters tall, would undoubtedly be second. The memory of the near discovery during the oil refinery incident still haunted her. Unlike its previous appearance, this alien robot seemed to sport 2 large machetes at its waist, appearing even more menacing. Damn it, they know the spark source is here. They know. John Keller shouted angrily, his frustration palpable. And how did such a massive entity get in here? Tom, you said no one could detect it. How'd this thing find us? What on earth is happening in Sector 7? Nearby, Glenn shrank back, feeling the immense pressure of the situation, even though John Keller was not directing his ire at him. He couldn't help but suggest, shouldn't we consider a retreat? Of course, I'm not implying we should flee or abandon this place. Rather, we cannot approach it empty-handed for a confrontation. Tom Banner and Simon, the local tyrants of the 7th District, disregarded John Keller's admonitions and Glenn's counsel. They seized their walkie-talkies and frantically issued commands. Bring everyone in, mobilize our armored vehicles, arm yourselves, and gather everyone in the isolation hall immediately. Meanwhile, the observers in the control room were thrown into disarray. Below, in the isolation hall, Nie Tian, having breached the door, took a quick survey before heading straight for the source of ignition. He paid no heed to the researchers scurrying about like headless flies along the way. Outside, through the visual sharing with Black Panther, Nie Tian absorbed the entire scene within, ultimately opting for a direct and forceful approach. Having previously experienced the enhancement of his physique through the energy of the ignition source, he was aware of its rapid fortification capabilities. Given the multitude of researchers present in the hall, stealth was out of the question. After contemplating, he resolved that the opportunity was too tempting to ignore. A slight risk was worth taking. The area containing the ignition source resembled a cavernous space, likely transformed from a naturally hewn cave, vast and expansive. Perhaps due to the lack of armed guards, Nie Tian encountered no resistance as he advanced smoothly. However, a glass chamber protruding from a nearby wall caught his attention. Were those Sam and the others? Recognizing most of them, having recently traveled with them, he recalled a scene from the original storyline where Sam and his companions were shown the ignition source upon their arrival at the 7th District. It seemed the plot was unfolding at that very moment. After a brief contemplation, he decided to set aside any distractions. The ignition source was his foremost priority. Chapter 69. Promotion to Elite Warrior. The researchers, terrified, scattered in all directions, and soon Nie Tian reached the base of the ignition source. Up close, he could truly appreciate its enormity and the sense of oppression it exuded. With a length exceeding 100 meters, Nie Tian, who appeared tall in the eyes of Sam and the others, felt insignificantly small for the first time. He extended a hand to gently touch the ignition source. Feeling its cold metallic texture, Black Panther, yes, master. As the air warped, Black Panther's form materialized. Secure the tunnel outside the hall. Prevent anyone from approaching. Understood, master. On Black Panther's back, a laser cannon, previously concealed, emerged as it turned and dashed toward the tunnel they had come from. At that moment, the entire isolation hall was deserted, save for Sam and the others still in the observation room. Black Panther should be able to hold them off for a while. Without further hesitation, a series of peculiar codes flickered in Nie Tian's eyes, transforming into energy waves that spread from his physique to his fingertips resting on the ignition source. With a decisive motion, his fingertips struck the ignition source. A ripple of red energy surged across the surface, undulating like waves in water. In the next moment, Nie Tian's palm made contact with the location of the ignition source, emitting a dazzling crimson light. We must take action. Observing the interior of the room, he noticed an alien robot, whose entry remained a mystery, beginning some unknown operations on their ultimate treasure. John Keller paced anxiously. "Where are your people?" It is one thing for such a vast base to fall prey to an alien incursion, but is the emergency response this sluggish as well? Tom Banner did not answer John Keller's query. Instead, he raised his wrist. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 3, 2, 1, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of urgent gunfire erupted from outside the isolation chamber, interspersed with the zaps of laser fire and the sounds of explosions. "What is happening?" John Keller inquired, perplexed. "It's that mechanical leopard," Maggie suddenly interjected, revealing the truth. With her keen senses, she had not solely focused on the ignition source and the alien robot. She had noticed a mechanical leopard suddenly emerge beside the robot, as if conjured from thin air. The mechanical leopard was allied with the alien robot. It was blocking their path in the tunnel. At that moment, Tom Banner's radio crackled to life. "Sir, we are being obstructed by a robot resembling a leopard. It can fire lasers from its back, and we are currently unable to approach the target location." "Damn it, they're not just one." Tom Banner clenched his fist and struck the glass wall in frustration. "We cannot remain here. They surely know we are in this base. We will head to the equipment room, and then proceed to the cryogenic chamber. We absolutely must not allow them to thaw." The sounds of gunfire in the tunnel reached Nie Tian's ears. However, he merely acknowledged it briefly before maintaining his still posture. The surging energy from the ignition source was pouring into his body, upgrading and transforming it. Nie Tian could sense the changes occurring within him, reminiscent of his previous ascension to a higher warrior, a familiar metamorphosis. Outside, the gunfire continued unabated, while John Keller and his group hastily departed from the observation room, leaving Nie Tian alone in the isolation chamber. As time passed, the evolution of his body approached its conclusion, and the gunfire outside began to dwindle. Just then, a shadow suddenly fell from above, crashing to the ground with a sharp sound that echoed in the quiet chamber. Ping pong. Huh. The noise was immediately caught by Nie Tian, whose senses were on high alert. He slightly tilted his head, following the sound. A few dozen meters away, a blue and white metallic head was struggling to rise unsteadily. Below the head were 6 slender metallic appendages, resembling a miniature facehugger. As the front of the head became visible, the 4 familiar blue eyes and the insect-like mandibles allowed Nie Tian to instantly recognize its identity. Confusion? Nie Tian looked up and observed his surroundings, feeling a sense of understanding, albeit a bit puzzled about the origin of the chaos descending upon him. To prevent the energy radiation from the source of the fire seed from dissipating into the external world, this space was completely sealed and reinforced. With the only entry and exit being the door he had just kicked open, Nie Tian noticed the chaos, and naturally, the chaos also took note of Nie Tian. Days from the fall, the chaotic entity shook its head and exclaimed, "Tian Jie, what are you doing here?" However, before Nie Tian could respond, the chaos was immediately drawn to the source of the fire seed. Within mere seconds, it reached the area beneath the fire seed. It was difficult to fathom how the 6 seemingly frail spider legs of the chaos could exhibit such remarkable speed. "Is this the source of the fire seed?" the chaos asked, excitement evident in its tone. "Indeed, did you not see it?" Nie Tian replied with a subtle nod, his hand casually retracting from the fire seed. His mechanical body had completed its evolution. Now his mechanical level had officially advanced to the elite level, his combat power ranking just below that of the commander and leader class Decepticons. He had surpassed the threshold of advanced warriors, making further strides among the elite Decepticons. Type: Combat Decepticon Armor, Cybertronian Steel Weaponry, 126mm Heavy Machine Gun, right hand. Shoulder-mounted multi-rocket launcher, left shoulder, fire seed, 100 body, elite level body combat power, elite level warrior. The long unopened data panel resurfaced in his mind, and the term elite level in the body and combat power entries was strikingly prominent. The energy of the fire seed had also been replenished, and, at that moment, Nie Tian felt that his condition could only be described with the phrase reborn anew. Compared to his previous status as an advanced warrior, he now possessed greater strength, faster speed, and a more formidable body. Meanwhile, the chaos remained oblivious to Nie Tian's transformation, still circling around the fire seed with remarkable agility. It's been a full millennium. I can't believe the source of the fire seed was hidden here by humans. That human girl has truly done me a great favor. As they say on this planet, it's all come without effort. The chaos's words brought Nie Tian back to reality. Having experienced an upgrade of his own, he quickly regained his composure. Chaos, do not rejoice too soon. Humans will not simply stand by and watch us. He felt the need to caution the chaos, urging it not to engage in actions that could jeopardize their alliance. Yes, and those detestable creatures. I owe my current state entirely to humans. That human girl, Tian Jia. Have you sent the coordinates of the fire seed to the master? Master? Nie Tian was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the chaos referred to its master, which must be Soundwave. Shaking his head, his expression remained composed. I have only just discovered the source of the fire seed and have yet to send any communication to Lord Soundwave. Indeed, I have discovered that Lord Megatron is also ensconced within this very base, ensnared by the machinations of humanity's technology, imprisoned not far from here. To avoid delving into the perplexity of how he discovered the Allspark, Nie Tian unhesitatingly disseminated the news of Megatron's presence. The outcome was entirely satisfactory. Megatron, the creature, Nie Tian, murmured his name repeatedly, crawling back and forth, clearly agitated. Nie Tian is loyal to Soundwave. Soundwave is loyal to Megatron. Therefore, Nie Tian is fervently devoted to Megatron as well. Tianchi, I require your assistance. I need to harness the energy of the Allspark to heal my body. Very well, Nie Tian nodded, bending down to grasp Nie Tian and casting him toward the Allspark. Nie Tian was now reduced to a mere head, many modules lost, and he had yet to realize he had ascended to the status of an elite warrior. Casting a glance at Nie Tian, who was clinging to the Allspark in an effort to restore his form, Nie Tian's thoughts stirred, prompting him to send a communication. Soon, a mechanical leopard burst into the isolation chamber. It was Black Panther. Compared to when he departed, Black Panther no longer exuded a fearsome presence. His body was tattered, and the laser cannon on his back was crooked and damaged. Clearly, this was merely a primary warrior, and even though the skirmish lasted only a brief dozen minutes, withstanding the onslaught of human forces had proven quite arduous. Thankfully, the tunnel outside the isolation chamber was part of the base's interior, and the attacking forces refrained from deploying weapons of mass destruction. Otherwise, Black Panther's survival would have been uncertain. Upon seeing Black Panther in such a battered state, Nie Tian's expression hardened. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog, especially one that had proven itself twice. He transmitted the source code capable of controlling the Allspark's evolution mechanism to Black Panther, instructing Black Panther, go to the Allspark and tend to your wounds, while evolving your form as well. At present, only he and Nie Tian remained in the isolation chamber. Thus, the utilization of the Allspark was naturally at his discretion. Receiving the source code, Black Panther, despite his grievous injuries, bowed his head to Nie Tian. Thank you, Master. His voice was laden with emotion. The prospect of evolving his form was something no Cybertronian could disregard. With the surgical precision of the information chip, Nie Tian's attitude towards Black Panther was typically indifferent. Go on. I shall handle the humans outside. As Black Panther limped toward the Allspark, Nie Tian transformed his right hand into a heavy machine gun and strode toward the isolation chamber's entrance. Allow me to confront this 7th district established for extraterrestrials. Chapter 70, Energy Shield. Within the tunnel, the base forces dispatched by Tom Banner, upon witnessing the mechanical leopard vanish from sight, emerged from their concealed positions. In the recent encounter with Black Panther, while he sustained considerable damage, they fared little better. Within the tunnel, numerous infantry fighting vehicles lay strewn about, emitting wisps of smoke, while fallen soldiers were scattered across the ground. Even the concrete walls on either side bore the scars of the laser cannon mounted on the mechanical Panther, pockmarked and battered. Observing the absence of the formidable machine, the officers of the base forces, after a prolonged wait with no sign of movement, issued a new command: cover the left and right flanks, advance the vehicles, and push towards the target location. However, just as the command was relayed, a new figure emerged from the isolation hall, less than 200 meters away, a towering alien robot, even more terrifying than the mechanical panther. Halt! Everyone, cease advance. A new enemy has appeared 150 meters ahead. Seek cover and establish a firing position. Free fire, open fire. The cacophony of gunfire erupted once more, reminiscent of a grand symphony, as reinforcements of personnel and ammunition bolstered the base forces during the preceding lull. Yet the soldiers were perplexed. The alien robot, under their relentless barrage, offered no retaliation and did not even attempt to evade. Amidst the hail of bullets, Nie Tian allowed various calibers of ammunition to spark against his frame, only raising his arm to deflect the occasional projectile that hurtled directly towards him. It appeared that his elite-grade body could effectively disregard the majority of conventional weaponry. Half a minute later, Nie Tian gained a rudimentary understanding of his elite-grade frame. His initial restraint from counterattacking was a deliberate choice to assess the strength of his new form. Although constructed from the same armor material, the armor of the elite-grade body was significantly more robust than that of the advanced model. Even the recent barrage of armor-piercing rockets striking his chest merely left a faint abrasion, hardly qualifying as damage. With a flicker of inspiration, Nie Tian activated a new feature of his frame. A semi-transparent, honeycomb-patterned energy shield materialized around him, each cell alive with flowing orange arcs of electricity, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. The moment the honeycomb shield emerged, all incoming attacks aimed at Nie Tian were thwarted at its perimeter. Bullets striking the shield created ripples, losing their kinetic energy and falling to the ground, while shells detonated upon the shield's surface, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Despite the elite-grade body being composed of Cybertron steel, it significantly surpassed the advanced model, largely due to this energy shield, an attribute attainable only by those who had reached at least the combat level of an elite warrior. Essentially, the semi-transparent honeycomb energy shield served as a fundamental barrier, capable of withstanding bullets and shells. It operated by consuming energy from the core to counteract kinetic force. Theoretically, as long as the energy within the Allspark is sufficiently abundant, it could withstand an explosion comparable to the longevity of heaven and earth. However, in reality, this is an impossibility. The basic shield is only effective in long-range combat, capable of resisting a limited amount of kinetic impact. At the very least, elite warriors like the Decepticons could breach it with relative ease after a concerted effort. After testing the energy shield, Nie Tian gazed ahead, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. The farce must come to an end. Raising his arm, the three dark, robust barrels of the heavy machine gun began to whirl with rapidity. The sharp sound of shell casings clattering to the ground resonated through the air, causing the base forces within the tunnel to be thrown into disarray, unable to lift their heads in the chaos. Meanwhile, as Nie Tian wreaked havoc within the base of Sector 7, Optimus Prime led a squad of Autobots, successfully arriving at a location 20 miles from the Black Canyon Dam. Within a deserted structure reminiscent of the Old West, the Autobot team transformed into their humanoid forms in succession. The coordinates displayed in the visor indicated that the Allspark lay just 20 miles away. Optimus Prime was the first to speak. After reading the coordinates of the Allspark in Los Angeles the previous night, he had led the Autobots in a hurried trek to Silver State. One unexpected discovery awaited him. On the visor, he had also uncovered a set of source codes utilizing the Allspark. It seemed that when Megatron inscribed the coordinates of the Allspark into his navigation system, he inadvertently left behind a trace. I can sense that the Decepticons are preparing to act. They undoubtedly know the Allspark is located there. We must act swiftly. But what about Bumblebee? What shall we do about Bumblebee? Jazz, who had remained silent until now, leaped down from a dome tower. We cannot afford to lose Bumblebee. We cannot stand idly by as he becomes a mere experiment for humanity. If we fail to secure the Allspark, Bumblebee's sacrifice will be in vain. Optimus Prime spoke slowly. Ironhide shrugged. Bumblebee is a brave and exceptional warrior. Sacrificing himself during the mission is what I believe he would wish for. Ironhide's words deeply displeased Jazz, who stepped forward to confront Optimus Prime. Optimus, why can we not harm humanity? Now, we must fight to protect them. Optimus Prime silently shook his head and moved aside to gaze into the distance. Humans, they are a brutal and primitive race, remarkably similar to our former selves. In the vast cosmos, humanity is a young species. They have much to learn and many paths to traverse. Yet, It is undeniable that they possess certain virtues that we Cybertronians do not. Freedom is the most fervent desire of all sentient beings, yet the Decepticons fail to comprehend this. They only know the pursuit of enslavement and war. As Optimus spoke, his tone grew heavy, as though stirred by memories of the Cybertronian Civil War. You and I both know, if the Allspark were to fall into Megatron's or the Decepticons' hands, the tragedy of Cybertron would tragically replay upon this planet. The flames of war shall be ignited upon this planet, swiftly spreading to other celestial bodies under the dominion of the endlessly ambitious Megatron. We cannot allow such a fate to unfold. Optimus Prime, flanked by Ironhide, stood resolutely side by side. Regardless of your choice, we shall support you. It was this profound spirit of benevolence that led Ironhide to abandon the Decepticons and join the Autobots. What course of action do you intend to take, Optimus? Jazz's heart remained heavy with thoughts of Bumblebee, yet the looming threat of the Allspark overshadowed any concerns for his friend at this moment. The sole path to end this war lies in the utter annihilation of the Allspark, ensuring its eternal disappearance from this world. Optimus opened the armor of his chest, revealing the Allspark nestled within. It emanated a soft blue luminescence, pulsating with intense energy, clearly a leader-class artifact, its presence unmatched by lesser sparks. Should all else fail, I shall merge the Allspark with the essence within my own core. No, Ratchet gasped. That is an act of suicide. No one can withstand the cosmic energy within the Allspark. You would perish alongside it. As the Autobot's physician, Ratchet understood all too well the consequences of energy overload. Yet, Optimus remained undeterred by Ratchet's warning, his expression solemn, radiating a certain brilliance. Sacrifice is inevitable for the sake of peace in the universe. We Autobots cannot allow humanity to pay the price for our missteps, nor can we permit this civil strife to persist upon this planet. Turning to Ironhide and Jazz, Optimus declared, "We have lost the Allspark once. We cannot afford to miss it again. It has been an honor to fight alongside you thus far. Now, it is time for our final battle. Autobots, let's advance." Each Autobot, despite their diverse personalities, displayed unwavering loyalty to Optimus. At his command, they transformed back into their vehicle forms, embarking on what could be their ultimate confrontation. Within the tunnel, the battle raged on, yet the base forces could no longer withstand the mounting losses. They prepared to retreat. That robot is shielded by an energy barrier. Our bullets cannot penetrate. Retreat. Begin the withdrawal. Stay orderly. Maintain formation. Taking cover behind a destroyed war vehicle, the officer shouted orders for retreat. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a translucent energy shield enveloping the alien robot, intercepting all projectiles, he felt the stirrings of defeat. Smoke grenades. Use the tank for cover. Retreat. Under the officer's command, the base's armed forces began their hasty withdrawal. Unlike the mechanical leopard, they found themselves evenly matched against it, capable of inflicting damage and glimpsing the hope of victory. Yet the newly emerged extraterrestrial robot exhibited a power so formidable that it was utterly overwhelming, leaving the humans with no semblance of hope. No one would willingly embrace death. If one does not flee now, then when? Chapter 71. The commencement of action, the heavy machine gun's barrel whirred intermittently before coming to a complete halt, gazing at the remnants of vehicles strewn about the tunnel. Devoid of any fleeing shadows, Nie Tian expressionlessly sheathed his weapon. Merely driving away a contingent of armed humans was hardly a cause for celebration. He turned and returned to the isolation hall. Upon entering, Nie Tian observed the restored entity, Chaos, standing beneath the spark source, seemingly engaged in some unknown task. The Black Panther, meanwhile, remained still, undergoing its evolution. Chaos's eyes flickered as it scrutinized the unfamiliar mechanical leopard, failing to recognize this strange Decepticon. "Chaos, has your body been restored?" A voice resounded from behind. Chaos quickly turned. "Yes, and it is thanks to the spark source. Otherwise, I would have had to request my master to forge a new body for me." This was one advantage of the Cybertronians. As long as one was not completely deceased, revival was a straightforward endeavor with assistance. Nie Tian cast a casual glance at the now 1-meter-tall Chaos, gesturing towards the Black Panther. "This is my pet." Black Panther. Pausing for a moment, he added, "It was Master Soundwave who had Master Scalpel assist in its creation." "I see." Chaos's wariness dissipated instantly. "Tinxia, have you dealt with the human army outside?" "No, Nie Tian gently shook his head, but they have retreated for the time being. They should not disturb us again in the short run. Indeed, only for a brief period. It was inevitable that the human forces within Base 7 would launch another assault. Based on Nie Tian's understanding of their nature, they would never relinquish the spark source until the very last moment. Greed is in itself a term devoid of moral judgment, incapable of being labeled as right or wrong. It drives individuals to transcend their limits, yet simultaneously serves as the most exquisite catalyst for progress. If memory serves, the technology of humanity in this world was derived from reverse engineering the body of Megatron. Naturally, the spark source, which was evidently of greater significance than Megatron himself, was not something Base 7 would easily abandon. Chaos, please relay the coordinates of the spark source and the information regarding Lord Megatron to Master Soundwave. Additionally, seek his guidance on our next course of action. For the time being, matters concerning Base 7 were set aside, as Nie Tian spoke to Chaos with a nonchalant demeanor. As for why he did not send the information himself, it was, of course, to bestow credit upon Chaos. As anticipated, upon hearing Nie Tian's words, Chaos nodded earnestly at the spark source. Rest assured, Tianxia, I will report truthfully to my master. Your contributions will not go unnoticed. Nie Tian offered a faint smile. Yet within his heart, there was not a ripple of emotion. For any faction aspiring to endure and thrive over the ages, an intrinsic and judicious system of rewards and punishments must exist, even if at times it may not seem entirely just. Prior to ascending to the rank of elite warrior, Nie Tian may have placed significant emphasis on the promise of rewards articulated by Soundwave. However, now that he stands on the precipice of becoming an elite warrior, mere steps away from the rank of commander, many considerations have become trivial to him. Seizing the moment of confusion, he sent a communication to Soundwave. Lord Red Spider, this is Tianxia. The coordinates of the Allspark have been determined. In the vastness of outer space, a massive satellite suddenly began to disintegrate. Like the process of cellular division, a satellite of similar size and peculiar design slowly emerged from above. One side of the satellite revealed a humanoid visage, with two crimson lights igniting where the eyes would be. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was no ordinary satellite. It was a robot cleverly disguised as one. This robot was none other than Soundwave, who had ventured into space following his arrival on Blue Star. For the past few days, Soundwave had been drifting through the cosmos, obtaining intelligence on Blue Star by parasitizing and infiltrating various satellites. Following the events of last night, he resumed his surveillance of the Autobots. During this period, he also took note of the Decepticons on Blue Star. Under his command, Barricade was dispatched to Red Spider's base to procure a scalpel for repairs. Meanwhile, a high-ranking Decepticon named Tianxia had infiltrated a human military base and subsequently vanished, piquing Soundwave's curiosity. Solar panels rotated automatically towards the light. As Soundwave activated his jet propulsion system and maneuvered toward another satellite on a different trajectory, the satellite-shaped Soundwave moved with considerable slowness. After a prolonged period, his mechanical tendrils finally ensnared a new military reconnaissance satellite. Master, I am with Tianxia. The locations of the Allspark and Lord Megatron have been confirmed. Soundwave relayed to the satellite's core, abruptly halting the data stream. Excellent. At long last, we have located Lord Megatron. Currently, the situation is as follows, he continued. Disarray. You and Tianxia must first rescue Lord Megatron. I will promptly notify the other Decepticons to converge. Understood, Master. After successfully infiltrating the military reconnaissance satellite, Soundwave immediately issued commands to the Decepticons on Blue Star. This is Soundwave. All Decepticons, commence operations. In Silver State at the Konas Canyon, the tires of a police car screeched, kicking up a cloud of dust. Barricade commence. In the western expanse of the Great Basin Desert, a Super Stallion helicopter with the tail number 4500 pivoted its nose. Dizzy, join the ranks. At the Rushville Buffalo Military Equipment Base, in the so-called Graveyard of War Machines, the Buffar base witnessed an explosion as an armored vehicle designed for bomb disposal, and a modified Abrams main battle tank crashed through a metallic barrier. The Bone Crusher is on the move. The commotion has commenced. Approaching the source of the spark, Nie Tian observed the evolution of the Black Panther. Previously, during his time in Oxen, He had allowed the Black Panther to acquire essential knowledge through the network, thus endowing it with a more vibrant personality than when it first came into existence. The area of the Black Panther that came into contact with the source of the spark radiated a dazzling light, reminiscent of a cold firework ablaze. Nie Tian understood that this phenomenon was a result of the cosmic energy being transmitted by the source of the spark, a sort of harmless side effect, albeit one with limitations. Regrettably, the source code corresponding to the spark program could only evolve the body once. Gazing at the Black Panther, Nie Tian felt a tinge of wistfulness. The evolutionary capabilities of the source of the spark were certainly not boundless. It was only logical, had infinite evolution been possible. The Autobots occupying Iron Fortress during the Cybertronian Civil War would not have fallen to the Decepticons, and high-ranking Cybertronians would not be as scarce as they currently were. Before long, Nie Tian witnessed the Black Panther suddenly break away from the source of the spark, its claws and the steel spikes on its tail emerging with a swift flourish, as if proclaiming its transformation into a mid-tier warrior. "Master, I have completed my evolution." The voice of the Black Panther brimmed with excitement, reveling in the joy of its advancement to a mid-tier warrior. It was noteworthy that, under normal circumstances, Cybertronians often spent millennia without elevation, and the Black Panther felt an increasing sense of satisfaction in having chosen the right master. Little did Nie Tian know the thoughts swirling in the Black Panther's mind. Had he been aware, he would likely have merely chuckled it off. "Decepticon, the master has issued a new command." At that moment, Misfire approached, but before he could get close to Nie Tian, he was startled into halting his steps. The elite warrior and the mid-tier warrior, Misfire first glanced at Nie Tian and then at the Black Panther, his expression one of astonishment. He had been so preoccupied with the source of the spark that he had only now noticed the transformations in Tianjia and his pet. Fortuitous, just recently promoted. Misfire's stammering speech style was, unsurprisingly, reminiscent to Nie Tian. Upon arriving at this location, he had intended to investigate the situation of the source of the spark. But upon touching it, he was infused with energy, and then, Nie Tian was uncertain whether the source of the spark was as he had once surmised, capable of automatically enhancing the body simply through contact. Regardless, he had to feign ignorance. Soundwave had a penchant for eavesdropping on the secrets of other Decepticons and his minions. The Tape Army naturally inherited this tradition. At the very least, Nie Tian recalled how, in the original series, Soundwave frequently blackmailed Starscream with his little secrets, and he had no desire to possess a secret that could haunt him for a lifetime. Upon hearing Nie Tian's explanation, Misfire's 4 blue eyes darted around, and while he still sensed something was amiss, he could not articulate what exactly felt wrong. As the chaos subsided into silence, Nie Tian proactively shifted the topic. "Milwan, you just mentioned that Lord Soundwave has new orders?" "Indeed, new orders." Upon hearing this, Milwan immediately regained her focus. "The Master has instructed us to prioritize the rescue of Lord Megatron before addressing the Allspark. Furthermore, the Master has already informed Roadblock and Stun, and they are en route." "Rescue Lord Megatron first?" Nie Tian pondered, nodding thoughtfully. It seemed that Soundwave had not succeeded in narrowing down the source code for the Allspark. The source code inscribed by Megatron indicated that the usage of the Allspark was likely only within the grasp of leader-class Cybertronian warriors. In the original series, Bumblebee managed to reduce the Allspark to the size of a basketball, likely under the tutelage of Optimus Prime. While Autobots could trust each other unconditionally, the level of trust Megatron had for his subordinates might be significantly questionable. "Then let us depart and rescue Lord Megatron," Nie Tian concluded, casting one last reluctant glance at the Allspark before diverting his gaze. Despite his status as an elite warrior, he still needed to heed Soundwave's commands to some extent. An elite warrior remained part of the Enforcers, akin to a larger Enforcer, much like a skilled laborer. As for pursuing freedom from the Decepticons, Nie Tian asserted that he was merely elevated to elite status by the Allspark, not rendered mentally impaired by it. Under the shade of a great tree, one finds comfort, but detaching from the Decepticons only to encounter Autobots would leave him without allies. Moreover, the Decepticons were not significantly kinder to traitors than to their archenemies, the Autobots. Chapter 72. Release Bumblebee within the weaponry depot of Sector 7. John Keller and his companions were oblivious to the large number of extraterrestrial robots racing towards Black Canyon Dam. They were still selecting weapons, preparing to eliminate the alien robot that had infiltrated the base. At the very least, they aimed to confine the alien robot within the isolation chamber of the Allspark, awaiting further reinforcements. On an open-top armored vehicle, William secured a grenade launcher to the roof of the front seat and then shouted at Robert, "Robert, the 40mm armor-piercing rounds are on that table. Bring me a few." "I am Busse, William. Can't you get them yourself?" Amidst the incessant sounds of ammunition loading and firearms being chambered, soldiers hastily armed themselves under William's temporary command, creating an atmosphere of urgency and tension. In stark contrast to the frantic activity around them, Maggie and Glenn conversed quietly to one side, while Sam and Michaela stood in a corner, bewildered. They were merely high school students, unaccustomed to such scenes. John Keller paced back and forth. He was not a professional combatant, and at his age, joining the battlefield would only add to the chaos. Just then, as the mood within the equipment depot varied among the personnel, Tom Banach, clad in a black suit, entered the room. He still wore the sunglasses he had donned on the observation path, uncertain whether he could discern the path within the dim confines of the underground base. My subordinates had been repelled. That extraterrestrial automaton had departed the quarantine chamber, accompanied by a mechanical leopard. Upon entering, Tom Banner conveyed this alarming news. Though none anticipated, it was merely an appetizer. Furthermore, the alien robot possessed the ability to emit an energy shield, rendering all bullets aimed at it completely intercepted. Even armor-piercing rounds were incapable of breaching that barrier. Clink! A golden armor-piercing round slipped from Simon's grasp, hitting the ground with a piercing clang that resonated painfully in the otherwise silent armory. Observing the astonishment etched on everyone's faces, Tom Banner popped a piece of gum into his mouth. "Actually, there's a piece of good news." "What good news?" "It concerns our ultimate treasure, the so-called spark source mentioned by that young lad." Tom gestured toward Sam. The alien robot did not take the spark source with it. Perhaps its size was too cumbersome for it to carry? Is it possible that it intends to release the other entity first before retrieving the spark source? Maggie interjected softly. "Why do you think that?" "I believe that since the entity arrived on our planet alongside the spark source, it must know how to handle it. Meanwhile, the creature currently inhabiting the base is a newcomer. Having arrived over a century later, it may very well be oblivious to the spark source." Upon hearing Maggie's words, Sam, who had been lurking in the corner, could no longer contain himself. He hurriedly rushed to Simon's side. "Did you hear that? It's going to unleash Megatron. We stand no chance against it. You must take me to my car." Simon bent down to retrieve the still-rolling shell, shaking his head. "Your car? Impossible. It has been confiscated." "Then do not seize it. Release it." "Young man, I advise you to abandon this notion, for we cannot predict what will occur if it is set free." "You do not know." "Indeed, I do not. Perhaps you do. But regrettably, your words hold no weight." "Are you truly prepared to remain here and await your doom?" "Young man," Simon's veins bulged at his neck, "I have no time for idle chatter. The fates of many, even humanity, rest in our hands, and yet you obstruct our efforts to act for salvation." Simon's retort, laden with authority, incited Sam's ire. In desperation, he revealed the information regarding Bumblebee and the Autobots. "Only my car can contend with that alien robot. Bumblebee is an Autobot, and he is not allied with that extraterrestrial. Megatron is a terrifying entity. If he is released, we are all doomed. Bumblebee is formidable. Trust me." Hearing Sam's words, William, who had been quietly observing the debate from a distance, finally discerned the crux of the issue. He lunged forward, seizing Simon by the collar and forcefully pinning him against the hood of a car. "Let this boy see his vehicle." "Hey, what are you doing?" Simon's men raised their weapons, aiming at William. Unyielding, William drew his pistol, pressing it against Simon's head, while Robert hoisted a rocket launcher, ready to face annihilation. "Whoa, Captain. And soldiers, let's not act rashly." Tom Banner removed his long-worn sunglasses, gesturing for restraint from both sides. Simon cast a glance at the gun pressed to his forehead, his expression devoid of fear. "Lower your weapon, Captain. The aliens have already waged war, and here you are, aiming at me. Do you wish to kill me?" "There is no need for me to kill you. I merely want you to take this child to his car." "Impossible." Simon resolutely shook his head. "I command you to lower your weapon in my capacity as the supervisor of Sector 7, an organization that does not exist." Robert interjected, still clutching the rocket launcher. William also reacted, "We only take orders from the Department of Defense, not from a non-existent agency." Simon? The previously silent John Keller finally spoke when he heard William mention the Department of Defense. "Please go ahead, Mr. Secretary. If I were you, I would heed William's advice, for defeat is not an option for people like them." All right, Simon muttered to himself, glaring at William. "Fine. If you wish to entrust the fate of the entire world to this boy's car, then so be it." Outside the isolation hall, the tunnel was strewn with debris, and many armored vehicles continued to burn fiercely. Black Panther led the way, with Nie Tian following in a daze. As they passed several abandoned war machines, Black Panther would extend his claws or open his jagged maw, demolishing the still intact vehicles as if seeking vengeance. Nie Tian did not stop Black Panther, allowing him to lead, primarily to scout the situation and avoid the armed forces within the base, thus saving time. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Autobots should be on their way to Black Gorge Dam. With his intrusion, especially this time infiltrating Sector 7's base for the source of ignition, Nie Tian had little hope that the ensuing events would unfold according to the original script. In truth, Soundwave's demand to rescue Megatron aligned perfectly with Nie Tian's intentions. He had not forgotten that within Sector 7's base, there was also a captured Bumblebee. Stop! Let him go!" In a cryogenic chamber, as soon as Sam entered, he shouted, his face filled with concern as he looked at Bumblebee, who was being bombarded with cold air. However, the staff paid no heed to Sam and continued to release extremely low-temperature gas from the compressed backpack. Fortunately, at that moment, Tom Banner arrived, exclaiming, "Stop! Tom Banner first halted the cooling systems, then commanded the disconnection of the high-voltage wires bound to Bumblebee. "Release him. We require his assistance." The misty cold air ceased to flow, and the wires were withdrawn from the yellow chassis. Upon regaining consciousness, Bumblebee swiftly transformed his arm into a plasma cannon, aiming it at the group of suddenly appearing humans. "Hey, take it easy. Calm down." Sam stepped forward, attempting to soothe him. "It's me, Bumblebee, Sam. Are you all right? Did they harm you?" Seeing Sam, the guardian designated to him by Optimus Prime, Bumblebee's apprehension diminished significantly, though the cannon's aim remained steadfast. The armed guards accompanying Tom Banner also pointed their rifles at Bumblebee. The tense standoff rendered everyone present breathless, fearful that the crimson glowing cannon might unleash its wrath at any moment. To alleviate Bumblebee's tension, Sam proactively explained the current situation. "Bumblebee, listen to me. The Decepticons have arrived." His words compelled Bumblebee to rise, the battle mask on his face retracting. "Sam, where are the Decepticons? And where is this? Command them to withdraw." All right, no problem. You need not concern yourself with them. I've negotiated with them, and they will not harm you again." Sam turned to the others present. "Step back, quickly. You're frightening Bumblebee. He means no harm." He then addressed the armed guards. "Lower your weapons. Everything will be fine." Tom Banner pressed down the barrel of a nearby guard's weapon, his gaze fixed intently on Bumblebee. "Everyone, obey his command. Put your weapons away." The guards slowly lowered their guns, and Bumblebee's cannon gradually ceased its movement, allowing the atmosphere to return to a semblance of normalcy. "Bumblebee, listen closely. The Allspark you and Optimus are searching for is within this very base. However, a Decepticon has infiltrated. He was just in the location where the Allspark is stored. We cannot contend with him alone. We need your help." "Decepticon? Who is that? I don't know his name, but I have seen him. You have encountered him as well." Sam's speech became somewhat disjointed under the pressure, as anxiety often impairs clarity of expression. "Last night, at the refinery, that 8-meter-tall black robot was allied with the police car you defeated. He can transform into a fighter jet. Wow, these aliens are truly remarkable. They can even transform into planes." Glenn, standing in the back, expressed his admiration upon hearing Sam's words. "Are you referring to the one called Devastator?" Bumblebee inquired, seemingly confirming, as Sam's relatively clear description reminded him of the Decepticon he had faced once before. Yes. Is his name Devastator?" "Indeed." Bumblebee nodded. "Where is he now?" Upon hearing this, Sam directed his gaze towards Tom Banner, who promptly replied, "Are you referring to that extraterrestrial robot? His name is Unicron? Well, he should currently be wandering within the base, though we are uncertain of his intentions. However, we surmise he is likely aiming to release a certain individual known as Megatron." "Megatron? Is he here as well?" Bumblebee seemed astonished, clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of Megatron. Yes, and that is precisely why I require your assistance, Bumblebee. Very well, Sam. Without further delay, lead me to the Allspark. Bumblebee recognized the urgency of the situation. There could be other Decepticons en route. All right, Bumblebee, follow me. Under Sam's guidance, Bumblebee transformed into a sports car and sped toward the isolation chamber housing the Allspark. Along the way, Sam divulged everything he knew to Tom Banner and the others, including the distinctions between Autobots and Decepticons. In turn, Bumblebee promptly reported the events transpiring within the base to Optimus Prime. Subsequently, under Sam's suggestion and Optimus's directive, he agreed to forge a temporary alliance with humanity. Inside the isolation chamber, Robert observed the yellow robot rushing towards the Allspark and quickly nudged William beside him, exclaiming, "Wow, William, what is he about to do?" Everyone, was he planning? Under the collective gaze, Bumblebee raised his arm and lightly tapped the Allspark, which began to fold like building blocks, emitting a crisp clattering sound. Ping, ping pong. Before long, the Allspark had shrunk to the size of a basketball. Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Bumblebee clutched the diminished Allspark and hurried to Sam, stating, "Sam, I need you to take the Allspark out of the base. Optimus and the others are en route. They will be waiting for you outside." "Huh. All right, I'll follow your lead, Bumblebee." Sam, momentarily dazed, accepted the Allspark and then inquired, "What about you, Bumblebee? Aren't you coming with us?" "No, I must pursue that Decepticon." Megatron cannot be awakened. Among all present, none understood the terror of Megatron better than Bumblebee, who had survived the Cybertronian Civil War. Seeing that Bumblebee and Sam had reached a consensus, William drew his weapon and called out, "Quick, head to the armory and bring out our armored vehicle. We'll escort this boy away from the base. The nearest city is 30 miles away. We must hide the Allspark there." As William spoke, he turned to John Keller. "Minister?" "Lieutenant, proceed," came the response. "I'm uncertain if we can transport this thing to the city on our own. I require air support." John Keller then looked at Simon. "Is there a radio device here?" "Certainly. Anything is possible here." "All right, William, leave this matter to me. I will notify the Air Force to assist you." A multitude of individuals swiftly immersed themselves in their tasks, each diligently performing their designated roles in an effort to contribute to a war that could potentially determine the fate of humanity. Before long, a great gate in the base of the Black Canyon Dam creaked open, and a convoy of armed vehicles, comprised of various military transports, emerged. Within the low-temperature chamber that imprisoned Megatron, a mechanical panther burst in, startling the researchers within, who fled in a cacophony of terrified screams, quickly vanishing from sight. Following closely behind the panther, Nie Tian entered the low-temperature chamber with a composed demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, the location of Megatron's confinement remained a mystery, as he possessed only the coordinates of the Allspark. However, armed with the schematics of Base 3 from prior knowledge, he utilized the information chip's integration capabilities to analyze the data and soon identified the anomalous low-temperature chamber. Lord Megatron, upon stepping into the chamber, the chaotic entity known as Frenzy eagerly leapt from Nie Tian's shoulder, racing towards Megatron, who was ensconced upon a high platform. Nie Tian surveyed the towering figure of Megatron, encased in a thick layer of frost. Even in slumber, the imposing form emanated an intangible aura of power that instilled fear in all who beheld it. At that moment, Megatron was arguably in the most formidable state throughout the entirety of the Transformer saga. "Frenzy, I must assist Lord Megatron in thawing him. Do not allow anyone to disturb me." After a moment of exuberance, Frenzy finally recalled the gravity of the situation. "Very well," Nie Tian nodded, recognizing that by merely disabling the cooling device atop Megatron's head, it would not be long before the mighty figure regained his strength. "Megatron, Megatron," Frenzy chanted once more, hastening to a nearby computer to commence typing. "Virus implantation decryption completed. Initiating thawing process. Warning, cooling system failure. Warning, cooling system failure." The low-temperature chamber reverberated with the blaring of alarms, accompanied by the frantic flashing of several warning lights above. At that moment, a deep growl resonated from outside the chamber. "Virum." Nie Tian furrowed his brow, swiftly turning his head. A yellow Camaro sports car appeared in his line of sight. Drawing nearer. "Bumblebee?" Nie Tian squinted, knowing that Bumblebee had been captured in Sector 7. He had prepared himself for the possibility of encountering his old ally, so he remained composed. Moreover, he was now an elite warrior, and his blade was far from dull. Frenzy, how much longer? Nie Tian, are the Autobots here? Frenzy had also sensed the commotion outside. Damn it. Those repugnant creatures have employed liquid neon with a boiling point below -200 degrees. The thawing process is quite troublesome. It will take at least 3 more minutes for Lord Megatron to be completely thawed. 3 minutes should suffice. Having received the precise time from Frenzy, Nie Tian's gaze sharpened as he conjured his weaponry. With a swift motion, 4 tracking missiles rose from his shoulder, akin to their previous encounter in the abandoned parking lot with Bumblebee. Due to the confined space within the tunnel, coupled with the absence of any obstructions, Bumblebee was compelled to transform into his humanoid form in response to Nie Tian's assault. The explosion of the rocket propelled a shower of debris from the overhead concrete, shattering several overhead lights. Bumblebee conjured a plasma cannon, charging it for 2 seconds before unleashing a shot. Upon recognizing the Decepticon named Tian, a flicker of astonishment crossed Bumblebee's optics. He had not anticipated that within a mere day, his adversary would ascend to the rank of a warrior on par with him from Cybertron. Effortlessly evading Bumblebee's attack, Nie Tian raised his arm, the barrel of his heavy machine gun beginning to whirl. His yearning for a melee weapon intensified, despite his scant experience in close combat. Having something was preferable to nothing. At the very least, he dared not allow Bumblebee to approach him unchallenged. The plasma cannon and rockets erupted alternately within the tunnel. And with the experience of their previous encounter, along with his recent elevation to an elite warrior, Nie Tian adeptly handled Bumblebee's onslaught. Unfrozen, just after firing a volley of rockets, Nie Tian heard the excited shout of the Decepticon. Mayhem. Time me. Hold on a little longer. Lord Megatron will awaken shortly. And then we shall make this Autobot pay. Casting a glance at Bumblebee before him, Nie Tian contemplated before sheathing his weapon and retreating. With Megatron on the verge of awakening, there was no need for him to incur any cost to impede Bumblebee. Seeing the Decepticon suddenly vanish, Bumblebee fired a shot and charged into the cryogenic chamber. To his surprise, upon entering, he beheld a towering figure standing on the central platform. As Bumblebee stood momentarily stunned, the eyes of the figure's head suddenly blazed with a crimson light. Oh no! Bumblebee instantly realized he had fallen into a trap. With a resounding crash, the chains binding the massive figure shattered under immense force, and the thick ice enveloping its surface crumbled like shards of tile. Following this, an ominous and powerful roar echoed throughout the base in Sector 7. I am Megatron. As Megatron awakened, he disregarded the nearby mayhem and immediately fixed his gaze upon a Camaro racing away. An Autobot, Bumblebee. Megatron showed no intent to pursue Bumblebee. Instead, he stretched his form and addressed the 3 Decepticons in the cryogenic chamber. Mayhem, well done. He then turned to Nie Tian, inquiring, Decepticon, I do not recognize you. State your name. Upon hearing Megatron's question, Nie Tian slightly lowered his head and replied respectfully, Lord Megatron, I am Tian, serving under Lord Red Spider, born on this planet. The awakened Megatron exuded an aura that far surpassed his frozen state. Standing in proximity, Nie Tian felt an indescribable pressure. Tian, Red Spider? Has Red Spider also come to this planet? Megatron murmured as he descended from the high platform. Skybite, inform me of the whereabouts of Starscream. The fact that such an elite warrior was deemed unworthy of Megatron's regard, yet still elicited a direct inquiry, spoke volumes about his desperation for assistance. My Lord Megatron, Lord Starscream is en route. Humph, that coward always has a penchant for tardiness. Chaos, provide me with an update on the current situation. Yes, my Lord Megatron. Chapter 74, Starscream's arrival high above the Black Canyon Dam. A supersonic fighter jet suddenly soared, transforming into a towering, menacing Decepticon as it descended upon the observation deck of the dam. Upon landing, Starscream brandished a weapon from his left hand, launching several cluster bombs at the power generation area. The cluster bombs, resembling large aerial munitions with long white tails, detonated in rapid succession, unleashing a carpet bombing effect that indiscriminately ravaged the entire power station. Power outage warning, power outage warning. Checking backup systems, initiating backup systems within the base. In a dilapidated underground chamber, John Keller and Maggie, along with 2 others, were desperately attempting to send a distress signal to the Air Force. As the flickering fluorescent lights overhead caught their attention, they paused their efforts, watching cautiously. They are coming, John Keller declared, shattering a display case and retrieving 2 shotguns. Meanwhile, Simon anxiously inquired, without communication devices, how can we transmit a signal? How can we contact the Air Force? Glenn, seated before the radio equipment, was visibly agitated. Maggie, rummaging through a pile of debris, lifted a computer. Glenn? What? Can you connect this computer to the radio? Sure, but what good will that do? You can link the computer to the radio and send Morse code. Morse code? Glenn pondered momentarily before his expression brightened with excitement. Yes, you're right. Maggie, that's precisely my forte. Having just barricaded the basement door with heavy objects, John Keller rushed over upon hearing that Glenn and Maggie had devised a plan. Hey, kid. Right as I direct. This is Secretary of Defense John Keller, addressing the Northern Command, requesting an emergency response. Our target is an armed convoy. Airstrike order. Falcon 119586 coordinates. Outside the base, Bumblebee swiftly caught up to the convoy escorting Sam and Michaela. Sam, Bumblebee has arrived. You and your girlfriend should get in with him. Upon seeing Bumblebee approach, William promptly commanded the convoy to pull over and instructed Sam and Michaela to exit the vehicle. Clearly, the Allspark was far safer in the alien's possession than within the nearly defenseless armored Hummer. All right, William. Clutching the Allspark, Sam entered the Camaro. Feeling slightly awkward as he explained, Hey, William is really a good guy. I sent he. During our time at the base, he stood up for me. Though it is unfortunate that he remains unaware of our relationship. I mean, please do not take offense at his earlier comment. It is quite all right, Sam. I believe he may have misunderstood something, and I can certainly comprehend that. Michaela's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she feigned nonchalance as she tossed her hair. That is reassuring. Sam's gaze drifted momentarily to the sandstone landscape outside the window, and then, as if recalling something suddenly, he inquired, By the way, Bumblebee, what became of that Decepticon at the base? Did you defeat him? No, Sam. The radio crackled to life. That Decepticon has been promoted. He is now on par with me. Moreover, Megatron has awakened, and we must hasten to reunite with Optimus. He knows how to handle the Allspark, or we shall find ourselves in dire straits. Promoted? Bumblebee, what does that entail? Sam's face displayed curiosity. His understanding of Autobots and Decepticons derived solely from the fragments of information Optimus had shared with him the previous night. You could interpret it as that Decepticon becoming more formidable. I suspect he may have evolved his form by harnessing the Allspark. Due to the limited space within the armored vehicle, aside from Sam and Michaela, all others were soldiers escorting the Allspark. After positioning Bumblebee securely in the center, the convoy accelerated, making its way toward the city of Rushville, the closest to the Black Canyon Dam. As the convoy traversed a winding mountain road, William failed to notice an oncoming caravan comprised of a Peterbilt long-nosed truck, a silver convertible, a Hummer rescue vehicle, and a pickup truck. Shortly after they passed this caravan, it began to trail behind them at a considerable distance. At the base of the Black Canyon Dam, a massive Cybertronian warplane roared forth from the wind tunnel, closely followed by a Cloud Rider helicopter. On the observation path, upon witnessing the spectacle, Starscream swiftly transformed into a supersonic fighter jet, pursuing the departing Cybertronian aircraft. With a thud, 3 differently styled aircraft landed not far from the Black Canyon Dam. Starscream, my lord. Nie Tian inclined his head slightly toward Starscream, for he was now, after all, a subordinate of Starscream. Starscream scrutinized Nie Tian with a glint of surprise in his eyes. However, in the presence of Lord Megatron, he could not afford to dwell on how Nie Tian had ascended to the rank of elite warrior. Lord Megatron, your aide Starscream reports for duty. Seeing you safely extricated brings me immense relief. Over the years, I have traversed the cosmos in search of you, following the signals you left behind until I arrived on this planet. When I discovered you ensnared by a group of feeble beings, my heart ached profoundly. As Starscream began to fervently express his loyalty, audaciously taking credit for the accomplishments, Nie Tian endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor. Before him and the other Decepticons, Starscream was the cunning and formidable Decepticon he truly was. Before Megatron, Starscream appeared as a sycophantic lackey, devoid of the commanding presence one would expect from a Decepticon of his rank. However, Nie Tian was not surprised, in a certain sense. Starscream's reputation as a craven toady was as notorious as his ambition within the Decepticon ranks. Nie Tian admired Megatron's magnanimity, for he himself would find it intolerable to endure a treacherous Decepticon like Starscream, who frequently plotted rebellion and usurpation. Perhaps this was the confidence that characterized a leader among the Decepticons. Enough, Starscream. Cease your disingenuous flattery. Megatron abruptly interrupted, seemingly wearied by the exchange. Tell me, where's the Allspark? Your Majesty, the Allspark has been taken by humans. They have just departed, replied Starscream. You disappoint me once again, Starscream. Megatron bared his three-clawed arm and turned, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Starscream. Mobilize the Decepticons. Capture those insects and retrieve the Allspark for me. As you command, Your Majesty, Starscream said, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips as he bowed deeply. He then turned to Nie Tian. Tianxia, follow me. Yes, Lord Starscream. Transforming into a helicopter, Nie Tian followed Starscream as they soared in a particular direction. It was unclear whether Starscream was preoccupied with notifying the other Decepticons or eager to reclaim the Allspark, but throughout the journey, he did not inquire about Nie Tian's ascension to elite warrior status. Starscream's silence was a relief to Nie Tian, and soon he recognized the familiar scenery below. Was this Rushville? The city he had once frequented was etched vividly in his memory, as it was here that he became a billionaire. Suddenly, a colossal heavy-duty helicopter approached from the horizon, and Starscream accelerated sharply. Nie Tian swiftly followed suit, landing atop a building. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, causing the less than 10-story structure to tremble. Below, it seemed individuals had noticed their arrival and were incessantly filming with their phones. Noticing Starscream's lack of discretion, Nie Tian inferred that, with Megatron having located the Allspark, the Decepticons no longer needed to operate in secrecy. Before long, another helicopter, known as Blur, arrived at the rooftop. Standing 10 meters tall, it rendered Nie Tian the shortest among them. Lord Starscream, Blur greeted respectfully. Though not directly subordinate to Starscream, he dared not disregard him. Lord Starscream, this is Blur. You have arrived. This is Tianxia, Starscream introduced, while Nie Tian remained silent, observing that Blur seemed to have forgotten their previous encounter. Starscream cast a disdainful glance at the growing crowd below and scoffed. The Autobots have allied with humanity. They appear intent on bringing the Allspark to this city, even daring to envision utilizing human strength against us. Upon hearing this, Nie Tian felt no surprise. Previously, when encountering Bumblebee in the low-temperature chamber, he did not sense the signal of the Allspark on Bumblebee, leading him to speculate that the Allspark had been entrusted to humanity by Bumblebee. After all, he could hardly believe that Bumblebee would abandon the Allspark to confront Megatron. In truth, regardless of the ultimate fate of the Allspark and whether it would unfold as in the original narrative, Nie Tian understood that the moment the Allspark was discovered by the Chaos, it had already become beyond his reach. As for eliminating the Chaos as he had once done with 24, Nie Tian had not even entertained such thoughts. The Chaos was a member of the Tape Legion, a trusted confidant of Soundwave, not some nameless minion. After a brief wait atop the building, the Red Spider suddenly remarked, "The roadblock and the ruckus have arrived." Upon hearing this, Nie Tian gazed downward and discerned a familiar police car approaching along the nearby road, flanked by two unusually large and oddly shaped vehicles. As he recognized them, Nie Tian was taken aback. The police car, as paint gleamed as if it had just rolled off the assembly line. He was astonished that Roadblock, despite his severe injuries, had recovered so swiftly. "You all set off and follow Roadblock. Retrieve the Allspark," commanded the Red Spider, showing no inclination to take action himself. Nie Tian exchanged a glance with dizziness, nodding in agreement. "Yes, my Lord Red Spider." Chapter 75. Return to Rushville on the road, leading into Rushville. Vehicles flowed incessantly as a long, armed convoy traversed beneath the overpass. Thanks to Bumblebee's introduction, William had learned of Optimus Prime and the Autobot Team's arrival. Fortunately, they had not encountered any Decepticons along the way. As he gazed at the impending city skyline from the gunner position of a light assault armored vehicle, William quietly exhaled, his hands never straying from the weaponry. He then turned his head to glimpse a blue and red Peterbilt long-nosed truck behind them. William had not expected these extraterrestrial mechanical beings to be divided into two factions, much like the cliché as often depicted in movies, one side embodying justice and light, the other seeking to dominate the world. Safely nestled in the center of the convoy, the Camaro, Sam noticed the city ahead. "Michaela, don't worry. We will be safe soon." Just as Sam finished reassuring Michaela and prepared to place the Allspark in the back seat, he inadvertently caught a glimpse outside the window. Instantly turning pale with shock. That police car? It's that police car. What? Michaela gasped, immediately rising from the driver's seat and leaning over Sam to peer out the window. There, on the bustling highway, not far behind them, a police car with flashing lights and emblazoned with the all-too-familiar number 643 was changing lanes to approach them. Sam, it's that Decepticon. Both Sam and Michaela recognized the arrival of Roadblock, and naturally, Optimus Prime noticed as well. Autobots, be alert. The Decepticons are coming. Prepare for battle. The Autobot team, having received the message from Optimus Prime, began to gradually converge towards Bumblebee's position while maintaining their speed. On the highway, Roadblock maneuvered deftly, weaving past the obstructing vehicles ahead. Following closely behind was a brown-wheeled bomb disposal armored vehicle, Bone Crusher. As they approached the armed convoy, less than 100 meters away, Bone Crusher suddenly accelerated past Roadblock, extending its mine detection plow to clear the way, pushing aside the cars in front. Help! Oh my God, what on earth is that? Is anyone going to do something? Call the police, shouted the drivers who had been shoved aside. Witnessing this chaotic scene, other vehicles on the highway slowed down and came to a halt. Only Williams' armed convoy and the Autobot team continued their advance. With the path cleared, Bone Crusher quickly caught up to the armed convoy. It transformed into its humanoid form and effortlessly swatted an armored vehicle aside. Speed up. William, the lead vehicle's driver, urged the convoy, realizing the changing situation behind them. Their mission was to protect the Allspark, not to eliminate these monsters. Moreover, their aerial support was en route, ready to relocate the Allspark to a safer, concealed location. In its humanoid form, Bone Crusher, standing on two wheels, maintained its speed without a hint of slowing down. After knocking aside 2 more armored vehicles, it roared and lunged at the ever-retreating Optimus Prime. Autobot die. Faced with this sudden assault, Optimus had no choice but to transform into his humanoid form. However, before he could even assume a defensive stance, he was tackled by the forceful Bone Crusher. They tumbled off the road, rolling towards the shoulder, crushing several vehicles in their path. Decepticon scum. Upon regaining his footing, Optimus clenched his right fist and swung it at Bone Crusher's head. With a resounding thud, Bone Crusher's head exploded in an instant, not allowing a single scream to escape before its massive body toppled over. Observing this scene from above, Nie Tian couldn't help but gasp, quickly adjusting his altitude. He had to admire Bone Crusher's audacity, a high-ranking warrior daring to charge at a leader-class warrior. Zhao Zilong was all courage, but Bone Crusher seemed to embody Zhao Zilong's spirit. Under Red Spider's orders, Zhao had come from Rushville to assist Roadblock, only to witness the moment Bone Crusher's head was obliterated by Optimus Prime. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to the Decepticons' morale. Even the ruckus beneath began to subside, and Roadblock had vanished without a trace. Better be cautious, Nie Tian decided, taking a lesson from Roadblock. After all, preserving one's life is never shameful. Inside the Camaro, Sam retracted his head from the window and let out a jubilant cheer. Fantastic. That Decepticon has been dealt with by Optimus. Michaela, seated in the driver's seat, appeared somewhat relieved. Phew, Sam, the destruction they caused is immense. If we simply enter the city like this, the demise of Devastator seemed to serve as a grim warning. Following Optimus, the armed convoy and the Autobot team smoothly made their way into the urban expanse of Rushville. Hovering above, Nebula observed as the Autobot team gradually vanished from sight, harboring no intention to intervene. Not far from him, the entity known as Stun had seemingly no desire to attack either. Wait, why hasn't Team Megatron arrived yet? Nebula pondered, recalling that when departing from Black Canyon Dam, Megatron had not accompanied him and Starscream. Starscream had not inquired either, and Nebula dared not voice his concerns. Just as he was lost in thought, the communications module abruptly pinged with a message. This is Starscream. Lord Megatron has arrived. All Decepticons assemble. Accompanying this transmission, a Cybertronian fighter jet approached from the distance, its engines roaring throughout Rushville. Seeing this, Nebula felt a shiver run down his spine. It appeared that these Decepticons were merely the vanguard probing the Autobots, and now the true battle for the Allspark had officially commenced. No wonder Starscream had refrained from taking action. Nebula observed Stun nearby suddenly accelerate, heading towards the descending Cybertronian fighter jet. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at Optimus. who was alone and resuming his journey below. Then followed Stun, maintaining a slight distance. Following Stun, Nebula flew into the city of Rushville. From afar, he spotted Megatron and Starscream standing atop a towering edifice, seemingly engaged in some activity. It was not until he reached the street where Megatron and Starscream were positioned that he realized below them stood the Autobot team alongside the human armed forces escorting the Allspark. The wide street, sealed off by the soldiers, had become devoid of pedestrians. The armed convoy consisted of approximately 40 soldiers, presently on high alert, rifles at the ready, guarding the entrances and exits of the thoroughfare. William had just exited a pawn shop when he witnessed all the Autobots transforming into their robotic forms, including Bumblebee, who had been transporting the Allspark. Without pausing to hand over the communication device he had just unearthed to Robert, William hurried over to Bumblebee, inquiring, "Hey, what is happening? Bumblebee, what is wrong?" Bumblebee transformed into a plasma cannon, lifting the barrel above his head in a posture of utmost vigilance. Beside him, Ironhide and Jazz also drew their weapons, and even Ratchet, the medic, brandished a ray gun. "It's Megatron and the Decepticons. They're here." "Megatron, where is he?" "Above you," Ironhide quipped. Even in such dire circumstances, he couldn't resist a jest. "What?" William was taken aback, immediately lifting his gaze to the sky. There, towering above the streets, stood a formidable and menacing alien robot, none other than Megatron, who had previously been encased in ice at the base of Zone 7. Opposite Megatron, on another building, stood a slightly shorter Decepticon. Before William could regain his composure, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air. Shortly thereafter, a Cloud Hawk helicopter and a Super Stallion descended, landing atop two adjacent structures, transforming into two additional Decepticons. "Damn it," William muttered under his breath, as the four Decepticons loomed above him, effectively cornering him and his companions on the street, as though they were fish in a barrel. Thud! As he landed on the rooftop, Nie Tian looked down, assessing the Autobot team. It was evident that the team led by Optimus Prime was formidable. Apart from Ratchet, who served as the medic and a high-ranking warrior, the other three Autobots were elite fighters. Roadblock and Noise were either lost or delayed, leaving them with just 4 members. Despite their equal numbers, the Autobots had a significant advantage in terms of combat prowess. Upon witnessing the arrival of Stun and Nie Tian, Megatron raised his iron claw, pointing menacingly at the Autobots and humans below. "Autobots, surrender the Allspark. And you, insects who dared to imprison me for so long. If you are willing to hand over the Allspark, I may consider overlooking your transgressions. Perhaps I could even offer you a chance to pledge your allegiance to me. Is that so, Mr. Megatron? Could you elaborate on how you intend to treat us once you obtain the Allspark?" William shouted defiantly, before hastily turning to Robert. "Here, take this shortwave radio. When the Air Force arrives, use this to contact them." Robert, bewildered as he received the antiquated communication device that resembled a relic from an electronics store, asked, "Where on earth did you find this?" "Make do with it. It's all we have for now." "Hey, William, wait," Robert called out, stopping William in his tracks. "How do I even use this thing?" "Just operate it like you would any radio. Also, its range is limited to less than 30 miles. So it's best to wait until the planes are directly overhead before you attempt to use it." Chapter 76. The Late Arrival of Roadblock and Noise. William. "Do not trust Megatron," Ratchet interjected, noticing William's inclination to negotiate. "If Megatron acquires the Allspark, he will harness its power to convert all machinery on this planet, creating a new army of Decepticons. Humanity will face annihilation. Rest assured, Ratchet," William whispered as he returned to the Autobot team. "I have no intention of actually handing over the Allspark. I merely wish to buy us some time." After exchanging a few words, Megatron discerned that the humans below were merely toying with him. They had no intention of surrendering the Allspark. Feeling deceived, Megatron was instantly consumed by rage. "Decepticons, attack. Retrieve the Allspark." "As you command, my lord." Starscream was the first to respond, transforming into a supersonic fighter jet. After circling high above, he swooped down over the street, launching several cluster missiles. "It's Starscream," Ironhide shouted, seeing the missiles hurtling towards them, and quickly urged William and the others to retreat. "William, take your team and find cover. Bumblebee, come help me." Ironhide and Bumblebee lifted a nearby van, positioning its cargo area to face the incoming missiles. With a thunderous boom, the van was struck by the cluster missiles, violently splitting it in two and sending Ironhide and Bumblebee flying, with the shockwave affecting Sam and the others nearby. Clatter. Is anyone hurt? Is everyone all right? William emerged from a pile of debris, shaking his head, visibly disoriented from the blast. Sam and Michaela were sprawled on the ground, covered in dust and dirt. Though they were not injured, they were far from unscathed. As stars danced before his eyes, Sam reached out to grasp Michaela's hand. "Oh my God, Bumblebee, are you okay?" As the smoke cleared, they saw Bumblebee lying on the ground, struggling to move his body with his hands. Looking down, they noticed sparks flying from Bumblebee's lower half. Both legs had been obliterated. In stark contrast, Ironhide, who had borne the brunt of the explosion, appeared unscathed, rising to retaliate against Starscream with gunfire. On the rooftop, witnessing this scene, Nie Tian squinted his eyes. This was his first direct observation of Starscream's prowess. With just a few missile strikes, he had incapacitated Bumblebee, an Autobot of equal combat capacity. Nie Tian concluded that he needn't even intervene. Starscream alone could effortlessly dominate the Autobot squad without Optimus Prime. Simultaneously, Ironhide's defensive capabilities, far surpassing those of a typical elite warrior, reshaped his understanding. In the original series, Ironhide's armor was already robust, but he had not anticipated its resilience, especially in comparison to Bumblebee. Having completed his assault, Starscream roared back. Nie Tian transformed into a Cloudhawk helicopter, preparing to make a show of presence. Just then, several small black dots appeared in the southeastern sky, drawing closer. Upon recognizing them, Nie Tian's heart raced, and he flew towards Megatron. "Lord Megatron, human fighter jets are approaching." Megatron looked up for a moment, then glanced at the humans and Autobots below. "Thundercracker, deal with those aircraft. Do not allow them to interfere with Starscream and Shockwave." "Yes, Lord Megatron." In the street, Sam rushed to Bumblebee, who was still struggling to move. "Bumblebee, please get up." Sam's face was etched with concern, while Michaela beside him bore an expression teetering on the brink of tears. "Bumblebee, you can stand up. You'll be all right. Ambulance, hurry. Come save Bumblebee." Bumblebee staggered to the side of a truck, groaning and shaking his head. "Sam, don't worry about me. I can still fight." With that, he retrieved the Allspark from his chest and handed it to Sam. "Quick, take the Allspark and find a place to hide. Behind you, the Decepticons are coming." "Decepticons?" Sam instinctively turned around, only to witness a modified Abrams main battle tank barreling down the street, crushing parked cars in its wake. Following closely behind was a police car flashing its lights. As the tank approached, its cannon gradually elevated and then erupted in a blaze of fire. Boom! The shell exploded on the pavement nearby, sending debris flying. Realizing the danger, Sam quickly took the Allspark and pulled Michaela in search of shelter. The chaotic sounds of battle enveloped them as they finally arrived at the contested battleground for the Allspark. The Decepticon thrust and the disorienting Blitzwing noticed their arrival and immediately altered their attack strategy. No longer launching assaults from above, they descended to the other end of the street. Together with Roadblock and Blitzwing, they effectively trapped the Autobot team in the narrow confines of the street. "Decepticons, eliminate these Autobots." Thrust transformed his left arm into a missile launcher and his right into a rapid-fire machine gun, alternating fire upon the Autobots. Blitzwing, too, morphed into a massive space cannon, preparing to unleash its power. The cacophony from the other end of the street persisted as the tank advanced, firing as it moved forward. "Protect the Allspark." As the Decepticons closed in from both ends of the street, the Autobots began their counterattack. Ironhide raised his arms, aiming his two opposing cannons at the formidable Blitzwing, and then unleashed a brilliant flash of light. Boom! The fully charged Blitzwing was knocked down to the ground. The agile Jazz transformed into a sports car, racing toward the tank. Upon nearing it, he shifted back into his humanoid form and leaped onto the tank, forcibly snapping its cannon off. Had it not been for Roadblock's timely arrival to provide support, Jazz's next target might have been Blitzwing's head. The ambulance wielded a ray rifle, assisting Ironhide in fending off thrust. Even Bumblebee, leaning against the truck, occasionally raised his arm, the barrel of his plasma cannon swiveling back and forth. "Quick, everyone move. Position our vehicles across the street, find cover, and ensure those Decepticons do not get close." Under Williams' command, the soldiers of the armed convoy began their counteroffensive, now allies with the Autobots, feeling compelled to assist in repelling the Decepticons. The cacophony of gunfire erupted as a soldier squeezed the trigger, while the armored vehicle's armor-piercing howitzer roared in response. Amidst the chaos, both sides exchanged fire in the streets. Bystanders, who had been taking refuge in the shops lining the thoroughfare, were caught in the crossfire, screaming as they fled, adding to the pandemonium. The ground battle raged fiercely, and the aerial combat began in earnest. A pilot of a Raptor fighter jet detected an unidentified Cloud Eagle helicopter hurtling towards them and immediately issued a warning. Unidentified aircraft. Please identify yourself. Repeat. Unidentified aircraft ahead. Please state your identity immediately. Yet, despite the pilot's urgent calls, the Cloud Eagle helicopter remained unresponsive, its speed unwavering. Calling command. Target unresponsive. Should we intercept? Received. Situation critical. Authorization granted for missile interception. Understood. Missile interception. The pilot's finger moved to the launch button, and with a decisive click, a missile was unleashed from the wing of the Raptor, spiraling towards the Cloud Eagle helicopter. In the face of the incoming missile, the Cloud Eagle helicopter made no evasive maneuvers. As the pilot mentally prepared to moor the unknown target, believing it could not escape the missile, the next moment, the helicopter swiftly morphed into a humanoid robot before the pilot's astonished eyes, firing several bullets to obliterate the missile. Subsequently, white trails of exhaust erupted from the robot's shoulders, and it transformed back into a helicopter. What? The pilot's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bending the control stick in shock. Command, that is not an aircraft. It is an extraterrestrial robot. Repeat, the target is an extraterrestrial robot. We encountered it as we were nearing the mission location. Beep, beep. Before the pilot could finish reporting, a piercing alarm blared in the cockpit. Locked on. Locked on. Enemy missile. Enemy missile. On the radar screen, for small red dots raced toward them. The pilot had no time to deploy countermeasures as the dots closed in. Glancing up, the pilot's face drained of color. It was over. Boom. For explosions resonated in the air, and soon 4 Raptors, engulfed in thick black smoke, plummeted downwards, culminating in a massive fireball erupting somewhere in Lavash. During the descent of the aircraft, it appeared that 2 or 3 seats were ejected. Nie Tian casually glanced down before refocusing on the remaining Raptors. To be candid, helicopters do not hold a distinct advantage over fighter jets in aerial combat. Fortunately, the aerial environment above the city allows for a slower pace of aerial maneuvers, and as a Cybertronian, he possesses the ability to seamlessly transition between forms, rendering the situation manageable. Chapter 77. The Battle of Rushville, 10 minutes later. With the last of the Raptor fighter's wings shattered, the entire squadron of attack aircraft was obliterated at the hands of Nie Tian. He landed nonchalantly in a nearby area to assess his own condition. The recent skirmish, aside from the initial surprise that allowed him to eliminate 4 Raptors at once, had resulted in considerable damage from the more cautious fighters that followed. Out of a total of 12 aircraft, he had to employ even the Black Panther to secure victory. Nie Tian found himself reminiscing about his previous transformation. Had he been piloting the Silver Fox Interceptor, specifically designed for aerial engagements, he would have emerged unscathed, perhaps even within a span of mere minutes. Pondering this, he made his way towards the street where the Autobots were located. The cacophony of gunfire echoed from above, and he felt compelled to investigate the situation. Before long, he hovered above the street, reporting to Lord Megatron, "The human aircraft has been dealt with." As he looked down, a scene of devastation unfolded before him, starkly contrasting with the state of affairs when he had departed. The street lay in ruins, littered with debris and burning vehicles, punctuated by intermittent explosions that would easily mislead one into believing they had arrived at a battlefield. At that moment, the Autobots had not suffered any casualties. However, chaos ensued as a group of human soldiers attacked the fallen, now lifeless, forms. Roadblock was engaged in a fierce struggle with Jazz, surrounded by a contingent of human troops who intermittently assailed him. Thundercracker, lend a hand to Roadblock, he instructed, sensing that Megatron, either due to pride or a belief that the presence of Starscream and Shockwave sufficed, had yet to intervene. Understood, Lord Megatron, Nie Tian affirmed, feeling an inkling that Starscream was deliberately holding back, seemingly biding his time. With the formidable power Starscream had displayed initially, it was perplexing that not a single Autobot had been vanquished thus far, just as Nie Tian identified a suitable entry point into the fray. He noticed at one end of the street a Peterbilt long-nosed truck blaring its horn as it barreled forward. Delayed by the Bone Crusher, Optimus Prime had finally arrived at the battlefield. Optimus Prime, the ever-composed Megatron, upon witnessing Optimus's arrival, let out a furious roar and transformed into his Cybertronian jet form. Soaring towards him, Megatron, Optimus Prime, too, had spotted Megatron from a distance. He shifted into his humanoid form and, as Megatron soared overhead, leapt up to seize Megatron's wing. With a powerful twist of his body, Megatron spun, dislodging Optimus Prime and sending him crashing against the surrounding structures. Amidst the anguished cries of bystanders, the two figures barreled through one skyscraper after another, ultimately tumbling onto a different street. With a resounding thud, Megatron rose first, his foot pressing down upon Optimus Prime's chest. "Old rival," he taunted, "you remain steadfast in your choice to fight for the feeble. What a splendid planet this is, rivaling even our Cybertron. Humanity is unworthy of its possession. They do not deserve to exist." Pinned beneath Megatron's weight, Optimus Prime strained to lift his form. "Whether they are worthy or not shall be determined by humanity themselves, not dictated by you." With that, Megatron clasped his hands together before his chest, conjuring a massive fusion cannon. This formidable weapon, capable of unleashing high-impact energy projectiles through antimatter, had claimed countless Autobot lives during the 7 millennia of the Cybertronian Civil War. A sinister smile crept across Megatron's lips as he aimed the cannon at Optimus's head. "Then you shall perish alongside them." In a moment of peril, a silver convertible sports car sped toward Megatron from behind. "Stop, Megatron!" The vehicle collided forcefully with the Decepticon leader, causing him to stumble. As Optimus' second-in-command, Jazz had rushed to the scene upon sensing Optimus's danger. "Well done, Jazz." Seizing the opportunity, Optimus broke free from Megatron's grasp, creating distance as he transformed into his ion blaster. A precise shot of high-energy ion beams struck Megatron's left chest. However, the Decepticon barely flinched. With a swift turn, he dissipated the impact and retaliated against Optimus with a shot of his own. The force sent Optimus soaring, as if struck by an invisible hammer, propelling him over 100 meters before crashing into a building, disappearing from sight. Witnessing Optimus being so effortlessly defeated left a momentary pause in the air. At that moment, Megatron exemplified his might, delivering devastating blows with seemingly little effort, contrasting starkly with Optimus's capabilities. No wonder he appeared so composed, as if everything lay within his control. "Rude creature, now it is your turn," Megatron declared, turning his gaze toward the fleeing silver convertible, which transformed into a Cybertronian jet, rapidly pursuing its quarry. "Is this all you are capable of, Megatron?" Jazz taunted, dodging and weaving, yet still finding time to hurl insults. Unexpectedly, Megatron caught up with him in the next instant. "Come here, little one," he bellowed, seizing Jazz and hurling him onto a clock tower before descending to stamp him underfoot. "I admire your bravery, Jazz, but like Optimus, you fail to grasp the gravity of your situation." "Bah, Megatron, do you think this will make me yield?" "Not a chance," Jazz retorted, disregarding Megatron's threats as he transformed his weapon and unleashed a relentless barrage of fire upon the Decepticon. The audacity of this fool, ignoring the assaults on his form. A flicker of fury ignited in Megatron's eyes. He seized Jazz's arm with both hands, hoisting him into the air. The 3.5-meter-tall Jazz appeared pitifully frail against Megatron's imposing figure. "Perish!" With a sound reminiscent of fabric being torn asunder, Jazz's frame was instantly cleaved in two, and Megatron carelessly hurled the remnants to the ground, where they landed with a thud. Accompanying this was a heart-wrenching roar filled with anguish. No! Having just clawed his way from the ruins, Optimus Prime, upon witnessing Jazz's demise at the hands of Megatron, swiftly manifested an energy sword and charged towards him, before Optimus could reach Megatron, who hovered in the bell tower. The latter descended voluntarily, transforming his hand into a metallic claw to confront him. Perhaps channeling his rage into strength, Optimus surprisingly shed his earlier frailty, engaging in a fierce and balanced combat with Megatron. At that moment, several new Raptor fighter jets streaked across the sky, leaving long trails behind as they swept through the area. Nearby, Nie Tian, who had been idly observing the spectacle, felt a twinge of annoyance. After a brief assessment, he adjusted his course and descended. To his astonishment, he noticed that the ruckus had inexplicably risen once more. Damn it! How can this thing stand again? Why can't it be killed? William cursed quietly upon seeing the tank they had expended great effort to down now re-establish itself. Fortunately, the aircraft overhead prevented his spirits from plummeting too low. Hold strong. Our reinforcements are coming. William rallied the morale and then called out to Robert. Robert, the Air Force has arrived. Quickly signal with smoke. Also, inquire about the arrival time of the Black Hawk helicopters. Understood, William. Taking cover behind an armored vehicle. Robert clutched a communication device resembling a vintage mobile phone, repeatedly calling all aircraft over the city, please respond, please respond. After several repetitions, a voice finally crackled through the device. Raptor received, please proceed. Yes, Robert exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement, then kissing the old device. This is ground forces. The green smoke indicates our own. We require support. Immediately. Also, what is the arrival time of the transport helicopters? Helicopters are approaching. Please provide exact coordinates. 273 degrees. 10 miles, 40 north, 16 miles. Acknowledged, received. William, the helicopters are nearly here. Good, I'm aware. With news of the impending arrival of the helicopters, William hurried to seek out Sam and Michaela. In a corner of the battlefield, Sam and Michaela were currently strapping the legless Bumblebee onto a trailer. Michaela, start the engine. I'll use the hook to secure Bumblebee's shoulder. Hey Sam, where's the Allspark? As William sprinted from a distance, he approached, breathless, and inquired, is it here? In the trailer? Excellent. He produced a flare gun from his pocket, scanning the surroundings until he identified a suitable location. Sam, do you see that? The white building with the sculpture on the roof. Yes, I see it, Sam replied. Good. William thrust the flare gun into Sam's hand and patted his shoulder. You must ascend to the rooftop with the source of ignition and ignite the flare. A helicopter will come to retrieve you. Upon hearing this, Sam glanced at Michaela, then lowered his gaze to the flare gun in his hand, shaking his head vehemently. No, I can't do it. I can't. Noticing Sam's hesitation, William seized his collar, pulling him close. Lisan, Sam, you are a soldier now, and a soldier's duty is to obey orders. I command you to take the source of ignition and board the helicopter. We will hold the line here. Otherwise, our sacrifices will be in vain. Chapter 78. We will handle this guy at that moment. Ironhide arrived beside Sam in an ambulance. Sam, go. We will cover you. During his speech, Ironhide did not hesitate to fire a couple of rounds at the Decepticons. Observing the hopeful expressions on everyone's faces, Sam's resolve gradually solidified, and he nodded firmly. All right, I'll do it. With that, he turned and sprinted toward the white building. Sam, Michaela suddenly called out, biting her lip as she jogged in front of him. William had intended for Michaela to follow Sam, but she chose to remain by Bumblebee's side. Resting her hands on Sam's shoulders, she looked intently into his eyes and said softly, Sam, regardless of the outcome, I'm glad I rode in your car last night. If we survive this, I promise to surprise you. From the rear, Ironhide, noticing that Sam seemed to be bidding farewell to the girl, could not help but urge him. Sam, hurry up. New Decepticons are approaching. Okay, I'm coming, Sam replied, exchanging a brief glance with Michaela before turning away, clutching the source of ignition tightly. It was only when Sam's silhouette successfully entered the building that William returned to the front lines. In a matter of minutes, he had already lost more than half of his men, a testament to the relentless assault primarily endured by the Autobots. Dodging explosions, William reached Robert's side, foregoing explanations as he snatched the communication device. Calling Black Hawk helicopter, calling Black Hawk helicopter. Please immediately evacuate a boy and an important item. He will be awaiting you on the rooftop with a flare gun. Black Hawk helicopter received. Arrival expected in 2 minutes above your location. Meanwhile, not far from the chaos, Jetfire had just landed and witnessed Megatron and Optimus Prime rolling back into the street. At this moment, both Optimus Prime and Megatron were in a rather dire state, their bodies marred by numerous visible scars, suggesting that neither had gained an advantage from their recent skirmish. Rising to his feet, Optimus Prime wielded his energy sword and struck at Megatron, who retaliated with his dual crab-like appendages. The battlefield appeared to be cleaved in two. One half was dominated by the clash of these two leader-class warriors, while the other half was a tumultuous struggle between the Decepticons, Autobots, and humans. Observing the scene, Nie Tian manifested his weapon. The conflict between the leader-class warriors was clearly beyond their intervention. Even Starscream had prudently distanced himself, unwilling to engage recklessly. The sound of heavy machine gunfire echoed as Nie Tian dispatched several human soldiers who were causing a ruckus. He approached the commotion, inquiring, "How are you, Ruckus?" Still unable to rise, Ruckus sensed an approaching presence and looked up to find an elite Decepticon before him. While many Decepticons had survived the internal strife, only a few were notable by name. Ruckus rifled through his memory banks and quickly recalled a piece of intelligence shared by Soundwave not long ago. "Is that you, Lord Scourge?" he stammered, struggling to regain his footing. "Yes," Nie Tian replied, casually assessing Ruckus' condition, perhaps due to being knocked down yet again. Ruckus was in a poor state. Sparks flew from his damaged frame, and the weapon in his chest was destroyed, his reactions noticeably delayed. In the original narrative, Ruckus met his end at the hands of Bumblebee during this battle for the Allspark, and now it seemed uncertain whether he could withstand the onslaught from the humans. Even without Bumblebee's involvement. "Ruckus, accompany me," Nie Tian commanded. "Yes, Lord Scourge," Ruckus replied, his face lighting up with gratitude. On this battlefield, aside from the Autobot medic, he was the only high-ranking warrior. Aligning himself with an elite Decepticon would significantly enhance his chances of survival. Nie Tian's decision to save Ruckus was not a mere whim. He recognized that Ruckus was the only high-ranking Decepticon present, implying he was the only one capable of following his orders. "Ruckus, you!" Before Nie Tian could finish his sentence, a missile descended from the sky, hurtling toward him. Frowning, he stepped forward and activated his energy shield. Boom! Ruckus watched in envy as Nie Tian emerged unscathed from the explosion, his expression still taut with concern. The arrival of the fighter jets had completely obliterated the Decepticons' previous advantage. Nie Tian observed that even Starscream and Daze had to ascend to counter the aircraft, while Barricade had vanished without a trace. Starscream, after sending Optimus Prime flying, Megatron bellowed furiously into the sky, "Starscream, get rid of those pesky flies above us." At that moment, Megatron was exceedingly incensed, harboring a deep resentment toward the humans for their interference. Moments ago, he nearly struck Optimus Prime's vital point, only to be suddenly attacked from behind by human fighter jets. "As you command, Lord Megatron." The already transformed Starscream into a supersonic fighter jet immediately accelerated his assault in the sky. One by one, the Raptor fighter jets were brought down, with efficiency surpassing that of the previous ERD. Meanwhile, clutching the Allspark, Sam finally reached the rooftop of the white building. "Hey, I'm over here." Sam, breathless, ignited the flare in his hand, which instantly erupted into a blaze of light and smoke. A Black Hawk helicopter, alerted by the commotion, swiftly approached Sam's position. Calling command, "We've located the boy." The helicopter's rotor whirled as it hovered near the edge of the building, just a step away from Sam. However, before Sam could board the helicopter, a rocket, fired from an unknown source, struck its rotor. Boom! The Black Hawk exploded in an instant, spiraling downwards. On the ground, the launch port on NERD's shoulder gradually closed. The outcome between Megatron and Optimus Prime remained undecided, and the Allspark could not simply vanish. Sam, knocked to the ground by the explosion, covered his head and took a while to recover. After checking himself for injuries and finding none, he felt relieved. But before he could rise, a Cybertronian aircraft appeared overhead. "Look, see what I found," Megatron exclaimed, immediately recognizing the human boy holding the Allspark. "Oh no," Sam murmured, hurriedly moving to the edge of the rooftop, seeking refuge behind a white sculpture. Confronted with this futile act of concealment, Megatron appeared confident. "Boy, are you controlled by fear or by courage? What to do? What to do?" Sam trembled, clutching the sculpture. The space behind it allowed just enough room for him to place a foot. One misstep could send him plummeting from the 100-meter-high rooftop. Megatron leisurely approached Sam, threateningly stating, "Boy, hand over the Allspark to me, and I shall spare your life. Making you my pet." "No, that's impossible." Despite his overwhelming fear, Sam resolutely refused. "I will never give you the Allspark." "Oh, what a pity," Megatron replied, his tone laced with regret, and in the next moment, he swung his iron claw toward Sam. "Oh no." Startled, Sam lost his grip, falling backward. "I got you, Sam." Mid-fall, Sam was caught by the hastily arriving Optimus Prime. "Hold tight to the Allspark, Sam." Optimus, using his towering form, braced himself between the two buildings, just as he had done beneath the Brooklyn Bridge the night before. However, this time he did not allow Sam to plummet, but instead grasped him firmly, leaping gracefully between the towering edifices, ensuring Sam's safe descent. Optimus Prime. Just as Optimus touched down, before he could release Sam, he was struck by Megatron, who descended with formidable force. With a resounding crash, Megatron's might created a deep crater where Optimus stood. Smoke and dust enveloped the air, and both combatants lay groaning upon the ground. Optimus Prime slowly unfurled his palm, safeguarding Sam, who remained unharmed under his protection. Sam, you have defended the Allspark with your very life, and for that, I am grateful. No victory comes without sacrifice. Should I fail to vanquish Megatron, I would willingly lay down my life to ensure the Allspark's survival. Now hide, Sam. With those words, Optimus rose, adopting a battle-ready stance. Now, it is just you and me, Megatron. This is a duel that belongs solely to us. Optimus, in this clash, the victor shall reign and the vanquished shall be scorned. Megatron staggered to his feet as well, asserting, you fight for humanity, and thus your defeat is inevitable. Only one shall emerge from this battle, and that will be me. With that declaration, Megatron lunged at Optimus. At the moment they commenced their final confrontation, William, relieved of significant pressure due to Starscream and the aerial assault on the Raptors, stealthily approached with the remaining soldiers from a narrow alley. Whoa! Halt! Retreat! As William emerged from the alley, he spotted a formidable helicopter descending, transforming into a familiar Decepticon. Fortunately, this Decepticon seemed unaware of their presence, turning its back as it advanced toward Megatron and Optimus. William, our new air support has arrived. Both alien leaders are here. I propose we confront them together. Wait, Robert. William abruptly interrupted Robert's call for an airstrike. Only mark this Decepticon. Let the other aircraft deal with the one still in the sky. We shall handle this one ourselves. Chapter 79. The Fall of Megatron. Once the Decepticon had distanced itself, William beckoned the others to follow. Quickly, keep up. Robert, aim your laser at its legs. First incapacitate its mobility, then target just beneath the neck. Remember, do not strike elsewhere. Ironhide indicated that the armor is weakest there. As everyone took their positions, William pushed a motorcycle from the roadside, awaiting the arrival of their air support. Received. Target has been marked. Airstrike will arrive over the target in 20 seconds. As Starscream approached Optimus and Megatron, intending to launch a surprise attack on Optimus, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his legs. Looking down, he saw a brilliant green laser illuminating the joint of his leg. Whoosh! A Raptor fighter jet flew swiftly overhead, accompanied by the sound of ordnance being deployed. William, the airstrike is incoming. In a moment of chaos, before the energy shield could be activated, the character known as Dizziness was struck by an armor-piercing round, piercing through his right leg. Simultaneously, William forcefully twisted the motorcycle's handlebars, launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The soldiers, equipped with various heavy weaponry, took turns unleashing their fire upon Dizziness. As William reached the ground beneath Dizziness, he intentionally tilted the motorcycle, utilizing its momentum to slide forward on his back. He shouted, raising a grenade launcher and frantically pulling the trigger towards the base of Dizziness's neck. Suffering from such a barrage of attacks, Dizziness staggered backward, his frame splattering a pale blue liquid, indicating severe damage. However, the assault did not cease there. A white trailer reversed towards Dizziness, carrying the now legless Bumblebee. Michaela leaned out of the window, urging, fire at him, Bumblebee! The plasma cannon erupted with light as Bumblebee unleashed a series of shots. It was only when the red glow in Dizziness's eyes faded and his towering form collapsed that Bumblebee ceased his onslaught. Lying on the ground, William gazed at the fallen Decepticon, a look of relief washing over his face. Brothers at the Sanderson base, I have avenged you. Lord Megatron, Dizziness has been slain. What? Nie Tian, engaged in a firefight with Ironhide and Ratchet, was momentarily taken aback by the commotion. After the defeat of Red Spider and Dizziness, he had assumed the primary responsibility of handling the Autobot squad. Thankfully, Bumblebee had been incapacitated early on, and Jazz was torn apart by Megatron, leaving only Ironhide and Ratchet, whom he could manage without difficulty. Had the events unfolded as they did in the original narrative, Nie Tian understood, realizing that the Decepticon he had saved, unlike in the original story, had not met his end at Bumblebee's hands. Conversely, Dizziness with whom he had no connection and was unaffected by his interference, met the same fate as depicted in the original story. It appeared that even in this cinematic realm, a certain force of correction persisted, preventing significant alterations due to his intrusion. This was at the very least a moderately positive revelation for Nie Tian. There remained potential for his foresight, a golden opportunity for the future. Make haste, take me to dizziness. We cannot allow his body to fall into the hands of the Autobots, Nie Tian instructed, eyeing Ironhide and Ratchet in the distance as he sheathed his weapon. He had no intention of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Autobots. Nie Tian was not concerned about any suspicions arising from his actions. Dizziness was a seasoned Decepticon, and the memory crystal within his cerebral module likely harbored countless secrets about the Decepticons. Just as he had been able to freely access the memories of 24, the Autobots could easily retrieve information from Dizziness. In this regard, his coveting of Dizziness's form could be seen as a contribution to the Decepticons. As for why he did not seize the body of Jazz, it was simply because the remnants were swiftly collected by Ironhide. Upon arriving at the street where the fallen lay, Nie Tian witnessed a squadron of orderly fighter jets streaking across the sky. Shortly thereafter, the air was shattered by the deafening explosion emanating from the intersection where Megatron and Optimus Prime stood. In that instant, Nie Tian comprehended that the red spider above could not prevail. As time progressed, the mightiest war machines on Blue Star had officially awakened. An increasing number of aircraft were deployed, each armed with ever more potent weaponry. Were it not for the constraints of the urban environment, Nie Tian surmised that the munitions hanging beneath the fighters would have long since been replaced with some form of low-yield annihilation device. Ruckus, you bear the day's body. Retreat from the battlefield at once. The day's casualty seemed to herald the onset of a chain reaction. Observing the relatively intact body, Nie Tian resolved to let Ruckus transport the day's form away. Yes, Lord Tyrant. Typically, subordinate Decepticons would seldom defy the commands of their superiors, unless under extraordinary circumstances or conflicting orders from higher-ranking Decepticons. Upon receiving Nie Tian's directive, Ruckus transformed into a bulky, rather antiquated tank. Though the tank form appeared cumbersome, its speed was not to be underestimated, enabling it to race past obstacles on the highway, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Damn insects! Red Spider, why are these flies multiplying? What are you up to? Once again suffering from the sudden assault of the fighter jets, Megatron bellowed furiously at the sky, yet received no response. In his prime, such trifling attacks would have been of little concern to him. However, after enduring a protracted battle with Optimus Prime, he was gravely wounded. Coupled with the years of slumber, his energy reserves were critically low. Engaging in battle depleted his energy further, while healing his injuries demanded even more. Many of his wounds were old and unhealed, now compounded by fresh injuries. After another round of bombardment, Megatron struggled to the ground, appearing almost deranged. The Allspark is mine. It belongs to me. He clawed his way towards Sam, the red light in his eyes nearly coalescing into substance. You wretched insect. I will kill you and annihilate everyone on this planet. Meanwhile, the incapacitated Optimus Prime, witnessing this, gently called out to Sam, Sam, come here, and placed the Allspark within my chest. With a determination bordering on desperation, Optimus summoned an extraordinary level of combat prowess, yet still could not match Megatron's might. No, I cannot do that, Optimus. Sam glanced at the barely breathing Optimus Prime, and then toward the approaching Megatron. Remembering Optimus's words about the Allspark's potential to ensure mutual destruction if placed in his chest, he dashed toward Megatron with urgency. Sano, the chest armor of Optimus Prime has been opened, exposing the Allspark, which elicited a gasp from him. However, in the next moment, his expression turned into a blank stare. Let us give this a try, Sam exclaimed as he rushed beneath Megatron, raising his hands high, aligning the Allspark directly with Megatron's exposed chest. Due to the previous battle, Megatron's chest armor had been shattered, and in this close proximity, the Allspark reacted violently with the revealed energy within him. Like a disintegrating Rubik's Cube, the cosmic energy of the Allspark found an escape route. The Allspark shattered into countless fragments, surging with ferocious energy, rapidly flowing into Megatron's chest. During this process, Megatron's entire form trembled incessantly, and a flicker of agony crossed his eyes. Yet, he was rendered immobile, as if held by an unseen force. Buzz! Once the Allspark was fully absorbed, Megatron suddenly stood upright, as if breaking free from some constraint, and opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to articulate something. In the next instant, the crimson light in his eyes completely faded. Thud! As Megatron collapsed, several fragments of the Allspark shot from his chest, scattering in all directions. Not far away, Nie Tian, who had been observing this scene, promptly emerged from his hiding place. Sam, still in shock from having personally defeated Megatron, saw the Decepticon named Starscream approaching him. Optimus, what do we do? The Decepticons are coming. Reaching the large pit at the crossroads, Nie Tian bent down and picked up a fragment of the Allspark. Without time to inspect it, he quickly tucked it into his chest. A pickup truck and a Hummer rescue vehicle were approaching from the distance, while overhead, a supersonic fighter jet soared by. This is Starscream. Megatron is dead. All Decepticons retreat. With Megatron's demise, Starscream no longer felt the need for formalities. Time was of the essence. Casting a glance at the other two fragments of the Allspark that were not far from him, Nie Tian sighed inwardly at the lost opportunity and transformed into a cloud-like helicopter to depart. Soon, Ironhide and Ratchet arrived at Optimus Prime's side. Ratchet immediately produced a healing gun and began to treat Optimus's body. Optimus had not witnessed Nie Tian's actions and assumed he had come solely from Megatron's body. However, Sam, having clearly seen what Nie Tian had retrieved from the ground, curiously picked up a fragment of the Allspark himself and pocketed it. With Ratchet's medical assistance, Optimus quickly regained his mobility and approached Megatron's fallen form, staring down in a daze. You forced my hand, brother. For the first time, Optimus referred to Megatron as brother, indicating a previously unknown history between them. Sam, I owe you a life. I admire your bravery. Optimus Prime, while taking the remnants of Jazz from Ironhide, expressed. We have irrevocably lost an exceptional comrade, yet we have also gained new allies. Sam, on behalf of the Autobots, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for all you have done. Chapter 80. The dazzling memory crystals. At that moment, William arrived at the crossroads, accompanied by the surviving soldiers and Michaela, who was dragging Bumblebee. Sam, initially taken aback by Optimus's gratitude, immediately relaxed upon seeing Michaela. They exchanged a knowing smile, communicating volumes without words. The Allspark was no more, and Megatron had perished. The Decepticons retreated, marking our triumph in this war. The surrounding devastation spoke of the brutality of the battle, leaving everyone silently gazing at Megatron's lifeless body, their faces etched with the relief of surviving calamity. Optimus, there is something I must convey, William suddenly recalled after observing the deceased Megatron. We have slain a Decepticon, yet his remains were taken by Starscream and another Decepticon. Starscream? Optimus repeated the name with a shake of his head. It matters not. Without Megatron, the Decepticons are no longer a threat. With that, he stood tall, gazing up at the sky. I am Optimus Prime. I call upon all Autobots wandering the cosmos. We have discovered a new home, and we shall await your arrival here. The Eagle helicopter slowly advanced toward the Konas Canyon. As it passed the Black Canyon Dam, Nie Tian finally understood Megatron's delay. The entire dam was engulfed in flames, bearing the scars of a severe attack by some formidable weapon. It was no surprise. The Decepticons were known for their relentless vengeance, particularly the proud Megatron. Having been imprisoned in Sector 7 for so many years, such humiliation was intolerable for him. Notably, during the journey, Nie Tian received a communication from Soundwave. The barrage of messages conveyed a singular intent. How could one allow Megatron to be slain by a mere human and fail to reclaim his body afterward? Nie Tian was not surprised by Soundwave's keen focus on the battle in Rushville. However, compared to Barricade, he had demonstrated commendable dedication in this conflict. Thus, he deftly deflected Soundwave's inquiries. Upon returning to Red Alert's base, Nie Tian was intercepted by 19 as he emerged from the connecting passage. Lord Starscream, you have returned. What is it? Lord Red Alert is awaiting you. He insists that you see him at once upon your return. Red Alert? Nie Tian paused, glancing at 19. From the moment he had entered the base, he felt an atmosphere strikingly different from before, charged with urgency and palpable anxiety. The 19, rarely seen, have all returned to the base, seemingly in the wake of the news of Megatron's demise, which has spread amongst the Decepticons. Understood. 3 days later, within the confines of the Pentagon, in a clandestine conference room, John Keller occupied the seat of honor. His expression grave. The president has decreed the dissolution of Sector 7 and has commanded us to dispose of the alien corpses. 3 days have elapsed since the Battle of Las Vegas, marking the official conclusion of their subsequent rescue and recovery efforts. Humanity inherently harbors skepticism towards phenomena that transcend comprehension. However, as the detailed intelligence regarding the Las Vegas conflict, accompanied by a high-resolution photograph of Megatron, was laid before all present in the conference room, the murmurs of doubt swiftly dissipated. Upon examination, I propose that we deposit Megatron's remains in the Laurentian Trench. An official clad in military attire beneath a white lab coat, holding a stack of documents, elucidated to John Keller. The Laurentian Trench descends 7 miles deep, constituting the most profound location on Earth. The extreme cold and immense pressure at such depths would suffice to thwart any prying eyes. He paused momentarily before continuing, including those extraterrestrial beings. Furthermore, given sufficient time, Megatron's body would be crushed and decomposed, leaving not a trace behind. Due to Optimus Prime's intervention, Megatron's remains were not permitted to remain. Optimus understood all too well that humanity's insatiable greed in acquiring Megatron's body would be akin to placing a firearm in the hands of an ignorant child, potentially culminating in an irreparable catastrophe. For reasons unknown, Optimus also refrained from dismantling Megatron's remains, opting instead for a more dignified conclusion for him. Very well. Let us proceed to a vote. Moments later, as he observed all present raise their hands in agreement, John Keller addressed the secretary recording the meeting. After the meeting, notify Optimus Prime to send someone to accompany our fleet and discreetly proceed to that location, ensuring that no other nations are alerted. With that, he surveyed the assembly of officials in the conference room. Let us now transition to the next agenda item regarding the cooperation proposed by Optimus Prime. Is it necessary for us to establish a joint task force to collaborate with the Autobots in eradicating the remaining Decepticons on Earth? Within the confines of the Conus Canyon base, Nie Tian strolled down the main corridor, greeted with respect by the Decepticons he encountered along the way. Unlike before, there now lingered an air of reverence beyond mere obedience. This change was attributable to Nie Tian's newfound authority over the base. Indeed, Red Spider had entrusted the entire facility to Nie Tian, having vanished without a trace. Nie Tian speculated that Red Spider had likely gone in search of the fallen, perhaps due to the fact that he was currently the most formidable Decepticon under Red Spider's command on Earth, which led to Red Spider delegating this relatively insignificant base to him. Of course, 3 days prior, when Red Spider issued the command, he had also inquired as to how Nie Tian had ascended to the rank of elite warrior. Much like the disarray of words, Nie Tian donned an expression of earnest sincerity, effortlessly deceiving those around him. For 3 consecutive days, he had not ventured beyond the confines of the Kona's base. However, he was not entirely oblivious to the happenings beyond its walls. With dozens of Decepticons at his disposal, acquiring information was a trivial task. As he had anticipated, the monumental battle in Rushvie had stirred not a ripple, as if it had vanished into the abyss. Although the surface appeared tranquil, Nie Tian had sensed the undercurrents of unrest brewing beneath. Upon entering the laboratory of the Scalpel, the doors opened automatically. Inside, he beheld the commotion of chaos lying on the surgical table. Having arrived the previous day, he had promptly arranged for Scalpel to provide treatment. Simultaneously, the disoriented weapon module was also present in the lab, not at Scalpel's behest, but willingly offered by him. Tianxia, the item you requested has been repaired and awaits you on the lab table. Additionally, the disoriented weapon module has been extracted. I can assist you with the replacement if needed. Very well. Nie Tian nodded, seizing a black crystal from the lab table before turning to depart. As he toyed with the disoriented memory crystal, he made his way to a research room within the base. The Red Spider's base housed an abundance of treasures, including this very research room. It was equipped with an array of research apparatuses that Nie Tian had never encountered, rivaling even Scalpel's laboratory. Naturally, considering the unique characteristics of the Cybertronian anatomy, the most valuable items were often those carried personally. After inputting the password, he entered the research facility. On the first day, Nie Tian had set the access permissions to ensure only he could enter, unless someone forcibly intruded into the base. The room was both concealed and secure. With his arm revealing a recess, Nie Tian placed the disoriented memory crystal within. Moments later, a series of vivid images, akin to scenes from a film, flashed before his eyes. After several minutes, The images faded, and Nie Tian, furrowing his brow, removed the disoriented memory crystal. Curiously, the findings were less fruitful than he had anticipated. The time span of the disoriented memory crystal extended over thousands of years, yet most memories were rather monotonous. They predominantly depicted skirmishes with Autobots or the journey towards engaging them, with little else of significance. There were also scenes of guarding the mining fields. The anticipated secrets were non-existent, and even useful intelligence and technical data were scant. However, regarding Cybertron, the disoriented memory crystal provided a comprehensive account from before the Civil War to its aftermath, granting Nie Tian a profound and specific understanding of the planet. He had not realized that the Cybertronian Civil War had yet to reach a conclusive end, evolving instead into guerrilla warfare. Moreover, the disoriented memories unveiled numerous Autobots and Decepticons that had not appeared in the original narrative, such as the Autobots' aerial guardians and the Decepticons' dragon-headed battalions, among various combat squads. As Nie Tian's eyes were open wide, he also felt that it was entirely reasonable. However, despite the fact that the Autobots and Decepticons on Cybertron now number in the tens of thousands, the proportion of those artificially created exceeds 99%. In other words, the renowned high-ranking Cybertron warriors are exceedingly rare, with the vast majority being mere cannon fodder of lower ranks. Yet, one peculiar matter stands out. Dizzying memories reveal that prior to the Civil War, Cybertron had endured a great war. This unknown conflict appeared to have external adversaries, far more brutal than the civil strife, with the entirety of Cybertron aptly described as a graveyard. The entity known as Dizziness was born after that great war, thus possessing scant knowledge about it, beyond the fact that the Cybertronians ultimately emerged victorious. Chapter 81. Nesting Forces, could it be? Combining elements from the original narrative. Nie Tian formed a conjecture in his mind, but soon shook his head. Forget it. There's too little information. It's better to discuss it later. The most pressing concern at present is to address the impending situation rather than delve into the ancient mysteries of Cybertron. Although the Cybertronians are a highly advanced cosmic civilization, most resemble mere war machines. Indeed, even a seasoned Decepticon like Dizziness, who has lived for millennia, cannot escape the fate of perpetual combat. It is no wonder that many within the Decepticons exhibit unstable minds. Day after day of warfare inevitably distorts one's psyche. Placing the memory crystal of Dizziness into his chest, he replaced it with a fragment of bronze-colored metal. Grasping the fragment of the Allspark, Nie Tian brought it before his eyes and initiated scan. He had no inkling of how to utilize this fragment. He had attempted to input the source code, but regrettably, there was no response. In the original narrative, the fragment could resurrect Megatron, yet Megatron was in a state of death. Nie Tian dared not insert the fragment into his chest while still alive. Without the Allspark as a vessel, the cosmic energy is notoriously volatile. However, the plot concerning the Allspark fragment from the original story provided Nie Tian with some insight. After pondering for a moment, he approached an energy collision device, placing the fragment within, and personally operated it to commence energy collision testing. Given the gravity of the situation regarding the Allspark fragment, he trusted no one else. While Nie Tian was wholly engrossed in his study of the Allspark fragment, he was unaware that he and certain Decepticons were about to become the most wanted criminals on Blue Star, and indeed, the #1 target. In the Ministry of Defense building, within the same secret conference room, there was a notable change. John Keller no longer occupied the leading position, and President Mitchell was present as well. Seated at the head of the table, Mitchell cleared his throat, exchanged a glance with John Keller, and announced the outcome of the meeting. I declare that the resolution to establish a joint task force has been officially passed. Effective immediately, the military and the Department of Defense are tasked with establishing a rapid response combat unit, intended for joint operations with the Autobots. The previous meeting was fraught with contention, yielding no definitive conclusions. Some expressed concerns regarding the Autobots' ulterior motives, while others believed they should demand compensation from them. Still, others posited that they should adopt a wait-and-see approach, waiting for both the Autobots and Decepticons to weaken each other before reaping the benefits. In light of this impasse, John Keller summoned Mitchell, the nominal head of the nation. In terms of power and status, John Keller ranks among the top 5 in the United States, forming part of the cabinet alongside the Attorney General, the Secretary of the Treasury, and the Secretary of State, the so-called Four Horsemen. However, Even his considerable influence pales in comparison to that of President Mitchell. For Mitchell, Optimus Prime's proposal to eliminate the Decepticons aligns perfectly with his own interests. Even if total annihilation is not achievable, mere suppression would be highly advantageous. After all, even extraterrestrials require sustenance. He is also planning for re-election next year and cannot allow the Decepticons to create any disturbances. Otherwise, his approval ratings may plummet. The day following the resolution's passage, the Department of Defense and the military sprang into action. In urgent matters concerning extraterrestrials, departments known for their sluggishness previously exhibited unprecedented efficiency. Within 3 days, the joint forces were selected and organized. This coalition was named the Nest Unit, with the aim of eradicating all Decepticon hideouts on Earth. Due to his outstanding performance during the Battle of Rushville and his considerable experience in combat against the Decepticons, William was appointed as the commander of the Nest Unit. Simultaneously, his rank was elevated to colonel, reporting solely to John Keller. Having just concluded his leave, Colonel William gazed into the mirror at his pristine uniform, feeling somewhat disoriented. In a mere few days, he has traversed a path that would take others years to accomplish. A colonel under 30, is he not unique within the entire army? Or indeed the entire military? William, alongside Optimus Prime and the Autobots, had arrived. While William reveled in his new rank and position, Robert knocked at the door. Robert had been appointed as William's deputy, serving as the vice commander of the Nest Unit. "All right, Robert, I'll be right there." After straightening his collar and cap, William resolutely turned to leave. Greater power often entails greater responsibility. In a vast, empty warehouse, the Nest Unit and the Autobots convened for their inaugural informal operational meeting. As a rapid response unit, the Nest Unit's total personnel is modest, yet their firepower configuration is nothing short of formidable. They possess not only their own armored vehicle fleet, but also a dedicated squadron of armed helicopters, with airstrike priority at the highest level, remaining on standby 24 hours a day. Among the members present, aside from the few soldiers who survived the Battle of Rushville, the remainder were reinforcements from the military. The first time I beheld Optimus Prime and the other Autobots, their mouths agape in astonishment, it took them a moment to regain their composure. A slight cough escaped me as William introduced, "Allow me to present our future comrade, Optimus Prime." In response to this, Optimus graciously nodded. "This is Ironhide, and this is Ratchet. I believe you will become well acquainted with them. They are all amiable extraterrestrial allies." Bumblebee was notably absent. Following the conclusion of the Battle of Las Vegas, he had voluntarily taken it upon himself to continue safeguarding Sam. Optimus did not deny Bumblebee's request, uncertain whether the Decepticons might retaliate against the boy who had personally vanquished Megatron. Once the introductions were completed and both sides had a preliminary understanding of one another, William formally commenced the meeting. "I trust everyone is aware of the purpose behind the establishment of our Nest Unit. We lack formal training. Our experiences are rooted solely in combat. Moreover, there is no preparation. We are perpetually on alert, facing adversaries that are not of the human variety." With a grave expression, William scanned the soldiers before him. His ranks had suffered numerous casualties due to the Decepticons. While such losses were unavoidable, he felt compelled to instill a sense of vigilance in them to enhance their chances of survival. "Optimus," William turned his gaze towards him, "I believe it is imperative that we first ascertain which Decepticons are currently present on Earth. I require your assistance in this matter." Optimus nodded, and from his chest, a holographic projection emanated into the air. The projection revealed several towering, menacing robots alongside one that stood merely over a meter tall. The images of these variously sized, uniformly malevolent robots were magnified in succession, captivating the attention of all present. Starscream, one of the 3 principal commanders of the Decepticons. Barricade, originally known as Streetwise, a Decepticon scout. Swindle, a member of the Decepticon Vehicular Squad. Frenzy, a member of the Decepticon Cassette Army, skilled in hacking. And Soundwave, a subordinate of Starscream. Born on Earth. At this revelation, William could not suppress his curiosity and interjected, "Optimus, what do you mean by born on Earth?" Soundwave was constructed by Starscream using Earth's metallic resources. Subsequently, something transpired that led to his ascension as an elite warrior, Optimus explained. "Wow," Robert exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it true that your Cybertronian mechanical life forms are created so casually?" "What did you say?" Ironhide leaned down, scrutinizing Robert. I mean to say, you are truly impressive. You can create life on your own. Indeed, that is correct. Robert quickly amended his statement upon noticing Ironhide's disapproving glare. William's focus, however, diverged from Robert's astonishment. So, if we do not swiftly eliminate these Decepticons, it is quite possible they may exploit our resources to amass a formidable Decepticon army on our planet. Indeed, it is highly probable. Optimus Prime would undoubtedly nod in agreement. Although those artificially manufactured Decepticons primarily serve as expendable assets, they pose a considerable threat to humanity. Moreover, only by instilling a sense of crisis in humanity can they be motivated to actively participate in the eradication of the Decepticons. Was an elite warrior. William suddenly shifted the conversation. An elite warrior is a classification of combat prowess. Alongside advanced warriors and intermediate warriors, Optimus Prime elaborated on the hierarchy of Cybertronian warriors, providing William with a concise overview. And what classification does Megatron fall under? He is a leader-class warrior, much like myself. Is that so? William nodded thoughtfully, realizing that they still held the upper hand in overall strength. William, when shall we commence our initial operation? You see, Optimus, William shook his head. We are solely responsible for combat. The Nest team has dedicated intelligence and logistical support. They will only engage when orders are issued. Understood. Optimus Prime nodded gently, having familiarized himself with the general circumstances of the United States in recent days. Following this, William inquired further about the specifics regarding the Decepticons, such as their combat classifications and weaponry, subsequently relaying all this intelligence upward. Chapter 82. Fragments of the Allspark. Just as the initial encounter between the Nest team and the Autobots was drawing to a close, a man in a black suit burst into the warehouse, flanked by a group of individuals, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Excellent. Everyone is here. This conveniently spares me from making individual visits. The soldiers of the Nest team immediately stepped forward to intercept. Hey, halt. This is the Nest team. Please present your identification. The man in the black suit seemed quite at ease, brushing aside the soldiers' objections and striding into the warehouse. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lawrence, the senior military advisor to Secretary of State Ms. Clarity, responsible for matters of security and defense. The role of an advisor is akin to that of strategist, primarily tasked with providing counsel and expert suggestions in specialized fields. The position's significance is determined by the level of trust bestowed upon them by their employer. As fate would have it, Lawrence was indeed among the trusted, and trusted exceedingly well. Very well, Mr. Lawrence. William stepped forward to greet him. It is a pleasure to meet you. What brings you here? Lawrence was tall and slender, embodying the quintessential appearance of a Caucasian man, his hooked nose and deep-set eyes imparting an impression of shrewdness laced with cunning. He glanced down at William and, without preamble, stated, I have heard that during the Battle of Rushville, besides Megatron, there was also an extraterrestrial corpse. I wish to ascertain its whereabouts. Upon hearing Lawrence's words, a flicker of anger flashed in Optimus Prime's eyes from the rear. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to covet the fallen's remains. The audacity and greed of humanity were indeed remarkable. Regrettably, there are no extraterrestrial corpses here. William indeed refused. Moreover, Mr. Lawrence, I must remind you that I am beholden only to the Department of Defense. Without an order from Mr. John Keller, you shall not take anything from the Autobot forces. Excellent, Captain. Oh no, I suppose now it is Colonel, Lawrence replied, leaning closer to William's ear. Do not forget your identity and position. I certainly shall not forget, William replied, his expression impassive. Yet I am curious whether this is your own sentiment or that of Miss Clary. Lawrence raised an eyebrow and smiled knowingly. Does it truly matter? Before William could respond, he approached Optimus Prime. You must be Mr. Optimus Prime. Greetings, human. I find myself in poor spirits. Optimus regarded Lawrence with a fierce glare. Yet Lawrence remained unperturbed, chuckling lightly. Being in poor spirits is quite normal, Mr. Prime. After all, this is not your planet, and it is only natural to experience some discomfort. Pausing, as if oblivious to Optimus's ire, he continued, I wonder if the body of that nobleman under your command could be of assistance to us. Human, I advise you to abandon that notion. Before Lawrence could finish his statement, he found himself confronted by the barrel of cannon. Ah, how unfortunate, he remarked, his countenance unchanged, feigning regret. Since my Autobot friends do not seem particularly welcoming, I shall take my leave of this conversation. Lawrence turned toward the warehouse exit, pausing momentarily as he passed William. He placed a hand on William's shoulder. I shall remember you, Colonel. It is a pleasure to have such a diligent officer among us. I shall certainly report this to Ms. Clary and ensure she increases your responsibilities. With that, he departed. William shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture toward Lawrence. Fingers clenched save for the middle finger. Do as you wish, advisor. Upon returning to the designated resting area prepared for them by the Autobot forces, Ironhide could not restrain himself from asking, Optimus, why must we cooperate with these humans? You saw for yourself their covetousness toward the nobleman's body. Without the Decepticons, I suspect they might even turn against us. This is precisely the reason I seek collaboration with humanity. Optimus transformed into a truck, explaining. There's a saying on this planet, nurturing the enemy only strengthens them. Yet I do not wish to follow that path. Both you and I know that while humanity possesses great potential, they're currently incapable of overcoming us. Then why do you remain so tolerant of them? Ironhide inquired, perplexed. Optimus shook his head. Because it is undeniable that humans are the protagonists of this planet. They wish to learn our technology through the nobleman's body. Moreover, the Decepticons' desire to conquer and enslave this world fundamentally conflicts with humanity's very existence. As he spoke, the front of Optimus Prime projected a cerulean sphere, densely covered with red coordinates. The Decepticons would undoubtedly not abandon their quest to resurrect Megatron, relying solely on ourselves. It would be exceedingly difficult to eradicate the Decepticons on Blue Star in a short span of time. By the way, I have received a signal from the Autobots located in the Badness system. Perhaps it will not be long before new allies arrive. Within the laboratory, Nie Tian tossed a flip phone into the energy collision device and then applied a specific gravitational impact to the fragment of the Allspark. With a crackle, following a visible energy shockwave, the phone instantaneously transformed into a mini Decepticon. Upon its birth, the mini Decepticon brandished its weapon and commenced a relentless barrage against the tempered glass of the device. Due to the modern technology of this world, which had been reverse-engineered from Megatron's body, all electronic products, once irradiated by the Allspark, would autonomously become Decepticons. In a previous life, Nie Tian had pondered whether Megatron was feigning death, allowing Sector 7 to study his body, thus facilitating the transformation of all machinery on Blue Star into Decepticons. However, after witnessing the fate of Sector 7, he dismissed such suspicions. After observing for a while and confirming that communication was impossible, Nie Tian expressionlessly reached into the tempered glass enclosure and crushed the mindless Decepticon. At last, success. Although his face bore little expression, a flicker of excitement stirred within Nie Tian's heart. The fragment of the Allspark indeed contained a portion of cosmic energy, yet could no longer be actively utilized, only passively activated. Through repeated experimentation, he had finally discovered a method to release the cosmic energy within the Allspark fragment, which meant he could utilize this shard to create a batch of Decepticons imbued with the Allspark. Should sufficient energy be inputted, he might even be able to manufacture Decepticons of equivalent combat prowess to his own. Carefully withdrawing the Allspark fragment and placing it within his chest, Nie Tian turned to exit the laboratory. He had spent over a week within the confines of the lab, yet he felt no sense of weariness. Since becoming a Cybertronian, his perception of time had dulled. Now, after several days, he felt as though only a few hours had elapsed compared to his previous life. Indeed, with extended lifespan, time loses its value. Shaking his head, Nie Tian made his way toward the Scalpel's laboratory. Scalpel, he called. Upon entering the lab, the clamor had subsided. Only Scalpel was seen scuttling up and down the dizzying form of a body. The ruckus had been quelled as Nie Tian had assigned a secret mission to the cunning rabbit, who had taken most of the Decepticons from the base. This accounted for the scarcity of Decepticons encountered on his way to Scalpel's laboratory. Do you require my assistance in repairing the disoriented body? For Scalpel, a skilled physician, the task of repairing a body was far less challenging than that of creating one. The barricade, which had barely lingered with him for a day, returned to its original state, showcasing the remarkable prowess of the Scalpel's surgical skills. No need for that, Master Scalpel. What about the disorientation weapon module? Nie Tian shook his head. He had no intention of repairing the disoriented body. Could it be revived? The shards of the spark source could indeed resurrect the disoriented, but he shared no kinship with it. No matter how many shards he possessed, they would not be used in such a manner. The weapon modules of the disoriented included a formidable space cannon requiring charging, an electromagnetic pulse cannon, and a rotor shredder. While elite-grade bodies could accommodate up to 4 weapon modules, not every Cybertronian body would reach this maximum capacity, as ammunition for the weapon modules also consumed energy. The rotor shredder served as a melee weapon. Distinct from conventional blades or axes, it resembled a semi-automated chainsaw. After toying with the rotor shredder for a while, Nie Tian laid it aside. Although he currently lacked a melee weapon, he felt indifferent to the prospect of having an additional fan on his arm compared to wielding a weapon. What do you plan to do with the disoriented body? As Nie Tian inspected the weapon modules, the scalpel approached him. What to do? Nie Tian cast a brief glance at the scalpel and discerned a yearning in its gaze. For now, let us keep it at the base. An elite-grade body was undeniably valuable. He would not simply relinquish it to the scalpel. You may desire it, but it must be exchanged for something. To Nie Tian, the most valuable aspect of the disoriented was its memory crystal, while the body itself was secondary. Just when he thought the scalpel had been dissuaded by his subtle words, it suddenly spoke. Give me the disoriented body. Before Nie Tian could respond, the scalpel presented a proposition. I can reveal to you a secret that could elevate you to the rank of commander-level Decepticon. What? Nie Tian's breath caught, his displeasure dissipating in an instant. He regarded the scalpel intently, narrowing his eyes. The internal dynamics of the Decepticons were indeed polarized. There were the foolish ones like Bone Crusher, who blindly offered themselves, and the astute like the scalpel, who could see through his thoughts. Chapter 83. The fallen Autobot. Nie Tian's desire for power was always laid bare. With the spark source now lost and Cybertron unreachable in the short term, he was at a loss for what to do next. An elite-grade body was undoubtedly precious, yet it paled in comparison to the secret of ascending to commander-level warrior. After a moment's contemplation, Nie Tian resolved to inquire about the secret that the scalpel spoke of. Master Scalpel, may I ask what you mean? The surgical knife wore an enigmatic smile, refraining from providing a direct answer, instead posing a question reminiscent of the past. Tell me, do you know why the number of elite warriors and commanders among your Cybertronians is so limited? Your Cybertronians? Nie Tian regarded the surgical knife with a peculiar gaze, shaking his head. In truth, this inquiry had long lingered in his mind, even considering the pyramid effect. It seemed implausible to reach such an exaggerated ratio of 1 in 10,000, or even 1,000,000. The Decepticons, at their zenith, boasted over 1,000,000 troops, yet only a mere handful, Megatron and Starscream, occupied the pinnacle of their hierarchy. Cybertronians were not bound by inherent limitations. Given sufficient time and resources, one could scavenge the cosmos for a commander-class chassis. The surgical knife had no expectation that Nie Tian would provide an answer, and continued, the sparks of commander-class and elite warriors are, in essence, derived from the Allspark. In a certain sense, their sparks are part of the Allspark itself. Derived? Nie Tian suddenly recalled that, in the original narrative, the 13 primal primes seemed to have emerged directly from the Allspark, as if conjured from thin air. Could it be that their sparks too were a result of the Allsparks division, thus rendering them so formidable? Master Surgical Knife, while that may be the case, the Allspark is no longer extant. Nie Tian possessed fragments of the Allspark, yet he was uncertain of their efficacy. Do not rush, Tianai. Allow me to finish. The Surgical Knife teased. Such division causes irreversible damage to the Allspark, significantly accelerating the depletion of its energy. Consequently, during the ancient era of Cybertron, following the establishment of the Iron Fortress, any unauthorized contact with the Allspark was strictly prohibited, and the methods for promoting to commander-class warriors were deliberately concealed. As the Civil War erupted, fewer and fewer were privy to this knowledge. Is this a form of knowledge blockade? The term sprang to Nie Tian's mind, as he pondered why the dizzying memory crystal bore no mention of this. Evidently, information had been suppressed since the ancient era of Cybertron. The history of Cybertron can be broadly divided into 3 epochs: the primordial, the ancient, and the modern. The primordial era was characterized by the activity of the 13 primal primes, which persisted until their disappearance, thus ushering in the ancient period. The modern era spans from the eve of the Cybertronian Civil War to its conclusion, roughly a span of 10,000 years. Only the primal primes possessed the capability to construct the stellar extraction towers, as the cosmic energy of the Allspark was exclusively outgoing. Perhaps this was a desperate measure taken at that time. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Tian inquired curiously, Master Surgical Knife, how did you come to know all of this? How did I know? The surgical knife paused, then replied, nonchalantly, of course, it was the sound waves that informed me. Ah, I see. Nie Tian sighed with relief upon hearing this. He had feared that the surgical knife was an ancient relic from the bygone era of Cybertron. Enough now. Tian, I convey this to express that without a source of ignition, one must seek a commander-level spark to be integrated into your being to ascend to the rank of a commander-class warrior. Were it not for the fact that the source of ignition has perished alongside Megatron, leaving no trace in this world, coupled with his fervent desire for a stunning body, the surgical blade would undoubtedly refrain from divulging such a clandestine piece of information. Intelligence and knowledge are, at all times, exceedingly precious. In the solar system, on the planet Mars, a diminutive Decepticon spacecraft broke through the clouds, gradually descending into the caldera of the Olympus Mons volcano. Olympus Mons, a dormant volcano standing 25 kilometers tall with a caldera of shield shape, boasts a maximum diameter exceeding 600 kilometers. Its surface is a burnt orange, marked by numerous craters. At this moment, in the very center of the caldera, there rests a vast, yet visibly dilapidated spacecraft. Surrounding the vessel, one can faintly discern several armed Cybertronian warriors patrolling the vicinity. Strangely, like the spacecraft itself, they bear no insignia, appearing to belong neither to the Decepticons nor the Autobots. Upon entering the caldera, the small Decepticon spacecraft made a beeline toward the colossal starship. Upon nearing the vessel, the ship hovered and powered down, followed by the opening of its hatch, from which Starscream descended. As a commander of the Decepticons, Starscream naturally possessed his own ship. When he initially arrived on Earth, the entirety of the Decepticons lacked teleportation coordinates within the solar system. Thus he made use of this small Decepticon craft. Though it is but a small vessel, it is a bona fide interstellar ship, capable of cruising at 70% of the speed of light and equipped with a warp engine that can distort space-time, enabling interstellar travel through spatial leaps. Lord Starscream, a Cybertronian warrior, greeted him hastily. Is Lord Megatron currently awake? I have urgent matters to report to him in person. Lord Starscream, you have arrived just in time. He has awakened not long ago. During his journey through Mars, Starscream fortuitously intercepted a Cybertronian signal from this planet, prompting him to return after reaching Earth, where he encountered Megatron recuperating. Soon, a mutual attraction blossomed between them. Entering the spacecraft, Starscream traversed various somewhat dilapidated functional areas, ultimately arriving at the core zone of the vessel. In the center of this area lay a vast treatment chamber, its door ajar. The chamber was filled with a blue energy liquid, and reclining within was a tall, slender, black robot, emanating an ancient yet decayed aura, measuring over 12 meters in height. Starscream, you have come. Megatron slowly lifted his head, his body adorned with mechanical tendrils, sensing the approach of another. The mechanical visage of the fallen resembled that of an insect, with a jagged mouth and a sharply pointed chin, rendering it distinctly grotesque. As Red Spider approached the healing chamber, he bowed like a knight, saying, My lord, I have failed you. The Energon Matrix eluded us, and the Allspark has been destroyed. He cast a sidelong glance at the fallen, adding, Even our current leader, Megatron, has been slain by humans, meeting his end on that very planet you despise. Megatron, my apprentice, the fallen mused, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his face as if recalling a distant memory. Yet, in the next moment, fury erupted within him. Red Spider, tell me exactly what transpired. How could humans possibly bring down Megatron? The last time the Fallen had seen Megatron was over a century ago. When Megatron had first arrived in this star system, drawn by the signal of the Allspark, subsequently embarking on a quest to find it. The Fallen could scarcely believe that those feeble humans could defeat a warrior of Megatron's caliber. Yes, my lord, Red Spider continued. The Autobots arrived on Earth and formed an alliance with humanity. During the duel between Megatron and Optimus Prime, he was ambushed by human fighter jets. Red Spider recounted every detail of the events on Earth to the Fallen, concluding with, as it stands, the Autobots remain on that planet, seemingly unprepared to leave. In my haste to inform you of these developments, I neglected to investigate further, arriving here at once, despite the risk of fleeing like Megatron. He embellished his fear as a concern for the Fallen. Those Autobots, and those humans. The Fallen's anger intensified upon hearing the circumstances of Megatron's demise. He attempted to rise, only to be hindered by his injuries, collapsing back into the healing chamber. Cough, cough. With great effort, he shifted his form, revealing his profound weakness. His injuries were grievous. 1,000,000 years prior, he had faced an assault from 6 brothers, escaping only thanks to the valiant sacrifice of his loyal kin. After returning to his warship, he had succumbed to a deep slumber for nearly 1,000,000 years due to damage sustained to the Allspark. It was not until several millennia ago, aided by the autonomous repair capabilities of the Supreme Allspark, that he had barely regained his consciousness. "My lord, are you all right?" Upon witnessing the Fallen's frail state, Red Spider's eyes glinted with greed, yet he refrained from any overt action, wary of the Fallen's potential recovery of strength. "I am fine, after all these years. I have grown accustomed to it," the Fallen replied, rising slightly and waving his hand dismissively. He chose to disregard Red Spider's probing demeanor. As a being who has lived for over 1,000,000 years, accustomed to schemes and treachery, how could the fallen Titan confront a Decepticon, who has only recently pledged allegiance to him, without assurance? In Chapter 84, an unexpected visitor, Starscream, "Once I have regained my strength, I shall endorse you as the new leader of the Decepticons, a true leader." The fallen Titan first painted an enticing vision for Starscream before issuing a command. "All warriors aboard this warship are at your disposal, with but one stipulation." "My lord, I am eager to serve you," Starscream replied, his face once again adorned with flattery and respect, clearly pleased by the fallen Titan's enticing proposition. Starscream was aware of the fallen Titan's true identity. With his backing, ascending to the leadership of the Decepticons would be effortlessly within reach, fulfilling a long-held dream. However, with his head bowed, Starscream failed to notice the flicker of derision and disdain in the fallen Titan's eyes. "In this time while I recover, amass more soldiers for me. When the time comes, I shall lead a great army to that planet for vengeance, exterminating both Autobots and humans, and then utterly obliterating that world." "As you wish, my lord." After Starscream departed, the fallen Titan murmured as he closed the healing chamber. Soon, just a little longer, and I shall regain my strength to that of a leader." The laboratory door gradually shut, and Nie Tian turned to leave. His dizzying body ultimately succumbed to the surgical blade. As he traversed the main corridor, Nie Tian wore a pensive expression, the words of the blade echoing in his mind. "Tianjia, based on the previous pyramid, you should be aware that many Cybertronians have descended upon Blue Star. I previously contacted Soundwave, who informed me that this planet is quite extraordinary. Even in the ancient times of Cybertron, a war erupted among the primes on this very planet. The specifics and outcome of that war remain unknown, but I surmise that it may have been this conflict that led to the prime's collective disappearance. Since the blade had previously indicated it could assist Nie Tian in ascending to the rank of commander, it could not merely pertain to the sealed promotion methods. It also elucidated the true circumstances of Blue Star. Although Nie Tian was already well-versed in these realities, he comprehended the blade's intent in sharing this information. The ancient era of Cybertron was distinct from the present, with the primes replenishing the Allspark's energy. At that time, the Allspark was unafraid of producing commander-level and leader-level warriors. The primes who battled on Blue Star would undoubtedly have subordinates lacking commander-level warriors. Given that the outcome of that great conflict saw 6 primes fall, their subordinates would not have fared much better, much like the slumbering firestorm in the museum. According to the original narrative, Tianhua is capable of initiating short-distance spatial transfers with a single hand, indicating that his prowess is at least equivalent to that of a commander-level warrior, with the possibility of even being a leader-level warrior. By extension, it is reasonable to surmise that numerous Cybertronians like Tianhua, who remain in slumber, still exist on Blue Star. While I may not be able to contend with a commander-level warrior in their prime, the notion of confronting a severely injured or near death Nie Tian evokes a daring thought within him. The more he learns, particularly during his time in the surgical laboratory, the more he perceives that Cybertronians, these mechanical beings, are far from the simplistic portrayals in the original narrative. With a fragment of the Allspark in hand, Nie Tian contemplated placing it within a transparent container before stowing it within Black Panther's chassis. He intended to venture to a location unsuitable for transporting the Allspark fragment, as it posed a risk of inadvertently awakening someone, given that the Allspark of a commander-level warrior is a splintered entity. It is highly likely that it corresponds to a set of source codes linked to the Allspark's functionality. The dilemma, however, lies in the fact that not only does Nie Tian lack the requisite source codes capable of splitting the Allspark, but the fragment he possesses also cannot be input with any source code. To Nie Tian, confronting the Allspark is akin to an ancient individual grappling with a computer, adept at following the user manual to type commands, but oblivious to the underlying mechanics of the hardware. Furthermore, he possesses merely a single page of the manual's source codes and is left with only a fragment of the Allspark, akin to a computer reduced to a solitary mouse, of which mere auditory feedback is a fortunate occurrence. As Nie Tian organized matters within the base and prepared to embark to the place he had earmarked, an unexpected visitor approached him. At the bottom of the Kona's Gorge, upon encountering the sudden appearance of Barricade, Nie Tian furrowed his brow. "Barricade, what brings you here?" Since his disappearance during the Battle of Rushville, no one had known Barricade's whereabouts. He had been at the gorge familiarizing himself with new weaponry when Barricade descended from above. "Soundwave instructed me to find you," Barricade replied, his expression impassive, seemingly oblivious to the shift in dynamics. Since the defeat against Bumblebee, Barricade had appeared as a changed individual. "Soundwave?" Nie Tian's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. It was not surprising that Soundwave had sent him, given that he had previously agreed to Soundwave's undercover mission. Nie Tian had long since reported the disappearance of Red Spider and the subsequent takeover of Red Spider's base to Soundwave. "Barricade, what does Soundwave require of you? Has there been a new directive?" Barricade regarded Nie Tian intently for a prolonged moment before responding. "Soundwave has instructed me to accompany you for the time being." Pausing, he added, "I will follow your lead if necessary." Barricade's earlier actions during the Battle of Rushville had irked Soundwave considerably, diminishing his trust in Barricade. "Follow my orders?" Nie Tian was slightly taken aback, but did not take it too seriously. Without the support of strength, the so-called obedience is merely a matter of empty rhetoric. If the Barricade were to act in defiance, what could it truly achieve? "Barricade, follow me," commanded Nie Tian as he sheathed his weapon and advanced towards the base. The disassembled electromagnetic pulse cannon from the dizzying machinery was affixed to his left arm, while he discarded the cumbersome space cannon. The electromagnetic pulse serves as a specialized weapon against mechanical entities. It can disrupt the communications and radar systems of aircraft and tanks. If the target were the Cybertronians, it could incapacitate their neural conduction systems, rendering them momentarily immobile. Upon leading Barricade into the base, Nie Tian provided a brief overview of their surroundings, including the tumult caused by the Decepticons outside the base. Unfazed by the fact that the base was not of his own making, Nie Tian adopted a somewhat indifferent attitude, thinking that anyone who wished to inhabit it could do so freely. Following closely behind, Barricade hesitated momentarily before slowly speaking. "Nie Tian, there is something I feel compelled to share with you." "What is it?" Nie Tian inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Barricade remained silent, merely shaking his head. Noting Barricade's expression, Nie Tian promptly redirected his course towards the laboratory. As the door of the laboratory closed behind them, Nie Tian turned to Barricade, asserting, "Speak freely, Barricade. This place is entirely secure." Barricade surveyed the laboratory, and upon confirming that they were alone, projected a hologram from his chest, in a nation on Blue Star. "I unexpectedly encountered a Decepticon spaceship." He continued, "This nation is located on South Lijiazu." As he spoke, the high-definition imagery expanded. In the darkness, a substantial armed convoy emerged from a cavern, clearly comprising military vehicles filled with armed soldiers. At the heart of the convoy was a massive, boxy vehicle, upon which rested a brown spaceship, narrow at the front and broad at the rear, resembling a mountain shape. Nie Tian felt a surge of excitement. Could it be? However, the next moment, his expression froze. Adjacent to the Decepticon insignia on the ship's hull was an emblem of a purple spider, identical to the one previously shown to him by Scalpel. Nie Tian's momentary joy was dashed. Was this the Decepticon ship Scalpel sought? Regaining his composure, Nie Tian shifted his gaze from the projection to Barricade. "What is the name of that nation?" "Inca Nation." "Inca Nation?" Nie Tian pondered deeply. recalling that this country was a significant one on the southern continent, with a population exceeding 50 million. It was no wonder it had the capability to conceal a Decepticon spaceship. Although Nie Tian had been focused on locating the ship's scalpel desired, his attention had been diverted by assisting Barricade, infiltrating Area 7, and ultimately participating in the Battle of Rushvi. Unable to extricate himself, he had yet to embark on a formal search. To his astonishment, fate seemed to have delivered an opportunity directly to his doorstep. Could it be that the roadblocks transformed into mere trifles had enhanced his luck? After settling the roadblocks, Nie Tian proceeded to the laboratory of the scalpel. Now that results had emerged, it was only fitting to claim credit. Otherwise, the scalpel might suspect him of idleness. Half an hour later, Nie Tian exited the scalpel's laboratory, a satisfied smile adorning his face. As anticipated, the scalpel had increased his remuneration. More precisely, the scalpel was willing to offer compensation for him to seize the Tyrant Tiger spaceship from the hands of the Incarnation. Satisfied with the compensation, Nie Tian, however, insisted on accompanying the scalpel in this endeavor. Regarding this stipulation, Nie Tian conceded with a nod, acknowledging the authority of the client. Chapter 85. The raid on the Research Institute in Los City at Mahir High School. Within the classroom, Sam's friend Miles was fixated on the retreating figure of Michaela. He leaned toward Sam and whispered, "Sam, have you two really started dating?" "Absolutely," Sam affirmed with a nod. "It's been nearly a month." Noticing Miles's skepticism, Sam retrieved his phone and scrolled through his album to reveal a photograph. Miles, with his flowing chestnut locks, resembled a rock band frontman. He tossed his hair and took the phone, gazing at the intimate snapshot of Sam and Michaela, exclaiming, "Wow, that's remarkable, truly astonishing, Sam. The hottest girl at Mahir High School. How did you manage that?" After a moment of admiration, Miles's expression shifted to concern. "But Sam, I've heard her reputation isn't the best. She's had several boyfriends and was recently entangled with Trent." Trent was the school bully at Mahir High, standing over 6 feet tall with a robust physique. He donned a baseball jacket daily, styled his hair in a slick-back manner, and drove a modified Ford Mustang. Previously, he and Michaela had shared ambiguous interactions. Trent? Sam appeared unfazed. He had vanquished aliens before. Why fear a mere Trent as a rival for Michaela's affections? "Don't worry, Miles. Michaela has clarified that she and Trent are just friends. It's quite normal these days for friends to embrace, isn't it?" Seeing Sam's inexplicable confidence, Miles shrugged and chose not to press further. "I hope it is as she says. Wishing you both the best, my brother." "Thank you, Miles." Following the conclusion of the Rushville battle, Michaela had expressed her desire to surprise Sam, hoping he would become her boyfriend. Thus, without formally pursuing Michaela, Sam found himself unwittingly in a relationship with her. After school, he drove Bumblebee to return Michaela home. It must be said that possessing a girlfriend of such exquisite beauty, coupled with the privilege of driving the latest Camaro sports car, has rendered Sam a notable figure at Mahir High School. This is evidenced by the fact that Trent has ceased to trouble him. During a classroom presentation about his great-grandfather's story, it was Trent who had shot a rubber band at him. Upon arriving at Michaela's residence on 8th Street in Tucson, Sam noticed her father diligently repairing a vehicle in the garage on the first floor. Thanks to the prior agreement with Simon, Michaela's father's parole period has been successfully navigated without a return to prison, albeit his conduct during this time has not been particularly commendable. "Thank you, Sam. See you tomorrow," Michaela said, as she caught her father's gaze and quickly pressed a kiss on Sam's cheek before hastily exiting the vehicle. "All right, see you tomorrow. I will be there on time to pick you up," Sam replied, resuming his engine only after Michaela had hurriedly ascended the stairs and vanished from view. On the way home, Sam engaged in light conversation with Bumblebee. "By the way, Bumblebee, what have Optimus and the others been up to lately?" "They are currently tracking the whereabouts of the Decepticons and have gathered some leads," came a steady and authoritative voice, a stark contrast to the previous cacophony of radio static. Bumblebee's vocal system had been repaired by the ambulance, utilizing parts salvaged from Jazz's remains. When Bumblebee was captured by Sector 7, Jazz had been the only member of the Autobot team to genuinely care for him. With Jazz now beyond resurrection, the remaining parts of his body have restored Bumblebee's voice, exemplifying a selfless spirit of sacrifice. "Well, it's been quite some time without any sign of them. Those Decepticons are more elusive than sewer rats," Sam muttered, suddenly recalling something. "Almost forgot. Bumblebee, may I discuss something with you?" "What is it, Sam?" "With summer vacation approaching, I plan to go on a picnic with Michaela. Would you be able to, well, keep your distance a bit and provide us some privacy? You understand how it is for a young man in his adolescence. Sam was aware that Michaela always felt somewhat reserved with Bumblebee around, given that he was a true mechanical being. Sam, that is not permissible, Bumblebee responded firmly. The Decepticons could strike back at any moment. As the one who personally defeated Megatron, you're their prime target. All right, I knew you would respond that way. They're all too frightened to come out. How could they possibly seek out an ordinary high school student like me? Sam quietly complained. Yet he did not press the matter further. Having spent nearly a month together, with Bumblebee driving him to and from school every day, Sam had grown quite accustomed to his presence. In the Incan Nation, the capital of Nosprey, established in the 16th century and renowned as the romantic capital of South Liga, Northbury boasts over 22 satellite towns, collectively forming Greater Northbury, with a resident population nearing 30% of the total populace of the Incan Nation. In such a metropolitan area, ranked among the top 3 in South Liga, countless military installations abound in the vicinity. At this moment, a considerable convoy of armed vehicles silently approaches the Fermi Research Institute, located 160 miles from downtown Northbury. At the heart of this convoy lies a boxy vehicle, concealing a spacecraft evidently not of Blue Planet origin. Countries with any semblance of power are well aware of the existence of the Decepticons and Autobots. Yet, why does the outside world remain so tranquil? This speaks to the tacit understanding among these nations. Upon discovering the true nature of the Decepticons several decades ago, the Incan Nation, after an unexpected encounter with a Decepticon ship due to a river's desiccation, hastily began relocating the vessel, fearful of attracting the Decepticons' attention. Unbeknownst to them, their movements had already been entirely observed by a particular individual. Not far from the Fermi Research Institute, Nie Tian quietly observes this scene. Armed with detailed intelligence regarding the roadblocks and arriving in a timely manner, he effortlessly tracks the convoy transporting the Decepticon ship. On his shoulder perches Scalpel, brimming with impatience. When shall we commence our operation, Tianjia? At this moment, Scalpel's heart races with excitement. He never anticipated that Tianjia would locate Black Widow's ship so swiftly. To the Cybertronians, a month is but a negligible span of time. My dear Scalpel, let us wait until the escorting military unit departs before we act. Nie Tian glances upward at the sky, unhurried. Although the Incan Nation is not a colossal entity like the United States, exercising caution is always prudent. Initially, to gather intelligence, he could not dare to launch a direct assault on the homeland of the United States, opting instead for a lesser-defended overseas base. He harbors no inclination for reckless bravado. Scalpel, it is time to act. Once darkness envelopes the sky and the escorting military unit has left, Nie Tian transforms into a Cloud Hawk helicopter and soars toward the Fermi Research Institute. The Fermi Research Institute stands as the highest-level laboratory in the Incan Nation, possessing a military-industrial background. Clearly, the emergence of the Decepticons and Autobots has unsettled certain individuals. This time, Nie Tian refrains from activating his cloaking module and boldly initiates the attack. Upon reaching the skies above the Institute, he is met with urgent alarm sounds and missile lock-on alerts, which he dismisses completely. Aiming for the center of the Institute, he launches an electromagnetic pulse projectile. A faint blue shockwave visibly expands like ripples on a lake, instantly enveloping the entire research facility. Although it inflicts no physical damage, it effectively severs the Fermi Research Institute's ability to communicate with the outside world. The alarm bells and notifications have entirely vanished. Upon confirming that communication has been severed, Nie Tian transformed into his humanoid form and summoned an electromagnetic pulse cannon on his left arm. This cannon appeared as a bulky, mounted weapon protruding from his forearm, while his left hand remained unchanged. Amidst the chaos following the sudden assault, the guards and soldiers stationed at the research facility quickly regained their composure, emerging with firearms to confront the enemy. The sound of gunfire erupted throughout the facility. Activating the energy shield, Nie Tian had no intention of engaging with the soldiers. After casually launching several electromagnetic bombs to obliterate a few obstructing infantry fighting vehicles, he made his way directly towards the location of the spacecraft. Since the spacecraft had only recently arrived at the research facility, the staff had yet to complete their inspection procedures. Thus, it was not long before Nie Tian stumbled upon the vessel in an open area of the facility. Scalpel, we have arrived, he declared. The reddish-brown spacecraft, approximately 100 meters in length and width, could be classified as a large vessel by human standards, yet when juxtaposed with the towering height of the Cybertronians, which often approached 10 meters, it was decidedly a small ship. Nie Tian conducted a cursory examination, noting the ship's rusted exterior, resembling a single, unexamined entity. This was indeed the case. After acquiring the spacecraft, the officials of Inca feared it might be akin to Pandora's box, potentially harboring lethal pathogens or organisms. Hence they refrained from recklessly opening it. For the first decade, they focused on confirming the vessel's safety, followed by several decades dedicated to studying its surface and structure. Chapter 86. Black Widow at last. It has been located. The scalpel ejected from Nie Tian's chest and swiftly scurried towards the spacecraft. Upon reaching it, the scalpel ascended to the hatch and began fiddling with it. In an instant, the spacecraft trembled slightly, and with a pneumatic hiss, the hatch descended slowly. Observing this, Nie Tian felt a stir of emotion. Evidently, the scalpel's insistence on accompanying him was not without purpose. Tianchi, come aboard, beckoned the scalpel. As it stood on the lowered hatch, Nie Tian glanced at the approaching soldiers nearby and proceeded towards the scalpel. With a creak, the hatch closed automatically after Nie Tian stepped inside. The interior of the spacecraft was far more spacious than he had anticipated, based on its decor and structure. It appeared to be a multifunctional small spacecraft. Following the scalpel, Nie Tian advanced and soon arrived at the cockpit. In the cockpit, the sole seat was occupied by a Decepticon. From the back, the figure appeared slender, with 4 long, thin mechanical legs trailing behind, their tips sharp and resembling joints. Upon approaching and seeing the face clearly, Nie Tian was even more astonished to discover that it was a female Decepticon. Tianchi, this is Black Widow. The scalpel introduced casually as it climbed onto the control panel of the cockpit. Black Widow. Nie Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to meticulously search his mind. The character of Black Widow had not appeared in the original storyline. However, her background was mentioned in the introduction of the Decepticons. Black Widow, the sworn enemy of the Autobot RC, was inherently vicious and ruthless, possessing the ability to transform into a mechanical spider. Yet, Nie Tian recalled that Black Widow was not a native Cybertronian, but rather a being transformed into one, which rendered her temperament far more malevolent than that of a typical Decepticon. Presently, Black Widow exhibited no signs of energy fluctuation, resembling an extinguished spark. Nevertheless, her pristine metallic form indicated to Nie Tian that she was merely in a state of profound dormancy due to a lack of energy or other reasons. With an infusion of energon, she would likely awaken in due time. Approaching Black Widow, Nie Tian sensed the faintest trace of energy levels emanating from her form, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Black Widow was indeed a commander-class warrior. Master Scalpel, why have I never heard of Lady Black Widow? A commander-class Decepticon should not be so obscure. It is understandable you have not heard of her. Black Widow was once a Decepticon, but she has since severed her ties with them. Severed? A sense of foreboding welled up within Nie Tian. Gaga, do not worry, Tianjia. Noticing Nie Tian's expression, Scalpel elaborated. She did not betray them. She left the Decepticons with Megatron's permission. Soundwave, Red Alert, and even Shockwave are aware of this matter. With Megatron's permission? Great. Another piece of information that only circulated among the highest echelons of the Decepticons. After Scalpel's explanation, he continued to manipulate the controls with remarkable familiarity. Before long, under Scalpel's guidance, the long-dormant Decepticon ship, which had not stirred for countless years, belched forth twin jets of flame from its rear. At that moment, soldiers from the research facility surrounded them. Upon their arrival, they beheld the ship slowly ascending into the air, their mouths agape in astonishment. Commander, should we shoot it down? One soldier nervously aimed his weapon at the hovering vessel, anxiously inquiring of the lead officer. A flicker of hesitation crossed the officer's eyes as he weighed the consequences of damaging the ship against allowing it to escape. Ultimately, he issued the command, fire. However, before the officer could finish his order, the ship vanished in an instant, leaving the soldiers below in bewilderment, exchanging confused glances. Only the officer's face turned pale as he realized he was in deep trouble. The speed of the ship's flight was astonishing. It reached the Kona's Gorge, nearly 10,000 kilometers from Northbury, in mere seconds. It was as if the vehicle had just engaged the gear and released the clutch, arriving at its destination before even pressing the accelerator. Upon seeing the base entrance on the cliffside and the roadblocks outside, Nie Tian was finally convinced that he had indeed arrived at the Kona's Gorge. Casting an envious glance at the spacecraft behind him, he mused about the day he might possess a starship of his own. Did you manage to retrieve this vessel, Tianni? The familiar visage of the Decepticon ship piqued the curiosity of Barricade, who approached with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. He yearned to unveil the identity of its former owner. Oh, it's merely an ordinary ship, Nie Tian replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Although the Scalpel had not mandated his silence regarding Black Widow's whereabouts, he had no intention of broadcasting it indiscriminately. By the way, Nie Tian interjected before Barricade could inquire further, I shall be departing for a while. According to the intelligence I have acquired, Lord Megatron's body has not been destroyed by humanity. I suspect it may have been concealed, much like the research conducted on Megatron's frame in Sector 7. Therefore, I intend to investigate further. If we locate him, we may have the opportunity to resurrect Lord Megatron. Who could possibly question such a noble cause? Even Soundwave would find it difficult to cast aspersions on my intentions. Upon hearing Nie Tian's words, Barricade fell into a contemplative silence before turning back towards the base without uttering another word. As Barricade's figure vanished into the corridor, Nie Tian smiled faintly. The fact that Barricade had been personally summoned by Soundwave to Blue Planet in search of Megatron indicated a steadfast loyalty to either Soundwave or Megatron during their time on Cybertron. Although such loyalty now appeared to be in question. Tianni, I must first replenish Black Widow's energy. Your reward will take some time, Scalpel announced as he gracefully descended from the ship. The discovery that Black Widow was alive had transformed him significantly, imbuing him with newfound confidence. Scalpel had promised Nie Tian a reward of 4 advanced information chips. Indeed, Nie Tian intended to make full use of the fragment of the Allspark he possessed, aspiring to establish a Decepticon squad centered around himself. Given the exorbitant materials required for elite frames and the uncertain quantity of cosmic energy contained within the Allspark fragment, Nie Tian prudently opted to construct 4 advanced bodies instead. Very well, Master Scalpel, I shall be departing shortly, he affirmed. Under the command of 26, several junior Decepticons assisted Scalpel in transporting energy blocks and equipment from Black Widow's ship, after which Nie Tian departed from the Kona's Gorge. With barricades stationed at the base, he felt no undue concern. As for 26 and his companions, they had been specifically left behind to safeguard Scalpel when he had initially dispatched them from the base. Previously, 26 had monitored Scalpel under the pretense of protection, and now he returned to fulfill his original duty. As Red Spider left the base, it was evident that, aside from Nie Tian, Scalpel stood to gain the most from the current circumstances. The entire base, save for the laboratory, remained essentially unguarded against Scalpel. After Nie Tian departed, the surgical blade deftly evaded all Decepticons and made its way to the communication room, remaining there for over an hour before the door finally swung open once more. The Black Widow returned to the Decepticons, undoubtedly poised to deliver a surprise to all. Gaga, Red Spider, your fortunate days have come to an end. In the shadowy embrace of night, a Cloud Eagle helicopter gracefully descended upon the Air Force Museum in Din City. Within moments, something shot skyward from the museum, leaving behind a distortion in the air as if it had been scorched. This airwave surged upward until it revealed itself as a Silver Fox interceptor. The transformation into this sleek aircraft was deliberate, for Nie Tian was preparing to embark on his planned journey to the moon. According to the unfolding narrative, the Autobots should have already allied with humanity, scouring the globe for traces of the Decepticons. Venturing to the moon for treasure hunting was a timely retreat from the brewing storm. The Silver Fox interceptor accelerated to its maximum speed, slicing through the sky. Just as Nie Tian broke free from the atmosphere of Blue Star, a colossal Decepticon ship leisurely drifted out of a fortress on Cybertron, located 40,000 light-years away in the Centaurus constellation. Within the cargo hold of the ship stood a dozen Decepticons, all high-ranking warriors, including several elite fighters. They formed the vehicle team of the Decepticon Combiner Corps, alongside the Mole team and the Skybreaker Squadron of the Decepticon Air Force. Among them were Assault, Sideways, Scamper, and Destructor, all belonging to the vehicle team, with Assault serving as their captain. Meanwhile, The lively commotion on Blue Star allowed them to merge into the mighty combiner. The Manticore. The 5 members of the Mole team, Bulldozer, Mixer, Sweeper, Dozer, and Trailer, could unite to form the formidable combiner, the Hercules. As for the Skybreaker Squadron, it was a flight unit personally led by Red Spider, with all members transformed into aerial vehicles, making them his most loyal entourage. Their ranks included Havoc, Jetstream, Acid Rain, Solar Wind, and Direct Current, with Havoc as the captain and one of the 3 elite captains present among all Decepticons. Together, these 3 Decepticon factions constituted nearly a third of the high-ranking Decepticons currently. The reason for deploying such a significant number of elite Decepticons was solely due to the fall of their leader, Lord Megatron, on an unknown yet insignificant planet. Chapter 87. The Celestial Insight and the Horizontal Cannon above the fortress. After reaching a certain altitude, the ship set its course toward the only satellite of Cybertron. With resources on Cybertron nearly depleted, the Decepticons frequently dispatched transport vessels to scavenge for resources from its satellite and other planets. To disguise their mission and prevent the Autobots from detecting their movements, the ship carrying the 3 Decepticon squads was a large transport vessel. Beneath the spaceship, Shockwave stood solitary atop a towering structure, his immense crimson, singular eye fixated upon the receding vessel. This edifice, known as the 10-sided building, once served as the seat of the central government of Cybertron prior to the Civil War, and subsequently became a military bastion for the Autobots. Following the abandonment of Kaon City, it now stands as the headquarters of the Decepticons. Despite their victory in the Cybertronian Civil War, the Decepticons were left with countless shattered cities and a planet riddled with scars. The entirety of Iacon, save for the central area housing the 10-sided building and the archives, was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. Resources were in dire scarcity. In an effort to conserve energy, many lower-tier Decepticon clones were reconstituted after the war, with energy supplies prioritized for their higher-ranking counterparts. Only after the last trace of the transport ship vanished did Shockwave gradually fade from view. The news of Megatron's fall remained under wraps, with the majority of Decepticons on Cybertron oblivious to it. The order for this information blackout came from Shockwave himself. For once the news spread, the tenuous stability achieved could easily be disrupted. Shockwave was an exceptionally meticulous Decepticon, possessing a pathological obsession with perfection. He would not tolerate any unforeseen incidents during his leadership. As the large transport ship navigated to one of Cybertron's moons, it initiated a hyperspace jump under the automatic control of its intelligence system, vanishing in an instant. However, unbeknownst to the Decepticons aboard, a group was closely monitoring them from a city nearly half the distance across Cybertron from Iacon. Unyielding City, a location once occupied by the Decepticons, but subsequently abandoned. Skyfire. They had executed a spatial transfer, rendering the ship undetectable. Within an underground fortress, a miniature Autobot, no larger than a television, operated a device to relay reports. He was Soundwave, the Autobot intelligence officer, adept in signal tracking and reconnaissance. Soundwave, along with his companions, Blaster, Recorder, and their carrier, Steeljaw, composed the Autobot intelligence force. The sworn adversaries of the Decepticon Tape Legion. The Decepticons' reckless troop movements were ultimately uncovered by the Autobots. A small contingent of the defeated Autobot forces had retreated to the TriStar of Cybertron, thus witnessing the tumultuous flight of their ship and urgently contacting the main Autobot forces located on Cybertron. Unyielding City now served as a stronghold for the Autobots. Besides Soundwave, the Autobot second-in-command and military operations commander, Jetfire, observed the footage replaying on the screen. Towering nearly 10 meters, Jetfire possessed a robust physique, particularly with his sturdy legs and shoulders, his chest adorned with blue, enhanced armor. His entire form appeared even bulkier than Optimus Prime, resembling a heavily armored warrior. Tong Xiangxiu always bore a stern, mechanical visage. His youthful appearance belied a demeanor that was decidedly mature. After perusing the information regarding the Decepticon spacecraft, he inquired, "Recorder, can you detect the Decepticon signals within the ship?" "Of course, Tong Xiangxiu, please hold on a moment." The recorder nodded and promptly commenced the analysis with the equipment. The transport vessel was akin to an unguarded metallic shell. In mere minutes, the recorder obtained the results, a total of 14 signals, 3 of which were of elite warriors and 11 of advanced warriors. Astounded, he remarked, What significant operation could the Decepticons be planning with such personnel configuration? However, before finishing his thought, he abruptly shook his head. They are aboard a transport ship. If they were merely extracting and transporting resources, there would be no need to deploy so many high-ranking Decepticons. As an intelligence officer of the Autobots, the Recorder was acutely aware of the Decepticons' operational habits and was particularly sensitive to any anomalies. You are correct, a silver-gray Autobot beside Tong Xiangxiu concurred. He approached the equipment. Addressing Tong Xiangxiu, let me lead the team of bumpers to Iron Fortress to investigate the situation. Yes, you. I will capture a few high-ranking Decepticons and extract the truth from them. Had Nie Tian been present, he would have noticed that this silver-gray Autobot bore a striking resemblance to a certain king from his past life, a certain Gua. This silver-gray Autobot was named Hung Pao, a combat expert well-versed in various firearms, but particularly fond of dual blades. Hung Pao was a disciple of Ironhide and had once served in the Titan City Guard. He now acted as Tong Xiangxiu's aide, frequently collaborating with members of the Thunder Rescue Team. Bumper was one of those members alongside Roadbuster, Updraft, Twin Drill, and Leadfoot. Unlike typical Autobot squads, the Thunder Rescue Team operated with an exceptionally fierce combat style, rivaling even the Decepticons. They were often dispatched to tackle various challenging missions, truly living up to their title as a firefighting team. Hung Pao, being rather impulsive, could no longer restrain himself as he noted Tong Xiangxiu's prolonged silence. Tong Xiangxiu, as a commander of the Autobots, indecision is a grave misstep. You should learn from me, just as one would face the Decepticons. As he spoke, Hung Pao drew 2 alloy blades, demonstrating with a flourish, 1 strike. Each Decepticon can be cleaved in 2 with a single blow, clean and efficient. Upon hearing Hung Pao's bombastic suggestion, Tong Xiangxiu merely shook his head dismissively. The reduction of Decepticons on Cybertron should have been a cause for celebration. However, he remained troubled by the possibility of a Decepticon conspiracy. Hung Pao, Iron Fortress is no longer what it once was, Tong Xiangxiu remarked with gravity. It is now the Decepticon stronghold, guarded by Shockwave. Your venture there would be exceedingly perilous. If one were to rank the 3 chief commanders of the Decepticons in terms of strength, Shockwave would undoubtedly claim the top position. Particularly concerning is his pet, Laserbeak, whose elusive nature has caused considerable trouble for the Autobots. Over a month ago, the Decepticons unexpectedly abandoned Kaon, a decision that was only later understood to be linked to Soundwave's departure from Cybertron. This time, the mass exodus of high-ranking Decepticons raises questions akin to those previously posed by Teletron. One, yet remains unanswered. Clearly, neither Blaster nor Soundwave can decipher the true intentions of the Decepticons. It suddenly dawned on me. After a brief silence, Blaster exclaimed, slapping his head. Didn't we intercept a routine communication signal from Optimus Prime before? Indeed, Soundwave nodded. I have already decoded that signal. It contains coordinates. After a moment's pause, he added, it might indicate Optimus Prime's current location. While the Cybertronians lack specialized communication devices that would allow interstellar communication, they can still unilaterally transmit certain messages. Excellent. Blaster cheered, eagerly volunteering. I have an idea. I could take a spacecraft to find Optimus Prime and inform him of the events transpiring on Cybertron. Ultimately, Optimus Prime is the leader of the Autobots and has the right to be informed of all occurrences on Cybertron, and more importantly, to issue commands in response to the current situation. However, if the Decepticons on Cybertron can barely sustain themselves, the Autobots find themselves in dire straits, almost devoid of resources. Thus, upon hearing Blaster's proposal, Soundwave appeared troubled. Blaster, we no longer possess any spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. The only remaining arc is not yet fully repaired. Do not fret. Blaster waved dismissively, brimming with confidence. Isn't there the Thunder Rescue Team's shuttle, the Tsangir? The Thunder Rescue Team earned its name because of their shuttle, capable of reaching the battlefield in an instant to assist injured Autobots or those in need of support. Now, Blaster had set his sights on the shuttle, which rivals a small spacecraft. Upon hearing Blaster's words, Soundwave glanced at Teletron 1. After receiving a nod of approval from Teletron 1, he shrugged and sent the coordinates to Blaster. Here you go. Blaster, these are the coordinates. I hope you can persuade the others. The Tsangir, as the Autobots' only operational aircraft, is indeed a prized asset of the Thunder Rescue Team. Rest assured, leave it to me. With the coordinates in hand, Blaster left the underground fortress, feeling satisfied and confident in his ability to persuade the battle-hardened members of the Thunder Rescue Team. At this moment, Nie Tian remained unaware that Blue Star was about to become lively once more. However, even if he had known, he would have had little time to dwell on it. After more than half a month's journey, Nie Tian finally approached the moon. The dark gray sphere loomed larger in his eyes as he gazed upon the crater-laden surface of the moon, and Nie Tian exhaled deeply. He altered his flight path, veering towards the side of the moon that perpetually faced away from the blue planet. Chapter 88. A bountiful harvest on the relatively smooth expanse of the moon's far side. An unexpectedly large, deep pit emerged. Within this abyss lay a severely damaged spacecraft, its side-wing tail revealing a profound gash. As he approached the edge of the pit, Nie Tian transformed and landed silently. After surveying the ship, which was missing a significant portion, he descended further. In the previous narrative, the United States had discovered this adversary's vessel during its inaugural lunar landing in the last century. However, due to the limitations of their technology at the time, they could only conduct a cursory examination before 2 astronauts had to leave when their oxygen supplies dwindled, taking nothing with them. The entire ship was missing at least 1/3 of its structure, with another third buried beneath the surface, evidently having plummeted due to brake failure. The impact of the high-speed descent being considerable. At the bottom of the pit, Nie Tian's figure appeared diminutive compared to the spacecraft. Although only a third of the ship was exposed, it dwarfed the Black Widow's vessel significantly. Following the gash, Nie Tian stepped inside. After a few strides, he felt something beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered a rusted metallic face, so corroded that its features were nearly indistinguishable. Kneeling, he unearthed the body buried beneath the lunar dust, and, after wiping away the rust from its arm, a familiar insignia emerged, the distinctive mechanical visage emblem of the Autobots. It seemed that the adversary had not departed Cybertron alone. Contemplating Nie Tian rose. It was evident that the adversary had escaped Cybertron with some of his loyal Autobots in tow. Continuing deeper into the ship, the number of Autobots he encountered increased, many of whom were missing limbs. The direct cause of their demise appeared to be the explosion resulting from the ship's crash. After a rough tally, excluding the yet-to-be-encountered adversary, he noted that there were over 10 extinguished sparks of Autobots along the route. Upon reaching the end, a room with a tightly sealed hatch came into view. Peering through the porthole, Nie Tian looked inside. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Less than 5 meters away, beyond the door, a towering Autobot with a jaw extending iron whiskers and mechanical wrinkles adorning its eyes and forehead stood quietly. This was none other than the ship's master, the adversary. What he had presumed to be an ordinary chamber turned out to be a vertical stasis pod. Gathering himself, Nie Tian approached the stasis pod once more. The adversary's eyes were firmly shut, his red-painted body covered in rust, yet in better condition than the completely corroded Autobots outside. His mechanical face displaying both age and enduring authority. Casting a lingering gaze at the formidable figure of Optimus Prime, Nie Tian turned and departed. The former leader of the Autobots instilled such trepidation in Nie Tian that he not only refrained from touching him, but also dared not approach him too closely. Who could fathom whether Optimus would awaken abruptly if the door to his stasis pod were to be opened? After spending some time, Nie Tian thoroughly explored the entirety of the spacecraft. The disheartening news was that the storage room appeared to be nestled within the 1/3 of the ship that was disintegrating. Conversely, the laboratory remained unscathed. Nie Tian recalled that Optimus Prime possessed several formidable weapons. Regrettably, despite scouring the ship, excluding the stasis pod, he found no armaments, leading him to speculate that they must have been carried away by Optimus himself. Aside from the living quarters, the laboratory encompassed the largest area within the ship. After forcefully breaching the door to the laboratory and finding no automated defenses to impede him, Nie Tian cautiously entered. Typically, laboratories serve not only for research purposes, but also for the storage of invaluable data. Perhaps due to the extensive damage inflicted upon the spacecraft, many of the laboratory's devices lay incapacitated. After an extensive search, Nie Tian finally located a device that could still function, albeit barely. The panel on the device projected a data interface, and as he connected it, he closed his eyes, simultaneously copying and perusing the data. Accompanied by the hum of data transmission, The laboratory resonated softly. As time elapsed, a sudden realization struck Nie Tian, prompting him to open his eyes wide, his face illuminating with uncontainable joy, likely due to Optimus Prime's hasty departure to establish a new home on another planet. The laboratory's archives were not only abundant, but also remarkably comprehensive, ranging from various Cybertronian civilian technologies to strategic advancements such as the land bridge. The breadth of information was staggering. To his astonishment, he discovered that the land bridge had been developed by Optimus Prime himself. What a bountiful harvest! Pulling the data cable from the device, Nie Tian acknowledged that although he had not unearthed any tangible resources, he had indeed uncovered the methodologies for their production. The worth of this information far surpassed that of ephemeral supplies, transcending mere material value. Both Autobots and Decepticons hailed from Cybertron, akin to two distinct races on Blue Star, sharing commonalities in certain aspects. Nie Tian surmised that if he were to master these technologies thoroughly, he could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a premier scientist among the Decepticons. While he had previously accessed data from information chips, those records did not constitute a technological framework. Rather, they resembled essential information for every newly awakened Cybertronian. To liken it to a concept from Blue Star, it was akin to a beginner's guide in a video game. In the United States, in the town of Garcia, ever since the establishment of the Hive Force, this small town had become their base of operations. On this day, the Autobot squad, which had not ventured beyond Garcia since their arrival, remarkably proposed a desire to explore the surroundings. "Hey, Optimus, or Ironhide, could you enlighten me as to where you plan to venture?" Aboard a jeep, William incessantly called out over the radio. Concerned about a group of extraterrestrials wandering freely, the higher authorities dispatched him, the commander of the Nest unit most familiar with Optimus Prime, to accompany them. The blue and red Peterbilt long-nose truck moved steadily forward, followed closely by a yellow Hummer rescue vehicle and a black pickup truck. As the convoy reached a desolate area on the outskirts of the small town, the Peterbilt began to decelerate. William, trailing behind, let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Optimus and the others might inadvertently expose themselves to the public eye. Meanwhile, directly above the convoy, a colossal fireball pierced through the atmosphere. At the Planetary Observation Center of the Space Agency, chaos ensued as the fireball hurtled towards Garcia. What could that be? William quickly noticed the fireball, and Robert, who had just disembarked from a jeep, shielded his eyes from the sun, tilting his head to gaze skyward. An aircraft? A meteorite? A flying saucer? It felt so familiar. Could it be that the aliens have arrived? Exchanging a glance with William, Robert hurried towards Optimus Prime. "Optimus, do you know something? What is that fireball?" Optimus did not respond to William's inquiry, maintaining his gaze skyward, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of nostalgia and anticipation as he watched the fireball. Beside him, Ironhide gestured for silence. "Shoo! Do not disturb Optimus. Let us just stay back and observe." William and Robert exchanged glances before reluctantly retreating to the side of the jeep. The fireball, as if in agreement, descended directly towards the patch of barren land before Optimus. Just before impact, it began to slow down mysteriously, ultimately crashing with a thud, creating a large crater in the ground. As the smoke began to clear, a mechanical sound echoed. From an apparatus resembling a launch pod emerged three elegant figures, instantly recognizable as female Transformers. The emblem on their shoulders revealed them to be the three female Autobots. Behind these three, two Autobots, one orange and one green, followed closely, their appearances nearly identical. Wow! Upon witnessing the emergence of the three female Autobots, who were not much taller than himself, Robert excitedly nudged William. "Did you see that? Aside from their colors, they are completely identical." Shaking his head in disbelief, Robert sighed. If only they weren't made of such rigid metal. The pink Autobot is RC, the purple one is Elita, and the sky blue one is Chromia. They are known as the RC sisters among the Autobots. Although their combat abilities are nearly non-existent, their status within the Autobot ranks is quite significant, primarily because RC, one of the sisters, is the girlfriend of Optimus Prime. During the Cybertronian Civil War, as the Autobots faced continuous defeat and the RC sisters could contribute little to the battles, they voluntarily offered to venture into space to seek resources to alleviate Optimus's burdens. However, planets within the universe that harbor valuable resources are as rare as those that support life, with odds diminishing to 1 in 100 million. For countless centuries, the RC triplets had yielded no rewards, yet upon receiving the summons from Optimus Prime, they decisively made their way to Blue Star. RC approached Optimus, her gaze firmly fixed upon him. When matters of love arose, even Optimus, the indomitable Autobot leader who remained unflinching in the face of death, could not suppress a hint of embarrassment as he introduced, "William, this is my beloved, the Autobot RC." Beloved? William, who had unexpectedly returned, was taken aback by Optimus's words. He had always presumed that these mechanical beings were solely preoccupied with battle. Hearing the term beloved, which seemed so alien to their nature, left him momentarily speechless. Robert, standing nearby, felt a chill sweep over him. He glanced at the towering Optimus, nearly 10 meters tall, then at RC, who was shorter, and a wave of apprehension washed over him. Chapter 89. Finding the right ones unaware of William and Robert's astonishment, Optimus continued his introduction. These are RC's clones, Alita and Chromia. Although Alita and Chromia are clones of RC, they are entirely independent individuals. Chromia stepped forward, curiously examining William and Robert. "Are you the rulers of this planet?" she inquired. "Rulers? Well, I suppose that might be the case." Just as William pondered how to respond, the two identical Autobots trailing behind the RC triplets approached. Optimus's voice resonated once more. "They are Brake and Mudflap, a pair of good brothers." Brake and Mudflap possessed asymmetrical arms. Brake's right arm was larger, while Mudflap's left arm was more robust. Their sparks had been split from a single source, resulting in remarkably similar personalities. They were a lively duo, immediately praising Optimus. "Optimus, splendid job. I knew Megatron was no match for you. Indeed, had I been there, I would have surely delivered a resounding kick to Megatron's rear. I heard there are others on this planet. Hey, Mudflap, don't shove me. Watch where you're going." As they bantered, Brake and Mudflap began to jostle around Optimus's legs, ultimately resorting to personal attacks. "Your green is downright obnoxious. I've told you countless times. I detest green. I'm allergic to it." "Oh, really? Has anyone mentioned that your ugly face is far less appealing than my paint job?" "Ugly? You fool, we are twins." Once acquainted, Optimus led the RC triplets and the two brothers back to the base of the nest team. Along the way, William reported the situation to his sole superior, John Keller. John Keller was elated. After all, their strength had increased, providing them greater confidence in confronting the Decepticons. However, just as the joys and sorrows of humanity are not uniform, John Keller finds delight while others are engulfed in discontent. The cabinet's office, located in the Duman building, buzzes with activity. Upon hearing of yet another Autobot's arrival, Lawrence clutches the intelligence report delivered by his subordinate and hastens to Ms. Claire's office. Claire, having just celebrated her 60th birthday, appears untouched by the ravages of time. While others may feel the weight of age, she seems merely grazed by its hand. Her hair, a soft rose gold, frames a visage where the skin remains taut, reminiscent of someone barely past their 40s. Her business attire exudes an air of competence and efficiency. As Lawrence storms into the office, visibly incensed, Claire gestures for her secretary to leave. "What troubles you, Lawrence?" she inquires with a gentle smile, showing no sign of reproach for his impolite entrance. Clearly, Claire's trust in Lawrence extends beyond mere professional bounds. "Miss Claire, I believe you ought to see this," Lawrence asserts, placing the report on her desk. "Another Autobot has descended. They truly treat our planet as their own. The Decepticons have yet to be eradicated, yet the Autobots multiply." Lawrence stands as a staunch opponent. It was largely due to his persuasive rhetoric that John Keller sought Mitchell's decisive input, significantly influenced by Claire's opposition to collaboration with the Autobots. "Is that so?" Claire glances at the documents without opening them. "How many Autobots have arrived?" 5. As of now, 5, with the possibility of more to come. Claire furrows her brow, while she remains largely indifferent to the conflict between Autobots and Decepticons. The sudden influx of 5 Autobots signifies a direct doubling of their presence on Blue Star. This is a struggle for survival space. No one in the human camp can remain an uninvolved spectator. John Keller has gained the trust of our esteemed president. Even the incident involving Federal One has been downplayed. Lawrence continues. "Last time, to vent my frustrations for you, I proposed at the cabinet meeting that Commander William of the Nest Forces be reassigned to a combat zone as base commander, only to be outright dismissed by both of them. A mere colonel may not have left a lasting impression on Claire, but the Nest forces are different. Especially after the dissolution of Sector 7, all responsibilities once held by that sector have been transferred to the Nest forces. It can be said that the authority of the Nest forces has reached a point where, should they allege that you harbor Decepticons in your home, even if you were the president, well, the president might be exempt, but the Secretary of State is not. Even if you're the Secretary of State, as long as they claim that Decepticons are concealed within your residence, they could storm in, ransack your home, and leave without a trace. For someone like Claire, who understands that power equates to checks and balances, such a transcendent presence on this land is intolerable. What is Mr. Homanton's perspective on the Nest forces? Lawrence suddenly inquires. Claire shook her head, her expression revealing the answer to Lawrence. Claire's husband, Homanton, was a prominent figure in the political arena and, coincidentally, a predetermined candidate for the position that Mitchell would vacate next year. However, Claire and Homanton's relationship was far from harmonious. Their fleeting encounters had long since become an open secret among the upper echelons of society. While everyone chose to turn a blind eye, the occasional whispers reaching the media were seldom reported upon. For the couple possessed a peculiar ability. Their words could enact immediate consequences. Mrs. Claire, we must take action, Lawrence urged. The nesting forces were currently the focus of attention, capturing the gaze of all significant figures. For Lawrence, who aspired to a political career, this was an impeccable stage. His previous attempts to engage the nesting forces and the Autobots for the Knight's body were not only exploratory, but also aimed at accruing merit. Lawrence's reminder plunged Claire into contemplation. On a public level, she disagreed with John Keller's political views. On a personal level, her husband was poised to compete for the throne against Mitchell, a staunch ally of the Autobots. Claire felt compelled to act. Lawrence, how do you propose we proceed? Do you have any ideas? I believe we can. And then we'll find a way with the nesting forces, he suggested. Lawrence was neither young nor particularly handsome. As a military advisor, his eloquent speech alone could not account for Claire's trust. He had genuine expertise. He articulated a series of feasible strategies with ease. The military had always been a bastion of unity, making it difficult for Claire to find an opportunity to intervene within the nesting forces. Nevertheless, as one of the 4 knights of the cabinet, after much negotiation, she managed to secure a position as an inspector for the nesting forces for Lawrence. He was satisfied with this role, not for the supervisory power it entailed, but for the opportunity it provided to intervene. If he could achieve results, the supervisory role would transcend its original purpose. However, should he fail, it would be rendered meaningless. It was akin to the ancient courtiers entering the court to serve a prince. After another half-month of travel, Nie Tian returned to Blue Star without incident. Upon his return, he quickly learned that new Autobots had arrived on Blue Star. However, he paid little mind to this news and instead headed to the city of Miami, which he had not visited in quite some time. By the end of July, all elite high schools, including Miami High, were in the midst of their annual summer break. In a nondescript house within a Miami neighborhood, Carl was idly playing computer games. The alien encounter from 3 months prior lingered vividly in his memory. It felt like a distant dream. None of the 6 had mentioned it since. Life had returned to its mundane rhythm, and the $10,000 check he had received had long been cashed, with only a 3-digit sum remaining. As the moon hung high in the sky, Carl abruptly shut down his computer with a decisive click and retired to bed. In the depths of slumber, he tossed and turned, plagued by an unsettling sensation as if something were watching him. Awakened once more by that prickling discomfort, Carl bolted upright. In that very instant, 2 crimson dots flickered to life beside the wardrobe, resembling small, ominous lights. Before he could discern the nature of these mysterious orbs, their owner gradually materialized. To his astonishment, it was a mechanical leopard, its scarlet eyes fixed intently upon him. Carl's drowsiness vanished in an instant. "What are you?" he stammered. "Follow me. The master wishes to see you," the panther replied, scrutinizing Carl for a moment, seemingly verifying his identity, before striding directly to the window. Carl glanced back at the bedroom door, a mere 3 meters away, and realized that he could easily escape within 3 seconds if he desired. Yet, an inexplicable intuition warned him that such an action might lead to regret in the future. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and chose to approach the window. Climbing onto the mechanical leopard's back, Carl held on tightly and closed his eyes, feeling the fierce wind whip against his cheeks. When the gale finally abated and he opened his eyes once more, he discovered he was no longer in the heart of Miami. Before him stood a workshop he recognized all too well, alongside a figure he had dreamt of countless times. He had returned to the abandoned factory where he had once encountered the extraterrestrial robots. "Greetings, extraterrestrials, sir," Carl stammered, extending a trembling hand and awkwardly smiling as he regained his composure. He immediately recognized the alien robot. Aside from appearing slightly shorter, its appearance remained largely unchanged, still as fearsome as ever. "I have not disclosed any information about you. Truly," Carl hastily explained, fearing that the alien had come to settle old scores. "If the government were to learn of your existence, it must have been someone else who leaked the information. I am in no way implicated." The promptness of Carl's betrayal of his former allies elicited an amused response from Nie Tian, who inwardly chuckled, knowing he had chosen the right person. Chapter 90. Partners hello. Carl, you may call me Tian Ye. Nie Tian was well acquainted with the 6 individuals he had met in the abandoned chemical factory. "Very well, Mr. Tian Ye. May I inquire what brings you here?" With the revelation of his name, Carl felt a slight sense of relief. The other party would not divulge such information without reason. At least, he believed he would see the light of day again. "Carl, there's an opportunity before you that could yield both fame and fortune. I wonder if you might be interested? Wealth and power. Either one is a temptation few can easily dismiss. The seeds sown in the past were now ripe for harvest." "What opportunity?" Carl's eyes sparkled with a blend of fear and anticipation, akin to a soul bartering with a demon. "Quite simple," Nie Tian replied with a slight smile. "Collaborate with me. Collaborate with me, and I shall assist you in attaining everything you desire. Even an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan is not beyond the realm of possibility." "Is that truly the case, Mr. Tianchi?" Carl stammered, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The notion of lifespan did not particularly captivate Carl. He was still young, having just graduated from high school, on the brink of entering university. However, he could not overlook other enticing prospects. "Mr. Tianchi, might I inquire how you envision our collaboration, and what sacrifices would be required of me?" Partnering with extraterrestrials is akin to courting danger, yet Carl's greed ultimately triumphed over his trepidation. A flicker of surprise crossed Nie Tian's eyes, yet his smile deepened. He had initially anticipated a moment of hesitation from Carl, but the swiftness of his decision revealed that he was indeed the individual Nie Tian had deemed worthy. "Carl, I will provide you with a sum of money and some technology. With this financial backing, you shall either establish or acquire company, subsequently utilizing the technology to foster its growth. In return, I require your assistance in procuring certain metals and materials from your planet." On the surface, this arrangement appeared to be a collaboration. However, fundamentally, it was Nie Tian bestowing advantages upon Carl, who, as a representative of humanity, would assist him in his endeavors. The materials for 4 advanced mechanisms could take Nie Tian an indeterminate amount of time to gather on his own. When the Red Spider initially manufactured them, it had utilized intermediate mechanisms, highlighting the exorbitant costs associated with advanced ones, even beyond the Red Spider's means. After absorbing Nie Tian's proposal, Carl swallowed hard. "Mr. Tianchi, may I pose a question?" "Of course, feel free to ask," Nie Tian replied, raising an eyebrow. "We are soon to be partners, and it is your rightful privilege. You mentioned a monetary sum. Could you provide an estimate of its magnitude?" Carl's attention was not immediately drawn to the technology or the specific materials he was to procure. He simply wished to ascertain the amount of money he would receive. "Not much, just shy of 60,000, precisely 100 million US dollars. Upon hearing this figure, Carl's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment, his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Carl's reaction, Nie Tian remained unfazed. Wealth and fame had long since faded into insignificance for him. He now aspired to loftier pursuits. In truth, among the 6 high school students who had infiltrated the abandoned chemical plant, Carl's performance had been far from commendable, yet Nie Tian had still chosen him. It was evident which was easier to manage, a greedy fool or a self-disciplined intellect. With his assistance, even a mere pig could soar into the skies. Nie Tian did not require Carl to be exceptionally clever or possess expansive ambitions. Obedience sufficed. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Carl finally regained his composure and, without further ado, readily agreed to the collaboration proposed by Nie Tian. Upon receiving the coveted details, Carl reiterated the obligations he was to fulfill in their partnership, before once again mounting the back of the Black Panther. Gazing at Carl, who was escorted away by the Black Panther, Nie Tian's eyes were filled with profound contemplation. Trusting those he employed and dismissing those he doubted, Nie Tian held no fears that Carl would later have a change of heart, along with the monetary reward. He had also entrusted Carl with a few technical documents obtained from the Nie Tian enemy spacecraft. However, these documents represented merely a drop in the ocean of the overall knowledge. Strictly speaking, Nie Tian did not provide Carl with Cybertronian technology. Rather, he imparted advancements that would emerge on Blue Star in the coming years, thereby allowing these innovations to surface ahead of schedule. After all, this world was still in the year 2007, and smartphones had yet to make their debut. Unveiling Cybertronian technology would constitute a significant leap, far too advanced for the current era. Being slightly ahead is the mark of a genius, while being a step ahead might label one as mad. Carl's typical demeanor, if anything, was far from that of a genius, let alone a madman. Upon the Black Panther's return, Nie Tian retracted into the sky, soaring towards the northwest. On his journey back to the Kona's Gorge, he received a communication from Soundwave. Tianjia, our reinforcements are en route to Blue Star. I have sent the coordinates of the base to the support troops. Reinforcements? After reading the message, Nie Tian furrowed his brow. The presence of reinforcements was unsurprising, as in the original storyline, following Megatron's demise. Blue Star indeed witnessed an influx of new Decepticons. However, the base at Kona's Gorge was already quite cramped, having recently accommodated Black Widow, and now it was set to welcome an unknown number of Decepticons. Though the base did not belong to him, and thus was not his concern, it would undoubtedly affect his activities within it. Yet, recalling the communication from the noisy individual a while back, Nie Tian's frown gradually relaxed. Lord Soundwave, Tianjia acknowledges. The following day, after a sleepless night, Carl's first action at dawn was to retrieve a bank card from beneath his pillow. As he held the card, adorned with opulent golden patterns and black embellishments, he pressed it to his lips in excitement. How wonderful! It was not a dream. Despite not having slept since his return, Carl felt no trace of fatigue. After a brief tidying up, he eagerly ventured outside. With newfound wealth, Carl did not rush to establish a company. Instead, he headed to the mall for a lavish shopping spree. He bought everything that caught his eye, indulging in luxuries he had once dared not even glance at twice. As evening approached, he suddenly recalled the pressing matter he had overlooked. Damn, I almost forgot Mr. Tianjia's instructions. Fortunately, in this land, money equated to power. Carl swiftly found a consulting company specializing in agency services. After negotiations, he engaged their services with a substantial fee for expedited assistance, including employee recruitment. Upon paying the deposit and stepping out, the manager from the consulting firm, nearly bending at a 90-degree angle, filled Carl with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. From this day forth, he, Carl, was also a successful individual. Upon arriving at the Kaunas Canyon, before even touching down, Nie Tian beheld the Black Widow, deftly maneuvering with a surgical blade aboard her vessel nestled in the valley below, seemingly engaged in repairs. Observing the camaraderie between the two, a thought struck Nie Tian. Perhaps the surgical blade could treat the Red Spider with such audacity due to her close ties with Soundwave, a connection that might very well be linked to the Black Widow. If the Black Widow's origins were indeed akin to those depicted in the original narrative, transformed from some biological entity into a Cybertronian, then it was plausible that the surgical blade shared a similar fate. They might even hail from the same species, having crossed paths long before their transformation into Cybertronians. Tianjia, you've returned. The surgical blade greeted as she noticed Nie Tian's presence. This salutation piqued the Black Widow's interest. With her four slender mechanical legs, resembling spider limbs, she descended from the ship with a swiftness that seemed even more agile than the surgical blade. The Black Widow appeared to be in a vastly improved state compared to her dormant form. Her deep purple chassis gleamed with an almost ethereal luminescence, adorned with shimmering golden lines at her joints. For pairs of dark red compound eyes flickered in the light, even mirrored on her chest. Upon disembarking from the ship, the Black Widow approached Nie Tian directly. Her slender waist and elongated legs lent her an alluring grace, evoking an enchanting presence. Tianjia, is that your name? She inquired as she stood before him. Indeed, my Lady Black Widow, Nie Tian nodded, feeling reassured by the presence of the surgical blade, dismissing any fears of the Black Widow's intentions. The 8 dark red compound eyes of the Black Widow bore an unsettling intensity, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. After studying Nie Tian for a moment, she suddenly remarked, "I hear from the surgical blade that you rescued me from the hands of humanity. You have done well now. Speak your desires." Desires? Nie Tian was taken aback. The Black Widow's demeanor was a stark contrast to the ruthless character he had anticipated from the original tale, instead exuding an air of opulence. He glanced at the surgical blade, who had now joined them after descending from the ship. "Black Widow, I have already prepared the reward for Tian Jie, so you need not concern yourself with that," the surgical blade explained. "Moreover, the reward has been tailored to meet Tian Jie's preferences, undoubtedly exceeding your expectations." Turning her attention to Nie Tian, the surgical blade continued, "Come with me, Tian Jie. The 4 advanced information chips have been crafted with directives similar to the last chip from Black Panther." "Thank you, surgical blade." Nie Tian expressed his gratitude as he followed her toward the base. "By the way, Tian Jie, during your prolonged absence, did you uncover anything of note?" "Nothing substantial. Humanity proves to be exceedingly cunning, and I was unable to trace the whereabouts of Lord Galvatron's body. However, Lord Soundwave mentioned that reinforcements are on the way, so we might soon uncover some leads." "Reinforcements?" "I too have received communications from Soundwave. I wonder which Decepticons will arrive this time." Chapter 91. Support arrives in the solar system. On the planet Neru, a colossal spaceship glided slowly above the largest planet in this entire star system, both in terms of size and mass. The vessel bore the emblem of the Decepticons. This very ship had departed from the Iron Fortress, carrying 3 squads of Decepticons. Within the cargo hold of the ship, upon reaching the target star system, the leader of the squad, Havoc, exchanged a glance with several Decepticons from the Breaker Squad and was the first to leave the cargo hold. He refrained from using the communication module, as electromagnetic fluctuations could be detected by other Decepticons. Before long, the remaining 4 members of the Breaker Squad sought various excuses to depart from the cargo area. Eventually, they gathered one by one in a chamber aboard the ship. As the door closed, Havoc surveyed his fellow Decepticons. "The latest news is that I have made contact with Lord Redwing. However, he has informed me that he is currently unable to return to that planet." Havoc played a pivotal role in enabling the Breaker Squad to board this vessel. While on Cybertron, he secretly reached out to Lord Redwing aboard the fallen Decepticon-esque ship. Following Lord Redwing's guidance, he took the initiative to approach Shockwave, leading the Breaker Squad to join the reinforcements for Blue Planet. "What does Lord Redwing require us to do?" inquired Acid Rain, a member of the squad. Acid Rain, named for his weaponry, was equipped with Hellion cannons capable of generating acid rain, excelling at delivering high concentrations of acid from skies. He was once a member of the Decepticon Rainmaker unit, which had been decimated by the Autobots, prompting his defection to Lord Redwing's side. "Lord Redwing has instructed us to lie low upon reaching that planet and await his return. Furthermore, he has advised us to keep an eye on the movements of other Decepticon squads, particularly Soundwave's Tape Legion. Any information regarding Lord Megatron must be reported promptly." At these words, several Decepticons exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. The 3 principal commanders of the Decepticons were not mere figureheads, aside from their own formidable combat prowess. Each commander commanded a loyal cadre of Decepticons, as the Breaker Squad were the most devoted followers of Lord Redwing. They were well aware of the nature of their leader and his ongoing ambitions. "By the way, before we depart," Havoc suddenly interjected, stopping everyone. "There is a Decepticon known as Skybite on that planet, an elite warrior like myself, and he too serves Lord Redwing. We must exercise caution and avoid unnecessary conflict with Skybite." "Havoc, who is Skybite?" queried Sunstorm, his expression one of confusion, as he could not recall any such Decepticon among Lord Redwing's ranks. The appearance of Solar Wind bears a striking resemblance to the Red Spider, achieving an 80% similarity aside from the coloration of its body. This is because Solar Wind is a clone of the Red Spider, created through a fusion reactor powered by stellar energy. Owing to its utilization of stellar energy, Solar Wind is equipped with a laser cannon capable of absorbing energy from any star, converting it into high-intensity laser beams with remarkable firing speed. Unbeknownst to him, Turmoil shook his head, aware of limited information as the esteemed Red Spider had divulged little to him. According to the Red Spider, Lord Megatron met his demise at the hands of a species known as humans on that particular planet. In any case, caution is paramount. One must not forget that the Autobots and Optimus Prime still reside on that world. Prior to joining the Decepticons, Turmoil was a renowned scientist on Cybertron. Although his demeanor mirrored that of typical Decepticons, his intellect far surpassed that of his counterparts. As Turmoil led Acid Rain and the others back to the cargo hold, he noticed that the Decepticons from the Vehicle Squad and the Digger team were engaged in their own discussions. His sudden appearance cast a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Attack observed the approaching wreckers with a wary gaze. With Lord Megatron's death, a direct squad of Red Spider had arrived among the reinforcements, and he sensed an unusual air about them. "Prepare yourself, Turmoil. We are about to reach that planet," Attack stated, redirecting his probing gaze toward Turmoil. "Very well," Turmoil nodded, promptly instructing Acid Rain and the others to inspect the spacecraft. "By the way, Attack, have the landing coordinates been entered? They have been integrated into the navigation system." "You need not worry about my tasks," Attack replied, his bulky form as a missile trailer belying a meticulous mind, always attentive to details often overlooked. However, the landing site was requested by Soundwave. "You do not mind, do you, Turmoil?" In response to Attack's subtly probing inquiry, Turmoil exhibited no signs of unease. "Soundwave is our intelligence officer. The location he selected is most suitable." "Excellent." The Decepticon transport vessel soared towards a cerulean planet at near light speed, vanishing in an instant. After acquiring 4 high-grade information chips and departing from the laboratory of the Scalpel, Nie Tian encountered an unexpected Decepticon in the main corridor. Confusion? He glanced at Confusion and then at the barricade behind him. The pair, once inseparable partners in the original narrative, remained closely aligned. After unfreezing Megatron at Black Gorge Dam, he had parted ways with Confusion, yet here they were, reunited. "Tian, what a surprise," Confusion said, exuding a sense of pride upon seeing Nie Tian again. "Confusion, what has transpired during this time?" "Tian, there has been a situation." Nie Tian initially intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the disoriented individuals during this period, but was abruptly interrupted by Roadblock's serious demeanor. "What transpired?" A look of curiosity crossed Nie Tian's face. He seldom witnessed Roadblock's solemnity. Could it be that the Autobots had launched an assault? "Our reinforcements have arrived." Before Roadblock could elucidate, the answer emerged from behind Nie Tian as Scalpel emerged from the shadows. "Reinforcements?" Nie Tian was momentarily taken aback, swiftly realizing that the reinforcements in the communication referred to the Decepticons. A colossal Decepticon transport ship silently appeared above the chasm of the Kona's Gorge, gradually descending along the crevice. Upon reaching the valley floor outside the base, Nie Tian beheld a vessel that loomed ominously, eclipsing even the sun, larger than the one belonging to the Optimus Prime. Gazing at the shadow overhead, which blotted out the sunlight, Nie Tian instinctively glanced at the figure standing at the forefront, Black Widow. Among the Decepticons, size equated to authority. Presently, Black Widow was the most formidable Decepticon within the base, granting her significant influence over many matters. No one would dare to disregard her presence. As the ship descended lower, it seemed to have detected the Decepticons below, ultimately altering its course to drift towards them. With a resounding thud, the vessel landed not far from Black Widow's ship, and its hatch swung open, revealing 3 squads of Decepticons emerging. Fortunately, the expanse of the valley was sufficiently vast, so the addition of such a large transport ship did not induce a sense of overcrowding. Upon seeing Black Widow at the forefront, the majority of the Decepticons from the 3 squads bore expressions of confusion, uncertain of the identity of this commanding Decepticon. However, a few elite warrior captains recognized her. "Lady Black Widow, you have returned?" Chaos, accompanied by Acid Rain and others, was the first to approach her. Strictly speaking, Black Widow was not currently a formal member of the Decepticons, having severed ties with them. Should she wish to rejoin, it would require the approval of the Decepticon leader, Megatron. Ironically, Megatron was now deceased, and only upon confirming the impossibility of his resurrection would the Decepticons elect a new leader. Consequently, Black Widow found herself in a rather precarious position, especially when confronting Decepticon squads loyal to different commanders. Of course, should she choose to issue commands based on her commanding prowess, it wasn't entirely out of the question. But the true loyalty of the Decepticons to her orders remained an uncertain variable. Chaos. Without Red Spider, are you not afraid I might eliminate you? Black Widow laughed sweetly, yet her words contradicted her tone entirely. Black Widow had always harbored a contentious relationship with Red Spider, extending her disdain towards his subordinates. Exempt from this, however, was Scalpel, who had already divulged the truth to Black Widow. On the planet Cybertron, before the Black Widow severed ties with the Decepticons, she once vied for the position of aerial commander against Starscream. Ultimately, she was bested by him and sustained injuries, which laid the groundwork for their animosity. "Ah, Lady Black Widow, you jest," she chuckled awkwardly, hastily retreating with her team to a distance. Witnessing this exchange, Nie Tian was taken aback and gained a newfound understanding of the Black Widow. Indeed, no commander among the Decepticons was benevolent. As the banter between Starscream and the Black Widow unfolded, both Barricade and Dragstrip arrived with their armored convoy and the Digging Tiger squad. Observing the presence of these numerous and high-ranking Decepticons, Nie Tian felt a sense of impending unrest on Blue Star. This was no trivial matter. He wondered if the Autobots and the United States had been informed. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on his concerns. In the original narrative, Megatron's body was discovered by Soundwave only after at least a year. Therefore, the sudden arrival of so many Decepticons suggested that their presence was not particularly impactful. Chapter 92. The far north of the border province, due to the presence of the Black Widow, the anticipated confrontation did not materialize. The 14 newly arrived Decepticons were remarkably compliant, each exhibiting a degree of politeness that almost led him to believe he had entered the Autobots' domain. The 3 Decepticon squads included Barricade, who was Megatron's most loyal henchman, and the Digging Tiger squad, which was under the command of Shockwave. Only Starscream's 5-man team, led by the unruly Starscream, was directly affiliated with him. While the Decepticon hierarchy was typically straightforward and brutish, where strength dictated command, there were exceptions. When 2 Decepticons possessed comparable strength, such as being of commander rank, the specific roles within the Decepticon hierarchy would determine command. For instance, Starscream commanded the aerial division, including the Seekers, and even Shockwave could not easily command them in his presence, with Megatron being the sole exception. After familiarizing himself with the general information regarding the 3 Decepticon squads and entrusting the base to Barricade, Nie Tian intended to depart, but was approached by Scalpel and the Black Widow. "Tian, the Black Widow and I will be leaving this planet for a while to bid you farewell," Scalpel stated upon encountering Nie Tian. "Leaving?" Nie Tian replied, slightly surprised, casting a glance at the aloof Black Widow. "Very well, Lord Scalpel." Upon returning and observing Scalpel and the Black Widow repairing their spacecraft, he surmised their intention to leave Blue Star. He refrained from prying into their plans, as he never sought to uncover the secrets of others unless it directly concerned him. Frankly speaking, Nie Tian believed that the strained relationship between the Black Widow and Starscream was largely due to their conflicting names, one black, one red. They were naturally at odds. A small spacecraft emblazoned with Decepticon and Purple Spider insignias slowly ascended, accompanied by a Silver Fox interceptor. The arrival of the 3 Decepticon squads compelled Nie Tian to abandon his stay at the base in Akona's Gorge. Fortunately, he had other places to go. Previously, he had dispatched Chow now to lead 19 and the others away to establish new bases elsewhere. Recently, Chow now had communicated that 2 bases were completed, making it an opportune moment to relocate. Nie Tian was indifferent to the fate of the other Decepticons, yet he feared that their actions might implicate him. Who could ascertain whether their spacecraft had gone unnoticed by the Autobots or the United States? Such a massive vessel. Even if the United States became blind due to its optical camouflage, surely the Autobots could not be so oblivious. Indeed, as Nie Tian surmised, both the Autobots and the United States had taken note of the unexpectedly arrived Decepticon transport ship. In fact, the United States had detected anomalies in the Kona's Gorge in Silver State some time ago. Although Optimus Prime was reluctant to share Cybertronian technology with humanity, in pursuit of the concealed Decepticons, he had instructed Ironhide, the team's weaponry expert, to retrofit a batch of devices capable of extensively monitoring electromagnetic communication signals for the Nest unit. After thorough exploration and investigation, they pinpointed the Kona's Gorge. They had initially formulated a tactical plan, but it was disrupted by the sudden appearance of the Decepticon vessel. Now, due to the arrival of a certain airborne inspector, Their operational strategy was mired in disagreement. In the conference room, William pointed at the projected map of Silver State, elucidating, "This illustrates the topography of the Kona's Gorge. Essentially, it is a barren wasteland. We can confidently employ long-range missiles or deploy a squadron of bombers to execute a saturation strike on that gorge. Ultimately, our nest unit shall proceed to eliminate the surviving Decepticons." However, before William could complete his presentation, he was abruptly interrupted by Lawrence. "William, I dissent from your arrangement." Despite William being the commander of the nest unit, Lawrence's authority was not diminished. The position of inspector, originally responsible for auditing financial conditions and resource efficiency, had seen Lawrence directly engage in decisions regarding frontline operational plans. It must be acknowledged that having a formidable backer can indeed empower one to exert influence. Bang, bang, bang. Lawrence rapped on the table, drawing all eyes in the conference room towards him. "Let us not forget, the Autobots are the Decepticons' primary adversaries. We should let the Autobots take the lead. What if, in angering those Decepticons, they retaliate against our cities? At that point, the secret of the Decepticons and Autobots would be irretrievably exposed." At first glance, Lawrence's argument appeared sound, as stability often outweighs all else. However, upon closer examination, it inevitably revealed a mentality of watching the tigers fight from the mountain. Yet, just as those who can play chess, who would wish to be merely a pawn. Within the confines of the conference room, the military representatives, who held the power to voice their opinions, were swiftly persuaded by Lawrence to consider his proposal. Although William was the commander of the nest forces, he found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately conceding to the plan with a reluctant acceptance. After the meeting concluded, William sought out the Autobot team, which was preparing for departure in the hangar. It was rather ironic that, despite the Autobots being the main force against the Decepticons, they, including Optimus Prime, were not permitted to participate in discussions regarding the operational strategy. There was a palpable sense of disempowerment, as decisions about whom to engage, where to strike, and how to execute their tactics were made without their input. Unaware of the convoluted discussions that had transpired, Optimus Prime and the Autobot team eagerly approached William upon his arrival. "How is it, William? When do we depart?" Bumblebee was the first to inquire, having rushed over after catching wind of the Decepticons' whereabouts, as he had been tasked with protecting Sam. William glanced at Bumblebee's eager expression, then at the other Autobots, before finally suppressing his own thoughts and responding, "We will be departing imminently. The operational plan has been finalized, and we shall engage the Decepticons head-on. Your team will lead the charge." "Not a problem. Leave it to us." The Autobots, upon hearing William's announcement of imminent departure, began to prepare excitedly, with Brake and Mudflap transforming into a small truck as they raced around the airport runway in exuberant circles. "Excellent. Finally, it's our turn to showcase our prowess. Decepticon scum, prepare to meet your reckoning." Despite being mere elite soldiers, their bravado rivaled that of commanding officers. When they departed Cybertron, Brake and Mudflap had been dispatched by Optimus Prime to protect the three RC sisters, due to their shared origin from the same spark. Although they could not merge into a single entity in humanoid form like a combinational warrior, they were capable of transforming into the same vehicle. Nonetheless, such a combination seemed somewhat redundant. As a rapid response unit, the nest forces acted with remarkable swiftness. Once all preparations were confirmed, the Autobots were promptly divided and loaded into the Global Titan, accompanied by specially trained tactical teams tailored to support them. Although today marked their first official joint operation, under Williams' direct training, the Autobots and nest forces had already developed various tactics and strategies, with their coordination merely awaiting real-world validation. The massive fleet began to ascend gradually, and as the nest forces and Autobots made their way to the Kona's Canyon in Silver State, a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft had been circling above the canyon for several minutes. At this moment, Nie Tian was oblivious to the fact that as he departed, a reconnaissance plane from the United States had arrived in the Kona's Canyon shortly thereafter. After less than an hour of flight, he reached the border of the largest state in the United States. From a geographical perspective, the border state stands out as the most unique of all, for it shares no borders with any other state, separated instead by the nation of the maple leaf. Additionally, due to its proximity to the polar regions, the climate of the border state is largely inhospitable for habitation. This remoteness and sparse population are precisely what attracted Nie Tian to this place. Upon entering the border state, He set his course towards its far northern region. Before even touching down, he spotted a raucous group of Decepticons standing on a frozen expanse. Lord Tian Sha, the attack lord has contacted me. I must return. The first words of the raucous one upon seeing Nie Tian were a request for departure. The convoy of battle vehicles essentially comprised combined transformers, indicating that each individual was of utmost importance, indispensable to the whole. Due to the presence of the Autobot leader Optimus Prime, Soundwave understood that an influx of low-level, and even elite, Decepticons from Blue Star would be tantamount to a death sentence. Consequently, he requested 2 squads of Decepticons capable of transforming into combined transformers from Shockwave through surgical means. Nie Tian was not surprised by the raucous one's desire to return to the convoy. After all, he was not one of his subordinates, and having him temporarily at his disposal was already a considerable advantage. As he watched the raucous one transform into a modified version of an Abrams main battle tank and depart, Nie Tian turned to 19 and the others. Take me to the base. The construction of the base was primarily the responsibility of 19 and their subordinate low-level Decepticons, while the raucous one served more as a supervisor. Yes, Lord Tian Sha. There were 2 bases, one located on the frozen expanse beneath their feet, and the other connected to it, situated beneath a nearby village. The combined area of these 2 bases did not even rival that of the Red Spider base in the Konas Canyon, and the passageways were in a state of disrepair. In some areas, the permafrost had simply been excavated, with concrete being a rarity, let alone metal. Fortunately, the bases were fully functional, and since these 2 bases were merely transitional, Nie Tian did not dwell on their shortcomings. After a thorough inspection of the base, he sent 19 and the 5 others away, keeping only the original 4 who had followed him. Their responsibility was to maintain the base and ensure its smooth operation. Ultimately, these 4 were fundamentally different from the 5 mid-level Decepticons led by 19. The base on the frozen expanse was designated Base 1, while the one beneath the village was named Base 2. Upon entering the laboratory of Base 1, Nie Tian extracted data from the machinery, preparing to delve into the technical materials he had acquired from the Utian enemy spaceship. Although Blue Star now had a significant number of Decepticons, Soundwave had not issued any new commands to them. In other words, they were currently in a period of free activity. If it were only humans, it might be manageable, but with the presence of Autobots, including the leader-level warrior Optimus Prime, Nie Tian had no choice but to bide his time and remain discreet. Nie Tian speculated that until they received clues regarding the formidable Megatron, no commands would be dispatched to them. Thus, he seized this opportunity to delve into the materials at hand. While aboard the spacecraft, he had merely skimmed through them, fearing that prolonged scrutiny might alert the Decepticon adversaries. To his surprise, he discovered that the documents not only contained various Cybertronian technologies, but also detailed several experimental modifications. As he perused the records, a particular project titled The Cloaked Warrior caught his attention. The name resonated with him, prompting a furrowed brow and a moment of contemplation before he accessed the experimental documentation. It detailed a unique entity that amalgamated espionage tactics with biological bionic technology, showcasing remarkable camouflage capabilities. Realization dawned upon him moments later. The Cloaked Warrior could be perceived as a spy-type Cybertronian warrior, yet it epitomized the pinnacle of subterfuge within espionage. This entity comprised a sophisticated bionic shell and a miniaturized transformer. The bionic shell possessed autonomous transformation capabilities, enabling it to shrink to the exact size of its target, effectively disguising itself as any form of life, even flawlessly mimicking the physiological structures and vital signs of the organism it emulated, such as human body temperature, heartbeat, and pulse. Certain bionic shells were equipped with specialized functions, including weaponry, remote control, and nanoregeneration. The shell's movements were orchestrated by the transformer within, linked through a neural connection. Damage to the shell did not compromise the integrity of the transformer inside. After studying the intricate manufacturing process of the bionic shell, Nie Tian pondered deeply. Rather than merely being a unique Cybertronian warrior, the Cloaked Warrior could be better described as an ordinary Cybertronian clad in a bionic facade. The production of such a sophisticated bionic shell was exceedingly complex, governed by stringent conditions that rendered the technological challenge formidable. It was no wonder that it had only appeared once in the original narrative. In that tale, after Sam entered university, A female classmate turned out to be a Decepticon in disguise. Perhaps only a leader of the Autobots, like the venerable Optimus Prime, who had lived for eons and held significant authority, could possess such rare technology. A sigh escaped Nie Tian as he lamented the inability to create a bionic shell suitable for standard Cybertronian warriors. He shook his head in resignation. The intricate bionic shell had specific requirements for the internal Decepticon. Otherwise, he would have insisted on acquiring one for himself, concealed within the human realm. He could observe the Autobots and Decepticons engage in their relentless conflict without detection. Having set aside thoughts of the cloaked warrior, Nie Tian turned his attention to other technologies, particularly the terrestrial bridge and energy columns, which piqued his interest. As the adage goes, if one cannot fight, one must flee. Faced with a potential escape mechanism, Nie Tian could not afford to underestimate its significance. Thus, time passed as he diligently studied each technology. Notably, during this period, an amusing event unfolded. The cacophony that had previously subsided returned, re-emerging after a few days. Moreover, it brought a rather shocking revelation to Nie Tian. The base in the Kona's Canyon had vanished, quite literally obliterated, everything reduced to utter ruin. When the Autobots and the Nest forces arrived at Kona's Canyon, 3 Decepticon teams were in the midst of transferring supplies from their spacecraft to the base. The sheer number of Decepticons astonished both the Autobots and the Nest forces, intensifying the battle. Confronted by a coalition comprising Ironhide, Bumblebee, and Optimus Prime, the 3 Decepticon teams, despite their desperate struggle, could not escape the inevitable defeat. Like fish caught in a net, the larger members suffered first. Before he could even transform into the combined form of Devastator, Long Haul was the first to have his head severed by Optimus Prime, while Rampage and Scavenger sustained severe injuries in their attempts to fend off Ironhide and Bumblebee. Each Decepticon team experienced casualties, with the Constructicons losing Scrapper, the Seekers losing Starscream and Thundercracker, and the Digger team suffering total annihilation. As for the 19 who had just returned to Kona's Canyon, including their clone Decepticons, not a single one remained. It could be said that within less than half a day of their arrival on Blue Star, more than half of the Decepticon teams had been eradicated. After listening to the chaotic narration, the 19, having worked together for so long, observed a moment of silence. A question arose in Nie Tian's mind. With the Digger team gone, how would the original Hercules come into existence? After pondering without resolution, Nie Tian inquired amidst the clamor, "What about Rampage, Scavenger, and Long Haul?" The tone of clamor was visibly somber, clearly affected by the Decepticons' overwhelming defeat. After informing me of all this, Rampage took the others and boarded a ship bound for another country. As for Long Haul, he seemed to have departed for space with his team. Another country? Space? Nie Tian felt a twinge of disbelief. Well then, running back and forth, he was the only elite Decepticon left in the entire United States. By the way, what about Barricade? Nie Tian suddenly recalled Barricade at the base. Barricade. Upon mentioning Barricade, Clamor-S face contorted with indignation. Rampage said the Autobots hadn't T-charged in yet, and Barricade fled first. If Barricade hadn't T-abandoned Rampage and Long Haul, Rampage wouldn't T-have sustained such severe injuries. Nie Tian's lips curled in a grimace as he waved his hand, signaling Clamor to cease. "All right, I understand. Clamor, you can stay with me for the time being." "Thank you, Lord Tianjia." Clamor expressed his gratitude, not expecting to find himself back at Lord Tianjia's side after all the twists and turns. Once Clamor departed, Nie Tian pondered for a moment and sent a communication to the 4, instructing them to further expand the perimeter of the 2 bases before resuming his study of the Cybertronian technology contained in the data. Having thoroughly mastered a significant portion of the technology, the next step is the physical production. While Nie Tian is wholeheartedly engrossed in research, his partner Carl is fervently advancing the company. "President Carl, this is simply remarkable," exclaimed an elderly gentleman, his hair partially grayed and clad in a white lab coat, as he held an unprecedented mobile device, marveling at Carl. Indeed, Carl has rightfully earned the title of president, dressed in a well-tailored dark suit with impeccably styled hair, and even sporting a luxury watch on his wrist. Anyone who lays eyes on Carl would immediately envision a quintessential domineering CEO. It is hard to fathom that just a few months prior, Carl was an ordinary high school student. After successfully establishing the company, Carl invested heavily in recruiting several experts from the electronic information industry, including the elderly gentleman before him, the head of the research center and chief engineer of the device. Jobson. Yes, Carl even named the company after himself. After several months of development, the smartphone was successfully launched, although it is not yet referred to as a smartphone, but rather a touchscreen phone. Carl, your information has been immensely helpful. Without your data, we could never have developed this groundbreaking touchscreen phone. You are truly a genius, Jobson exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he repeatedly swiped across the lock screen of the device, lavishly praising Carl. Carl, upon hearing this, responded with a polite smile, devoid of any arrogance or pride. This humility stemmed not from a lack of understanding of the manufacturing technology, but rather from his genuine ignorance of it. He did not comprehend the significance of these technologies or what they meant for the current technological landscape, particularly in the realms of communication and consumer electronics. However, despite his lack of understanding, Carl could discern that the phone, crafted using extraterrestrial technology, was vastly superior to his previous black and white button phone. A month later, Carl Manufacturing prepared to launch this innovative touchscreen phone that operated via direct finger swipes to the market, with the technology readily available. And after deducting the costs of purchasing research equipment and paying the factory, the initial capital of $100 million that Carl had secured still amounted to several tens of millions. After allocating sufficient funds to sustain the company's operations, Carl invested the remaining money entirely into advertising. Consequently, advertisements for the touchscreen phone proliferated everywhere. On January 9th, during the largest convention center in Miami, Jobson proclaimed from the podium, holding the touchscreen phone in one hand and a microphone in the other, his face aglow with excitement. I hereby announce that this revolutionary product, which integrates telephone functions, a music player, and internet communication, is officially on sale. As the applause erupted from the audience, many individuals stood in exhilaration. Among them, Carl, seated in the front row, wore a smile as he joined the throng of clapping hands. He refrained from taking the stage not out of a desire for humility, but rather due to his unfamiliarity with the intricate data comparisons and functional introductions. Thus, he left the presentation to the capable hands of the professional, Jobson. The event concluded successfully, marking the official launch of the smartphone. After a brief period of market contemplation, demand swiftly outstripped supply, propelling the touchscreen phone to meteoric success. Having just returned to campus life following a winter break, Carl, despite his title as the CEO of Carl Manufacturing, remained a university student. Esporting sunglasses. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel of a sports car, cruising leisurely along the tree-lined paths of the campus. The vehicle, valued at a staggering $200,000, saw most of its cost invested back into the company, yet Carl reserved a portion for personal indulgence. Over the course of 6 months, he had seemingly transformed, fully acclimating to his new lifestyle. By the second week following the smartphone's launch, Carl had ascended to the status of an entrepreneurial icon at his school, attracting the attention of numerous journals, magazines, and even television reporters eager to interview him. Unbeknownst to Carl, his rapid rise had also piqued the interest of some industry competitors. In a lavishly appointed conference room, a group of sharply dressed individuals exuded a formidable presence, each embodying the aura of seasoned high-ranking officials. These were board members from the mobile giant, Motorola. The meteoric success of the touchscreen phone first stirred concern among rival manufacturers. Unlike other sectors of the supply chain that had yet to feel the tremors of this new trend, they had already sensed the impending threat. The touchscreen phone's popularity was sweeping across the nation, with indications of potential expansion into other countries. As a company that had long held a dominant position in the mobile market across the Blue Star, Motorola could not remain passive. "Oh, what a fortunate young fellow," remarked one individual dismissively after reviewing Carl's profile. "So young, he must be oblivious to the depths of this industry." Another, upon noting Carl's tender age of just over 20, displayed a contemptuous expression. "All right, let us hear everyone's opinions," called Walt Herrick, seated at the head of the table, as he sensed the board members had gathered sufficient information. "Let's make an offer. Extend a generous bid to lure their chief engineer, Jobson, away." Without Jobson, Carl Manufacturing's research and development capabilities would be diminished by at least half, and the potential for complete paralysis is not out of the question. "That may be true, but what about the technology?" interjected another. "All that technology is registered under Carl Manufacturing's name. Without technical authorization, how can we produce a phone that surpasses theirs?" Although Jobson and his research team are not to be underestimated, who can say whether they will be able to develop more advanced technology? After a few board members expressed their opinions, Wachrick, who is both the chairman and a board member, suddenly grinned, revealing a smile that suggested he had everything under control. "Have you all forgotten?" he asked. "In the nearly 100-year history of Motorola, how have we dealt with those old rivals?" "Mr. Wachrick, are you implying?" A few board members exchanged glances, and a singular thought emerged in their minds. Acquisition. The emergence of touchscreen phones, while having Motorola sales figures this month, also illuminated a path for Wachrick to dominate the mobile phone market. That path lay in acquiring Carl Manufacturing and transforming its patented technologies into their own. Why waste exorbitant sums on research and development when the game of capital is inherently simple and ruthless? Concurrently, similar dialogues transpired in various quarters among all mobile manufacturers, particularly among some powerful giants. Soon, specialized negotiation teams began to frequently visit the business premises of Carl Manufacturing. Initially, Carl paid little heed to these visitors and had no intention of meeting them. Armed with the technology of Mr. Tian, why should he relinquish his company so easily? Perhaps if they approached him with a more courteous demeanor, he might have considered allowing them a share of the spoils, trailing behind Carl Manufacturing to sip from the same cup. However, when they came demanding an outright acquisition at a price so low it felt like they were dismissing a beggar, negotiations were, of course, out of the question. Yet, as Carl Manufacturing's touchscreen phones surged in popularity, Carl soon realized he had underestimated the situation. Some major players, severely impacted, began to resort to underhanded tactics. Reports of various issues with touchscreen phones surfaced: privacy breaches, screen radiation, and even a man of color vociferously disclosed to the media that he had originally been white, only to become what he was now after using Carl Manufacturing's touchscreen phone. With external troubles mounting, internal issues also persisted. Each day, researchers from Carl Manufacturing's research center resigned, while various inexplicable visitors arrived unannounced. One day, upon entering his office, Carl discovered a golden bullet resting on his desk. The clearly identifiable sniper bullet, its oversized tip facing his abdomen, seemed to convey that if a bullet could appear on his desk, it could undoubtedly manifest elsewhere as well. Faced with such a threat to his safety, Carl, realizing the situation was beyond his capacity to resolve, finally retrieved a small metal box from his shirt pocket, an item he had carried closely since that fateful night. Upon receiving Carl's distress signal, Nie Tian had just crafted a precise bionic shell. "Are you implying that those individuals intend to acquire your company? And when you refused, they resorted to placing bullets on your desk as a threat?" Observing Carl on the screen, Nie Tian synthesized a lengthy discourse from the other party. Since their encounter that fateful night, he had not reached out to Carl again. The communication device he had provided was originally intended for Carl to report on the company's progress, allowing him to reap the rewards in due time. Yet, unexpectedly, the first contact was a plea for assistance. Indeed, Mr. Tianchi, Carl appeared utterly exhausted on the screen, his sunken eyes and deep dark circles betraying his weariness, with unkempt hair reflecting the turmoil he had recently endured. Mr. Tianchi, they are established corporations with a long history, supported by numerous legislators. Carl S. Manufacturing is no match for them. Long history? Huh. Can it rival the millions of years of Cybertronian history? All right, I understand. I shall assist you in resolving these troubles. A threat to Carl was a threat to him. Nie Tian could not remain indifferent. "Mr. Tianchi," Carl hesitated, seemingly seeking a definitive answer. "Rest assured, within 3 days at the latest, you shall meet the person I send to assist you." "Thank you, I understand, Mr. Tianchi." As Carl's image faded from the screen, Nie Tian cast his gaze upon the precision bioshell on the laboratory table. "Fortunately, I managed to create you first." Although the materials for the bioshell were challenging to procure, he had successfully engineered one after considerable effort. This bioshell not only possessed the ability to disguise and transform, but also housed 2 weapons, a small caliber handgun and an alloy dagger. While not particularly powerful, the inherent strength and speed of Cybertronians surpassed that of humans, making it sufficient for ambushes and assassinations. Originally, Nie Tian aimed to craft a stealth warrior to infiltrate the upper echelons of the United States, to gather intelligence regarding the Autobots and humans. However, it appeared that this bioshell was needed elsewhere. Given his familiarity with the original plot, he need not overly concern himself with the Autobots. Shaking his head, Nie Tian dismissed the thought of creating another bioshell and instead retrieved the materials collected by Chao Now and the others. The bioshell would offer little assistance in combat, and stealth operations were best conducted with minimal personnel. Creating too many would not only be futile, but could also lead to exposure. Having thoroughly absorbed the technical data acquired from the Nie Tian enemy ship, Nie Tian was now fully capable of independently constructing a transformer body. Soon, a mini Decepticon, gendered as female, began to take shape. Cybertronians possess gender distinctions, yet these are rooted more in self-identity and subjective recognition rather than in physical structure. At the moment of its inception, it perceived itself as her. Thus, it became her. Hours later, a formidable being, a Decepticon adorned in hues of black and crimson, emerged, standing at a mere height of less than 1.70 meters. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a humanoid robot, with facial contours that were remarkably handsome and gentle. After a brief examination, Nie Tian spoke. "You shall be named Alice," as one of the most beloved and widespread names. Alice aptly encapsulated the essence of the bionic shell's subtle existence in society. "Yes, Master," Alice responded, her luminous eyes shimmering with streams of residual data. During her creation, Nie Tian had imbued Alice's information chip with a wealth of specialized knowledge. It could be said that Alice had become an encyclopedia proficient in myriad fields, akin to a polymath, albeit only within Blue Star. Chapter 95. The Unadorned Business Warfare Master. What do you require of me? Once the data had been fully assimilated, Alice raised her gaze to Nie Tian, her eyes reflecting obedience. "Put it on," Nie Tian commanded, gesturing towards the precision-engineered bionic shell on the experimental table. "Yes, Master." After a flurry of activity, the first hidden warrior on Blue Star was officially born. Clad in the intricate bionic shell, Alice, without activating her camouflage transformation, resembled a skeletal robot, emaciated and frail. "Scan that rabbit and then transform into it," Nie Tian instructed, pointing to a cage in the corner of the laboratory. "Yes, Master." With a sound reminiscent of a domino cascade, the precision bionic shell emitted rhythmic clattering, ultimately enveloping Alice within and transforming her into a rabbit, identical in both size and appearance. The rabbit hopped twice, revealing two prominent incisors. "Master, the transformation is complete." "Good," Nie Tian replied, nodding in astonishment. Witnessing the bionic shell's transformation capabilities for the first time left him profoundly impressed, evoking admiration for Cybertronian technology. Is this not the epitome of transformation? After scrutinizing the rabbit that Alice had become, Nie Tian called out into the air, "Black Panther." "Master," Black Panther rushed in from outside the laboratory. Throughout Nie Tian's research period, Black Panther had remained vigilantly stationed at the laboratory entrance. "Go. Black Panther will inform you of everything along the way." "Yes, Master," Alice, still in rabbit form, acknowledged, glancing at Black Panther, aware that this was her master's pet. Meanwhile, Black Panther regarded Alice with curiosity, scrutinizing her from head to toe, evidently perplexed by the identity of this rabbit. Noticing this, Nie Tian introduced, "Black Panther, this is Alice. For this mission, you are to collaborate with her. And should you encounter matters beyond your resolution, contact me." "Yes, Master." Black Panther nodded at Nie Tian before finally lowering himself. The mission to support Carl was entrusted entirely to Black Panther and Alice, while Nie Tian opted to remain in the shadows. Although he did not yet possess individuals capable of acting independently, he found solace in the fact that facing a group of ordinary humans did not necessitate an exceptionally high combat prowess. The Black Panther, a formidable mid-level warrior, was more than capable. As the Black Panther carried Alice away from the laboratory, Nie Tian fell into contemplation. After assisting Carl in resolving these troubles, it would be time for him to fulfill his obligations as a partner. Early in the morning, Carl stood alone outside the company building, impeccably dressed. He ignored greetings from passing employees and even dismissed his usually favored secretary when she approached him. Checking the time on his wrist once more, a graceful figure finally approached him, as he had been eagerly awaiting. "Good day, miss," Carl cautiously inquired upon seeing her. "Might you be Alice, the one who contacted me last night?" "I am Alice. The Master of Tempe sent me to assist you," she replied, having transformed into a strikingly attractive woman. With golden cascading waves and fiery red lips, her attire was both fashionable and radiant. unless one were to dissect her skin and muscles. No one would discern Alice's true identity. Splendid. Ignoring the puzzling fact that this young beauty referred to the extraterrestrial robot as Master. Carl quickly bent forward and extended his hands. "It is a pleasure to meet you." In response to Carl's eager demeanor, Alice remained expressionless. "Let us proceed. I need to gather some information." Perhaps due to her nature as a female transformer, Alice quickly adapted to her current role. "Of course, please come in." Despite Alice's directness, Carl exhibited no signs of discomfort. He graciously led her into the company building, displaying none of the arrogance he typically manifested in front of subordinates. Alice's visit was brief, seemingly focused solely on gathering information from Carl. As for Carl's numerous inquiries on how to resolve the issues, she offered not a single response. Simplicity is profound. The essence of the world's greatest business battles is not found in price wars or media skirmishes, but rather in the gritty competition of the construction industry. That night, having just wrapped up a day's work, entered the car sent by his driver, speaking on the phone as he headed to the hotel. He had arranged to meet a celebrity interested in endorsing their latest smartphone and needed to negotiate the terms of the endorsement. Sometimes felt that the board should award him for his dedication, as he worked tirelessly even after hours. The vehicle moved steadily forward, reaching the center of an intersection when suddenly, a truck filled with gravel barreled through the left side, disregarding the red light and speeding toward them. Bang! The truck loomed larger in its panicked gaze before it collided forcefully with his vehicle. The impact sent his car tumbling several meters away, and due to a fuel leak, it erupted into a towering inferno. Without pausing, the truck turned around and sped away from the intersection. The news of Watrick's tragic demise swiftly spread throughout Modula. The board members of Modula convened an emergency meeting, not to investigate the circumstances of the accident or to identify the culprit, but rather to divide the power that Watrick had left behind. Watrick's untimely death was merely the prologue to a series of unexpected events. Recently, all those who had sought to tarnish Carl Manufacturing's reputation, especially the orchestrators behind the scenes, faced a string of misfortunes. None escaped unscathed. During this tumultuous period, Carl was briefly taken away. After all, it seemed rather peculiar that just as one party was poised to acquire Carl Manufacturing, they all met their demise. Yet, as the adage goes, in this land, wealth equates to divinity. With ample resources at his disposal, Carl enlisted the services of some of Maya May's most renowned attorneys, forming an illustrious legal team to defend him. Within a day, he emerged unscathed from the police station. The cost incurred was merely a sum that an ordinary person would take a lifetime to earn. Naturally, Carl received warnings from certain individuals afterward. No one appreciates a maverick. Even in the absence of concrete evidence, mere suspicion suffices. However, as the saying goes, after the storm comes the rainbow. Having successfully navigated the acquisition crisis, Carl Manufacturing finally welcomed rapid growth. At Alice's behest, the company graciously opened its doors to the outside world, no longer content to operate in isolation. Various consortiums were entwined with Carl Manufacturing, gradually transforming it into a colossal entity, which subsequently rebranded as the Carl Group. In Carl's office, Alice once again approached him, but this time the discussion was not about corporate matters. It pertained to a list of supplies. "Carl, these are the items required by the master," Alice said, handing him a handwritten list. Carl's gaze fixed intently on Alice. Had she not been the human counterpart of that extraterrestrial machine, he would have left no stone unturned at his inquiry. Unbeknownst to him, Alice's true identity was that of a mechanical life form, and he had always presumed that she was merely a collaborator with the alien machine, albeit for a longer duration. Had he been aware of her genuine identity, it is uncertain whether his interest would remain as fervent. "Wait a moment, Miss Alice," he said, furrowing his brow as he scanned the lengthy list of items. "Many of these are contraband. Are you certain there is no mistake?" Alice paused in her departure. "These are the specific instructions given to me by the master. If you doubt me, perhaps you should inquire directly with him." At her words, Carl recoiled slightly. Although he could indeed contact the extraterrestrial machine, he dared not voice his skepticism. "Very well, I shall find a way to procure these items." Although the Carl Group is a technology company rather than a smuggling enterprise, it is bound by the conditions of cooperation that were agreed upon from the outset. However, in order to reach the location specified by Mr. Tianchi, traversing through the Maple Leaf Country presents a significant challenge. Carl's expression reflected a degree of difficulty, although the Carl Group had flourished. Its expansion beyond the borders of its nation remained limited due to the brevity of its existence. Why not have Mr. Tianchi come to collect the goods? Or perhaps alter the delivery location? Alice suggested, her lips glistening as she offered a sultry smile. Having spent considerable time in the human realm, Alice had grown increasingly adept at navigating her current identity. Carl, do not forget with whom you are collaborating. Upon hearing this, Alice's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a stern countenance. The Master S demands are not to be defied. At the sight of Alice's piercing gaze, reminiscent of a predator, Carl felt a jolt of realization regarding past events. The Alice sent by the extraterrestrial robot was indeed capable of lethal acts. Ultimately, Carl clenched his jaw, refraining from further negotiation. Miss Alice, please convey to Mr. Tianchi that I shall ensure the timely delivery of the goods. That would be most agreeable, Alice responded, her smile returning as she gracefully approached the office door. Once Alice had departed, Carl slumped onto the sofa, tearing off his tie to wipe the beads of sweat from his neck. In times of deprivation, Carl had been audacious, but having tasted the fruits of opulence, his courage had diminished. The risks associated with his initial procurement felt akin to a ticking time bomb, threatening to obliterate the lavish lifestyle he had come to enjoy. Chapter 96. The new fourth flight team before long. Through Carl's extensive network and financial expenditure, the items on the list were procured one by one. As a rising star in the technology sector, Carl had established connections with numerous influential figures. Despite the complications involved, he successfully acquired the items at a certain cost. All goods were temporarily stored in a secluded warehouse far from the urban sprawl of Miami, given that many of the items were illicit. Carl was not foolish enough to place them in the Carl Group's own storerooms. Alice managed the inspection and loading of the items. Once the quantities were verified, unsuspecting workers diligently loaded the securely packaged goods onto the trucks. Subsequently, a fleet of trucks, worth far more than their cargo, embarked on a prearranged route. Within the warehouse, after all the transport vehicles had departed, a Black Panther materialized beside Alice. Alice, why do you think the Master chooses to collaborate with a human? Alice glanced at the Panther, responding enigmatically, the Master's thoughts are beyond our comprehension. I'm merely concerned. The Black Panther smirked, revealing rows of serrated metallic teeth that glimmered with a hint of crimson. You know, humans change their faces faster than one can turn a page. I fear that Carl might hinder our Master's plans. Although the Black Panther had never directly confronted Carl, it had shadowed him on numerous occasions and thus noted his subtle transformations. Rest assured, Alice said, her eyes glinting with perceptive insight. Years of living among humans had accustomed her to their way of thinking. Do you think our Master sent us here merely to assist Carl with his company's predicaments? If he is unwilling to continue our collaboration, Alice let out a soft chuckle, and the Black Panther instantly grasped her implication. Very well. You shall remain close to Carl. I must inform our Master that the shipment is on its way. Although Alice's combat abilities barely surpassed those of a novice warrior, she wielded the power to command the Black Panther to perform certain tasks. Clearly, Alice had managed to earn the Black Panther's respect in certain aspects. All right, I will keep an eye on him. The convoy of the Carl Group, transporting goods, passed through the country of Maples and ultimately reached the remote village in the northern region of Border State. Arriving at Base 2, a new batch of unsuspecting workers unloaded the cargo into the designated warehouse, after which the convoy retraced its route. In this manner, rare metals and contraband materials were systematically transported from various states of the United States to Border State. Subsequently, the materials were transferred from Base 2 to Base 1, and then to the laboratory at Base 1, finally laid before Nie Tian. Indeed, this is nearly perfect, observing yet another pile of materials delivered by the automated robots. Nie Tian nodded in satisfaction. These processed materials saved him considerable time, and Carl had inadvertently provided him with a pleasant surprise. With Alice and the Black Panther at his side, Nie Tian was acutely aware that Carl had been living a life of indulgence during this period. However, as the adage goes, one must feed the horse to make it run. As long as the delivery of resources continued uninterrupted, Nie Tian would refrain from voicing any complaints. At present, it was as if the entirety of the world's resource companies were aiding Nie Tian in resource extraction, a level of efficiency far exceeding that of countless automated robots laboriously mining underground. With all preparations in place, it was time to commence the creation of the machinery. Gathering the necessary materials, Nie Tian immersed himself in his work. Initially, upon hearing the raucous news of the battle at the Kona's Canyon. He had contemplated acquiring the digging tigers and several fallen high-ranking Decepticons. However, it seemed their machinery had been transported to secret research facilities within the United States. And considering the presence of Autobots, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Half a month later, within the laboratory. At last, it's done. Gazing upon 4 distinct high-level machines, each on the brink of awakening, Nie Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. After all this time, he finally had capable subordinates ready for significant tasks. Without further delay, Nie Tian extracted the fragment of the energy source and placed it upon the chest of one of the advanced mechanized bodies. He intended to immediately activate the residual cosmic energy contained within the fragment, but his hand hesitated slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he retracted the fragment and sent a communication to the 4 individuals designated as 13. Before long, the 4, still novice warriors, appeared within the laboratory. Master Tianjia. Nie Tian acknowledged them with a casual nod, his gaze sweeping over each of the 4. A sense of apprehension gripped the hearts of the 4, as they pondered the reason for Master Tianjia's sudden summons, especially given his grave demeanor. They had been diligently patrolling the vicinity of the 2 bases and had not encountered any issues recently. Sensing their unease, Nie Tian withdrew his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. There exists an opportunity for you to become advanced warriors. I wonder if you're willing to seize it? The 4, who had been the longest-serving followers of him, were known as the BTNH. Although their performance had not been particularly remarkable, each harbored their own ambitions. Nevertheless, they were generally obedient, prompting Nie Tian to decide to grant them this opportunity. Advanced warriors? Master Tianjia, is what you say true? The astonished voices echoed, and expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of the 4. Their eyes exchanged glances, laden with uncertainty, clearly struggling to comprehend the revelation. Follow me. Nie Tian did not elaborate further and turned to lead the way. The laboratory at Base 1 was expansive, divided into several distinct operational zones. He guided the 4 to the area housing 4 advanced mechanized bodies. These are the bodies I have prepared for you. By simply transplanting your memory crystals into the new bodies, you will instantly become advanced warriors. Upon witnessing the 4 towering advanced mechanized bodies, each at least 1.5 times their height, the 4 finally grasped that Nie Tian's earlier words were not mere jest. Master Tianjia, I am willing. Master Tianjia, I too am willing. Without a moment's hesitation, they eagerly expressed their consent, excitement lighting up their faces. Very well, let us commence. Nie Tian's medical skills had significantly advanced. Although he was still not as adept as a skilled surgeon, he had become quite knowledgeable in the theory of memory crystal transplantation, with practical application being the only remaining hurdle. After the 4 voluntarily entered a state of dormancy, Nie Tian began his operations. The philosophical question of identity, whether one perceives oneself through memory or through physical form, was profound. If your memories were implanted into another's mind, would that individual embody your memories? Or would you embody theirs? Fortunately, the Cybertronians did not grapple with such dilemmas. Due to the necessity of changing their bodies upon resurrection, they comprehended their identities solely through memory. The memory crystals of the Cybertronians could be accessed but not altered, ensuring their uniqueness. The newly awakened Cybertronians, naturally, found their memories to be a blank slate. From the cerebral modules of 4 advanced mechanized bodies, 4 nearly transparent crystals were extracted. Subsequently, Nie Tian inserted the 4 memory crystals, tinged with gray, into their respective slots. Finally, he retrieved the fragment of the elemental source once more. With a hum, Nie Tian cautiously activated the elemental source fragment, unleashing a wave of energy that rippled across the chest of the first advanced mechanized body. In an instant, the exposed visage of the machine illuminated with 2 crimson glows in the eye sockets. A sigh of relief escaped Nie Tian's lips. He succeeded. His heart, which had been in suspense, now settled, for he had feared that this fragment might prove ineffective, rendering his efforts futile. Having experienced success once, Nie Tian proceeded with confidence. Before long, the remaining 3 advanced mechanized bodies were activated, transforming into elite warriors imbued with elemental power. Much like the Black Panther's ascension to a mid-tier warrior, the 4 fully awakened advanced warriors gazed at Nie Tian with expressions of gratitude. Suddenly, their eyes blazed with intense red light, and with a bow of their heads. They proclaimed in unison, "We pledge our lives to Lord Tianjia." At this declaration, Nie Tian smiled faintly, glancing at the elemental source fragment in his hand, contemplating its placement within his own chest. His willingness to bestow such significant power upon them indicated his confidence in their loyalty. He had merely transferred the memory crystals, leaving the information chips intact. The data on these chips functioned like foundational code, akin to a car navigating the road, suddenly subjected to new traffic regulations, yet remaining fundamentally unchanged. The four, now infused with new directives, retained their identities and personalities, yet subconsciously adopted the habit of strictly executing every command issued by him. Such uniformity in behavior would be adhered to unconsciously, making it challenging for others to discern or confirm without accessing the cerebral modules. This was precisely why the information chips, like the memory crystals, possessed the attributes of immutability and uniqueness. You have officially become high-ranking Decepticons. It is time for a name change, Nie Tian stated, surveying the rejuvenated quartet. The four exchanged glances before sequentially introducing themselves. Lord Tianjia, I am Slaughter. Lord Tianjia, I am Famine. Lord Tianjia, I am Plague. Lord Tianjia, I am Catastrophe. Upon hearing these newly bestowed names, Slaughter, Famine, Plague, Catastrophe, Nie Tian was enveloped by an indescribable aura. Should he also adopt a new name, perhaps Divine Retribution? Such a title would be fitting for one who leads them. Chapter 97. Plans for Ascension. The mechanized bodies of Slaughter and the others stood a mere head shorter than Nie Tian, each measuring approximately 7.5 meters. Each was equipped with 2 to 3 weapon modules, encompassing both melee and ranged armaments, thus exhibiting no overt deficiencies. Once they had familiarized themselves with the new bodies, Nie Tian proceeded to assign them a new task, a search mission. I require you to seek out the ancient Cybertronians who arrived on this planet during the bygone eras of Cybertron. They have remained in slumber until now, yet they must not be underestimated. Upon discovering any leads, inform me at once, but do not act recklessly. The four assassins, upon hearing this, promptly accepted the command. Yes, Lord Tianjia. The term Decepticons refers not only to their faction, but can also denote all Decepticons. Here, when Nie Tian speaks of Cybertronians, the assassins understand he refers specifically to the purebred Cybertronians, distinct from the Decepticons and Autobots. The quest to find those dormant Cybertronians and seek their sparks to elevate themselves to commander-level warriors has now been prioritized by Nie Tian. The reason he had previously refrained from sending them on such a search was that they were not his direct subordinates. The current assassins are entirely loyal Decepticons. After dispatching the four assassins, Nie Tian reviewed the resources that Carl had delivered to him over the past few days. There were many, more than sufficient to construct 4 advanced bodies. Such an abundance of resources would be squandered if left unused. Nie Tian communicated with the Ruckus, preparing to send them with a batch of intelligent construction robots to repair bases 1 and 2. These 2 bases, originally intended as temporary shelters, had unexpectedly become long-term accommodations. With resources in abundance and his imminent departure, he decided to have the Ruckus fortify and expand the facilities. When the Ruckus came to find Nie Tian, they did not encounter the 4 assassins. The Ruckus had been stationed at Base 2, responsible for the transportation of resources. This was also a subtle tactic employed by Nie Tian. Should the Autobots and humans discover his 2 bases located in the far northern regions of the border state, it was likely that Base 2 would be the first to be found. In such a scenario, with the Ruckus obstructing the way, he would have ample time to react. Of course, in return, Nie Tian not only satisfied the Ruckus's daily energy needs, but also tailored an external armor for them as requested. Although this external armor rendered the Ruckus's humanoid form more cumbersome, it was a worthwhile trade. At the Garcia's lair, a massive Decepticon spaceship slowly ascended into the sky. However, the passengers aboard were not Decepticons, but rather a uniform assembly of Autobots and even a number of humans. Indeed, this spaceship was the very transport vessel that the previous teams, Digging Tiger, Skybreaker, and the Battle Car Squad, had utilized to arrive on Blue Star. During their chaotic escape, the Ruckus had been so frantic that they scarcely had time to consider the fate of the ship. Consequently, after the battle, the vessel fell into the hands of the Autobots and humans. Damn it! In a corner of the cargo hold, William, holding a phone, abruptly hung up in anger and then turned to Robert to complain. Robert, that insufferable little man, Lawrence, has asked us again where we plan to go. Must we report every action to him? Who does he think he is? A minister? Or perhaps a president? Over half a year ago, during the battle at the Kaunas Canyon, they achieved a resounding victory. Although many Autobots were injured in the relentless counterattack by the Decepticons, and the special forces of their Nest team suffered considerable losses. These setbacks pale in comparison to the destruction of a colossal Decepticon spacecraft and the numerous Decepticon corpses left in their wake. Consequently, Lawrence, who proposed the close-quarters combat strategy, saw his status rise dramatically due to his contributions during that encounter. Originally one to meddle in every affair, he now nearly treated the entire Nest team as his own domain. It was clearly stated that the C spacecraft would belong to the Autobots, while the Decepticon remains would be theirs. Yet now, Lawrence has evidently set his sights on the spacecraft again. Damn it, I must call Mr. John Keller and have him rein in that scoundrel Lawrence. William, enraged, cursed under his breath, determined to take action. Beside him, Robert appeared remarkably calm. He gently pressed down on William's hand as he reached for the phone and shrugged. You know, when it comes to alien spacecraft, even the president's stance is ambiguous. Let alone our ministers. William, your actions would be futile. All right, you make a valid point, Robert. I have been too hasty. William's frustration dissipated as he rubbed his temples, feeling utterly exhausted. He understood the truth. No one could remain idle when alien technology could potentially lead them off this planet. Nearby, Optimus Prime noticed the conversation between William and Robert and approached them. What troubles you, William? It's nothing, Optimus. William hastily waved his hand. I was just discussing with Robert where we should patrol today. You know, ever since that battle, the remaining Decepticons have become even more elusive. William fabricated an excuse, not wishing to reveal the internal strife among the humans to the Autobots. Despite having forged a deep friendship with Optimus Prime and the Autobots over the past 6 months, this matter was unrelated to their camaraderie. Optimus regarded William intently for a moment, then glanced at Robert. You are correct, William. I am quite certain the Decepticons are plotting something, but they're concealing it too well. If you uncover anything, please do not hesitate to inform us. A hint of discomfort crossed William's face, yet he assured, rest assured, Optimus, I promise we will not act independently without informing you Autobots. Optimus nodded, choosing not to say more, and turned back to his team. At this moment, among the Autobots, alongside Optimus's squad, the RC sisters, and the two brothers known as Break, there were now two new faces. A Transformer, adorned in a silver-gray hue and possessing an undeniably handsome visage, perpetually brandishes two alloy short blades. Another Transformer, characterized by a blend of blue and black, presents a demeanor that is quite unremarkable, both in stature and appearance. As they return to the ranks of their kind, Optimus Prime, embodying the essence of a leader, extends his concern towards these two newcomers. Indeed, the latest arrivals on Blue Planet are none other than the formidable Blaster and the agile Swing. They had only just located Optimus Prime the day before. Swing serves as the aide to the medic, Ratchet, who is also a transformer of the medical profession. Back on Cybertron, Blaster had successfully persuaded a group of warlike members from the Thunder Rescue Team, and subsequently, he and Swing departed Cybertron aboard shuttle. However, despite the shuttle's capability for spatial jumps, its cruising speed was rather average, resulting in Blaster taking several months to reach Blue Planet. After a few more days, they finally discovered the emblem left behind by Optimus Prime. Previously, upon receiving the Alchemy Sisters, Optimus Prime had realized that more Transformers might descend upon Blue Planet in the future. Thus, near the vicinity of Garcia, he had left a unique signal for their kind, allowing any arriving Transformers to make contact with them promptly. This planet is remarkably beautiful, akin to our former home, Cybertron. As Blaster tossed his short blades into the air, executing a dazzling flourish, he lowered his voice and remarked, "Yet the humans on this planet appear rather unwelcoming to us." Blaster's personality closely resembles that of Jazz, both relishing in flamboyance. However, Blaster's temperament is notably more direct and volatile. My apprentice, you should count your blessings that Bumblebee is not here, for he would surely admonish you for your earlier words. Ironhide teased, arms crossed. Bumblebee, at that moment, was absent, following the battle at the Kaunas Canyon. He had returned to Sam's side to continue his protective duties. Very well, Master, perhaps you were right, Blaster said with a smirk. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, recognizing that he was no match for Bumblebee. Nevertheless, I have a question, he continued, raising his hands in inquiry. Where's our base located? No base, Optimus Prime replied, shaking his head. Humans do not permit us to establish our own base on Blue Planet. The headquarters of the Nest is our base. What? Blaster exclaimed in astonishment. We are to reside with them every day? How shall we replenish our energy? Blaster, you need not worry about energy, Ratchet interjected. We previously destroyed a Decepticon nest and procured a substantial amount of energy cubes. Moreover, this ship carries ample supplies to sustain us for quite some time. Initially, their energy supply was indeed dwindling. Yet unexpectedly, the Decepticons had come to their aid. Optimus Prime further reassured them. We are currently in a honeymoon period with the humans. They are quite sensitive. The establishment of a base is secondary to our primary objective, the eradication of the remaining Decepticons. Well, you are our leader, Optimus Prime. Your word is law. While a few were engaged in conversation, the spaceship had already departed from the homeland of the United States, traversing a vast ocean before arriving on another continent. The vessel majestically glided through the skies, unnoticed by any nation. Suddenly, as the spaceship passed the junction of two continents, a Silver Fox interceptor flashed by behind it. Shortly thereafter, like a bird with broken wings, it plummeted from the heavens. Just 100 meters above the desert, the Silver Fox inexplicably halted, then raised its nose and reignited its thrusters. Chapter 98. The Pyramid Phew, that was close, Nie Tian exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a transport vessel lacking detection capabilities. Otherwise, they would have been discovered. Nie Tian had been preparing to head towards the famine area in search of clues when he unexpectedly encountered the Decepticon ship that the Ruckus had previously utilized. Curiously, he decided to follow it. He initially thought it was the Ruckus returning, only to find that the passengers aboard the ship were humans and Autobots. The ship, which had fallen into the hands of the Autobots and humans during the battle at the Kana's Grand Canyon, was a testament to the Ruckus's failures in their mission. Nie Tian felt a pang of frustration. Without Megatron's Decepticons, facing the Autobots led by Optimus Prime was akin to a disorganized mob. Now, with the addition of a spaceship, the Autobots were significantly empowered. Though merely a transport vessel, it indicated a substantial increase in mobility for both the Autobots and the forces of the United States. At the speeds comparable to light, they could reach any location on Blue Star in an instant. If discovered by the humans and Autobots, there might not even be time to flee before they descended upon him. As he pondered, Nie Tian gradually increased his speed, and below him, magnificent pyramidal structures began to emerge. Since the original narrative depicted the battle between the Fallen and the 6 original Primes occurring near the Stellar Extraction Tower, it was only fitting that his first destination in dealing with the 4 would be here. He expanded his search radius outward from the cluster of pyramids. Before long, he spotted Famine near a small pyramid. My lord, the Fallen. Famine approached eagerly upon seeing Nie Tian. Lead the way, Famine, Nie Tian replied succinctly. This way, my lord. Famine responded as they proceeded. Along the way, he elaborated on his findings. My lord, I discovered a metallic door at the base of this structure known as the pyramid, constructed using our Cybertronian technology. Not every pyramid in Pharaoh's domain has been excavated. Many still retain their appearance from millennia ago. Upon reaching one side of the pyramid, they beheld a conspicuous, gaping hole that had evidently been blasted open. Nie Tian cast a glance at Famine, but refrained from speaking. Indeed, the majority of the pyramids in this world were constructed by the Cybertronians, a fact that is quite logical. Can I not touch the relics of my ancestors? Following the harbinger of Famine, Nie Tian ventured into the depths of the pyramid. Soon, the duo was confronted by a towering metal door, rusted and imposing at a height of 20 meters. A crimson light emanated from Nie Tian's eyes as he activated his scanning feature. Upon analysis, it became evident that the door was indeed crafted using Cybertronian technology, as the arrangement of its metallic atoms bore the unique signature of a magnetic alignment exclusive to Cybertronian metals. However, due to the passage of time, the atomic cohesion had weakened, which explained its current dilapidated state, appearing as if it would collapse with a mere push. This, however, was fortuitous news for Nie Tian, as it confirmed that this metal door was a remnant from the ancient Cybertronian era, likely concealing slumbering Cybertronians from that epoch within. Famine, open it, Nie Tian commanded, stepping back. Yes, Lord Tianjia, Famine replied, beginning to pull at the metal door. Nie Tian morphed his weapon, remaining vigilant. With little exertion, famine succeeded in prying open the door. A rush of decay and antiquity enveloped them. As the dust settled, a figure, obscured by sand, came into view. Let us proceed, famine. Not sensing any fluctuations in energy levels, Nie Tian sheathed his weapon, albeit with a touch of disappointment. The space was limited. He approached the prone figure. However, as he intended to clear the sand away, it seemed he had inadvertently triggered a mechanism. With a soft sound, the figure collapsed entirely, disintegrating into dust. Nie Tian was taken aback, then shook his head. 1,000,000 years. Indeed, even the most magnificent of lives cannot withstand the ravages of time. Even the Cybertronian metal that constituted their forms could not escape the relentless decay in the absence of energy sustenance. Temperature, light, moisture, and even the seemingly insignificant wind and sand could serve as harbingers of demise for this form. After a moment of silent contemplation, Nie Tian rose to depart. Once outside, he gazed vacantly at the cluster of pyramids in the desert. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Pyramids are essentially tombs. Could it be that each of these structures houses a fallen Cybertronian warrior? Nie Tian was startled by this thought. Famine, inform the others to gather. I need them here immediately. Famine, scratching his head in confusion at Lord Tianji's sudden enthusiasm, nodded and replied, Understood, my lord. I will notify them at once. When the trio of slaughter arrived, Nie Tian instructed them to enter each pyramid in turn, checking for any dormant or deceased Cybertronians at the base. However, it soon became apparent that Nie Tian had been overly optimistic. Aside from the initial pyramid visited, the other pyramids contain only artificial pitch. The mummies, invaluable outside, were slaughtered and carelessly discarded. With 4 individuals reporting one after another to Nie Tian, Lord Tianjia, no discoveries were made. I have found nothing either, Lord Tianjia. Gazing at the pyramids, ravaged by the 4, Nie Tian chose not to send them to the already excavated large pyramids, now renowned tourist attractions. It appeared these were not the tombs of the Cybertronians, although the pyramids were constructed by the ancient Cybertronians. The human dynasties that later inhabited this land may have encountered the Cybertronians slumbering within. Consequently, the kings of those dynasties, perceiving the Cybertronians as deities, imitated them by choosing to be buried within. Furthermore, Nie Tian pondered, if a Cybertronian warrior were to slumber beneath each pyramid, surely they would have been discovered by now. Realizing this, his enthusiasm waned abruptly. Continue with the plan as before, involving slaughter, famine, plague, and calamity. Be cautious of the Autobot and human armies. Yes, Lord Tianjia. After their departure, Nie Tian contemplated for a moment before sending a communication to Alice. Alice, I need you to have Carl mobilize his personnel and connections to assist me in researching some historical documents. Relying solely on himself and the 4 slaughterers proved inefficient. With Blue Star being so vast, it could take an eternity to uncover the information. If there are suspicious areas, have Carl send people to investigate. If Carl is uncooperative, then you may take his place. Upon sending the message, Nie Tian's gaze remained as calm as a still pond, as if he had merely delegated a trivial task. People are prone to change, just as the first act of a healed cripple is to discard their crutch. Carl, the renowned entrepreneur from the United States who had come this far with his efforts, seemed to be considering branching out on his own. According to Alice's recent reports, although Carl continued to deliver resources to base too punctually and reliably, he had secretly allied himself with individuals from the American Intelligence Agency. The agency, while of little significance in Nie Tian's view, held a weighty connotation. Those notorious individuals often meddled and extended their reach everywhere. Carl, do not betray my expectations. Nie Tian grinned, revealing a row of jagged, menacing teeth. If you extend your hand to me, I might just bite off the entire arm. There are no walls that do not allow whispers to pass through. Despite the seemingly covert operations of the Carl Group, over time, what appears to be mere coincidence will inevitably reveal itself as a certainty. 2 weeks ago, as the freight convoy set out once more from Miami towards the border state, no one noticed that a driver, who had never smoked, indulged in a cigarette while resting in his hotel room that night. This meticulously orchestrated operation exposed the relationship between the Carl Group and the border state to the all-seeing eyes of the intelligence agency. Subsequently, one night, an agent from the agency stealthily approached Carl. Despite the presence of numerous armed bodyguards surrounding Carl's grand villa, He awoke that night to find himself no longer in the confines of his bedroom, and the two beautiful young models who had been by his side had mysteriously vanished. Thus, Carl spent that night within the intelligence agency's grasp. It was only at dawn that he made his way to the company. "Hey, will you accept my terms or not?" In the office, Carl held a specially designed phone, his face etched with anxiety. He wants me to assist him with another task, to search for some historical documents, as if he is seeking something of great importance. A calm male voice resonated from the other end of the line. "I apologize, Mr. Carl, but the higher-ups are still deliberating over the conditions you proposed." "Damn it," Carl cursed. "Everything requires a meeting for discussion. The Carl Group is nearly no longer mine. You are simply wasting my time." With a sharp click, he hung up the phone, took a few deep breaths, and then pressed a small button located beneath his desk. Half a minute later, a charming woman, dressed as a secretary, entered the office, striding gracefully, without needing any instruction from Carl. She approached him from behind and began to knead his shoulders. Leaning back in the soft, luxurious office chair, Carl closed his eyes in enjoyment, only to suddenly inquire, "Jelena, where's Miss Alice?" "Miss Alice just stepped out," Jelena replied, maintaining her firm grip. "Out? Do you know where she went?" Carl pressed it, sensing a momentary hesitation in Jelena's demeanor. "Hurry up and tell me." Startled by Carl's sharp tone, Jelena quickly responded, "According to Miss Alice's schedule for today, she is supposed to meet with the governor." "The governor?" Upon hearing this, Carl's expression darkened ominously. "Damn it. The Carl Group is mine, not yours, Alice. And certainly not that alien robot's. Who's he think he is? Just because he provided me with some extraterrestrial technology and fixed a few minor inconveniences? No one shall take the Carl Group from me. No one." Carl raged inwardly, cursing incessantly. That woman named Alice, after assisting him in resolving his troubles, should have departed. Yet she lingered within the Carl Group, asserting her authority as the vice president. Did she treat him, the president, as if he were invisible? No, he could not remain idle any longer. A glimmer of determination flickered in Carl's eyes, as if he had reached a pivotal resolution. He had not disclosed the true identity of his collaborators to the intelligence agency, insisting that they agree to his terms and ensure his personal safety before revealing anything. The intelligence agency was formidable, yet he was no naïf. He regarded their interaction as one of equals. Deep in thought, Carl failed to notice his secretary, Yelena, behind him, her gaze betraying a hint of turmoil, as if she were grappling with a challenging decision. At a restaurant near Maya and May, 5 individuals, Sean and Aaliyah among them, sat around a table, engaged in lively conversation while deliberately steering clear of the topic of Carl. A year ago, they had encountered alien robots, an experience that could only be described as extraordinary. However, unlike the protagonists in cinematic tales whose lives transformed dramatically after such adventures, their existence had remained largely unchanged, paralleling that of their contemporaries as they pursued university or entered the workforce. Only Carl seemed to have transcended this ordinary trajectory, achieving remarkable success in a mere year, a status they could scarcely fathom. Carl chose not to attend the reunion, burdened by a sense of guilt, as if he had betrayed Sean and the others by forging a partnership with the extraterrestrial beings they had all encountered together. This partnership had afforded him a life entirely distinct from theirs, leaving him with an enduring feeling of treachery. Although Sean had reached out to him, Carl had ultimately declined the invitation. As Sean and Aaliyah dined, occasionally glancing at the television mounted on the restaurant wall, an urgent news bulletin suddenly interrupted their gathering. "This is the Sunshine Post. This is the Sunshine Post." The reporter on screen, her eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed, "Breaking news! Breaking news!" She reported that Stephen Carl, president of the Carl Group, had unexpectedly fallen down the stairs at his villa early this morning. The camera panned to reveal a luxurious private hospital behind her. At 12:30, just 8 minutes ago, the hospital officially announced that the rescue efforts were unsuccessful. The sudden sound of shattering glass startled Sean and Aaliyah from their reverie. Sean stared in shock at the fragments of a wine glass scattered at his feet before looking up at the others. They exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief. Carl, once resplendent in life, surrounded by admirers, now faced a funeral marked by simplicity and even austerity. Apart from immediate family, only Sean and Aaliyah attended to pay their respects. Not far from Carl's burial site, a luxurious stretch limousine was parked by the roadside. Through the car window, Alice observed the scene with a tranquil demeanor. No one could defy the will of the master. Since Carl had disappointed his superior, his existence was deemed unnecessary. A mere 22-year-old technological prodigy, the lament of Citigroup, an emerging business empire, was a conspiracy or mere accident. The news of Carl's demise sent shockwaves through the Carl Group, with various speculations surrounding the cause of his death. Numerous opportunistic individuals who had long lurked in the shadows now emerged, uniting to exploit the situation, eager to divide the spoils of the Carl Group. However, when Alice presented a trust agreement signed by Carl during his lifetime and officially assumed the role of president of the Carl Group, the tides of fortune shifted dramatically. Despite having been at Carl's side for merely 3 months, Alice had accomplished more in secret than Carl had in almost a year. The anticipated crisis for the Carl Group failed to materialize, and several news articles were retracted within just 3 days. As the fervor dissipated, public attention swiftly shifted elsewhere. Subsequently, the newly led Carl Group revealed its formidable teeth. During this period, no one suspected Alice's involvement in Carl's death. They merely attributed it to the repercussions of his previous business rivalries. As for the notion of an accident, only the foolish would believe such a tale. Alice inherited all of Carl's connections, which were now more robust than ever. Under her strategic guidance, the Carl Group, liberated from Carl's constraints, roared forth like a ferocious beast, hungrily consuming all rival companies. Within less than a month, the Carl Group unified the entire mobile phone market of Citigroup. Is this the place? Standing before dense, primordial forest, Nie Tian inquired of Alice, who was perched upon the back of a black panther. After months apart, Alice exuded an air of a domineering female executive. Yet, if one overlooked her current respectful demeanor towards him, it was apparent. While leading the Carl Group in its conquests, Alice had not forgotten Nie Tian's instructions. She spared no expense in hiring renowned historians from various nations, tasking them with delving into historical documents. Eventually, they meticulously identified 5 locations where the existence of Cybertronians was most likely suspected. Indeed, Master, according to the records, deep within this forest, 48 kilometers in, lies a primitive tribe that has existed for over a millennium. They revere a colossal sword as their totem and conduct rituals annually. The most recent ritual that received a response was documented 74 years ago. 74 years ago, the year when Megatron fell to Blue Star? How fortuitous. Nie Tian raised an eyebrow, feeling a flicker of surprise, yet he did not dwell on it. Those familiar with history understood that such accounts often contained embellishments. My companions indeed discovered that primitive tribe, yet to avoid alarming them, I refrained from allowing them to enter the cavern used for tribal rituals. Aside from that, the other 4 locations were, as expected, a testament to the strength in numbers. After listening to Alice's account, Nie Tian felt a twinge of emotion. He had tirelessly pursued the 4 slaughterers for nearly 2 months with no tangible results, while Alice had managed to identify 5 locations in just a month. It was truly a wise decision to have Alice replace Carl. Thank you for your efforts, Alice. You have performed admirably. I shall take it from here. Yes, Master. Gazing at Alice, Nie Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Unfortunately, Alice, as a hermit warrior, was bound by the limitations of her versatile transformations. As his loyal Decepticons continued to multiply, Nie Tian conceived the idea of establishing a reward and punishment system. After all, he was not like those unscrupulous employers who expect labor without compensation. Having officially become a Cybertronian scientist, he was still capable of producing numerous valuable items. By the way, Nie Tian turned to Black Panther. Black Panther, I need you to remain by Alice's side, tasked with her protection, understood? With the presence of the 4 slaughterers, there was no immediate need to venture into human cities. Thus, Black Panther's role became somewhat redundant. It was better for him to stay with Alice for her protection. This incident had demonstrated that Alice's current position could provide him with significant assistance, not to mention the continuous influx of various resources. Thank you, Master, Alice expressed her gratitude. However, Black Panther displayed a hint of reluctance, yet he complied. Yes, Master. Once Black Panther and Alice departed, Nie Tian turned his gaze back to the forest ahead and led the 4 slaughterers, transforming into a flying vehicle as they soared deeper into the woods. The origins of the primitive tribe were now lost to time, given that the last recorded ritual response occurred decades ago, if they were indeed slumbering Cybertronians. It indicated that their condition was at least tolerable. At the very least, the spark had not been extinguished completely. Chapter 100. Commander Class Spark. Deep within the ancient forest, where towering trees reached for the sky, flowed a wide river. On one side of the river, a modest plain housed several makeshift huts resembling thatched cottages. As Nie Tian circled above this primitive tribe, he found that, just as Alice had described, it was indeed an ordinary primitive community, clad in leaves and animal hides. Armed with stone spears and wooden bows, the inhabitants also adorned themselves with essential bone ornaments. It appeared that the Cybertronian had not provided them with any weaponry. While Alice's envoy might not have perceived this, Nie Tian discerned at a glance that the martial prowess of the tribe below was decidedly non-existent. The cave used for tribal rituals is not far from the living quarters of the tribe. After Nie Tian soared to the summit, he glanced at the few guards stationed at the cave's entrance and instructed the executioner, handle them discreetly without causing too much commotion. As you wish, my lord. True to his name, the executioner was a master of slaughter, perhaps the very reason behind his ominous moniker. With a swift motion, he conjured a bone knife-like melee weapon from his arm joint, effortlessly dispatching the guards at the entrance. Upon witnessing this, Nie Tian descended with the three famines to the cave's mouth. After a moment of contemplation, he directed Pestilence and Calamity. You two remain outside and ensure no one approaches. Yes, my lord. Once the executioner and Famine entered the cave, Nie Tian cautiously followed suit. He was inherently a prudent individual. To put it bluntly, he valued his life. While one might possess multiple lives, an unexpected demise could lead to his memory crystal being accessed by other Decepticons or Autobots, potentially unleashing catastrophic consequences. Even if he could eventually be resurrected, the aftermath was something he could not bear. As they advanced, the executioner and Famine abruptly halted, exchanging tense glances. My lord, there are faint energy fluctuations indicative of a commander-level warrior. Indeed, Nie Tian replied, his expression growing serious. He was the first to perceive it, being a level above both the executioner and Famine. Let us proceed. Nie Tian materialized his weapons, producing an arsenal of armaments. When hunting a lion, one must exert their full strength, especially against an unknown status commander-level warrior. The cave sloped downward at an angle of approximately 30 degrees, neither high nor wide, yet remarkably straight and elongated, with smooth walls. After traversing for what felt like an eternity, Nie Tian sensed they were nearing the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly, the ground beneath him crunched, revealing skeletal remains, predominantly animal bones, interspersed with a few human remains. Casting a fleeting glance at the brittle fragments below, he pondered. It appears that during the tribal rituals, not all offerings were solely animals. The Cybertronians require energy. These tributes are utterly useless to them. Nie Tian found it perplexing why that commander-level Cybertronian permitted the primitive tribe to cast their refuse annually. Was it to maintain an air of mystery? To prevent the ants from sensing their god was wounded? At that moment, the executioner and Famine also readied their weapons, their nerves taut. After a brief interval, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, seemingly marking the end of their journey. My lord, there is something ahead. Instinctively, Nie Tian raised his gaze. Despite the cave's oppressive darkness, he clearly discerned the scene at the bottom. There against the wall, leaned a body that was strikingly dissimilar to their Decepticon forms. The figure appeared frail, with a disconcerting proportion, short legs and a long torso, presenting a rather bizarre sight. After a moment of scrutiny, Nie Tian observed that the arrival of the figures did not provoke any response from the mechanical entity, allowing him to bypass the scenes of slaughter and famine. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant in his heart. As he approached, he realized that the reason for the mechanical body appearing to have short legs and a long torso was due to the fact that this commander-level Cybertronian had lost a significant portion of both legs. With nothing beneath the knee joints, the entire body was riddled with cracks, resembling a piece of porcelain that had been shattered by a hammer and then pieced back together. Nie Tian glanced back at the cave from which he had come. Perhaps this cave, which did not seem to be a natural formation, was indeed created by this commander-level Cybertronian when it fell from the sky. The head of the mechanical body hung low, devoid of life, appearing akin to a mass of rusted iron. Only the flickering ember exposed in its chest could attest to the fact that this commander-level Cybertronian was not entirely deceased. My apologies, my fellow countrymen whom I meet for the first time. I shall borrow your ember. Without further hesitation, Nie Tian launched himself forward. To his astonishment, just as his hand made contact with the chest of the mechanical body, the eyes that had seemed lifeless suddenly ignited with two beams of crimson light. What is happening? Nie Tian was taken aback, and before he could react, a long sword, seemingly materialized from nowhere, slashed towards him. Clang! Sir, are you all right? The figures of Slaughter and Famine, who had been trailing behind, were startled and rushed to Nie Tian's side, expressing their concern. "I'm fine," Nie Tian replied, half kneeling on the ground, gesturing with his hand. He then cast a glance at his arm, which bore a distinct gash from the strike. Though shallow, it appeared as if it had been gnawed upon, healing at a painfully slow rate. The sword seemed to have been an instinctive reaction of the mechanical body. After the strike, it fell silent. After a prolonged silence, an aged and feeble voice emerged from within the cave. Who are you? Which elder's royal lineage do you follow? Why have I never encountered a Cybertronian like you? And what time is it now? Upon hearing these words, Nie Tian felt a surge of determination, remaining silent as he advanced once more. Bang! This time, Nie Tian successfully plunged his hand into the chest of the commander-level Cybertronian, though a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The Cybertronian's mouth opened, seemingly attempting to utter something, while the long sword in its grasp was raised once more. However, in the next instant, Nie Tian's grip tightened, and he forcefully pulled outward. A piercing scream, filled with anguish, erupted, followed by the clang of the long sword dropping to the ground, the Cybertronian's arm falling limp. Phew, that was close. Nie Tian looked down at the pulsating orb of energy, glowing with a purplish-red hue in his hand, then retrieved a pre-prepared container from his chest, carefully placing the ember within. As a visual manifestation of life energy, the sparks of the Cybertronians do not possess a uniform color. One can only gauge the amount of energy contained within by the intensity of their glow. The radiance of this particular spark is dim, flickering like a bulb, indicating that the energy within has dwindled to a perilously low level. In Nie Tian's view, even in his absence, the complete extinguishment of this spark is merely a matter of years. My lord, have you slain him? The Slaughter and Famine encircled them, curiously observing the motionless commander-class Cybertronian on the ground. Just as they intended to assist, their adversary was dealt with by Lord Tianjia. Acknowledging this with a casual nod, Nie Tian bent down to retrieve the long sword that had inflicted an injury upon him. Slaughter, Famine, take this body away. Although it was a battered frame, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Yes, my lord. Nie Tian waved the metallic sword, forged from an unknown material. Despite the passage of 1,000,000 years, its blade remained remarkably sharp. Furthermore, it possessed corrosive properties, truly a fine weapon. A good man, he mused, glancing once more at the body on the ground, as he was in need of a close combat weapon. Let us proceed, first out of here. Sheathing the long sword, Nie Tian retraced his steps. Upon exiting, he discovered several more corpses at the cave's entrance, evidently indicating that during his brief sojourn within, the primitive tribe had encountered the plague and disaster. However, the primitive tribe displayed a modicum of intelligence, at least understanding the necessity to retreat when faced with insurmountable odds. Plague, take this body back to Base 1 in the border state. Remember, do not let the ruckus be discovered. Unlike before, having spent some time interacting with the ancient Cybertronians who had long remained silent on Blue Star, Nie Tian had garnered some understanding of the personalities of the four. If Slaughter was consumed by thoughts of killing, then Famine was a variant of Slaughter, driven by an insatiable desire for destruction. Famine was restless, craving the company of others, unable to tolerate prolonged solitude. Only Plague could be regarded as the most composed among the four Decepticons, possessing a reserved nature capable of executing meticulous tasks. As evidenced during the interrogation of Sean and Carl's group of 6, Plague took the body from Famine and, bidding farewell to Nie Tian, soared away from the primordial forest. Once Plague had diminished into a mere speck, Nie Tian calmly stated, "Let us depart as well." Yes, Lord Tianjia. Subsequently, Nie Tian led the 3 remaining members of Slaughter into other locations indicated by Alice, where ancient Cybertronians were suspected to exist. In less than a day, all 4 locations were thoroughly explored. 2 of these sites yielded nothing but disappointment, while the other 2 revealed some findings. However, the ancient Cybertronians slumbering there, akin to the one discovered within the pyramid, had already extinguished their sparks, their bodies weathered and decayed, crumbling to dust upon contact. This revelation illuminated Nie Tian's understanding that the majority of the ancient Cybertronians could not endure to the present day as the commander-class Cybertronian from the primordial forest had. In the vast expanse of Blue Star, only 4 ancient Cybertronians had been discovered, a probability that surpassed even winning the lottery. Nonetheless, Nie Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. While it is conceivable that there are still undiscovered ancient Cybertronians on Blue Star, he found himself indifferent to the notion. The objective of this expedition had been successfully achieved, and overall, it had proceeded rather smoothly. Chapter 101: Wandering Memories Bianzhou, the Far North Region. Upon his return, Nie Tian promptly instructed the slaughter of the 4 individuals to maintain vigilance near the 2 bases, while he himself eagerly delved into the laboratory of Base 1. Since Alice had taken over the Carl Group and successively absorbed several resource extraction companies, the influx of various resources into Bianzhou had multiplied exponentially. The small village previously known as Pest had transformed into a town due to the incessant flow of transport convoys, with numerous bars and inns springing up. During this period, Nie Tian had also imparted some new technologies to Alice, sufficient at least to advance to the era of smartphones of his previous life. Even if every generation of products from the Carl Group employed revolutionary technology, it would be enough to last several years. Nie Tian felt he had been exceedingly generous to the people of this land. In his former life, a certain company had persistently eked out every last bit, yet he bore no grudges, allowing the inhabitants of this land to experience the latest advancements in technology. Truly magnificent. Although the smartphones produced by the Carl Group were at least twice as expensive as those from his previous life. Hoping there was no damage, Nie Tian gazed at the machine body laid out on the experimental table and murmured softly as he commenced the disassembly of its cranium. Moments later, he extracted a memory crystal, which appeared as a solid gray. Was it so little? Nie Tian furrowed his brow, the color of a Cybertronian's memory crystal. Deeper hues signifying more memories contained within. This ancient Cybertronian, who had lived for over 1 million years, might have spent most of that time in slumber, causing the crystal's color to lack the profound depth one would expect. Nevertheless, it was better than having nothing at all. Suppressing his thoughts, Nie Tian adeptly placed the memory crystal into the recess of his arm. The process of a Cybertronian retrieving memories resembled watching a film. The memories accessed would not flood into the cerebral module all at once. Otherwise, the Nie Tian of his previous life might have succumbed to madness during the initial readings of memories. Vivid images flashed before his eyes at an exceptionally high frame rate, occasionally interspersed with scenes of battle. During the retrieval, Nie Tian learned that this unfamiliar commander-class Cybertronian was named Stray, a direct descendant of the Ancestral Prime, the one known as the Guiding Sky. The 6 Ancestral Primes besieging the Fallen Prime on Blue Star were the first Ancestral Prime, Awakening Sky, the 2nd Ancestral Prime, Guiding Sky, the 6th Ancestral Prime, Gathering Sky, the 7th Ancestral Prime, Navigating Sky, the 8th Ancestral Prime, Sharp Sky, and the 13th Ancestral Prime, Competing Sky. Among the 6 original ancestors, the being known as Primus is regarded as the progenitor of all combiners, while the entity known as Unicron is the forefather of all beast transformers. In the ancient epics of Cybertron, the inhabitants were also referred to as the Primes. The formidable dynasty they established was known as the Primus dynasty, to distinguish themselves from ordinary Cybertronians. The direct descendants of the 13 original Primes were designated as the Primal Royal Family. Members of this royal lineage could be considered the most powerful and fiercely loyal Cybertronians. The Fallen, ranked as the 12th Prime, emerged as a formidable adversary during the cataclysmic conflict that erupted on Blue Planet 1 million years ago. The 7 original Primes who participated in this war commanded forces predominantly composed of royal family members. The memories of the Wandering One, aside from the ordinary span of thousands of years spent on Cybertron, are largely consumed by the sudden outbreak of this war. Regarding the origins of the conflict, the Wanderer possesses scant knowledge. His recollections reveal that on a fateful day, the Fallen Prime unexpectedly murdered the sole female Prime, the 4th Prime known as Alita 1, followed by the assassination of the 11th Prime, Sentinel Prime. He then brazenly violated the Prime Accord, leading his royal entourage to Blue Planet with the intent to obliterate the sun of the solar system. Ultimately, under the summons of the Prime, known as Vector Prime, the Wanderer and his companions convened with the royal forces of the other 5 primes, hastily transported to Blue Planet via a space bridge. The battle erupted instantaneously. The Fallen, as depicted in the original narrative, was grievously wounded by the combined might of the 6 original primes and subsequently fled aboard a warship, shielded by his royal followers. In the meantime, the Wanderer, under the guidance of the 6 primes, commenced the eradication of the remaining forces of the Fallen on Blue Planet. As fate would have it, during the conflict, the Wanderer found himself overpowered by a member of the Fallen's royal retinue, leading to a relentless pursuit that culminated above a primeval forest where the Wanderer was ultimately discovered. After a fierce struggle, the Wanderer was struck by a melee weapon resembling a colossal hammer, plummeting into the mountains and succumbing to a deep slumber for millennia. Upon awakening, due to severe impairment and extensive damage to his form, the Wanderer began a protracted cycle of intermittent repairs and sleep. As for the primitive inhabitants, they were merely wild men who stumbled into the cave during one of the Wanderer's awakenings thousands of years ago. At that time, communication was impossible, prompting the Wanderer to slay several of the men who climbed upon his form, thus giving rise to the tribe's totem, a longsword, as their ancestors had indeed perished by such a blade. Alas, it was unexpected to uncover this hidden narrative surrounding the Fallen before his betrayal of the Prime Accord. Extracting the Wanderer's memory crystal, Nie Tian shook his head in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the Fallen had slain Elita, 1, and Sentinel Prime prior to arriving on Blue Planet. Nie Tian recalled that Elita, 1, was a master forger from Cybertron, possessing the legendary hammer known as the Forge of Solus Prime, which crafted numerous artifacts, including the Star Sword of the 13, the Dark Star Saber wielded by the Fallen, the prophetic quill of the Master Titanium, and the Time Sword of Vector Prime, regarded as a veritable repository of artifacts that could sustain half of Cybertron. It is lamentable that Nie Tian once again shook his head. Such an illustrious master of forging has now tragically passed away. Perhaps only the Fallen Prime could elucidate the reasons behind the demise of the illustrious Sky Pride. Adhering to his penchant for leaving no trace, Nie Tian shattered the memory crystal of the Wanderer and began to scrutinize the mechanical body laid out before him. This body is an authentic Commander-class construct, forged from the rarest metals of Cybertron. It is composed of a unique metal known as beryllium, a substance that had vanished during the era of the Wanderer. Being a direct descendant of the original Prime, it is only natural that the Prime would spare no expense on them. Beryllium possesses a density surpassing that of titanium, exhibiting indestructibility, the ability to absorb kinetic energy, and extreme adaptability to harsh environments, including resistance to cold, heat, and explosions. This explains why the Wanderer endured for 1,000,000 years, and why Nie Tian felt as if he were ensnared in a quagmire when he reached into the chest of the Wanderer. Greater adaptability signifies reduced energy consumption. Upon gleaning the intricate details of this mechanical body from the Wanderer's memories, Nie Tian could not suppress a burgeoning idea: to replace the body, to utilize this incomplete framework to forge a fully realized Commander-class construct. Despite having endured the passage of 1,000,000 years, the presence of the spark has preserved this body from total obsolescence. According to the Scalpel's wisdom, the most crucial aspect of ascending to a Commander-class warrior is the spark itself, with the relationship to the body being of lesser importance. Yet, who would decline an enhancement? After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Nie Tian's eyes. It was decided he would replace the body from another operational zone within the laboratory. He procured high-strength metals and mechanical materials, embarking on the restoration of this mechanical body. Having spent considerable time in the laboratory of Base 1, aside from studying the bodies of Alice and the 4 slaughterers, he had also delved into various other matters. Restoring a Commander-class construct was not an insurmountable challenge for him. During the restoration, he summoned Plague. "My lord, I have arrived." Plague's eyes reflected confusion, uncertain as to why Lord Tianjue had called him to the laboratory. "Plague, take this." Without lifting his gaze, Nie Tian tossed a black box to Plague, his focus unwavering on the mechanical body on the workbench. "I need you to master the techniques of transplanting memory crystals and information chips in the shortest possible time. Cold Forge requires assistance. Plague was the surgeon Nie Tian had chosen for this task. Among the 4 elite Decepticons, only Plague was deemed suitable for this undertaking. Although the other 3 were equally loyal, Nie Tian remained hesitant to entrust the operation to them. Nie Tian intended to cultivate Plague in the direction of a Decepticon surgeon, aiming for at least half the proficiency of the scalpel. While he possessed some understanding of medicine himself, he could not afford to take on multiple roles simultaneously. Go Geisha, the headquarters of the Nest forces. Knock, 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 come in. Inside the office, Lawrence was hunched over his desk, examining a research document. A man in military uniform entered and presented a newspaper to Lawrence. Despite the advent of the internet, Lawrence, along with some higher-ups, still preferred the tactile experience of printed media. This preference stemmed not only from their unfamiliarity with new technologies, but also from the fact that print media left little room for incrimination. Just as now, when a uniformed man handed the newspaper to Lawrence, he accepted it without a second thought, setting aside the materials he had been perusing. The research document, carelessly placed aside by Lawrence, bore the bold title, An Autopsy Report on the Decepticons. Kane, what is this? An accidental death of a businessman? Glancing at a news article regarding a tech company named the Carl Group, Lawrence furrowed his brow. Let me correct myself. It's the untimely demise of a brilliant tech entrepreneur. The unexpected death of a tech mogul, while causing a stir in the outside world, had no bearing on Lawrence's work, leaving him blissfully unaware. Kane, while I lament the loss of such a talent, how does this pertain to our work? During his time at the Nest forces, Lawrence had gathered a loyal cadre of subordinates, including Kane, who now sat before him. Chapter 102. Lawrence at the door. Kane exhibited no restraint in front of Lawrence, pulling out the chair opposite him and sitting down. Come on, boss. I had a hard time tracking down this newspaper. They were supposed to release it weekly, yet they revised and printed it the very next day. Kane, I dislike riddles. Lawrence set down the newspaper, suspecting that a prominent figure wished to suppress such reports, which was hardly unusual. All right, take a look at this. I believe it will unnerve you more than you are now. Kane produced a conspicuously opened envelope from his pocket, adopting a mysterious demeanor. What is this? Though slightly impatient, Lawrence extended his hand to receive it. The envelope was thin, containing only a few photographs and a technical report. Upon opening it, Lawrence began to scrutinize the contents. In fact, prior to Carl's death, he had met with individuals from the intelligence agency, discussing the groundbreaking technologies of the Carl Group. Leaning forward, Kane lowered his voice. According to Carl, it came from a collaborator. They have yet to ascertain the identity of this individual. Yet Carl was allegedly silenced before any inquiries could proceed. However, the intelligence agency has begun to harbor suspicions. After the Carl Group navigated the crisis following its first product launch, they initiated shipments to a location in the border state. Kane had a friend employed by the intelligence agency, who happened to be the very person responsible for liaising with Carl before Carl's untimely demise. The intelligence agency's reluctance to acquiesce to his demands was not due to the complexity of his conditions, but rather their ongoing analysis of the technologies employed by Carl Group's products. Unexpectedly, before their analysis could reach completion, Carl met with an unforeseen end. The report was replete with dense data and specialized terminology, much of which Lawrence struggled to comprehend. However, he grasped the concluding assessment that, under the current circumstances, Carl Group's technological advancements could not be fulfilled. In other words, the technologies of Carl Group were not reflective of the era's capabilities. It is unremarkable for an individual to rise from crawling to standing. Yet, should one ascend from crawling to flight, it becomes decidedly peculiar. Lawrence's expression grew serious as he retrieved a photograph. Noticing this, Kane explained, "This is the current president of Carl Group, Alice. No one knows her origins. They only know that since her arrival, all of Carl Group's issues have been effortlessly resolved, ushering the entire corporation into a period of rapid development." The photograph was evidently taken covertly, yet it did not diminish the subject's beauty. Lawrence perused the image multiple times, a revelation forming in his mind. How intriguing, indeed. Kane, I comprehend your insinuation. It is precisely as you suggested. Kane nodded affirmatively, adding, the intelligence agency concurs. They have withheld this information and seem to have commenced their actions. A scoff escaped Lawrence's lips. Competing with the Nest forces? Does the intelligence agency possess the capability? Suddenly, Lawrence recalled something. Does William know about this? Kane shook his head. No. Excellent. A smile crept across Lawrence's face, his eyes glimmering with excitement. In that case, arrange an appointment with our remarkable female president, Maya, at the Carl Group headquarters. Under the auspices of the Department of Defense Security Bureau, Yelena knocked and hurried into Alice's presidential office. Since Alice took charge of Carl Group, she disbanded the original secretarial team and replaced them with a cadre of presidential assistants. Interestingly, only Yelena, Carl's former personal secretary, was retained by Alice and appointed as the manager of the presidential office. Miss Alice, there's a meeting request from the Security Bureau. Although she had assumed the role of president, Alice preferred others to address her in the manner they once did. A meeting with the Security Bureau? When? The phone did not specify an exact time, only indicating that the sooner, the better. Yelena's expression was somewhat tense. After all, how could a mere company attract the attention of a national security agency? In stark contrast, Alice remained composed and unruffled. She raised her hand to glance at her wrist. Let us schedule it for 2 hours from now. I have a meeting shortly. Very well, Miss Alice. I shall inform them immediately. After Jilline departed, Alice rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, murmuring as she gazed into the distance. Have you finally discovered it? After a moment, Alice suddenly shook her head and addressed the empty space beside her. There is no need for your intervention. I've already informed the master. He wishes us to ascertain their intentions. At 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 impeccably dressed men entered the headquarters of Carl Corporation. Upon their arrival, they were met by G-Line, who had been waiting in the lobby. Mr. Lawrence? And Mr. Kane? Lawrence surveyed the newly acquired commercial building, then turned his attention to the staff member who seemed to have come specifically to greet them. I am Lawrence. Please lead the way. His expression remained impassive, showing little interest in engaging with such minor figures. Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Kane, this way please. G-Line gestured gracefully, guiding Lawrence and Kane to the exclusive elevator that ascended to the executive office on the top floor. Good day, beautiful lady, Lawrence greeted with considerable charm upon their meeting. Alice, seated calmly in her chair, regarded him with a tranquil gaze, showing no inclination to rise. Unperturbed by her demeanor, Lawrence settled onto the sofa. Miss Alice, let's get straight to the point. I wish to meet the individual behind you. His eyes bore down on Alice as he emphasized that Decepticon. Currently, the only extraterrestrial life on Blue Star consists of Autobots and Decepticons. The Autobots are right under their noses and are unwilling to share any technology. Thus, the collaborator with Carl Corporation must be a Decepticon. However, despite Lawrence revealing Carl Corporation's greatest secret right from the start, Alice remained unfazed, as if his words had not registered. Lawrence's eyelids fluttered as irritation bubbled within him. Miss Alice informed that Decepticon that he may determine the time and place. I only hope he arrives punctually. What do you want to see me for? Lawrence's words were abruptly interrupted by a voice that seemed to emerge from nowhere. As Lawrence and Kane stood in stunned silence, the air in the office began to ripple slightly. In the next instant, a colossal mechanical leopard materialized before them. Wow! Lawrence exclaimed, nearly leaping from the sofa in shock. Kane, flustered, hastily drew a handgun from his waist and aimed it at the mechanical beast. Neither man had anticipated the presence of a Decepticon within the office. How audacious! Should we call for backup? Kane murmured, his lips pressed tightly together, his hands trembling. Clearly, he did not believe that a mere handgun would suffice against such a formidable foe. No, Kane put the gun down. Having spent every day in the company of Autobots, Lawrence took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. He initially believed this meeting to be utterly mundane. Not only did he lack any formidable weaponry, but even the special forces of the Nest unit were absent. Please sit down. He means you no harm, Alice suddenly interjected. At her words, Lawrence cast a penetrating glance at Alice before turning his attention to the Decepticon before him. You are the Decepticon who was with Nemesis? He recalled how the Black Panther's exposure during the battle in Sector 7, aided by the Autobots, had allowed the Nest unit to swiftly uncover his true identity. Aren't you here to meet me? The Black Panther's eyes momentarily flickered with a semblance of bewilderment, as if he were relaying a particular message. Ah, yes. With this reminder from the Black Panther, Lawrence dismissed his concerns regarding his identity. After all, they were both Decepticons, were they not? I wish to inquire if the technology of the Carl Group was provided by your Decepticons. Gentlemen, your presence here suggests you already possess the answer. Alice interjected once more. Lawrence disregarded her, his gaze fixated on the Black Panther. Indeed, the Black Panther nodded in affirmation. Yes. Hearing the answer, directly invigorated Lawrence, and he exchanged an excited glance with Kane before continuing, "Mr. Decepticon, although your arrival was not part of my plans, it is what it is." Lawrence clenched his jaw. "I wish to discuss a matter of utmost importance with you. I wonder if you have the authority to decide." "Wait," the Black Panther replied, the semblance of bewilderment vanishing from his eyes. In an instant, a projection emanated from his chest, revealing a menacing visage. Indeed, it was Nie Tian. Upon receiving Alice's communication, Nie Tian, upon discovering that it was not an army advancing, but rather two officers from the Nest unit visiting, was intrigued to discern what intentions the Autobots harbored. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Chapter 103. The meeting in the Southeast District surveying the office's surroundings. Nie Tian turned his attention to the two visitors. "Humans, speak. What is it you wish to discuss with me?" The voice emanating from the projection jolted Lawrence back to reality, and upon seeing the figure, he recognized him immediately. You are the elite Decepticon known as Nemesis?" "Oh." Nie Tian's lips revealed the faintest hint of a smile. "Have I become that renowned?" "Well, that's a difficult question to answer," Lawrence quickly deflected. "Mr. Nemesis, I am Lawrence, currently serving in the Nest unit as the supervisor. The Nest unit, I am aware." Nie Tian feigned a look of hatred. "It is you who allied with the Autobots and slaughtered many of my brethren." No, Lawrence hastily waved his hands. "I believe you are mistaken, Mr. Nemesis. I am merely a supervisor responsible for overseeing the troops, not for combat. The one responsible for the death of your compatriots is Commander William of the Autobots and the Nest forces, is it not?" Nie Tian observed Lawrence, who was quick to shift the blame, with keen interest. "However, you are currently allies with the Autobots, and you, as a fellow human with William, do you not consider yourself an accomplice?" "You are correct," Lawrence replied, slightly embarrassed, deciding to steer clear of the topic. Their antagonistic relationship with the Decepticons would only exacerbate the awkwardness if discussed further. "Mr. Tian, since you can collaborate with her," Lawrence suddenly pointed at Alice, "why not seek a partnership with someone more formidable? Are you suggesting yourself?" Nie Tian instantly grasped Lawrence's intention, his eyes betraying unmasked disdain. "Forgive my candor, but you may not possess the qualifications to collaborate with me." Although Lawrence held a pivotal position as the Inspector General of the Nest forces, it did not represent the entirety of the United States, nor did it even encapsulate the Nest forces themselves. Despite Nie Tian lacking representation of the Decepticons, his current advantageous position allowed him to refrain from cooperating with Lawrence, who stood to lose significantly more. However, the name that Lawrence subsequently uttered shifted Nie Tian's perception of him entirely. "What about Ms. Claire?" A confident smile graced Lawrence's face. "I may not be qualified, but what of Secretary Claire? I believe she carries sufficient weight." Prior to this meeting, Lawrence had specifically visited Claire. Otherwise, he would have relied solely on his own words to negotiate with the Decepticons. After a moment of silence, Nie Tian nodded. "Indeed, she carries weight. You have surprised me." Lawrence, Nie Tian had not anticipated that a mere Inspector General could have connections with the upper echelons of the United States. Indeed, it resembled a spider's web. The spider at the bottom climbs the threads, inevitably finding one or two spider queens. "Now, tell me, Lawrence, how do you and the esteemed Ms. Claire plan to collaborate with me?" "I apologize, Mr. Tian," Lawrence replied, a hint of regret shadowing his features. "I cannot provide you with a definitive answer at this moment, as your presence was unforeseen in our plans. However, I assure you that I will promptly relay your information to Ms. Claire and secure a swift decision regarding our collaboration. If possible, I hope we can meet in person." "A meeting?" After scrutinizing Lawrence for a moment and confirming his honesty, Nie Tian replied coolly, "Very well. I consent to our meeting, but the time and place shall be determined by me. If Ms. Claire agrees, simply inform Alice." "I will do so, Mr. Tian," Lawrence remarked, casting a surprised glance at Alice. He had not anticipated that the president of the Carl Group would command such trust from this Decepticon. "Farewell, Lawrence. I eagerly await your good news. Goodbye, Mr. Tianjia." As Kane emerged from the headquarters of the Carl Group, the blinding sunlight seemed to awaken him from a dream. He glanced back at the towering structure, his expression dazed. "I truly should not have believed that we would walk out alive." Lawrence, standing beside Kane, adjusted his tie with a smile. "Not only that, we have also reached a collaborative agreement with an extraterrestrial, albeit one who is a Decepticon. Those insufferable Autobots have taken over our homeland, yet refuse to share their advanced technology with us. Even though they have acquired a number of Decepticon corpses, reverse engineering cannot compare to the speed and safety of forward technology. Let us proceed, Kane. I must make a swift visit to Ms. Clary. Understood, boss. Wait, Kane. Just before entering the vehicle, Lawrence suddenly stopped Kane and patted his shoulder. Regarding today's events, I do not wish for anyone in the Nest forces to be aware. Apart from you and me. Especially not William. Do you understand my meaning? Rest assured, Kane nodded earnestly. I comprehend, boss. Once inside, Lawrence's official car headed straight to the Dumont building. Upon arrival, Lawrence hurried into Clary's office. An hour later, he exited with a smile on his face. At base 1, Nie Tian, receiving communication from Alice, promptly selected an appropriate location and instructed Alice to relay this information to Lawrence. The rendezvous was set in the southeastern region of Bienjo, near the border of Maple Leaf Country. Given that Lawrence had already noticed Alice, there was no reason for him to remain oblivious to the two bases located in the far northern area of Bienjo. Rather than turning a blind eye, it was better to be forthright. In the southeastern area of Bienjo, at the Bambaro base, the soldiers were mobilized early in the morning, departing the base in military vehicles. This military installation, situated on the border, housed few soldiers due to the harsh climate of the entire Bienjo region. A convoy consisting of over 20 armored vehicles and tanks lined up and proceeded toward a mountain along the border, where the soldiers formed a defensive formation around the tanks and armored cars. The entire convoy, including their commander, remained unaware of the nature of their mission, only knowing that they were to remain on standby for 3 hours. Meanwhile, during the second hour as the soldiers braved the howling cold winds, a luxurious convoy approached from the opposite side of the mountain. Miss Clary, we have arrived. Lawrence glanced at the satellite navigation and addressed Clary in the back seat. Have we arrived? Clary opened her eyes, slightly weary. A few days prior, after listening to Lawrence's report, she had not immediately agreed to meet with the Decepticon known as Tianjia. After conferring with her husband, Homanthan, she ultimately resolved to travel to the border state last night by plane. Indeed, Miss Clary, I believe it is time for us to disembark. Lawrence first dispatched the security personnel accompanying the convoy to establish a perimeter before assisting Clary out of the vehicle. Ugh, this wretched weather. Perhaps we should never have acquired this state in the first place. As the cold wind bit at her, Clary cursed under her breath, tightening her coat made of an indiscernible fabric. Despite it being summer, the average temperature across the border state remained in single digits. Miss Clary, Mr. Lawrence. Just as Lawrence and Clary reached the front of the convoy, a group of researchers clad in lab coats and clutching laptops approached. Well, let us begin. Lawrence nodded at them. Yes, Mr. Lawrence, they replied. 10 minutes later, Clary glanced at her watch. Lawrence, it's time. No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous roar of an engine filled the air. A Silver Fox interceptor descended rapidly from the sky, then executed an extraordinarily complex maneuver, hovering not far from Lawrence and Clary. In the next moment, accompanied by a series of mechanical clicks, the Silver Fox transformed. The guards, forewarned by Lawrence, did not rush in despite the sudden turn of events. They maintained their vigilance on the outskirts. With a soft thud, Nie Tian descended from several meters above, a smile gracing his lips as he approached Lawrence. Lawrence, it appears you have been here for some time. I trust one and not late? In truth, Nie Tian had arrived earlier than Lawrence and the others. While still aloft, he had noticed an army concealed on the other side of the mountains. Yet he paid it no mind. An elite soldier, if operated correctly, could easily overpower a quasi-military base. Moreover, he was not alone on this occasion. The slaughter quartet was still in the air, ready to provide immediate support in case of an emergency. Actually, we arrived early, Mr. Tian. Your sense of timing is more precise than ours, Lawrence politely complimented. Beside him, Clary gazed at Nie Tian with wide eyes. Unlike Lawrence, who frequently encountered automotive beings, Clary had only seen these alien mechanical life forms in images and photographs. Witnessing a living Decepticon for the first time left her utterly astounded. Mr. Tian, this is Ms. Clary, Lawrence introduced. Having navigated the political arena for decades, Clary quickly regained her composure. She tilted her head back, her eyes still reflecting lingering astonishment. Mr. Tian, may I address you as such? Of course, madam, Nie Tian nodded. Now, let us dispense with pleasantries and commence directly. Very well, Nie Tian raised an eyebrow. He appreciated such a straightforward approach. Chapter 104, Technology for Security Technology. Clary stepped forward, I require your weaponry and technology. The more, the better. No problem, madam. Nie Tian nodded, as this did not come as a surprise to him. However, what can you or your group provide in return? Safety. A gust of wind swept through, and fearing Nie Tian had not heard her clearly, Clylie shouted, I can offer you safety, allowing your 2 bases in the border state to continue existing. And I will provide you with cover. I assure you, the Autobots and the Decepticon forces will not set foot in the border state. Not set foot in the border state? Nie Tian chuckled, finding amusement in her words, though he did not take them too seriously. Should the Autobots discover his presence here, it was likely they would come rushing in no time. A fair exchange of safety for technology. Producing a black box from his chest, Nie Tian casually tossed it at Clylie's feet. Madam, have your people examine it. Please hold on, Mr. Tianjia. Without needing Clylie's instruction, Lawrence promptly retrieved the black box and handed it to a group of lab-coated individuals behind them. Minutes later, Lawrence hurried back to Clylie's side. It has been confirmed. All of it is genuine. Lawrence's voice was barely audible, yet Nie Tian caught every word. A smile crept across his heart. Indeed, it was true, albeit with a few more detours ahead. Nie Tian would certainly not dig his own grave. Would he allow the United States behind Clylie to gain access to Cybertronian technology and subsequently develop new weapons to turn against him? If not for humanity's current inability to eliminate the Decepticons and Autobots, coupled with ulterior motives, the interstellar conflict to protect Blue Star would have long since erupted. Animals possess territorial instincts, and humans are no different. Mr. Tianjia, thank you for your trust. Clylie's face lit up with joy. She had not anticipated this venture to be so smooth. According to Lawrence, the Autobots frequently claimed that the Decepticons were all malevolent beings. It appeared that not all of the Autobots' words could be entirely trusted. At least this Decepticon, named Tianjia, seemed quite amicable. Madam, hold off on your gratitude for now. A mysterious smile graced Nie Tian's face, for he needed to lay more bait to prevent Clylie from hastily turning against him upon her return. The technology just presented was merely the most rudimentary from our vast technological tree. We are a formidable cosmic civilization with a history far longer than that of humanity. Our individual strength is unparalleled. Our starships can traverse interstellar distances, and our home planet is rich with inexhaustible resources. Nie Tian silently added in his heart, Madam, it is not that I cannot offer more advanced technology. Rather, your current technological level does not permit you to comprehend such advancements. However, I assure you, once you fully grasp these technologies, I will promptly provide you with a new batch. Crafting illusions was a skill Nie Tian had mastered in his previous life. Clylie's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breathing quickening, as if a formidable cosmic civilization unfolded before her. Nie Tian sensed the moment was nearly ripe. Prolonging the discussion would be counterproductive. Madam, I have laid bare my sincerity. Now it is time for you to reveal yours. Upon hearing this, Clylie regained her composure and exchanged a glance with Lawrence. Mr. Tianjia, rest assured, you will soon witness it. I trust you, madam, Nie Tian replied with a smile, nodding slightly and surveying the guards around them. Let's conclude our meeting here, madam. Farewell, Mr. Tianjia. I look forward to our next encounter. Goodbye, madam. It was only when the Silver Fox Interceptor shrank to the size of a bird in the sky that Clylie withdrew her gaze, tightening her coat against the chill. Let us depart, Lawrence. I believe it is time to divide the spoils. Madam Clylie, you are certain to astonish them. Clylie, aware of who Lawrence referred to, chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Lawrence, both Homan and I will remember your contributions. Praise be to you, Madam Clylie. In the extreme North District, Base 1. Upon returning to Base 1, Nie Tian proceeded directly to the laboratory. His meeting with Clylie was less of a collaboration and more akin to a transaction, aligning somewhat with his previous notions. My lord, the several bodies you instructed have completed their transplantation surgeries. Would you like to see them? As soon as he entered the laboratory, Plague approached eagerly. Very well, lead me to them. Plague had now fully mastered the transplantation procedure and was engaged in practical exercises. Following Plague, Nie Tian arrived before several primary and intermediate bodies, subsequently inspecting their cranial modules. Though he was not yet capable of mass-producing low-tier Decepticons, creating a few was certainly within his capacity. Impressive. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Nie Tian's eyes as he commended Plague. You have done exceptionally well. It seems you possess a talent for this. Initially, he had not held high expectations for Plague. Otherwise, the original goal set for him would not have been merely half the proficiency of a scalpel. However, it appeared that medical expertise might indeed be a hidden specialty of Plague. The transplantation surgeries of several bodies could be deemed swift, precise, and ruthless. In that case, Nie Tian squinted slightly. "Come with me, Plague." "Yes, my lord." Plague smile, born from praise, vanished instantly. Guiding Plague, Nie Tian arrived at the operational area where he was repairing the rogue body. A massive object, shrouded in black cloth, lay quietly at the center of the workspace. Approaching, Nie Tian yanked away the covering. With a whoosh, an imposing figure exceeding 10 meters in height was revealed. The body, dark and menacing, exuded an aura of formidable savagery, completely obscuring the original form of the rogue. The height of this formidable machine reached an astonishing 13.3 meters. This was not merely a result of Nie Tian's principle of the taller, the stronger, but rather due to the weapon module it housed, which necessitated such towering stature. The chest of the machine was equipped with a fusion cannon. Indeed, the very fusion that one would expect. This cannon originated from Nie Tian's enhancements to the disorienting space cannon. Although it was termed an enhancement, it had undergone a complete transformation, save for the original materials. The disorienting machine had been left to the scalpel, while all weapon modules had been appropriated by him. Among these, the melee weapon, the rotor crusher, had been fitted onto the slaughter machine, while the space cannon was retained. The fusion cannon was paired with a storage device for fusion energy, known as the reserve core. This reserve core was strategically placed on the back of the machine, ensuring that its external appearance remained unremarkable, which resulted in this machine being over 5 meters taller than his current one. The reserve core, seemingly superfluous, was in fact essential. With the reserve core in place, the fusion cannon could fire instantaneously, eschewing the lengthy charging time required by the space cannon. In the construction of this commander-class machine, Nie Tian spared no expense, pouring all his resources into it without a hint of reluctance. In addition to the fusion cannon, the machine was also outfitted with 2 inherent weapon modules, the photon cannon and the heat-seeking missile launcher. While the photon cannon may suggest an energy weapon, it was, in fact, a high-velocity kinetic weapon. The projectiles launched by the photon cannon resembled large-caliber sniper rounds. Yet their armor-piercing and penetration capabilities were several times more formidable than those of standard sniper ammunition. As for the heat-seeking missiles, they were designed to autonomously track the Cybertronians, who possessed a core that emitted both light and heat. As he caressed this commander-class machine, Nie Tian felt a surge of excitement, his gaze revealing an obsessive admiration. No matter how many times he beheld it, he found this machine to be utterly perfect, a commander-class warrior poised to step into the apex of Cybertronian combat prowess. The threshold lay just within reach. Observing Nie Tian's actions, the Plague sensed something and, with a tinge of envy, remarked, "My lord, are you preparing to change machines?" Brought back to reality by Plague's words, Nie Tian inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. At present, Plague had mastered the intricacies of transplant surgery, and external dangers had been minimized due to the pact with Clary. The time had come to embark on the transition to a new machine. He retrieved the container he had kept nestled against his chest, observing the commander class spark within, gazing at the energy sphere radiating a purplish-red glow. Nie Tian felt a sense of curiosity. He recalled that the spark had previously appeared sickly. How could it now shine even more brilliantly after some time in his possession? Nie Tian did not believe that his machine had a recharging capability. Could it be? A hypothesis formed in his mind, prompting him to hastily extract another item, a fragment of the spark source. The items carried closely by Nie Tian were few in number. Aside from the commander-grade igniter, the only other possession within the subspace of his chest was a fragment of the igniter source. Placing the 2 containers side by side, an idea struck Nie Tian. The commander-grade igniter was a splintered piece from the igniter source, and the fragment itself was part of the igniter source. What would transpire if they were brought together? "Master, is this fragment from the igniter source?" Plague recognized the fragment with a look of astonishment. "Yes," Nie Tian replied absently, offering no explanation regarding the fragment's origin. He hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed with the experiment. "Master, look," Plague suddenly exclaimed, "the igniter source fragment is moving." Nie Tian focused his gaze. The 2 containers in his palm showed no reaction from the commander-grade igniter, yet the igniter source fragment trembled slightly at a consistent frequency, as if seeking an outlet to release its energy. After observing for a moment, Nie Tian felt a sense of certainty. He was eager to discover what would ultimately unfold. Chapter 105. The overbearing Titan at the door the moment the igniter source fragment made contact with the commander-grade igniter. It was akin to a drop of water splashing into a hot frying pan, causing both to tremble violently. However, unlike before, the violet-red energy sphere deepened in hue and intensified in brilliance with each tremor. Under Nie Tian's unwavering gaze, the remaining cosmic energy from the igniter source fragment surged into the commander-grade igniter in a torrent until nothing was left. Re-examining the tube before him, Nie Tian's eyes flickered with astonishment. He could perceive that the commander-grade igniter had at least doubled in power, breaking through its previous limits. If the original energy threshold of the igniter was 100, with 2 units of residual energy, the new energy limit was now 200, with the remaining energy equally at 200. The igniter source fragment had been utterly reduced to a mere piece of scrap metal. Even the remnants of its patterns had vanished. Resembling an ordinary pebble found by the roadside, Nie Tian was entirely convinced that the igniter source fragment had been rendered completely useless, incapable of replenishing its energy, even if given the opportunity. A hint of regret flickered in Nie Tian's heart, yet he quickly shook his head. The significance of the slaughter of the 4 igniters far outweighed the minuscule amount of cosmic energy that could have been salvaged from the fragment. Returning the commander-grade igniter to its container, Nie Tian handed it to Plague. Plague, I leave the next steps to you. Rest assured, Master. Plague took the container, his expression grave as he vowed. I will expedite the transplantation procedure with utmost speed. Good. Nie Tian nodded and stepped aside, retrieving several energy columns, beginning to manipulate them in a corner of the operational area. Energy columns and energy blocks were fundamentally alike, both being pure energy condensed from high-energy materials. However, due to the distinctions in solidification technology and molding processes, the energy columns exist in a purely solid state, specifically in a crystalline form, endowed with remarkably practical functions. They can serve as energy sources for devices or fuel for spacecraft, unlike energy blocks, which are solely utilized by the Cybertronians for replenishing their energy reserves. The core technologies of the energy columns encompass energy material conversion and energy condensation matrices, characterized by high energy density and absolute stability, ensuring that the columns do not explode even when struck directly by weaponry. Before long, through Nie Tian's manipulation, a peculiar formation composed of 6 energy columns gradually took shape. Ultimately, the 6 energy columns interlinked, revealing a vertical square portal crackling with arcs of electricity at its center. The portal appeared shrouded in darkness, resembling a gaping maw eager to devour all. Clearly, this was a teleportation gate, a terrestrial bridge. 1 energy column equates to the power of 1,000 energy blocks. These 6 columns would sustain their combustion for an extended period, until Nie Tian completed the transplantation of his new body. Was it wasteful? Indeed, immensely so. Yet, Nie Tian felt no remorse. His personal safety was at stake, leaving no room for negligence. He instructed Plague to ensure that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it should transport his cranial module through the portal to safety. On the other side of the portal lay an utterly secure location. Once all preparations were finalized, Nie Tian approached the commander-class body he had meticulously crafted. Casting one last glance at the body beside him, he voluntarily initiated the hibernation mode. Commence, Plague. Within the laboratory, upon witnessing that Lord Tianjia had entered hibernation, Plague delicately set aside the container it held, and then grasped the surgical instruments that had been meticulously prepared. Shortly after Nie Tian officially began the body replacement process, in the Kona's Gorge, a thick mist enveloped the area, and suddenly, a large contingent of Decepticons appeared at the gorge's base. Among them were 3 figures, the surviving members of the Breakthrough Squad: Thunderstorm, Acid Rain, and Solar Wind. Ah, what a familiar scent. Acid Rain exhibited a look of ecstasy before being provoked by the surrounding environment, suddenly transforming into a manifestation of hatred. Those damned Autobots ambushed us here. It was where we were defeated. They surely did not anticipate our return. After departing Blue Star, the trio had journeyed to Mars, reporting all occurrences on Blue Star to Red Spider. Once they had healed their injuries, they utilized the terrestrial bridge aboard the Fallen Prime's warship to return. Acid Rain, Let the Autobots be for now. We must first accomplish Lord Red Spider's mission, Thunderstorm admonished, noting Acid Rain's immersion in hatred. Indeed, Lord Thunderstorm, Acid Rain replied. Thunderstorm surveyed the gorge, still bearing the scars of battle, and remarked, according to the reports of the attack, Tianjia is currently hiding in this location. The tumultuous arm projected a coordinate. The location was not far from here, and at our speed, we could reach it in 2 hours. Now let us depart. Yes, Lord Tumult. Sulfuric rain and solar winds followed in Tumult's wake, transforming into Cybertronian aircraft as they ascended into the sky. A dozen or so Decepticons trailed closely behind them, all of them of a lower rank. Upon closer inspection, one would notice their resemblance to Tumult and his companions. Clearly, they were clones cultivated from original beings. Nie Tian had a dream. He envisioned a colossal metallic planet, incessantly calling out for help with a tone that was both pained and benevolent, akin to a mother beckoning her child. In the dream, Nie Tian was dismissive. How could a planet possess consciousness, let alone seek assistance? After dreaming of the immense metallic sphere once more, Nie Tian could no longer contain himself. Please, is this a mistake? You are a planet. What matters could you not resolve on your own that you seek my aid? Is this correct? Perhaps acknowledging the validity of Nie Tian's words, this time the metallic planet refrained from repeating its plea for help, instead murmuring another phrase. What did you say? Nie Tian concentrated, strainen tolisen. Be cautious behind you, it warned. Behind? Confused, Nie Tian turned his head. Approaching him was a dark planet adorned with 2 pairs of antennae. My lord, Pestilence observed the inert machine before him, which had clearly been ignited, yet showed no reaction. His voice trembled with a blend of anxiety and urgency. It's impossible. There was no issue before. Why is there no response now? Enough with the shouting. I'm already awake. Growing impatient with Pestilence's incessant chatter, Nie Tian could not help but interject. His auditory module had only just connected to the sensory components in his cerebral module when Pestilence began to drone in his ear. Strictly speaking, this was Nie Tian's first experience with a state of dormancy. It bore no remarkable sensations, akin to a genuine slumber. Likewise, upon awakening, Nie Tian relived the activation of his body from the moment he traversed into this realm. After a brief moment of acclimatization, Nie Tian opened his eyes. What is it, Pestilence? Noticing Pestilence's anxious demeanor, he felt a twinge of curiosity. My lord, enemies are approaching. The slaughter is nearly overwhelming, although Pestilence's tone remained urgent. A sense of relief washed over him. Thank goodness, Lord Tianjia is unharmed. Enemies? What a coincidence, Nie Tian remarked. Pestilence, is it the Autobots? Just after concluding a transaction with Clary, the Autobots appeared at their doorstep. Indeed, the high officials of the United States were utterly unreliable. It is not the Autobots. My lord, Pestilence shook his head. It is the Decepticons. Decepticons? Nie Tian was utterly perplexed by the news. After all, he was the Nie Tian Tiger. How could there be a Nie Tian Tiger attacking his base? The dream he had just experienced was already bizarre enough, and now reality was proving even more surreal. Without further delay, Nie Tian swiftly retracted the portal of the land bridge, commanding, Pestilence, take me to where they are slaughtering. Having recently ascended to the rank of commander, he was eager to discover who possessed such audacity. Not far from Base 1, in the frozen wasteland, the slaughter was abruptly interrupted as a cacophony erupted, sending chaos flying. Poor creature, will you not reveal the whereabouts of Tianya? The scene unfolded like a hunter toying with its prey as the raucous figure approached the struggling slaughterer, wielding a curved melee weapon with a languid gait. Nearby, famine and calamity were trampled beneath acid rain and solar winds, each surrounded by several clone-like Nie Tian tigers. Upon discovering the emergence of an unknown Nie Tian tiger in the extreme north, the 3 slaughterers immediately moved to intercept. However, before they could utter more than a few words, they were besieged. Despite their valiant efforts to retaliate, the 3, merely advanced warriors, stood no chance against the elite Nie Tian tiger, who was far superior. After several exchanges, they found themselves grievously wounded. Had the raucous figure not sought to extract information from them, the slaughterers might have already met their demise. Do not gloat. Lord Tianya will avenge us. One of the slaughterers staggered to his feet, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Observing the obstinate Nie Tian tiger before him, The raucous figure realized that he would glean no valuable information. Avenge? He must first dare to appear. Given the current state of Cybertron, the entire Nie Tian Tiger faction had not welcomed new members in ages, let alone any of higher rank. Indeed, Tian Nie is concealing matters from Lord Red Spider. With the slaughterer beneath his feet, the raucous figure raised his curved blade, its tip glinting ominously in the sunlight. You have only yourself to blame for your misguided associations. He resolved to delve directly into the memory crystal of this Nie Tian Tiger for answers. Chapter 106. The Iron Fortress relic, the curved blade, descended toward the slaughterer's neck, poised to strike. Just then, a missile hurtled from afar. The weapon in the raucous figure's hand was mere inches from the slaughterer. Yet those scant inches became an elusive dream. Boom! In the next moment, accompanied by the explosive force of the missile, the raucous figure was sent sprawling, as a towering silhouette descended from above, exuding an unmatched aura of authority. Raucous, it has been too long. Drawn by the voice, the slaughterer turned his head, and in that instant, he beheld the figure he had longed for, his expression transforming into one of joy. Lord Tian Nie, you have finally arrived. Indeed, I am here. Observing the dismal condition of the three slaughterers, Nie Tian nodded impassively, already passing a death sentence on the raucous figure. The blast had sent the raucous figure tumbling several meters away. As the smoke cleared, a gaping hole was revealed in the waist of the mech, sparking with fire and arcs of electricity. Initially, the Red Spider had severed the Bumblebee's legs with a single missile, and now, the formidable Nie Tian had similarly inflicted severe damage upon the Ruckus with a single strike. Ruckus, struggling to maintain its form, paused in surprise upon recognizing the voice of a human, which swiftly morphed into a brooding expression. There was no doubt that voice belonged to Tian Nie. Though he could not fathom how Tian Nie had ascended to the rank of a commander-class warrior, he was acutely aware that he was in grave trouble. The unexpected turn of events drew the attention of all Decepticons towards Nie Tian. A group of low-ranking Decepticons displayed expressions of confusion. They had followed their superiors to confront a commander-class figure. Was this not a breach of protocol? The expressions of Sulfur Rain and Solar Wind mirrored their bewilderment, even as they failed to notice the hunger and calamity beneath them, who had somehow extricated themselves from their previous predicament. The tides of battle had shifted dramatically. Unaware of their impending doom, those reckless fools were in for a rude awakening. Before calamity could rise, an expression of schadenfreude crept onto his face. If you were to kneel and beg for mercy from Lord Tian Nie now, perhaps he would grant you a swift demise. Hunger interjected, with words more scathing than calamities. Having been struck by Sulfur Rain's Hellion cannon, Hunger's leg had been corroded beyond recognition, rendering him barely able to stand, yet he continued to mock without hesitation. The oppressive atmosphere commanded by Nie Tian's formidable presence rendered all Decepticons present motionless. As he surveyed the room, any Decepticon who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, unable to hold his stare. Sulfur Rain and Solar Wind trembled, scarcely daring to breathe. Was this the might of a commander-class warrior, second only to the leader class? In this moment, Nie Tian couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of pride. Having just ascended to the rank of commander-class warrior, he was already experiencing the immense power that accompanied it. After enduring hardship, every scheme had borne fruit. With that, Nie Tian turned his attention to Ruckus, who had finally regained its footing and began to stride toward it. As he approached, he slowly drew a metallic longsword from his waist. The sword was simple and unadorned, yet none of the Decepticons dared to underestimate it. After all, it was a weapon of a commander-class warrior. Truth be told, Ruckus, I find myself quite curious, he said, halting a short distance before Ruckus, scrutinizing it from head to toe before leveling the longsword. How did you know I was here? And why have you come? Nie Tian was genuinely intrigued. Both he and Ruckus had once served under the Red Spider, who had never shown any suspicion towards him. Moreover, the transplantation surgery had only taken a few hours. Yet during this fleeting span, Ruckus had coincidentally appeared here. A whiff of conspiracy lingered in the air. Tian Nie, if you seek answers, you shall have to claim them yourself. With a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth, the proud Decepticon, Chaos, faced his adversary. Even now, as Skytier had ascended to the coveted rank of commander-class warrior, he still refused to bow his head. With that thought, Nie Tian glanced at the long sword in his hand, which he had meticulously reforged, and struck forward with a fierce swing. The blade clashed against the curved dagger raised by Chaos, who, unable to withstand the tremendous force, sank to one knee. The blade glimmered with a sinister dark red hue. Measuring approximately 7 meters in length, with the hilt included, it was undoubtedly an imposing sword exceeding 8 meters. Chaos howled, attempting to lift the colossal sword pressing down on him, but could only manage to raise it a mere few inches. Being nearly half the height of Nie Tian, he appeared utterly feeble in that moment. Nie Tian withdrew his sword and swiftly changed direction, thrusting towards Chaos once more. Although the wandering memories did not impart the mastery of swordsmanship instantaneously, they had afforded Nie Tian a modicum of skill. The trio of assailants, including Acid Rain and Solar Wind, stood by, refraining from intervening in this uneven battle. Though they knew their fates had been sealed the moment they laid eyes on the esteemed Skytier, they still clung to the hope of witnessing a miracle. Yet, miracles are rare precisely because they defy expectation. After yet another successful repulsion of Chaos, a tinge of boredom settled over Nie Tian as he effortlessly pierced through Chaos's neck armor, producing a shrill scraping sound. The cranial module and spark were indispensable components for a Cybertronian, marking the head and chest as the most vulnerable areas. With a pained cry, Chaos lamented the piercing of his neck, yet before he could retaliate, the long sword twisted. In an instant, a sizable mechanical head was sent soaring into the air. Thud! The head struck the frozen ground, resonating like a blow to the hearts of Acid Rain and Solar Wind, who hastily pleaded for mercy. Skytier, spare us. We were merely following orders, and had no knowledge that Chaos's target was you. Their captain had just been decapitated by Skytier's blade, and they hardly believed their armor could withstand a similar fate. Nie Tian disregarded the pleas of Acid Rain and Solar Wind, instead taking the severed head from Pestilence's grasp. Ignoring Chaos's threats of vengeance from the Red Spider, Nie Tian crushed the head in his hand and extracted the memory crystal, proceeding to read it with an air of indifference. In many respects, a Cybertronian's body is itself a weapon, and the dominance of a commander-class body over an elite-class warrior is akin to that of a main battle tank against a civilian vehicle, if not more pronounced. Elite warriors, by their very nature, were not meant to engage in prolonged conflict with commander-class warriors. However, due to Nie Tian's leniency and his desire to familiarize himself with close combat weaponry, the Ruckus seemed to engage in a semblance of combat with him for a while. It became apparent that upon retrieving the memory crystal of the Ruckus, a flicker of surprise crossed Nie Tian's eyes. The information he had in the far northern region of the border was, in fact, relayed by the assailant to the Red Spider, who then informed the Ruckus. The commotion prompted Nie Tian to consider the only individual within the base who was not under his command, the Titan. It appeared that, whether intentionally or inadvertently, the Ruckus had indeed divulged his position to the assailant. Calling for the Ruckus, Nie Tian issued a directive to the Plague. This fellow, the Ruckus, had been slaughtered, yet remained holed up in Base 2, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Was he merely watching the spectacle? Yes, my lord. After the Plague departed, Nie Tian pondered another matter. The span of memories from the Ruckus was quite comparable to that of the Dizziness, yet he discovered something intriguing within those memories. It was a coordinate for a relic of the Iron Fortress provided by the Red Spider to the Ruckus. The Iron Fortress relics are a collective term for the sacred artifacts crafted by exceptionally skilled Cybertronian scientists during the ancient era of Cybertron. The exact number of Iron Fortress relics is unknown, as they have all been lost to time. According to legends, each possessed formidable powers, and since they were all created within the research center of the Iron Fortress, they are uniformly referred to as Iron Fortress relics. The specific relic within the Ruckus's memories was not described by the Red Spider. He merely provided the coordinates for the Ruckus to retrieve it. Intriguing, Nie Tian slowly slid his long sword into his waist, as if his waist held an invisible sheath, gently enclosing the sword. The secrets of Cybertron's ancient times were certainly beyond the Ruckus's understanding. Even the Red Spider could not fathom them. Thus, the truth could only be that the coordinates were divulged to the Red Spider by the Fallen Titan. The Fallen Titan possessed the divine weapon, the Soul Requiem gun, making it difficult to ascertain whether there were other means to locate the relics. Nevertheless, the original narrative did not feature any sacred artifacts, indicating that the Ruckus had indeed failed. Furthermore, Since the Ruckus had never appeared in the original storyline, it suggested they might have perished on that very planet. Indeed, the coordinates provided by the Red Spider to the Ruckus pointed to a planet within a stellar system of the Milky Way. To eliminate the Ruckus, barring any cataclysmic natural disasters capable of planetary destruction, there remained only one possibility: the indigenous inhabitants of that planet. The Milky Way boasts trillions of stellar systems, each containing a varying number of planets. This implies that the entire Milky Way encompasses at least trillions of planets. Even if the probability of life emerging is estimated at 1 in 100 billion, the number of potentially life-bearing planets could still exceed a dozen. The confined spacecraft within the original narrative housed numerous life forms captured from across the cosmos. Therefore, Nie Tian was well prepared for the encounter with other extraterrestrial beings. Chapter 107. The plan to lure the snake from its hole from the tumultuous memories. Nie Tian has confirmed one thing. The Red Spider is indeed aboard the fallen Titan spaceship. Although Tumultuous had not encountered the fallen Titan, the interior of the spacecraft bore an uncanny resemblance to that depicted in the original narrative. Nie Tian has now come to understand why Tumultuous found himself here. At the time of the battle in the Kona's Canyon, he had just departed with Black Widow and Scalpel when the Autobots arrived. This led Red Spider to harbor suspicions about him, believing he had defected to Black Widow's side. Thus, Tumultuous was sent to ascertain whether he had indeed betrayed them. "My lord, Tumultuous has arrived," he pondered as he saw Pestilence approaching with Tumultuous in tow. As soon as Tumultuous laid eyes on Nie Tian, an unmistakable shock washed over his face, causing him to forget the carefully rehearsed words he had prepared. Over the course of a year, Nie Tian had transformed from a mid-level Decepticon warrior to a commander-level Decepticon. In his previous life, Nie Tian would undoubtedly have earned the familiar praise. This youth is terrifyingly formidable. Though Tumultuous was astonished, Nie Tian felt no particular emotion. Given his foresight regarding the plot, it was only natural for his combat prowess to escalate swiftly. "Tumultuous, do you understand why I called you here?" "Indeed, my lord," Tumultuous replied, his demeanor imbued with a newfound respect. If the commander-level warriors are akin to officials, then those below that rank are but subordinates. How could a subordinate fail to pay their respects upon meeting an official? "Then, speak," Nie Tian said calmly, awaiting Tumultuous' response. "My lord, prior to my arrival, I did report my position to Lord Assault. However, I have never disclosed your whereabouts or recent activities to him." "Where is Assault currently?" Nie Tian interjected suddenly. Tumultuous paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "My lord, Assault is on this planet, in a nation called Neon Country." "Neon?" A smirk tugged at Nie Tian's lips, as if recalling something amusing. "Contact Assault and have him come see me. Inform him that I require a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, he need not remain on this planet or within the Decepticons." "Understood, my lord." With a wave of his hand, Tumultuous departed, and Nie Tian turned his attention to the two who had been playing coy, Acid Rain and Solar Wind. "You two shall accompany them in the slaughter for now." "Yes, my lord." Acid Rain and Solar Wind exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise in the other's eyes. They could hardly believe they had survived. As for Acid Rain and Solar Wind, Nie Tian had no intention of dealing with them just yet. He planned to utilize them as part of an upcoming scheme. "My lord." They appear to be on the verge of speaking, Hunger and Disaster remarked, their expressions betraying hesitation. Unbeknownst to the two individuals, who felt a twinge of resentment at the sight of the Acid Rain and Solar Wind, the very entities that had previously humiliated them being spared, Nie Tian turned away without any intention of explaining the famine and disasters. "Very well, let us return to the base," he declared. "Yes, my lord," the two replied, swallowing their discontent in light of Nie Tian's formidable presence. Upon their return to the base, Nie Tian summoned a revitalized data panel. Type: Combat type Decepticon armor. Orlean living gold weapons. Photon cannon, left arm. Electromagnetic pulse cannon, right arm. Hellsword waist. Heat-seeking missile launcher, shoulder. Fusion cannon, chest. Energy source, 100 frame. Commander-level frame, combat power. Commander-level warrior. The Hell Sword, a name bestowed by Nie Tian upon the long blade, bore a black and red edge reminiscent of the hues of the underworld. Nie Tian's frame had reached the maximum capacity for weapon modules, embodying an arsenal that spanned from cold weapons to thermal weapons, from energy to kinetic weaponry. having hastily departed the laboratory with pestilence upon awakening. He now took a moment to appreciate the distinction between a commander-level frame and an elite-level frame. Perhaps due to the energy source of commander-level warriors being derived from the split of the energy source itself, Nie Tian felt an overwhelming sense of qualitative transformation, a profound power emanating from his very genes. In layman's terms, the life essence of a commander-level warrior had transcended that of the former elite-level warrior. During his adaptation to the new frame, Nie Tian received a communication from Soundwave, who had observed the recent battle in the frigid expanse of the northernmost region of the border state from his drifting vantage in space. In the communication, Soundwave expressed incredulity and curiosity regarding Nie Tian's ascension to commander-level warrior, alongside a palpable excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, their Decepticon strength on Blue Star had augmented, affording them greater assurance in dealing with the Autobots. Then, Soundwave issued an exceedingly outrageous command. He demanded that Nie Tian lead the Decepticons on Blue Star to eradicate the Autobots and the garrison forces of the United States, thereby dismantling their alliance. After reviewing the message several times, Nie Tian confirmed that the communication indeed originated from Soundwave. He was left speechless. What difference was there between this and a royal decree demanding the removal of Tang Sung and his disciples? Thus, he resolved Soundwave. I regret to inform you that I cannot execute your command. The mask was off. He no longer feigned compliance and did not bother to concoct excuses. Strength became his foundation, and now, positioned among the four principal commanders of the Decepticons, Nie Tian felt empowered to say no to certain individuals and matters. As for why he ranked fourth, it was due to Black Widow still being in a state of estrangement from the Decepticons. Although Nie Tian's address toward Soundwave remained unchanged, his demeanor was markedly different from before. What thoughts occupied Soundwave on the other end of the communication remained a mystery to Nie Tian, and in any case, Soundwave did not respond further. Remaining in the laboratory, Nie Tian awaited the news of his ascension to commander-level warrior to unfold. He felt that not only had the sound waves conveyed the news of his promotion to commander-level warrior, but also the Red Spider, the Fallen, and even the Decepticons from Cybertron were likely aware that he had ascended to become the fourth commander-level warrior among the Decepticons. He needed to allow certain individuals time to comprehend that the Decepticons were no longer the same as before. It was only when the commotion about the attack reached him that Nie Tian finally emerged from the laboratory. Upon arriving in the extreme northern region of Bianzhou, the attack was led by the Plague in a base one. The mood of the attacker was one of trepidation. After being informed about the events leading up to the chaos, he lamented his misfortune. A message he had inadvertently sent to Lord Red Spider now threatened his very life, filling him with regret. In truth, the attacker had contemplated leaving Blue Star, but such an action would undoubtedly signify a departure or even betrayal of the Decepticons. The commander-level Decepticons represented not only combat strength, but also status and allegiance to the Decepticon faction. Upon encountering Nie Tian, the attacker immediately declared, Lord Tianjia, I report to you. With Lord Megatron absent, the four commanders represented the pinnacle of Decepticon strength. Attacker, you have made a wise choice, Nie Tian responded, not reprimanding him upon their first meeting, but rather speaking in a remarkably gentle tone. In the original backstory, the attacker was portrayed as clever and adept at formulating battle plans, possessing a particular expertise, which prompted Nie Tian to grant him an opportunity. Attacker, I require your assistance with a task. As you command, Lord Tianjia, the attacker readily acquiesced, recognizing the implications of his compliance. Though this decision might anger Lord Red Spider, failing to act would certainly incur the wrath of Lord Tianjia. You must know that the Decepticon ship you traveled on has fallen into the hands of the Autobots, correct? I apologize, Lord Tianjia, the attacker replied, a hint of shame crossing his face. Regardless, it was indeed their failure that allowed the Autobots to seize the ship. Ignoring the attacker's embarrassment, Nie Tian stated calmly, I plan to reclaim it. Indeed, Nie Tian had set his sights on the Decepticon transport vessel. More precisely, he aimed to use the Decepticon transport ship to reach a star system housing the Iron Fortress relic, with no further advancements possible in combat strength. Enhancing his power through external means had become Nie Tian's next objective. The coordinates from the tumultuous memories were located over 200,000 light-years from the solar system, within a stellar system. To reach there, A ship capable of interstellar travel was essential. The only intact ship currently available that could potentially be acquired was the Decepticon transport vessel they had arrived on. Although he had obtained some ship blueprints aboard the Nie Tian enemy's vessel, constructing a ship was entirely different from building a body. Crafting a ship was not a task to be completed in a day. Relying solely on his Decepticons would take an indeterminate amount of time. "My lord, how do you wish to proceed?" the attacker inquired. "It is quite straightforward." Nie Tian bore an expression that suggested he had a plan in mind: to lure the snake from its lair. Free labor delivered at his doorstep was an opportunity too good to pass up. With the assistance of the ambush, Nie Tian's initial vague strategy was swiftly refined. Meanwhile, as the ambush perfected Nie Tian's plan to draw out the enemy, Clary, returning from Bianzhou to Huazhou, commenced the cover she had promised. The entire extreme north district was designated by Clary as a military exclusion zone, with troops stationed at the borders between the extreme north district and others. This action seemingly served to protect Nie Tian, yet it was not without the ulterior motive of monitoring his movements. Nie Tian was quick to notice the stirrings in the outside world. Having already wreaked havoc upon 3 individuals, alongside the newly joined Acid Rain and Solar Wind, he was acutely aware of even the slightest disturbances in the extreme north district. Moreover, the mobilization of such a large military force could hardly evade his notice. However, times had changed. Now, even in the face of a towering adversary, Nie Tian held the confidence to engage in a few exchanges before transforming into a flying vehicle to retreat from the battlefield. Chapter 108. The forces divide. The battle plan had 2 fronts, one of which Nie Tian placed in Neon. The rationale was simple. When a choice must be made, why not select this location? Ambush. Take them with a ruckus. Do not forget your mission. Yes, my lord. Under Nie Tian's command, the ambush, accompanied by the commotion of Acid Rain, Solar Wind, and a dozen lesser Decepticons, departed from Bianzhou towards the Empire of the United States. Meanwhile, the executioners headed towards Neon. Once all Decepticons were in position, Nie Tian contacted a most crucial figure in the entire scheme, Clary. "Rest assured, madam. I guarantee our focus will be solely on the Autobots. You shall remain unharmed. You seek advanced weaponry technology? No problem, I assure you, after this endeavor." To him, Clary was an alien, and likewise, he was to her. In Los Angeles, on 8th Street in Tucson, a brand-new Camaro sports car slowly approached a 2-story white building. Inside a garage-style repair shop transformed from the ground floor, a middle-aged man working on a vehicle paused upon seeing the Camaro and silently lit a cigarette. "Father, Sam has come to pick me up. I must step out for a moment." Michaela hurried down from the 2nd floor, her footsteps echoing on the dilapidated iron staircase. The 2nd floor of the white building was actually an addition. The 1st floor was a cement structure, while the 2nd was wooden. "Father, I will return before dark." After descending the staircase, Michaela addressed her father once more and proceeded towards the Camaro. She had yet to graduate, thus still enjoying a fleeting sense of freedom. However, her time of liberty was dwindling. In less than half a month, she would conclude her delightful campus life. Due to financial constraints, Michaela has decided against pursuing a university education and plans to assist her father in his auto repair shop after graduation. As Sam, seated in the sleek sports car, noticed Michaela approaching, he hurriedly retrieved the bouquet of roses he had prepared from the back seat. Upon her opening the car door, he promptly presented them, saying, "These are for you, Michaela." "Thank you, Sam," Michaela replied, her face lighting up with surprise and affection. Her boyfriend, typically lacking in romantic gestures, seemed to have finally grasped the essence of the day. "Get in, Michaela. Your father is watching us," he urged. Although this was not the first time Sam had come to pick up Michaela, he had never exited the vehicle due to the intimidating presence of her father. Perhaps it was the weight of their relationship that made him feel uneasy, especially upon catching sight of the tattoos adorning her father's arms. "Sam, I can hardly wait to spend today with you," she exclaimed, clasping the resplendent bouquet in her arms. The color of her lips appeared even more vibrant than the roses themselves. "Of course, I feel the same," Sam responded. Both were impeccably dressed, clearly indicating that this day held special significance, at least for the two of them. It marked the anniversary of their first year together, and they intended to create lasting memories. With graduation approaching, they found themselves with ample free time, allowing them to indulge in a day of leisure, even on a weekday. Throughout the past year, Sam and Michaela had experienced moments of joy and tenderness, as well as arguments and conflicts. yet they had persevered together. Sam had come to realize that their personalities did not quite align, and their relationship was not as sweet as outsiders might presume. Michaela was exuberant, vivacious, and undeniably charming, particularly to the opposite sex, while he felt immature, reserved, and average in appearance, lacking her natural aptitude for communication. His sole redeeming quality, perhaps, was his past involvement in saving the world. Sam was reluctant to abandon this relationship forged through trials as he was about to enter university, where he hoped to improve himself and become a better partner. Indeed, he had received an acceptance letter from a prestigious university located in Los Angeles. The unfortunate news was that the tuition exceeded $40,000 per year. The fortunate news was that someone would cover the expenses. Under the watchful gaze of Michaela's father, the latest model Camaro sped away with effortless grace, disappearing from sight before her father returned to his work. Bumblebee whisked Sam and Michaela through the various locations they had meticulously planned to visit. However, midway through their adventure, Bumblebee unexpectedly announced a need to depart temporarily. "Bumblebee, are you implying that you will engage in battle with the Decepticons?" Michaela inquired curiously from the parked Camaro. "Indeed," Bumblebee replied, his tone devoid of emotion. The companion and friend Jazz fell victim to the hands of Megatron, and Bumblebee's animosity was redirected towards the Decepticons. "Well, I wish you all the best, Bumblebee," Sam said, feeling somewhat morose yet extending his blessings. "By the way, Bumblebee, please send my regards to Optimus Prime." Since the separation after the Battle of Rashvi, Sam had not encountered Optimus again. "All right, Sam, I will," Bumblebee replied. Once Sam and Michaela disembarked, Bumblebee pressed the accelerator, turning the vehicle toward a specific direction. Standing by the roadside, Michaela gazed at the receding Bumblebee and suddenly, as if compelled by fate, inquired, "Sam, do you think Bumblebee might encounter any danger?" "Danger? No, Michaela. You are overthinking it," Sam responded confidently. "You see, last year, Bumblebee participated in an operation to hunt down the Decepticons. During that mission, they eliminated dozens of Decepticons at the Garcia nest base. With a screech, the tires spun to a halt, and Bumblebee transformed into his humanoid form. "Optimus, I'm not late, am I?" he asked. By the spacecraft, Optimus, overseeing William as he directed soldiers and transporting weapons, shook his head. "No, you arrived just in time. Bumblebee, it has been a while, Bumblebee." Ironhide descended from the spacecraft. Scanning Ironhide's new vehicle form, Bumblebee noticed a slight change compared to when he first arrived on Earth. Yet the constant was Ironhide's hands, which incessantly tossed two alloy daggers. According to Ironhide, this practice cultivates a bond with the weapons, making them more in tune with their master. "I heard you borrowed the Thunder Rescue Team's shuttle?" Bumblebee greeted Ironhide, although they had communicated before. This was their first meeting on Earth. "Borrowed? How could you call it stealing?" Ironhide retorted, flustered. He was a warrior. How could he resort to such despicable means? While Bumblebee and Ironhide reminisced, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Upon spotting Optimus and William by the spacecraft, the figure hastened towards them. "Hey, Optimus, William." Upon arrival, Lawrence pulled William aside. "William, we have an urgent situation." "What is it, Lawrence?" William asked, puzzled. Despite his disdain for Lawrence, he took matters of business very seriously. "Latest intelligence," Lawrence revealed without hesitation. The Neon Garrison Command reported that they discovered traces of Decepticon activity at the foot of Cheongan Mountain, and they even captured photographs. They are currently tracking those Decepticon nests in secret. Although the existence of the Decepticons was concealed from the public, the military hierarchy and various overseas bases were well aware. Decepticons? What a coincidence! William est face reflected surprise. In the past 6 months, they had tirelessly searched without finding a single Decepticon. Yet now, unexpectedly, 2 Decepticon lairs have been discovered. Indeed, too. Just half an hour ago, they received intelligence confirming the existence of a Decepticon lair near Empire City. "William, as a commander of the troops, how do you plan to arrange the combat strategy?" "The decision rests with you," as Lawrence, out of goodwill, refrained from intervening in this operation against the Decepticons. "Understood, Lawrence." Perhaps due to the extensive time elapsed since the last confrontation with the Decepticons, William, engrossed in intelligence, failed to notice Lawrence's unusual behavior. Upon returning near the spaceship, William promptly sought out Optimus Prime. "Optimus, we have an unexpected situation." "What has happened, William?" Optimus was preparing to board the Autobots onto the ship. "We have discovered another Decepticon lair in a different country," William said, hesitating. "Another Decepticon lair?" Optimus, initially taken aback, then spoke. "William, since we have simultaneously identified two Decepticon lairs, we should split our forces. Otherwise, they may alert each other and evade us again, making it difficult to locate them. I am confident we can eliminate both groups of Decepticons at once. From the intelligence gathered during the last eradication of the Decepticons, it was established that there were currently no commander-level Decepticons on Blue Star. Both Starscream and Soundwave were unaccounted for, but it was certain they were not on Blue Star. Shockwave remained on Cybertron and had not dispatched any Decepticons away from Cybertron. Thanks to the communications room aboard the ship, Optimus successfully contacted Teletron I, thereby learning the current status of Cybertron, and he issued orders for Teletron I to remain inactive. Chapter 109. No harm done. William had already considered a divided action strategy. With Optimus' suggestion, he immediately resolved, "Optimus, I will accompany you on the aircraft to Empire City, while Ironhide and Robert will proceed to Neon Country." "No, William." Optimus shook his head. "I will go with you to Empire City, and let Ironhide, Bumblebee, and Hound head to Neon Country. The three of them are elite warriors, and along with Swing, they will be sufficient to deal with the remaining Decepticons on Blue Star." Decepticons had consistently operated within the borders of the United States. Any elsewhere would likely consist of smaller groups. Conversely, Decepticons appearing within the United States posed a far greater threat than those emerging elsewhere. Thus, Optimus prepared to personally confront the Decepticons in Empire City. According to the intelligence, there were over a dozen Decepticons reported in Empire City. Clearly, the Decepticon forces had increased, suggesting it could be a Decepticon manufacturing facility, which he intended to destroy himself. "Very well, Optimus. I will follow your lead. Let's take the ship to Empire City." Although William serves as the commander, it is Optimus Prime who stands as the leader of the Autobots, consistently valuing his counsel. Crates of ammunition were loaded onto the aircraft, with fully armed Special Forces soldiers secured in their seats within a cargo hold. The team heading to Neon Country was led by Robert, who held full authority over the entire contingent, including the Autobots. Bumblebee and Ironhide, having previously experienced the global tyrant, exhibited a demeanor of calmness. Sideswipe, adhering to his conventional nature, refrained from any excessive antics. Only Ratchet was animatedly demonstrating his prowess as a dance king within the confines of the aircraft. Meanwhile, at Base 1 in Bienjo, a message was conveyed. "Mr. Tianjia, the Autobots have departed, and Optimus Prime is en route to Dezhou, with William aboard the spacecraft." "Thank you, Ms. Kailai," came a response. Having retrieved several newly crafted devices from the laboratory, Nie Tian sent a communication to the assault team as he departed Base 1. "Assault. Execute the plan." In Neon, at Mount Xiong'an, the largest active volcano within the region and a renowned tourist attraction, the daily influx of visitors often reaches its maximum capacity of 5,000. However, today, before any tourists could set foot on Mount Xiong'an, the climbing paths were abruptly closed, and the surrounding area was sealed off by an unexpectedly arrived military force. "What's going on? I came specifically to see the luminous trees up there," exclaimed one visitor. "Yes, this is such a disappointment. My leisurely visit has turned into this. You've made me waste my precious time. You must offer compensation." Several tourists who had traveled from abroad voiced their grievances towards the guide, who only bowed repeatedly, continuously muttering apologies. Yet, beneath her courteous facade, her eyes revealed a disdain that betrayed her true sentiments. Inside a cave at the foot of Mount Xiong'an, the four members of the slaughter squad sat idly. Suddenly, a figure much taller than the four entered the cave. "Sir, you have arrived." They quickly stood in acknowledgement. Nie Tian casually nodded, casting a glance at the slaughter squad, and reminded them, "The Autobots and human forces are en route and will arrive shortly." The Autobots include Bumblebee, Ironhide, Ratchet, and Sideswipe. They are all elite warriors. You cannot match their strength. Stick to the predetermined plan. At this, the members of the slaughter squad exchanged solemn nods, affirming, "Yes, sir. We will prepare." As the tourists outside Mount Xiong'an continued to seek an explanation, overhead, several massive transport aircraft glided silently through the clouds, releasing something from their hold. "Wow, this is exhilarating," Ratchet exclaimed, twisting his body midair with a large parachute on his back. The sensation of weightlessness during free fall captivated him immensely. Observing the horizontal cannon drifting further away, Robert, who was plummeting at a rapid pace nearby, could not help but call out, "Hey, horizontal cannon, adjust your trajectory quickly. You're veering off our designated landing zone." As it was his first time commanding an operation independently, Robert felt a tinge of anxiety. Yet he emulated William's tone and mannerisms to issue commands. Once they descended to an appropriate altitude, Robert adjusted his headset closer to his mouth and declared, "All units, deploy your parachutes." With a series of thuds, soldiers, including 4 Autobots, activated the parachutes strapped to their backs. Below, as he gazed up at the sudden appearance of dozens of parachutes resembling mushrooms, Nie Tian smirked, shedding his helmet. He pivoted and entered a building, subsequently activating his cloaking mode. Upon landing, Robert hastily severed his parachute cords and rallied everyone, delivering a series of commands. "Ironhide, you take the lead. Bumblebee and horizontal cannon, I need you on the flanks. Swerve, you cover the rear. Move swiftly, we advance towards the target location." The combined forces advanced rapidly towards the mission site in the formation devised by Robert. During their advance, Robert continually urged, "Pick up the pace. Those Decepticons may have already sensed our arrival." Meanwhile, in Empire City, an abandoned town lay in disarray. A massive Decepticon transport ship suddenly appeared in the skies above the town, prompting over 20 Decepticons below to gaze upwards. "Attack, is that you?" Jumping from the ship, Optimus Prime immediately recognized a familiar face. Behind him, the colossal ship descended slowly, adding to his imposing presence. Faced with Optimus Prime once more, Shockwave felt a tremor of fear, yet remembering Lord Unicron's orders, he steeled himself and commanded, "Decepticons, attack." Sunstorm and Acid Rain exchanged glances, both hesitant. But under the shadow of Lord Unicron, they dared not disobey orders. With grim determination, they directed the dozen or so lower-tier Decepticons to charge at Optimus Prime, shouting up, "Take down Optimus Prime." Utterly foolish. Optimus Prime scoffed, advancing barehanded to confront the group of Decepticons, clearly dismissing their threat. The battle in Empire City ignited, soon followed by the clash at Mount Tiangong. Boom! As soon as the 4 assassins spotted Robert leading the combined forces, they sprinted towards the nearest village adjacent to Mount Tiangong. While running, they fired backward despite having the capability to transform into flying vehicles. They resorted to such clumsy tactics. "Quickly, quickly! Ironhide, think of something. Don't let them escape." Robert commanded the soldiers in pursuit while seeking assistance from Ironhide at the forefront, eager to make an impact during his first solo command. "Don't worry, Robert, they won't get away," Ironhide replied, glancing at the 4 unfamiliar high-ranking Decepticons, filled with intrigue, as he swiftly fired a liquid nitrogen bullet ahead. With a resounding bang, the liquid nitrogen bullet struck the target, Famine, with precision. A piercing scream escaped the lips of the afflicted Famine, who collapsed to the ground. The body, rendered sluggish by the frigid nature of the liquid nitrogen bullet, struggled to rise. The trio of slaughterers glanced back momentarily, fear gripping them, before they continued their dash towards the village. "Aha, perfect hit!" Ironhide exclaimed in celebration, immediately rushing to stand before the fallen Famine. "Farewell, filthy Decepticon." With that declaration, the cannon in Ironhide's other hand ignited with a brilliant glow, poised to unleash a high-temperature lead projectile. But at that moment, a cannon fired. Boom! Ironhide was abruptly hurled backward as if struck by a hammer. The high-temperature lead projectile shot skyward, propelled by the upward angle of the cannon's muzzle. Seizing the opportunity, Famine hastily scrambled to pursue the trio of slaughterers. Who was that? Ironhide, still reeling from the pain, swiftly rose to a defensive stance. Fresh meat. Within the confines of the village's architecture, Nie Tian slowly revealed his form, expressing a sense of awe. Ironhide had been caught off guard by a shot, yet he recovered remarkably fast. Indeed, he was a formidable warrior, capable of employing ambush tactics to eliminate even the likes of the Autobots. One shot was insufficient. Thus, another would follow. With a mental command, the fusion cannon roared to life once more. The tremendous recoil caused Nie Tian's frame to lean backward involuntarily. Ironhide, wielding the cannon, was searching for the ambusher when he suddenly heard another explosion. In a frantic moment, he barely had time to activate his energy shield. Boom! The energy shield proved futile. As if merely a thin membrane had been penetrated, The fusion cannon struck Ironhide squarely in the chest. Ah! Ironhide cried out in anguish, once again propelled through the air. Ironhide, are you all right? What just happened? Bumblebee and Hound finally caught up to him. I'm fine, but you both need to be cautious. There are more Decepticons here. Ironhide, despite the visible damage to his armor, managed to stand tall. More Decepticons? Robert, arriving shortly after Bumblebee and Hound, wore a look of concern upon hearing Ironhide's words. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Indeed, just ahead in that village, the second wave of assault confirmed Ironhide's suspicions regarding the attack's origin. He pushed past Bumblebee, who had shielded him, and gazed towards the 4 Decepticons, who had inexplicably halted their retreat. The position of Ironhide and his companions was at the entrance of a village, merely 100 meters from its heart. The village appeared deserted, a ghost town, due to the military's blockade and dispersal efforts. Why have those Decepticons stopped? Should we take action? Robert's unease deepened. As silence enveloped the scene, a light chuckle suddenly pierced the stillness. Ha! Ironhide, Bumblebee, how have you been? Chapter 110. The fierce battle at Mount Xiong'an, a towering figure, standing 13 meters tall, emerged from structure within the village. The menacing dark frame exuded an overwhelming aura, causing the soldiers behind Robert to raise their firearms, their fingers trembling ever so slightly on the triggers. Bumblebee's pupils widened in disbelief. Tianjia, is that you? It was hard to fathom that the first time he encountered Tianjia, he had been merely a high-ranking warrior. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the rank of commander. It is indeed I, Bumblebee, Tianjia replied. At that moment, a prominent bulge was evident on Tianjia's chest, revealing a massive cannon muzzle at its center, pulsating with dark red energy, akin to a miniature volcanic vent. As he moved, Tianjia retracted the fusion cannon, ultimately restoring his frame to its tightly sealed, armored form. Bumblebee was about to voice his thoughts when his expression abruptly shifted. Tianjia, have you disrupted communications in this area? Haha, have I been discovered? Tianjia chuckled lightly. If it weren't for the necessity of preventing Bumblebee and the others from calling for external aid, he would not have deliberately lured them into this trap, waiting until their desperation peaked before making his move. We are about to engage in a fierce battle, Hung Pao declared, positioning 2 alloy short blades across his chest. This time, he refrained from tossing them about. What should we do? Robert asked anxiously, realizing they seemed to have fallen into a trap. Robert, take your men and retreat. Bumblebee transformed into his laser blade form. Leave this area immediately and call for reinforcements. Communications have been disrupted here. Tianjia is now a commander-level warrior. We cannot defeat him. Only your departure from this area gives us hope. Go! We will hold off Tianjia for you. Upon hearing the term commander-level warrior, Robert's pupils constricted, comprehending the dire nature of their predicament. All right, I understand, Bumblebee. And take care. With a reluctant glance at Bumblebee and Ironhide, Robert turned and waved. We retreat. Witnessing the human forces hastily retreat after barely exchanging a few words, Tianjia's gaze hardened. Slaughter. Intercept those humans. Let not a single one escape. Yes, my lord, Slaughter replied, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face as he transformed into a Cybertronian aircraft, soaring towards Robert and his companions, who had already gained some distance. The 4 Decepticons soaring overhead, including Ironhide and Bumblebee, were too preoccupied to pay heed, for their most formidable opponent loomed ominously before them. Tianjia surveyed the anxious faces of Bumblebee and the others, slowly drawing the Hellblade from his waist, initially intending to catch an Autobot off guard to inflict a devastating blow. He unexpectedly encountered Ironhide. Very well, let him test the extent of his current combat prowess. Bumblebee, be wary of Tianjia's sword. The metallic body of Iron Skin was devoid of close combat weaponry, and given his current injuries, he retreated behind the trio of Bumblebee, assuming the role of providing long-range support. Iron Skin, I am aware that Bumblebee's lower armor had fallen, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. Horizontal cannon, you and I will confront Tianjia head-on, while Sway. Take care to protect yourself. Rest assured, I shall. Sway unleashed 2 electric whips from behind, their arcs of blue electricity crackling as they fell to the ground. All right, let's advance. Faced with a commander-level warrior, the trio of Bumblebee audaciously initiated the attack. Dragging his sword along the ground, Nie Tian leisurely approached the trio of Bumblebee. The 100-meter distance, traversed by both sides, diminished to an almost non-existent span. With a swift motion, Bumblebee crouched to evade a diagonal slash from the long sword, subsequently delivering a powerful thrust aimed at the joint of Nie Tian's leg. What? The strike, which bore great expectations, merely left a dent after a shower of sparks from the friction. Momentarily stunned, Bumblebee found the long sword descending once more. Clang! Horizontal cannon intervened, blocking this formidable strike. It was forced to stagger back several steps from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Bumblebee launched another attack before hastily retreating. Troublingly, observing the agile movements of Bumblebee and horizontal cannon, Nie Tian transitioned from wielding his sword with one hand to both hands. Although his chances of victory in this battle were nearly certain, he was not keen on facing a downfall. Just as he intended to dispatch the slightly weaker horizontal cannon first, a sudden cannon fire struck his chest. Boom! The heated lead bullet seared Nie Tian's left chest. Iron Skin, lurking on the periphery, had opened fire. Bumblebee and horizontal cannon seized this advantageous moment, swiftly closing in from both sides, relentlessly attacking Nie Tian, while even the somewhat distant Sway occasionally lashed out with his whips. The four were immediately engulfed in chaotic melee. To be frank, Nie Tian's close combat skills could scarcely be deemed average. They bore no resemblance to excellence and could only be described as passable. Fortunately, his commander-level body, predominantly crafted from Aurelian living gold, afforded him boundless possibilities for error. Clang! Horizontal cannon's short blades struck Nie Tian's back, yet he disregarded it, sweeping his sword to send Bumblebee flying. The latter was hurled several meters away, a prominent sword mark left on his shoulder. Hey, Tian Jia, to slay Bumblebee, you must first pass through me. Sway swiftly filled Bumblebee's position, attempting to impede Nie Tian's advance. Get out of the way. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, followed by a fierce roar as Nie Tian swung his sword with ferocity. With a whoosh, Sway narrowly evaded, the long sword cleaving into the ground, creating a deep gash and sending countless fragments flying. However, before Nie Tian could raise his sword once more, his chest was struck by yet another cannon fire. Boom! This time, it was a liquid nitrogen bullet. If it were not for the extraordinary kinetic absorption abilities of the Aurelian gold and its extreme adaptability to environmental extremes, the armor on Nie Tian's chest would have shattered into shards amidst the oscillating temperatures. Ironhide. Nie Tian glanced towards Ironhide, positioned at a moderate distance. While Ironhide posed little threat to him, the incessant harassment was becoming quite bothersome. Several opportunities to severely injure Bumblebee or Ironhide had been thwarted by his interference. A solution must be devised. After a fierce struggle, Nie Tian managed to summon his true fire. Suppressing his mounting frustration, he contemplated the current predicament. Ironhide, Bumblebee, and the formidable Hound were all seasoned Autobot warriors. After thousands of years of warfare, combat had become second nature, inscribed in their very bones. They instinctively understood how to coordinate their efforts. Though Nie Tian had inflicted varying degrees of damage on Bumblebee and the others, he had not delivered any fatal blows. In the heat of battle, an idea struck him, a strategy involving self-sacrifice. After being hit by Ironhide once more, he deliberately staggered and fell to his knees. Casting aside his black prison sword, observing what seemed to be an injury, the hot-tempered Hound immediately surged forward, tires screeching. Hound, don't go! Bumblebee, just regaining his feet, attempted to warn him, but it was too late. As Hound lunged with his short blade, a mechanical hand seized him, swiftly followed by another hand that captured his second blade. Gripping Hound's arms, Nie Tian slowly lifted his head, a sinister grin forming at the corners of his mouth. Hound, you've fallen in my trap. What? Hound, disregarding his ensnared arms, glanced down in alarm. Before him, a massive cannon on the chest of the creature loomed, radiating ominous light. Farewell. With a thunderous roar, Hound was propelled dozens of meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string. The arms that Nie Tian held were forcibly severed. Ugh! Lacking Ironhide's robust alloy armor, Hound crumpled to the ground, incapacitated by the blast. Tian Jia, you despicable fiend! Bumblebee shouted in fury at the sight. Despicable? Nie Tian chuckled derisively, shaking the severed arm of Hound, from which green energy fluid dripped before casting it aside like refuse. Are you complimenting me, Bumblebee? Tian Jia, you shall pay for this. Enraged by Nie Tian's provocation, Bumblebee readied himself for a charge. With a swift roll to the side, Nie Tian retrieved the black prison sword and raised his right hand. A pulse of electromagnetic energy struck Bumblebee, rendering him paralyzed for over 2 seconds. In that fleeting moment, Nie Tian's sword found its mark, piercing Bumblebee's chest mercilessly. With a swift kick, he sent Bumblebee sprawling. Ugh! Following Hound, Bumblebee too succumbed to incapacitation. Witnessing the loss of yet another comrade, and with the elite warrior on their side reduced to himself, Ironhide's anxiety intensified, causing the cannon's roar to become increasingly fervent. The moment Ironhide was struck again, the body of Nie Tian merely hesitated for an instant before he continued to advance. The obstacle in his path, Swindle, was dismissed without a second thought. After a few exchanges, Swindle, unable to evade, found himself ensnared by Nie Tian's electric whip. Drawn before him, a torrent of azure energy surged forth, shooting several meters high, accompanied by the severed arm of Swindle soaring into the air. The Matrix will avenge us. Swindle, lying on the ground, clutched at Nie Tian with his remaining hand, still attempting to impede his progress. Such needless chatter. With a swift kick, Nie Tian sent Swindle sprawling, plunging the Hellfire sword into his chest, pinning him to the ground before continuing his march towards Ironhide. Chapter 111. Capturing the Autobot, Ironhide began to retreat, seeking to buy time. As long as Optimus received their distress signal, he would swiftly pilot the ship to their aid. Perhaps influenced by thoughts from his previous life, Nie Tian found himself more accustomed to intermingling firearms with traditional melee weapons rather than relying solely on the latter. Observing Ironhide retreating further, a fusion cannon manifested once more from his chest, while 2 launchers resembling miniature vertical units ascended from each shoulder. Each launcher was equipped with over 6 fully loaded heat-seeking missiles, ensuring an immediate strike against the enemy upon deployment. The fusion cannon roared first, followed by a rapid succession of 12 heat-seeking missiles. Yet, whether it was Nie Tian's failure to lock onto a target or Ironhide's stroke of luck, the cannon's projectile grazed Ironhide's body, striking the distant Xiong'an mountain behind him. A tremendous mushroom cloud erupted halfway up the mountain, which soon appeared to trigger a chain reaction, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly, with thick smoke billowing from the summit. "Oh dear, a miss," Nie Tian remarked, his tone laced with regret, though his gaze bore no sorrow, rather a hint of schadenfreude. Although the fusion cannon had failed to connect, the 12 tracking missiles detonated in succession near Ironhide. Following the missile barrage, Nie Tian sheathed all his weapons, confident that Ironhide could not withstand this onslaught. As anticipated, once the smoke of the explosions dissipated, Ironhide lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Ironhide, why must it be this way?" Nie Tian sighed, dragging Ironhide back to where Bumblebee and the others stood, seemingly oblivious to the slightly trembling ground beneath them. At that moment, for Cybertronian aircraft swooped down from the sky, hovering above Nie Tian without transforming. Several soldiers were unceremoniously dropped from the aircraft. "Ah, my back," Robert exclaimed, hitting the ground hard and clutching his waist as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon witnessing the terrifying figure towering at 13 meters, alongside the fallen Bumblebee and Ironhide, his heart sank into despair. It was over. "My lord, the human forces that fled have been entirely annihilated, leaving only these few survivors. The slaughter team has transformed into humanoid forms and reported in." As Nie Tian dealt with the Autobots one by one, they too eliminated several special operations squads from the Nest forces. The scratches on the bodies of the slaughter team indicated that the Nest special operations units were not lacking in combat prowess, with firepower that could be deemed top tier. Understood. Casting a glance at the soldiers, Nie Tian contemplated. "Plague, escort them back to Base 1. "Yes, my lord." This decision was not born from Nie Tian's compassion for the remaining soldiers, but rather from the realization that losing even one would diminish his leverage in negotiations for the spaceship. Indeed, Nie Tian's plan was to capture the Autobots and exchange them for a spacecraft. A plan is called a plan because it is subject to change. Initially, the scheme was to lure the snake from its hole and seize the spaceship directly, but with Optimus Prime following the vessel, the plan had to be adapted. As a leader-class warrior, Optimus Prime was not someone this commander-class warrior could confront head-on. Nie Tian understood that upon learning of the Decepticon presence in both Dezhou and Neon, the Autobots would inevitably divide their forces to fully eradicate them. However, he could not ascertain which side Optimus Prime would choose. The strategy was simple, Wherever Optimus Prime went, he would go the opposite direction. In the original narrative, the Autobots shared a brotherly bond, and Nie Tian was untroubled by the thought of Optimus Prime rejecting the deal. "Hey, Decepticons, what do you intend to do?" Robert mustered his courage to inquire, noticing that the Decepticons seemed reluctant to end their lives. While Robert valued his life, he feared even more that the Decepticons harbored greater schemes. In comparison to the entire world, his life seemed trivial. "What is your intention?" Drawn in by Robert's words, Nie Tian leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. "Human, tell me your name." The special attire of the Nest forces concealed their ranks. "Robert," he replied, unperturbed. "I am the Deputy Commander of the Nest forces." "Deputy Commander?" A flicker of interest sparked in Nie Tian. The value of a Deputy Commander far surpassed that of an ordinary soldier. A stroke of fortune. "Robert, do you think this is your first encounter with us Decepticons?" After a brief appraisal of Robert, Nie Tian revealed a malicious grin. "This is how we Decepticons operate." "What? You?" Robert attempted to say more, but Nie Tian was no longer inclined to engage in conversation. "Plague, let's depart." "Yes, my lord." Once Plague had secured Robert and the other soldiers within the craft. Ascending into the sky, Nie Tian retrieved several devices from his chest and tossed them towards the slaughter team. "Lock up the Autobots. It is time for us to withdraw." The massacre of 3 individuals culminated in the deployment of a disc-like device known as the stasis lock, which, when affixed to the chest of the Cybertronians, effectively severed the energy transmission pathways surrounding their sparks. Numerous energy conduits encircled the spark. Although damaging these conduits would not result in death, it could incapacitate the Cybertronians temporarily, rendering many of their modules, including communication systems, inoperative. During the Cybertronian Civil War, the Decepticons successfully captured numerous Autobots, largely due to the efficacy of the stasis lock. "My lord," the Harbinger exclaimed, as he approached, brandishing a longsword after all Autobots had been outfitted with the stasis lock. Upon receiving the Hellsword, Nie Tian casually sheathed it at his waist. The recent skirmish had left his chassis slightly damaged, yet he had already restored himself to full functionality. Casting a glance at the 4 Autobots, now rendered utterly voiceless, Nie Tian commanded with a sweeping gesture, "Retreat." In the desolate town of Emperor's Domain, Optimus Prime ruthlessly gripped the head of Sunstorm, who, in his final moments, frantically discharged a laser beam towards him. The proximity and speed of the laser left Optimus with no option to evade, nor did he intend to. The visage of Sunstorm, reminiscent of the treacherous Starscream, incited a surge of disgust within Optimus, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip. With a resounding crack, akin to a stone being crushed, Sunstorm's head erupted, his internal components reduced to mere debris. 19. Optimus muttered, lifting his gaze to the remaining trio of Decepticons, who were now under siege amidst the cacophony of acid rain. Each of the assailants bore the marks of battle, with one notably missing a substantial portion of his back, evidently stripped of weaponry or equipment by Optimus' bare hands. This confrontation, entirely one-sided, unfolded without the intervention of William and the other Autobots, resulting in a thorough slaughter. The town lay strewn with the bodies of Decepticons, many missing limbs. "Commander, when will Lord Tripticon arrive?" Acid Rain gasped, fear etched across his face. The demise of Sunstorm had instilled an inexplicable sense of peril within him. The commander had withheld the specifics of their tactical plan from Acid Rain, instead fabricating a benevolent falsehood. "Just hold on a little longer. Lord Tripticon will arrive shortly." Despite his own grim countenance, the commander sought to reassure Acid Rain, recognizing that every additional ally could buy them a moment's respite. "Commander, Optimus has not even unsheathed his weapon. We are no match for him." Suddenly, the commander's gaze became unfocused, only to brighten with realization. He nodded towards the commotion and swiftly produced an object resembling a hand grenade, hurling it towards Optimus with fervor. "Act now." The attack and the commotion swiftly transformed into a vehicle, departing the town without a backward glance. Sulfur Rain mistakenly believed this action was a signal to launch an assault on Optimus Prime, immediately firing several high-concentration sulfuric shells from the Hellion cannon before charging toward him. It was only halfway through his advance that he realized he was utterly alone as he turned to find that the Attack Master and the commotion had retreated, leaving him to face Optimus Prime. "Attack Master!" Sulfur Rain exclaimed in shock and fury, hastily transforming into a flying vehicle to ascend into the sky. Just then, a missile streaked from the direction the attack and commotion had departed. Boom! The missile struck Sulfur Rain's tail wing with precision, sending him crashing back to the ground. Disoriented by the high-intensity electromagnetic blast for several moments, Optimus Prime was bewildered as to why Sulfur Rain had plummeted again. Nevertheless, he dashed forward and delivered a powerful punch that pierced through Sulfur Rain's chest. In his final moments, Sulfur Rain's eyes reflected a glimmer of realization. At that instant, he comprehended that Lord Unicron had never intended to spare him or Solar Wind. With a sigh, Optimus Prime abandoned the pursuit of the now invisible attack and commotion. After contemplating for a moment, he lifted the still intact Sulfur Rain and extracted his memory crystal. Upon reading it, Optimus Prime furrowed his brow in deep thought. During Sulfur Rain's disappearance, he had encountered Red Spider, who was now inexplicably hiding aboard a warship on Mars. The vessel struck him as eerily familiar, yet he could not quite recall why. As the battle within the town subsided entirely, William descended from the spaceship. Upon his arrival, he delivered some rather unsettling news. Optimus, I don't know what has transpired, but we are unable to reach Robert. Unable to reach him? Optimus Prime's brow furrowed deeper as he scanned the scene within the town. William, have your men remain to gather the fallen Decepticons. We shall take the spaceship to Robert. Chapter 112. A thunderbolt from the blue at that moment, Brake and Fender also disembarked from the spaceship. Unyielding in his resolve, Optimus proclaimed, I knew these Decepticons would not stand a chance against you. Truly, our leader, Optimus Prime, is remarkable. Brake and Fender cheered, acting as the morale boosters for Optimus. The RC sisters had not arrived, as their combat prowess was insufficient to be of any assistance, and they typically refrained from engaging in battles against the Decepticons. Ignoring Brake and Fender, Optimus urged William to hasten his actions. All right, Optimus, William responded. Under William's command, a contingent of soldiers equipped with tools descended from the spacecraft, even bringing down a few tanks. Hey, my foolish brother, we must depart. Seeing Optimus hastily return to the spaceship, Brake called out and quickly followed. Wait, don't leave me behind. Defender discarded the remnants of the Decepticon, hastily pursuing the brakes. Moments later, the spaceship ascended slowly, followed by a sudden leap, arriving above the resplendent Cheongan Mountain. However, the first sight that Optimus Prime and William beheld was not the anticipated battlefield, but rather a vast cloud of volcanic ash. The Cheongan Mountain was awakening. The colossal cloud of ash loomed ominously, shrouding the entire region. The sky was enveloped in a gray haze, as if the mountain were on the verge of erupting with lava. Reluctantly, Optimus Prime had to maneuver the spaceship to descend. After a thorough search, the vessel hovered above a small town. Observing the devastation outside the town, along with several pools of differently colored liquids on the ground, Optimus Prime picked up a severed arm. He recognized it as belonging to the Autobot Longarm. Optimus, what is this? William approached with his rifle, feeling a sense of familiarity with the severed arm in Optimus's grasp. William, Ironhide, and the others have encountered an unfortunate incident. This operation may have been a mistake from the very beginning. Why has the slumbering Cheongan Mountain awakened after 300 years? Welcome to our exclusive live coverage from Edo City. News direct from the source, uncovering the truth behind the unanticipated eruption. Mr. Tian, didn't you assure me? Why has the NES team suffered such substantial losses? Upon returning to Base 1, admiring the consequences of his own actions, Nie Tian received an inquiry from Claire. He smiled slightly, unfazed, and composed a reply. Madam, I have placed the items you requested in the location you specified. Feel free to send someone to retrieve them. 2 minutes later, Nie Tian received a second message from Claire. Very well, Mr. Tian, this shall not happen again. See, it was that simple. Nie Tian raised an eyebrow. Politicians will always be politicians, ever so fond of their soldiers. Excellent work, Tian. I hope you will use the Autobot captives to exchange for Lord Megatron's body. Who is this? He murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. Choosing to disregard this new message, Soundwave had already devised a plan for Bumblebee and the others. Did he truly believe that he needed Soundwave to instruct him? Perhaps after being rebuffed by Nie Tian previously, Soundwave realized that Nie Tian had now ascended to a commanding position equivalent to his own. This time, when Soundwave contacted Nie Tian, his tone was markedly more respectful than before. However, despite the numerous messages from Soundwave, Nie Tian opted to ignore them all. This was not due to a desire to disrupt the original narrative, but rather an understanding that Soundwave's plans were utterly fanciful. In the original storyline, Optimus Prime was willing to perish alongside Megatron to defeat him. While Bumblebee and the others were indeed of great importance to Optimus, he would unequivocally refuse any offer to exchange them for Megatron's body. Moreover, it is truly a wretched idea to seek vengeance across the cosmos after being rejected. With narrowed eyes, Nie Tian gazed skyward. Frankly, he found the presence of an eye above him, capable of constant surveillance, exceedingly irksome, particularly given that its capabilities far surpassed those of other satellites. When he was merely an elite warrior, the existence of this eye was inconsequential. It made little difference. However, as he ascended to the rank of commander, often preoccupied with personal affairs, its presence became somewhat of an inconvenience. Regrettably, he shook his head and suppressed his thoughts. Although the Decepticons did not prohibit internal strife, Soundwave was a favored confidant of Megatron, and any aggression towards him would be lethal. Soundwave's position as the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons was not merely due to his commander-level combat prowess. In the original narrative, Soundwave's unique ability for remote electronic interaction allowed him to capture the faintest electronic signals, thereby maximizing the interception of intelligence from Autobots or humans. When necessary, he could even serve as a communications relay, issuing commands to the entirety of the Decepticons within a star system. Otherwise, he would not spend most of his time drifting in space, as Megatron would never permit him to engage directly on the front lines. In the base of the Nest forces, Optimus Prime and William had just returned when they received a thunderous piece of news. Bumblebee and Ratchet had been captured by the Decepticons. William, the Decepticons are waiting. You and Optimus Prime must hurry. All right, Lawrence, William replied, hastily making his way with Optimus Prime to the large operations room within the base. Watching William's retreating figure, Lawrence felt a surge of delight. This dual-pronged operation had undoubtedly failed, at least in part. As the commander and planner of the Nest forces, William would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the responsibility. As fortunes fluctuated, his authority within the Nest would inevitably grow. Replacing William was but a matter of time. Upon entering the large operations room, Optimus Prime beheld a familiar visage flickering on the communication display. None other than the fugitive Shockwave. Optimus Prime, did you ever expect this? Shockwave exclaimed, his demeanor exuding satisfaction, evidently pleased with his successful escape from Optimus Prime's grasp and the smooth execution of his plans. Shockwave, spare the trivialities. Do you have Ratchet and Bumblebee in your possession? A cold glint flashed in Optimus Prime's eyes, regretting his decision to let Shockwave flee. Indeed, they are right beside me. Shockwave replied, adjusting the angle of the communication device. Instantly, Bumblebee and his companions appeared on the screen, alongside a curled-up Robert and several disheveled soldiers. Robert. Upon seeing Robert, William could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. At this moment, Bumblebee and his companions lay motionless on the ground, each adorned with a peculiar black, disc-shaped device on their chests, while several Decepticons stood guard over them. Optimus Prime instantly recognized the sinister black disc as the infamous energy-absorbing shackles employed by the Decepticons. Attack! Speak, he commanded, clenching his fists. What do you desire? He understood that Attack must have a devious plan in mind for contacting him. No. To his surprise, Attack shook his head. Optimus, do not be hasty. Do you not wish to know why Bumblebee and his team have fallen into our hands? Aside from his meticulous nature, Attack was somewhat obsessive-compulsive, relishing the opportunity to share his schemes with others, particularly with those directly involved. All of this is thanks to Lord Devastator's masterful orchestration, though I contributed a smidgen of effort as well. Optimus, you would never have guessed that while I detained you, Bumblebee and the others were already captured by Lord Devastator. Enough, Attack. Let's not squander time. It is time to discuss matters of importance. Attack's words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice, yet he dared not express any displeasure. Yes, Lord Devastator. Devastator? Optimus inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he instinctively questioned. Wasn't he an elite warrior? No. Optimus, that is merely a relic of the past. Attack's hand expanded, his voice rising with fervor. Lord Devastator has now ascended to become our fourth commanding warrior among the Decepticons. In the next moment, the scene shifted to reveal a menacing Decepticon seated upon an enormous metallic throne, His formidable presence captured the attention of all in the command hall. Optimus. The Decepticon's jaws moved in a rhythmic manner. I regret that our paths cross once more under such circumstances. Devastator, you have been promoted to commanding warrior? Optimus disregarded the condescending greeting typical of victors addressing the vanquished, focusing instead on Devastator's power level. Indeed, and it is largely thanks to you Autobots, Devastator replied. Rising to his full height, his towering figure, even through the screen, instilled a profound sense of pressure upon everyone present. In truth, Devastator's remark was not laced with sarcasm. Without the Autobots and the threat posed by Optimus, he would not have had the impetus to diligently seek ways to enhance his own strength. It was only upon achieving the rank of commanding warrior that he felt liberated from past constraints. No wonder Optimus suddenly grasped the situation. His earlier decision to split from Ironhide and the others was predicated on the belief that the Decepticons on Blue Star lacked any commanding warriors. Thus, Ironhide and his team would be sufficient to handle them. He had not anticipated the emergence of the variable that was Devastator, which explained why Ironhide and his companions had been captured. Chapter 113. The exchange is complete. While Devastator and Optimus conversed, William quietly slipped away, approaching a row of technicians clad in headsets, busily typing away at their computers. He whispered, "Can we track the location of the Decepticons?" "Apologies, Commander." A soldier removed his headphones, revealing an expression of embarrassment. "The technology they are employing is beyond our current understanding, and we are temporarily unable to decipher the source of the signal." "Very well," William replied with a nod, though he was disheartened as he gazed at the incomprehensible code on the computer screen. Despite having anticipated this, a sense of disappointment lingered within him. Those accursed Decepticons had rendered their proud equipment and technology utterly ineffective. "Optimus Prime, you must understand the purpose of my communication," Nie Tian said with a smile, as if reminiscing with an old friend. Truth be told, he harbored little animosity towards Optimus Prime. The enmity between their factions was merely a matter of allegiance and ideology. Beyond his influence, it was as if it were innate to him. He was born into such a reality. What could he do? "Speak, what is it that you desire?" Optimus Prime inquired, casting a glance at Ironhide and the others before returning to the initial question. "It is quite simple," Nie Tian replied, his smile unwavering. "Optimus, I wish to exchange Bumblebee and the others for our transport ship." "What did you say?" Before Optimus could voice his thoughts, William was taken aback. Nie Tian shot a glance at William. "What is it, human? Are you unwilling?" With that, he waved his hand, and the attackers behind him immediately transformed, brandishing weapons and advancing towards Bumblebee and Robert. "Hey, wait, don't!" William hurriedly interjected. "Nie Tian, we need to discuss this exchange. Could you grant us some time?" "Certainly," Nie Tian replied cryptically as he glanced at Optimus. "However, my patience is limited. I hope you can contact me soon." "Of course, we assure you. We will respond promptly," William affirmed. "All right, I shall give you 3 days. After that, there will be no need to reach out to me." As the monitor turned black, Optimus finally spoke. "William, why do we need to deliberate? Are Ironhide and the others' lives worth less than a mere ship?" "It is not so simple, Optimus," William gestured dismissively. "You know this matter transcends your personal stakes. It is not solely about our base." William sought to elaborate, but was uncertain whether Optimus would comprehend. So he posed a question instead. "Optimus, does this imply that you consent to the, prisoner exchange?" "Indeed, I agree," Optimus nodded. After all, the ship had originally been seized. While its loss was regrettable, Bumblebee and the others held greater significance. "Understood," William responded, feeling relieved as he grasped Optimus's stance. He realized that his friend and comrade Robert would likely not sacrifice himself for the cause. "Optimus, you should take some rest. I need to report this matter." In the Duman building, within the cabinet meeting room, an impromptu session was convened to discuss the intelligence William had recently conveyed. Apart from President Mitchell, the 4 cabinet members sat in contemplation, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Some are contemplating how to shift blame to protect their subordinates, while others are strategizing on how to exploit the current situation to undermine their rivals. There are even those pondering the worth of a spacecraft. Yet, amidst this turmoil, only Clary remains unperturbed, exuding an air of calm confidence. She is fully aware that the unfolding events are orchestrated by Mr. Tianjia, and she has already obtained what she desires. All that remains for her is to observe how the situation evolves, regardless of the outcome. Even if she is later exposed for colluding with the Decepticons, she can still claim innocence due to the leverage she possesses. After a brief yet intense discussion, though in truth, there was little discussion, Mitchell proposed a show of hands, and, aside from himself, the other four unanimously raised their hands in agreement to proceed with the exchange. Their primary concern was the fear that obstructing Optimus Prime might fracture their alliance with the Autobots, leaving them to confront the Decepticons alone. Moreover, if they were to lose the Autobots currently in Decepticon captivity, how could the remaining Autobots on Blue Star withstand the Decepticons? Although they still had Optimus Prime, he was but one individual, and it was clear that one pair of fists could not contend against many. The five prominent figures in the cabinet were unaware of the significance of a leader warrior among the Cybertronians. Despite their prior understanding of the power dynamics between Autobots and Decepticons, they lacked a tangible grasp of the specific strengths associated with each power class, merely perceiving it as a progression akin to upgrades in tanks or fighter planes. On that day, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. In the expansive desert basin, a lengthy convoy of armed vehicles journeyed to the barren end of the road. Suddenly, a Cybertronian spacecraft appeared on the horizon, accompanied by a missile launch vehicle and a main battle tank approaching from the ground. The Cybertronian craft was a small assault ship, the transformed state of Nie Tian, with its transformation gears residing within the Wanderer. The assault ship, with its blunt-headed triangular shape, was massive, featuring 4 engine exhausts on its tail and wings, presenting a paradox of being both ancient and advanced. Upon witnessing this unfamiliar aerial vehicle and the military transports in the distance, William understood that the Decepticons had arrived. Stay alert. No one is to fire without my command. The bizarre aircraft, exceeding 40 meters in length and width, caused William to stare in awe. With a swift motion, the assault ship soared directly above the armed convoy before transforming and descending to the ground with a thud. Its size surpassed even that of Optimus Prime, instilling in William a profound sense of threat upon their first encounter. Hey, Tianjia. After a moment of hesitation, William stepped forward to negotiate, asking, "Where are Bumblebee and the others?" Assessing William, the commanding officer of the Nest with considerable presence in the original storyline, Nie Tian did not respond directly to his inquiry, but countered, "Human, where is the ship?" "Above you," William replied, pointing to the sky. A large Decepticon transport ship was slowly descending. Indeed, the location for the exchange was chosen by Nie Tian, situated in close proximity to the Kona's Grand Canyon. This decision was not made on a whim. Rather, it was at the behest of the assault team, who urged him to select this spot. In light of the significant contributions made by the assault team during the planning phase, he casually acquiesced. The spacecraft fortuitously landed beside Nie Tian and William, creating a triangular standoff. With a hiss, the cabin door opened, and Optimus Prime descended, accompanied by a contingent of Autobots. "Where are Tien and Bumblebee?" Optimus inquired immediately, echoing William's earlier question. "Patience," Nie Tian replied, glancing at the familiar faces of the Autobots behind Optimus, and waved his hand dismissively. The recently arrived assault team, now transformed into humanoid forms, approached the spacecraft. "Rest assured, Optimus, I am right here. Let them inspect the ship first," Nie Tian explained with a smile. He was not one of those mindless characters from movies who neglect to check for hidden explosives beneath a vehicle before boarding. "That must be RC," he mused, observing the petite figure of RC, who stood below his thigh as he passed 2 nearly identical Autobots. One could only wonder what expression would cross RC's face if she learned that Black Widow had recently been on Blue Star. William, witnessing 2 Decepticons boarding the ship, felt a surge of frustration. Once they had captured this very spacecraft not far from the Kona's Grand Canyon, and now they were compelled to relinquish it. It was undeniably an ironic twist of fate. With this thought, William could not help but ask, "Nie Tian, why did you take our ship? Do you wish to leave our planet? Take your ship?" Nie Tian's eyelids flickered as he nearly drew his sword in response. What kind of bandit logic was this? In an age where extraterrestrials had arrived, why did they still cling to such archaic reasoning? This was not about stealing. It was about returning what rightfully belonged to its owner. Casting a glance at Optimus, Nie Tian ultimately decided against taking any further action. "My intentions are of no concern to you. All you need to know is that your soldiers remain in my custody." Suddenly, the spacecraft's door slammed shut. "What has happened?" William exclaimed, bewildered. Nie Tian smiled contentedly. "Optimus, I am a man of my word. You will soon see Bumblebee and the others." With that, Nie Tian retrieved several energy columns from his chest and moved aside, setting them down on the desert floor amidst the puzzled gazes of those present. "Is this a land bridge?" Optimus, familiar with such energy columns, began to comprehend Nie Tian's intentions as the formation gradually took shape. Casting a wary glance at this relatively new Decepticon, Optimus was taken aback yet recognized him as being on par with seasoned commanders like Starscream and Shockwave. Once the columns were arranged, Nie Tian stepped back and sent out a communication. Moments later, the electrified square portal shimmered like rippling water, casting forth a yellow-painted Autobot that rolled across the desert for several dozen meters. Following this, a succession of captured Autobots was hurled through, with Robert and several soldiers trailing at the rear. Chapter 114. Rapati with a thud, Robert, still disoriented from the teleportation, hastened to survey his new surroundings. "William, I knew you wouldn't abandon me," he called out through a mouthful of sand, tears streaming down his face. As William and Optimus Prime approached to assess Bumblebee and the others, Tian swiftly retracted the land bridge and transformed into an assault ship. The engines beneath the wings erupted with blue flames, propelling Tian vertically into the sky. "Optimus, the exchange is complete. Farewell." Simultaneously, the spacecraft activated its engines and ascended. Gazing after the departing vessel, Optimus stood in a daze, lost in thought. "Be cautious. First, remove the restraining locks from their chests." Ratchet approached with the other Autobots, directing them to dismantle the restraining locks from Bumblebee and his companions. "Wow, that Decepticon looks quite menacing." Indeed, Bumblebee and his team are in a dire state, Brake and Fender remarked, shaking their heads at the grim sight of Bumblebee and the others. "Must you two always chatter on?" RC appeared behind them, arms crossed, her gaze sharp. Optimus, clearly in a foul mood, would not permit Brake and Fender to exacerbate the situation. The two exchanged glances and, in silent accord, began to accuse one another. "RC, I said nothing. It was Brake who spoke." "RC, I said nothing. It was Fender who spoke." In the border region, Base 1 awaited the arrival of the ship. Upon landing, the 4 members of the Decepticon team, known as the Slaughter Quartet, directed the automated robots to commence unloading supplies from the spacecraft. Before them stood a formidable elite Decepticon named Song of Death, a creation of Tian's. Utilizing the chaotic form of his previous body, equipped with new memory crystals and information chips. As for Tian's original elite body, he had dismantled it with his bare hands, finding it unappealing. Though Tian held no particular sentiment towards the spark, which Optimus referred to as the soul, he was reluctant to allow components of his former body to be reborn in another form. Nevertheless, none of the dismantled parts went to waste. Most were either integrated into Song of Death's body or repurposed into raw materials. Inside the cockpit, Tian familiarized himself with the spacecraft. Strictly speaking, this vessel was an exceptionally pure Decepticon transport ship, comprising a cockpit at the bow and a cargo hold within the hull, resembling a half-submerged yacht in the water. Perhaps due to the inherent ability of the Cybertronians to traverse the cosmos, coupled with a near-total depletion of resources from the Cybertronian Civil War, their shipbuilding technology currently remains rather rudimentary. There exists no standardized construction procedure, nor are there specific classifications based on the functions of the vessels. The only distinctions made are regarding their intended purpose and size before construction. Nevertheless, even if the Cybertronian shipbuilding capabilities are underdeveloped, they remain a league apart from Earth, with one soaring in the skies and the other buried beneath the surface. In truth, piloting these ships is not particularly challenging, for they are imbued with a high degree of intelligence. A few essential operations and the mastery of command terminology suffice. "My lord, everything is ready," announced Sanga, as he led the 4 Decepticon warriors into the cockpit after the external cargo had been fully loaded onto the ship. He had been appointed as the commander of the execution team by Nie Tian. Nie Tian felt that, despite having attained the rank of a commander-level warrior, the 4 Decepticons had not contributed significantly, and the anticipated squadron operations had not materialized. Indeed, he had been overly ambitious. The cockpit was modest in size, merely a few dozen square meters. The sudden influx of numerous Decepticons made Nie Tian feel somewhat cramped. Sanga moved to the back. Sanga and his team constituted the first combat unit comprised of high-ranking Decepticons under his command, Yet he was certain they would not be the last. In the cargo bay, various supplies were meticulously arranged, primarily energy blocks and energy columns. Given the Cybertronian's mechanical nature, as long as there is energy, every dilemma is trivial. Sangha, take a few energy columns to the power room to replenish the fuel. Nie Tian glanced at Sangha, aware that the Autobots would not deliver fuel to him after filling the tank. The ship's fuel reserves were nearly depleted and required replenishment. Yes, my lord. Nie Tian was prepared to embark on an interstellar journey to the coordinates of the Iron Fortress relic that had stirred chaos. He left the duties of overseeing Base 1 and Base 2 to the loyal Decepticon, Attack. Although Attack was the most devoted to Megatron, his absence had shifted allegiances. While Attack had not entirely forsaken his former loyalty, he was now, in essence, Nie Tian's subordinate. Nie Tian had no intention of relinquishing the two bases in the extreme northern region of the border. Given that Alice's identity remained undisclosed, Base 2 could continue to receive resources sent by Alice, and with Clary's protection, both bases were relatively secure. My lord, the fuel is fully replenished, Sangha reported as he approached Nie Tian. Although Sangha operated using the form of the Chaos Bringer, his appearance and demeanor were markedly different, and he stood at an impressive height of 8.8 meters, second only to Nie Tian among all Decepticons present. All right, let us conduct a final check. We shall depart imminently. Yes, my lord. Moments later, Nie Tian returned to the cockpit alone and activated the engine. The ship began to ascend gently, with only Nie Tian and his elite squad of high-ranking Decepticons on this journey. The Tianha system, nestled within the inconspicuous expanse of the Brapati galaxy, is but one of the countless stellar systems among the hundreds of billions within the Milky Way. At its core lies a colossal star, accompanied by 12 planets of varying sizes orbiting it. Among these 12 celestial bodies, 2 are classified as terrestrial planets, and it is upon one of these that the coordinates of the Iron Fortress relic can be found. Through the porthole of the spacecraft, Nie Tian gazed upon the star of the Brapati galaxy, which had evolved into a red giant. Simply put, a red giant is akin to an oversized sun. In the vastness of the cosmos, Nie Tian found nothing peculiar, as the universe is a realm of endless wonders, and a star that bears a resemblance to another is hardly noteworthy. After a journey at superluminal speeds, or rather, through spatial leap, Nie Tian arrived at the Brapati galaxy in merely over a month. While spatial leap can be executed in an instant, the establishment of a secure node for such a leap requires considerable time. Otherwise, a reckless jump could lead to the spacecraft being torn apart by spatial storms. As the vessel approached the designated planet, it revealed itself as a gray orb, seemingly shrouded in a thick layer of cloud, rendering its surface features indistinguishable from space. This planet, at least twice the size of Earth, occupies a position not too far from the star at the heart of the Brapati galaxy. Reducing the speed of the spacecraft, Nie Tian opted against further superluminal travel and instead approached the target planet with a consistent deceleration. He instructed Sangha and the others to prepare, for this was a planet suspected to harbor life. Although, from the perspective of space, even if civilization existed here, it was likely a planetary civilization that could not be classified as even a level 1 civilization. However, influenced by the tenets of the Dark Forest theory, Nie Tian dared not presume this planet to be unremarkable. Every satellite or spacecraft's surface could very well be a FA-Ade, a level 1 civilization. Having dominion over all resources of its planet, stands as its undisputed sovereign. In the later stages of a level 1 civilization, it can effortlessly transcend the gravitational confines of its planet and venture into space. In strict terms, the zenith of the Cybertron civilization stands at the pinnacle of level 3 interstellar civilizations. If we disregard technological advancements and simply consider the scope of activity, level 1 civilizations operate within their planetary confines. Level 2 civilizations extend their reach within their stellar systems, while level 3 civilizations traverse between star systems, exploring the vast universe. Superluminal travel is a significant hallmark of level 3 civilizations and serves as a dividing line for the evolution of level 2 stellar civilizations into level 3. Beyond the initial 3 tiers of cosmic civilizations, there exists a 4th level civilization. If we were to assert that the first 3 tiers of civilizations are engaged in exploration and the utilization of universal laws, akin to the phenomenon of an apple falling to the ground upon ripening, then from the fourth level onwards. Civilizations possess the capability to modify and create universal laws on a limited scale, such as altering the natural flow of water from descending to ascending. Certainly, the concept of a fourth-level civilization is beyond the comprehension of Nie Tian, much like a human cannot fathom the existence of Cybertronians, or an ancient individual cannot grasp modern technology. The once magnificent Cybertronian civilization now teeters on the brink of extinction, having plummeted from the zenith of a third-level civilization to its very threshold. The ravages of war have not only led to the depletion of resources, but also to the loss of invaluable knowledge. Master, shall I lead an extermination of them and descend upon this planet for exploration? Sang-gu ventured into the cockpit, offering his unsolicited suggestion. As a subordinate, one must possess the resolve to alleviate the burdens of their leader, even when such assistance may not be required. No, Sang-gu, Nie Tian replied, his gaze fixed upon the gradually enlarging unknown planet amidst the inky cosmos. It is unnecessary, although the Brapati star system is documented within Cybertronian records. The target planet remains devoid of any pertinent information. Chapter 115. The unsightly beings. As the vessel pierced the atmosphere of the unknown planet, it descended smoothly. What is this? Nie Tian inquired, his eyes narrowing as he observed the surface of the planet, seemingly composed of a peculiar red rock, interspersed with patches of crimson plains amidst dark ravines. However, as the spacecraft descended lower, several castles emitting flames suddenly came into view atop one of the plains. In the distance, remnants of collapsed or damaged structures stretched endlessly, painting a picture of desolation. It was as though the civilization of this planet was embroiled in some calamity or perhaps a conflict, touching down on a relatively intact clearing. Nie Tian, accompanied by Sang-gu, slaughter, famine, and disaster, disembarked from the ship. The pestilence remained aboard, tasked with piloting the vessel into low orbit around the planet, awaiting his command. After all, should anything befall the transport ship, their return to Blue Star would be indefinitely postponed. Moreover, the transport craft lacked any offensive capabilities. Apart from cargo transport, its only function was to detect various life signals, a task the Cybertronians were already adept at. Upon setting foot on the planet's surface, Nie Tian was met with a pungent odor of sulfur, the air thick with a searing heat. The existence of life on this unknown planet was anticipated, yet the harsh conditions exceeded his expectations. To be frank, this did not resemble a habitable world, at least not for carbon-based life forms, as the air was suffused with scorching waves, reaching temperatures of 150 degrees. Surveying the surroundings for a moment and noting the lack of activity, Nie Tian gestured, "Let us proceed forward and investigate." "Yes, master." Transforming into an assault vessel, Nie Tian soared toward the castles he had previously observed from above, with Sang-gu and the others closely following. The coordinates of the Iron Fortress artifact were not far from their location. Nie Tian intended to gather information about this planet before making his way to the site of the Iron Fortress. Indeed, there were no signals of energy fluctuations. In midair, Nie Tian cast a downward glance, then swiftly adjusted the ship's heading, soaring towards another direction. Life in all its diverse forms invariably possesses an energy utilization system known by various names, which emits signals during the decomposition of energy. The distinction lies in the magnitude of the signals and the ease or difficulty of detection. The indigenous inhabitants of this planet appeared to be at a primitive nomadic stage of civilization. However, Nie Tian refrained from drawing any conclusions before witnessing their true nature. As he continued his flight, Nie Tian suddenly received communication from Hunger. "My lord, we have made a discovery." To enhance search efficiency, he had dispersed Hunger and the others a few moments prior. "Excellent. I shall be there shortly." Changing direction once more, Nie Tian navigated towards Hunger's location. Before long, the quartet of Morning Song came into view, encircled as they appeared to kick something akin to a soccer ball. As he drew closer, Nie Tian discerned that it was a humanoid creature, approximately 1 meter in height. Yet upon landing and getting a clearer look, he was utterly astounded. How to describe this creature? Even the well-traveled Nie Tian found himself at a loss for words. Its head resembled that of an octopus devoid of tentacles, bald and greasy, lacking both a nose and a mouth. Its torso was akin to that of a featherless ostrich, with a lion's tail swishing behind. Its legs resembled eagle talons, while its arms were two three-clawed mechanical appendages. In sum, it was a chaotic amalgamation, embodying every characteristic associated with grotesqueness. Upon noticing Nie Tian's arrival, the four members of Morning Song promptly ceased their actions. The kicked humanoid creature tumbled and collided with a rock, rolling right to Nie Tian's feet. It appeared dazed from the fall, taking a considerable time to rise. Then, its right arm transformed into a weapon resembling a rifle, and without uttering a word, it unleashed a barrage of fire towards Nie Tian. The bullets struck the energy shield, creating ripples. Rather than feeling displeased, Nie Tian found himself intrigued. The ability to directly morph an arm into a weapon was no trivial feat. It involved technologies pertaining to space and mass, certainly beyond a civilization that had yet to conquer the skies. How fascinating! The planet housing the Iron Fortress relic was indeed extraordinary. Observing this creature, a striking exemplar of the amalgamation of organic and inorganic elements, Nie Tian turned his gaze towards Hunger with a questioning look. Recognizing the unspoken query, Hunger replied, "My lord, when I first discovered this little being, it was emerging from that cave over there." He gestured toward a small hill not far off. "After capturing it, I immediately notified you." Gazing at the cave, which was not taller than himself, Nie Tian dismissed the thought of entering to investigate. Alas, if only Black Panther had not remained on Blue Star. Otherwise, it could have ventured inside to take a look. Grasping the creature's head, Nie Tian raised it before him. The ability to wield weapons and construct edifices undoubtedly indicated a race endowed with intelligence. However, this diminutive contraption in his hand resembled a mindless war machine, operating solely on preordained protocols. After a moment's contemplation, Nie Tian exerted force with his palm. Bang! A cloud of verdant blood mist erupted in midair, accompanied by a cacophony of shattering sounds. He disdainfully flicked his hand, murmuring, "Hopefully, this creature's blood is not corrosive." Although Nie Tian was not one to subscribe to strict materialism, he couldn't help but muse that, compared to this entity, humanity was indeed a remarkably aesthetically pleasing race within the cosmos. Of course, this could also be attributed to differing standards of beauty. "Master, look," Sengu said, picking up a small device from the ground and presenting it to Nie Tian. "Is this a central processing unit replacing the brain?" After scanning and analyzing, Nie Tian furrowed his brow. Indeed, the octopus-like beings were combat automatons equipped with implanted control mechanisms, a fusion of organic and inorganic life. Let us proceed to the coordinates of the relic. Since we cannot encounter the true natives, I shall not squander any more time. Regardless, his objective was the Iron Fortress relic, and upon acquiring it, he would promptly vacate this planet. The indigenous inhabitants and their civilization mattered little to him. As Nie Tian resumed his journey, he encountered an increasing number of octopus beings and more collapsed structures. The closer he approached the relic's coordinates, the more he encountered. A considerable number of octopus beings moved in patrol-like formations. Suddenly, while flying at a low speed, Nie Tian noticed a group of octopus beings seemingly engaged in battle, facing off against a swarm of mechanical insects resembling grasshoppers. These mechanical insects varied in size, with the largest being larger than a calf, while the smallest were even smaller than the octopus beings, reminiscent of some form of Cybertronian life. Nie Tian speculated that these mechanical insects might be a species from Cybertron, yet he searched his memories in vain for any information regarding them. The mechanical insects appeared to regard the octopus beings as prey, devouring one before rushing to consume the next, seemingly indifferent to the remaining octopus beings. The octopus beings were no match for the mechanical insects, and in the blink of an eye, this group was entirely consumed by a dozen or so of the mechanical creatures. After devouring the octopus beings, the mechanical insects, akin to animals that had finished their hunt, swarmed toward the nearby cave. Nie Tian pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps the first octopus being he encountered had indeed emerged from that cave, rather than it being mere happenstance. Suddenly, as the last mechanical insect entered the cave, it retracted its wings, and a familiar emblem flashed briefly. Nie Tian's gaze sharpened. By the time he turned to look again, the mechanical insect had already vanished into the cave. Was that merely an illusion? He stared blankly for a considerable time, until he had completely traversed the area, before finally withdrawing his gaze. Before long, a fortress-like tower emerged upon the plains below. This tower was constructed from an unknown metal, standing in stark contrast to its surroundings. Isolated on the vast expanse, there were no other structures within a radius of several dozen kilometers, nor any signs of the octopoid beings or mechanical insects. A sense of numbness washed over Nie Tian as he finally comprehended why the castles encountered along the journey seemed so familiar. Was this towering edifice not the most common triangular prism of Cybertron? Were those castles not mere imitations of the triangular prism's design? Could it be that this planet had once been visited by Cybertronians? Was the Iron Fortress relic a remnant left behind by them? As he pondered these thoughts, Nie Tian approached the vicinity of the triangular prism. The coordinates of the Iron Fortress relic pointed directly to this location, making the tower a prime suspect. Just as he intended to land, several missiles suddenly emerged from the tower's pinnacle, hurtling towards him and his companions, the Singing Dead. Without needing Nie Tian to issue a command, the 4 members of the Singing Dead instinctively accelerated past him, intercepting the missiles. A series of explosions erupted in midair. An automated defense mechanism. Nie Tian mused, somewhat surprised, but he did not dwell on it. Just as he prepared to descend once more, the communication module unexpectedly received an unfamiliar signal. "Sir, we're being contacted," the Singing Dead reported, also receiving the same transmission. "Follow me," Nie Tian instructed after a moment's deliberation, guiding the group away from the triangular prism. Could this sudden communication request be from the tower's occupant, currently inside? If so, it would be unwise to intrude upon their domain uninvited. However, upon granting permission for the communication, the projection revealed not a Cybertronian, but an octopoid being. The creature's eyes were filled with intense emotion, and it spoke solemnly. "Visitors from beyond the stars, please vacate this area and do not approach our sanctum." A sanctum? How intriguing. The octopoid's fluent Cybertronian and its unperturbed demeanor elicited a peculiar smile from Nie Tian. The situation was growing increasingly fascinating. Chapter 116. The Hynerians of the Crimson Star. This octopoid was unlike any Nie Tian had encountered previously. It exhibited distinct independent thought and standard communication abilities, possessing a nose and mouth, alongside anthropomorphic features. "What if I insist on entering your sanctum?" Nie Tian retorted, unfazed by the octopoid's warning. Seeing that Nie Tian dismissed its words, the octopoid's expression shifted to one of fierce aggression as it declared, "Then you shall be our enemy. We Hynerians shall not spare you. Moreover, our sanctum possesses the ability to autonomously retaliate against intruders. The earlier assault was merely a warning." Hynerians? Ignoring the threat posed by the octopus beings, Nie Tian found himself intrigued by the mention of the Hyna people. Their chaotic physical structure indeed embodied the essence of inclusivity. "Could you tell me about this planet and your Hyna people?" Nie Tian intended to seize the opportunity to glean some information about the Hyna from the octopus entity. "Very well, celestial visitor." The octopus head in the projection regarded Nie Tian for a considerable moment before responding. "As long as you refrain from visiting the sacred site, I am willing to share the history of our Hyna people." Introducing himself, he continued, "I am IRY, the leader of the Hyna." He then elaborated, "The planet beneath your feet is known as Chiron Star. We Hyna are the sole sentient species on Chiron Star, having lived here for thousands of years." "Only one sentient species?" Nie Tian's gaze flickered as a sense of certainty settled within him. "You must have encountered other Hyna, but they are not true Hyna. They are merely soldiers we have produced in bulk through cloning and modification technology." "What about those mechanical insects?" Nie Tian interjected suddenly. "Not long ago, I encountered a swarm of mechanical insects that engaged in battle with your soldiers." "Are you referring to the Black Envoys?" Irie's expression shifted to one of unease, tinged with a hint of fear. "You call those mechanical insects Black Envoys?" Nie Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, IRY seemed genuinely apprehensive. "They appeared on Chiron Star a few months ago and attacked us on sight." "A month ago?" That was precisely when he had departed from the Blue Star. Nie Tian scrutinized IRY, his instincts suggesting that this self-proclaimed leader of the Hyna was concealing something from him. However, this was of little consequence. After listening to Irie's account, Nie Tian waved to the 4 companions of the morning song. "Thank you, leader IRY of the Hyna, for sharing so much with me. However, I must now attend to more pressing matters." A smile spread across his face as he declared, "That is to visit your sacred site and discover what lies within." "Wait!" IRY panicked. Did you not just say you would not visit our sacred site? Did I? Nie Tian feigned innocence. I do not recall ever agreeing to such a request. Irie's expression shifted to one of confusion, and upon reflection, it seemed that Nie Tian indeed had not committed to his demand. No, you cannot do that. Realizing the situation, Irie's face contorted with rage. Celestial visitor, should you proceed, I will immediately dispatch troops to eliminate you. Yet, despite Irie's threats, Nie Tian remained unfazed, even preparing to sever the communication. Wait, let me tell you, IRY shifted tactics, softening his tone. In truth, a monstrous bloodsucker lies dormant within the sacred site, possessing immense power. A bloodsucker? Nie Tian hesitated, sensing that IRY was undoubtedly withholding information from him. Just moments ago, it was referred to as a sacred site, and now it was being described as a prison for a blood-sucking monster. The leader of Irie, Nie Tian feigned curiosity, inquiring, "How did you know there were bloodthirsty monsters inside?" "Well, I have witnessed your kind before. Long ago, many of my kin were slain by these fiends. Their blood drained completely." "Oh, is that so?" Nie Tian chuckled with amusement. "So, you fear I might meet the same fate?" "Indeed," Irie nodded solemnly. "Your reckless intrusion will surely awaken him. At that point, not only will you perish, but we, the Haina people, will not escape either." Nie Tian scoffed at the remark. "What nonsense is this? You think a bloodsucker could breach his armored physique? Do you truly believe that Orion is merely a decorative piece? Even werewolves do not instill fear in him." "Thank you for your warning, Irie," Nie Tian said, wishing to cease the futile conversation. "No, you." A sudden disruption silenced Irie's counsel as the projection vanished. Observing the four figures of the Song of Morning ascending towards the apex of the three-pronged pyramid in the distance, Nie Tian found himself amused. To consider their three-pronged pyramid as a sanctuary of the Haina was quite presumptuous. 300 kilometers away, within a castle structure, a solitary figure stood in the midst of a variety of technological devices and several motionless mechanical bodies. Peculiarly, these bodies seemed to lack something essential. Despite their intact exteriors, they exuded an eerie sense of having been stripped of life. Frustrated, Irie gazed at the severed communication. Before he could unleash his ire, a Haina rushed in, breathless. Leader Irie, what is it?" Irie queried. The panting Haina replied, "It's bad news, Leader Irie. A significant number of dark emissaries have been spotted to the southeast. It appears they're heading our way." "What?" Irie's expression shifted dramatically. "Has that woman located us so swiftly? Damn it." Without further thought for those who had abruptly appeared on Shirin Star, Irie commanded urgently, "Mobilize everyone at once and prepare for battle." "My lord." "Is taken care of." As Nie Tian descended near the three-pronged pyramid, the four figures of the Song of Morning had just obliterated its apex. "Good," Nie Tian nodded. "Let us proceed inside." "Yes, my lord." The three-pronged pyramid was the most ubiquitous structure on Cybertron due to its simplistic design, ease of construction, and versatile functionality, catering to most daily needs. Upon pushing open the doors of the pyramid, they were greeted by a vast hall supported by various metallic pillars. In stark contrast to its pristine exterior, the interior bore the scars of devastation, reminiscent of a battlefield. One pillar was even entwined with several strands of a white, rope-like substance. After surveying the surroundings, Nie Tian conjured a weapon and instructed, "Investigate thoroughly, and do not disturb anything peculiar." The Tricone Pyramid has stood in this location for an extensive period, as inferred from the analysis of elemental formation states, which suggests it has existed for at least 30,000 years. The exact appearance of the Iron Fortress relic remains a mystery to Nie Tian. However, he is confident that upon sighting it, he would recognize it instantly. Song of Morning, you and Massacre ascend to the upper levels. Famine, you and Disaster proceed that way. With these words, Nie Tian began to move forward. Yet, the moment he stepped into the Tricone Pyramid, it seemed as if he had activated a hidden switch, triggering a ferocious roar filled with malice. Roar. Immediately, the entire pyramid trembled as though it were releasing some monstrous entity. "Master, be careful," Song of Morning suddenly exclaimed. Nie Tian instinctively turned his gaze forward. A shadow as dark as ink was racing towards him. With a loud crash, he barely had time to raise his arms in defense before being hurled out of the Tricone Pyramid. Plop! Two towering figures, each exceeding 10 meters in height, carved deep trenches into the surface of the Crimson Star. What on earth? As the tumult subsided, Nie Tian quickly regained his footing and distanced himself. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the assailant was, astonishingly, a Cybertronian cloaked in an impenetrable black. Could it be that Cybertronians are now favoring all black adornments, elevating themselves above others? Looking at the unfamiliar Cybertronian, who was convulsing on the ground like a marionette, Nie Tian couldn't help but speculate. The reason for his conjecture was simple. This Cybertronian was enveloped in an unparalleled shade of black, while his own form was predominantly black. It shimmered with metallic luster and was accented with other hues. "Master, are you all right?" Song of Morning and his companions hurriedly approached, forming a protective line before Nie Tian, their eyes fixed warily on the slowly rising adversary. "I'm fine," Nie Tian replied, shaking his head. He had not anticipated that the Tricone Pyramid harbored such enigmas. He was uncertain whether this Cybertronian was the so-called blood-sucking monster mentioned by Irie. The notion of a blood-sucking Cybertronian seemed utterly absurd. The pitch-black Cybertronian staggered to its feet, then abruptly turned, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on the 5 Decepticons nearby. Is this some kind of joke? Upon discerning the Cybertronian's front, Nie Tian's pupils contracted, and all his questions were swallowed back down. Before him stood a Cybertronian with a gaping hole in its chest, devoid of a spark or any energy devices. The entire being emanated an aura of a living dead. Yes, a living dead. This Cybertronian resembled a corpse long since departed, somehow transformed into its current state. Truth be told, Nie Tian was uncertain whether this entity could still be classified as a Cybertronian. Chapter 117. The Living Dead Cybertronian Master. Something feels amiss. Song of Morning remarked hesitantly, having also sensed the peculiar condition of the Cybertronian, uncertain whether their foe was alive or dead. "I understand." Nie Tian nodded solemnly. "This is a living dead Cybertronian, likely under some form of control. You all test his capabilities. Without the spark or any energy devices, Nie Tian could not ascertain the true combat level of this living dead Cybertronian." "Yes, my lord." Sangu transformed into a curved dagger, charging forward without hesitation towards the undead Cybertronian. The 3 assassins followed closely behind. The living dead Cybertronian appeared slightly stiff from prolonged inactivity. Its reactions dulled as it faced Sang-Ji's assault, only raising its arm to block when the dagger neared its neck. With a dull thud, the dagger struck the neck, producing a sound that bore no resemblance to metal clashing, and the living dead Cybertronian staggered back, unharmed. Sang-Gu glanced at his weapon, then at the approaching enemy, astonished. His full-force strike had seemingly vanished into thin air. He swung again, transforming his weapon into a ranged one, and fired. Meanwhile, the 3 assassins encircled from different directions, unleashing a barrage of fire to support their new leader. Yet, immersed in battle, Sang-Gu failed to notice that the living dead Cybertronian's reaction speed was increasing, and the distance he was pushed back was diminishing. As Sang-Gu raised his arm to fire a second shot, the living dead Cybertronian, invigorated as if by a surge of energy, did not retreat as anticipated but lunged swiftly towards him. In a moment of distraction, Sang-Gu found himself toppled to the ground. The living dead Cybertronian opened its maw, filled with sharp alloy teeth, heedlessly attempting to bite into Sang-Ji's frame. Just as Sang-Gu feared he would be devoured, a black-red longsword suddenly appeared within his line of sight. In the next instant, he saw the black-red blade flash and pierce the gaping maw merely inches from him. With a resonant clang, the living dead Cybertronian was propelled into the air. "My lord, get up." Sang-Gu realized that Lord Tianjia had somehow appeared before him. "Do not speak," Nie Tian gestured, his gaze fixed intently on the prostrate, living dead Cybertronian. That last strike had utilized at least 70% of his strength, even against a commander-level warrior like the Red Spider. Nie Tian doubted he could emerge unscathed under his blade. Yet, the living dead Cybertronian seemed as resilient as an exceptionally hard diamond, exceedingly difficult to cut. From his observations, Nie Tian noted that the living dead Cybertronian fought purely on instinct. Despite possessing formidable defense, its offensive capabilities were rather meager. It had not manifested any weapons, relying solely on punches and kicks to engage Sang-Gu. Overall, The living dead Cybertronian's strength lay between that of an elite warrior and a commander-level fighter. Yet its abnormally high defense rendered it akin to an indestructible cockroach. Before long, the recently propelled Necrobot of Cybertron rose once more. Casting a glance at the abyssal sword, Nie Tian manifested the fusion cannon from his chest, aiming it squarely at the re-emerging Necrobot. With a resounding explosion, the Necrobot was sent flying over 100 meters, a colossal mushroom cloud erupting in its wake. Yet, not long after, under the watchful gaze of 5 Decepticons, the Necrobot stood up again, the bloodlust in its eyes undiminished, seemingly impervious to pain. Indeed, was there no consciousness within? Nie Tian mused, observing the Necrobot's continued resilience, and resolved not to waste further efforts. Sorrow, take the 3 of them to seek the Iron Fortress relic. I shall handle this. If it could not be killed in a short time, then stalling would suffice. Yes, my lord, Sorrow replied promptly, leading the 3 Decepticons toward the triangular spire. Come, let us see if you truly cannot be slain. Since his ascension to the rank of commander-class warrior, Nie Tian had yet to encounter an adversary of equal caliber, merely high-level or elite-class warriors. Though this creature's combat prowess fell short of a commander, its extraordinary resilience marked it as a rare and formidable target. The Necrobot's movements had evolved significantly since their initial confrontation, akin to an athlete warmed up and displaying improved speed and reflexes. With a photon cannon in his left hand and the abyssal sword in his right, Nie Tian sprinted forth, the sword trailing sparks as it carved a long, deep fissure into the surface of the Crimson Star. When he was within 30 meters of the Necrobot, he fired a photon bullet, causing it to stagger. Subsequently sheathing the photon cannon, he gripped the abyssal sword with both hands, pivoting to deliver a mighty slash at the Necrobot's form. The blade sank deeply into the Necrobot's arm, and as Nie Tian exerted force to withdraw the sword, a pool of pitch-black liquid was expelled. Observing the inky energy on the ground, which even light struggled to penetrate, Nie Tian pondered thoughtfully. However, he was afforded little time for contemplation, as the injured Necrobot charged at him once more, seemingly unfazed. Reluctantly, Nie Tian suppressed his thoughts and focused on defending himself. Initially, he responded with ease, effortlessly employing several new combat techniques, his 5 weapons manipulated with the finesse of an extension of his own limbs. Yet, after narrowly evading a bite, Nie Tian grew increasingly cautious, his movements becoming tentative. He dared not allow this creature to sink its teeth into him. Who could say whether it possessed infectious properties akin to a zombie, transforming him with but a single bite? Thus, the battle continued back and forth, with Nie Tian frequently gaining the upper hand. However, as the Necrobot grew more resilient, Nie Tian's apprehension mounted. Fortunately, before long, 4 Cybertronian fighter jets appeared on the horizon. Sorrow and his companions had returned. My lord, we have not located the Iron Fortress relic. Not found. Nie Tian furrowed his brow, effortlessly repelling the undead Cybertronian with a blast. He understood that when Sang-Gu claimed it was not found, it indeed meant the relic did not reside within the triangular pyramid. I comprehend. We shall retreat. Casting a glance at the relentless undead Cybertronian charging towards him for what seemed like the umpteenth time, Nie Tian transformed into an assault ship and swiftly departed the plane. The undead Cybertronians not only lacked the ability to change their weaponry, but also appeared to have lost their transformation capabilities. After Nie Tian's departure, one of them let out a series of anguished roars towards the sky, subsequently wandering aimlessly for a while before slowly returning to the triangular pyramid. Only a few patches of solidified black energy liquid on the ground bore witness to the recent events that transpired. My lord, what shall we do now? Sang-Gu inquired as they landed atop a mountain. We must seek out the leader of the Hainer, Irii. He surely possesses some knowledge. Initially, Nie Tian had dismissed Irii as a mere passerby, but it now appeared that he could potentially be a pivotal figure in Nie Tian's quest for the Iron Fortress relic. If the relic was indeed housed within the triangular pyramid, and its owner was the recently encountered undead Cybertronian, then the only individuals likely capable of claiming it would be Irii and his kin. As for the origins of that undead Cybertronian, Irii might possess some insight. Inputting new coordinates into the navigation system, Nie Tian guided Sang-Gu and the others in a particular direction. During prior communications, he had already pinpointed Irii's location. Below them lay an unchanging expanse of crimson rocky terrain, as if the entire planet of Chiron was composed of this enigmatic stone. Not long after, Nie Tian arrived at his destination. Before even landing, he beheld a remarkably familiar scene. Mechanical insects and Hainer were embroiled in a fierce battle. However, the scale of this conflict vastly exceeded the earlier hunt he had witnessed. Each side boasted forces numbering in the thousands, though the mechanical insects were numerous. Most were diminutive in size, with only a few dozen surpassing the stature of the Hainer. At the rear of the Hainer forces, before a relatively intact castle, a Hainer, surrounded by several soldiers, gesticulated fervently, seemingly issuing commands. It was Irii, without reference points during previous communications. It was only from this aerial vantage that Nie Tian realized Irii towered over 2 meters tall, his physique robust compared to the other Hainer. On the battlefield, Irii commanded the clone soldiers to withstand the onslaught of the Dark Army, flanked by several kin possessing distinct facial features. Chief, it appears we cannot hold our ground much longer. Perhaps we should consider a retreat? One Hainer suggested, observing the dire situation unfolding on the battlefield. Despite the parity in numbers, the Dark Forces possessed the advantage of flight, rendering their clone soldiers at a distinct disadvantage. Retreat to where? Irii cast an irritable glare at the clan member who had spoken. This is our last stronghold. If we retreat any further, we shall be forced to descend underground. Are you not aware that the subterranean realm now belongs to that woman? The leader of the Haina, shrinking his neck, refrained from uttering any further demoralizing words. The battlefield was overwhelmingly one-sided. The weapons on the arms of the clone soldiers were utterly incapable of penetrating the armor of the colossal mechanical insects, while the insects effortlessly dispatched clone soldiers, subsequently swarming upon them and devouring them entirely. Furthermore, with each consumption, the mechanical insects grew even larger, some of the originally smaller ones now surpassing the Haina in size. Witnessing this scene, Irii's heart brimmed with anxiety. Suddenly, just as he hesitated on whether to employ that object, a voice called from behind. Leader Irii, it seems you are in need of assistance. Attracted by the voice, Irii turned and was taken aback to find 5 towering figures standing behind him. Those 5 extraterrestrial visitors. It's you. Irii's expression shifted from surprise to vigilance as he questioned. How did you find me? No, what are you doing here? What am I doing? Nie Tian glanced at the mechanical insects that were rapidly closing in on Irii. Leader Irii, rather than concern yourself with my intentions, you ought to focus on your own precarious situation. Hearing Nie Tian's teasing remark, Irii could not afford to delve into the visitor's motives and hastily redirected his attention to the battlefield. His predicament was indeed dire. Observing the nearly decimated clone soldiers and the imminent approach of the dark emissaries, Irii hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. Very well, what do you desire? I shall fulfill your request, provided it is within my power. Irii was not one of those dim-witted clan members. He recalled the extraterrestrial's initial words. Ah, leaderire. A wise choice. You shall be grateful for your decision. Nie Tian chuckled lightly, gesturing, and the 4 members of the morning song immediately transformed and ascended into the air. There was no need for him to personally engage with a swarm of mechanical insects that could not even compare to rudimentary Cybertronian warriors, even if their numbers reached into the thousands. Focus on driving them away. Do not inflict excessive casualties. As the morning song quartet entered the fray, they received this peculiar command. Although puzzled, the 4 exchanged glances and, in unison, switched their weapons. All right, Leader Irii, with my people in action, you need not worry. Nie Tian approached Irii, towering over him, and stated, Now, I require you to answer a few questions. The clan members beside Irii, of similar height to the clone soldiers, recoiled in shock at Nie Tian's imposing presence. Irii, witnessing this, frowned and commanded, You all go and direct the clone soldiers to counterattack. Indeed, Chief Irii. Several members of the Haina tribe hastily withdrew, each bearing an expression of palpable relief. Chief Irii, I am curious about the situation concerning that vampiric creature within your sacred grounds. Have you encountered this monstrosity? At Nie Tian's inquiry, Irii appeared taken aback, seemingly astonished that Nie Tian had survived an encounter with a vampiric entity. Certainly, Nie Tian discerned Irii's peculiar reaction, which further solidified his belief that Irii possessed knowledge regarding the true nature of that undead Cybertonian or had previously ventured into the Triangular Prism Tower. Well, The matter is as follows, Irii mused, lowering his gaze as he composed his thoughts. The vampiric creature was originally known as Frenzy, who descended upon our planet shortly after the Haina people came into existence. Frenzy? Ha! A cold smile crept upon Nie Tian's lips at this revelation. Irii's words were, as ever, a blend of truth and deception. The triangular prism tower had existed for at least 30,000 years, while the Haina tribe's history spanned merely 10,000 years. Yet Irii claimed that the vampiric creature arrived shortly after their inception. Nevertheless, Nie Tian refrained from exposing this inconsistency, instead extracting what he deemed truthful information. Noting that this extraterrestrial, presumably related to Frenzy, exhibited no extraordinary response, Irii felt a slight sense of reassurance and continued. Initially, Frenzy was quite normal. He conducted experiments on the planet Sheen and forged a profound friendship with the Haina people. However, one fateful day, Frenzy proclaimed that his lifespan was drawing to a close and that he did not wish to perish in such a manner. Consequently, he ingested a substance he had synthesized, claiming it would transform him into another state of existence. As the conversation between Nie Tian and Irii unfolded, the battlefield, joined by the four songs of mourning, began to shift. The mechanical insects, evidently intelligent or under some form of control, commenced an orderly retreat upon realizing they could inflict no harm upon the four songs. The quartet executed Nie Tian's commands with precision, leaving behind only a handful of the mechanical insect carcasses. Ingested a substance? Nie Tian crossed his arms, stroking his chin, aligning this with his prior conjecture. Do you happen to know what it was? I do not. Irii shook his head. During that period, Frenzy forbade anyone from disturbing him. After a few days, when I returned to seek him out, he had transformed into the vampiric creature we see now. Subsequently, I discovered that as long as one did not approach the structure built by Frenzy, he would remain docile within. Thus, I designated that edifice as our sacred site, forbidding anyone from drawing near. Chief Irii, you must be aware of my identity, yes? Nie Tian suddenly inquired without warning. Huh? What? Irii was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the meaning behind the question. Chief Irii, I must commend you. Your tale is indeed captivating. Nie Tian gave a thumbs up. If certain directors on a distant planet were to hear your tale, they would undoubtedly adapt it into a film, and perhaps you might even receive an award for it. Pondering the meaning behind these words, he glanced at the recently concluded battle nearby and decided to confront the truth directly. If Kwang Biao were to discover that the beings he created would one day consider him a brother, I wonder if he would regret transforming into a vampiric monster without first reconstructing you all. Indeed, Nie Tian had long harbored suspicions regarding the identities of Irii and the Hainer people. A planet that seemingly lacked the capacity to nurture life had birthed it. After dismissing all impossibilities, the most improbable truth emerged. Irii and his kin were artificially created. Moreover, the creator was none other than that undead Cybertronian, or rather, Kwang Biao. It is well known that a species may exhibit bizarre forms, may be grotesque and repulsive, or may even defy comprehension. However, it is utterly impossible for beings like the Hainer to appear as though they are a patchwork of various life forms, exuding an overwhelming sense of dissonance. From the inconsistencies in Irii's previous statements, coupled with certain useful information, Nie Tian had surmised the circumstances on Shiren Star. 30,000 years prior, Kwang Biao arrived on Shiren Star, constructed the triangular prism tower, and commenced various experiments. The Hainer's clone soldiers were the fruits of these experiments, with their ability to manifest weapons from their arms serving as irrefutable evidence. As for Irii and the other sentient Hainer, they may have been deliberately created by Kwang Biao to assist with his research, or perhaps an unforeseen accident during the experiments led to their emergence of self-awareness. Regardless, after Kwang Biao transformed into a vampiric entity, Irii and his kind took control of the clone soldiers, departed for the triangular prism tower, and established their own race, calling themselves the Hainer. However, the Hainer were fundamentally fabricated, lacking any genuine history of civilizational development. Thus, despite existing for millennia, the surface of Shiren Star had undergone little change. The only structures inhabited by the Hainer were castles constructed in imitation of the triangular prism tower. Irii, leader of the Hainer, do you find my conjecture accurate? Having shared his thoughts candidly, Nie Tian keenly observed Irii's reaction. Irii appeared visibly shaken. As if a secret had been unveiled, his demeanor betraying a palpable anxiety. He struggled to respond, ultimately saying nothing. Irie believed his narrative to be flawless, his performance commendable, unaware that to Nie Tian, it appeared utterly clumsy. "You shall perish." Irie's expression suddenly morphed into one of fierce wrath as he swiftly reached behind him to retrieve a staff. The staff was raised high, and in a flash, it unleashed a wave of energy directed at Nie Tian. In an instant, Nie Tian found himself immobilized, trapped in place and unable to move. In the hands of Irie, the object sensed the cessation of time flowing around them. While the world stood still, only Nie Tian's thoughts continued to operate normally. Instead of feeling any panic, he was filled with excitement. This scepter, it must be the sacred artifact of Iron Fortress. Quickly, summon someone. Eliminate him. As Irie observed Nie Tian ensnared by an invisible orb of light, he hastily called upon the remaining clone soldiers on the battlefield. Yet, Irie clearly underestimated the situation. He had forgotten that, aside from Nie Tian, there were still 4 subordinates of the opposing side present. "My lord." Upon witnessing Nie Tian in peril, Sang-gu swiftly transformed into a war machine and rushed forward. "This is bad." Raising the scepter once more, Irie hastily unleashed a wave of light without having the time to aim. Whoosh! The war machine form of Sang-gu was remarkably swift, easily evading the inaccurate beam of light. Just as Irie intended to fire another wave, a chilling voice pierced the air behind him. "Leader Irie, since you have made your move, it is only fair that it is now my turn. Wouldn't you agree?" Panic surged through Irie as he instinctively turned around, only to see the extraterrestrial visitor, previously immobilized, had regained his ability to move and was grinning menacingly at him, wielding a massive sword. Damn it! The immobilization from a scepter has a time limit, and he had forgotten in his moment of tension. Before Irie could raise his scepter, Nie Tian struck him with the back of the black prison sword, sending him flying. The scepter slipped from his grasp, tumbling away into the distance. Thud, thud, thud! The heavy sound of footsteps echoed around him, akin to the tolling of a death knell. Irie looked up and sighed in relief. That fellow was retrieving the scepter and had not approached him. As long as I return to the stronghold, I can escape through the emergency passage underground. With this thought, Irie scrambled forward. However, barely had he crawled a few paces when a colossal shadow loomed above him. Sang Yi, eyeing the leader of the Hainer people who had dared to harm Lord Tianxi, morphed into a curved blade and struck down mercilessly. Chapter 119. A familiar emblem bending down to retrieve the scepter. Before Nie Tian could react, it suddenly expanded rapidly, stopping only when it reached a size suitable for his use. As if receiving some form of information, streams of data flickered in Nie Tian's eyes. Moments later, a look of delight crossed his face as he gazed at the scepter in his hand. The scepter, known as the Peeling Staff, was indeed the name of this sacred artifact of Iron Fortress. As Nie Tian grasped the Peeling Staff, its information automatically emerged, and he comprehensively absorbed it. Perhaps due to the customs of the Cybertronians, the Peeling Staff bore no extravagant embellishments. The entire staff tapered from a thicker base to a narrower tip, crafted from a Cybertron-enhanced metal known as superconductive stone, adorned with intricate interlinked patterns. At the apex, a hollow square crystal is embedded, resembling some sort of emitting device, radiating a faint glow that imbues the otherwise unremarkable striping staff with an air of mystery. The mode of attack of the striping staff is rather simplistic. It merely emits the same type of light wave that Irie had unleashed earlier, and each emission necessitates a brief interval, allowing the staff time to recharge. Nevertheless, in Nie Tian's eyes, this method of assault is remarkably potent. The emitted light waves can disrupt the normal flow of time for a designated area or target, causing it to disconnect from the standard temporal progression, which is only restored after a certain duration. During this disconnection, the target remains suspended in that moment, akin to being ensnared. In essence, the striping staff manipulates the fabric of time to influence space, ultimately rendering the target immobile. Of course, the effect of time manipulation is not everlasting. The larger the target and the more formidable its strength, the shorter the duration of the time disruption. Nie Tian estimated that he had been immobilized for less than 3 seconds. Truly, a remarkable artifact from the zenith of the Cybertron civilization, intertwining with the technology of time itself. As he contemplated the striping staff, Nie Tian felt a twinge of awe, such a powerful relic could merely be a commonplace item, leaving him curious about the extraordinary capabilities of other artifacts from the Iron Fortress. Perhaps he should seek further information on the Iron Fortress relics in the future. Lost in thought, Nie Tian sheathed the black prison sword and approached Irie, who was now a pitiful sight, tormented by the wrath of the Requiem. Previously curious as to why Irie harbored no fear of him, Nie Tian brandished the striping staff and queried, "Is this your crutch?" The staff possesses a remarkably user-friendly feature, automatically adjusting its size according to the user's physique. Spare me, spare me. Irie was evidently not of a resilient constitution. Upon seeing Nie Tian advance, he immediately began to plead frantically, "This staff is yours. As long as you do not kill me, I am willing to bestow upon you the entire treasure of our Haina people." The treasures of your Haina people? What could a race born of experimental endeavors possibly possess of value? Nie Tian's interest waned as he turned his gaze towards the battlefield on the plain before the castle. While he had been examining the striping staff, the clone soldiers, along with the few sentient Haina surrounding Irie, had been mercilessly slaughtered by famine and disaster. "How did you come by this staff?" Nie Tian inquired. "I discovered it on the planet Chirin," Irie replied, his words faltering. "Ah," Nie Tian scoffed, finding amusement in his frustration. He had never heard of a wild planet that bore tales of the Iron Fortress relics. "Requiem, I leave him to you." Even at death's door, Irie remained unrepentant, spinning tales with such ease. Nie Tian turned away, seemingly impervious to the cries behind him, intent on uncovering any clues within Irie's castle. Indeed, even without Irui's words, Nie Tian could surmise that the extraction rod was most likely brought by that tempestuous force. Upon entering the castle, Nie Tian's attention was immediately drawn to several bodies of Cybertronians in the corner. To his astonishment, these beings were clearly deceased, yet their mechanical structures remained remarkably intact, as if their sparks had extinguished naturally. However, Nie Tian was acutely aware that this was implausible. Even the most insignificant of creatures strive for survival. No Cybertronian would be foolish enough to remain dormant while their energy reserves waned, without the means to acquire energon. What could this imply? Upon closer inspection, Nie Tian discovered several puncture wounds in various locations on the bodies, some on the arms, others on the shoulders, and a few at the neck. Further examination revealed that these strange bodies were devoid of energon, as if all their life force had been siphoned away. Not a drop remained. Could it be that they were indeed drained of their essence by that tempestuous entity? Nie Tian found this notion hard to believe. Until now, he had dismissed the idea of such a being as a mere bloodsucker, conceiving it instead as a Cybertronian in a state of unknown transformation, perhaps akin to certain organisms in nature that are parasitized by some enigmatic mechanical life form. Yet, the sight of these bodies began to sway his convictions. After all, nothing is more persuasive than living proof. "Plague, bring the ship down," he commanded. Nie Tian resolved to transport these bodies for further study, hopeful that they might reveal additional mysteries. There were exactly 4 of them, leading him to contemplate that these Cybertronians might have been members of the tempestuous squad who had descended upon Sheen Star alongside him. Subsequently, they were drained of their energon and perished, their bodies ultimately relocated here by Irui. "Yes, my lord." Plague arrived swiftly, nearly within a minute of Nie Tian's communication, the ship hovering above the castle. "Plague, what brings you here?" Sang-gu inquired, sheathing his blood-stained curved blade, his brow furrowed in confusion. "My lord Sang-gu, Lord Tianji sent me," Plague interjected, effectively silencing Sang-gu. He entered the castle, accompanied by 3 other Decepticons. "My lord, I have arrived." "Good. You shall transport those bodies onto the ship." "Yes, my lord." While Sang-gu and his companions busied themselves with the bodies, Nie Tian took the opportunity to explore the interior of the castle briefly. The structure was rather rudimentary, constructed from redstone blocks likely quarried on site. In Nie Tian's eyes, the ability of the Hainai to replicate such a design was already commendable. The entire castle, aside from the few bodies of worth, was filled with little more than scrap metal, so worthless that he would refuse it even if offered for free, deeming it a nuisance. Some technological devices were even less advanced than the replicas found in Base 1. The adults have already boarded the spacecraft. "All right," Nie Tian nodded. "Plague, you take the helm and depart first." Logically speaking, with the acquisition of the Iron Fortress relic, Nie Tian's objective had been fulfilled, and he should now return from Chirin Star. As for that frenzied, living Cybertronian, Nie Tian had never been one to engage in exterminating demons. Yet, there remained a matter that compelled him to delay his departure. Approaching the battlefield, Nie Tian picked up a corpse of a mechanical insect and subsequently tore off its wings. A purple spider emblem abruptly revealed itself. Observing the emblem that had previously flashed by, Nie Tian smirked. Black Widow, could it be you? In an unknown underground cavern on Chiron Star, a vast chamber lay ensnared in webs, with numerous passageways connecting to other caverns. Within the labyrinthine passages, mechanical insects of various sizes fluttered about. At the very center of the immense cavern, a half-black, half-white web was woven, from which hung a slender figure with closed eyes. For mechanical appendages resembling antennae cascading behind her, a robot, resembling a spider, scuttled across her form. All right, Black Widow. The scalpel leapt from her body. Gazing at her with concern, the dark energy within you has been nearly eradicated. How do you feel? The Black Widow opened her eyes with a sigh. She then shut her eyes once more, seemingly attuned to her own sensations. Moments later, she reopened her eyes, her expression brimming with joy. I feel splendid. The bloodthirsty craving has dissipated. I believe I have fully recovered. After speaking, the Black Widow maneuvered one of her spider legs before her. The tip of the leg bore several distinct holes, as if gnawed by some creature. Watching the holes begin their slow healing, a flicker of dread crossed the Black Widow's eyes. Months prior, she had departed from Blue Star with Scalpel, returning to her home planet to retrieve the war machine's birth from the lives of her kin. While passing through Chiron Star, she had been drawn in by a distress signal exclusive to Cybertronians, leading her to land there. Little did she anticipate that she would nearly perish on this accursed planet. The Black Widow had not originally been a Cybertronian. She was a hybrid, a being fashioned by her kin, half organic, half inorganic. After enduring immense torment, she fled from her kin's control, venturing into the cosmos, where she encountered the Decepticons. In a twist of fate, she not only succeeded in becoming an inorganic life form, but also ascended to the rank of a commander-level warrior. After attaining this rank, the Black Widow returned to her home planet to exact vengeance upon her former adversaries. Meanwhile, Scalpel remained her kin, the last of her kind. To be precise, the Scalpel shared a similar fate with her. Hence, after rescuing it, she transformed the Scalpel into a mechanical life form. Chapter 120. The Dark Energy Entity. It was a relief to see the clarity and rationality return to the Black Widow's eyes, allowing the Scalpel to finally put its mind at ease. For the past few months, he and the Black Widow had taken refuge underground, where he tirelessly worked to purge the contaminated energy fluid from her system. Black Widow, we should leave this planet and pay no heed to that bloodthirsty monster. The Black Widow, immobilized by her web, began to maneuver her 4 spider legs, gradually descending to the ground of the cavern. From the front, it appeared as if an invisible hand was gently lowering her. That fellow is indeed formidable, the Black Widow remarked solemnly. For one who harbors a thirst for vengeance, relinquishing a foe so close at hand was a challenging decision. Yet, she lacked absolute certainty in her ability to vanquish the Cybertronian who had transformed into a vampire-like creature. Unlike other Transformers, the Black Widow's prowess resided in her spider legs and web, necessitating close combat to unleash her full potential. Months prior, upon her arrival on this planet, she had sent out a distress signal. Upon entering the triangular prism tower, she was ambushed by the undead Cybertronian. Taken by surprise, one of her spider legs was bitten instantly. By the time she realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. She had to fight her way to safety with the Scalpel and retreat underground. My energy reserves are dwindling. We must depart this planet at once. After much contemplation, the Black Widow ultimately dismissed the notion of revenge for the time being. All right, I shall activate the spacecraft, the Scalpel declared as it prepared to leave. At that moment, the Black Widow's attention was captured by a mechanical insect crawling before her. On the insect's back, a signal tracker device flickered, emitting a blinding red light. Before the Black Widow could discern its purpose, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly erupted, growing ever closer. Hood, hood, hood. The Black Widow fell silent and swiftly transformed into a purple-black mechanical spider, rapidly scuttling to the top of the cavern. The Scalpel, too, concealed itself instinctively. In the next moment, a tall figure emerged from a passageway leading in all directions within the cavern. As the intruder materialized, the Black Widow shot forth a massive web from her abdomen. However, to her astonishment, the half-black, half-white web was severed in an instant by a flash of cold steel, barely grazing the intruder. What? The Black Widow gasped, her pupils dilating. Her spinneret was a specialized weapon module capable of ensnaring elite warriors with ease. The newcomer had effortlessly sliced through her web with a mere flick of a sword, a force not to be underestimated. As the Black Widow prepared to unleash another assault with her acidic attack, a voice reverberated through the cave. "My dear Black Widow, this greeting is rather unfriendly." Nie Tian grinned as he glanced upward at the eight-legged spider. Remarkably, even in the form of a mechanical spider, the Black Widow exhibited distinctly feminine characteristics. Were it not for her chilling metallic hue, one could easily mistake her for a 10-meter-tall spider spirit. "Is it you, Tianjia?" The familiar signal in the voice immediately alerted the Black Widow to the identity of the intruder. She was soon astonished by Nie Tian's commanding prowess. "Tianjia, you've ascended to the rank of commander-level warrior?" "What? A commander-level warrior?" The scalpel, emerging from its hiding place, mirrored her shock, clearly indicating that neither the Black Widow nor the scalpel had access to intelligence regarding Blue Star. Situated in the Brapati Star system, several stellar systems away from Blue Star, they were evidently among the last to learn of Nie Tian's rise to a commander-level warrior. "It is I," Nie Tian nodded, accustomed to the surprise elicited by his enhanced strength. He sheathed the black prison sword and surveyed the cave's interior, which housed a vast web and dozens of mechanical insects. "Well, it seems fitting for a burrowing creature." After a moment of hesitation, the Black Widow began to descend from the cave's ceiling, while the scalpel stepped out from behind the rocks. Upon reaching the ground, the Black Widow noticed an elite Decepticon and 3 advanced Decepticons standing in the passage where Nie Tian had entered, seemingly his subordinates. With Nie Tian, now a commander-level warrior, the dynamics between the Black Widow, the scalpel, and Nie Tian had shifted, leaving them momentarily speechless. Previously, the scalpel may not have regarded Nie Tian with much seriousness due to the Black Widow, but now, with Nie Tian's elevated status, he had earned an equal footing with her. Sensing the awkward atmosphere among them, Nie Tian was about to speak to break the silence when the scalpel interrupted. "Nie Tian, just call me by my name from now on." Before Nie Tian could respond, the Black Widow added, "Tianjia, like the scalpel, you may simply call me Black Widow." Following her words, she fixed her gaze intently on Nie Tian. Under the scrutiny of her compound eyes, Nie Tian felt an unexpected shiver run down his spine. Very well. Scalpel, Black Widow. With a rise in his power, Nie Tian understood that this day would inevitably come, and he felt no discomfort regarding the matter. Unaware that her flirtation was wasted on someone oblivious, the Black Widow, regaining her composure after the shock of Nie Tian's sudden elevation, inquired, "Tianjia, shouldn't you be on Blue Star? How did you end up here?" In response, Nie Tian briefly recounted his experiences from over a month ago, omitting any details about the acquisition of the exfoliation staff, simply stating that he had come in search of something. The human heart is inscrutable. Who can fathom the intentions of Black Widow, once a fearsome Decepticon, upon hearing of the Iron Fortress relic? Though he is unafraid, he detests complications. What Nie Tian remains unaware of is that Black Widow's ruthlessness is exclusively directed at Autobots and her adversaries. Her inherent ferocity stems from experiences on her home planet, distinguishing her from those Decepticons whose natures are irreparably twisted. "Have you encountered that vampire creature?" Black Widow furrowed her brow upon hearing Nie Tian's account. "Indeed," Nie Tian nodded. "Having noted her use of you too. What of it, Black Widow? Have you faced him as well?" "Yes," she replied, recounting her and Scalpel's experiences upon their arrival at this planet while passing through the Brapati Star system. No wonder, Nie Tian thought. The devastation within the Tricone Tower was clearly a result of Black Widow's fierce battle with the undead Cybertronian. Furthermore, the energy fluid within the undead Cybertronian was indeed peculiar. A mere bite could lead to infection, necessitating Black Widow's prolonged recuperation in this place. While I was here purging the tainted energy fluid, I encountered a race known as the Hainarians. Rest assured, their leader, who troubled you, has been dealt with, Nie Tian explained casually. Curiously, he inquired, "Do you know the origins of that vampire creature? I mean, how did he become what he is now?" Scalpel, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "He must have utilized dark energy when on the brink of death." "Dark energy?" Nie Tian murmured, familiar with energy blocks and energy pillars, yet bewildered by the concept of an energy body, particularly one shrouded in darkness. Noticing Nie Tian's confusion, Scalpel continued, "The origins of dark energy are unknown to me, or rather, to nearly anyone on Cybertron at present. However," he paused, "I once stumbled upon historical records in the archives that detailed the consequences of consuming dark energy. Dark energy can induce life responses in inanimate objects, exhibiting fierce aggression, and can transform deceased Cybertronians into mere puppets driven solely by the urge to battle. If ingested directly, one becomes a vampiric creature, insatiably craving the energy fluid from others. The entity within the Tricone Tower exemplifies the condition resulting from consuming dark energy." After listening to Scalpel's narrative and correlating it with previous information from Irie, Nie Tian was now convinced that the undead Cybertronian was indeed a product of dark energy consumption. In fact, historical records also mention a corresponding super energy body extracted from Cybertron, which perfectly counteracts the adverse effects of dark energy, even restoring those who had ingested it to their former selves. The surgical blade, with a hint of malicious glee, remarked, "However, the super energy entities have long been extinct since ancient times. The individual within the tetrahedral structure is beyond salvation." Super energy entities? Nie Tian instantly comprehended. It was akin to the balance of opposites. Where darkness exists, so too must light. He now understood why the tumultuous one was likely to meet his demise on this planet, having encountered the Black Widow, who harbored a grudge against the Red Spider. In a realm devoid of witnesses, should the Black Widow spare the tumultuous ones, it would be a squandered opportunity. Even in the absence of the Black Widow, the lifeless Cybertronian within the tetrahedral structure was beyond the capabilities of the tumultuous ones to confront. The sacred relic of the Iron Fortress rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 121. Return to Blue Star. Having realized this, Nie Tian gestured towards the swarm of mechanical insects that filled the cavern. "And what, pray tell, are these mechanical insects?" "They are all my little treasures," the Black Widow replied, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light, a mix of obsession and satisfaction. "They're my cultivated war machines, capable of devouring metallic inorganic matter to replicate themselves." Self-replication? Indeed, a remarkable talent, albeit with somewhat diminished offensive power. As for why Irie referred to the Black Widow's mechanical insects as black envoys, it could be attributed to the Black Widow's distinctive coloration. As if sensing Nie Tian's thoughts, the Black Widow wore a cryptic smile and said, "Most of them are still in their juvenile stage, the largest barely reaching adulthood, still in the process of development. Given ample resources, they can evolve into their complete forms in a remarkably short time. Fully developed mechanical insects can effortlessly tear through the armor of advanced warriors." Nie Tian silently observed the mechanical insects, noting their mandibles formed of a pair of alloy jaws and a set of smaller alloy pincers. And he promptly retracted his earlier disdain. Very well, that was hasty. After observing the mechanical insects for a while, Nie Tian contemplated and stated, "I have found what I need. I am now prepared to return to Blue Star. I wonder about you all." The Black Widow, having exchanged a glance with the surgical blade, did not inquire further into what Nie Tian had discovered, but rather said, "In fact, before your arrival, the surgical blade and I had already decided to return to Blue Star." The three shared a tacit understanding, refraining from mentioning the lifeless Cybertronian within the tetrahedral structure, a seemingly indomitable insect which, once bitten, could potentially become an identical blood-sucking creature. Who would wish to concern themselves with such a matter? There was no compelling reason to eliminate the other, allowing that lifeless Cybertronian to remain on the Crimson Star for the time being sufficed. As Nie Tian emerged into the outside world, the Plague was piloting a transport vessel that descended from the sky, while the Black Widow had concealed her spacecraft beneath the earth. "To think this vessel has come into your possession," the Black Widow remarked, gazing at the familiar Decepticon transport ship with surprise. Clearly, she had misconstrued the situation, believing that Nie Tian had seized the ship from one of the three Decepticon squads. "It is not as you imagine, Black Widow." Upon observing the situation, Nie Tian offered a brief explanation. "After you and the Scalpel departed for Blue Star, the Autobots launched a surprise attack, ultimately defeating them and seizing the spacecraft. Later, I captured several Autobots, which led to the ship finally coming into my possession." "Humph." The Black Widow scoffed, stating that without Megatron, the Decepticons were indeed a mere rabble. Upon hearing this, Nie Tian touched his nose, pondering whether he was included among the so-called rabble. Boarding the spacecraft, Nie Tian entered the cockpit and established a shared navigation route with the Black Widow-S vessel. Subsequently, the two ships ascended rapidly into the sky, one following the other. On Mars, within the Opic shield-shaped volcano, aboard the battleship, did Lord Fallen Prime awaken? Red Spider could scarcely recall how many times he had come to seek out Lord Fallen Prime. But each time he was met with the same news. Lord Fallen Prime was still in slumber. Fortunately, this time he received the answer he sought. Lord Red Spider. Lord Fallen Prime has just awakened, replied the Cybertronian soldier stationed at the medical room's entrance, keenly aware of the importance of his second-in-command aboard the battleship. Splendid. Red Spider's face lit up with joy as he pushed past the guard and eagerly entered the medical room. Before long, he encountered Lord Fallen Prime. At this moment, Lord Fallen Prime no longer lay helplessly within the treatment pod. He reclined in a vast healing chair, still connected to several energy tubes, yet exuding an aura that was markedly different, resembling one who had fully recovered from a grave illness. Red Spider, you have arrived. Lord Fallen Prime lifted his head slightly, casting a glance at Red Spider. Having left the treatment pod, he no longer needed to rely on slumber to restore his spark. Yet the lingering weakness in his frame made him reluctant to speak further. Flattery may be the most insincere form of praise. Approaching Lord Fallen Prime, Red Spider immediately offered a compliment laden with concern. Lord Fallen Prime, seeing you recover so swiftly brings me great relief. Lord Fallen Prime regarded Red Spider for a moment, his expression inscrutable, before responding coolly, very well, Red Spider, what is it you wish to discuss? It is as follows, Lord Fallen Prime, Red Spider began, the anticipated reaction absent, causing a flutter of apprehension in his heart, yet he proceeded with the prepared speech. Currently, the Decepticons are leaderless and in disarray, particularly our faction on Blue Star, which has been besieged by the Autobots and humans, leaving us in dire straits. I cannot bear to witness the Decepticons you established devolve into this state. I believe it imperative that those individuals meet with you, the founder of the Decepticons, to restore order under your leadership and reclaim our former glory. You have been in slumber for so long, and I hesitated to disturb you. But now that you no longer rely on the treatment pod, I believe the time has come. At last, the cunning Red Spider revealed his true intentions. If you were to appoint me as the new leader of the Decepticons during their audience with you, I assure you, I would lead the Decepticons as a vanguard, clearing all obstacles on that planet for you. My lord, the Fallen, what say you? Red Spider subtly pressured the Fallen, for his desire to ascend as the leader of the Decepticons consumed him. Red Spider, enlighten me on the current state of the Decepticons and that planet, the Fallen responded, perhaps oblivious to the underlying implication in Red Spider's words, answering with a question irrelevant to the matter at hand. Red Spider was momentarily taken aback, meeting the Fallen's gaze but discerning nothing. Yes, my lord. The Autobots and humans on Blue Star have united, and Shockwave has dispatched 3 waves of reinforcements. The first wave was ambushed by the combined forces of Autobots and humans, suffering significant losses. The second wave was transported through the space bridge as Red Spider continued. Sensing the grim nature of his report, he abruptly interjected, by the way, my lord, there's a commander-level warrior who wishes to return to the Decepticons, along with a newly promoted commander-level warrior. Oh, 2 commander-level warriors? The Fallen's interest was piqued. Elaborate. Yes, my lord. A flicker of hatred crossed Red Spider's eyes. One of the commander-level Decepticons had a poor relationship with him, while the other was once his subordinate. To speak on their behalf felt like a thorn in his throat. The commander-level warrior wishing to return was Black Widow, while the newly promoted Decepticon was named Skybite. My lord, they are currently not on Blue Star, but I can reach out to them. With this revelation, Red Spider's words shifted the Fallen's thoughts. Perhaps he could exact revenge before fully regaining his strength. Red Spider, you shall arrange this matter. Remember, I only seek results. Do not disappoint me. Yes, my lord. Red Spider was instantly elated, secretly contemplating, Black Widow, Skybite, await your fate. Once I officially become the leader of the Decepticons, I shall make you pay dearly. The journey back to Blue Star proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen incidents or encounters with other vessels. Silence and stillness reigned supreme, the predominant melody of the cosmos. Before arriving at Base 1, Nie Tian contacted the attack, requesting a report on the situation on Blue Star over the past 2 months. My lord, during your absence, many new Decepticons have descended upon Blue Star. Perhaps Nie Tian feigned ignorance, as Soundwave, in a state of desperation, called for new reinforcements from Shockwave. This time, the Decepticons dispatched by Shockwave did not travel by ship. They were all transported to Blue Star via the space bridge. However, without exception, the 2 waves of reinforcements, comprising a total of 4 Decepticon squads, were swiftly eradicated by the Nest forces. To this day, only 1 Decepticon squad remains with all its members alive. Which squad is the surviving one? Nie Tian felt a twinge of curiosity about the identity of this commander, who seemed to cling to life so tenaciously, reminiscent of a bygone acquaintance. My lord, it is the Digger Squad. The Digger Squad? Hadn't they all perished? Could they have been resurrected? My lord, this squad is not the genuine Digger Squad. Attacker explained to Nie Tian. This Digger Squad is a clone of the original, created by Lord Shockwave and his minions, with members possessing only the strength of intermediate warriors. Intermediate warriors? Were they not merely cannon fodder? Nie Tian turned up his nose, selectively forgetting that he had been an intermediate Decepticon warrior upon his arrival. Can it still combine? Yes, my lord. So that was it. Nie Tian realized that he had been puzzled as to how the combiners, whose strength rivaled that of commander-level warriors, could be so easily dismantled by a battleship's orbital cannon from the United States. After all this time, it turned out to be a mere imitation of Devastator. Having grasped the situation of the Decepticons on Blue Star, Nie Tian inquired further from Attacker regarding other matters, such as the Autobots and the 2 bases. The Autobots and the United States continued to enjoy a cooperative honeymoon period. As for Alice, under the protection of Clarity, the Carl Group was expanding significantly, with increasing supplies being transported to Base 2. Chapter 122. Journey to Mars, as the spacecraft landed on the frozen expanse of Base 1. The mournful song hurriedly entered the cockpit. My lord, Lady Black Widow has arrived. She wishes to see you. Black Widow? Nie Tian was slightly taken aback, but replied, Let her come aboard. Certainly, my lord. Shortly thereafter, Black Widow boarded the ship, and upon seeing Nie Tian, expressed her confusion. Tianjia, I am unsure of what is happening. Red Spider is gathering us to head to a planet. Red Spider? A large question mark appeared in Nie Tian's mind. Why was I not informed of this? And to which planet does Red Spider want us to go? Mars, the scalpel interjected as it leapt from Black Widow's shoulder, explaining, Red Spider has summoned all Decepticons on Blue Star to Mars. I just received the news from Soundwave. Muffs? Fallen Titan? In an instant, Nie Tian understood the situation. Black Widow, Scalpel, what do you plan to do? Nie Tian decided to gauge Black Widow's stance first. Black Widow scoffed. Red Spider is neither the leader of the Decepticons nor a commander-level warrior. Why should we heed his call? The Black Widow unabashedly expressed her disdain, clearly disregarding the commands of the Red Spider. Nie Tian pondered for a moment and subtly remarked, although the Red Spider harbors grand ambitions, it is improbable that such actions are taken without reason. I suspect there may be compelling circumstances behind this. The Red Spider surely lacks the audacity to act alone. This command is likely a reflection of the fallen Titan's intentions. What you imply is that the Black Widow is certainly not a fool. She readily comprehended Nie Tian's words. Nie Tian nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it would be prudent for us to investigate further. If we refrain, who can say whether the fallen Titan will seek retribution in the future? The incident involving the chaos he had instigated had likely reached the Red Spider's ears. Nonetheless, Nie Tian had never considered concealing this matter. After all, he had ascended to the rank of a commander-level warrior. For a lower-tier Decepticon to dare confront a commander-level Decepticon would only lead to certain demise. It appears that preparations must be made for a potential clash with the Red Spider upon our arrival at Mars. As he observed the retreating figure of the Black Widow, Nie Tian began to strategize. Fortunately, he was not without allies. The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend holds true in any context. Returning to the cockpit, Nie Tian commenced the assembly of the remaining Decepticons from Blue Star. The surviving Decepticon squads on Blue Star consisted solely of the Digging Tiger Clone Squad and the Assault Vehicle Team, collectively fewer in number than the Decepticon stationed at Base 1. Days later, summoned by Nie Tian, 5 Decepticons from the Digging Tiger Clone Squad, along with the Assault Vehicle Team's front line and the Destroyer, including the long-absent Barricade and Frenzy, all converged at Base 1 in Bianzhou. Lord Tianxia, greeted Barricade and Frenzy upon seeing Nie Tian, their demeanor courteous and devoid of any animosity. During this period, under Soundwave's orders, Barricade and Frenzy had resumed their old trade, traversing Blue Star to gather intelligence regarding Megatron. In truth, whether Decepticons or Autobots, it is commonplace for their combat prowess to remain stagnant for millennia, with missions spanning several years, even decades. The ascent of someone like Nie Tian from a mid-level warrior to a commander-level warrior is not merely rare. It is an exceptional case in itself. Confronted once more by Barricade and Frenzy, Nie Tian merely nodded, his expression neutral. Throughout the days spent awaiting the arrival of the Decepticons, he had remained in the laboratory, examining the few Cybertronian bodies retrieved from the planet of Cheen. Remarkably, he made a new discovery. Nie Tian noted that not only was the energy fluid within these bodies completely absent, but even the energy within their sparks had been utterly drained. Truly a horrifying realization. It was akin to an intact eggshell from which the egg liquid had been extracted from afar. Meanwhile, several Decepticons from the Digging Tiger clone squad, under the guidance of the Front Line and the Destroyer, approached the previously allied Assault. Lord Assault, may I inquire what instructions Lord Tianxia has for us? The Decepticons from the Digging Tiger squad appeared notably apprehensive, each exhibiting a demeanor of caution. We must depart from this planet. Lord Red Spider is summoning us. A brief glance was cast towards the 5 Decepticons, who were patiently elaborating on the situation. The Decepticon team capable of merging cannot be entirely disregarded. Familiarity breeds understanding. He is currently laboring under the command of Lord Tianxia, but his standing pales in comparison to that of Songa and his companions. At this moment, Lady Black Widow emerged from Base 1, greeted by a chorus of Decepticons. Despite having distanced herself from the Decepticons, they believe her return is an inevitable outcome. In contrast to Nie Tian, Black Widow exuded a much colder demeanor, her countenance devoid of levity. Utilizing the energy blocks within Base 1, Black Widow restored herself to peak condition, on the condition that she temporarily allied with Nie Tian, at least when confronting the issues posed by Red Spider. They would stand united. In this very moment, a dozen Decepticons of varying heights and appearances stood resolutely in the frozen expanse, leading one to believe they had arrived at a Decepticon stronghold on Cybertron. Thanks to Claylee, Nie Tian was emboldened to openly gather such a multitude of Decepticons at his doorstep. With all gathered, it was time to embark. Casting a sweeping glance over the assembly of Decepticons, Nie Tian stated calmly, "Let us depart." "Yes, Lord Tianxia," responded Shiji and Lu Zhuang as they began boarding the spacecraft. Songa and the 5 members of the Slaughter Squad were left behind to safeguard the premises, along with Scalpel. This was a decision made after considerable contemplation. The journey to Mars was fraught with uncertainty. Should Red Spider exploit the opportunity to sow discord in front of the Fallen? He might not directly threaten Nie Tian, but could very well unleash his ire upon Songa and the others. Especially with the Fallen present, it would be unwise for him to confront Red Spider openly in front of such a formidable figure. As for Red Spider's claims regarding all Decepticons, Nie Tian paid them no heed. The reason the direct lineage was esteemed as such stemmed not only from their unwavering loyalty and prowess, but also from the privileges they enjoyed. "Let us proceed, Black Widow." Nie Tian addressed her once all the Decepticons had boarded the spacecraft. This time, Black Widow chose not to pilot her personal craft, but instead joined him on the same vessel. "Very well, Tianxia," she nodded, following him aboard the ship. The spacecraft, laden with a dozen Decepticons, ascended into the sky, ultimately vanishing as if traversing through the fabric of space. Within the star system, aided by previously traversed spatial nodes, it did not take long for the vessel to reach the vicinity of Mars. Maneuvering the ship, Nie Tian directed it towards the coordinates provided by Red Spider. On Mars, aboard the warship of the Fallen, upon learning of the arrival of the Decepticons from Blue Star, Red Spider deliberately brought along several Decepticons he had nurtured, summoning Soundwave as he gracefully exited the warship. As the spacecraft descended, Nie Tian caught sight of Red Spider leading a group of Decepticons, with Soundwave trailing closely behind. Intrigued, Nie Tian narrowed his eyes, pondering when Soundwave had arrived on Mars. Given Soundwave's previous demeanor, it was evident that he harbored a lingering distrust towards Red Spider. One sought to usurp power, while the other remained steadfastly loyal to his master. Logically, the two should never have found common ground. Decepticons, welcome to Mars. I am pleased to see you have honored my words, Red Spider proclaimed, addressing Nie Tian as well as Soundwave, his tone devoid of any respect. Behind Nie Tian, Black Widow also descended from the spacecraft, accompanied by a formidable contingent of Decepticons. At that moment, neither side appeared to yield in terms of presence. Tian, you truly dare to show up, Red Spider remarked, a forced smile masking his displeasure. Having learned from Soundwave that the Decepticons he sent to test Tian had been dispatched, he realized that Tian, whom he had previously underestimated, was far from the insignificant foe he had assumed. Red Spider, why would I not dare? Or is it that the Decepticons now bow to your authority? Nie Tian chuckled lightly, dismissing Red Spider's threats with ease. Tian, Red Spider began. But Black Widow stepped forward, interjecting, Red Spider, I never anticipated you lurking on this planet. What is the matter? With Megatron absent, have you turned into a coward? Nie Tian silently commended Black Widow for her boldness. She was indeed Red Spider's long-standing adversary, and her sharp retorts were something he could only admire. Black Widow. Red Spider's eyes flared with fury, unable to tolerate the humiliation he had faced repeatedly. For a Decepticon who valued his pride above all, this was simply intolerable. The Decepticons behind him exchanged glances, uncertain whether to retreat to their spacecraft, fearing they might have to choose sides should a conflict ensue. Soundwave, standing beside Red Spider, remained silent, observing the exchange with a cold gaze. Recognizing that this was not the time for bickering, Red Spider inhaled deeply, suppressing his wrath, and forced a grim smile. Black Widow, Tian, follow me. The master is waiting for you. Black Widow looked at Nie Tian with confusion, unsure of the identity of the master Red Spider referred to. Nie Tian shook his head, choosing not to divulge the truth. He turned to the others, instructing, you all wait here. Yes, my lord. Chapter 123, the 7th Operation Tian. Are we going over there? Red Spider had already begun to return to the warship, while Black Widow found herself perplexed by the Decepticons' intentions. Nevertheless, Nie Tian nodded and took the lead, stepping forward. Black Widow was uncertain of what lay ahead, yet she sensed that Nie Tian was well aware. Not long ago, while still in the heavens, he beheld the warship nestled within the volcanic crater, surrounded by the unmarked Cybertronian warriors. Without a hint of uncertainty, he discerned that this severely damaged vessel belonged to the Fallen. In the original series, although the Fallen was the founder of the Decepticons, the intricacies of how he established this faction were left largely unexplained. Upon entering the warship, Starscream dismissed the Decepticons who had accompanied him. The four of them traversed the interior of the vessel in silence, save for the heavy echo of their footsteps reverberating through the corridors. Suddenly, a voice filled with arrogance rang out. Tianjia, I am soon to be appointed by that esteemed lord as the new leader of the Decepticons. Is that so? Nie Tian replied with an indifferent tone. Then I extend my early congratulations to you, Lord Starscream. At the exchange, Soundwave's gaze flickered, while Black Widow's curiosity intensified. Fear not. You shall see him soon. Tianjia, Starscream reassured. Nie Tian merely smiled nonchalantly. In the original narrative, Starscream never ascended to the leadership of the Decepticons, and he did not believe that his presence could influence the Fallen, whom he had yet to meet. As they spoke, the group turned into a corridor guarded by sentinels and followed Starscream into the warship's medical bay. Upon entering, Starscream, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, Next, I shall introduce you to an ancient and formidable lord. He is the founder of the Decepticons, the Fallen. As his words echoed, a massive figure, reclined in a treatment chair, came into view. Tianjia this. Black Widow's expression shifted to one of astonishment, although she was unaware of the Fallen's identity. The overwhelming aura and energy emanating from that figure were unmistakable. Nie Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the figure in the chair. With a gaunt, ebony metal frame and fingers elongated like talons, it was unmistakably the Fallen. Indeed, the Fallen's power at this moment had evidently returned to a level far surpassing that of a mere commander. Lord Fallen, they have arrived, Starscream, who had previously exuded an air of arrogance, now wore a mask of obsequiousness. After a 6-day interval, the Fallen lifted his bowed head and surveyed the 4 Decepticons before him. After a prolonged silence, he rasped, You are commendable, Lord Fallen. Nie Tian and his companions instinctively expressed their reverence. Perhaps you do not know who I am, but that is of little consequence. All you need to know is that I created the Decepticons. The Fallen leaned forward, gripping the armrest of the treatment chair. A million years ago, in pursuit of suitable stars, I founded the Hunter Legion, the Decepticons. They roamed the cosmos, searching for suitable stars for me, and then I descended to obliterate them. What a captivating era that was. After the Fallen Prime fell silent, seemingly lost in reminiscence, he eventually spoke. Subsequently, due to the ties with my kin, upon arriving in this stellar system, I established a division of the Decepticons specifically targeting that planet, naming it the Predacons. A cataclysmic battle a million years ago left me grievously wounded, necessitating my recovery on this very planet. Upon my awakening 10,000 years ago, I encountered Megatron. At that time, he was a commander of all military robots on Cybertron, and I took him under my wing, personally guiding him on how to become a worthy leader. As the four listened to the Fallen Prime's words, a wave of realization washed over them, particularly Nie Tian, who finally comprehended the connection between the Fallen Prime and the Decepticons. However, the Fallen Prime abruptly shifted his tone. Megatron was slain on that planet, the very one where I was gravely injured. I command you to avenge him by annihilating the Autobots and humans on that planet. Nie Tian, Soundwave, and Black Widow exchanged glances in silence. The Autobots had Optimus Prime. What do they have? Infighting? Starscream, lead them forth, commanded the Fallen Prime. Yes, Lord Fallen Prime. Starscream replied instantly, then hesitated. Lord Fallen Prime, have you forgotten something? What do you wish to convey, Starscream? The glint of danger in the Fallen Prime's eyes rendered Starscream speechless, deterring him from mentioning his ambition to lead the Decepticons. Reluctantly, Starscream acquiesced. I shall heed your command, Lord Fallen Prime, and lead the Decepticons to fulfill your wishes. Excellent. The Fallen Prime nodded in satisfaction. Now, depart. I require rest. Leaning back into the treatment chair, his intent to dismiss was unmistakable. Yes, Lord Fallen Prime. Exiting the medical chamber, Starscream's eyes shifted, and he suddenly said, Tian, I hear you possess a Decepticon ship obtained through trade with the Autobots. Why not use the ship as bait to lure the combined forces of Autobots and humans? I'm afraid not, Lord Starscream. I refuse. Without allowing Starscream to finish, Nie Tian interrupted. There is no chance I'll lend you my ship. Starscream's expression darkened further, yet he ultimately refrained from saying more. The group hastily departed from the Fallen Prime's warship, with Nie Tian and Black Widow heading directly back to their vessel. My lord, you and Lady Black Widow. As the ship ascended, an ambush stealthily approached the cockpit. Nie Tian glanced at him and casually remarked, You have a new mission, an ambush. Within the warship resides a noble, the founder of our Decepticons. We now answer to him. Days later, on Blue Star, in the City of Magic, at 10:14 p.m. local time, a significant leakage incident occurred in the City of Magic, prompting the evacuation of workers and nearby residents. We will continue to monitor the unfolding developments of this event. Outside a factory in the suburbs of Magic, a diligent female reporter wearing a gas mask is covering the story. Behind her, thick yellow smoke billows from the factory, suggesting that some toxic substance is ablaze. Several main roads surrounding the factory are cordoned off with dense security lines, as workers covering their mouths and noses urgently evacuate. Meanwhile, within the command center of the Defense Department in the United States, a middle-aged officer, his head gleaming and clad in military uniform, strides into the operations room. What's the status? He inquires. Sir, it will take 3 more minutes to complete the evacuation. Following the loss suffered by the command unit 3 months prior, authority has been shared with a segment of the Defense Department, jointly forming a command center to strategically oversee the operations. Sir, the airspace has been secured, with a 10-mile radius in effect, reports an officer. Excellent, the commander replies, glancing at his wristwatch. Everything is in place. Now, the command unit will commence operations. Acknowledged. The Black Hawk is approaching the target and preparing for landing. Since the existence of Autobots and Decepticons has transformed from a mere secret to an open reality, the United States has discreetly negotiated with various nations, seeking permission to undertake military actions against the Decepticons. It remains unclear what concessions were made to garner this agreement from most countries. With the evacuation complete, the factory stands deserted, where an ice cream truck, painted white and red, meanders through the premises. The front of the truck is adorned with an emblem depicting a sharply chinned mechanical visage. Decepticons, prepare to face the consequences. Blares the loudspeaker atop the truck, repeating the phrase incessantly as it turns left and right. Outside the factory, several Black Hawk helicopters approach gradually. Gentlemen, remain calm. One of the helicopter's occupants, Robert William, reassures as he pats a few soldiers on the shoulder. Reports indicate this is a leakage incident, but we know the truth behind it. We have engaged the enemy 6 times, and aside from a minor setback during the second encounter, we have eliminated over 60 Decepticons. As William alleviates the tension of the newly enlisted soldiers, a convoy comprising 3 motorcycles, a sports car, and a pickup truck swiftly races past below. All right, everyone disembark, William urges as the helicopter lands in a barren area outside the factory. The special forces swiftly descend, assembling at the factory entrance under William's guidance. At this moment, the convoy also arrives at the factory's entry point. Iron plate. This factory is divided into zones, and it's currently uncertain how many Decepticons are concealed within. I need you to hold your position here. Understood, William. As the words fell, the convoy's pickup truck began to transform, ultimately taking the shape of a towering humanoid robot. With a click, Ironhide manifested his weapon, gazing toward the factory and twitching his nose. The Decepticons are inside. I can smell them. Hound, I need you to head to the 2 o'clock position. William, however, paid no heed to Ironhide and instead focused on the silver sports car within the convoy. Leave it to me, Hound declared, turning his vehicle around and departing. Chapter 124. Hound and the Destroyer at Last. William glanced at 3 motorcycles of the same model in the convoy, albeit in different hues. Brake and Mudflap. I wonder what they're up to inside. RC Sisters. Your physique gives you an advantage. I require your assistance in entering the factory with me. Certainly, no problem. The RC Sisters transformed into their humanoid forms, each balancing on a tire beneath their feet, enhancing their agility. Following the defeat they suffered 3 months prior, the RC Sisters had voluntarily joined the mission to hunt down the Decepticons. Although their capabilities on the front lines were limited, they were still far superior to the ordinary soldiers of the Nest. They adeptly utilized their physical advantages to contribute in ways within their capacity, sometimes even yielding unexpected results. After meticulously reviewing the arrangements, William waved his hand. Let us move out. Meanwhile, within the factory, Hound and the Destroyer were concealed in different locations. After following Nie Tian back to Blue Star, Hound and the Destroyer had traversed oceans to return to this place where they had previously hidden. Unbeknownst to them, their lives had begun a countdown. Although they were somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden stillness of the factory, which operated 24 hours a day, they did not dwell on it for long. Outside, a fully armed special operations team surged into the factory, with the RC Sisters bringing up the rear. After conducting a thorough search, they arrived at a small construction site within the factory zone. Commander, the area has been confirmed as secure. Good, everyone stay alert. William bent low, signaling his soldiers to take cover, as he hurried to Robert's side. What is the status, Robert? Have you found anything? Robert held a device resembling a small camera, with a deep crimson image flickering on the display. This was a portable detector specially crafted for him by Ironhide. Oh no, Robert murmured as he examined the detector, before stating, William, there's heat detected, just ahead. All right, I know what to do. And you come with me. William pointed to several soldiers, leading them toward the site where Robert had detected anomalies. However, before William and the soldiers could approach the construction site, the sudden sound of mechanical gears whirring filled the air. In the center of the site, a large tracked excavator that had been parked began to transform, its bucket lifting as it morphed. Beware, it's the Decepticons. William and the soldiers immediately raised their rifles and pulled the triggers. The thunderous sound echoed as the towering Decepticon, now transformed to a height of 20 meters, let out a fierce roar, smashing its fists into the ground and sending construction materials flying in all directions. Damn it! William dodged a cement pipe that fell from above. Glancing at several soldiers around him who had been struck by various debris, he turned and shouted to Robert, Robert, confirm the identity, and then call for reinforcements. Understood. Robert uploaded the captured images, swiftly comparing them against the database, revealing the identity of the colossal Decepticon before them. William, it is the Decepticon Destructor. Got it. After delivering a crushing blow, Destructor transformed its feet into massive tires and began to flee the scene, aided by the swift motion of its arms. Observing this, the nearby soldiers resumed firing at Destructor. However, their efforts not only failed to halt its escape, but also resulted in them being mercilessly crushed by Destructor's sweeping mechanical arms. In an instant, the Nest team suffered significant casualties. Hunter 1, requesting immediate fire support. At the Department of Defense building, the command center for the Nest team, a middle-aged officer sighed heavily at the call for air support, nodding resignedly. The communications officer promptly replied, "The helicopters are in position. Assistance is on its way." Several armed helicopters roared overhead, swiftly launching an assault on Destructor without hesitation. As shells rained down, Destructor accelerated its escape. Just then, from behind William and his team, a sleek matte-colored supercar, previously parked quietly in the factory area, suddenly roared to life. The matte supercar sped out of the zone, barreling directly towards the Nest team. Ignoring the fleeing Destructor, William urgently called out, "Attention! Everyone be advised! A new target has emerged. The RC triplets, they're coming your way." It seemed the matte supercar had arrived specifically to divert attention from Destructor. Just as it approached the range of the Nest soldiers, it screeched to a halt, quickly reversing to evade capture. "It's a Decepticon." Elita, closest to the matte supercar, was the first to recognize its true identity. "It's the Sideways," added the blue-painted Clamia. "We're pursuing," commanded RC. Transforming into 3 sleek Ligusta 4 motorcycles, the RC sisters relentlessly chased after Sideways. Utilizing their intimate knowledge of the terrain, Sideways maneuvered through the factory, quickly leaving only the RCs in pursuit. Realizing that both he and Destructor had been discovered by humans and Autobots alike, Sideways sought only to escape, harboring no thoughts of retaliation. Diverting attention from Destructor was all he could do in this desperate moment. As the chase continued, the two soon reached the edge of the factory area. At that instant, an ice cream truck unexpectedly appeared in front of Sideways. Seeing this, he transformed abruptly, leaping over the ice cream truck and crashing into a nearby residential building. On the 3rd floor of a residential building, an elderly gentleman clad in a white tank top, engrossed in his bowl of noodles, seemed to sense a disturbance. He paused momentarily to listen intently before finally resuming his meal. Meanwhile, within the factory, Alcee, who was closely following the lane, had no time to mimic the lane's evasive maneuvers and collided with the ice cream truck, splitting it in two. Observing the gaping hole in the residential building and the vanishing lane, Alcee remarked irritably, "Brakes, fenders, your timing is truly unfortunate. When will you learn not to obstruct the path?" "I apologize, Alcee." The ice cream truck, now in 2 halves, transformed and shakily got back on its feet. The fender, serving as the rear segment, patted its head and said apologetically, "We've messed up, but thankfully we are unscathed." The brakes, forming the front, approached the fender angrily and delivered a punch. "This is a formal operation against the Decepticons. What were you thinking? It's your fault. Why did you have to make that sharp turn?" "Enough of this, Alcee. Inform William," suggested Elita, who had just arrived and witnessed the squabbling twins. "Very well. It seems there's no other choice." Alcee shrugged, clearly accustomed to the antics of the brakes and fender. Upon receiving Alcee's message, William immediately contacted Crossfire. "Crossfire, there are Decepticons fleeing the factory. I need you to provide immediate support." "Understood. Prepare to witness precision in action." Stationed outside the factory, Crossfire revved the engine and swiftly caught up with the fleeing lane. "Decepticons, your end is nigh." With a swift transformation, Crossfire took to the air, hurling the alloy dagger at the matte-colored sports car below. With ease, the dagger pierced the engine cover, and as Crossfire landed, he pressed the dagger into the ground. The matte sports car was cleaved in 2 by the force of its own propulsion. "Wow, I'm fantastic." Crossfire beamed at his handiwork, sheathing his weapon with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the lane had escaped the factory and was recklessly dashing across a large bridge. Vehicles traversing the bridge were crushed beneath him, while others were casually sent tumbling off the edge. Witnessing this chaos, William, seated in the Hummer machine gun vehicle, urgently called for reinforcements. If this continued, their covert operation would become headline news worldwide. "Air support, Code 9, drop Optimus Prime immediately." Received en route. A colossal transport aircraft soared over the bridge, its rear hatch opening. "Countdown to drop, 5, 4, 3. At the conclusion of the countdown, a red and blue Peterbilt long-nosed truck descended from the aircraft, accompanied by 3 massive parachutes. As the moment of landing approached, Optimus Prime transformed into his humanoid form and gazed down at the Decepticon, declaring, "Autobot, allow me to deal with this foe." "Optimus, it's you." The Decepticon, sensing the imminent threat of death, hastened his escape. Yet in the next instant, Optimus severed his parachute and plummeted directly onto the Decepticon's head. With a resounding thud and a startled cry, the Decepticon stumbled like a drunken giant, sliding a short distance before crashing to the ground beneath the bridge. The colossal figure struck a dock beneath the bridge, erupting in a blaze of fire. Moments later, Optimus, accompanied by Ironhide and Ratchet, along with William and his team of soldiers, surrounded the scene. Raising his cannon, Ironhide aimed at the Decepticon's chest, taunting weak and fragile Decepticon. "Do you have any last words?" The Decepticon, with his neck broken, did not perish instantly. His massive head, with one eye, struggled to turn toward the Autobots and humans, proclaiming, "Optimus, this planet is not your Autobot territory. Lord Fallen has returned, and the Decepticons will rise again." "Wow," Robert exclaimed, lowering his rifle. "It sounds like we have new troubles ahead." "Is that so?" "But not today." With that, the cannon's muzzle erupted in brilliance, piercing through the Decepticon's chest. Done. That's a wrap. Chapter 125. Sam goes to college in the northernmost region of Border State, while the city of Magic basked in the depths of night. The sun blazed brightly here. A colossal missile truck drove into the icy expanse of Base 1, followed closely by several large construction vehicles. "You all wait here. I shall meet with Lord Megatron." "Yes, Shockwave." At Base 1, within the laboratory, Shockwave hastily approached Starscream, stating, "My lord, the Decepticon and Barricade have gone dark. They may have been eliminated by the Autobots." "Is that so?" Starscream replied without lifting his head, engrossed in his research. "Then there is no need to provide support." The loss of 2 high-ranking Decepticons was hardly a source of concern, particularly since they were not his direct subordinates. An hour prior, Shockwave had reported receiving a distress signal from Barricade and the Decepticon, and in the spirit of humanitarianism, he had instructed Shockwave to send a team to investigate. Little did he expect that Shockwave would return without even reaching Border State. "By the way, have there been any updates on Starscream?" Starscream suddenly recalled, knowing that once outside, military orders were not to be disobeyed. Upon returning to Blue Planet, the commanding Decepticons had dispersed. He and Black Widow had remained at Base 1 for several days. Soundwave was undoubtedly off in the skies again. Yet, Starscream's whereabouts remained a mystery. "My lord, there is still no news regarding Lord Starscream." Following this, Shockwave braced himself for reprimand, fully aware of the conflict between Lord Starscream and Lord Megatron that he had witnessed clearly on Mars. Unexpectedly, Nie Tian casually remarked, "All right. I understand. You may proceed with the digging tiger." The attacker was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Yes, my lord." Once the attacker departed, Nie Tian halted his examination of the stripping staff and fell into contemplation. He pondered whether he should seize an opportunity to eliminate the Red Spider. Otherwise, given the Red Spider's vindictive nature, it was likely he would eventually find himself ensnared in a trap. Regrettably, as he thought this, Nie Tian sighed. The whereabouts of the Red Spider remained unknown, seemingly aware that the odds were not in his favor. In Luocheng at 217 Clesson Avenue, Judy called out, "Magic Ball, Frank, come out." 2 pet dogs dashed from the house. Frank, a female bulldog recently acquired by Judy, was affectionately named as a companion for Magic Ball. "We must hurry, Dad. Today is my enrollment day, and I do not wish to be late." Sam and Ronald were laboriously carrying a large cardboard box filled with Sam's personal belongings. This day marked Sam's entrance into university. Following a 2.5-month graduation break, he was finally stepping into his collegiate life. As Sam placed the box into the bed of the pickup truck, he noticed his mother, Judy, standing in the yard, her face clouded with sadness. "Mom, what is the matter?" He approached her. "Look what I found," Judy exclaimed, holding up a pair of white miniature shoes. "My dear son, your baby's shoes." "Oh, Mom, I understand," Sam replied. "I am about to enter university. I hope you and Dad are prepared as well." Judy embraced Sam tightly. "Promise me you will come home often. During any holiday, not just on significant occasions, all right?" "Okay, I promise." After checking the fuel gauge, Ronald, stepping down from the pickup, witnessed this tender scene and could not help but interject, "Stop crying. Let the boy breathe, will you?" "Sam, you have quite a bit of luggage. We must expedite." "All right, I understand," Sam responded, hastily freeing himself from his mother's embrace and following his father back into the house. Emerging once more from the house, Sam and Ronald each carried a storage box. In the doghouse, Magic Ball lay sprawled atop Frank. However, in comparison to the bulldog, whose size was several times greater, Magic Ball's diminutive form appeared exceedingly comical. Robert observed this and scolded, "Hey, Magic Ball, get down, you mischievous creature." He then turned to his son, "Do not take offense." "Sam, such sights are commonplace in university." "Dad, what are you talking about?" Sam inquired, perplexed. "You are the first in our Whitwick family to attend university. I mean to say you will encounter many girls there. Michaela is lovely, but you both need to maintain sufficient personal space. You are no different from other couples, understand?" "No." Sam halted, casting a glance at the garage. "We discovered aliens together and defeated the Decepticon side by side." Ronald, with his back turned to Sam, revealed a smile tinged with significance. "That car? How much longer can you both drive it together?" "Dad, listen." Sam quickened his pace to match his father's. "Others might part ways, but we are the exception. We will." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated, interrupting him. Sam hastily set the storage box aside and retrieved his phone, proudly shaking it. "Look, Dad, see who this is?" Ronald glanced back, shrugging. "Sam, trust me. In 2 weeks, it will be another girl calling you. Rest assured, that day will never come." With that, Sam dashed back into the house. "Good afternoon, darling." Upon answering the call, Sam greeted her, only to be met with a familiar opening line. "Let us break up, Sam." "Really? Are you sure? It feels like you haven't made up your mind yet." Sam dismissed Michaela's words, having heard them countless times in recent days. Indeed, he and Michaela were currently experiencing a breakup. Perhaps due to the abrupt transition of graduating high school, Michaela seemed to revert to her true self, preoccupied with life's demands, and frequently suggested ending their relationship. Sam had grown accustomed to it. "I've made my decision, Sam. This time, I want to see you off." "Wow, it seems you're serious this time?" Sam replied as he stepped into his bedroom. "Listen, Michaela, let us put the breakup aside for now. I want to give you a long-distance relationship kit." Michaela remained silent on the other end, simply listening to Sam's chatter. "Yes, just as you imagined, a camera, so we can chat anytime, representing my love that's ever-present. And some keepsakes, photo albums, records, and the rest I can't discuss over the phone." "That sounds wonderful. I can't wait." Finally, Michaela's voice returned, but her tone had completely shifted, as if the person who had suggested breaking up mere moments ago was no longer the same. "Oh, almost forgot," Sam exclaimed, tilting his head to wedge the phone between his shoulder and ear as he opened his closet. "I've nearly cleared out everything from my bedroom. Do you want the clothes I wore that one time? The ones I fought aliens in. You're still keeping that ragged outfit?" "Of course. This is my battle attire, soaked with my blood and sweat." "Wow, you're quite the character, Sam." "No, it's not like that," Sam quickly clarified. "You know I've never been very confident. I was just joking." As Sam was about to utter another word, an object suddenly slipped from his grasp, falling to the floor with a melodious metallic clink. "Wait, Michaela. Don't hang up just yet. Let me pick this up." Setting the clothing aside, Sam crouched down to retrieve what appeared to be a fragment of metal. Could it be a shard of the source of fire? The realization struck him, yet before he could act, the surface of the fragment erupted in a radiant glow. It seemed that the impact had triggered some response from Shard. Drawn in by the brilliance, Sam found himself entranced, as a torrent of symbols and information flooded into his mind through his eyes. Sam, what is happening? Are you listening?" The urgent call reverberated in his ears, gradually pulling Sam back from his stupor. He exhaled, feeling as though he had just experienced something extraordinary. "Michaela, there was a shard of the source of fire in the pocket of my jacket." "Wow." Before Sam could finish his thought, the shard in his hand abruptly became scalding hot. Taken by surprise, he released his grip on the fragment. The shard clattered to the floor, emanating even higher temperatures that visibly melted the surroundings. After melting through the floor, the fragment continued its descent, ultimately landing on the kitchen table on the first floor, producing a small-scale energy shockwave. Humming, the kitchen appliances were instantly affected by the energy of the source of fire. It was as if the appliances had been electrified, beginning to tremble before morphing into a swarm of mini Decepticons wielding knives and forks. Meanwhile, Sam remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding in the kitchen below. He gazed at the gaping hole in the floor, emitting sparks and thick smoke, and, disregarding any romantic exchanges with Michaela, hurriedly dashed out to find a fire extinguisher. "Help! God, it's on fire!" Sam? Sam? All right, here we go again. Sam, I'm coming to find you. See you in 20 minutes. Michaela's repeated calls went unanswered, and she hung up after a final promise of 20 minutes. Returning to his bedroom with the fire extinguisher in hand, Sam pulled the safety pin and directed the foam at the large hole in the floor. Unbeknownst to him, the bedroom door behind him was quietly pushed open by a line of miniature Decepticons standing at attention. Chapter 126. The house is on fire. Wow. What on earth are these things? Just as he stowed the extinguisher away, Sam turned and tripped over something. Looking down, he was astonished to find a horde of small robots, mini Decepticons, had somehow infiltrated his bedroom. The mini Decepticons emitted nonsensical shrieks as they unleashed a barrage of fire at Sam, with two of them charging at him brandishing knives and forks. What on earth are these creatures? Although the mini Decepticons inflicted minimal harm upon Sam, they nonetheless sent him scurrying in fright. After evading them for a while, Sam seized the opportunity and dashed towards the nearby bedroom window. In the yard, Ronald was carrying 2 buckets of gasoline to the front when he heard a commotion from the second floor of the house and witnessed his son emerging from the window. Alarmed, he quickly inquired, "Sam, what on earth are you doing?" "Dad, hide," Sam replied hastily, lacking time for further explanation. Fortunately, directly below the window was a shed roof, from which he leaped onto the lawn. Before Sam could catch his breath, the mini Decepticons followed suit, leaping out the bedroom window. A missile whizzed past Ronald, prompting him to toss aside the oil containers and dive behind the only fountain in the front yard. "What are those, Sam?" he exclaimed. "It seems they're kitchen utensils," Sam explained from behind a flower bed, then turned and shouted towards the garage, "Bumblebee!" With a roar, the engine of a sleek new Camaro erupted as it burst through the garage door. Before it could even enter the yard, the car transformed. "Oh, a bunch of repulsive little pests." Bumblebee scoffed, brandishing his ion cannon, and commenced the extermination of the mini Decepticons, who were hardly worthy opponents. With a series of blasts, Bumblebee swiftly eliminated the horde of mini Decepticons that had seemingly sprung from nowhere. However, the prize was a yard littered with craters, and even Sam's bedroom had been inadvertently struck by Bumblebee's fire. Gazing at the charred, blazing room on the second floor, Sam felt despair. "Bumblebee, you've wrecked my house. There were just a few Decepticons barely taller than my knee. Couldn't you have been more careful? What is happening? What is going on?" Sam's mother, Judy, rushed out of the house, only to trip over a crater at the entrance and tumble headfirst on the ground. "Sam, quickly call the fire department," Ronald instructed as he hurried towards Judy. "I've already called," Sam exclaimed, surveying the chaos in the yard, his hands clutching his head in disbelief. "Bumblebee, perhaps I shouldn't have summoned you. You should head back to the garage." Bumblebee shrugged, gesturing to the destruction wrought upon the house and yard, indicating that such collateral damage was an unavoidable consequence of battle. "Back to the garage, quickly, Bumblebee. They are coming." Several fire trucks, flashing their lights, pulled onto Crescent Avenue, finally stopping beside Sam's house. Following them was a red motorcycle, on which sat a strikingly attractive woman clad in a tight black leather suit. While the firefighters had yet to arrive, Sam hurried back to the first floor of the house, locating the fragment that had fallen onto the kitchen table. He meticulously picked it up with tweezers and placed it into a transparent glass container. "Hurry up. What are you all waiting for? My house is about to burn down," Judy yelled as she clutched the remnants of the magic ball and Frank, rushing to the street to call out to the firefighters. A female rider rode directly into Sam's yard, subsequently removing her helmet to reveal a striking visage adorned with cascading burgundy waves. "Hey, Michaela," Judy greeted upon seeing the rider. "I sincerely apologize for exposing you to the chaos of our misfortunes. You've arrived just in time for this calamity." "Not a problem, Judy," Michaela replied cheerily. "Hey, Michaela, come over," Sam called from the house, peering out. Michaela, upon hearing this, flashed Judy an apologetic smile and jogged towards Sam, holding her helmet and handbag. "What is going on, Sam? What happened at your place?" "Our house is on fire," Sam casually explained, producing the fragment and adding gravely, "Listen, Michaela, I need you to hold on to this fragment. I'm about to go to college. I can't take it with me." Just then, Judy approached. "Sam, I need to talk to you." "All right, one moment," Sam said, shoving the glass container with the fragment into Michaela's hands and nudging her outside. "Quickly, put in your bag and keep it safe. Don't lose it." "Sam, if you go, he must go too," Judy exclaimed, visibly irritated by the earlier events. "I can't allow an extraterrestrial to stay in our garage. Look at the mess he just made." "Shoo," Sam was about to respond when Ronald suddenly appeared from nowhere, pulling Judy aside into a corner. "Keep your voice down, Judy. This is a matter of national security," Ronald advised, looking at Judy earnestly. "I'll have Sam deal with that alien. If we act as though nothing happened and treat it as a regular fire incident, they will undoubtedly handle everything. I've already informed the firefighters that it was due to the aging cookie machine. Let us consider this a government-sponsored renovation of our home, all right?" Judy hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "Fine, if someone is footing the bill, I want to build a swimming pool in the backyard, an outdoor pool. Oh, and a new bathtub as well. All right, I'll mention it to them," Ronald assured her. In the garage, Sam led Michaela inside. As soon as they met, he directly stated, "Michaela, I would like to discuss my college plans with you, if that is all right." Michaela glanced at Sam, then at Bumblebee, and replied, "Sam, I think I'll wait outside for now." "Okay, Michaela." Upon arriving outside the garage, Michaela promptly zipped down her leather jacket, revealing a pristine white strapless dress, and then retrieved a bouquet of carefully prepared purple flowers from her handbag. She began to contemplate the emotions she would soon face with Sam. "I intended to tell you sooner, but you know," Sam hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to be honest. "It's like this, Bumblebee. New recruits are not permitted to have vehicles. If it were up to me, I would certainly take you along, but alas, my word does not hold sway. Listen, you are an Autobot. You shouldn't reside in my family's garage. I mean, you would feel stifled here. You deserve to be in a better place. Over the past year, you have served as an excellent guardian, fulfilling your duties with great dedication. Look, I am safe now. The Decepticons have forgotten about me. You should return to your comrades. Bumblebee, I wish to lead a normal life and truly experience college." "All right, Sam, enough. I understand." Bumblebee transformed into his humanoid form, appearing despondent. He realized he had significantly impacted the life of this human boy. Noticing Bumblebee's melancholy demeanor, Sam approached him, reaching out to comfort him by stroking his metallic body. "We're not saying goodbye forever. Don't be like this, buddy. It pains me to see you so downcast." After much persuasion, Bumblebee finally agreed to leave. He slipped through the back door of the garage, casting one last glance at Sam before transforming into a Camaro. As he watched the Camaro drive away, Sam murmured to himself, "I hope my decision was the right one." It wasn't until Bumblebee's silhouette vanished completely that Sam returned to the garage. As he opened the garage door, he spotted Michaela standing outside, cradling a bouquet of flowers. "Wow," Sam exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Michaela with a knowing smile. "My girl, you surprised me." Michaela locked eyes with Sam for a moment, her expression a blend of pride and allure. "You think you could navigate these college years without me, don't you?" "No," Sam shook his head. "Your presence is irreplaceable. Without you, each day would be utterly mundane." And then, Michaela's eyes glimmered with affection. "I would give everything. I love you." Under the setting sun, their figures gradually merged, entwining freely. After tidying up the remnants of the day, the pickup truck hastily transported Sam and his family to South Golden State University in Los Angeles. Michaela donned her leather jacket once more, fitted her helmet, and prepared to return to her home, which also served as her workplace. Just as Michaela swung her leg over the motorcycle, a four-wheeled toy car emerged from Sam's home, its roof adorned with a red camera and a radar antenna. The radar antenna oscillated, and the red camera swayed from side to side. Soon, at the moment Michaela twisted the throttle, a glass container within her handbag was locked onto the fallen King Kong. The fragment of the source of fire has fallen into the hands of that woman. Excellent. We'll follow her and abandon the human boy. Chapter 127. Galloway Garcia. The Nest Troop Base. A fleet of Globemaster aircraft descended upon the airstrip of the Nest Base, and soon the doors opened, with William and the Autobots disembarking in succession. After nearly 13 hours of flight, they finally returned to the familiar territory. Autobot twins, please report to Hangar 3. Repeat, Autobot twins, please report to Hangar 3. Upon hearing the announcement, the ice cream truck, adorned in red and white, honked as it maneuvered through the area. "Excuse me, make way. The ice cream truck is coming through. Last night was truly dreadful." Brakes remarked, "I think we should upgrade our appearance." "Indeed, Fenders, you finally offered a useful suggestion." The Brakes and Fenders chatted as they rolled into Hangar 3, where they were immediately captivated by two gleaming Chevy hatchbacks. "Look, over here, there are cars ready for us." Two hatchbacks, one green and one red, appeared as if they had been prepared in advance. "Green, I knew it. It's my favorite color." The ice cream truck automatically split into two halves, and Brakes excitedly dashed toward the green Chevy hatchback. However, just as he made his move, fenders caught him and threw him aside with a shoulder throw. Green is mine. I want the green one. Ouch. That hurt. Brakes groaned as he got back on his feet, rubbing his backside. Of course it hurt. That was your fault. Aren't you allergic to green? Am I? I've changed my mind. Meanwhile, a military helicopter landed at the public helipad outside the Nest troop base, and two impeccably dressed Caucasian men disembarked. They were sent by President Mitchell. It was now September, with less than 3 months remaining in the competition. Mitchell was at a disadvantage, or rather, the situation was dire, prompting him to resort to desperate measures. The Nest troop, or rather the Autobots, had become his new remedy. The two men in black suits approached with intensity. The bespectacled leader flashed a document at the guard at the base entrance before silently entering the Nest troops' premises. Upon receiving the news, William, disregarding the ongoing memorial ceremony, hurried to greet them. Advisor Galloway, what a pleasure. I have received the message from Minister, and I am delighted by your arrival. William stood with his hands clasped behind his back, positioned in Galloway's path. I intended to personally show you around, but unfortunately, you lack the clearance to enter the classified areas. Galloway, accompanied by his assistant, approached William and slapped the document against his chest. Colonel, it is authorized now. Personally sanctioned by the President. William glanced down at the white paper on his chest, but remained silent. Your actions in the metropolis have been utterly disastrous. Galloway remarked with a stern demeanor as he fixed his gaze upon William. I have been tasked to deliver a few messages to those Autobots. Come, my Colonel. In a vast expanse of space, within low Earth orbit, a military satellite from the United States drifted along its designated trajectory. Behind it, a colossal shadow gradually approached, brandishing mechanical tendrils that resembled the appendages of an octopus. The instant the mechanical tentacles grasped the satellite, they swiftly divided and extended, enveloping the entire satellite as if they were a rapidly growing plant. Following a successful breach of the satellite, sonic waves commenced their daily surveillance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, today he would encounter something entirely different. Major Bruce, connect to the dedicated line of the Pentagon. We have a significant guest. Upon entering the operations hall, William issued this command. He then turned to Galloway, explaining, that line is designated for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I assume you would not mind having more participants. Would you? Indifferent, Galloway replied with a stoic expression. Who is this? An unfamiliar figure suddenly obstructed William and Galloway's path. It was the uninvited Lawrence. Mr. Galloway, the President's advisor. Advisor? Lawrence scrutinized Galloway from head to toe. He was well aware of the implications of such a position, having previously served as an advisor to Ms. Clary, an advisor's confidant, one who could shoulder the blame for errors and could be dismissed at any moment. Let's go, Colonel. Galloway dismissed Lawrence with a wave of his hand. William felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for a confrontation between the uninvited presidential advisor and Lawrence. Regardless of who faced misfortune, he would delight in witnessing it. This area serves as the Autobots' garage and their relaxation space. William explained as he guided Galloway to the innermost part of the operations hall, pointing out a specific area. There, 3 Regusta, 4 motorcycles, a silver sports car, a yellow sports car, a Hummer rescue vehicle, a black pickup truck, a pure blue electric car, and a Peterbilt long-nose truck, including 2 brand-new Chevy hatchbacks, were lined up, quietly parked in formation. Galloway cast a deep glance at these renowned Autobots and asserted, Colonel, I need to speak with him directly. Very well, William nodded. Follow me, advisor. He understood that the individual referred to was none other than Optimus Prime. The entire hall, though labeled as the command center, was essentially a vast hangar repurposed for operations. Ascending to a command platform adorned with equipment and welded iron frames, William called out, Optimus Prime. The headlights of the Peterbilt long-nose truck illuminated in response, as it slowly maneuvered to the center of the circular command platform. Commander, we have established contact with the Pentagon. The secure line is now open. Excellent, Bruce. William approached a computer where the screen displayed General Maxey, a high-ranking officer of the Joint Conference. General, I have crucial intelligence that requires direct reporting. I cannot allow you to see Optimus Prime, but I can let you hear his voice. Although Sector 7 is no more, contact with the Autobots, even indirectly, is not a privilege granted to just anyone. Very well, let us proceed, Maxey responded without preamble. Suddenly, A crash echoed as Peterbilt's long-nosed truck began to transform. Robert moved beside Galloway, gazing up at Optimus Prime, who had just completed his transformation. Sir, I know what you're thinking. You must be wondering, if our God created us, then who created them? Galloway adjusted his gold-trimmed glasses, scrutinizing Optimus Prime intently, yet remained silent. General, our joint forces have thus far eradicated 6 Decepticon strongholds, engaging in combat across every continent. However, one Decepticon we eliminated last night left behind a chilling message. As Optimus spoke, he pressed a button on his chest, and a voice resonated throughout the command hall. The Fallen has returned. The Decepticons will rise again. What does the Fallen signify? Is it merely a name or something more? Maxie inquired, his brow furrowing. I am uncertain, Optimus replied, shaking his head. In my recollection, there is no Decepticon known as the Fallen. The history of our Transformers, apart from the archives, is stored within the Allspark, yet that has now been destroyed, taking with it the information contained within. I must interject. Galloway suddenly interrupted. Since you claim that Allspark has been obliterated, why haven't the Decepticons departed from our planet, as you anticipated? Who is speaking? Maxie asked, perplexed. Mr. Galloway. William turned to Maxie to clarify, the National Security Advisor. The President has dispatched him to convey certain directives. Why was I not informed? Maxie stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. I apologize for the interruption, General, Galloway called out, then climbed onto the command platform, nudging William aside. Yesterday's operation incurred significant losses. Well, Galloway glanced at Maxie on the screen, ultimately deciding to extend some courtesy. The President has reluctantly declared the operation a success. Having said that, he turned to Optimus Prime, loosening his tie as he spoke. Though we have established a framework for cooperation through the Autobot Confidential Cooperation Agreement, you are only willing to share intelligence with us and never your advanced weaponry. I have witnessed your species' combative nature. Optimus extended a finger, gesturing towards Galloway. If we were to provide you with our technology, the consequences would surely outweigh the benefits. Wow, Galloway replied, gazing directly at Optimus Prime, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. You Autobots are truly benevolent. However, when will it be your turn to consider our needs? Mr. Consultant, allow me to voice an objective observation. William can no longer tolerate this. Speak, Colonel. Let me hear your insights. I have fought side by side with Optimus Prime and the Autobots for an extended period, sharing both peril and triumph. We have bled and sweated together. Robert interjected loudly from the command platform. Soldier, Galloway admonished while leaning against the iron frame, mind your own battles and refrain from interrupting. At this, Robert clenched his fists tightly and shook them defiantly. I advise you not to provoke me. Just moments ago, he had found this suited gentleman to be amiable, having earnestly attempted to engage him in conversation, only to discover his misjudgment. Chapter 128, The Lost Fragment with Robert's Interruption. Galloway lost interest in hearing what William intended to say. He resolved to delve directly into the purpose of this gathering. Optimus Prime. Galloway fixed his gaze once more upon him and declared, although many Decepticons have been eradicated, the number of Autobots has also doubled since the beginning. I am aware that you've been transmitting messages into space, openly inviting them to this location. Yet, you have never allowed us to review these communications. Let me interject. Mr. Galloway, Maxie on screen, straightened his posture. The review is taking place here. I have contacted Mr. John Keller, and as far as I know, Colonel William and his team consistently make sound judgments, having conducted 7 operations against the Decepticons. Very well, General. Galloway did not contest Maxie's assertion. Nevertheless, the President believes the current national security situation is grave. They cannot maintain perfection indefinitely, as exemplified by the recent operation in the Magic City. The shortcomings of the external campaign against the Decepticons have subjected Mitchell to pressures beyond mere external scrutiny. Much like in ancient times when corrupt officials ran rampant, the populace would first blame the emperor. The burden that Mitchell bears is perhaps even greater than that of an emperor. Ultimately, Galloway revealed his intentions. We all know that the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron, has been consigned to the depths of the Mariana Trench, likely corroded into mere scrap by now. The sole remaining fragment of the Allspark is stored within an electromagnetic vault, located in the most secure naval base in the world. Despite the presence of Autobots, the base of the NES forces can be deemed absolutely secure to a certain extent. However, During the cleanup of the battlefield from the Rushville War, an unexpected fragment of the Allspark was stored elsewhere by the United States. The implications of this action are indeed thought-provoking. While no one can definitively explain why the Decepticons remain on this planet, I can at least hazard a guess. Galloway gestured, pointing directly at Optimus Prime. You Autobots. The Decepticons have come to hunt you down. It is because of you that they continue to arrive on our planet. If any Decepticon were present to hear Galloway's words, they would surely find it laughable. Pursuing the Autobot leader, Optimus Prime, is a reckless endeavor, is it not? Yet, akin to one who cannot be roused from slumber. Galloway grew increasingly fervent as he recalled the President's instructions. What else could possibly bind them to our planet? As for the so-called fallen, Galloway shrugged his shoulders. It certainly sounds like a significant event is on the horizon, but only if you choose to remain on our planet. I comprehend your implication, human. Optimus Prime's tone shifted to one of unfamiliarity. You believe that our presence renders Blue Planet unsafe. Galloway merely shrugged, his silence a tacit agreement. Now that the conversation had reached this juncture, he chose to abandon pretense. Optimus Prime, one final question. If we ultimately determine that your departure from Blue Planet is the only means to ensure human safety, would you leave peacefully? You are entitled to such a request. And should you choose to, I and the Autobots would respect your decision, Optimus replied, advancing towards the command platform, his gaze intensely fixed on Galloway. However, prior to that, I suggest you consult your president. If you are mistaken, is there a remedy for regret? Well asked. William silently commended Optimus with a thumbs up. You need not concern yourselves with such matters, Galloway said as he polished his glasses and retied his tie. He had acquired the answers he sought and was now prepared to report back to the president. In the vastness of space, near Earth orbit, a colossal military satellite began to accelerate toward a designated point. Suddenly, a component of the satellite fissured, radiating brilliant light. With a resounding blast, a small fireball was ejected toward Blue Planet. This fireball, seemingly equipped with an autonomous navigation system, descended in a parabolic arc towards an island off the coast of the Atlas Ocean, home to the so-called safest naval base in the world, the Marjoklo Naval Base. Upon impact with the sea, the fireball erupted into a plume of white steam. Moments later, a beast-sized transformer, comparable to a Tibetan Mastiff, leapt from the water, sprinting toward the shore. This mechanical canine, a member of the Tape Corps, excelled in reconnaissance and sabotage, measuring over 3 meters in length and standing 2 meters tall. It boasted a long tail equipped with retractable armor-piercing missiles and a mechanical body of black and gray alloy. Exposed hydraulic rods and energy conduits adorned its joints, and as it ran, its spine undulated with the fluidity of a whip. Raising its fearsome head, with a single laser eye, the mechanical dog emitted a green scanning laser. Ahead lay a mountain base surrounded by high-voltage electric fencing, flanked by a warning sign that read, Military Restricted Zone. Identifying its target, the mechanical dog surged forward, leaping over the high-voltage barbed wire. The footpads, designed to absorb vibrations and sound, allowed for a silent landing, enveloped in a nocturnal ambience of the Markello base. A duty soldier noticed a small red suddenly appear on a radar display. Puzzled, he picked up the intercom. Black Line Radiance, this is Black Line Tango. This is Black Line Radiance, Black Line Tango, please proceed. Anomalous signals have been detected in the western boundary of our district. Please dispatch personnel immediately. Copy that. Black Line Radiance is en route. As it moved, a robotic dog arrived at an underground facility within the Markello base, locating a covered ventilation duct. With a resounding thud, the robotic dog dislodged the duct cover and clamped its jaws onto the exposed vent. Its jaw, split into 4 segments, unleashed hundreds of small steel balls into the duct. The magnetic steel balls rolled through various crevices and machinery, ultimately arriving at the vault of the underground facility. Upon confirming the vault was unguarded, the hundreds of steel balls transformed into tiny robots barely visible to the naked eye, which then congregated and spontaneously assembled into a colossal Mantis robot. With a swift motion, the Mantis robot unfurled 2 pairs of blade-like, transparent wings, propelling itself toward a refrigeration unit in the center of the vault, which contained a fragment of a peculiar metal. Just as the Mantis robot began to cut into the refrigeration unit, alarms blared throughout the Markello base. Hurry, hurry! Several troop transport vehicles arrived above the vault, followed by a contingent of Marines in full gear. Zone 14 has been breached by an unknown enemy. Open it now. After navigating a series of complex security checkpoints, the dimly lit vault was illuminated by tactical flashlights. However, as they approached the center, they discovered that the metal fragment within the refrigeration unit had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at South Golden State University in Los Angeles, Sam and his 3 roommates emerged from their dormitory, each impeccably dressed. It was the fraternity's inaugural group outing, and they were eager to not falter at their first party. Leo, the dormitory's proprietor, took the initiative to rally the group. He had established a studio and operated a news website called The Real World, right from their dorm. Sam's other 2 roommates, Shasky and Fabin, had been recruited by him as employees. Leo was now attempting to persuade Sam to join their venture. "Hey, Sam, have you given any thought to the proposal I mentioned?" Leo expressed, his eyes narrowing with ambition. "You see, mainstream media has always been tight-lipped. They dare not portray the world as we do. For instance, there was a battle that transpired in Lavish last year, during which extraterrestrial beings were allegedly sighted, yet no pertinent report surfaced. Indeed, Shasky interjected, asserting there are indeed aliens. I witnessed them firsthand as they unleashed havoc in Lavish. They descended from the skies, capable of flight, breathing fire, and launching missiles." Upon hearing this, Sam felt a jolt of disbelief, his gaze wavering as he remarked, "That seems rather implausible, does it not? After all, I was not present at the scene. Hence I cannot assess or speculate. How could it possibly be false?" Fabin joined the conversation. "What you find online is unequivocally authentic. Videos never lie." In contrast to Shasky's gleaming baldness, Fabin sported a cascade of wavy brown locks, adorned with a black cap and narrow-frame spectacles, exuding the aura of a performance artist, which frequently reminded Sam of his dear friend Miles. As their discourse continued, they arrived at the grand auditorium of the school. Today marked the inaugural day of orientation for the freshmen, and the institution was hosting a welcoming party in their honor. "I hear there are plenty of beautiful girls this time. Let loose, everyone. We must revel in this," Leo exclaimed, his impatience palpable as he observed the throng entering and exiting the auditorium. "I cannot indulge for too long. I have a video chat scheduled with my girlfriend," Sam honestly replied. Thanks to the latest mobile devices launched by the Carl Group, the inhabitants of this land could now engage in video chats with remarkable ease. They ought to express their gratitude to the illustrious Lord Tian. Chapter 129. Optimus Prime's plea. "Fear not, my friend," Leo reassured, patting Sam on the shoulder. "I guarantee that once you step inside, you will promptly forget your girlfriend's name. Now let us proceed." The entire auditorium had been transformed into a dance hall, resonating with pulsating music that was deafeningly loud. The dance floor was filled with dashing young men and alluring women, all dressed in light attire, as though they had entered an aquatic paradise. Even the air was imbued with a scent of hormones, sending adrenaline coursing through their veins. "This is incredible." The 4 friends skillfully navigated through the servers bustling with trays, reaching the edge of the dance floor. "Look at her," Leo exclaimed, eyes wide and cheeks flushed. "You all can indulge in your screens. Tonight, I intend to experience the real deal." Shasky and Fabin exchanged a glance, their excitement rivaling Leo's. "Let us commence without delay." The 4 swiftly dispersed. Sam did not target anyone in particular, but instead approached the buffet table. Just as he was about to sample a piece of cake, the small slice began to roll, inscribed with characters. "What on earth?" Sam shut his eyes and shook his head. "What is happening?" Upon reopening his eyes, he realized the characters had not only persisted, but were now rolling at an accelerated pace, gradually magnifying and drifting towards him, as though they intended to penetrate his very eyes. Overwhelmed by emotion, Sam poked at the cake and began to inscribe characters on the dining table with cream. "Are you all right?" A girl in a resplendent green dress noticed Sam's peculiar behavior. "Huh? What?" As if awakening from a deep slumber, Sam blinked and glanced down at his unconscious actions. "Yes, I'm fine. I'm perfectly well." "You're Sam, right?" "Yes, Sam Witwicky." "Hello, I am Sophia." Sophia lifted 2 elegantly filled wine glasses, approaching Sam, her crimson lips parting as she said, "Let us toast, and then we shall dance a duet." "Like a couple?" Sam accepted the glass, brushing his fingers against the pocket of his trousers, which had seemingly vibrated moments ago. "I must say, I fear that is not possible. I already have a girlfriend." "Hey!" The pulsating music abruptly ceased, drawing the attention of everyone present to his sudden shout. A muscular man clad in a white baseball shirt burst in, whose sports car is parked on the lawn outside. Hurry and move it. It's blocking the entrance. Seizing the advantageous position near the window, Sam instinctively glanced down. However, that one glance left him momentarily stunned. There, unmistakably, was a familiar Camaro, obstructing the pathway to the Grand Hall. Pardon me, I must excuse myself. Setting down the wine glass that had nearly reached his lips, Sam hurriedly dashed out of the Grand Hall. Sophia glanced at the drink Sam had left on the table, picked it up, and poured it into the trash bin. Hey, beautiful, such fine wine, you get lost. Racing down to the lower level of the Grand Hall, Sam lunged toward the Camaro's driver's side window. What brings you here, Bumblebee? We're in trouble, Sam. I need to borrow you for the evening. Oh, come on. Sam cradled his head, exuding an air of exasperation. Can't you let me have one peaceful day? This is my first day at school. I know, but hey, what is wrong? The muscular man in the baseball shirt followed Sam outside the Grand Hall. Is this your car? No. Sam quickly waved his hands. It's my friend's. He went to, change clothes. Change clothes? My foot. We just checked. Behind the muscular man emerged a short, stout figure. You better tell the truth, or I will kick the backsides of you freshmen. Sam, momentarily flustered, asked, what size shoe do you wear? Damn, you really are asking for it. The stout man said as he approached Sam. Wait, I was just joking. Sam, startled, hurriedly opened the car door and got inside. Get out, kid. Wow, you have a car? A voice exclaimed as Leo gazed at Sam's vehicle with admiration. He was just drawn by the commotion outside the grand auditorium, having just escorted Shasky and Fabin down the stairs. Fabin, clutching a can of beer, let out a burp. I love sports cars. Bro, why didn't you tell us you had a car? Sam, fastening his seatbelt and raising the car window, replied, Sorry, everyone, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must be off. The tires of the Camaro screeched against the ground, leaving behind a thrilling roar that invigorated the onlookers. Unbeknownst to Sam, who was eager to leave the school, a striking figure on the second floor of the auditorium was intently observing him and Bumblebee. The following morning, as dawn barely broke, Bumblebee transported Sam to a cemetery near Gigatia. I sincerely apologize, Sam. Optimus Prime emerged from behind a colossal humanoid statue, expressing a look of regret. The situation is urgent, and I had no choice but to seek you out. What has happened? Sam inquired as he stepped out of the Camaro. The last fragment of the Allspark has been stolen just last night. What? Was it the Decepticons? Perhaps, Optimus replied, his tone heavy with sorrow. We entrusted the fragments of the Allspark to your government for safekeeping as per our agreement. Yet, your leaders still believe that we brought war to your planet. But this isn't my concern. Sam struggled to grasp the purpose of Optimus's visit. After a prolonged silence, Optimus spoke again. Earth must not suffer the same fate as our Cybertron, where life is in turmoil and all beings are displaced. You're a person we both trust. I need you to remind them periodically, serving as a bridge for our communication. I understand. Sam raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I genuinely wish to assist you, but I am not your ambassador on Earth, nor do I possess any superhuman abilities. I am merely an ordinary person. He looked up at Optimus, shaking his head as he stepped back. I can only do what I'm meant to do, what I am capable of. I am truly sorry. Sam, we cannot stand idly by as events unfold toward a grim outcome, nor can we rely on fate to alter its course. I need you. No, Sam interrupted Optimus, leaping down from the pedestal of the statue and returning to the Camaro. You are the invincible Optimus Prime. You do not need me. With that, Sam opened the car door, resolutely starting the engine. He chose not to disclose that he still possessed a fragment of the Allspark, for he wished to distance himself from these matters. Goodbye, Optimus. Just as he had arrived, the Camaro hurriedly departed, leaving only a few tire marks as evidence of what had transpired. Gazing at the distant horizon where the sun began to blush crimson, a shadow of concern crossed Optimus's face. Sam, I need you. You just do not know it yet. Bienjo, Base 1, the once quiet Base 1, having enjoyed a brief respite, today encountered an unexpected visitor. Were the fragments of the Allspark. Seated gracefully in the cockpit, Nie Tian leisurely observed the mechanical canine. Early this morning, he received a communication from Soundwave, requesting that he lead the Decepticons to ascertain Megatron's condition. Along with this request came a coordinate indicating Megatron's current location. Should Megatron's residual body be revived, it would be possible to utilize the Allspark fragments to resurrect him on the spot. My apologies, Lord Tianjia. The mechanical dog replied in a respectful tone, though its words lacked courtesy. Lord Soundwave has instructed that the Allspark fragments cannot be entrusted to anyone, and for now, they must remain in my possession. Oh, is that so? Nie Tian replied with a faint smile, choosing not to press the mechanical dog further. The Decepticons were known for their treachery, and given the stakes concerning Megatron, Soundwave's caution was entirely understandable. Moreover, in the matter of resurrecting Megatron, their interests aligned, warranting a degree of leniency. Otherwise, would he truly follow the Fallen's orders to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Autobots? Fetch the surgeon. I shall accompany you. Nie Tian's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on the mechanical dog. In addition, you are responsible for safeguarding the surgeon. Ensure he encounters no mishaps. Understood? The surgeon, the chief medical officer among the Decepticons, was invaluable. The mechanical dog appeared to grasp the gravity of this directive, lowering its crimson single eye and responding, "Yes, Lord Tianjia." "Very well, off you go." After the mechanical dog departed, Nie Tian fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated being entrusted with the task of resurrecting Megatron by Soundwave. While he was unsurprised by Soundwave's discovery of Megatron's location and the acquisition of an Allspark fragment, the shift from Soundwave directing the Decepticons to him overseeing this operation was unexpected. "Oh well, let us first investigate Megatron's current state." Shaking his head, Nie Tian interrupted his thoughts and activated the spacecraft. With Megatron's return, the Fallen would likely shift their focus away from the 4 Commander-class Decepticons who had been idling. A leader who had always been at the forefront was far preferable to one who emerged from obscurity. Chapter 130. The sudden appearance of the Red Spider in the North Atlas Ocean, at the Laurentian Trench. At 9:13 a.m., a fully equipped aircraft carrier fleet glided over the waters above the trench, leaving behind trails of white foam as the resting place of Megatron's remains. The entire expanse surrounding the Laurentian Trench, spanning hundreds of kilometers, was under constant surveillance by this fleet. Beyond the armed forces on the surface, peril also lurked beneath the waves. "Lord Tianjia, we have arrived." Above the waters, a vessel imperceptible to the naked eye silently approached. As the aircraft carrier fleet sailed a considerable distance away, Sang-gu maneuvered the spacecraft to descend to a height of less than 100 meters above the sea surface. "Release the mechanical hound," he commanded. "Yes, Master Tianchi." The hatch of the spacecraft opened, and Nie Tian, accompanied by the mechanical dog, approached the entrance, prepared to plunge into the Laurentian Trench. Just then, a cluster missile, trailing a long white tail, hurtled towards the spacecraft at an alarming speed. "Master Tianchi, there S." Before the mechanical dog could complete its warning, Nie Tian kicked it aside and leaped into action. Whoosh! The missile whizzed overhead, narrowly missing him. But the spacecraft behind him was not as fortunate. Boom! The unprotected vessel's hatch was blasted open, and it began to falter, plummeting toward the ocean. Fortunately, at the last moment, Sang-gu in the cockpit managed to stabilize the craft. "Sang-gu, we must leave this place immediately," Nie Tian communicated, aware that the spacecraft was his invaluable asset, and he could not afford to lose it here, for salvage would prove exceedingly difficult in the future. "Understood, Master." Sang-gu swiftly elevated the vessel, though it was gravely damaged and could no longer engage in teleportation or cloaking. Meanwhile, 6 fighter jets appeared on the horizon. Leading the formation was a supersonic fighter jet, Red Spider, a name all too familiar to Nie Tian. The one who had just launched the missile was none other than the long-lost Red Spider. "Red Spider, what is the meaning of this?" Nie Tian squinted, his tone laced with hostility. Yet, his inquiry echoed into silence, met with no response as the 6 aircraft continued their advance undeterred. Casting a glance at the mechanical dog that had plummeted into the sea, he transformed into an assault vessel, charging towards the fighter jets. Though he was uncertain why Red Spider had appeared, it was evident that the intentions were far from benign. "Red Spider, cease your attack. Why do you assault Tianchi?" Receiving the sonic communication, Red Spider let out a cold chuckle and unhesitatingly launched another pair of cluster missiles. He had resolved that today, Tianchi would pay the price for his deception and betrayal. More importantly, he would not permit anyone to resurrect the formidable Megatron, not even the slightest chance. Red Spider, now somewhat desperate, was willing to risk everything to ascend as the leader of the Decepticons, teetering on the brink of madness. Whoosh! Boom! As heat-seeking missiles were fired, Nie Tian intercepted Red Spider's cluster missiles and then lunged toward the following fighter jets. He had recognized that the 5 jets trailing Red Spider were intermediate Decepticons. While it was true that one must capture the leader first, he believed it prudent to eliminate these minions first to avoid distractions when confronting Red Spider. On this expedition to the Laurentian Trench, Nie Tian had brought only the mechanical dog and Sango with him. Suddenly ambushed by Red Spider, he found himself without any allies. Yet, he felt no fear. In the midst of this turbulent confrontation, let me elucidate what constitutes a true commander-level warrior. The Red Spider, brimming with arrogance, commanded the several mid-tier Decepticons behind him. Onward, eliminate him. These mid-tier Decepticons had accompanied the Red Spider on his private spacecraft during their return to Blue Star. Facing the commander-level warrior Nie Tian, they were filled with trepidation. Yet, under the Red Spider's orders, they steeled themselves and launched their assault. The air crackled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions, a cacophony reminiscent of a Third Great War. The fierce conflict in the skies drew the attention of the fleet stationed far off the coast. Attention all units, heed this alert. Direction 214, suspicious aerial activity detected. Understood. Deploy Eagle Eye 1 and Eagle Eye 2 for reconnaissance. Acknowledged, Eagle Eye 1 departing. Acknowledged, Eagle Eye 2 departing. 2 airborne early warning aircraft ascended, heading towards the designated airspace. Upon arrival, the pilots quickly identified a supersonic fighter jet soaring above, alongside a peculiar and massive flying vessel. The two were engaged in a frenetic exchange of fire, occasionally colliding as if driven by a deep-seated vendetta. Below, the ocean's surface was littered with burning wreckage, remnants of some unidentified aircraft that had been shot down. Nefiru, this is Eagle Eye. We have unidentified enemies engaged in aerial combat above the defense sea area. Should we verify their identities? The arrival of the 2 early warning aircraft drew the attention of the 2 primary combatants, yet they remained engrossed in their battle. Through the course of the skirmish, Nie Tian finally comprehended why the Red Spider was deemed the aerial commander of the Decepticons. The opponent's mastery and finesse in aerial combat were indeed beyond his capabilities, were it not for the unparalleled strength of his own mech. Far exceeding that of the Red Spiders, he would have struggled against the unpredictable nature of the Red Spider's assault and could not have maintained the standoff. Of course, had they been on solid ground, the circumstances would have been drastically different. Damn it, Tian Nie, how can your mech be so formidable? With another volley of 2 cluster missiles, the Red Spider let out a frustrated roar, his tone laced with a hint of desperation. He could not fathom that Tian Nie's mech could surpass his own. Conversely, upon hearing this, Nie Tian's spirits lifted. The enemy's frustration became his triumph. With a casual demeanor, he retorted, Red Spider, could it be that your mech is simply inadequate? As the melee intensified, he continued, your attacks, much like your ambitions, are feeble and ineffectual, akin to a mere tickling. For an ordinary opponent, such provocation might yield diminished returns, but the Decepticons were no ordinary foes. Tian Nie. Upon hearing Nie Tian's words, the Red Spider was instantly thrown off guard, its composure shattered, and it unleashed a torrent of firepower towards him. In the blink of an eye, a rain of bullets filled the sky. Not daring to underestimate the intensity of the Red Spider's weaponry, Nie Tian promptly elevated the bow of his vessel, ascending to greater heights while awkwardly evading the barrage. As the firepower suppressed him, the Red Spider drew closer. Yet it overlooked Nie Tian's significantly superior speed from earlier. Just as the Red Spider was about to latch onto Nie Tian's rear, seemingly on the brink of another collision, Nie Tian suddenly executed a sharp halt, coming to an abrupt stop. He then flipped the body of his ship, swiftly transforming. As the Red Spider glided beneath him, Nie Tian produced the shedding staff. With a precise wave, a beam of light struck the fuselage of the 15 supersonic fighter jet, momentarily immobilizing the Red Spider in midair. With a thunderous roar, the fusion cannon embedded in Nie Tian's chest unleashed its fury, sending the Red Spider crashing into the sea. In the distance, the pilots aboard 2 AWACS were left astounded by this spectacle, urgently communicating. 2 unidentified flying objects are extraterrestrial robots. They are Decepticons. Acknowledged, Decepticons detected. Angel 6. Decepticons have been identified in the defensive sea area 3,000 feet above sea level, requesting a comprehensive strike. Acknowledged, locking on target. The vertical launch systems of two Burt-class destroyers within the aircraft carrier group began loading munitions, and the launch covers automatically opened, unleashing dozens of aerial missiles amidst flames. As the Red Spider emerged from the water, it did not retaliate immediately. Instead, it exclaimed in terror, "Tian, what weapon did you just use?" Clearly, the Red Spider had failed to recognize the shedding staff as a relic of the Iron Fortress. At this moment, both Nie Tian and the Red Spider had transformed into humanoid forms, utilizing their propulsion systems to hover in midair. The recent blast from Nie Tian had inflicted considerable damage on the Red Spider, with much of its back armor shattered. "Hee, guess," Nie Tian replied, withholding the origin of the shedding staff, simply smiling before raising his arm once more. Just as he intended to press the advantage, an alarm blared in his ear, and dozens of large aerial missiles appeared overhead. Trouble. Nie Tian glanced up and recalled the human fleet he had been neglecting. Several heat-seeking missiles launched from his shoulders as he activated his energy shield and charged once more towards the Red Spider. It's not a giant mushroom. There is nothing to fear. Those who flatter the powerful while oppressing the weak are bound to be cowardly. Witnessing Nie Tian abandon his previous defensive stance and aggressively advance, the Red Spider immediately transformed and turned to flee. "Nefiru, 2 Decepticons are approaching you." Acknowledged. Activate highest level of defense. All units enter combat mode. Prepare for engagement. The sea in the vicinity where Nie Tian and the Red Spider had departed erupted in a cacophony of explosions as dozens of aerial missiles detonated, creating towering waves that soared several meters high. Casting a backward glance, Nie Tian accelerated his flight speed, relentlessly launching heat-seeking missiles at the Red Spider. Previously, he had harbored concerns that the Red Spider might devise some underhanded scheme from behind. However, this time the adversary came willingly into his sights. Even if he could not annihilate the foe, he was determined to inflict significant injuries, ensuring the Red Spider would remember this encounter vividly. Chapter 131. The unfortunate Nefilu in a state of panic, the Red Spider fled towards the aircraft carrier fleet situated several dozen kilometers away. As he approached the fleet's airspace, he was warmly greeted by the close-in defense guns of the Nefilu. Boom! 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 Amidst the barrage of gunfire, a shell struck the wing of a Su-15 supersonic fighter. Although the close-in defense fire did not cause substantial damage to the Red Spider, it successfully ignited his wrath. Being pursued by Tianjia was one thing, but these mere insects dared to attack him? With a swift motion, the Red Spider unleashed cluster bombs, obliterating the Nefilu's close-in defenses and igniting a conflagration upon the deck. However, this delay allowed Nie Tian to close the gap behind him. With a shriek, another blast from the deprivation staff narrowly missed the Red Spider. Yet the abrupt loss of control caused his craft to plummet onto the Nefilu. Crash! A soldier unfortunate enough to be struck let out a blood-curdling scream, while the remaining aircraft on the deck were reduced to mere wreckage. The crew aboard the aircraft carrier hastily scattered in all directions. "Do not panic. Quickly arm yourselves and retaliate. Strike back," commanded an officer, brandishing his pistol in an attempt to organize a counteroffensive against the 2 Decepticons. However, the ordinary soldiers, unaware of the existence of Decepticons, had already fled in terror, seeking refuge below deck. Some even clutched life rings and hurried to the edge of the deck, prepared to leap into the water at the slightest sign of danger. Just as the third wheel often falls first in a brawl between the leaders, the Nifula battle group found itself in a similar plight. With the enemy having boarded their deck, the combat effectiveness of the Nifulu was diminished by nearly 90%. Fresh from the bombardment and collision with the Red Spider, the Nifulu was then pierced by a photon shell that descended from above. Crack! A gaping hole was torn into the main hull's keel, and seawater began to flood in. Several maintenance personnel in the lowest compartments scrambled desperately upwards. "Run! We're taking on water!" Thud! Having landed on the deck, Nie Tian observed the Red Spider, who had evaded his previous attack, and sheathed his photon cannon, drawing the black prison sword from his waist. "Ah, Master Red Spider, it seems you have sustained some injuries," Nie Tian remarked leisurely as he approached the Red Spider, oblivious to the cacophony of lamentations surrounding him. At that moment, his focus was solely on the Red Spider. His mind wandered back to the moment he had first crossed over, when the Red Spider had dealt him a significant blow. With a steely gaze, Nie Tian raised the black prison sword. It was time for vengeance. "Tianjia, The Red Spider's right hand transformed into a weapon resembling a double-edged chainsaw, whirring ominously as it spun. I admit, I underestimated you. The Red Spider's face was etched with a hint of hatred. I forged you. I created you. I should have crushed your skull back in the surgical lab. His words were defiant, yet his gaze flickered, as if searching for an opportunity. In truth, the Red Spider was oblivious to the reasons behind Nie Tian's escape from his control. When the sound wave informed him of the battle occurring in the frigid northern region of the border state, he failed to disclose the role of the scalpel. The rationale behind Soundwave's warnings to the Red Spider was straightforward. He did not wish to see a double-faced Decepticon within their ranks, at least not before Megatron's resurrection. A commander at odds with one another, yet unifying under Megatron's command, was a Decepticon that aligned with Soundwave's interests. Nie Tian, as the Red Spider charged towards him, Nie Tian raised the Hell Prison Sword, unflinchingly meeting him head-on. When the Hell Prison Sword clashed with the single-handed saw, a shower of sparks erupted, forcing both combatants to retreat a few steps before colliding once more. The commotion caused by the duel between the two commander-level Decepticons hastened the sinking of the already waterlogged Nefuru as it succumbed further under their weight. Surrounding frigates and destroyers hesitated to engage, mindful of the officers aboard the Nefuru. Commander, we must retreat. The Nefuru is on the verge of sinking. In the bridge of the Nefuru, the first officer implored the captain repeatedly. Yet, persuading a captain to abandon his command was akin to asking a mother to forsake her child. Thus, no matter the persuasion, the captain remained resolute. No, I will not leave. Faced with this inescapable situation, the helpless first officer discreetly signaled to several soldiers behind the captain. In the next moment, the once adamant captain was suddenly lifted. You all retreat. The lifeboats have arrived. We must move to the other ships. Aboard the lifeboat, the first officer escorted the captain to a nearby frigate, then, disregarding the numerous survivors still trapped on the Nefuru, issued an order for indiscriminate attack. Target the two Decepticons on the Nefuru. Fire. On the deck of the Nefuru, the fierce battle raged on, despite Nie Tian's mechanical form possessing considerable advantages. He could no longer ambush the Autobots with the same ease when facing the equally formidable Red Spider. His entire body bore various degrees of damage, some wounds so deep that they exposed the energy conduits beneath, streaming with a dark red liquid. Comparatively, the Red Spider, already wounded from their previous aerial skirmish, now faced a dire predicament. The corners of his triangular body had been sheared off by the Hell Prison Sword, and his faceplate had just been shattered by Nie Tian's punch. Boom! This punch, my Lord Red Spider, is a reprisal for that blow you dealt me in the lab. Perhaps stemming from the noble traditions of the Cybertronians, the verbal skirmishes between Nie Tian and the Red Spider during their battle have never ceased. As the Red Spider staggered to his feet, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. You shall perish. He raised his arm violently and unleashed a barrage of missiles towards Nie Tian. Anticipated this move. Nie Tian scoffed, swiftly activating his energy shield and brandishing the Black Prison Sword once more. Just as another round of combat was about to ensue, the warships surrounding the Nefulu, fully loaded, brazenly launched an assault on the two Decepticons aboard. Booms echoed as shells detonated upon the Nefulu, rising clouds of thick black smoke. The battle-worn Nefulu could no longer withstand the onslaught. The Red Spider took a few steps back, evading the explosion, and suggested, Nie Tian, shall we first eliminate these bothersome flies? Nie Tian glanced down at his lower half, now submerged in the sea, and surveyed the various warships scattered across the water, separated by thousands of meters. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well. At this point, he too found these nuisances rather intolerable. Time and again, his focus had been disrupted, and even he, with his expansive heart, felt his patience wearing thin. Transforming into his flight mode, Nie Tian and the Red Spider commenced the eradication of the remaining warships in the Nefulu combat group. A few vessels were dispatched with little effort, their surviving soldiers falling one by one into the sea, becoming sustenance for the fish. However, as the final supply ship was sunk by Nie Tian, the Red Spider, at a considerable distance, suddenly ascended at a steep angle, soaring into the clouds. Before Nie Tian could react, he vanished from sight. Gazing in the direction of the Red Spider's abrupt departure, Nie Tian felt a twinge of regret, yet he bore no sorrow. In truth, from the very beginning, He had never intended to keep the Red Spider here permanently. The Red Spider was a seasoned commander, not merely a Decepticon pawn or foot soldier. While he might not be a match for Nie Tian, escaping was certainly within his capabilities. Furthermore, to incapacitate the Red Spider, Nie Tian would still need to engage in several hundred more exchanges. At this moment, it had been at least half an hour since the fleet of the United States had discovered his and the Red Spider's presence. He did not believe that the news had yet to be reported. If he did not delve into the trench to seek out Megatron soon, it would soon become troublesome when Optimus Prime arrived with the Autobots. Lastly, the Red Spider, aside from being the aerial commander of the Decepticons, also served as Megatron's lieutenant, representing him in a sense. Even if he were to defeat and capture the Red Spider, he would have no authority to decide his fate. Even if the Red Spider had struck first, even if he appeared here today with the intention of thwarting Megatron's resurrection, a personal vendetta would suffice for survival under Megatron's command thereafter. Even the formidable Megatron could overlook the insurrection of Starscream. Nie Tian did not believe that his solitary opinion could incite Megatron to unleash his wrath upon Starscream. Little did he realize that every commander-class warrior possessed the luxury of multiple forgivings. This understanding was the very reason Nie Tian had previously decisively eliminated the dissenters. He was acutely aware that such internecine strife among the Decepticons was of little consequence to Megatron. Casting a glance at the surrounding chaos, Nie Tian was about to plunge into the sea in search of the mechanical hound when he suddenly spotted several Cybertronian aircraft soaring towards him from the horizon. "My lord, how are you?" Upon arrival, Songu inquired with genuine concern for Nie Tian. After returning to Base 1, Songu promptly summoned the 4 slaughterers for assistance. Despite their hurried efforts, they arrived just a moment too late. The current situation clearly indicated that Lord Tianjia had already vanquished the foes. "I am fine," Nie Tian replied, shaking his head. Although he appeared battered and bruised, his entire form bore no mortal wounds, with ample energy restoration. He would return to his former self in just a few days. "You have arrived at the perfect moment." Nie Tian gestured towards the remnants of several aircraft still floating on the ocean surface. "Search for those remains, retrieve them, and follow me." With that, Nie Tian deactivated the thrust system and made a splash as he plunged into the water.